family, the person who was just stabbed to death by pirates, actually stood up on his own. At that time, the Songlong pirate group was rampaging in Loguetown, burning, killing, and looting as revenge against the Navy smoker. And I have transmigrated into Minos, activating the slaughter system, with a starter pack giving me an incredibly strong physique and a supreme great knife. This immense fortune is mine. Let me tell you, what's eerie about this is that a person who was just stabbed through by a pirate and died completely actually stood up in front of everyone. At that moment, the entire Loguetown was in chaos, with screams and wails filling the streets. A bunch of sons of bitches from the so-called Songlong pirate group were like beasts entering a city, chopping down anyone in sight, regardless of whether they were old or young, without even blinking. The women fared even worse. Those scoundrels treated them like nothing. The captain leading them was named Songlong, with a bounty of 40 million, quite a figure in the EC. He stood there, watching his subordinates burn, kill, and loot, laughing like a madman, shouting, "Boys, kill them. Don't let a single one escape." Good gracious, his men were like they were on adrenaline, their eyes bloodshot, completely losing control. But Songlong, while laughing madly, actually hid a sense of frustration and fear in his eyes. Why? This story goes back 2 weeks. They were drifting at sea, and guess what happened? They bumped into the Navy, and leading them was the infamous White Hunter Smoker. Songlong was a bit brainless. He had long heard about Smoker's might, but didn't believe it, thinking it was all just boasting. He even actively provoked him, shouting from his ship, "Oh, isn't that the famous Captain Smoker? Where are you headed?" Let me tell you, Smoker was already in a terrible mood at that time. He had just been scolded by Admiral Sengoku over the Din Din Mushi for not listening, and he was fuming. Now, a mere 40 million bounty pirate dared to act up in front of him. Smoker's face darkened, and he mentally sentenced this guy to death. Capture him, throw him into Impel Down, and let him spend the rest of his life with prison food. He held his cigar, too lazy to even lift his eyelids, disdainfully replying, "Just a mere pirate. What are you being so arrogant about?" Those words directly blew up Songlong, turning his face green with anger, and without saying another word, he shouted, "Fire the cannons." Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of cannonballs rained down on the Navy's ship. The Navy was thrown into chaos, with many new recruits so scared they could barely stand. Just then, a girl wearing glasses stepped forward, holding a knife and shouting, "Everyone, don't panic. Trust Smoker-chan, trust Captain Smoker." This was Tashiji, a seemingly weak-looking but braver than anyone else ensign. Her shout actually stabilized the Navy side. As for Smoker, he didn't care about the cannonballs at all. He was a Logia-type smoke fruit user, and physical attacks were a joke to him. He turned into a cloud of white smoke and dashed into the cannonball barrage, using White Blow, instantly rendering most of the cannonballs useless. The few that got through were dodged by the Navy's exceptional helmsmen with some slick maneuvers. The next second, Smoker had already appeared like a ghost on the pirate's ship, unleashing another White Blow at the still-dazed pirates. In an instant, more than half of the pirates were knocked unconscious, foaming at the mouth and dying on the spot. Kang Lang's eyes turned red, and he roared as he charged at Smoker. What happened? He threw a punch, but Smoker's body turned into smoke, and his fist went right through. Songlong was dumbfounded, shouting, "You're a Logia user?" He himself was a Zoan-type user, transforming into a wolf, but in the East Seas newbie village, he had never seen such a bug-level existence as a Logia user. Seeing Kang Lang's inexperienced look, Smoker smirked and proudly admitted, "That's right, I am a Logia smoke fruit user." Kang Lang's heart sank, but at this point, he could only charge forward. He roared and instantly transformed into a gigantic wolf, the aura scaring the Navy recruits half to death. After transforming, Kang Lang's speed and power surged, and he launched a frenzied attack on Smoker. But it was useless. Although Smoker's hits felt like mere scratches to him, he remained unharmed. The two exchanged blows, fighting until the sky darkened, exhausting each other's stamina, with neither able to gain the upper hand. In the end, Smoker outclassed him, seizing an opportunity to deliver a heavy punch to Kang Lang's head. Songlong rolled on the ground in pain, and just as Smoker was about to finish him off, this cunning bastard was actually pretending. Taking advantage of Smoker's momentary relaxation, he suddenly sprang up and leaped onto the Navy's ship. Everyone in the Navy was stunned, thinking they were about to be slaughtered. But Songlong completely ignored them and began smashing the ship's hull, creating several large holes, with seawater rushing in. After finishing this, he jumped back onto his ship, transformed back into his human form, and laughed maniacally at Smoker. "Smoker, your ship is going to sink. Want to chase me? Then let your subordinates accompany you to the grave." After saying this, he immediately ordered the ship to sail away. Smoker was furious, but looking at his sinking ship and his trembling subordinates, he ultimately decided not to chase. He couldn't afford to gamble. Thus, a grudge was formed. So, as soon as Smoker left Loguetown, Songlong returned with his men to slaughter the town in revenge. And I, or rather the original owner of this body, Minos, was just an unfortunate backdrop in this massacre. The original owner was also a passionate youth who, upon seeing the pirates committing crimes, impulsively charged forward, only to be taken out by a small minion with 2 strikes. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a hellish scene. I was completely dazed. Who am I? Where am I? Wasn't I watching anime in my rental apartment watching cartoons? How did a thunder strike and my phone explode, bringing me here? Then a flood of memories surged into my mind. Good heavens, my name is Ross, a 3-0 youth from Blue Star, and I've gloriously transmigrated. Before dying, I had only one thought. I hope my browser history isn't discovered. All right, I've transmigrated into the world of One Piece. And this body is a towering 3-meter-tall individual with red hair, incredibly handsome, simply the perfect fit for a future admiral. But what good is that? The original owner was powerless and just got taken out, right? Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on me. Am I going to be sent back right after transmigrating? No way. In a moment of desperation, I frantically shouted in my mind, System, please save me. If you don't come out, your host will be gone. Ding. Congratulations to the host for saying the activation phrase. The slaughter system reports for duty. I was speechless. So system is your awakening phrase. Huh? This system really has a big official complex, doesn't it? Ahem. The host misunderstands. The system stubbornly defended itself. Forget it. I'll endure. System, what functions do you have? Hurry up. The system sent me a panel that looked like an email with only 2 options, store and slaughter points. That's it. This is too simplistic. Slaughter points? As the name suggests, it means I have to kill people. System, what can I do with these slaughter points? Suddenly, the system's voice turned enticing like a pyramid scheme. As long as you kill strong enemies, you can earn slaughter points. Slaughter points can be used to buy anything you want in the store. Devil fruits, wood release, great swordmaster inheritance, even submarines with navigation. As long as you have enough slaughter points, there's nothing you can't buy. I'm shocked. I can't believe this is forcing me to go on a killing spree. I quickly asked, can I really buy anything? Even fruits that others have eaten? And can I get the wood release from Naruto? Of course. But you can't buy the Yaishin Emperor template. This system is an anime system, not a fantasy system. Alright, that's enough. I quickly checked my character panel. Host. Minos skills. None items. None kill value. None evaluation. Right now, you have nothing but a bit of good looks. I thank you. That evaluation really hits hard, my friend. System. Isn't this evaluation too hurtful? This system speaks the truth currently. The host can't even defeat a small minion. I was so embarrassed that I felt like I could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. Just then, I had a flash of inspiration. System. Did you forget something? What is it? The system started to play dumb. The newbie gift package. You didn't give it to me. The system went silent. Wow. Try to embezzle my newbie benefits? Not a chance. I started to threaten. Look at this situation. There are pirates everywhere, and I could die at any moment. If I die, you'll be out of job, right? How will the system worldview you then? Oh, that guy, the host died right after starting. What a loser. So, you wouldn't want to be unemployed right after starting, would you? The system fell silent. It probably didn't expect that its first bound host would be such a shameless character. After a few seconds, it finally yielded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for speaking the secret phrase. The newbie gift package is now being issued. Here comes the secret phrase again. Forget it. I won't hold it against you. Open the newbie gift package. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Super strong physique, supreme great knife, 3-color hockey intermediate, demon fruit of illusory bee species, and a black cloak. I was instantly petrified. Family, who understands this? This incredible fortune has finally come to me. This is no newbie gift package. This is basically the GM's favorite child package. Super strong physique. Fighting for 3 days and nights won't be a dream anymore. Supreme great knife. A divine weapon on par with Mihawk and Whitebeard. A Tumberlong dark red Dao. Just looking at it is wicked and incredibly cool. 3-color hockey, and it's intermediate level. How many years does that save me? Hard training. The level of Koproji is just around the corner. And a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. Legendary creatures. Finally, a black cloak. Wait, why does this cloak have 2 big white characters printed on the back, Justice? What do you mean by that, Zongzi? You want me to wear a Justice cloak to become a pirate? Ding, this cloak is battle-resistant and self-cleaning. Besides, doesn't it look cool to fight while wearing a cloak? Damn, you wanted to wear a black cloak of Justice to kill people? Where does that leave the Navy? You're quite a nice person, huh? Ding, host, don't panic. As long as your kill value is enough, the Navy, the 4 emperors, and the world government will all be your targets. By then, whether you want to meet Im or the goddess of the moon, it will all be a matter of minutes. Damn, it actually understands this. I force myself to act tough. I am the great love immortal. How could I be tempted by mere beauty? Ding. I don't know who got struck by lightning while browsing the browser on a rainy day. Damn, this system has a sharp tongue. Cough, cough, enough of the nonsense. Let's merge quickly. I put away my playful smile, and my gaze turned cold. These pirates, I am determined to kill them. Ding, super strong physique. The fusion of the 3-color domineering begins. A few minutes later, an indescribable explosive power surged within me. I felt every muscle in my body filled with strength, capable of punching through steel plates. I felt like I was floating, feeling invincible. Ding. Warning. The host is lost in power. Please awaken as soon as possible. The system's warning was like a bucket of cold water poured over my head, instantly waking me up and causing me to break out in a cold sweat. I almost got lost in the power. Thank goodness for this foul-mouthed system. Thanks, system. Ding. Please eliminate the enemies quickly to gain kill points. All right, watch me perform. I slowly stood up from the pile of corpses, my eyes still tightly closed. My zombie-like behavior instantly attracted the attention of all the pirates. They were all stunned. Wasn't this person dead? Sanglong also saw me, his brows furrowed, and his eyes filled with confusion. He had clearly seen me being stabbed to death by one of his subordinates, so how was I now standing there completely unharmed? Moreover, my entire aura had changed. He couldn't make sense of it and directly signaled a nearby lackey with his eyes to give me a stab and confirm. The pirate grinned maliciously, brandishing a bloodied knife, and slowly walked toward me, still running his mouth, saying things like this little brat dares to pretend to be dead. It was ridiculous. I tell you, at that moment, I couldn't even be bothered to open my eyes. I was just waiting for that broken knife to come crashing down on my forehead before I suddenly opened my eyes wide. In that instant, a flash of red light appeared in my pupils. The next second, boom, an invisible shockwave erupted from me as the center blasting outward. Goodness, the whole world became quiet. I tell you, that feeling was like hitting a clear screen ultimate in a game, where all the low-level mobs on the map instantly fell, leaving just one slightly tougher elite monster. That's right, the leader of the Sanglong pirate crew, who had turned into a giant wolf, was lying on the ground like a husky, trembling all over, unable to move. The wolf probably looked dumbfounded, completely confused about what had just happened. I stood up and brushed off the dirt from my clothes, feeling quite pleased. This Conqueror's hockey, I tell you, is simply tailor-made for lazy people like me, focusing on high efficiency in clearing the field. Huh, I just realized that the wolf over there is still awake. Interesting, in this weakling-infested EC, there's actually someone who can take me on a bit. Oh, turns out it's a Zoan-type devil fruit user, so it's no big deal, tough skin and flesh. But even if it's tough, it's still just a minor character, one that doesn't even have a name in the original work. I'm too lazy to even give it a second glance. I drew my dark red broadsword from the system, ready to send him on his way. The wolf, seeing that I was about to make a move, was so scared that his soul almost left his body and shouted, "Please, spare me, big shot. I'm willing to be your dog." Seeing I didn't respond, he quickly offered, "My name is Sanglong, and the bounty is 40 million. I'm willing to do anything. Please don't kill me." 40 million? Upon hearing this, my eyes lit up. Family, who understands? This isn't just money. It's all my experience points. Without a second thought, I struck down with my sword, and in an instant, the world fell completely silent. Ding, you have gained 400 kill points. Huh, only 400? I was stunned on the spot. A 40 million bounty only traded for 400 points? I directly asked the system in my mind, "Hey, system bro, there's something wrong with your exchange rate?" And guess what? I actually pointed out a bug to the system. It said it had fixed the loophole, and then gave me 2 new options specifically for killing the Navy, which had no bounties. Option 1. Assign points based on strength. 500 points for a major, 5,000 for a lieutenant, 30,000 for a general, and 10 points for a soldier. Option 2. I could set a bounty on the Navy myself. As long as most people recognized it, it would count. At that moment, I thought to myself, only kids make choices. I want them all. The system shot back at me. Don't play tricks with me. It's either one or the other. Fine. Fine, I thought for a moment. Those big shots in the future will organize their own bounties. I don't need to compete for this job. I'll pick a safe option first. So, I decisively chose option 1. After making my choice, I turned around and saw pirates sprawled out all over the ground, unconscious. My little experience packs. I grinned and walked over with my knife. All right, time to collect the loot. 1 slash, 10 points. Another slash, another 10 points. The system's notification sound was like firecrackers during the new year, ringing endlessly. By the time I cleared out all 300 or so people, I was covered in blood, but I felt nothing at all. Instead, I was incredibly excited. I quickly clicked on the panel and looked. Wow, a kill value of 3,004. Awesome. But what does that strength evaluation below mean? Vice Admiral? What a joke. I have the power of the giant race and 3-color intermediate hockey. How can I only be a Vice Admiral? I feel like I can even take on an Admiral head-on. The system immediately popped up a hint, meaning, you're just a brute with data. You can't even use a skill. Being called a Vice Admiral is already generous. Well, that really got me. It was right. Right now, I rely entirely on brute force in fights. I had no choice but to ask shamelessly. So, what should I do, system? Is there anything for sale in the shop? The system said there is, and buying skills directly gives you full proficiency, instantly mastering them. I quickly asked it to open a shop. Oh my goodness, Divine Dodge, Thunderous 8 trigrams, Spiraling Sphere, Black Coffin. I was drooling. Then I looked at the prices. Wow, that long string of zeros. I couldn't even afford it if I sold myself. I directly cried poor to the system. Bro, is there anything I can afford? With my 400 points, I can't buy anything except that Navy 6 style. The system is really helpful. After searching for a long time, it listed a bunch of low-tier skills for me, like Flowing Rock Fist, Regular Punch, and Pegasus Meteor Fist, all for a flat price of 4,000. As soon as I saw it, the Flowing Stone Smash Fist seemed like a perfect cheat designed just for me. With both offense and defense, it precisely compensates for my lack of skills despite having brute strength. This is it. I gritted my teeth and said, System, buy me the Flowing Stone Smash Fist. Ding! Purchase successful. Remaining kill points, 400. In an instant, I felt a massive amount of combat skills and experience flooding into my mind and body. That feeling was incredible. It was as if before I had all this brute strength, but didn't know how to use it, and now suddenly my meridians were unblocked, making me feel completely at ease. I clearly understood how to exert force and release it in every muscle. I felt that my strength was now at least that of a quasi-general. Hey. Now, this is great. In this new player village of the East Sea, I can rampage freely. I was happily contemplating when I turned around and saw the unconscious people all over the ground. A terrifying thought suddenly popped into my mind. Does anyone in the family understand? If they wake up and scold me, asking why I didn't act sooner, wouldn't I be able to score some points again? No. I quickly shook my head. I was afraid that if I stayed any longer, I wouldn't be able to resist. I needed to hurry and find a place to take a shower and change my clothes. But just as I turned around, I heard a furious shout from a distance. You demon, what have you done? I was taken aback. Who is it? Following the sound, I looked over and saw a cloud of white smoke rapidly rushing towards me. Within the smoke, there seemed to be a figure. I took a closer look and realized, oh wow, isn't that our future Boast King Smoker? That makes sense. This guy, let me tell you, is a pure mouth strong king. Always wanted to pick a fight with anyone. And what happened? I found him really annoying at the time, mainly because he just had that punchable face. So, I decided to uphold justice and give him a lesson he'd never forget. Kill him? Not really. If I offed him now, the Navy headquarters would definitely blow up. And a monster like Akiji would come looking for me for tea, and I couldn't handle that. Besides, this guy is going to be promoted to Rear Admiral in the future. Isn't that just my future killing points? If I took him out now, it would be a huge loss. So, I watched his face full of righteous anger rushing towards me, his mouth almost stretching to his ears. Without saying a word, I threw a punch infused with hockey right at him. Smoker was stunned at that moment. He probably couldn't wrap his head around how someone like me, with such overwhelming presence, could pop up in East Blue's newbie village. He didn't even have time to react, and with a bang, he was smashed straight into the wall. And couldn't he even peel himself off? Folks, Who understands the joy of beating up a boastful guy? It's simply exhilarating. I looked at the dust-covered human-shaped pit on the ground, and it felt so satisfying. But after a while, I got bored. I just lightly tapped him. So why is he lying on the ground playing dead? Is he really that weak, or is he trying to play tricks on me? I don't care about him. I'll just mock him directly. Hey, you weakling, is this all you've got? If you don't get up soon, your little subordinates will become my experience points. Hey, you can't deny it, this really works. Smoker heard that his men were in danger, and like a zombie, he was trembling all over, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, and he stood up shakily. It was a pathetic sight. His clothes were torn like rags. He looked at me, his eyes filled with terror, and stammered, How could a pirate with your strength appear in the East Blue? I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Who said I'm a pirate? I thought to myself that I needed a grand title at this point, so I cleared my throat and, with a melancholic tone while gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, told him, I'm not a pirate. I'm a slayer. Smoker looked at me with a puzzled expression. So I explained that it meant anyone, whether Navy or pirate, who dared to stand in my way would become the bones beneath my feet. Let me tell you, my lofty declaration completely fried Smoker's CPU. The way he looked at me was almost like he was staring at a lunatic. Just when I was about to throw another punch to make him understand why the flowers are so red, his little minions finally arrived, surrounding me tightly and pointing their fingers at me, cursing and saying things like demon and aren't you afraid of being arrested by the Navy headquarters? And other nonsense. I was really annoyed at that moment. My mood was already bad, and then a bunch of flies were buzzing around my ears. I shot a cold glare, and with a flash of red light, my conqueror's hockey was unleashed. Suddenly, the whole world became peaceful. Smoker and his little lackeys all rolled their eyes and fainted. That felt good. To be honest, at that moment, I really wanted to take care of all these weaklings, but when I thought about those Marine admirals, I held back. Sigh. In the end, I still wasn't strong enough. Forget it. I'll just give a Marine headquarters some face this time. Without looking back, I turned around and headed straight for the port. As it turned out, after showing off, I was left dumbfounded. I stood at the port blowing cold wind for a long time before I realized a fatal problem. I had no ship. I didn't even have a single item. I wanted to slap myself. I had gone too far in trying to show off. Just when I was about to sneak back to town to scrounge up some supplies, guess what I saw? A small warship flying the Seagull flag. How lucky was that? Smoker's ride. Stealing a Marine ship? That's not stealing. That's a trophy. I hopped on without any guilt. I have to say, Marine ships are different. They are well equipped. I casually rummaged around and found enough supplies in the storage room to last several days of sailing. With my biggest worry solved, I felt completely relaxed. Looking at the blood-stained clothes I was wearing, it was quite annoying, so I just stripped off and dove straight into the sea for a nice bath. Soaking in the cold sea water, I began to sort out my thoughts and opened my golden finger, the KillingSystem. I was shocked when I looked at my panel. It was simply luxurious. I had the strength of a quasi-admiral. My 3 types of hockey were all at the intermediate level, and I had a supreme great knife and a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit in my backpack. I quickly asked the system what this fruit that looks like a purple-skinned big kidney is. As a result, the system's reply almost made me so excited that I could have drowned in the sea. Ding! Animal system dragon fruit. Mythical beast-type Acnologia form. At that moment, I couldn't help but exclaim, what the hell? Acnologia? The black dragon king from fairy tale who can take on the whole world and is so powerful that he has no friends? Finally, this sky-high fortune has come to me. But then the system, that sneaky old thing, backstabbed me and said that the fruit's power was too overwhelming and feared I would explode on the spot. So it sealed it into 3 stages: juvenile, mature, and peak. I was really going to thank it, as the max-level divine gear that was right in front of me was forcibly turned into a beginner set. However, the good news is the system told me that this fruit is magic-based and completely disregards the rules of the pirate world, which means I'm not afraid of seawater or sea prism stone. What am I hesitating for? I jumped back onto the ship from the sea, took out that fruit, and without a second thought, I swallowed it whole. They say that devil fruits taste like crap, but I felt nothing. Just an overwhelming surge of energy exploded within me. The next moment, I felt an ancient power erupting inside me. My body was enveloped in black, evil energy. My bones were growing wildly. and pitch-black dragon scales sprouted on my skin. By the time I came to my senses, I had transformed into a 100-meter-long black giant dragon, soaring freely in the night sky over Fusha Village. Ha 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 ha. Is this what it feels like to fly? This power. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. My strength skyrocketed from quasi-admiral to high-level admiral. With his physical strength, I feel like if Kaido came, he would have to call me Big Brother. I was having a blast, completely oblivious to the guy, with the camera below, his eyes nearly popping out. This guy is a worker under the News King Morgans. Originally here to shoot some gossip news in the EC, but instead, he directly ran into my version T0. From my Conqueror's Haki clearing the field to one-punching Smoker, and now transforming into a 100-meter giant dragon on the spot. The snail phone in his hand is almost smoking. I tell you, the way he looks at me is like Columbus discovering the New World. He knows that a world-shattering big news is being born right in front of him. This guy is already dumbfounded, muttering one phrase. What the hell is this monster? His brain is almost fried. A killer? Strong enough is one thing, but it's also a zone type. And looking at this pressure, this size, it must be a mythical beast. Goodness, the snail phone in his hand hasn't stopped clicking, capturing the magnificent sight of my 100-meter giant dragon. I tell you, his mood at that moment was like winning the lottery, so excited that his hands were shaking. He knew he was going to be famous. No, the whole ocean was going to explode because of this little thing he shot. After confirming that I hadn't discovered his little secret, he zipped off, turning into a newsbird, fluttering his wings and flying towards the nearest newspaper office to quickly pass this first-hand information to Morgans. As for me, after flying around in the sky, to be honest, it was thrilling but also a bit tiresome. So I dived down towards my little broken ship. That huge shadow completely covered the entire rogue town, but unfortunately, everyone down below was stunned by my landing. Otherwise, they would have experienced what it means to have Mount Tai pressing down. As I approached the ship, a thought crossed my mind, and my massive dragon form instantly shrank. With a flash of black light, by the time I landed on the deck, I had transformed back into human form. But guess what? I directly upgraded my skin. My previous red hair had turned into a stylish and cool gray-purple long hair, and my face had transformed from a previously delicate student look to sharp angles, looking cold and fierce. When I looked at my reflection in the water, wow, this appearance had skyrocketed. This was none other than Acnologia. Absolutely stunning. What is even better is that I felt a mysterious dark power surging within me. I stretched out my hand, and a swirl of black energy spun in my palm, both evil and powerful. This must be that dragon-slaying magic, right? I thought to myself that this thing could definitely take down nature types, and might even be more effective than Flowing Cherry. At that moment, I felt an itch in my heart. Should I go find Smoker to practice a bit? But then I thought, forget it, no need to bully the weak. It's not interesting, I'll let him off this time. I'm having a great time here, ready to set sail and take a break, but it's awkward. Family, I don't know how to sail. Isn't this just as ridiculous as having a driver's license, but ending up with a hand-crank window car? I quickly called out of my mind to my brother Tongzi. Tongzi, how much is that luxury yacht with built-in navigation? The system chimed in coldly, giving a price, 10,000 kill points. Damn, I only had 400 points at the time. Where's I supposed to grab more? But my mind was quick. Isn't there a lot of pirates in the EC? Isn't there a Black Cat pirate crew in Usopp's village? I could go to Nami's village and take down Arlong, and also deal with that rat colonel. Wouldn't my kill count just skyrocket? Thinking of this, I first spent 200 points to exchange for Subject 1, Sailing Crash Course, and Subject 2, Steering Basics from a System. Knowledge was directly pumped into my brain, and in an instant, I became an experienced driver. I set the autopilot and headed straight for Usopp's village, then laid down on the deck and fell asleep. Let me tell you, I slept so soundly, but I had no idea that my nap left the whole world dumbfounded. First, let us talk about Loguetown. After Smoker and the others woke up, they all looked like they had survived a disaster, realizing they were still alive. And a few Navy soldiers even cried on the spot. That scene, who understands it? I knocked them out with just a glance. The psychological trauma must be immense. Smoker checked around and found that everyone in town had only fainted. He immediately understood that this was Conqueror's Haki. Without a second thought, he picked up a transponder snail and called the Navy headquarters. At this moment, in the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku at Navy headquarters, let me tell you, Sengoku was pulling his hair out over KPIs, and next to him was old Garp snoring. Yes, it's Garp. Sengoku was so annoyed by the noise that he shouted to wake Garp up. The two old men were bickering like they were doing a comedy routine when a communications soldier rushed in, saying there was urgent information. At first, Sengoku and Garp thought it was just another Tenryubito losing a pet and didn't take it seriously. But when the communications soldier opened his mouth, the room fell silent. Report. A young boy appeared in Loguetown of the East Sea, possessing Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki. Sengoku almost dropped the pen in his hand. The East Sea? Isn't that a beginner's village? How could a T0 version just spawn? He quickly asked the communications soldier to repeat it, and after confirming the information, he was completely stunned. He thought of Roger, wondering how many geniuses were walking around since the era of great pirates began. He quickly asked, "Is that boy a pirate?" The communications soldier replied, "No, he calls himself the Slayer." Just as Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief, Garp interjected, "The Slayer? Is he specifically hunting pirates?" The communications soldier awkwardly said, "Vice Admiral Garp is half right." Smoker's exact words were that the boy said he would kill anyone who stands in his way, whether they are pirates or Navy. Goodness. Once that was said, Sengoku and Garp fell silent. Sengoku felt bitter in his heart. He knew this was a serious problem. A young man with such terrifying talent. And so arrogant. If the hawkish faction found out, especially Sakazuki, wouldn't they immediately send troops to hunt him down? The Navy would then have a huge enemy. Thinking of this, Sengoku immediately called for an emergency meeting for all vice admirals and above. With that order, the Navy headquarters sprang into action. Everyone was running around like crazy, except for one person, the yellow monkey, who was still slacking off. When the communications soldier went to call him, he sleepily mumbled, "So scary. Can I have a cup of tea first and then fix my nails?" Let me tell you, if the yellow monkey weren't a general, he would have probably been fired 800 times by now. Yes, just a pure workplace eyesore. Meanwhile, on the other side, the News King Morgans was going crazy. He was worried about not having any big news lately, and that his newspapers wouldn't sell, leading to losses. Suddenly, one of his junior reporters, the one eye scared away, sent him a bombshell. Morgan saw the report about the Conqueror's hockey boy who took down Smoker, and he was ecstatic. He immediately thought of dozens of headlines, like shocking. The Conqueror's hockey boy emerges, and the Navy's new star is no match. But then his subordinate told him, "President, don't rush, there's bigger news coming." He flipped back and saw my transformation into a 100-meter giant dragon. Let me tell you, Morgan's beak could fit an egg in it. Mythical Zoan, 100-meter dragon. If this news got out, the entire world would shake. He immediately called that junior reporter, painted a grand picture of promotions and raises, even promising the position of deputy president with just one task. You, follow that guy named Minus. 24-hour coverage. The junior reporter was so scared his legs turned to jelly. But upon hearing about the deputy president position, he thought to himself that fortune favors the bold and immediately signed a military order, promising to complete the task. After Morgans hung up the phone, he was ecstatic and shouted to the entire newspaper office, "Stop everything. Everyone work overtime. Print newspapers. I want this world to once again boil over with big news." Let me tell you, this old man was not exaggerating. Once this newspaper was published, the entire sea erupted. At that moment, the Whitebeard pirates were partying on the Moby Dick. Old man Whitebeard looked at his sons, who were drinking and causing a ruckus like untamed wild dogs. And that scene, who understands it? It highlighted a father's love like a mountain. But the next second, good grief, the Four Emperors goalkeeper, our dear pineapple head Marco, crashed onto the deck from above like he'd seen a ghost, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Dad, something big happened. East Sea. A monster has appeared in the East Sea." With that shout, all the captain-level members instantly sobered up. Sachi was the first to not believe it, jumping up and saying, "Marco, did you drink fake alcohol? The East Sea? That beginner's village? Can a boy with Conqueror's hockey and a mythical zone appear? You wouldn't dare write such a script." Others chimed in. What kind of character can come from that broken place in the East Sea? Marco couldn't be bothered to argue with them. He directly slapped the newspaper in their faces. "Look for yourselves. Let me tell you, That newspaper really knows how to attract attention. The front page features a striking photo of me, with my red hair flying and my Conqueror's hockey unleashed, while the surrounding pirates fall like dominoes. The headline reads "The Boy of Conqueror's Hockey." Flip to the second page, and there's a picture of me covered in blood, looking ominous, with the title "Bloody Slaughter." Further on, there's a photo of Smoker getting beaten by me, with an even more disparaging headline. Shocking. The Navy's new star turns out to be useless. At that moment, I thought about giving Morgans a thumbs up. He really knows how to come up with names. The last picture is a bombshell. A snapshot of me transforming into a black dragon and soaring into the sky. The headline is explosive. Shocking. Conqueror's Hockey plus Mythical Zoan. Is this the next emperor? After seeing this, Sachi and the others were left gaping, completely stunned. At that moment, Whitebeard slowly spoke up. What's all the fuss about? Let me see too. He took the newspaper and quickly scanned it. I can tell you, that old man definitely had a jolt in his heart, but he kept a calm facade. He was probably thinking, is that all he has accomplished? When I stormed through Marineford, you weren't even around. Finally, he looked at his nervous sons and gave his iconic laugh, saying with overwhelming confidence, "What are you panicking for? It's just a little brat. I'm Whitebeard." Upon hearing this, his sons immediately pumped up like they had just been injected with adrenaline. Oh. No wonder he's our dad. But in the corner, the dutiful son Blackbeard had a complex look in his eyes. No one knew what he was plotting. This news spread beyond just Whitebeard's crew. Over at Whole Cake Island, Big Mom went into a frenzy, boasting about cakes like a starving ghost. When Katakuri and the others received the newspaper, their faces turned pale, but they just looked at each other, hesitant to touch this bad luck. Forget it. Let us wait until Mom wakes up before discussing this. Otherwise, we'll all end up as cake. On Shanks' ship, things were even funnier. Shanks was bragging to his crew about being a Roger crew member, but no one believed him. His first mate, Ben Beckman, walked over with a face that said he couldn't handle this bunch of idiots, and seriously said, something big is happening in the East Sea. At first, Shanks laughed it off. What could be more important than drinking? But when he saw my photo and the term Mythical Zoan in the newspaper, his single eye sharpened immediately. However, just for a second, he burst into laughter again. Come on, let us keep drinking. The funniest part was Kaido. This guy was drunk on Onigashima, crying out who could kill him. The Calamities, King and Queen, exchanged glances, doing their usual routine of "What are you looking at?" They were used to it. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in with the newspaper, and when Kaido heard about Conqueror's Hockey plus Mythical Zoan, he instantly sobered up. Damn, this is tailor-made for my beast pirates. This kid is a talent. I want him. As soon as he finished speaking, he told King and Queen, "You two watch the house. I'll personally go recruit him in the East Sea." After saying that, he transformed into a green dragon and flew towards the East Sea with a thunderous roar. His actions were decisive. The 5 old men of the world government also saw this. They were quite arrogant, criticizing the Navy for being useless, and then one of them, Saint Saturn, suggested, "Why don't we try to recruit him? Offering him a position in CP0 wouldn't be bad." In their eyes, I was just a kid who had just obtained a devil fruit. Conqueror's Hockey? In the New World, there are plenty of them, if he hasn't team mastered it yet. It's just a skill for clearing small fry, not worth taking seriously. As for the warlords like Doflamingo, Crocodile, and Moria, their reactions were all over the place. Doflamingo found it interesting, Crocodile scoffed at it, and Moria, upon seeing the word dragon, had a PTSD moment. Mihawk showed some interest, but unfortunately, I wasn't a swordsman. On the Revolutionary Army side, Dragon also saw it and showed it to Sabo. Sabo felt a bit emo, thinking he was being overshadowed. Dragon comforted him, saying he had strong talent and encouraged him. In any case, the whole world was stirred up because of me. Meanwhile, I was still sleeping soundly on the ship. When I woke up, wow, I was still on the ship. All right, it seems I'm not dreaming. I stretched and asked the system, "Hey, where are we now?" The system informed me that we were about to arrive at Syrup Village, Usopp's hometown. My mind started racing. I initially thought about taking him out quickly, but then I realized this guy would be worth 500 million berries in the future, which is 5,000 kill points. Killing him now would be a loss. So, should I teach him a lesson first? Break his arms and legs? Or threaten his crush right in front of him? But Miss Kaya, You and T want Usopp to get hurt, right? Ugh, what am I thinking? She asks, still a little girl. And I'm a man determined to be the pirate king. How can I be tempted by beauty? I severely reprimanded myself. When the ship docked, I sensed someone was spying on me. I could guess it was the Black Cat pirates. Sure enough, a scout saw my Navy ship and hurried back in a panic to report. The vice captain, Zhang Ao, imagined a scenario where hundreds of people would surround them. But the scout weakly said, "Vice captain, there is only one person on the ship." Zhang Ao's face turned dark upon hearing this. It felt like he had been playing a battle of wits with the air, just a pure clown. Enraged, he decided that since there was only one Navy officer, why be afraid? Just take him out. Little did he know, the lamb he saw was actually a dragon that could eat him alive. I walked slowly towards the village and bumped into a long-nosed figure. "Oh, isn't that Usopp?" He looked a bit scared at my outfit, but still mustered the courage to ask who I was. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him, so I said directly, "I'm here to find you and teach you a lesson." "All right, there are pirates in your village. Specifically the butler from your childhood friend Koya's family." Usopp was completely stunned and hadn't reacted yet when I punched him in the face. Of course, I held back my strength. Otherwise, he would have lost his life. Looking at the 5,000 kill points lying unconscious on the ground, I shook my head and walked straight towards the most beautiful villa. As I activated my observation hotkey, I was surprised to find only 2 people in the villa. Koya was upstairs, looking sickly while gazing at the scenery, and the so-called butler, Kuro, was downstairs in the kitchen, pretending to brew medicine. "I told you." I laughed at that moment, pushed the door open, and saw that Crow, who was still acting, and said, "Oh, master of schemes, Crow. Is it too much for you to be a butler?" That guy was busy brewing medicine, probably still mumbling about when a young lady would finally kick the bucket. As soon as I spoke, his whole body froze, and the spoon almost fell into the pot. He slowly turned around, saw me in my black suit and righteous cape, and immediately mistook me for a Navy officer, panicking and waving his hand saying, "Sir Navy, you must be mistaken. I'm just a little butler." I thought to myself, are you still acting? Does the Oscars owe you a little golden man? I directly exposed all his secrets. Kuro, the former captain of the Black Cat Pirates, faked his death to escape, tricked Colonel Monka, and had Zango hypnotize and clean up after him. Now, he is transformed into a butler, just waiting to inherit Miss Kaya's billions. Am I right or what? I tell you, with every word I said, his face turned whiter by a degree, and by the end, his complexion was darker than the bottom of a pot. He probably couldn't figure out how his little problem ended up exposed to the point of leaving him with nothing, thinking it was Zhang Gao who sold him out. He gritted his teeth and asked me who it was. I couldn't be bothered to deal with him, so I directly told him, a petty fish should have the awareness of a petty fish. After saying that, I didn't want to waste any more breath on him, and with a swift move, I threw a punch that was still as ordinary as ever. He was gone. Yes, he was gone clean and neat. What nonsense about an IQ comparable to Beckman. To me, he was just a 160-point kill value. Just as I was enjoying the system's chime of notifications, I suddenly heard footsteps coming from upstairs. The main resident of the villa, Miss Kuya, descended the stairs like a delicate Lindayu. She had been contemplating life upstairs, but upon hearing the commotion below, she came down to see me standing there while her butler was lying down. This young lady had a peculiar thought process. She instantly imagined a grand drama of a loyal servant bravely fighting against an evil thief and unfortunately sacrificing himself. She pointed at my nose and began to shout, "What right do you have to break into my house? And you kill my butler. This is against the law. Family members, who understands? I saved you, and you turn around to lecture me on the law?" I couldn't help but laugh and directly admitted, "That's right. I broke into your house, and I killed someone. But your butler was a pirate. Do I need to explain myself for killing a pirate?" As a result, this young lady didn't listen to reason at all. Instead, she became even more agitated and shouted at me, "You're talking nonsense. Mr. Klo has been so good to me. How could he possibly be a pirate? I think you're the pirate. I really can't be bothered to reason with someone like her. It's like playing the lute to a cow." I didn't want to waste any more words, so, with a flash of red in my eyes, I shot her a glare, and she immediately rolled down the stairs. The world instantly became peaceful. Having settled this, I headed straight out to the seaside, where a whole boat of experience packs was waiting for me. Using my observation hotkey, I scanned the area and saw that the Black Cat pirates were holding a pre-battle rally on the beach. That hypnotist, Zheng Gao, was passionately motivating his subordinates, spitting everywhere. "Brothers, there's just one Navy soldier. Don't be afraid. Just go for it." I couldn't help but laugh. I just leaped from a distance and swooped down onto their ship. The pirates were stunned, probably wondering how the Navy could fly. Zhang Ao reacted by pointing at me and cursing, "Damn Navy, do you dare to come on our ship alone? Are you looking for death?" It was amusing that he still thought I was from the Navy. His two subordinates were even bolder, swinging their knives at me from both sides. I couldn't be bothered to move, just stood there watching them. With two crisp sounds, their broken knives shattered upon hitting me. Now, everyone on the ship was dumbfounded, and Zhang Ao's eyes were nearly popping out, muttering that it was impossible. I was also amazed, thinking, wow, is my physical strength this outrageous now? Looking at these terrified goons, I shook my head, not wanting to waste any more time. I jumped directly into the air, my hands gesturing, and unleashed a series of flowing rock-smashing punches. In the next second, countless fist shadows rained down like a torrential storm. The pirates didn't even have time to scream before they and their ship were turned into a mist of blood and wooden debris. The system's notification sounds rang out nonstop, like firecrackers during the new year. So satisfying. After finishing, I opened the system panel and saw that my kill value had skyrocketed to 1950 points. Just as I was feeling good about it, I suddenly got hungry and asked the system if I could buy something to eat from them all. The system said it had everything. I thought about getting a big roasted chicken and a bottle of beer from 1982. But then the system hit me with a price shocker. A roasted chicken costs 50 kill points, and a beer costs 20 points. I blew up on the spot, questioning why it didn't go rob someone instead. Guess what it said? It replied, "Ding, host, the prices are very reasonable. Have you ever considered looking for the reason yourself? Over the years, has your kill value increased? Have you worked hard? You should put in more effort." I directly saw an old man on the subway looking at his phone. It almost burned my CPU. It's 2025, and I can still encounter this kind of heartless capitalist system. The familiar PUA vibe is just unbearable. In the end, I had no choice but to grit my teeth and buy a portion, spending 70 points, which made me feel heartbroken. It seems getting a yacht is urgent. Otherwise, I will eventually be driven to bankruptcy by this system. While I was eating grilled chicken and singing, on the other side, that long-nosed Usopp woke up. He remembered what happened before and rushed to Kaya's house crying. As soon as he entered, he saw Kuro's corpse, and then upstairs, he found Kaya passed out. This guy finally connected the dots and realized that I had dealt with the bad guys. So he started to get busy, dealing with the corpse and comforting the young lady who had just woken up and was crying. He was quite lucky. Meanwhile, the Navy was in chaos. Admiral Akiji, that lazy donkey, actually rode a broken bicycle to Loguetown. As soon as he entered the base, he saw Smoker, all wrapped in bandages, and immediately started mocking him. "Oh dear, isn't this Smoker G? Haven't seen you for a few days, and you're in such a state?" Smoker's face turned dark. He had become the laughingstock of the entire sea. Akiji didn't tease him anymore and became serious, saying that the higher-ups were very angry about this incident, especially Akainu. That old guy was almost going to explode with rage. If it weren't for him holding back, Akainu would probably have come himself. As he spoke, Akiji began to recall the scene during the meeting at Navy headquarters. Admiral Sengoku called everyone together and announced that Loguetown had been invaded. And then a mysterious boy with Conqueror's Haki and a mythical Zoan fruit appeared, which was me, and slaughtered the pirate crew. The entire conference room exploded at that moment. Akainu was the first to lash out, directly pointing the finger at Smoker, saying he was negligent and would be held accountable. As soon as he said this, Akiji immediately stood up to him, saying that Smoker might have been capturing other pirates outside, and killing pirates was actually a good thing. The two of them were at odds, and the atmosphere in the conference room was extremely tense. Meanwhile, Kizaru was there making sarcastic remarks, and Old Man Garp, I don't know where he pulled out a bag of sunbae, munching away happily. Akainu looked at Akiji, his face dark as the bottom of a pot, clearly holding a grudge. I tell you, this feud is settled. Akainu is the type of person who doesn't say much, but has a fierce look in his eyes that clearly says, just wait. He is still not giving up and continues to stoke the fire. Even if Smoker is catching pirates outside, he is still abandoning his post. And he must take responsibility for that. Upon hearing this, Akiji exploded, quickly bringing up old grievances. You want to do the same thing as O'Hara, right? Blowing up the refuge ship isn't uncomfortable for you unless you eliminate every last one. As soon as these words were spoken, the temperature in the conference room dropped sharply, and Akiji was covered in cold sweat. On Akainu's side, he sneered, almost bubbling over with magma. I was executing orders, unlike some people who secretly let criminals go, right? Does anyone understand? We, the vice admirals sitting in the middle, it's just too much. One side is sweltering heat. The other is freezing cold. It's not even as thrilling as an ice-fire duality. It looked like these two were about to escalate to a real fight, and the fleet Admiral Sengoku finally couldn't hold back any longer. Bam! He slammed his palm on the table, veins popping on his forehead. You two, what do you want to do? Are you trying to start a fight here? Want to make tomorrow's headlines? With his shout, it was as if the pause button had been pressed. The ice and fire instantly disappeared. Both of them knew they couldn't disrespect the fleet admiral, so they temporarily cooled down. Sengoku looked at the two, feeling a headache coming on, thinking how bitter it was. Both were the Navy's top combat power, and it wouldn't be appropriate to take down either of them over such a trivial matter. He was probably pondering how frustrating it was to be fleet admiral and when he could retire. Just when the atmosphere became so awkward it could be cut with a knife, an urgent report suddenly came from outside. Report, Fleet Admiral. There's a major incident. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's heart sank, thinking it was just the right opportunity to divert attention. But what came was not a reinforcement, but a death knell. The communications soldier stumbled in, his face pale, holding a newspaper. Fleet Admiral. That News King Morgans has somehow obtained intelligence from Loguetown, and now the whole world knows. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire conference room exploded even more than before. Sengoku snatched the newspaper, glancing at it, and his face turned green. The headline read, shocking, Navy's new star beaten on the street by mysterious boy. Below, it was a high-definition image, showing Smoker in a very sorry state. There was also a small line. Is this the future of the Navy? Vulnerable. Damn at Morgans. Sengoku was so angry that his hands were trembling. This was practically rubbing the Navy's face in the dirt. He threw the newspaper in front of Vice Admiral Tsuru, who picked it up and read aloud. Now everyone knew that our Navy's public relations crisis was comparable to an epic disaster. After listening, Akainu stood up without saying a word, ready to leave. Sengoku was dumbfounded. Sakazuki, the meeting isn't over yet. Where are you going? Akainu didn't look back. The Navy's reputation is ruined. I'm going to deal with those stubborn pirates. And by the way, I'll punish that waste named Smoker. What the hell, what a statement. Akiji immediately couldn't sit still, standing up in a flash. Sakazuki, you dare? If you want to execute Smoker, you have to go over my dead body first. Akainu instantly exploded with anger, pointing his finger at Akiji's nose and scolding. Isn't it because of this waste that the Navy is being laughed at? If we don't make an example out of him, the Navy will turn into a vegetable market. Fine, fine, fine. Akainu repeated fine 3 times. I've long been dissatisfied with you. You confront me every day. Today, right here, let us settle it once and for all. Oh no, it's really going to escalate to a fight. We vice admirals were too scared to even breathe. Sengoku was genuinely on the verge of breaking down, shaking with anger, pointing at both of them and shouting, You two idiots! Do you want the whole world to know about our Navy's internal strife? Tomorrow's headline will be shocking. 2 admirals turn against each other for love. Major fight in conference room. Is that what you want? Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, Vice Admiral Tsuru stepped in to mediate. All right, Sakazuki-san, you two should leave for now. We will inform you of this matter after the meeting. With the step down, Akainu snorted coldly, shot Akiji a fierce glance, and turned to leave. Akiji followed suit, exiting the conference room. Once these 2 troublemakers left, Sengoku felt exhausted and slumped down. But when he looked up, something even more infuriating happened. Kizuru, that guy, had been leisurely trimming his nails the whole time, looking completely unconcerned, like a seasoned veteran from 2025. Even more outrageous was Garp. That old man, who knows when, had fallen asleep while munching on sunbae. His snores were like thunder. Sengoku was so angry he almost turned into a Buddha on the spot, yelling to wake Garp up. Garp groggily opened his eyes, saw everyone staring at him, and instead of feeling embarrassed, he laughed heartily. Sengoku, is it mealtime? Thanks. All the vice admirals were holding back laughter to the point of internal injury. Tsuru also looked helpless, waving her hand. Garp, you should leave too. The cafeteria might really be serving food. Upon hearing this, Garp's eyes lit up, and he jumped up to run outside, muttering, I need to hurry. If I'm late, there won't be any of my favorite food left. Watching these clowns leave one by one, Sengoku sighed deeply. What kind of people are these? Being Fleet Admiral is truly unbearable. Once the troublemakers were gone, the meeting could finally continue. In the end, several plans were decided. First, send people to the Four Seas to warn those raucous pirates and restore some reputation. Second, regarding Smoker, punishment. His promotion channel would be sealed off. Without significant contributions, he shouldn't think about being promoted again. Third, as for me, the so-called slaughterer, I'll observe first, see their attitudes. If they want to become pirates, the LL be nipped in the bud. Who to send to Loguetown? Akaina definitely wouldn't he do. If he went, the whole East Blue would probably shake. Kizaru? He said he was going to meet Vegapunk, and nobody would believe that. He couldn't even be bothered to come up with a new excuse to slack off. In the end, the task fell to Akiji. Upon receiving the order, Akiji felt relieved. Although the workload increased, it was better than letting Akainu go. If Akainu went, Smoker would probably be in danger of losing his life. Thus, Akiji hopped on his creaky bicycle, making a path of ice on the sea, and worked overtime to reach Loguetown. He explained the situation to Smoker, who was sweating profusely, feeling terrified. My dear brother, thank goodness it was you who came. If Akainu had come, I would be 6 feet under by now. After catching up, Akiji asked about my situation. That boy, what is his strength like? Smoker thought for a moment and said, he feels like a brute with sheer strength, probably at the level of a vice admiral, but he has almost zero combat experience. The newspaper said he is a mythical Zoan type, but he didn't use it when he fought me, so he probably ate the fruit later. Upon hearing this, Akiji felt assured, a smile creeping onto his lips. Oh, still within controllable limits, no big deal. He told Smoker he wanted to meet me in person to test my skills. Smoker advised him to be careful and not to capsize in the gutter. Akiji, full of confidence, waved his hand. Don't worry, it's a sure win. The scene shifted to me, minus drifting at sea. I tell you, this sailing life is unbearable. Every day, staring at the sea, my eyes are almost turning blue. This time, my goal is Kokoyashi Village to meet that fish named Arlong. Speaking of this fish, it's quite a complicated character, but let's call a spade a spade. Occupying the mountain and bullying defenseless villagers, this matter cannot be justified. Thinking about how Luffy and the others will come to rescue Nami later, I feel a bit, how should I put it, uncomfortable. I'm not saying Luffy is bad, but these hot-blooded manga protagonists always like to save others from their own perspective. It's like if you haven't been poor, don't advise others to be magnanimous. If you haven't experienced the despair of losing everything, don't just preach your values without understanding. So, if I run into the Straw Hat crew in the future, I'm thinking that if I can take action, I won't make a fuss. 3 days later, the ship finally docked. Kokoasia Village was shrouded in an atmosphere of despair, with everyone's face showing a big despair. As soon as I entered the village, a blue-haired girl with tattoos ran over. It was Nojiko. Seeing me as a stranger, she nervously urged me to leave quickly, saying it was dangerous here. Looking at this kind girl, I just coldly replied, I'm here to find the Arlong pirates. Goodness, as soon as those words came out, the villagers' expressions changed instantly, looking at me as if I were a plague. They probably thought I was a new underling of Arlong. Nojiko also took 2 steps back in fright. I couldn't be bothered to explain. What is there to explain? Once I take down Arlong Park, one tea they all understand, action is always the best proof. I headed straight to the Dragon Park. Just as I reached the entrance, 2 fishman minions emerged from the water and blocked my path. When they saw my black justice coat, they were initially startled, thinking I was from the Navy. But upon closer inspection, they realized the color was wrong. The Navy wears white. Their courage swelled, and they began to shout at me. Hey, human, what are you doing here? I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids. What I'm here for has nothing to do with you bunch of minnows. Of course, I'm here to cause you trouble." The term minnows immediately broke their defenses. You see, these fishmen have a strong sense of pride, and they charged at me with a roar. Let me tell you, their movements looked like slow motion to me. I didn't even need to activate my observation hockey. I just leaned slightly to the side and dodged, then countered with a punch for each of them. Thud, thud. With two sounds, the two minions were sent flying into the air, tracing a perfect parabola before falling into the pool. At that moment, I heard a ding in my head, and the system's notification sounded. Killed a member of the evil dragon pirate crew. Gained 20 points of kill value. Oh, that feeling. So exhilarating. No wonder that old man Carp loves to use his fists. This is truly addictive. With one punch, I directly poked into the fishman den. The pool made a splashing sound, and a large group of fishmen emerged, led by 3 leaders, Octopus Little 8, and 2 others named Kruby and G. It looked rather odd. When they saw me, they were furious. Kruby pointed at my nose and shouted, "You lowly human, did you kill our companions?" I laughed at that. You call humans lowly? Look at you so-called fishmen. You all look like failed hybrids. As soon as I said that, all the fishmen exploded in rage. It was a precise hit that struck right at their core. Kruby shouted angrily, and a fishman charged at me empty-handed. Little 8 also came at me with his 6 knives, while G puffed his cheeks and sprayed water at me. Fancy moves, but useless. I casually dodged all 3 of their attacks, as if I were playing, effortlessly avoiding everything, and then gave each of them a kick, knocking them all to the ground. Now, the remaining dozens of fishman lackeys went completely crazy, rushing at me like a tide. Looking at the chaotic scene, I felt exhilarated. Yes, exhilarated. Before, when I fought those pirate crews, it was either an overwhelming color that cleared the field or a single strike that finished them off, which was simply not satisfying. Now, the opportunity had come. I decided, no more domineering moves. No more flowing rock-smashing fists for now. Today, let them truly experience what it means to have fists hitting flesh in a physical showdown. I allowed their chaotic attacks to hit me, feeling the insignificant force, and then slowly raised my fist. The next second, there was a loud thud. Let me tell you, it felt like bursting a giant water balloon, juice splattering everywhere. A crisp sound rang in my ears, and my kill count increased by 10. Wow, this thing can even score points? Well, I'm not tired anymore. I directly entered the invincible mode, standing still and outputting damage, taking down one little kid with each punch. Their little clanging attacks on me felt no different from scraping, and several fishmen even stunned their own brittle claws. Who understands, with such combat power, where do they get the courage to act tyrannically in the East Sea? It's simply ridiculous. In just a few minutes, those minions were wiped out by me, and the entire Evil Dragon Park was filled with bodies twisted like modern art. Standing in this scene of bloodshed, I hadn't even gotten a drop of blood on me. The cleaning function of my black justice coat is more impressive than a Dyson vacuum cleaner. The remaining 3, who seem to be the leaders, include an octopus, a creature resembling a kissing fish, and a karate practitioner. The 3 of them were exchanging frantic glances, as if they were trying to communicate through encrypted calls. I quickly figured out they wanted to play a trick, sending the octopus-faced one to call for reinforcements while the other 2 held me off. I thought to myself, fine, I'll give you a chance, so you can die clearly. I pretended not to see and went along with their act. First, I knocked down the karate guy with a punch, and then that kissing fish, good grief, he actually spat at me. Even though it was just a water balloon, it came from his mouth. I instantly felt disgusted and quickly dodged. My face fell immediately, and I decided to end this quickly. Just then, I sensed something big was coming. Sure enough, with a splash, a shark man that looked like a chainsaw came out of the pool, along with that octopus face. That big serrated nose was definitely a lone Ben Long. As soon as he appeared, he roared at me, "You bastard, stop it." As soon as I heard it, I thought, oh wow, the main character is here? I must give a gift to celebrate our meeting. I turned around and punched the kissing fish on the ground, smashing it into an indistinguishable mess. Then I turned back and smiled at Along, asking, how about this big gift? Surprised, right? Along immediately exploded, charging over with a roar, but ended up punching me, only to cry out in pain, as if he had hit Diamond. When he took a good look at my outfit, let me tell you, his expression instantly turned as if he had seen a ghost. His eyes were filled with fear. His DNA seemed to tremble. He remembered the fear of being kicked away by that old man Kazura back in the day. He trembled and asked me if I was a Marine. Before I could answer, he denied it himself, saying the Marine cloaks are white. I laughed and directly mocked him. What's wrong? Remembering the days when Uncle Kizaru taught you how to be a person? Looks like I didn't beat you hard enough. You remember the food, but not the beatings. Huh? Along completely broke down, but didn't dare to move. I couldn't be bothered to waste time with him. I walked up to the karate guy, kicked him, and heard a crisp sound of bones shattering. Another one down. Now it was just Along and the octopus face guy left. I quickly dodged to Xiaoba's back and teased him. I heard that if I kill you, that old man Rayleigh will come looking for me. Is it true? The octopus face guy seemed to have a strong desire to survive, immediately begging for mercy, saying, "You can't kill me. If you kill me, it's like offending Rayleigh." Wow, it's already 2025, and there's still people using that "old my dad" Isley gang joke? I couldn't help but laugh. That's great. I was just worried I wouldn't get a chance to meet the Dark King, so consider this my door knocker to him. With one punch, done. Along was completely scared silly. While I was settling the rewards with the system, he actually tried to sneak off to the pool. Can I let it get away? That's a 200-point experience pack. I instantly blocked his way, and in a panic, he tried to use his big nose to push past me. I grabbed him and twisted hard, crack. I broke his nose. He rolled on the ground in pain, still talking nonsense. Starting to pull out his background. You can't kill me. My older brother is the warlord Jinbei. Our boss is Whitebeard. I really can't believe it. Why do all the villains' lines sound the same before they die? I leaned down and looked at him, coldly saying, "Don't worry. You definitely won't see the day they take their revenge. All right, I plan to visit Fishman Island for a trip soon. Do you think it will be lively?" Upon hearing this, Arlong's pupils shook and he went crazy on the spot. I shook my head, it was too boring, and I sent him on his way with a punch. Ding, 200 points of kill value received, feeling good. After finishing up, I brushed the dust off my cloak, turned around and left, not even glancing at this hell on earth. However, when I got to the village, I found that there wasn't a single person on the street, but instead, it was noisy over by the port. I took a glance in the past, and there they were, a bunch of Navy men. The one leading them looked shifty-eyed and was pointing a gun at the villagers, seemingly interrogating them about something. A girl with orange hair, I guessed it was Noki Gao, seemed to want to divert attention, saying a tough guy had gone to Along's paradise. When the mouse colonel heard this, his expression was quite something, both shocked and scared, probably worried that his issues with Along would be exposed. Just as he was about to grab that girl to lead the way, I casually made my entrance. Upon seeing me, the mouse colonel first shuddered, likely mistaking my outfit for that of a Navy admiral. But then, when he saw my cloak was black, he grew bolder and started questioning me. "Who are you? Dressed up like a human being, what are you doing at Along's place?" The villagers also recognized me and started discussing among themselves. I couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Who does he think he is to talk to me? Seeing that I ignored him, he got anxious and directly ordered his men to shoot. With a bang, I didn't even lift my eyelids. The bullet hit me, not even smoothing out the wrinkles in my suit. The entire place fell silent. That Colonel Mouse's eyes were about to pop out, pointing at me, stuttering, "You, what kind of monster are you?" I took my time to glance at him and smiled. "Do you think someone like you, a rat from a stinky gutter, can understand my strength?" I told you, I was really fired up at that moment. The frustration I experienced in Loguetown was just the right opportunity to reclaim everything I lost, plus interest. I flashed in front of that mouse colonel in an instant and lifted him up with one hand, like picking up a little chick. The Navy crew under him. Let me tell you, their eyes were about to pop out. They probably didn't even see how I moved. As a result, that mouse colonel was still yelling, "Bastard! Let me go! I am a Navy colonel." Goodness, I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Even at such a time, he was still trying to flaunt his identity. It was simply a classic case of a villain talking too much and meeting his end. I shook my head, too lazy to waste words with him, and raised my hand to throw a punch right at his little mouse head. Bang! I tell you, that scene was like a big watermelon burst open in summer. Red and white splattering everywhere. The villagers and the Navy soldiers around were instantly petrified, each with their mouths agape, their expressions frozen. The system prompt chimed, and 500 points of kill value were credited, feeling great. Once the villagers snapped back to reality, it turned into chaos, with screams as they scattered in all directions. and even a Jian and Nua Qigao disappeared without a trace. Who understand my family? My crazy actions were indeed a bit frightening. I casually tossed the headless corpse to the ground and looked at the Navy soldiers who were already scared silly. They trembled and shouted, You actually dared to kill Colonel Mouse. The headquarters will never let you go." At that moment, I couldn't help but laugh. What era is this? Still resorting to such ineffective threats? I directly charged in, giving each person a heavy slap, and with a punch for each kid. It was all over in a few seconds. The whole port was instantly quiet. Listening to the system's continuous prompts for increasing kill points, my mood was extraordinarily pleasant. When I came to my senses, the port was empty, and I was the only one left. I even stood there with my hands on my hips and sighed. I actually aim to be kind to others. Why doesn't anyone believe it? Forget it. It's done here. Time to leave. I jumped onto my little shabby boat, lay flat in a big T shape, and shouted in the air, "System, give me a bottle of 1982 cola to calm my nerves." This system is such a money grubber. As soon as I mentioned spending, the shopping interface popped up faster than anyone else. I spent 20 points to buy a happiness drink, sipping it while pondering. Now, I was completely at odds with the Navy, a fight to the death situation. But what was there to fear? My strength was right here. While drinking the cola, I suddenly had a brilliant idea. This rat has a lair, right? What was it called? The 16th branch. Let us go. Time to visit their home. And I should also take a stroll around Loguetown. I must give these self-righteous Navy folks a profound lesson. I tell you, just thinking about this made my heart race. So exciting. But what I didn't know was that throughout this high-energy performance, there was actually a war correspondent secretly filming. A newsbird, wow, recording the whole thing with a phone bug, probably thrilled inside, thinking this would definitely fill their KPI, a guaranteed hit news story, and a promotion and raise would be no dream. I estimate that right now the Navy headquarters must be in a frenzy. The communications officer from the 16th Division couldn't reach Colonel Mouse, and at first thought he was enjoying himself in the village. After waiting for half a day without a response, he panicked and reported it. When a report reached Sengoku, that old man was probably sipping tea, and upon hearing this, he must have crushed his teacup. What? Another incident? East China Sea? Colonel Mouse is missing? He must have realized immediately that this was no simple matter, and it was likely related to me, the killer. Then he surely made a call to gather people. Who did he call? Akiji. I can imagine Akiji's lazy voice on the other end of the phone. "Ah, Sengoku. I'm taking a nap. What's going on?" Sengoku must have been so furious he almost crushed the phone. "Taking a nap? Am I sending you to the East China Sea for a vacation? Hurry up and go to Kekaksia village. If that kid named Minus did it, just execute him on the spot. Don't let him get away." On the other side, the 16th Division was already in chaos. Hearing that a general was coming, a major who was in cahoots with Colonel Mouse turned pale and hurriedly gathered people, wanting to destroy the evidence before Akiji arrived. Ridiculous. This scent is too strong. Do they think they can hide it from anyone? But what they never expected was that while they were frantically assembling their troops, I was already on my boat, right at their doorstep. I leaped off the ship, and with a loud duong, I smashed a large pit into the dock's floor, sending dust flying and making a grand entrance. The two patrolling sailors were completely stunned. As the dust settled, they saw my black suit, black cloak, and long gray-purple hair, probably thinking to themselves, "Damn, when did the headquarters send a new general over? This aura doesn't seem right." They were still polite, approaching me with a vigilant expression and asking who I was. I laughed and didn't bother to introduce myself. I directly told them, "I'm here to take your lives." As soon as I finished speaking, before they could react, I disregarded any sense of martial ethics and threw a punch. Another watermelon burst open with a bang. The remaining Navy soldier and the villagers watching the commotion screamed. And oh, my family, who understands? It was enough to almost shatter my eardrums. I tell you, those villagers were scared like quails, running around in a panic, with some even hiding in the store as if that broken wooden door could protect them from me. So naive. The last remaining Navy soldier had completely crashed, just standing there dumbfounded. I thought, what is the point of keeping him alive? For the new year? I slowly walked over and, looking at his terrified face, threw another punch. Bang. The world was completely quiet. A ding sounded in my head, and the system notified me that I had gained 10 points of kill value. But I couldn't be bothered. Now it was great. The entire street was empty, and walking felt so comfortable. Even the air seemed a lot fresher, finally free from the buzzing of flies in my ears. But while I was enjoying the peace, the naval base was in chaos. Some damn major was leading over 100 people, preparing to go out, probably wanting to show off in Kikishia village. As soon as they stepped out the door, they were dumbfounded. The entrance was packed with the villagers who had just run away from me, blocking the door so tightly that not even water could leak through. That major had a bad temper. Without saying a word, he fired a shot into the sky, yelling at them if they wanted to rebel. At that moment, an old man who looked like the village chief squeezed out of the crowd, crying with snot and tears, "Navy, sir, a killer has come to the port. He took out your patrolling brothers. We were scared. That's why we came to seek your protection." After hearing this, the major was first stunned, then furious. Hey, someone actually dared to make a move in his territory? That was simply audacious. He pounded his chest and declared that I would pay the price. Guess what? As soon as the villagers heard this, they immediately became energized, cheering, "Long live the Navy. We must teach that scoundrel a lesson." The Navy's soldiers were flattered, their tails wagging in pride, looking very pleased with themselves. Just like that, over 100 of them, amidst the villagers' cheers, marched toward the port with great momentum. And then, what happened? Before they even reached the port, we bumped into each other halfway. Let me tell you, the scene was incredible. The major on the opposite side saw my black suit and black justice cloak and was instantly stunned, probably thinking that some high-ranking general had come incognito to inspect the situation. I was overjoyed inside. This was perfect, saving me another trip. Wasn't this the legendary love it or leave it, delivering right to my door? Just when the atmosphere was most delicate, a yellow-haired punk with a sharp face jumped out of the crowd, pointing at my nose and starting to shout, "You bold lunatic! You dare to come to the base after killing someone. Our major is here. Let us see how arrogant you can be." I was speechless. Who understands? This is just that classic old trope, the cannon fodder character delivering a head on a platter, right? The major's face turned green instantly. He must have cursed that punk's ancestors 100 times in his heart. Wasn't this putting him on the hot seat? He quickly growled, "Shut up," and then turned to me, pretending to question, "Who exactly are you? Why did you kill our people? Can I indulge him?" I glanced at him. My tone as flat as if I were asking about the weather. "Who am I? It's none of your business. As for why I'm killing them, it's because your Navy has provoked me. And this time, I'm specifically here to cause trouble for the Navy." As soon as those words left my mouth, the entire place fell silent. Whether they were Navy officers or villagers, everyone was stunned, probably having never seen such arrogance before. The major's face turned beet red, and after a long pause, he actually tried to give me a way out, saying something like, "Your Excellency, if you leave now, I can overlook this matter." I couldn't help but laugh at that and directly asked, "What if I don't leave?" Good heavens, that question completely ignited the powder keg. The crowd of villagers instantly transformed into righteous avengers, each one shouting indignantly, "Teach him a lesson. Throw him in jail. How arrogant." The noise was enough to almost lift the ceiling. I looked at the smug major and the group of barking lackeys behind him, and I couldn't help but laugh. I asked them, "Lackeys, are you ready?" They looked completely bewildered. In the next second, I danced with both hands in the air, and white fist shadows filled the sky, pouring down like a torrential rain, smashing down densely. Bang, 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 bang. The sound was like firecrackers during the New Year, mixed with the crisp sounds of countless watermelons bursting. The entire scene instantly turned into a hell on earth, with blood mist filling the air. In the blink of an eye, out of over 100 people, only 2 were left alive, the major and that yellow-haired guy who had been talking back. Their smiles were still frozen on their faces, completely stunned in fear. This was the effect I wanted. I wanted them to feel what true despair was like. The system's prompt in my mind kept ringing like crazy, ding, 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 endlessly so satisfying. Looking at their foolish expressions, I couldn't be bothered to play anymore. I walked over and with 2 quick slaps, easily sent them to their graves. After taking care of these lackeys, I suddenly came up with a more interesting way to play. I shouted loudly at the sky, and my body began to undergo a tremendous transformation. Dark, Evil energy enveloped my entire body. My hands turned into strong dragon claws. My legs transformed into powerful dragon legs, and behind me stretched out enormous black dragon wings. Finally, I became a massive black dragon that blocked out the sun, with blood-red eyes and a fierce, terrifying demeanor. I flew to a high altitude, and a huge black shadow instantly enveloped the entire island. The villagers below completely went mad, crying out for their parents and fleeing in all directions. Let me tell you, in the face of such an apocalyptic scene, all notions of family bonds and morality are nothing but nonsense. Some people abandon their wives and children to save themselves. Others kick their newlywed wives aside just to escape first. The ugliest side of human nature is laid bare. I watched everything coldly from the sky, and a ball of white energy began to gather in my mouth. Yes, that's right, the legendary roar of the Black Dragon. Once it reached its peak, a massive white beam of light suddenly erupted from my mouth, carrying the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, and it shot straight down towards the island below. Boom! After a deafening explosion, when the smoke cleared, the entire island where the 16th unit was located had completely vanished from this world, leaving only a bottomless, huge vortex on the sea surface. The system notification in my mind began to scroll madly again. I transformed back into my human form and casually landed on a deserted island. Using my observation hotkey, I scanned the area and found that the island was quite pristine. Nothing special. I strolled towards the center of the island and found a huge cave. Upon entering, I was amazed to discover a hidden paradise inside. There was a clear little lake, surrounded by various flowers and grasses, with many small animals playing around, resembling a utopia. As soon as I approached, all the small animals ran away in fright. I thought to myself, am I really that scary? I'm a very kind person. I directly laid down in the flower bushes and began to tally my gains. I opened the system panel. Kill points, 6,000. I was a bit annoyed at that moment. After causing such a big commotion, I only got this little. I questioned the system in my mind. Hey system, are you trying to cheat me out of my performance again? I wiped out an entire island, and this is all I get? The system quickly explained, host, please don't be anxious. You only get 1 kill point for each civilian you kill. And that 16th branch was just a small island, with only 2,000 or 3,000 people in total. Of course it's less. If you want to rack up points, you need to go to the New World, where even a single island has tens of thousands of people, and there are many strong opponents. That's where you should be. As soon as I heard this, I thought, hey, that makes sense. It seems I can't stay in this newbie village of Donghai any longer. My goal is the New World. With this in mind, I felt much more at ease, and I just fell asleep comfortably among the flowers. During my sleep, the outside world was not idle. A man with slightly curly hair, looking lazy and relaxed, was riding a bicycle leisurely on the sea. You heard that right, riding a bike on the sea. The surface of the sea beneath him had frozen into a long ice path. This guy is none other than Admiral Akiji. He was sent by Sengoku to investigate the disappearance of Colonel Mouse. As soon as he arrived at the port of Kokasia village, he sensed something was off. The Mouse's warship was indeed docked there, but there wasn't a single shadow on it. Moreover, didn't Sengoku say that the Navy from the 16th branch would also come? How come he, an admiral, arrived, but the branch's people hadn't shown up yet? His nose twitched as he caught a faint, persistent smell of blood in the air, and his brows furrowed immediately. Little did he know that I had already wiped the 16th branch off the map. The villagers of Kokasia had long conspired to repay me, their benefactor, and decided to keep quiet about me at all costs. In the village, Nami's sister Nojiko was daydreaming by the window, propping her chin up with one hand. She was murmuring Nami's name and occasionally recalling that cool guy in black. Just then, there was a loud knocking on the door. It was Ajien and the others rushing over to report that another Navy had arrived at the port. Nojiko was startled by the noise and quickly ran to open the door. Before Ajien could say anything, she anxiously asked, Ajien, what happened? Is Nami in trouble? Upon hearing this, Ajien was taken aback and quickly waved his hands, gasping for air. No. Nojiko, calm down. It's not Nami. Goodness, Nojiko was completely stunned. If it wasn't Nami in trouble, why were they knocking like a demolition crew? It nearly gave her a heart attack. Seeing her expression as if she thought he was messing with her, Ajien didn't have time to catch his breath and hurriedly explained that another Navy had arrived at the port, and they didn't know whether it was friend or foe. The villagers were uneasy and wanted him to call someone in charge to come take a look. When Nokigo heard the words Navy, her face turned pale. Just after sending away those pests, how could there be more trouble? It was like just escaping from a wolf's den, but now fearing to enter a tiger's lair. But there was no way out. They had to face it. She exchanged a glance with Aegean, and both gritted their teeth, deciding to go to the port to meet this newcomer. When they hurried to the port, they saw a tall figure from afar, dressed in Navy attire. However, the aura he exuded was lazy, as if he had just woken up, casually chatting with a few villagers. As soon as the villagers saw Nokigo and the others approaching, they looked like they had seen a savior, mumbling a few words before quickly slipping away. This tall Navy officer was none other than Akiji, whose gaze fell on Nokigo and Aegean. I tell you, that look seemed casual but sent chills up your spine. He sized them up, a lively young lady and a weathered old man. He probably found a combination puzzling. In the end, Akiji spoke first, his voice lazy, as if he preferred to lie down rather than stand. Ah, you two. Are you in charge of this village? Nokigo was so nervous that her palms were sweating, while Aegean encouraged her with his eyes. Gathering her courage, she carefully replied, Yes, sir. May I ask what you need? Akiji scratched his messy curls, puzzled, thinking why the villagers seemed so jumpy. Did he look that frightening? With this doubt, he dropped a bombshell, recently. Have any other Navy members come to the village? As soon as he said this, the air seemed to freeze. I tell you, this question was like stepping on a landmine. Nokigo completely froze. Aegean, anxious beside her, was sweating and could only awkwardly interject. Sir, may I ask who you are? Akiji, seeing his nervousness, felt a bit helpless and revealed. I am indeed a Navy officer, here to investigate some matters. When his gaze swept over, Aegean felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, his legs starting to cramp. Family, who understands? This was the aura of a strong person. Even if he was being restrained, one couldn't withstand it. Seeing that they couldn't get any answers at the port, Akiji sighed and said, Let's find a place to talk. The two hurriedly invited this towering figure back to Nokigo's home. Once inside, Nokigo poured a glass of orange juice, and Akiji didn't hold back, gulping it down and complimenting it as delicious. But who had the mood to be happy at this moment? All right, let us get down to business. Akiji's words seemed to lower the room's temperature by several degrees. Have you ever seen the Navy? His tone this time was not a question, but a certainty. Seeing Nokigo and Aegean still silent, he lazily added, If you don't speak up when the next group comes to investigate, I want to be so easy to talk to. Withholding information would lead to harsher consequences, you know? I tell you, it was just this last sentence that completely blew Nokigo's mind. She slammed the table, completely breaking down, and shouted at Akiji, Yes, we've seen it. Aren't you Marines just bullying us with your power? What is it that you don't dare to do? Akiji was instantly dumbfounded, scratching his head with a look of confusion as if asking who he was, where he was, and what was happening. Aegean looked at the devastated Nokigo with pity and suggested she go back to her room to rest. Then he turned around, his gaze so heavy it could drip with water, and said to Akiji, Marine officer, you want to know, right? Fine, I'll tell you. Next, Aegean went all out, pouring out everything like bamboo shoots, detailing how the evil dragon had bullied them over the years, how Belmare died, and how Colonel Mouse colluded with the evil dragon, forcing the entire village into a dead end, all while crying and sniffling. Akiji just sat there listening quietly, not saying a word. I felt that this guy was also feeling quite uncomfortable. The words marine justice probably had a big question mark in his mind. After Aegean finished his emotional outpouring, Akiji asked again, What about the last few days? What exactly happened? As soon as this was mentioned, Aegean instantly seemed like a different person. He wiped his tears, his eyes suddenly shining with excitement, and his tone became passionate. A few days ago, a hero came to our village. Hey, did you hear that? A hero. That's me. Aegean elaborately recounted how he made a cool entrance in a black windbreaker, how he was just there to find something, how he happened to stumble upon Colonel Mouse bullying someone, and then how he effortlessly took out Mouse and his subordinates. Finally, he excitedly slapped his thigh. When we mustered the courage to go to Evil Dragon Park, my God, the whole park was leveled to the ground. Those scoundrels of the evil dragon. Not a single one was left. After saying that, he was still immersed in excitement, completely forgetting that there was a Marine admiral sitting across from him. When he finally realized, he saw Aokiji looking at him with an incredibly complex expression, which scared him into retreating. Aokiji thought for a long time, and finally stood up, walked to the door, and left a sentence. I understand the situation in the village. I will report it. There will be no more pirates or corrupt Marines harassing you in the future. However, what happened here must not be leaked. After saying that, he left, leaving behind a jubilant Jin in the room. I tell you, Aokiji had a really frustrating time on this trip. He was riding his precious bicycle, gliding on the surface of the sea, with the icy path extending beneath his wheels. He was feeling quite irritated. He originally came to investigate a Navy missing persons case, but ended up uncovering a bunch of messes within his own team. He decided to first check out the 16th branch to see why the people there hadn't made any moves yet. Then, something even more shocking happened. When Aokiji pedaled his bicycle, panting and hurrying to the coordinates marked for the 16th branch on the map, he was dumbfounded. In front of him, there was nothing but an endless expanse of blue ocean, not even a shadow of an island. Where's my big island? This was the only thought in Aokiji's mind at that moment, and he was completely stunned. His previous feelings of melancholy were instantly swept away by shock. Just then, his phone bug started ringing. He took it out to see, and lo and behold, it was Admiral Sengoku's face. Who understands family? Answering this call means a scolding, and not answering. The consequences are even worse. He braced himself and answered the call, and sure enough, Sengoku's machine gun-like roar burst out from the phone bug. Aokiji, where have you been slacking off again? How's the matter you were supposed to handle? Aokiji was sweating profusely, stammering as he reported. Admiral Sengoku, I've looked into the matter of Colonel Mouse, and he briefly explained the situation in Koko Village. Sengoku on the other end fell silent. Clearly, this matter was too embarrassing for the Navy. In the end, Sengoku could only order him to keep the information under wraps, and surprisingly praised him for a job well done. I estimate that Aokiji was thinking at that moment, don't praise me yet, the big one is still to come. Sure enough, Sengoku immediately asked, by the way, where are the people from Division 16? Why didn't they act with you? Here it comes, the death question. Aokiji looked at the empty sea in front of him, took a deep breath, and said in an incredibly painful and serious tone, Admiral Sengoku, the people from Division 16, I'm afraid they won't be coming. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not lying, Aokiji said slowly, dropping a nuclear bomb. I'm currently in the waters of Division 16, but the island of Division 16 is gone. On the other end of the phone, there was a deathly silence. I could imagine Admiral Sengoku's phone slipping from his hand and crashing to the ground. After a long while, Sengoku's trembling, incredulous voice finally spoke again. Aokiji. Say it again, what happened? Yes, Admiral, you heard correctly. Aokiji confirmed again, a fully staffed naval division, along with the entire island, has completely disappeared from the East China Sea. At this point, the naval headquarters was in an uproar. Admiral Sengoku was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot at his office. This was too ridiculous. The East China Sea, the weakest sea. How could this happen? Just when he was about to pull all his hair out, Admiral Tsuru arrived. After hearing Sengoku's recount, even the clever Tsuru was stunned. But she quickly calmed down and began to analyze. Sengoku, have you considered that the person who took down the evil dragon and the rats in Koko Village might be the same person who made Division 16 disappear? I tell you, this is professionalism. In one sentence, it goes straight to the heart of the matter. Sengoku suddenly realized, right? This logical chain suddenly made sense. It's very likely that I killed Colonel Mouse in Koko Village, and then the people from the 16th branch came to cause trouble, and as a result, in my anger, I just wiped out their entire branch. But in the EC, who has that kind of power? Sengoku still couldn't figure out. Admiral Crane's eyes suddenly became sharp. Sengoku, have you forgotten about that red-haired kid who just made a name for himself as the butcher right after going to see a few days ago? Sengoku stood up abruptly. Are you saying that Minus who has the mythical Zoan fruit and Conqueror's Haki? That's right. Crane's tone was extremely serious. We all underestimated him. The power to make an island disappear out of thin air. His strength is probably close to. or even at the level of an admiral. Good grief. The Navy headquarters immediately held an emergency meeting, and the topic was me. They regarded me as the #1 dangerous individual, but thought that Admiral Akiji, being an experienced admiral, should be able to handle a newcomer like me without much trouble. So Sengoku gave Akiji a strict order. Within 3 days, he must uncover the truth behind the disappearance of the 16th branch. Early the next morning, while it was still dim outside, Akiji set off with Smoker, a sleepy-looking Dashiji, and a group of Navy officers from Loguetown on a warship. On the warship, all the Navy soldiers looked bewildered, not knowing where they were going to fight so early in the morning. Smoker, with a cigar in his mouth, walked over to Akiji and asked the question for everyone. Admiral Akiji, what on earth happened? Akiji glanced around, looking at the eager eyes, and without hiding anything. He spoke in an unprecedented serious tone. The 16th branch of the East Sea, along with the entire island, has disappeared. Smoker's cigar fell to the deck with a thud, and he was petrified. All the Navy soldiers behind him had the same expression, filled with horror, as if they had heard some kind of absurd tale. I tell you, Smoker was dumbfounded at that moment, and it took him a long time to regain his composure. Trembling, he relit his cigarette, took a deep puff, and forced himself to ask, "So, Admiral Akiji, what should we do now?" Akiji's expression, let me tell you, was serious, completely devoid of his usual laid-back demeanor. He waved his hand. "What else can we do? Let's go to the original site of the 16th Division. I want to see which blind Super Sea King or what kind of defiant ability user dares to cause trouble on my turf. Good heavens, the Admiral has spoken." Smoker and his subordinate Navy soldiers instantly became energized, shouting promises to complete the mission. The warship immediately hit full throttle, heading towards the sea that had already turned into a legend. When they arrived, everyone fell silent. Really, who can understand such a large island just like that? It was gone. The sea surface was as clean as if it had been licked. Not even a piece of wood was in sight. Smoker's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg, muttering, "Damn, is this really gone?" Akiji also looked grave, sighing, "Yeah, right under my nose. Something like this happened." Smoker wanted to comfort him, saying that Fleet Admiral Sengoku might not blame him. But Akiji waved his hand, fully aware that if this got out, that stain on his record would be unavoidable. He directly ordered, "Stop the nonsense. Everyone get down and investigate. All teams, take small boats and search inch by inch to see if we can find any clues." With the order given, the Navy soldiers split up to act. But little did they know, Minus's move, the Black Dragon Roar, was so ruthless that it didn't even leave behind DNA. It would be impossible to find a trace. Smoker and Akiji patrolled around the warship, but they found nothing, and their faces grew darker. Just when everyone thought they would return empty-handed, let me tell you, the most explosive scene unfolded. In the center of the sea, beneath a team of Navy small boats that were searching, the seawater suddenly began to swirl wildly. Within seconds, a massive whirlpool formed. The suction was incredible. The small boats and the people on them were sucked in with a whoosh. Not even a bubble surfaced. The other Navy soldiers on surrounding boats were instantly terrified, their faces pale, and they didn't even dare to row forward. But that was not the end. Above the massive whirlpool, a tornado appeared out of nowhere, reaching from the sky to the ground, creating a spectacle of a dragon sucking water. The previously clear sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds, resembling the end of the world. What was even more terrifying was that the dragon sucking water kept growing larger, its momentum as if it wanted to drain the entire East Sea. The Navy soldiers on the boats were trembling, their eyes filled with despair, probably already beginning to write their wills in their minds. Smoker saw this scene on the warship, and he couldn't speak clearly. "Akiji, Admiral, what is that thing?" Akiji turned to look, his pupils shaking. From being dumbfounded at first to being completely shocked later, he blurted out, "Such a large dragon sucking water? Are you kidding? This is the East Sea. Admiral, my men are in danger." Smoker's eyes were red, anxious, and jumping up and down. Akiji took a deep breath. The pressure that belonged to an admiral instantly filled the air, and he ordered in a deep voice, "Smoker, steer the warship over." Smoker was anxious, but his mind was still clear. "Admiral, this is too dangerous. It's not worth risking your life to save them. Let me tell you, At this moment, Akiji was incredibly handsome. With a determined look in his eyes, he shook his head. Don't worry. With me here, everything will be fine. Forward. Smoker, seeing his expression, knew he couldn't be dissuaded. Gritting his teeth, he took the helm and steered the warship straight towards the devastating water dragon. Soon, the warship was close to the front. Smoker yelled at the dazed Navy soldiers. What are you all standing there for? Admiral Akiji is here. With an admiral, we will definitely make it back. This did indeed have an effect, and the soldiers finally showed a glimmer of spirit. But just then, Akiji's words sent everyone's hearts plunging into an ice pit. Smoker, it's too late. Smoker followed his gaze and saw the massive water dragon moving towards them at a visible speed. Smoker's face turned pale. What do we do? Akiji exhaled a puff of white breath, his gaze resolute. Smoker, listen. I'll go down and block it. You get everyone back on the warship as fast as you can. Smoker looked at Akiji's determined back, feeling a mix of emotions. On one side was the respected admiral. On the other was his brother, and he hated himself for being so weak. But he knew this wasn't the time to hesitate. He nodded heavily and turned to organize the rescue, with only one thought in his mind. Akiji, you must survive. In the next moment, Akiji leaped off the warship. As his feet hit the surface of the sea, the freezing fruit's ability activated, instantly forming a large area of ice beneath him. He stood alone on the ice, facing the monstrous entity that seemed capable of swallowing everything. Ice balls. Akiji raised his hand and shouted. Countless ice balls densely rained down on the water dragon. The sound was thunderous, but it only managed to halt the water dragon for a few seconds. Well, this seemed to have poked a hornet's nest. The water dragon seemed to be enraged, its size doubling instantly. The power of nature is terrifying. Akiji clicked his tongue. Oh dear, this is really troublesome. He glanced back at Smoker, who was desperately rescuing people, sighed, and focused his gaze. Since that's the case, then let us use that move. He suddenly bent down, thrusting his right hand into the seawater beneath the ice. In an instant, endless cold air erupted from his hand, spreading wildly in all directions. Ice Age. With a low roar, the entire world fell silent. Let me tell you, that scene I will never forget in my life. Centered around Akiji, the entire sea, along with the massive water dragon, was frozen. A gigantic ice pillar connected heaven and earth, a breathtaking sight. Everyone on the warship was dumbfounded. Smoker was even more horrified. Speechless. What kind of power is this? The surviving Navy soldiers erupted into thunderous cheers. We are saved. Admiral Akiji is amazing. Thank you, Admiral Akiji. Smoker looked at these lovable fools, smiled helplessly, and urged everyone to quickly board the ship to welcome the hero. But just then, he noticed in the corner, Toshiji was there, head down, looking completely emo. Smoker walked over to ask her what was wrong, and the little girl suddenly looked up, her eyes glistening with tears and unwillingness, and loudly asked, Smoker, is it true that as long as you have enough strength, you can protect everything? If I were as strong as Admiral Akiji, could I have saved the companions who were just swept away? Smoker looked at her serious expression, feeling a pang in his heart. He gently and affirmatively replied, Yes, Toshiji. As long as we are strong enough, we can protect more people. This was not just for her, but also for himself. However, in this world, good things don't travel far, while bad news comes in droves. Just as they had rescued most of the people, Akiji suddenly flashed back onto the warship, his expression even more serious than before. Smoker, hurry, get everyone out of here. Now, what's wrong, Admiral? There are massive tremors in the sea. Akiji spoke rapidly. The ice surface can't hold. Once it breaks, the water dragon will reappear, and it will come with ice and snow, even more powerful. It will trigger a tsunami, and no one will be able to escape. The calm they had just felt was shattered again, and the soldiers instantly fell into panic. Akiji looked at them and knew he had to stay. He calmly told Smoker, Take them away. Leave this to me. This is too dangerous, Admiral. Smoker and the soldiers all urged against it. Akiji smiled, a hint of warmth in that smile. Thank you, but this is my duty. After saying that, he jumped back onto the ice, alone, ready to face the impending. Even more terrifying natural disaster. Smoker watched his resolute back, his heart aching, but military orders are like mountains. He could only grit his teeth and order the ship to set sail. Just as the warship had traveled a distance, a cracking sound came from behind. Like a death knell, the massive ice surface was instantly covered in cracks, then shattered with a roar. The suppressed whirlpool and waves erupted completely. A gigantic tsunami taller than the warship surged forward, carrying the reformed, snowstorm-ridden water dragon, rushing towards Akiji alone. Akiji looked at the apocalyptic scene, his eyes unnaturally calm. He slowly raised both hands, crossing them over his chest, and even more terrifying cold air erupted from his body. It seems I can only use that not-so-mature move now. Who understands the value of a fruit awakening? Family? This is the true trump card of an admiral. Wherever the cold air reached, the space seemed to freeze. Whether it was the towering tsunami or the raging water dragon, the moment they came into contact with this cold air, they completely solidified. Ice domain, with Akiji's whisper. The entire sea area, along with the surrounding air, transformed into his absolute domain. In this domain, he was a god. Ice balls, ice spears, explosive ice. Countless skills were unleashed wildly, blasting the frozen tsunami and water dragon into countless ice shards. When everything settled, the sea returned to an eerie calm. Akiji's body swayed, finally unable to hold on, and fell backward. In his last moments of consciousness, he saw Smoker rushing towards him, backlit, moving quickly. It turned out that Smoker hadn't gone far at all. He had let the soldiers retreat first and stayed behind to watch from a distance. When he saw Akiji's godlike power, he was utterly shaken. He carried the unconscious Akiji. Just as he was about to leave, he heard shouts from afar. Looking up, he saw Tashiji returning with all the Navy soldiers, not a single one missing, all aboard their ships. Smoker looked at these hopeless fools, unable to suppress a smile. Not long after they left, a passing merchant arrived in this sea area and was instantly dumbfounded. The island was gone, replaced by an endless world of ice and snow. Terrified, he ran away in a panic, then began to tell everyone about this event. 1 told 10, 10 told 100, and the news spread wildly. Stories of the 16th branch being punished by the gods and turning into an ice and snow kingdom overnight, various versions circulated. Naturally, this news also reached the ears of the news agency. Morgans, the president of the World News Agency, had just received information from the East Blue Branch about the annihilation of the dragon pirates by the Slayer Minos, and then saw the bizarre news of the 16th branch turning into an ice and snow world. He was so excited that his feathers stood on end, and immediately ordered, "Overtime, print it. Tomorrow morning, I want the whole world to know that 2 big news stories have come out of the East Blue." And the instigator of all this, our protagonist Minos, has finally woken up from the cave. He groggily opened his eyes, completely unaware of the earth-shattering events he had caused. "System, are you there?" He weakly called out in his mind. The system replied instantly, "Ding dog host, even if you die, I will still be here." "Hey, what is wrong with you, broken system?" Minos was left speechless. "Ding, this system is unhappy because the host has been too comfortable." Minos defended himself. "I fought so hard yesterday. What's wrong with taking a nap? What's wrong?" The system was too lazy to argue with him and fell silent. Minos didn't take care and said like a lord, "System, bring me a bottle of mouthwash." "Ding, none available." "What? You useless system, you don't even have mouthwash?" "Ding, check them all yourself." Minos opened them all and was immediately silent. A bottle of mouthwash was priced at 20 points of kill value. "Damn, system, are you crazy about money? 20 points for a bottle of mouthwash. Why don't you just rob someone?" "Ding, fair trade, buy if you want." "Damn." Minos was furious, but eventually bought a bottle with tears in his eyes, spending the 20 points after the extreme negotiation with the system. After that, he began to reflect on life. He felt that he had no room for improvement in the East Sea. Couldn't he possibly wipe out the entire East Sea, right? Minos, being such a kind person, couldn't he do that? Forget it. He decided to take a stroll in Loguetown. He was determined, completely unaware that his handsome face, along with the title of killer, had spread throughout the entire sea through newspapers. He naively thought he had only done something insignificant, not taking himself seriously at all. And what happened? Let me tell you, He had no idea that a reporter named Yamashita Imoya had secretly filmed and live-streamed his actions. And now the entire EC, no, the entire sea knew about him. He still thought he was a nobody. So I thought to myself, staying in this broken cave is too boring. I need to go out and earn some kill value. I stood up from the grass, patted my butt, and left without looking back. Just as I exited the cave, I saw a wild boar, and I tell you, an incredible business model suddenly flashed in my mind. I immediately called out to my system in my mind. System, emergency call. I found a new business growth point. The system seemed startled by me and responded with a curious ding, asking what it was all about. I pointed at the pig, laughing like a villain. Look at this beast. Isn't it a living being? Isn't it life? If we kill it, will it count towards the KPI? Goodness. I felt like the system's CPU was about to burn out, and there was silence for several seconds. Then it replied, Host, I actually envy your talent a bit. I was feeling pretty confident. Low profile, basic operation. But then the system immediately turned on me. With your thick skin, you could deflect bullets. And you still feel embarrassed? Sigh, life is tough, isn't it, system? Our daily banter is just something else. Joking aside, I quickly got to the point. So, is this B score boosting plan going to work or not? Let me tell you, I was ready. As soon as the system gave the nod, I could wipe out all living things on this island. If I got bored, I could just unleash a black dragon's roar and let the island experience what geographic reshaping feels like. But then the system poured a bucket of cold water on me. Sorry, host, this killing system scope is limited to bipedal creatures. Four-legged ones are out of service area. The smile on my face instantly froze. The system, seeing that I was down, began to paint a bright picture. Host, don't be discouraged. As long as you're willing to go to the new world, won't the kill points come pouring in? By then, don't even mention a yacht. You could buy an aircraft carrier battle group. Look at the life you're living now. Living in a cave, eating wild fruits, you're basically a pure wilderness survival streamer. Isn't that appealing? Isn't it exciting? I was shocked after hearing this. Does anyone understand? If it weren't for the reminder, I wouldn't have realized how miserable my life has been. I'm a strong being at the level of the four emperors, yet I've ended up as a high-level savage. This is not acceptable. Absolutely not. I was filled with determination on the spot and said to the system with a serious face, System, you're right. Once we take care of Loguetown, we'll immediately march into the new world. The system was so excited. Great. Host, you're formidable. By then, we'll kick the four emperors and punch the admirals. We happily reached a consensus. I ambitiously walked out of the cave, went to the seaside, and prepared to make a big move. Then, I looked at the empty sea surface and was dumbfounded. Where's my warship? All right. It seems I scared away with my own shout. This is awkward. The system timely reminds me. Host, you can turn into the Black Dragon King. Both flying and handsome. I immediately vetoed. No, that's too ostentatious. It doesn't match my introverted personality. System. I could even feel it rolling its eyes in silence. So what should we do? The system asked. The boat is gone, and you're not turning into a dragon. I confidently said, of course, it depends on you. The system seemed to be a loss. Host, your slaughter value is not enough. I'm in a difficult position. Hey, think outside the box. I coaxed. Who said you have to buy it? Let me tell you, the trend in 2025 is light asset operation. Can't I just rent one? The system fell silent again. This time, the silence lasted longer. I felt that my idea had directly caused a bug in its logical circuit. After a long time, it finally managed to say, Host, I really very much admire your talent. So is it possible or not? I asked proudly. Yes. Bug successfully exploited. I quickly told it to open them all. Goodness, next to the luxury yacht worth 10,000 slaughter value. There was a rental option, 1,000 points per month. I rented it, without hesitation. Ding, deducting 1,000 points of slaughter value. As soon as the words fell, a massive, pure white luxury yacht appeared out of nowhere on the sea before me. Oh my gosh, the momentum, the shape, it's incredible. I leaped onto the deck, instantly feeling like the king of the world. Welcome home, master. I am your intelligent housekeeper, Xiao AI. A beautifully pleasant voice sounded in my ear. I'm so dumb. Isn't this just my moving castle on the sea with a personal assistant? I excitedly asked what functions this ship has. Xiao AI gently told me that it has everything, including radar systems, defense systems, and living systems. The radar allows me to navigate across the sea without fear of getting lost. The defense system has an energy shield that makes enemy shells feel like a light massage. The living system is even more amazing, basically doing whatever I say. I blurted out a cool remark. Xiao AI. I cleared my throat, set the destination to Loguetown, and sped ahead. As you command, my master, Xiao AI replied, telling me it would take half a day to get there, but that would make it nighttime, which wasn't convenient for me to show off. So, I asked her to slow down and arrive early the next morning. The next day, I woke up to Xiao AI's gentle call. I admit I've fallen, but who can resist this? I tidied up and walked out of the room, standing on the deck, watching Loguetown get closer, feeling a little excited inside. Does this count as the return of the Dragon King? I jumped directly from the yacht in a leap of faith and landed steadily at the harbor. Luckily, it's still early. Otherwise, my entrance would have scared a bunch of kids. I strolled around town, had a few drinks, and eventually wandered to the famous site, the execution platform of Roger. I was just marveling at the fact that this is the legendary place that opened the age of exploration. Suddenly, a newspaper floated down and landed right on my face. I took it off, and to my surprise, a newsbird was delivering newspapers in the sky. It was my first time seeing this, and I was quite curious about what big news was happening at sea recently. As I focused on the newspaper, the headline on the front page caught my eye. A huge photo of a person who, the more I looked, the more he resembled me. The Slayer massacres Cocoa West Village, personally killing a naval colonel, openly declaring war against the Navy and pirates. The most notorious newcomer at sea is born. I was silent at that moment. The gossip hit too close to home, family. What bothered me the most was that this title sounds so unpleasant. Slayer? Can we have something more powerful? And this headline, when did I say I wanted to be enemies with both sides? All right, although I thought this way, you can't just blurt it out. I continued to read on, and the newspaper said that the sea area around the 16th branch was now completely frozen into an ice and snow world. I was puzzled at the time. Wasn't that place flattened by me? How did it freeze again? Forget it. I didn't feel like thinking about it. Anyway, the news had spread, and there was no hiding it. With my current strength, I wouldn't say I'm invincible, but taking down a general shouldn't be a big problem. What am I afraid of? I threw the newspaper up into the sky, and that surge of energy came over me. Come on, anyone who wants to die, come here. Consider this my last gift to you before I leave Dawn High. With that thought, I walked straight towards the execution platform. Since we're going to fight, it has to be in the most noticeable place. As soon as I moved, the surrounding bystanders immediately erupted. Someone recognized me as the person from the newspaper. Oh my God, it's him, that killer. What is he going to do? Is he heading to the execution platform? Is he crazy? This is an open provocation against the Navy. I couldn't be bothered with them. The two Navy soldiers guarding the platform saw me coming and immediately aimed their guns at me. Stop, otherwise we will shoot. I ignored him and continued walking forward. Bang! The gun went off, and the bullet hit me, falling to the ground with a clink, not even breaking my clothes. The two little soldiers turned pale with fright, cold sweat pouring down. I walked up to them, didn't even glance their way, and passed right between them, step by step climbing the stairs to the execution platform. When I stood at the highest point, the entire town of Rog was in my sights. Let me tell you, that feeling was incredible. Then, in front of everyone's shocked gaze, I boldly sat right in the center of the execution platform. Yes, the same spot where Roger sat back in the day. I am going to engage in entrapment. If one comes, I will kill one. If a pair comes, I will kill a pair. The entire Roguetown has been completely stirred up because of me. This newspaper has spread like a virus to every corner of the world. In the New World, on Whitebeard's ship, Marco walked seriously to Whitebeard with a newspaper. Dad, look at this kid called the Slayer. He's causing a huge ruckus and even wiped out Jinbei's former subordinate, Aaron. Whitebeard took the newspaper, glanced at it, and grinned. Gwaha. One interesting kid. It would be great if I could take him as my son. On the other side, Shanks and Beckman were also looking at the newspaper, their brows furrowed. Shanks looked serious. The emergence of this person is an unpredictable variable that could disrupt all plans. On Cake Island, Katakuri looked at the newspaper and said to Big Mom next to him, when he comes to the New World, we could try to win him over. In Wano country, on Onigashima, Ashura Doji of the Beast Pirates was also looking at the newspaper, sneering, "Kid, I hope you can still be this arrogant after meeting Mr. Kaido." In Mariewa, in the office of the Gorosei, the bald old man with a sword was banging the table and roaring, "What is the Navy doing? This slayer is simply slapping our world government in the face. Send CP immediately. Either win him over or eliminate him on the spot." At the Navy headquarters, the Den Mushi in Admiral Sengoku's office suddenly rang furiously. As soon as he picked up, he was bombarded with curses from the Gorosei, leaving him confused. He had no idea what was happening. Just then, a communications soldier rushed in, handing him the latest newspaper. After reading the newspaper, Sengoku felt like the sky was about to fall. He finally understood why he was being scolded. He quickly called Akiji's Den Mushi to ask what was going on. At that moment, Akiji was lying on a hospital bed at the Loguetown Navy base, eyes tightly closed and pale. When Smoker brought him in, the military doctor was stunned. An admiral, he was actually knocked unconscious. The doctor checked him repeatedly for a long time and finally reached a conclusion that even he couldn't believe. Admiral Akiji had no major issues. He was just asleep. Asleep? Let me tell you, I was furious at the time. What do you mean he's asleep? This is clearly a coma. Is sleeping in your house getting knocked unconscious? I almost couldn't help but go up and give that military doctor a combo punch. Luckily, my brother next to me stopped me. Otherwise, the Navy headlines of 2025 would be about me. After calming down and listening carefully, it turned out to be a false alarm. The doctor's meaning was that Admiral Akiji was just exhausted and would recover after sleeping for a few days. Nothing serious. My worried heart finally settled back down. But just when my heart was finally at ease, trouble came knocking on my door again. I was thinking of checking if Green Pheasant was awake, but he was still sleeping like a pig. Just as I was about to leave, a golden telephone bug on him started ringing nonstop, like it had gone crazy. I took a look and thought, wow, a golden telephone bug. This is a direct line to the highest command for demon-slaying orders or to the marshal. And as a mere major, how could I dare to answer it? But it just kept ringing like it was urging me on. Gritting my teeth, I answered it. On the other end of the line, there was an immediate roar. Green Pheasant. What the hell is going on in the East China Sea? Didn't you say everything was sorted out? As soon as I heard that voice, my legs went weak, the general of the warring states. I was completely at a loss. My mind went blank. The warring states were even more excited over there. Akiji received the answer. I quickly spoke up. Sorry, General of the Warring States, I am Smoker. Admiral Akiji. He is currently unconscious. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a full 3 seconds, and then a louder roar came. What did you say? Akiji is unconscious. I hurriedly reported everything about Admiral Akiji freezing a sea area into an ice and snow world to block the tsunami in the dragon's water spout, and ultimately collapsing from exhaustion. After listening, Sengoku was furious and cursed loudly. It's all that damn slaughterer. If it weren't for him destroying the 16 branches, how could so many problems arise? I was stunned at that moment. How did this situation come back to that killer? Does anyone in my family understand? I had just been pinned to the ground by him, and the psychological trauma hadn't faded yet. Why is he everywhere? The Warring States general quickly explained it to me in a few words. It turned out that the disaster we experienced was rooted in that guy. My anger flared up immediately. I almost wanted to drag him out right then and there. The general probably sensed my tone was off and hurriedly tried to calm me down, saying, "You mustn't get too worked up. That guy is not someone you can handle. We'll talk when Akiji wakes up." After hanging up the phone, I was completely agitated, my mind filled with thoughts of how to kill that bastard named Killer. Just as I was about to explode, a soldier came rolling and crawling over, gasping for breath and shouting, "Major Smoker, it's bad. Look at the newspaper." I took the newspaper and saw it was about the destruction of the Navy branch. Just as I was about to say I knew, the soldier cried out in a choked voice, "No, Major, that killer. He's in Loguetown right now, sitting on the execution platform." I tell you, I was instantly enlightened. It was like a nap came just in time with a pillow. When there's a path to paradise, you don't take it, but you barge into hell without a door. I immediately called all the Navy personnel in Loguetown who could still breathe. Today, he must pay for his blood debts. When I led hundreds of people to the square, good heavens, that guy was really sitting there in the same spot where Pirate King Roger was executed casually smoking a cigarette, looking utterly impatient. Seeing that I had brought only this many people, the look of disappointment on his face was simply outrageous, pure contempt. I pointed at his nose and shouted, "Murderer! You unforgivable scoundrel! How dare you come to Loguetown to seek death?" He sneered, full of arrogance. "You Navy are so arrogant. Why can't I come and have some fun? And don't call me murderer. That name sounds terrible." I was so angry that I was shaking, listing his crimes. But he just wore a so-what expression. Then, he directly exploded, "Shut up. I'm Minus. Got it? And you smog in my eyes, you're just trash. Those people behind you aren't even worth calling cannon fodder." As soon as he said this, the crowd was in an uproar. My soldiers were in an uproar. This guy knew how to provoke hatred instantly. I was suppressing my anger, just about to say a few polite words, when he impatiently interrupted. "Enough with the nonsense. Are you ready to die?" After saying that, he suddenly jumped down from the high platform, like a cannonball directly smashing into our Navy formation. Let me tell you, this was not a fight at all. It was a dimensional descent attack. One punch for one kick for a group. The sound of bones shattering was like firecrackers, and blood mist filled the sky. Before I could react, dozens of the hundreds of brothers I brought had already fallen. My eyes were red, and I yelled at him, "Minus, if you have guts, come at me. What kind of thing is it to bully the weak?" And guess what? He didn't even pay attention to me. Right in front of me, he continued to slaughter my men. That feeling, does anyone understand? The despair of watching my brothers being slaughtered while I am powerless to do anything. He is doing it on purpose. He wants to keep me for last. I couldn't hold back any longer and threw a smoke-white punch at him. As a result, it hit him like a tickle, having no effect at all. Only then did he furrow his brows and glance at me, his eyes seeming to say, "Are you really seeking death?" The next second, he instantly appeared in front of me, delivering a simple punch, and I felt like I was hit by a high-speed train, flying out with my insides nearly shattered. I lay on the ground, spitting out blood, glaring at him. "Minus, don't be so smug. The Navy headquarters. The admirals won't let you off." After hearing this, he suddenly smiled wickedly and began to sow doubt. "Smoker, I'm quite curious. What's going on in that icy world of the 16th Division?" My pupils trembled at that moment. How could he know? Seeing my reaction, he laughed even more happily. "I destroyed that island with one blow, and when I left, there was clearly nothing there. Yet the newspaper said it turned into a world of ice and snow. The only person who could do something like that, after thinking it over, is just one person. Can you guess who it is?" He bent down and whispered in my ear, "Admiral Akiji, right? He must have been seriously injured to save the situation, right?" I was shaking all over, unable to say a word. He saw through me. He saw everything. He stood up straight, laughing like a devil. "Don't worry, I won't go find him just yet. I'll first kill all your remaining subordinates, one by one, right in front of you. Just watch." After saying that, he rushed into the crowd again. A few minutes later, in the entire square, apart from the unconscious Dashki and me, there wasn't a single standing Navy soldier left. Blood flowed like a river. It was a hell on earth. He killed with cruelty, causing me to spit out a mouthful of old blood and faint. When I regained consciousness, I had no idea how much time had passed. That bastard Minus was already heading towards the Navy base. He was going to find Akiji. At that moment, Akiji had just woken up from his coma. He was awakened by a remaining Navy soldier, who informed him of an enemy invasion. Smoker had taken people to stop them. Without a second thought, he dragged his injured body out. Then, right at the entrance of the Navy base, he ran into that devil. Akiji didn't recognize him and directly questioned who he was. Minus grinned and introduced himself. "You've heard of the nickname the Slayer, right? But my name is Minus. Oh, by the way, I destroyed the 16th Division, and I was the one who killed the soldiers in Loguetown. Now do you remember my name?" This was like a bolt from the blue. Akiji exploded with rage. "You're looking for death." The furious Akiji released an astonishing chill from his body, launching an ice ball directly at him. Minus didn't dodge or evade, allowing himself to be frozen into an ice statue. The next moment, with a crack, the ice shattered, and he walked out unscathed, stretching his limbs and saying, as expected of an admiral, finally made me feel a bit of pain. After saying that, he flickered and, enveloped in haki, threw a punch that broke through Akiji's elemental transformation, sending him flying and spitting blood. "Akiji, you underestimate me too much. Just elemental transformation. Do you think I can't use hockey? Minus laughed maniacally, his hands wrapped in white energy, armament, flowing rock-shattering fist. Countless fist shadows instantly engulfed Akiji. Although Akiji blocked most of it with Ice Block, Ice Pigeon, he was still hit by several punches, crashing hard into the building behind him. In the ruins, Akiji struggled to stand up, gasping for breath, knowing he was in terrible condition. Oh dear, I really underestimated you. Akiji forced himself to fly into the air, using all his strength to unleash Ice Block, two-pronged spear and Ice Ball, but Minus easily shattered them one by one. After all that, Minus looked at Akiji, who was nearing his limit, and suddenly smiled. Akiji, you're really lucky. He spoke slowly, his expression turning extremely serious. After I gained this power, you are the first opponent worthy of me using this move against. Now you can savor it. As soon as he finished speaking, a completely different, darker, and more violent power surged through Minus's body. He was ready to use the Dragon King's annihilation magic. I'm telling you, this power is on a completely different level than before, dark and crazy, utterly sinister. Akiji was so scared that he was sweating profusely. His expression was like he had seen a ghost, and his danger alert in his mind was probably at maximum. I was about to send him away with a move, but unexpectedly, the weather took a turn for the worse. The sky over Loguetown suddenly darkened without warning. Thick clouds gathered, as if it were the end of the world. Both Qingji and I were stunned. When we looked up, a gigantic azure dragon emerged from the clouds. I was completely stunned at that moment. What was going on? A dragon? It was my first time seeing a real one since I crossed over. The Akiji beside me also had a dazed expression, trembling as he shouted, Kaido. Oh, so it's Kaido. That's a relief. Then I remembered that Kaido, one of the 4 emperors in One Piece, is indeed a dragon. Does anyone understand? In East Blue, this beginner's village, suddenly a world-class boss appears. Is that reasonable? Kaido's loud voice echoed. Huh, finally found you. It turned out this guy was specifically here to block me. Later, I learned that he casually grabbed a newspaper at sea, saw my glorious deeds, and thought I was just the right fit for him, insisting on taking me as his subordinate. As he spoke, the giant dragon spiraled down and gradually transformed into a nearly 10-meter tall muscular man, with horns on his head, exuding an overwhelming aura. He walked up to me as if I were a small child and directly said, Kid, how about joining my beast pirates? Huh? I was completely dumbfounded. Akiji beside me turned pale, probably thinking that if this really happened, he'd have to fight 2 against 1 today and would be finished here. Kaido saw I didn't respond and asked again. I was speechless. If I didn't have a system, I might consider hugging his thigh. But now I'm the biggest hindrance myself, and you want me to work for you? What are you thinking? I directly tossed 2 words at him. I refuse. The air instantly went silent. Akiji's eyes were wide open, probably baffled as to why I would give up such an opportunity to rise to the top. But he clearly breathed a sigh of relief, as he wouldn't have to fight 2 against 1. Kaido's face darkened immediately. Kid, do you know what you're refusing? I know, but I still refuse. I didn't give him any face. Goodness, now I had completely angered him. Kaido roared, his eyes flashing red, and his conqueror's haki directly slammed into my face. That pressure, let me tell you, felt like the sky was collapsing. The ground around us cracked, and the nearby naval base was directly shaken down. But could I back down? Not a chance. My eyes flashed red too, and black-purple conqueror's haki surged back. The 2 forces clashed violently in the air, black-red and black-purple lightning crackling everywhere. Those weak Navy soldiers directly foamed at the mouth and collapsed, while the stronger ones fainted on the spot. Akiji, that unlucky guy, was already low on health. With the residual shockwave, he rolled his eyes back and fainted again. Kaido looked surprised that I could hold my ground against him. Oh, not bad, kid. After saying that, his aura surged again. I felt a bit overwhelmed, but I had a trump card. I concentrated my mind and shouted, Dragon Might. A wave of pressure from the depths of my bloodline instantly stacked on top, forcefully pushing his conqueror's haki back. The 2 energies held each other for a moment before exploding apart, sending shockwaves plowing through the entire Loguetown again. When the dust settled, I looked at him. Kaido, you came all the way to East Blue just to find me, right? He laughed heartily. Kid, Don't flatter yourself. I was just passing by. All right, then let us stop chatting and start fighting. Ready? As soon as Kaido finished speaking, he pulled out his kanabo, wrapped in black lightning, and swung it at my head with a move called Thunder Bagua. I didn't T-dodge at all, extending my right hand, and the black-purple dragon slayer magic energy instantly enveloped me, catching his blow with one hand. The ground beneath us was directly smashed into a big pit from the impact. Seeing me take it so easily, Kaido's eyes lit up. You little brat, you really have some skills. Get serious, Kaido. I was fully enveloped in black-purple energy, my aura fully unleashed. Kaido also put away his playful demeanor, his expression turning serious. What kind of power is this? It actually makes me feel a sense of dread. Defeat me, and I'll tell you. I shouted and charged forward. What followed was pure hand-to-hand combat. Neither of us defended, landing blows on each other from day to night, turning the entire Loguetown into ruins. By the end, we were both panting, covered in injuries, but it was exhilarating. Kid, what is your name? Kaido gasped, his eyes full of recognition. Remember it, I'm Minus. I shouted loudly. Good, Minus, I'll remember you. The newspaper said you're also a dragon. Let me see for myself. All right, I'll satisfy you. I first briefly explained to him what Dragon Slayer magic was, and the story of how a Dragon Slayer becomes a dragon in the end. Then, I summoned all my Dragon Slayer magic and roared out those two words, Dragon King's Sacrifice. Let me tell you, that transformation scene was absolutely stunning. The black and purple energy soared into the sky, and my body began to change. My hands turned into fierce dragon claws. My legs became strong and powerful. A pair of massive black dragon wings tore open from my back, and finally, my entire head transformed into a menacing dragon head with blood-red eyes. After the transformation was complete, I declared with dominance, I am the Dragon King, the absolute existence. Kaido looked at my final boss form, trembling with excitement. Ah, great. I completely acknowledge you from the bottom of my heart. After saying that, he began to transform as well, and in the blink of an eye, the massive azure dragon appeared in the sky again. The two dragons faced off under the overcast sky, and the scene was just breathtaking. Minus, let us get started. Kaido roared, charging directly at me. You think I'm afraid? I rushed forward to meet him. With a loud bang, the two dragon heads collided fiercely, the shockwave scattering the clouds. What a thrill! We both roared in unison. Next came the classic energy clash. Kaido opened his mouth wide and unleashed a breath of fire, a pillar of flames that seemed ready to burn the sky. I also opened my dragon mouth, releasing a black dragon roar that met it with a column of white energy. The two forces violently collided in the air, ultimately exploding, with the energy waves raining down on Loguetown, turning that wasteland into a place devoid of life. In a corner, a reporter from a newsbird was secretly taking pictures, probably overjoyed, as this would surely make headlines and boost his career. The battle in the sky continued, with Kaido engulfed in roaring flames, transforming into a fire dragon, charging at me with a shout of fire dragon torch. But the next second, his jaw dropped in shock. I faced the oncoming flames without flinching, opened my mouth wide, and gulped down his raging fire. I even let out a satisfied burp. At that moment, I realized my family, in this Black Dragon King form, elemental attacks are ineffective against me, and I can even use them for sustenance. This is like an all-you-can-eat buffet. Kaido couldn't hold back anymore. After fighting for a long time, it didn't even count as scraping, and instead, it replenished my energy. He understood that elemental attacks were useless and needed to bring out something more advanced. Minus, he suddenly shouted, let's go down and fight. I still have one move left. I am well aware of his intentions. He is about to unleash a devastating attack that can ignore defenses and deal true damage. However, I have my own tricks to counter him. All right, I'll pretend not to know and agree to it outright. The two giant dragons landed in perfect harmony at the center of the ruins of Loguetown. Kaido looked at the devastated scene and asked me one last time, Minus, I truly admire you. Are you really not going to join me? I shook my head. Kaido, I refuse. What I want to do, you don't understand. Haha, all right. You little brat, you've got some guts. Kaido laughed. Then his expression became incredibly serious. Then let's settle this with one last move. If you can take it, we'll call it a day. Saying this, he took out that spike club again. This time, it was not wrapped in ordinary black lightning, but in black and red, exuding an aura of dominance. Watch closely. Minus, this is called Doverlord's Binding. My heart skipped a beat, and my body's instincts went into overdrive, warning me that I absolutely could not take this hit. I quickly shouted in my mind, "Tongzi, are you there? Help! My dear host, what's going on?" My cheeky system finally replied, "Stop joking around. Your host is about to get knocked out. Hurry and save me. Don't be afraid, just go for it. Who knows? You might even end up with a dominant move." I am speechless. This damn system just knows how to cause trouble. I took a deep breath, too lazy to waste words with it, and directly asked, "How much kill value do I have now? Can't you check it yourself?" Damn. I suppressed my urge to argue and opened the system panel myself. Host minus kill value, 22,000 points. I'm dumbfounded. Wow, why are there so many? I remember there were only a few thousand points before. The system explained impatiently that I had earned 8,000 points by killing the Navy in Loguetown. And later when I fought Kaido and destroyed the entire town, the innocent townspeople who sacrificed themselves also counted towards my KPI, adding over 10,000 more points. Goodness. It turns out that AoE clearing can also be counted as performance. I immediately switched to a flattering tone. "Master, as expected of you. Quickly, with just over 20,000. Help me see what good items in the store could defeat the tyrant. I'm waiting. Please hurry. Your host is currently being threatened with a wolf's fawn club." Ding, all right. All right. Host, the system store has been updated. Please enter on your own. Without saying a word, I dove right in. Wow. As soon as I opened them all, my eyes were dazzled. Let me tell you, that list came out a long string, all tough stuff. What ordinary punch, with a note, low version, behind it, priced at 4,000 points. Hey, with my temper, low version, who do you look down on? Then I saw the continuous ordinary punches. Wow, 10,000 points. And there's the Pegasus Meteor Fist, the Navy 6 Styles combo, and even the Sword Master Inheritance, which lets you ascend right on the spot. Family, who understands? At that moment, I had decision-making difficulties. Felt like an old lady in a supermarket, wanting everything but not enough money in my pocket. The system, that little brat, was especially clever, hinting crazily on the side that all this was streamlined to avoid complaints from readers about it being too much. Otherwise, it could fill up 3 whole streets. At that moment, I was feeling anxious and bargaining with the system. "Hey, system bro, what should I do?" Guess how the system responded? It said, "Host, don't force me to scold you when you're happiest." All right, I immediately backed down. In the end, I gritted my teeth and bought it. I first got the ordinary punch and the consecutive ordinary punches. After all, who would be confused by the legend of that bald big demon king? 14,000 points of kill value evaporated in an instant, but it was worth it. That feeling was amazing. It felt like these two fighting styles were something I was born with, muscle memory instantly maxed out. And I didn't need to practice at all. The system cheekily reminded me, "Host, you still have 8,000 points left. Want to place another order?" I glanced at that 20,000 point Great Sword Master Inheritance and silently shed tears of poverty. Forget it. I'll save it for next time. Definitely next time. I asked the system to keep these good things for me, and it happily agreed. After shutting down the system, I opened my eyes, and that guy Kaido was still charging up across from me, his whole body wrapped in black and red Conqueror's lightning, looking like a high-voltage power pole. I couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. "Hey Kaido bro, are you ready to try my freshly minted ordinary punch?" I slowly raised my right hand, and the black-purple, dragon-slaying magic energy coiled around my fist like a poisonous snake. When Kaido saw my stance, his eyes lit up, and he excitedly shouted, "Minus, are you ready? Come on." I gathered my energy in my dantian and let out a loud roar. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Kaido's jagged club came crashing down with a world-destroying momentum, enveloped in black and red lightning. I have also charged up here, and I throw a punch at him from a distance. Dragon-slaying magic, ordinary punch. I tell you, in that moment, the whole world fell silent. A massive fist made of pure black and purple energy appeared out of nowhere, colliding with Kaido's Kanabo. Goodness, we didn't even touch. It was just a wave of energy from afar. Black-red lightning and black-purple lightning clashed violently in the air, tearing at each other. The scene was simply like a battle of gods. The ruins of Loguetown were directly lifted by the shockwave, leaving not a trace of ash. Just as we were fighting with the heavens and the earth in chaos, someone woke up in the ruins. Who was it? Akiji. He must have been awakened by his strong will to survive. If he didn't wake up, he would really be done for. When he opened his eyes, he was stunned. Loguetown had completely disappeared from the map. All he could see were bottomless pits. Looking up again, he saw me and Kaido playing with the sky. And with a huge bang, I made my grand entrance. He instantly remembered. Goodness, as a Marine Admiral, he was actually knocked out by Conqueror's Haki. Family. How embarrassing that must be. Akiji's heart must have shattered at that moment. He must have wanted to die. But he had no time to be sad. If he didn't run, he would really be finished. Dragging his weak body through the ruins, he tried to find any survivors. You wouldn't believe it, but he actually found someone. First, he ran into Smoker, who was lying on the ground convulsing, probably having been tormented by my presence in his dreams 100 times, almost becoming a relic. Akiji shouted for a long time, but couldn't wake him up. Just then, he heard a scream. It was Tashigi. This girl was easy to wake up. She sprang to life and immediately started crying, saying that Captain Smoker was dead and everyone was dead. At that moment, Smoker coughed a couple of times. Upon hearing this, Tashigi forgot about her tears and rushed over. The two of them shouted at Smoker, finally pulling him back from my mental torture. However, the Smoker who woke up had a hollow gaze, looking like he aged 20 years. His will was likely shattered. Akiji didn't have time to think about that. He quickly pulled the 2 dazed survivors towards the port. They just found a dilapidated ship to jump on when the energy clash between me and Kaido finally reached its peak. Boom! With a huge explosion, the entire Loguetown island was blown apart, a bottomless chasm stretching from east to west. The terrifying shock wave swept across the sea, raising giant waves over 100 meters high. The luxurious yacht I had parked in the distance had its smart butler almost crying. The defense system was as good as useless, and it could only urgently request system recovery. Otherwise, it would be scrapped on the spot. Akiji's small, shabby boat was in even worse shape. If Akiji hadn't used the ice fruit to freeze the surrounding sea with his last ounce of strength, the 3 of them would have been fish food. Once the winds calmed down, the 3 of them collapsed on the boat, gasping for breath. Tashigi looked up, scared and stammering. Quick, look at the sky. Smoker and Akiji looked up and were also stunned. The entire sky had been forcibly split in half. One side was my black-purple energy, and the other was Kaido's black-red energy, clearly defined, both sides evenly matched. What incredible power! Smoker clenched his fist tightly, trembling all over. Akiji also looked dazed, sighed, and said, Loguetown is completely gone. He told Smoker and Tashigi to return to headquarters first. The East Blue was no longer a place for them to stay. In the center of the battlefield, Kaido looked at the aftermath with great satisfaction, laughing heartily and saying, Minus, you caught my move. That's it for today. When you get to the new world, we'll fight 300 rounds again. I nodded and replied to him seriously. Okay, but next time, you won't be so lucky. Kaido was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, transforming into a blue dragon and flying up into the sky, not forgetting to shout back, Goodbye, Minus, to the new world. Watching him fly away, I felt quite emotional. This guy, although an enemy, is indeed a pure battle maniac. If it weren't for my system, I might have really teamed up with him. Unfortunately, my goal is to become a god, and I don't need to join any faction. Once my emotions settled, I realized a serious problem. Where's my huge yacht? Could it really have sunk because of us? I hurriedly asked the system. The system replied that when we were clashing, the intelligent butler saw that things were going wrong and directly retrieved it. So he took it back. Very good, very good. I was overjoyed and quickly asked it to release my luxury yacht. In the next moment, with a loud rumble, my gigantic yacht appeared out of thin air, crashing onto the sea surface, and a massive wave it created splashed water all over my face. I wiped the water off my face and said speechlessly, System, can you be a bit more professional? The system retorted stubbornly, Host, this is just a splashing wave celebration for you after your recent battle. Thank you. I jumped onto the yacht, and the gentle voice of the smart butler immediately echoed. Welcome home, Master. Shao AI Smart Butler is online. I shivered, and goosebumps cover my body. Who understands my family? I'm a cold, tough guy, and I really can't handle this. I quickly asked her to prepare the beer and snacks from 82 and sent her away. Lying alone on the deck, I suddenly remembered to ask the system. Smoker and Dashki, they're not dead, right? The system informed me that they were saved by Akiji. I slapped my thigh. Damn. I completely forgot about that guy, Akiji. I was so immersed in the fight that I didn't even think about the Marine Admiral lying nearby. Well, I guess it's his lucky day. While I was enjoying my beer and snacks, the smart butler reported in that gentle voice, "Master, your beer and snacks are ready. Please enjoy." The killing intent I had just felt disappeared instantly. After eating and drinking to my heart's content, I lay back in my chair and had the smart butler navigate to the Grand Line. The yacht sailed on the sea for 3 days. I spent every day in my shorts, sunbathing and drinking cola. Occasionally, some clueless pirates would try to rob me, but they were easily crushed, giving me some kill points. Just as I was enjoying this rare leisure time, the headquarters of the news agency in the New World was in an uproar. President Morgans, that big bird, was thrilled as he looked at the photos and information sent back by frontline reporters, his feathers standing on end. Incredible. Truly incredible. He gazed at the picture of me, transforming into a black dragon and fighting Kaido's green dragon in the sky. And he trembled with excitement at the scene where we split the sky with our final clash. "Huh, Minus, you are truly my lucky star." He immediately thought of tomorrow's front page headline, a series of shocking statements. Shocking, Loguetown nearly destroyed. Shocking, Marine Admiral defeated by Minus. Shocking, for Emperor Kaido appears in the East Sea. Shocking, Dragon Duel, the sky split open. Shocking, is the era of the 5 emperors about to arrive? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and he decided on the spot to have all employees work overtime tomorrow to print newspapers. The whole world must see this big news. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, in the Marshal's office, Sengoku was nearly pulling his hair out in frustration. Just recently, he had finished a disastrous meeting. During the meeting, he recounted a series of unfortunate events that occurred in the EC, from the assassination of Colonel Mouse to the disappearance of 16 branch islands, and to Akiji being heavily injured and unconscious. As expected, Akainu's explosive temper erupted on the spot. He slammed the table and wanted to activate the Demon Slaughter Order, pushing all the blame onto Akiji, saying he should have been sent to the East Sea from the beginning. In the end, Akainu stormed out, and the high-ranking officer meeting ended on a sour note. As Sengoku sighed, a communicator came in to report that Smoker had returned with Admiral Akiji, but Akiji was more severely injured and was directly sent to the treatment room. The next morning, I was still bleary-eyed on the yacht when I saw a news bird flying over. I became interested and jumped right in front of it. The bird nearly died of fright and trembled as it handed me a newspaper, not daring to ask for money before fleeing. I returned to the yacht with the newspaper in hand, feeling emotional about how there are still good people in this pirate world. But as soon as I opened the newspaper, I was completely stunned. Goodness, the front page headline was a huge spread, accompanied by a high-definition color photo of the iconic scene where Kaido and I clash from afar, tearing the sky in half. And that's not all. Let me tell you, the headlines on this newspaper were simply incredible. Shocking, the Twin Dragons battle, evenly matched. The sky has been split. Is this a distortion of humanity or a decline of morality? And the most outrageous one, shocking, is the era of the 5 emperors about to arrive. Goodness, I couldn't help but exclaim. This editor knows how to attract attention. They are truly talented. However, the 5 emperors? The 5th emperor of the sea? I have to say, I laughed at that moment. The title sounds pretty good. In the future, who wouldn't respectfully call me Lord Minus? The 5th emperor? Just thinking about it made me burst out laughing. This wave of fame is definitely mine. I immediately waved to my smart assistant. Shout AI, crank up the speed, destination. The Grand Line, let us go. I tell you, the whole world has exploded. In a new world, on the Moby Dick, that iconic pineapple-headed Marco, it's him again. His hand holding the newspaper is shaking, and he looks petrified. The old foxes of the Whitebeard pirates noticed something was off. Usually steady Marco seemed spooked. Even Whitebeard himself was curious and asked him what was wrong. After a long pause, Marco's face looked worse than crying as he forced out a sentence. Something big has happened. Kaido is fighting with someone called Minus in the East Blue. Instantly, the ship fell silent, then erupted in laughter. TCH, it's just Kaido, right? That kid Minus must have gotten a good beating. Serves him right for being so arrogant. No one understood. These guys had been under Whitebeard's protection and were a bit too complacent. Marco, feeling helpless, had to announce the correct answer. You guessed wrong, that Minus fought Kaido to a standstill. As soon as these words came out, the entire place went dead silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their expressions were something else. A newcomer could fight that monster Kaido to a draw? Where does that leave us, who have been in the New World for so many years? A cloud of gloom instantly enveloped the entire pirate crew, and morale plummeted. In a critical moment, it was still Old Man Whitebeard. He chuckled heartily, his voice booming like thunder. What you all afraid of? I'm Whitebeard. That kid Minus dares to come to the New World. I'll show him what the world's strongest is. With his shout, everyone's confidence was restored. But I dare say Marco, looking at the headline about the Emperor's era on the newspaper, must have been feeling anxious inside. On the other side, at Onigashima and Wano country, Kaido was holding a wine gourd and laughing wildly. Gene, let me tell you, that kid Minus is really something. Quite strong. Too bad he won't join us. Gene, his reliable first mate dressed in black, held the newspaper with a face of indifference. So, Mr. Kaido, you went all the way to the East Blue just to have a fight and give him free publicity as the strongest in history, right? Kaido took the newspaper and laughed even harder. Huh, this kid is famous now? Jean was speechless. Don't you think calling it the Emperor's era is a bit exaggerated? Kaido suddenly became serious. Not exaggerated at all. I fought him. That kid is ridiculously strong. I used Conqueror's Haki, and he took it. He was called an emperor and was definitely qualified in strength. He just lacked territory and followers. Saying this, he returned to his usual demeanor, waving his hand. Let him stir up whatever he wants. It won't affect us in Wano. Such a big heart, brother. Over at the red-haired pirates, the atmosphere was much heavier. Shanks and Beckman stood at the bow of the ship, not speaking for a long time. Finally, Beckman broke the silence. It seems we underestimated him. Shanks took the newspaper, staring at the photo of the sky splitting open, his gaze deep and frightening. He knew very well that his combat power was already firmly at the Four Emperors level. Suddenly, he said solemnly, when he arrives in the New World, I must meet him. On Cake Island, it was even more serious. Katakuri appeared calm, as usual, but the hand that was almost crushing the newspaper betrayed the turmoil within him. The head chef, Snack, and a few others had expressions of disbelief, questioning if it was fake news. They wanted to tell Big Mom, but feared being torn apart by her, who was currently suffering from a loss of appetite. Finally, Katakuri stepped forward. All right, when Mama wakes up, I'll tell her myself. At the Holy Land, Mariewa, the 5 old men could no longer sit still. They were all shocked. How'd this kid grow so fast? The sword-wielding bald elder, a hardliner, grunted. Humph, we should make him submit to our world government immediately. Some worried that he might disagree, and they concluded, just give him some benefits, and he obediently listened. Hilarious. They really thought they were at the center of the world. Then they remembered that the CP team sent to find me had already vanished without a trace. Thus, this group of geniuses decided to send another team over. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters, I tell you, Dragon was sweating cold bullets. Sabo looked on with a blank expression. Completely confused, Dragon explained to Sabo about Conqueror's Haki being able to wrap around attacks, the so-called Conqueror's coiling, and told him that only this could truly hurt monsters like Kaido and Big Mom. And the photo of the sky splitting was proof of the highest level clash of Conqueror's Haki. After hearing this, Sabo felt emo, thinking everything he had practiced before was just child's play. This news spread like a virus, instantly reaching the entire world. Mihawk lamented that he wasn't a swordsman. Doflamingo fell silent, Crocodile didn't care at all, and Boa Hancock claimed to be the most beautiful while probably panicking inside. Jimby completely gave up on avenging Arlong. Even Moria was dreaming about how getting my shadow would help him take revenge on Kaido. Even in East Blue's Windmill Village, 2 little kids saw the newspaper. Luffy pointed at my photo and shouted, Ace, look, this person is so handsome. Ace punched him. Idiot. Is the point being handsome? It's being strong. Of course. The most exciting part was at the Navy headquarters. Admiral Sengoku was already in a fix because Akiji was sent to the infirmary by me, and then the communications soldier handed him another newspaper. After reading it, I estimate his blood pressure shot up to 300. His own admiral was being beaten, and his arch-nemesis Kaido couldn't even take me down. Instead, we fought to a standstill. The newspaper was full of our news, and the Navy became the background and a clown. He was so angry that he almost performed a Buddha's light illuminating right there to give the Navy headquarters a little shock. So, another meeting was called. Kizaru crossed his arms and complained, "How scary. Why is there another meeting?" I kinda still had that deadpan face. Sengoku slammed the newspaper on the table, and the entire conference room fell silent. Vice Admiral Tsuru calmly pointed out, "If even Akiji and Kaido can't handle him, how do we deal with him?" Akainu immediately suggested, "Just issue a Demon Slayer order." Tsuru replied, "A normal Demon Slayer order might not work on him." Akainu really had no emotional intelligence. With just a few words, he killed the mood and brought the atmosphere to freezing point. In the end, Sengoku made the decision to send an admiral to lead a team, along with a few elite vice admirals, to capture me. He first looked at Akainu, who directly refused. "I need to guard the New World, no time." Sengoku had no choice but to turn his gaze to Kizaru. Kizaru thought about escaping and made up an excuse about needing to protect Vegapunk. Sengoku immediately pulled out a Den Mushi. "Oh, really? I happen to have his number. Let me ask." Kizaru immediately wilted, slumping in his chair, feeling hopeless about life. The candidates were set. Kizaru would lead the team, accompanied by the hawkish Jack and the dove-like Tontada, with one from each of the three factions, ensuring no one could slack off. Finally, they set the bounty for me. Everyone chimed in, 10 billion, 20 billion. In the end, Vice Admiral Tsuru made the final call, 24 billion berries. His strength and crimes are worth that price. So, without me knowing anything about it, I became the man with a 24 billion bounty, and a team of Admiral-level hunters had already set sail. As for me, I was on my luxury yacht, facing upside-down mountain, lost in thought. The water flows uphill. Can this boat really go up? I asked the system, "Are you sure this thing can climb a mountain?" The system told me, "Don't worry, just go for it. If the going merry can make it. What are you worried about with your luxury yacht?" "All right then," I shouted at the smart assistant. "Shout AI, charge ahead." And surprisingly, it really did. The feeling was just like riding a rapid river, except we were going upstream. It was so thrilling. After successfully reaching Twin Cape, I felt a bit disappointed as I didn't TC the legendary Lighthouse Elder in the Whale Lab. Never mind, business comes first. I immediately asked the assistant for navigation, with the destination set to Whiskey Peak. I hadn't fought monsters for several days, and my kill count was itching for action. Soon, I could see those cactus-like peaks in the distance. I knew that buried beneath them were the tombstones of pirates. I jumped off the yacht and strode toward the town. As soon as I reached the town entrance, a group of villagers enthusiastically rushed out to welcome me. "Welcome, hero, to Whiskey Peak." One guy was grinning from ear to ear, but before he could finish his sentence, a trembling companion beside him suddenly grabbed him, pointing at me, his face turning pale. Unable to say a word, the enthusiastic guy looked completely confused, not understanding the situation. "Bro, why are you shaking? ISNT, there a guest coming?" I tell you, the brothers next to him were so scared that their souls almost flew away, trembling like mosquitoes. "Dude, you didn't see it wrong, right? That's 5 Emperor Minos. It's him, the black dragon from a newspaper. My goodness, that idiot actually led this great deity to the town center. Isn't that just delivering his head to him? Family. Who understands? These few people are thinking so fast, they decided on the spot not to go back to the village and directly made a reverse retreat, rolling and crawling up the mountain, afraid that if they ran slowly, Minos would treat them as dessert after the meal. I was standing right next to Minos at that moment, and the smile on his lips made my heart race. He must have seen those few people slip away, but he just ignored it. That scatterbrain guy was still leading the way in front, completely unaware that his teammates had sold him out, still enthusiastically introducing. "This is our Cactus Island. The people are simple and hospitable." I thought to myself, now, this is going to be interesting. Soon we arrived at the center of the town, and guess what? It got even more ridiculous. As soon as the townsfolk saw Minos, their reaction was something else. A few bounty hunter leaders hiding in the shadows were trembling like sewing machines. "Boss, it's Minos. What is he doing in our dump of a place?" "Listen up," the boss shouted in a hushed voice. "Notify everyone. Don't provoke him. Whatever he eats or drinks, he must not pay a penny. Treat him as if we're honoring our ancestors." So, the whole town went to extreme lengths to be humble. Minos was still thinking that these people looked friendly and would definitely show their true colors at night, giving him a chance to rack up some kill points. But when he sat in the inn and waited for a long time, there was not a single troublemaker. Instead, delicious food and fine wine were served to him like at a banquet. He was completely at a loss for words, and the expression on his face was one of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? This isn't how the script is supposed to go. When he looked around, the way everyone was looking at him was not out of respect, but out of fear. They were trembling like leaves in the wind. At that moment, Minos completely understood. His reputation was too loud, scaring everyone out of their wits, and they didn't dare to take action. He felt so frustrated. "Hey, you guys are making it really hard for me." It felt like he had prepared a combo move, only for the opponent to surrender immediately, punching into cotton. So frustrating. In the end, he had no choice but to shove a couple of bites of food into his mouth and get up to leave. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would really lose it and unleash a black dragoness roar on these hospitable hunters. The moment he left, everyone in them looked like they had just been fished out of water, collapsing in their chairs, gasping for breath. "Oh my, we survived." My heart almost stopped when he got up. Minos returned to his yacht, feeling quite complex. Even his AI butler couldn't stand it anymore, and the system directly jumped out to complain. "Host, what is wrong with you? Why so indecisive? This doesn't fit your character." Minos retorted stubbornly. "I'm not. Minos, am free. If I don't want to kill, I won The system shot back. "Then can't you at least be proactive in racking up achievements? For example, go to Alabasta? Old Sand?" Minos' eyes lit up. That wicked smile came back. "Good idea. Intelligent butler, full speed ahead to Alabasta. Call me when we arrive." And so, Minos slept soundly on the yacht for 10 days. But during those 10 days, the outside world had turned upside down because of him. The Navy placed a bounty of $2.4 billion on him, and the news mobile Morgans made a sensational headline. Shocking. Black Dragon Minos is only worth $2.4 billion. The Navy was hammered and blew up several islands, yet remained indifferent. This time, the Navy's face was ground into the dirt, infuriating the warlord of the war, who nearly had a heart attack. Akainu Sakazuki, with his violent temper, couldn't take this sitting down. Without a word, he charged into the New World like a rampaging beast, annihilating several pirate crews, leaving heads rolling and forcibly suppressing the chaos in the New World. If it weren't for the Gorsi calling him to stop, he probably would have pierced through the New World. And the root cause of all this chaos? I tell you, he was sleeping on his yacht, drooling, until the intelligent butler gently woke him up. "Master, we're almost at Alabasta." He opened his eyes, overly excited, thinking to himself, "Now I can finally rack up some achievements. Old Sand's Baroque works, and that group of rebel troops, rather than leaving them for the Straw Hat crew to gain experience. Why not take them all out in one go?" But as soon as the yacht docked, he jumped to the port city of canola flour, instantly dumbfounded. Family, who understands? This place doesn't look like it suffered 3 years of drought. The city was thriving, with a humid air. The people on the streets were laughing and chatting about how the warlord crocodile was truly our great hero. Minos immediately broke down, exclaiming, "What the hell?" It suddenly dawned on him that he had arrived 3 whole years too early. Now Old Sand was a national hero. If he went to stir up trouble now, he would instead become the villain invading. All his plans were ruined, and he could only wander around the street with a face full of constipation. But little did he know, as soon as he disembarked, Old Sand spies had already spotted him. The moment the spies saw him, his heart nearly stopped, and he scrambled back to report. When the news reached Old Sand, he initially didn't take it seriously. But then Robin casually remarked, "It seems that the 5 Emperor's Minos has come to our Alabasta." Old Sand jumped up, nearly dropping his cigar, staring intensely at Robin. "Who did you say?" He was completely stunned. That was Minos, a monster who could stroll through the Navy headquarters like it was a backyard. What was he doing in this godforsaken desert? Robin was also in turmoil. even considering the thought. If I could ally with Minus, could I escape Old Sand? Old Sand didn't care what she thought. His mind was a mess. Finally, he made a decision and said to Robin with a serious face, "You go meet him. Probe his intentions." Just as the currents in Alabasta surged, another group arrived. Navy Admiral Kizaru, accompanied by Fujitora and Sabo, also landed. Kizaru, that old slickster, complained, I'm exhausted these past few days." Fujitora and Sabo beside him had dark expressions, thinking, "What are you tired from? We fought all the Sea Kings along the way while you just lounged around sipping tea and trimming your nails. If we weren't outmatched, we'd have given you a couple of slaps." Kizaru didn't care at all, lazily saying, "Latest news. It seems Minus is in this country. Let us split up and search. That'll be faster." On the other side, Minus had already wandered into the capital, Alabasta. He looked up and saw that it was only raining over the capital. He instantly understood that Old Sand's scheme had already begun. Just then, he noticed a tall, black-skinned woman in a purple dress standing ahead, looking at him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. As soon as I saw her, I thought, wow, isn't that Nico Robin? Minus stepped forward, looked her up and down, and went straight to the point. "Are you waiting for me, Nico Robin?" With one sentence, he completely blocked all the lines Robin had prepared. Robin's heart sank. How did he know my identity? Minus didn't give her a chance to react and coldly asked, "Did Crocodile send you?" At this point, Robin was completely out of patience and could only admit it. Minus sneered, "All right, that guy's intelligence is fast enough. Cut the crap. Take me to see him." Robin was dumbfounded. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Why was he going straight to confront him? But could she dare to say no? She could only grit her teeth and lead the way. Before long, the two arrived at Old Sand's eerie office. When Old Sand saw that Robin had brought Minus directly, his face turned green, and he yelled at Robin, "What are you doing?" Minus sat down as if he were in his own backyard, crossing his legs. "So, Crocodile, you're not welcoming me? Why should I welcome you?" Old Sand gritted his teeth. "Do I need to greet you, Crocodile, wherever I go?" Minus unleashed his aura, leaving Old Sand speechless. He looked at Old Sand with mockery. "I heard someone is looking for an ancient weapon called Pluton here. Trying to take revenge with it? You." Old Sand's face changed dramatically. His biggest secret was just revealed, and he seriously suspected that Robin had spilled the beans. Minus watched his shocked and angry expression. Continuing to stab. A loser defeated by Whitebeard, hiding in a place like this, daydreaming based on vague legends. What a waste. "Shut up." Old Sand was thoroughly enraged, shouting in humiliation. "What's wrong? Can't I say anything?" Minus stood up, his eyes full of provocation. "Crocodile, let's step outside and have a fight. Oh, and you better bring all your subordinates. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be enough to warm me up." After saying that, he turned and walked out. Inside the office, Old Sand's face was so dark it could drip water. He glared at Robin, but ultimately decided to deal with Minus, this pressing threat, first. In the desert, Minus looked a bit disappointed as he saw Old Sand come out alone. "Is it just you? Where are your lackeys?" Old Sand snorted coldly. "One is enough to deal with you." "Really?" Minus smiled, and the next second, red light flashed, and his conqueror's hockey exploded, heavily pressing down on Old Sand. Old Sand immediately felt as if a mountain had landed on his back, making it hard to move. Minus withdrew his hockey, taunting, "You can't even withstand this little bit of conqueror's hockey. What do you plan to fight me with?" Old Sand roared in anger, raising his hand to unleash a sandstorm, a huge sand tornado rushing towards Minus. Let me tell you, it looked quite terrifying, but Minus didn't dodge. He punched the tornado with his fist wrapped in pitch-black armament hockey. With a loud bang, the sand tornado was obliterated, sand flying everywhere. Minus shook his hand. "Is that it?" Old Sand's face turned purple with rage, and he shouted, "Desert Treasure Blade." A giant blade made of sand came crashing down. Minus, as usual, threw another punch, and shattered again. "Old Sand, the warm-up is over." Minus's voice turned cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished, reappearing right in front of Old Sand, his fist covered in armament hockey, completely ignoring Old Sand's sand transformation ability, and slammed it into his stomach. Old Sand was sent flying like a cannonball, rolling in the sand and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Minus strolled over, looking down at him, mockingly asking, "No way. You can't stand up anymore? A dignified warlord. Is it really this pathetic? Pathetic? Old Sand's lungs almost exploded from anger. He struggled to get up from the sand and immediately unleashed his ultimate attack. Desert Sunflower. Instantly, the sand beneath Minos turned into a giant whirlpool, crazily sucking him in, trying to bury him alive. What happened next? Minos lightly tapped his toes and jumped out of the attack range, as if nothing happened. He crossed his arms, watching with a look of amusement, and taunted, "Come on, crocodile. Is this all you've got? What is the difference from scratching an itch?" Old Sand's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Ignoring him completely, slammed his hands on the ground, and roared, "Desert Great Sword." With a whoosh, the swirling yellow sand condensed into a giant sword dozens of meters long, slicing down towards Minos's forehead. Let me tell you, that scene was truly impressive. But what happened next was unbelievable. Minos didn't move at all. He just stood there and took the blow. With a massive crash, the sand hit him as if it struck steel, instantly shattering. Minos dusted off his clothes, smirking. "I felt something, but not much. I say, Old Sand, haven't you eaten? I stood here and let you hit me, and you can't even break my defense?" This time, Old Sand fell completely silent. His strongest attack had no effect. How could he fight now? Minos saw his cowardly expression and sneered. "All right, your turn is over. It's mine now." As soon as he finished speaking, his aura changed, and his fist was instantly covered with a layer of black and white energy. Armament hockey. Armament. Flowing rock-shattering fist. The next second, I tell you, it was like a hail of bullets. Hundreds and thousands of black and white glowing fist shadows swept over like a machine gun. Old Sand, frightened, hurriedly tried to conjure a sandstorm to block it. But what happened? It was like paper. It was instantly pierced through. The fist shadows didn't stop and hit Old Sand solidly. Old Sand was battered like a broken sack, rolling on the ground, blood splattering everywhere. It was a tragic sight. Minos watched him with disappointment in his eyes. "No way. You went down this quickly? I haven't even unleashed my big move yet." It seems that after being defeated by Whitebeard and losing his hand, not only did your strength diminish, but your spirit has also vanished. Lying on the ground, Old Sand trembled with anger upon hearing this, forcing himself to get up and shout, "What do you know? When I, Crocodile, was mixing in the new world, you were still playing in the mud." Minos shook his head, looking at him like he was a clueless child. "Times have changed, old man. You're already a loser. Only thinking of relying on external forces, forgetting that becoming stronger yourself is the key." He couldn't be bothered to waste more words, raising his hand to prepare to send Old Sand on his way. But just then, Minos suddenly frowned and turned to look into the distance. Wow! A large group of people was rushing over the desert horizon, all of them Old Sand subordinates. Old Sand, upon seeing this, showed no signs of happiness. Instead, he felt even more despair. He knew that his subordinates were like ants in front of Minos. Soon, Mr. One and his group rushed forward, surrounding Old Sand. "Are you all right, boss? Don't worry, we'll protect you." Each one was loyal, and the scene was quite touching. All right, Robin was in the crowd with a completely indifferent expression, looking out of place. Minos watched from the side and even clapped. "Oh my, so touching. Since you all want to accompany him, I'll send you on your way first, so he won't be lonely on his journey to the underworld." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. When he reappeared, he was already in front of a poor soul, grinning. First one, with a single punch. I only heard a puff sound, like a watermelon exploding, red and white splattering on the faces of those around. The remaining people were so scared they were dumbfounded, still unable to react, when Minos flashed behind the voluptuous female officer, the second one. Another punch, and the person was directly torn apart. This wasn't a fight. It was pure slaughter. Lao Sha's eyes turned red as he roared, "Minos, as a dignified warlord, do you only bully the weak? If you have the guts, come at me." "Ha ha, getting anxious, huh?" Minos laughed and disappeared again. His target was Lao Sha. Just as the arm-colored fist was about to smash down on Lao Sha's head, suddenly, a bald figure blocked the way. Mr. One. Unfortunately, it was useless. Minos's fist didn't stop at all and effortlessly pierced through Mr. One's chest. He expressionlessly withdrew his hand, allowing Mr. One to collapse into Lao Sha's arms. "Mr. One gasped out his last breath, saying, 'Captain, the debt from back then, I've repaid it. After saying that, his head drooped, and he was completely still. Minus, you gone too far. Lao Sha went completely mad, holding his most loyal subordinate. Naive. Minus shook his head. All right, I won't play with you anymore. Let us settle this all at once. He clenched his right hand sharply, and a huge energy fist appeared out of nowhere, armed normal punch. That fist was like a small mountain, smashing down directly. Lao Sha's subordinates were terrified, trying desperately to resist with their abilities, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. After a huge explosion, the entire desert was smashed into a giant pit, leaving everyone but Robin with not a trace remaining. Minus listened to the system's notification sound ringing in his head, laughing comfortably. Then he turned his head, looking at the already dumbfounded Robin like a devil, and smiled wickedly. Robin-chan, you wouldn't want the world government to know your identity as a survivor of O'Hara, would you? Who understand the families? When this line came out, I got goosebumps. Robin's face turned pale, and she didn't dare to say a word. Minus continued from now on. Go join that Straw Hat kid and report their every move to me. Robin nodded repeatedly, and Minus waved his hand for her to leave. She then scrambled away. After settling everything, Minus was about to leave when he suddenly sensed movement. Using observation hockey, he scanned the area. Good heavens, the Navy was coming. Leading the way were the two rear admirals, Ghost Spider and T-Pig. As soon as both sides met, the atmosphere instantly solidified. Ghost Spider shouted sternly, Minus, why are you here? Minus chuckled. I wanted to ask you guys the same thing. What are you doing here? On vacation? T-Pig snorted coldly. We are here to punish you. Upon hearing this, Minus burst out laughing. Punish me? With just a few hundred of you? Putting aside the facts, do you Navy guys have a misunderstanding about your own strength? Ghost Spider was enraged. Don't be arrogant. Admiral Kizaru will be here soon. Oh, Kizaru is coming? Minus's eyes lit up. Then he glanced at the Navy soldiers and sneered, wondering if they could withstand my conqueror's hockey. After finishing his words, a terrifying aura erupted instantly. Black-red, lightning sweeping across the field. Those Navy soldiers fell down like cut wheat, one by one, their eyes rolling back, frothing at the mouth. In the end, only Ghost Spider and T-Pig were left, trembling and barely holding on. Minus retracted his hockey and walked over casually. See, I barely made a move, and you all fell like this. And you still dare to punish me? Ghost Spider and T-Pig yelled in anger, but couldn't fight back. Minus didn't bother to waste time with them. With a flash, he kicked Ghost Spider away. T-Pig attempted a sneak attack from behind, but Minus didn't even turn his head, catching his fist from behind, and kicked him away again. Ghost Spider, in a panic, grew several hands from his back, wielding knives wildly, but Minus used a flowing rock-smashing punch, countless fist shadows directly beating him into a pile of mush, leaving him gasping for breath. Just as T-Pig was helping Ghost Spider up, Minus's cold voice echoed, "Don't worry, you're next." T-Pig knew he couldn't win and began using the Marine 6 styles to move at high speed, looking for an opportunity. Minus watched his after images and smiled. Pretty fast, but still too slow in front of me. After saying that, he launched himself forward, directly appearing behind T-Pig, delivering another ordinary punch. T-Pig was so scared his soul nearly left his body, hurriedly using Iron Block to brace himself. With a loud bang, the entire desert was split down the middle. Although T-Pig survived thanks to Iron Block, he was covered in blood and completely lost his fighting ability. Just as Minus was about to raise his foot to finish him off, suddenly, a golden light shot over at a speed too fast to see, clanging as it blocked his foot. I looked up and saw a tall figure in a yellow suit, looking like a monkey. Minus stared at the newcomer and said in a deep voice, "Is that Kizaru? Your timing is impeccable." Kizaru grinned lewdly. "Oh wow, isn't that the 5 Emperors Minus?" He pretended to be scared, but his eyes were full of confrontation. "You've killed so many Navy soldiers. Are we supposed to just throw you a party?" Minus pointed to the Navy soldiers lying around. "And what's the result of your attack? Is this what you call success?" Kizaru's expression darkened, and suddenly he asked, "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" Before Minus could react, Kizaru turned into a beam of light and kicked Minus. Minus flew several meters, but landed steadily, patting his chest. "Is that it? Feels like a massage." Then the two started fighting. Let me tell you, the scene was absurd. Minos' strength and haki were overwhelming, but Kizaru was too fast. He was like light and couldn't be hit. Minos' attacks were dodged repeatedly, and instead, Kizaru found opportunities to kick him several times. Although Minos didn't bleed, the humiliation was intense. Kizaru mocked, "Is this the 5 Emperors? Doesn't seem that impressive." Minos wasn't angry. His eyes turned, and he suddenly saw the injured Trafalgar Law and Gecko Moria lying not far away and smiled. He shouted at Kizaru, "Kizaru, catch this," and launched a flowing rock-shattering punch. Kizaru instinctively wanted to dodge by turning into light, but he suddenly realized that the target of the attack was not him, but Trafalgar Law behind him. Kizaru's face turned pale, cursing under his breath for being despicable. If he dodged, Law would surely die. He had no choice but to jump into the air, crossing his arms and firing countless light bullets. Shaku JG. Countless punch shadows and light bullets collided in the air, the explosive power completely shattering the already fragile desert surface, creating a massive quicksand trap that caused the unconscious Navy soldiers to fall one by one. Minos laughed loudly at this scene. "Kizaru, look, your men are being swallowed by the desert. Are you going to save them or not?" Kizaru was infuriated, but he was entangled by Minos and couldn't break free. Seizing the opportunity, Minos faked a move towards Trafalgar Law, and Kizaru fell for it, immediately turning into light to intercept. In that instant, Minos sharply changed direction, appearing next to the barely conscious Gecko Moria, and slammed a punch down on his head. With a dull thud, the world fell silent. Minos looked at the furious Kizaru with a smile. Kizaru knew that if they continued fighting, his side would be wiped out. He made a quick decision, jumped into the air, crossed his arms again, and summoned a massive golden light. Shaku JG. In an instant, light spheres that were countless times more concentrated than before rained down on Minos like a meteor shower. Minos saw Kizaru's attack and grinned, raising his hands, with white energy enveloping his fists and haki also surrounding them as he said in a deep voice, armed. Flowing rock-shattering punch. Countless punch shadows collided with Kizaru's light spheres again. The fierce clash of the spheres and punch shadows once again altered the desert landscape, creating large craters. The quicksand grew larger, as if it could swallow everything. As the dust settled, when Minos looked up, he found the desert was now empty. Kizaru and Trafalgar Law were nowhere to be seen. "Damn it," Minos cursed. "That dog thief." Kizaru fled without honor. The wind and sand swept by, leaving Minos in the desert, furious and powerless. After a long time, Minos finally calmed down. Meanwhile, Kizaru was quickly escaping with Trafalgar Law in his arms. Kizaru sighed as he looked at the injured Law. "This is really troublesome. In this operation to hunt down Minos, all elite soldiers from the Navy headquarters were dead, and they also lost an elite vice admiral." Every time he thought about it, Kizaru felt complicated. Their losses were too great. He might also be scolded when he returned. Silent, Kizaru eventually dialed Sengoku's snail phone. After calming down, Minos's eyes glowed red as he used observation haki to check if there were any surviving Navy soldiers. But the reality told Minos that there wasn't a single survivor. Minos said to himself, "Hey, how about this time's dead Navy soldiers? Does it count toward my kill count?" Ding, it counts. Sure enough, the previous ones counted. It wouldn't be possible for this one not to count. Minos said, "Hey, how many kill points do I have now?" Ding, please check the system panel yourself. Minos opened the system panel and had changed. Host, Minos age, 19 skills. Intermediate armed haki, intermediate observation haki, intermediate conqueror's haki, flowing rock-shattering punch, normal version. Normal punch, normal version. Continuous normal punch, normal version. Navigator skills, helmsman skills. Physique, peak of the 4 Emperor's items. 1 supreme great knife kill points, 24. 900 realm. Peak of Admiral, Black Dragon form. Peak of the 4 Emperors evaluation. You are already very strong now, as long as you don't encounter a peak king-level enemy. You won't die. Minos looked at the kill points in surprise. Hey, do I really have this many kill points? Ding, please rest assured. The system calculated it personally, and there won't be any mistakes. Minos smiled. I'm just a bit surprised. Ding, now that you have so many kill points, aren't you going to use them? Minos chuckled lightly. I'll wait until I get to Moria before using them, because I've thought of something very interesting. Ding. Minos looked at the speechless system and said nothing. instead exiting the system panel. He decided to leave the chaotic desert for now. Minos walked back to the city he started from, intending to take the yacht to the final battle. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Minos, a bird was secretly recording everything that had just happened. Yamashita, Mo, also watched Minos leave while glancing at the newspaper in his hand. Yamashita, Mo murmured, as expected of the 5 emperors Minos. First, he wiped out the warlord Crocodile. Then he killed an elite vice admiral from the Navy headquarters and defeated a candidate for admiral, forcing Kizaru to flee. Yamashita, Mo said joyfully, Minos, you truly are my lucky star. This issue of the newspaper will surely become a sensation at sea. On Kizaru's side, holding Trafalgar Law, he finally got through to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. As soon as the call connected, Sengoku's voice came through the phone. Kizaru, did you encounter Minos? Kizaru replied solemnly. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, we have encountered Minos. Sengoku, on the other end of the phone, hurriedly asked, so what's the situation now? Kizaru bitterly said, I'm sorry, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. We failed. There was a long silence on the phone. Sengoku quickly asked, what are the losses? Kizaru forced a smile. All the Navy headquarters soldiers who came with us are dead, and even Vice Admiral Moria is dead. Sengoku on the other end of the line was shocked by the news. What? Vice Admiral Moria and all the headquarters soldiers are dead? The yellow ape bitterly said, yes. Admiral Sengoku, we underestimated Minos. He is too powerful. The phone bug on the other end was very agitated. So, only you and Tashigi managed to escape? Hearing Sengoku's words from the phone bug, the yellow ape glanced at Tashigi, who he was carrying, and bitterly said, I'm very sorry, Admiral Sengoku. Tashigi was also severely injured. If he isn't treated soon, he might die as well. Sengoku on the phone bug asked in confusion, how could Tashigi be injured too? Logically, with you, a vice admiral candidate, and an elite rear admiral, even if you couldn't defeat Minos, there shouldn't have been any deaths or injuries. Without waiting for the yellow ape to respond, Sengoku continued, Yellow ape, what exactly happened? The yellow ape bitterly replied, Admiral Sengoku, let's talk in detail when I return. Sengoku said sternly, all right, yellow ape, then you should come back first. After finishing, Sengoku hung up the phone bug, leaving the yellow ape with a face full of bitterness. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. In the Admiral's office, Sengoku, after hanging up the phone bug, roared in anger. Damn Minos. How could he kill so many of our Marines? Even the ghost spider has perished. At this moment, Sengoku was extremely furious and even more puzzled about why they faced such a situation. Even if Minos was too powerful, having an admiral, a vice admiral candidate, and an elite rear admiral should not have ended so miserably. Even if they couldn't win, they should have been able to retreat safely. How did it end up with 1 dead and 1 injured? Sengoku sighed. Forget it. When a yellow ape returns, we will know clearly what happened. Sengoku bitterly said, the key is, with such a big incident happening now, how should we deal with it? Should we hold a meeting again? Forget it. Let's wait for the yellow ape to come back. Minos soon returned to the port, looking at the city in front of him, thinking about what changes might happen in the future. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. After a long while, Minos spoke. Butler, please bring out the yacht. Ding. The yacht has arrived. Please be careful, host. With a rumble, the yacht appeared at the port, and the waves stirred up a commotion. Minos was speechless. This damn system always made such a grand entrance to the yacht. Didn't it know that Minos was a low-key person? Sure enough, the yacht's appearance attracted a lot of attention. Most people in the Grand Line knew about the devil fruits, and when they saw the yacht appear, they thought someone had used a fruit ability. After looking a few times and finding nothing, they left one after another. Minos lightly jumped onto the yacht. At the same time, the gentle voice of the intelligent butler sounded. Welcome home, master. Minos asked, how long does it take to navigate to the Bermuda Triangle? Okay, master. The intelligent butler is at your service. Minos quietly watched the bustling city, pondering. There shouldn't be anyone invading Alabasta anymore, right? But who can say for sure in 3 years? Master, the intelligent butler has found the information. The gentle voice of the intelligent butler interrupted Minos's thoughts. Minos was pleasantly surprised. Intelligent butler, how long does it take to get to the Bermuda Triangle? Master, from Alabasta to the Bermuda Triangle, it requires passing multiple islands. which takes longer. Normally, it takes about a month. Minus was quite surprised. Does it really take that long? Yes, based on navigation calculations, it indeed takes a month. Minus helplessly said, Okay, intelligent butler, I understand. Please navigate directly to the Bermuda Triangle. All right, master. Please hold on. The intelligent butler will start the journey. Minus sighed inwardly. A month? That's really boring. Then he smiled again. But I guess that's part of the fun of the pirate world. Soon, Minus and the yacht headed towards the Bermuda Triangle. Time flowed, and 2 days passed. New World, News Agency Headquarters. Morgans received the newspaper from the lower mountain, and just a glance revealed the latest news about Minus. The gist of a newspaper was that Minus first defeated the warlord Crocodile, then faced the Navy's pursuit, ultimately resulting in a fierce battle with the Navy. Minus first defeated the elite Rear Admiral Ghost Spider, then defeated the Vice Admiral candidate Tashigi, but Yellow Ape arrived to rescue Tashigi, though Ghost Spider was still killed by Minus. Morgans laughed heartily. Minus, you truly are my lucky star. In the past month, because of you, our news agency has earned a lot of berries. Now, you've given me another big scoop. Morgans excitedly said, This time I need to come up with a great headline for the newspaper. How about calling it, Shocking? The Emperor Minus actually killed Warlord Crocodile. What does this mean? Shocking, is the Emperor Minus going to take action against the warlords? Shocking, the Navy actually pursued Emperor Minus. Shocking, elite Rear Admiral Ghost Spider is dead. Vice Admiral candidate Tashigi seriously injured. Yellow Ape retreated. Emperor Minus is heading to the New World. How will the other 4 emperors treat him? Looking at the headlines he had thought of, Morgans laughed. This news is bound to be explosive. I really love you, Minus. Morgans frowned. However, this incident could have significant impact. Neither the Navy nor the world government will let Minus off easily. Morgan suddenly smirked. Why don't I give Minus a heads up? You better not get into trouble. Otherwise, I might lose my biggest scoop. Morgans continued. Let the newsbirds copy the newspaper as quickly as possible. Then, send it out to sea as fast as possible. Such an exciting event must be known to the powerful ones at sea. Marineford. Sengoku looked at the Yellow Ape in front of him and loudly said, What? You say you separated to search for Minus. At this moment, Sengoku couldn't believe what he heard from the Yellow Ape. Minus was so powerful. Why would you separate? Isn't that looking for death? The Yellow Ape bitterly replied, Yes. Admiral Sengoku, because Minus was too hard to find, we decided to search separately. Sengoku looked incredulously at the Yellow Ape. Do you even realize what you're saying? But that's the reality, Admiral Sengoku, the Yellow Ape shrugged. Sengoku bitterly said, You really came up with a good plan. The Yellow Ape helplessly said, At that time, it was already hard to find him. That's why we split up, and besides, Ghost Spider and Tashigi were both quite strong, bringing several hundred elite soldiers. The Yellow Ape continued, But I didn't expect Minus to be so powerful. By the time I arrived, Ghost Spider and Tashigi were barely alive, and the other marine soldiers were lying on the ground, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. Sengoku bitterly said, Minus is too despicable. By the way, you already arrived, so why is Ghost Spider still dead? Sengoku suddenly asked curiously. Kizuru heard Sengoku's puzzled words and replied bitterly, Marshal Sengoku, it's like this. After listening to Kizuru, Sengoku roared in anger, What? That Minus guy is too despicable and shameless. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. If it weren't for that despicable and shameless Minus, he wouldn't be able to do anything to me, Kizuru said bitterly. Sengoku sighed. Minus is strong and smart, making him increasingly difficult to deal with. Marshal Sengoku. The key is what we should do now, Kizuru said seriously. Sigh. Sengoku sighed. We can only decide after the meeting. Kizuru weakly said, Why do we have to have a meeting again? I really don't want to. Sengoku helplessly replied, There's no choice. This meeting must be held. Sengoku continued. Let the communicator notify everyone to prepare for the meeting. Soon, under the communicator's notice, the senior naval officers arrived one after another in the meeting room. In the meeting room, Sengoku looked at the naval generals below. This meeting was clearly different. Firstly, Akiji had recovered and was present in the meeting room. However, Sakazuki was absent from this meeting. Due to his previous rampage in the New World, he was afraid to leave easily. Lastly, the seats for the Spider Ghost and the Tea Pig were empty. This strange scene was naturally noticed by the other naval generals, causing them to furrow their brows and feel uneasy. Kizaru was present, but why were the Spider Ghost and the T-Pig not with him? Something must have happened. Sengoku coughed and said, I believe everyone has guessed what happened, right? The other generals remained silent, but their eyes were fixed on Sengoku. Sengoku scanned the room and solemnly spoke. The Spider Ghost has sacrificed himself. What? The Spider Ghost was an elite vice admiral. How could he have sacrificed himself? Yes, it was unbelievable. But with Admiral Kizaru and Vice Admiral T-Pig present, how could the Spider Ghost have fallen? By the way, didn't you notice that Vice Admiral T-Pig also didn't come to the meeting? Could it be? Sengoku's words shocked everyone present. Then various discussions erupted in the meeting room. Sengoku said bitterly, Vice Admiral T-Pig has not sacrificed himself, but he is seriously injured. After this statement, the generals glanced at Kizaru, who seemed unaffected. Huh? Admiral Kizaru is actually fine? Yeah, as expected of Admiral Kizaru. His strength is truly remarkable. It seems Admiral Kizaru brought Vice Admiral T-Pig back. He really worked hard. Sengoku, seeing the discussion turning into a different tone, interrupted, now regarding the matter of Minus. How should we handle it? Sengoku's words made the atmosphere in the meeting room serious, and no one dared to speak. Staff Officer Crane spoke up. Minus is too powerful. We cannot defeat him relying solely on admirals and vice admirals. Staff Officer Crane continued. It may take 2 admirals to win, but he might escape. Sengoku said in a deep voice, yes. Minus is not like Kaido, who likes to act recklessly. Staff Officer Crane added, Minus is ruthless and cunning. If we can't win, he might escape immediately. This is indeed difficult. Sengoku felt quite bitter. The serious atmosphere affected the generals present, making their spirits low. At that moment, a voice like thunder broke the serious atmosphere. Isn't he just a young brat? What are you all afraid of? Carp shouted loudly. Everyone looked to see who was so reckless. Okay. It turned out to be that guy Carp. Sengoku frowned and said, Carp, don't cause trouble. What? Sengoku, you actually say I'm causing trouble. Carp picked his nose and said. Sengoku snorted coldly. Who doesn't know you love to act recklessly? Sengoku's words made others nod involuntarily. In their impression, Carp had always been that kind of person. Carp loudly complained, Good for you, Sengoku. I'm helping you think of a solution. And you actually say I'm causing trouble? Sengoku looked at the dissatisfied Carp and helplessly said, Then tell me, what good idea do you have? Carp laughed heartily. It's simple. I can team up with either Kizaru or Akiji to deal with that little brat Minus. What could be easier? What? Vice Admiral Carp is actually going to take action himself? That's great. If Vice Admiral Carp takes action, Minus won't be able to act so arrogantly for long. With Vice Admiral Carp and another admiral, they might really be able to capture that despicable Minus. Akiji whispered, I didn't expect you to take action yourself. Kizaru resumed his pouting expression. How scary. Carp's decision to take action shocked all the Navy present. Carp is their Navy's spiritual pillar and a Navy hero. It's been years since he last took action, and today he is preparing to deal with one of the 5 emperors. Minus? Sengoku was shocked. Carp, this is not a joke. Staff Officer Crane said seriously, Yes, Carp, you can't joke around in the meeting room. Carp laughed and said, Don't worry. This is my decision. It's been a long time since I've exercised my muscles. Let that little brat Minus feel the power of an old soldier. Sengoku thought carefully and figured it might be better to let this old guy Carp go in a battle. It might really have a miraculous effect. Sengoku, understanding, said, Good. Then Carp will go capture Minus. Carp laughed heartily. Sengoku, don't worry. Even if I can't capture him, I will make that little brat Minus unable to eat and walk. Sengoku said firmly, Good. Carp, then thank you for your hard work. Sengoku continued, Carp, didn't you say you wanted an admiral to go with you? Who do you want to choose? After Sengoku's words, the already relaxed atmosphere turned serious again. Because of the sacrifice of the Spider Ghost, everyone became very sensitive about choosing people. Even Akiji and Kizaru's faces were serious. Carp, however, seemed oblivious to this and laughed. I originally wanted to choose Akiji, but he just recovered. How about letting Kizaru go with me? After Carp's words, the vice admirals couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although they weren't chosen, they still felt a sense of tension. Akiji felt a bit calm, but also a bit regretful. He knew that if two powerful forces were involved, they could defeat Minos. Kizaru said bitterly, "Vice Admiral Karp, why did you choose me?" Karp laughed heartily, "Because you're fast. If something goes wrong, you can help me run." Sengoku shook his head helplessly at Karp's joking words. If two admirals had a life-and-death battle with a four-emperor, then without intervention, the one who would die would definitely be the four-emperor. At most, the two admirals would be injured, while the four-emperor would die directly. Sengoku said seriously, "Then Karp and Kizaru will go capture Minos. This time you two must succeed. Otherwise, our Navy's prestige will definitely suffer a heavy blow." The serious words of Sengoku made the Navy personnel present solemn, as they could not afford to lose anymore. After a long silence, Sengoku continued, "Regarding the funeral for Minos, let's hold off for now. We will wait until Garp and Kizaru capture him, and then we can show off our strength and let the pirates know that the Navy is not to be trifled with." Admiral Tsuru said seriously, "Indeed, we need to let the pirates know our power. Yes, otherwise, the pirates will become too arrogant, thinking we're easy to bully." "Exactly. We must deal with those arrogant pirates." The Navy personnel had been provoked by the audacious pirates for a long time and were eager to retaliate. Sengoku said in a deep voice, "Then Garp and Kizaru, prepare to capture Minos as soon as possible." With that, the Navy meeting came to an end. Kizaru stood on the warship, looking at the sea before him with bitterness. "Garp, you really have put me in a tough spot. I just got back and haven't even had a chance to rest before you sent me to capture Minos." Garp laughed heartily. "Kizaru, you don't look hurt at all. It's perfect timing for you to help me deal with that brat Minos." Kizaru said bitterly, "Garp, you make it sound so easy." He continued, "Where should we go to capture Minos?" Upon hearing this, Garp began to ponder where they should go for the capture. Suddenly, Garp had a flash of inspiration and said, "Kizaru, how about we go to Sabati Archipelago?" Kizaru asked in confusion, "Garp, why should we go there?" Garp laughed loudly. "Kizaru, don't you forget that to enter the New World, we have to go through the Sabati Archipelago." Kizaru paused for a moment, realizing that Garp's words made sense. Garp then said with a laugh, "Let's set off." Thus, Kizaru and Garp headed to the Sabati Archipelago, waiting for Minos to walk into their trap. The next day, the sun was shining brightly, and Minos looked at the newspaper in his hand, speechless. It actually stated that he was preparing to take action against the 7 warlords, which was truly ridiculous. Well, actually, he was indeed planning to take action against the 7 warlords. Minos glanced at the newspaper filled with news about himself and found it uninteresting, so he put it down. His mind wandered back to the moment he had picked up the newspaper. Minos vaguely remembered that when he encountered the newsbird, it had given him a warning. The newsbird said that the president of the news agency had instructed all newsbirds to be cautious and to inform him if they encounter Minos, warning him to be careful of the world government. Minos thought carefully, wondering why Morgan's would remind him to be wary of the world government. Morgan's words served as a reminder for him to be cautious of the world government in the future. In contrast to Minos's relaxed mood, the sea was stirring up waves. In a new world, various powerful figures had different reactions upon receiving the news from the newspaper. On an island ruled by the red-haired pirates, the crew was on a ship heading who knows where, with members drinking or sleeping. However, 2 individuals stood out, their faces solemn. After a long silence, Shank spoke seriously. "That guy Minos will indeed bring chaos to the sea." Beckman took a puff from his cigar, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and said with a serious expression, "Yes, that guy is too crazy. In just a few days, he has killed a 7 warlord and an elite vice admiral from the Navy." Shanks continued looking at the newspaper. "Minos is too arrogant. Even Kaido might not be as arrogant as he is." Beckman said in a low voice, "What should we do now?" "Minos might become even more insane once he reaches the New World." Shanks did not answer Beckman, but kept his gaze fixed on the powerful and domineering Minos in the newspaper. After a long moment, Shanks said, "If we don't stop him, the sea will surely descend into chaos because of Minos. Once he steps into the New World, we must meet him." Beckman remained silent, quietly smoking his cigar. The smoke swirled around, but Beckman understood that once they came into contact with that brat Minos, a war would inevitably break out. However, Minos was too arrogant, and the balance of the sea had already been disrupted because of him. Especially after today, the pirates on the sea would become even more unruly. The Navy's authority had been severely damaged. And both the pirates of the New World and those from the Four Seas would go wild, because Minos had killed an elite vice admiral and elite soldiers from the Navy headquarters. The pirates from the Four Seas and the New World would naturally think the Navy was weakened and would want to take a piece of flesh from them. At that time, both the Four Seas and the New World would see chaos, and the pirates would no longer be suppressed. Beckman said seriously, "The sea is gradually descending into chaos, and that brat Minos is the fuse for all of this." Shanks stopped looking at the newspaper and turned his gaze toward the sea ahead. The waves occasionally rose, as if signaling that this era had already begun to descend into chaos. Shanks said seriously, "Therefore, we must stop this disaster." Shanks continued coldly, "We are willing to go to war if necessary." Beckman stood beside Shanks, sensing the determination in his heart. After a long silence, Beckman said seriously, "When Minos steps into the New World, let us go meet him directly." Shanks remained silent, his gaze fixed on the waves of the sea in front of him. The waves grew larger and larger, as if mocking his naive desire to stop the already chaotic sea, which was quite overestimating his capabilities. Actually, wouldn't it be quite picturesque if a divine intervention occurred at this moment? Aside from Shanks, other powerful figures looked at the crazy and powerful Minos, momentarily speechless. In the New World, Wano country, on Onigashima, darkness still shrouded the place, indicating its extraordinary nature. Kaido sat on a massive chair, drinking and lamenting. "Why won't that brat Minos join my beast pirates? Why?" Below, Queen and Jack the Drought looked at the loudly crying Kaido, feeling quite speechless. Jack whispered, "Queen, what's wrong with Kaido? Why is he so sad?" Queen replied helplessly, "Maybe Lord Kaido has drunk too much and is acting crazy again." Jack immediately stopped speaking, as it was evident that Kaido's drunken rants were not a rare occurrence. Jin, standing to the side, glanced at the newspaper in his hand, then at the crying Kaido, and finally at Queen and Jack, feeling quite helpless. Indeed, in this Beast Pirates crew, he was the only serious person. The others were either drunks, mad scientists, or reckless brutes. Queen looked at Jin, curious about the newspaper. "What is going on?" Queen's words also attracted Jack's attention. Jin looked at the curiosity in their eyes and said helplessly, "It's the latest news about the 5th Emperor, Minos." Queen exclaimed, "What did that guy do again?" Jin nodded and was about to show the newspaper to Queen when Kaido suddenly perked up. "What? You're saying Minos has already arrived in the New World?" Kaido's words left several people exchanging glances, unsure of what to say. Jin, seeing that Quinn and Jack were too frightened to speak, reluctantly said, "Lord Kaido, this is just the latest news about Minos. He hasn't come to the New World." Upon hearing Jin's words, Kaido's face fell in disappointment, but he still asked, "Then how do you explain the latest news about him?" Jin spoke seriously. "Minos recently had a major battle with the Navy." He paused for a moment, looking at the several people with intense gazes, and continued slowly. Kazuro fled, Tantado was severely injured, and Rear Admiral Spider Demon was killed. Jin's words left Quinn and Jack shocked. They hadn't expected such a huge incident to occur. Kaido was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, saying, as expected of Minos, "He actually pulled off something this big. I knew he was as crazy as I am." Jin and the others were at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. Should they mention that their boss was a lunatic, finding joy in the strength of their enemy? Other powerful figures in the New World had varying degrees of concern, but all knew that the Navy would not let this go easily. A great turmoil was about to unfold on the seas, but perhaps it was also an opportunity, because only amidst chaos could one take advantage of the situation and expand their influence. Of course, the weak nations and civilians were cursing Minos, blaming him for the world's gradual descent into chaos. The day after the newspaper spread across the seas, significant changes began to occur. Pirates first mocked the Navy, widely proclaiming their incompetence. On the third day, various pirates began to appear across the four seas, some new and others who had been hiding. By the fourth day, pirates in the New World began to stir restlessly, but they dared not act recklessly with Akainu guarding the New World. On the fifth day, pirates in the New World still did not dare to move, but pirates from the four seas were sailing freely across the waters. On the sixth day, New World pirates still refrained from moving, but had begun to organize their teams. seemingly preparing to attack various islands. By the seventh day, pirates from the four seas were no longer satisfied with just sailing and were preparing to land on islands to plunder. The New World pirates began to set sail, moving freely across the waters. On the eighth day, chaos erupted in the four seas, with pirates rampaging on islands, causing countless civilian and Navy casualties. Meanwhile, small-scale wars broke out in the New World. On the ninth day, due to the rampant actions of the four seas pirates, Fleet Admiral Sengoku was furious and directly dispatched several vice admirals along with dozens of rear admirals and hundreds of majors to suppress the pirates in the four seas. On the 10th day, the war in the New World officially commenced, sparked by the island robbery incidents. On the 11th day, the four seas suffered countless civilian casualties due to the overwhelming number of pirates. Meanwhile, intense battles broke out in the New World among various pirate factions. On the 12th day, the four seas received expert support from the Navy headquarters, which led to a crushing defeat of the pirates. However, the pirates in the four seas also had their own experts, resulting in the death of one rear admiral and 10 majors. At the same time, a chaotic brawl erupted among the New World pirates, showcasing their hockey on the islands. On the 13th day, Morgans produced various newspapers, excitedly shouting and changing the titles to be more appealing, such as, "Shocking! The Four Seas and New World are in chaos." The fundamental reason for the chaos in the Four Seas and New World is the fundamental reason for the chaos in the Four Seas and New World the Navy's incompetence? Has the fifth Emperor Minos arrived in the New World, and how should the other four emperors deal with this new emperor? On the 14th day, the newspapers spread rapidly across the seas, pushing the situation into further madness. On the 15th day, pirates from the four seas, along with gangs and mountain bandits, united to attack nobles and kingdoms, leaving the Navy in disarray. On the 16th day, the four emperors' crews in the New World began to clash. The first skirmish was between Whitebeard's and Kaido's subordinates, who fought due to mutual disdain. Thus, the battle among the four emperors' crews gradually escalated. On the 17th day, the nobles in the four seas were brutally slaughtered by the pirate alliance, but many pirates were also killed by the royal army. However, these were mostly weak pirates with little significance. On the 18th day, clashes between the four emperors' crews resumed. Due to the arrogance of Whitebeard's pirates, who looked down on Big Mom's crew, a battle broke out between the two factions. On the 19th day, pirates from the four seas and Navy forces clashed once again, with Devil Fruit users emerging, putting the Navy in a tough spot. However, the sudden appearance of a vice admiral from the headquarters forced the Devil Fruit users to retreat due to severe injuries. Thus, the four seas temporarily held their ground but suffered heavy losses, including one vice admiral, not an elite, who was worn down by several Devil Fruit users. 10 rear admirals also perished, with dozens of majors lost and thousands of ordinary soldiers died in the EC. During the Navy's period of suppression, no one dared to act in the four seas, but now chaos had begun, with various experts coming out to fight. On the 20th day, the war among the four emperors officially erupted in the New World, with Whitebeard's pirates sending out 2 captains. Seeing this, the other 2 emperors sent out their own captains. The Beast pirates dispatched 2 Flying Six members, while Big Mom's crew sent out 2 of her more prominent children. On the 21st day, sudden news shocked the New World. Red-haired Shanks announced that anyone who continued to battle would be his enemy. Simultaneously, Akainu also declared that if battles continued, the Navy would deploy all 3 admirals and all vice admirals to attack the New World. Shanks and Akainu's statements stirred tremendous waves in the New World, leading many pirates to speculate whether Shanks was collaborating with the Navy. In fact, Shanks had indeed collaborated with the world government, which could also be seen as cooperating with the Navy. Initially, when he saw the chaos in the New World, Shanks intended to intervene. However, after persuasions from Beckman, he decided against it. As the situation spiraled out of control, Shanks rushed to the world government and engaged in intense discussions with the Gorosei, ultimately reaching an agreement for collaboration. The condition Shanks offered was that he would personally deal with Minos, and since the world government was worried about the Navy's incompetence, they agreed to cooperate. Under the world government's orders, Sengoku notified Akainu, who was currently unleashing devastating flames to slaughter pirates. Aokiji had arrived in the New World early to support Akainu, who was suppressing pirates alongside Aokiji. However, Sengoku's orders caused a disruption, leading to a heated argument between Akainu and Sengoku, with Akainu expressing outrage at the idea of the Navy collaborating with pirates, deeming it a disgrace. Sengoku, equally furious, retorted that it was a world order. In the end, Akainu reluctantly agreed to collaborate with Shanks, leading to his declaration that anyone engaging in chaos will be considered their enemy. On the 22nd day, some pirates remained unconvinced and continued to fight. Ultimately, they were confronted by Shanks, who eliminated the battling pirates with a single, devastating attack. Meanwhile, the seas were plunged into turmoil. Under Shanks' overwhelming power, the chaos in the New World gradually subsided. On the Navy's side, Akainu also faced the rampant pirates. Akainu arrived at a meteor volcano, burning all the pirates to death. This reminded the pirates in the New World of the iron-fisted justice and the terror of Sakazuki. Meanwhile, a large-scale battle broke out in Sabaody Archipelago. Various gangs, pirates, and human traffickers committed all sorts of atrocities in Sabaody Archipelago. However, with Kizaru and Gar present, the chaos was quickly quelled. Thus, Sabaody Archipelago was at ease. On the 23rd day, the war in the New World had nearly subsided, and soon the Four Seas completely calmed down. Initially, the Four Seas had planned to launch another attack, but suddenly received news that the New World had settled down. The pirates in the Four Seas immediately retreated and hid, naturally too afraid to act, fearing the Navy would come after them. Minos was lounging on a yacht, sipping cola and reading about the various riots in the newspapers. He sighed, wondering what had happened to the sea, noting it was so different from what he knew. Minos was enjoying his leisurely life, completely unconcerned that all of this chaos was actually caused by him. Of course, many pirates had come to trouble him at first, but Minos appeared and casually dealt with a wave of pirate crews. This also allowed Minos to earn nearly 10,000 kill points with tears in his eyes. Thus, news spread that the Five Emperors Minos was still in the Grand Line, piloting a strange ship. This news made the pirates avoid Minos, not daring to approach him. Time flowed, and a few days quickly passed. Under the system's prompt, Minos arrived at a fog-covered island. He looked at the eerie island before him, which should be Moria's ghost island. Minos sighed, saying it was a pity he hadn't encountered Brook. As Minos stepped into Ghost Island, he felt uneasy in the grim surroundings. Shaking his head to dispel those thoughts, a red light flashed in his eyes, and he used observation hockey to sweep across the island. The island was large, with a portion of people and many zombies. Most importantly, there was a gigantic, dark castle in the center of the island. Minos retracted his observation hockey, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. The most important matter had finally arrived. Minos lifted his foot and walked towards the central castle of the island, determined to obtain that power today. On his way, he encountered some people who were surprised to see him. These were the individuals trapped on the island by Moria, shocked that Minos dared to venture in to find Moria. Naturally, Minos soon faced some zombies blocking his path. With a gentle touch, the zombies shattered, leaving Minos speechless. With the zombies out of the way, Minos continued forward. After a long time, Minos arrived in front of the enormous and eerie castle. Looking at the huge castle, he almost thought he had arrived at the Grey Wolf's castle. He looked up and walked in, discovering it was spacious inside, adorned with various decorations. Minos remarked that Moria was someone who knew how to enjoy life. Just as Minos was about to head up the stairs, he felt something move. A red light flashed in his eyes, revealing a shadow of Tiger. Minos was momentarily taken aback, and then chuckled inwardly, realizing it was that guy. In the original story, this was the one who ate the transparent fruit, causing the Straw Hat crew a lot of trouble. Minos smiled slightly. However, in front of him, the so-called invisibility was just a joke. He teased, "Come out. You should know me. Let Moria come out to talk to me." At his words, a humanoid tiger stepped out from the shadows. The humanoid tiger looked at Minos with fear. He was Absalom, one of Moria's loyal subordinates. Moria had a good relationship with them, so he naturally mentioned Minos to them. Minos looked at the terrified Absalom and sneered. "Go tell Moria that Minos has come to see him." Upon hearing Minos's words, Absalom nodded in panic and hurriedly ran upstairs. Minos smiled at Absalom's flustered demeanor. It seemed Moria cared about his companions. No wonder he dared to intrude in a Blackbeard's pirate crew. Absalom's hurried appearance caught the attention of Dr. Hogback, who was just coming out, leaving him puzzled about why someone would be so flustered in his own home. Dr. Hogback asked, "Absalom, why are you in such a rush?" Absalom, hearing Dr. Hogback's question, quickly stopped. Looking at the confused Dr. Hogback, he said in a panic, "It's bad news. That guy Minus has come to our place." Dr. Hogback was initially puzzled and didn't realize who Absalom was referring to. But after a moment of thought, he suddenly remembered. Dr. Hogback hurriedly asked, "Are you talking about the 5 Emperors Minus?" Absalom nodded vigorously. Seeing Absalom's nod, Dr. Hogback's heart finally calmed down. He incredulously said, "That's strange. Why would the 5 Emperors Minus come to this godforsaken island?" Absalom, seeing Dr. Hogback didn't say anything else, hurried towards Moria's room. However, on the way, he encountered a seemingly ordinary ghost little girl. The little girl, named Perona, usually played with Absalom, but this time he didn't even greet her. Ghost Perona was puzzled and quickly flew in front of Absalom, asking Absalom what happened. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Absalom, not stopping his pace, replied as he ran, "That guy Minus from the 5 Emperors has come to our place." Perona was stunned upon hearing Absalom's words. Did she just hear correctly that 5 Emperors Minus came to their home? Absalom ignored Perona and rushed upstairs. Finally, he reached Moria's room. Absalom hurriedly opened the door and exclaimed, "Not good. The 5 Emperors Minus has come to our castle." Moria, who was using his fruit ability, was startled by Absalom's words. If he heard correctly, it seemed like 5 Emperors Minus had come to his castle. Realizing this, Moria hurriedly asked Absalom, "Did I just hear you say that the 5 Emperors Minus has come to our castle?" Absalom quickly nodded, "Yes, Lord Moria. Minus is already in our castle and wants you to meet him personally." Moria was stunned at this moment. This Minus was too outrageous. Not only did he intrude into his territory, but he also demanded that Moria come down to see him. Thinking of this, Moria roared in anger, "You Minus! You are too arrogant." Without waiting for Absalom to speak, Moria said in a deep voice, "Let's go, Absalom. We need to see what this Minus is up to." With that, Moria walked down with his strange steps, while Minus was currently conversing with Dr. Hogback. Minus looked at the nervous Dr. Hogback with great interest and said, "I heard you're a doctor?" At that moment, Dr. Hogback regretted suddenly going crazy and coming down to meet Minus. Facing Minus's question, he had no choice but to respond, which was truly terrifying. Dr. Hogback bitterly said, "I am indeed a doctor." Minus chuckled lightly. "I also heard that you can sew up corpses." Cold sweat continued to flow down Dr. Hogback's face, and he became even more anxious. Just as Dr. Hogback was about to answer, Moria walked downstairs. Furious, "How dare you, Minus, come to my territory without even telling me? Now, you're actually bullying my people. Do you think I'm easy to bully?" Minus looked at Moria, who was followed by Perona and others, and couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Minus laugh without responding, Moria felt even more disregarded. The more Moria thought about it, the angrier he became and shouted, "Damn it! Minus, are you looking down on me?" Minus glanced at the furious Moria and smiled lightly. "Moria, I just find it amusing that you make strange noises when you walk." "What? Minus, you're going too far." Moria glared at Minus in fury. Minus coldly said, "Moria, are you a bit confused about yourself? How dare you be so arrogant towards me?" As he spoke, a red light flashed in Minus's eyes, and suddenly, a black-purple Conqueror's Haki surged towards Moria and the others. Moria was nearly bent over by the sudden pressure of the Conqueror's Haki, while behind him, Dr. Hogback, Perona, and Absalom were all pressed to the ground, crying out in pain. Hearing his subordinate's agony, Moria quickly shouted, "Minus, you despicable scoundrel. If you have the guts, let go of my men, and let's have a fair fight." Minus laughed heartily. "Moria, you can barely withstand my Conqueror's Haki, and you still want to fight me? You're truly overestimating yourself. Damn it. Minus, don't get too cocky. I, Moria, have fought against Kaido in the New World. How could I be suppressed by mere Conqueror's Haki?" After saying that, Moria erupted with a black aura, puffed out his chest, and stared intently at Minus. Minus looked at Moria's sudden outburst with some surprise. Thinking Moria was weak, but didn't expect him to actually explode with power, Minos slowly retracted his conqueror's haki and teased Moria. I thought the so-called warlord Moria wouldn't even be able to withstand my conqueror's haki. Moria glared at Minos, filled with resentment. Minos, you underestimate me too much. I have fought against Kaido. What? Minos was almost amused by Moria's statement. He certainly knew that Moria had fought against a young Kaido, but he was severely beaten, leading to all his subordinates being killed and losing his spirit. Minos casually said, just having fought doesn't mean anything. I fought to a standstill with Kaido. Upon hearing this, Moria was rendered speechless. He seemed to have no good arguments left. Silence speaks louder than words. Whoever is compared unfavorably feels awkward. Minos looked at the silent Moria and wickedly laughed. Moria, you no longer have any spirit. Minos paused for a moment, but his gaze was fixed on Moria. Moria felt a bad premonition rising in his heart and panicked. Minos, what exactly do you want to do? Minos looked at the increasingly panicked Moria and said flatly, Moria, you are no longer useful. Why not hand over your shadow fruit to me, so I can make it flourish? Moria was horrified by Minos's extremely calm tone. What does it mean that he is no longer useful? What does it mean to hand over the shadow fruit and let him help to make it flourish? At that moment, Moria was genuinely afraid. Minos was a demon disguised in human skin. Minos looked at the increasingly terrified and panicked Moria and said flatly, Moria, hand over your fruit ability or you will surely die. Moria, hearing Minos's extremely calm and absurd words, laughed maniacally. Minos? Minos? Don't you think you're joking? Without waiting for Minos to say anything, Moria continued. Minos, if you want to take my devil fruit ability, come and get it yourself. I, Moria, am not afraid of death. After saying that, countless shadows emerged from Moria's body, transforming into sharp shadow spears. Moria said in a deep voice, Shadow Spear. Instantly, the sharp shadow spears attacked Minos. Minos saw the shadow spears rushing straight at him and made no excessive movements. He simply raised his hand, clenched his fist, and wrapped his arm in armament haki, delivering a powerful punch to Moria's shadow spears. A crisp sound echoed throughout the massive castle as Moria's attack was shattered by Minos's punch. Looking at the incredulous Moria, Minos said flatly, Moria, it seems you really don't understand the gap between us. Moria let out a loud roar. Shadow Warrior. His shadow behind him transformed into a shadow warrior and charged at Minos. Minos watched the black Moria, his shadow, attacking him, clenched his fist again, wrapped his arm in armament haki, and delivered a powerful punch to Moria's shadow. Upon contact with the armament haki, Moria's shadow was once again shattered. Minos laughed heartily. Moria, you're really too weak. After saying that, Minos vanished from his original position and, at an extremely fast speed, appeared next to Moria, wrapping his fist in armament haki, and delivered a powerful punch to Moria's body. In an instant, Moria was sent flying, spitting out blood. This made Moria's subordinates extremely worried as they rushed to check on him. Perona anxiously asked, Lord Moria, are you all right? Absalom and Dr. Hogabak also looked at Moria on the ground with worry. Moria heard his subordinates' calls and stood up from the ground, saying in a deep voice, that scoundrel Minos is too powerful. We might be in trouble. Perona said fearfully, what should we do, Lord Moria? Moria looked at the three worried faces in front of him and assured them, don't worry, I will protect you. After saying that, Moria shouted, Minos, take this move for me again. What appeared before Minos's eyes was that the shadows from Ghost Island suddenly gathered towards the castle. From the outside, one could see a dense mass of shadows. The shadows entered the castle, all flowing into Moria's body. In an instant, Moria's body began to grow larger and stronger. It wasn't until Moria absorbed nearly 1,000 shadows, which was reasonable given he absorbed 1,000 3 years ago, that he finally stopped. Minos looked at the gigantic Moria and the terrifying aura erupting from him and laughed heartily. Moria, I always thought you were weaker than Crocodile, but now it seems you're much stronger than him. Moria felt a surge of power throughout his body, but also felt immense pain, which was very uncomfortable. Minos declared, take this move from me, Shadow Gathering Land. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from his body as he swung a fist toward Minos. Minos watched Moria's formidable punch, gathering strength in his right hand, with armament haki enveloping his fist. When the energy reached a critical point, he said in a deep voice, "Ordinary punch." Instantly, a massive black fist appeared in front of Minos, colliding towards Moria's fist. The two fists continuously clashed in midair, shattering the castle and generating shockwaves that severely damaged the surrounding trees and ground. Deep crevices appeared on the ground, and fortunately, Perona and the others managed to escape. Otherwise, they would have surely perished under the powerful shockwave. The ear-piercing roar echoed continuously, and eventually, at a critical point, Moria's fist was forcefully shattered by Minos's ordinary punch, with the powerful fist heading straight for Moria. Seeing the black fist coming toward him, Moria hurriedly tried to protect himself using his Devil Fruit ability. But it was too late, and he was struck by the black fist. In an instant, Moria was knocked to the ground, crushing the earth beneath his massive body. The wails echoed across the land, stirring Perona and the others' hearts. After the cries subsided, Moria's body began to shrink, and shadows started running outward. Before long, Moria returned to his normal form, but his injuries were visibly severe. Minos approached Moria's side, looking at the barely conscious Moria with an extremely calm expression. After a long silence, Minos spoke flatly. "Moria, you are indeed impressive. If you hadn't been defeated by Kaido back then, perhaps you would have a place in the new world now. However," Minos continued, "but now you have failed, and I will make the most of your shadow fruit." At this point, Minos couldn't help but laugh loudly on this ghost island. Moria, who was almost unconscious, suddenly heard Minos's words and exerted himself, fixing his gaze intently on Minos. Minos casually glanced at Moria and said indifferently, "But now I still need to deal with a few little mice." A red light flashed in Minos's eyes as he activated his observation haki to scan the surroundings. Perona, Absalom, and Dr. Hogback were hiding in the ruins. However, Minos's target was not them, but a zombie dressed in samurai clothing, wielding a katana that looked quite extraordinary. Minos spoke lightly. "Aren't you coming out?" The so-called samurai. As he finished speaking, a zombie in white samurai clothing emerged from the shadows with a sword in hand. The zombie spoke in a deep voice. "I never expected that such a powerful figure as you would exist in this era." Minos replied flatly. "I also didn't expect that the Dragon Slayer samurai from Wano would become a zombie here." The Dragon Horse zombie said solemnly, "You know me? But past events are not worth mentioning." The Dragon Horse zombie paused, as if wanting to say something. Minos looked at him with a frown and asked, "Is there something you can't say?" The Dragon Horse zombie shook his head and said solemnly, "It's a pity that you are not a samurai. Otherwise, I would like to compare swordsmanship with you." Upon hearing this, Minos did not respond immediately, but pondered whether to fulfill the wish of the Dragon Horse. After some thought, he decided to abandon that idea, considering the tasks he still needed to complete. Minos replied flatly, "It's quite regrettable. I am not a sword master." The Dragon Horse zombie said solemnly, "You are already a dual threat in this world. There is no need to be greedy." Minos replied flatly, "Even if you praise me, you cannot escape dissolution today." The Dragon Horse zombie laughed heartily. "I have already experienced death once. There is nothing to fear." Minos nodded and said coldly, "Will you resolve this yourself, or should I intervene?" The Dragon Horse zombie looked at the powerful Minos and said solemnly, "I want to witness the strength of this era." Hearing this ordinary statement from the Dragon Horse zombie, Minos understood his intention. Minos replied flatly, "You go first. If I make a move, you won't have any chance." The Dragon Horse zombie nodded, drawing his black sword Autumn Water, and said solemnly, "Then please be careful." With that, he lightly swung the Autumn Water, unleashing a wave of sword energy toward Minos. Minos observed that this casual swing demonstrated the strength of a sword master, indicating that he had formidable combat power in life. Minos wrapped his fist in armament haki and struck the sword energy with a powerful punch. A deafening clash echoed as the sword energy hit Minos's fist as if striking very hard steel. Although the Dragon Horse zombie was a sword master, the sword energy he unleashed was still shattered by Minos's punch. Minos looked at the Dragon Horse zombie and said flatly, "If it were you in life, I wouldn't know who was stronger. But now, I'm more powerful than you." After saying this, Minos vanished from his original spot, moving at high speed to the back of the Dragon Horse zombie and delivering a powerful punch. The Dragon Horse zombie seemed to anticipate this, using autumn water to resist Minus's black fist. Minus sneered, increasing his strength and knocking the dragon horse zombie to the ground with a punch. Dust rose instantly. Minus quietly watched everything in the dust, and soon the dragon horse zombie emerged from the cloud. The dragon horse zombie said, "This body has begun to break apart. Otherwise, I would still want to fight until the end." Minus looked at the swaying body of the dragon horse zombie, wondering if that last punch had nearly shattered him. Under Minus's gaze, the dragon horse zombie unleashed his final move, No's brother Santang Arrowtail. Countless sword energies surged toward Minus. Seeing this, Minus smiled lightly, wrapping his fists in armament hockey and systematically knocking down the sword energies with punches. It was very easy, and he suffered no harm at all. Finally, after the sword energies were exhausted, Minus looked up at the dragon horse zombie, finding him lying on the ground motionless, yet still gripping autumn water. Minus saw a shadow emerge from the dragon horse zombie's body, seemingly returning to another person. However, Minus did not care. He looked at the dragon horse zombie and sighed. No matter how extraordinary you are, you cannot escape the baptism of time, nor the pain of death. Minus quietly watched the dragon horse zombie. Suddenly, he noticed someone approaching Moria to check on him. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Perona, the humanoid tiger, and the doctor. Minus was speechless. They didn't want to escape, but instead came to seek death, which was truly incomprehensible. On Moria's side, Perona was no longer a ghost, but flesh, anxiously shouting, "Lord Moria, are you all right?" Absalom and Dr. Hogback looked on with concern at Moria. Moria's consciousness, initially stirred by Minus's provocation, had become increasingly hazy. Now, hearing Perona's incessant calls, he could barely make out the three of them. Seeing Moria gradually regain consciousness, Perona and the others rejoiced. "Lord Moria, you are finally awake." Moria weakly replied, "Why are you still here? Hurry and leave. That vile Minus won't spare you." Perona and the others looked at Moria with unwavering determination. "If it weren't for Lord Moria saving and taking us in, we would have died long ago." Three people said in unison, "We are willing to live and die with Lord Moria." Moria looked at the three in front of him, feeling quite moved. However, it seemed they might not be able to leave now. Moria looked at Minus behind the three, saying bitterly, "You really are quite touching. But it seems we won't be able to leave." Minus walked quietly behind Perona and the others, watching Moria and the others closely, clearly hearing their conversation. After a long time, Minus calmly spoke. "Are you done? How do you want to die?" Minus's voice was so calm that it sent chills down Perona and the other spines, as if death itself was beckoning to them. Moria coughed and said, "Minus, can you let them go? They are innocent." Minus looked at the weak Moria and replied flatly, "If you die, they will have no one to protect them. Rather than suffer humiliation from others, it would be better for me to send you all down together for a reunion." Moria laughed hoarsely. "Is that so? What a cold-blooded Minus." Minus did not respond to Moria. In fact, in his heart, he thought it would be better for Perona and the others to die with Moria. This way, they would be reunited and would not be humiliated by others in the future. Therefore, what Minus was realizing was great love. Minus quickly knocked out Moria and the other three. They could not die yet. They had significant roles to play. Minus looked at the four in front of him, feeling a bit excited, as he had already dealt with most of the matters on Ghost Island. Next, it was time. Minus called out in his heart, "System, are you there?" "Ding, does the host have any requests?" Minus replied excitedly, "Open the system panel." "Ding, the host can enter directly." Minus focused his mind on the system panel and saw significant changes in the kill value section. Host, Minus age, 19 skills. Intermediate armament hockey, intermediate observation hockey. Intermediate conqueror's hockey, flowing rock-shattering fist, ordinary version. Ordinary punch, ordinary version. Continuous ordinary punch, ordinary version. Navigator skills, helmsman skills. Physique, peak of the 4 Emperor's items. 1 supreme big sword kill value, 33. 900 points realm. Peak Admiral, black dragon form. Peak of the 4 Emperors, evaluation. You are now very strong, as long as you don't encounter a peak king-level enemy. You will not die. Minus smiled lightly. System, I'm ready to spend some. Ding, I'm happy to hear you say that. Minus smiled. System, Don't you have any thoughts about Moria in front of you? Ding. Please don't speak in riddles, host. Minus smiled lightly. System. Don't you think Moria's shadow fruit ability is quite similar to? Ding. Host, are you referring to? Minus confirmed. Yes. It's the Shadow King ability. Ding. Host, I'm really envious of your talent for thinking of this. Minus replied shyly. System, you're making me blush. Ding. Minus said seriously. System, is the method I'm suggesting feasible? Ding. Please explain in detail, host. Minus said in a deep voice. That is to use Moria's shadow fruit ability, combined with the kill value, to directly purchase the Shadow King inheritance. Ding. Theoretically possible, but I need to check the system shop. Minus suppressed the excitement in his heart, hoping the system would be helpful. Minus initially refrained from using kill value just for this moment. Moria's shadow fruit was originally used to attack enemies with shadows and could control enemies. But isn't that perfectly matched with the Shadow King among the 9 kings? If he could purchase it with kill value, wouldn't that mean he could obtain the Shadow King inheritance? If he could gain the Shadow King's ability, he would have shadow soldiers, and then he would have a shadow army. Just as Minus was still pondering, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding, host. This system has checked, and the method you mentioned is feasible. Minus, suppressing his excitement, asked, then system, how much kill value is needed to use the shadow fruit? Ding. According to the system's calculations, using the shadow fruit as a substitute requires 20,000 kill value points. Minus was surprised. Why does it require 20,000 kill value points? Ding, host. In fact, this is already considered low if it weren't for the compatibility between the shadow fruit ability and the Shadow King ability. You wouldn't be able to obtain the Shadow King inheritance with just 20,000 points. Minus awkwardly said. Then I really am lucky. Ding. That can be understood that way. Minus smiled lightly. System, please help me purchase the Shadow King inheritance. Ding, please wait, host. Soon, Minus saw a black light appear on Moria's body, which was absorbed into his own body, essentially into the system. Minus did not care about Moria's fate, but waited for the system's prompt. Ding, host. The Shadow King inheritance has been purchased and is now in the system backpack. If you want to use it, you can use it directly. Minus was very excited, seeing the Shadow King inheritance transformed into a black crystal in the system backpack. After a long time, Minus gradually suppressed the excitement in his heart. Ding, host. Why don't you use the Shadow King ability directly? Minus listened to the system's curious question and was also pondering continuously. If he used the Shadow King ability, he would indeed gain enhancement. However, he already had the Black Dragon King inheritance, and once it matured, he would have king-level power, and reaching the peak would certainly make him even stronger. Therefore, the Shadow King ability was not suitable for himself, but it was even less suitable for others. It had to be this way. Minus said seriously, System, if I buy a Hashirama clone, how much kill value will it require? Ding, host. I really admire you. You even thought of the Hashirama clone. Minus laughed. It's just that I watched a lot of anime when I was in Blue Star. Minus continued. Please check how much kill value is needed for the Hashirama clone. Ding, received. The system is searching now. Minus listened to the system's words, gradually feeling relieved. If it worked out, he would have a powerful clone that wouldn't betray him. To be honest, even if it was anyone from the original work, Minus wouldn't feel at ease. The Shadow King inheritance must be in his hands to be the most reliable and safest. Therefore, the Hashirama clone was the best choice. While Minus was pondering, the system brought more good news. Ding, host. The Hashirama clone has been found. Minus happily asked, System, how many kill value points are needed? Ding. It wasn't much originally, but under the system's enhancement, it now requires 10,000 kill value points. Minus was puzzled by the system's words. System, did you enhance the Hashirama clone? Ding, yes, host. Under the system's enhancement, the Hashirama clone now has its own consciousness, just like a real person, and will not dissipate. Minus happily said, That's great, as long as it doesn't disappear. Minus continued, But will he betray me? Ding, please rest assured, host. Although he has consciousness, he will never betray you. Minus joyfully replied, That's really great, Song. Ding, however, the Hashirama clone and the Shadow King inheritance will have a drawback. Minus, hearing this from the system, worriedly asked, Song, is there a big problem? Ding, actually, there isn't too much of a problem. Upon hearing this, Minos felt relieved. However, he still didn't understand what the drawback was. Thinking of this, Minos questioned, Song, what exactly is the drawback? Ding. Although the Hashirama clone is considered a clone of the host, in reality, it can only obtain the host's 3-color haki, nothing else. For example, he cannot acquire the Black Dragon King's abilities. Ding. And the Shadow King inheritance is currently sealed, just like the Black Dragon King's abilities. Now, having the Hashirama clone, use it is the same as the host. Ding. The Shadow King inheritance is also sealed into 3 stages. Initial stage, proficient stage, and finally the peak stage. After listening to the system, Minos felt a bit regretful, but every ability cannot be perfect. Otherwise, how would people in the pirate world play? Minos looked at the Shadow King inheritance, which was also sealed like his Black Dragon King ability, and asked, Song, what level will the Hashirama clone reach if it uses the Shadow King ability? Ding, you can rest assured about this. The Hashirama clone can reach the combat power of a high-level emperor. If it absorbs a powerful shadow, it can break through to the peak of the 4 emperors. After hearing this from the system, Minos joyfully exclaimed, That's great. This way, I won't be afraid of being besieged by others in the future. Minos continued, Song, help me purchase the Hashirama clone. Ding, please wait a moment. The system is currently purchasing. Minos watched as the system was purchasing the Hashirama clone, thinking about what name to give this clone. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't come up with anything, so he decided to just use its original name. Let's call it Chung Xiaoyu. Minos clicked the confirm button and saw that the name had been successfully set. Minos whispered, Next is the height. How about setting it to 301 centimeters? Minos clicked the confirm button in the height section, and soon the height was successfully set. Looking at the appearance section, Minos fell into a dilemma. If he set it to his own appearance, it wouldn't be interesting. How about just setting it to its original appearance? Brothers, go watch the video yourselves. Then there was the final clothing. Minos thought for a moment and ultimately decided to use its original outfit, a black t-shirt, black pants, and most importantly, a long black coat. The black coat fluttering in the wind looks very cool. Minos clicked the confirm button, finally getting it done. Minos happily said, Song, I've set it up. Shouldn't it come out now? Ding. Please wait a moment. The character is being created. Minos could barely contain his excitement and exited the system. After waiting for a while on Ghost Island, the system made a noise. Minos looked over and saw a flash of golden light in front of him. Minos exclaimed, Wow, this is the Golden Legend. Soon, the golden light passed. In front of Minos appeared a young man wearing a black coat with a tall and slender figure. And most importantly, the aura of a king with his hands in his pockets was truly unforgettable. Minos looked at Chung Xiaoyu in front of him and fell silent for a moment. Minos didn't want to admit that he was actually outshone by his own clone. That kingly aura with hands and pockets was something he could never learn. While Minos was silent, Chung Xiaoyu took the initiative to greet him. Chung Xiaoyu looked at the silent Minos and joked, Hey, what's wrong with the main body? Do you think you're not as handsome as your clone? Minos glanced at Chung Xiaoyu speechlessly. This kind of conversation with himself felt quite helpless. Minos looked at the handsome Chung Xiaoyu and asked, How do you feel now? Chung Xiaoyu put away his playful tone and replied flatly, Right now, I feel stronger. And I have the 3-color haki. After saying this, black-armed haki instantly enveloped Chung Xiaoyu's hands. Minos was very pleased to see this scene of Chung Xiaoyu using armed haki. It seems that he has indeed succeeded. Minos said solemnly, Now it's time to use it. After saying this, Minos took out a black crystal from the system. Minos looked at Chung Xiaoyu and said solemnly, This is the Shadow King inheritance. If you use it now, you will gain powerful shadow powers. Chung Xiaoyu took the black crystal from Minos' hand and said, Don't worry, main body. I will make the Shadow King ability sweep through the entire sea. After saying this, Chung Xiaoyu directly crushed the black crystal. In an instant, a powerful black energy emerged from the crystal and entered his body. The black energy flowed throughout Chung Xiaoyu's body, enhancing his strength. Minos quietly watched Chung Xiaoyu wrapped in black energy, thinking to himself, hoping this guy will succeed soon. After a long time, it felt like there had been a huge change with Chung Xiaoyu. Powerful black energy erupted from Chung Xiaoyu's body, and fragments of stone were lifted by the shockwave. Chung Xiaoyu's eyes also transformed into a white glow, and his long black coat fluttered in the wind. Minus remained indifferent to the shockwaves and looked at Chung Xiaoyu, asking, "How do you feel now?" Chung Xiaoyu heard Minus's words and also retracted his aura and black energy, his eyes returning to their normal state. Chung Xiaoyu glanced at Minus and said flatly, "I would say it's already a success. Moreover, I've also obtained something like the system panel." Minus was a bit surprised after hearing Chung Xiaoyu's words. But after thinking about it, it seems that there was a system panel in the original work, so it is reasonable for it to exist here. Minus looked at the calm Chung Xiaoyu and said flatly, "Go check what the system panel is useful for." Chung Xiaoyu nodded, then turned his consciousness to look at the system panel. Shadow King Assistant System Host, Chung Xiaoyu Age, 19 years Skills, King S Domain, Summon Powerful Shadow Soldiers, Intermediate Armament Hockey, Intermediate Observation Hockey, Intermediate Conquerors Hockey. Special Talent, Stand Up. As long as you say stand up to a dead person, their shadow will be extracted. Resting Place, Home of the Shadow Soldier's Realm, High 4 Emperor's Items, None Magic Power, 120. 000. Chung Xiaoyu looked at the system panel and asked, "System, what does this magic power mean?" Ding, Respected King. Magic power refers to the time that shadow soldiers can consume. What a polite system. If Minus knew this, he would definitely be very sad. Chung Xiaoyu was puzzled and asked, "Then how can I obtain magic power?" Ding, Respected King. You only need to extract shadow soldiers to gain magic power. Chung Xiaoyu nodded and said, "Right? I remember that the dead must not exceed 4 hours for their shadows to be extracted, right?" Ding, Respected King. That is indeed the case. Chung Xiaoyu felt a bit of a headache at the system's words. There are so many zombies on this ghost island that could be extracted, and it would be a big loss if he couldn't extract them. Thinking of this, Chung Xiaoyu asked, "Can I extract all the shadows on this island now?" Ding, Respected King. It is generally not allowed. However, because it is your first time using it, it can be modified once, and then you will see for yourself. Chung Xiaoyu was delighted and said, "Thank you, system." Ding, no need for such courtesy. The Shadow King Assistant System is part of you. It merely exists to help you adapt better. Chung Xiaoyu nodded and exited the system panel. Minus saw Chung Xiaoyu wake up and asked, "How is it? Does this system have any effect?" Chung Xiaoyu replied, "It's similar to my original system." Minus exclaimed, "Can you also gain killing points?" Chung Xiaoyu shook his head and said, "It's not killing points but magic power." Minus was puzzled and asked, "What is magic power?" Chung Xiaoyu helplessly explained, "Extracting shadows from corpses to gain magic power." Minus still had questions. What is the specific use of it? To be precise, magic power is the capacity for sustainability. With magic power, you can summon shadow soldiers infinitely. Chung Xiaoyu answered calmly. Minus asked, "Can the zombies on this island have their shadows extracted?" Chung Xiaoyu first shook his head, then nodded. Minus looked at Chung Xiaoyu in disappointment and said, "So, is it not possible?" Chung Xiaoyu glanced at Minus and said plainly, "At first, it isn't possible, but the system said it can be modified once." Minus exclaimed excitedly, "So, it is possible?" Chung Xiaoyu nodded and said flatly, "Yes." Minus laughed heartily next. "Let's see your performance." After saying that, Minus stepped aside, signaling Chung Xiaoyu to start. Chung Xiaoyu saw Minus step aside and went to the side of the dragon horse zombie without hesitation. Soon, Minus saw Chung Xiaoyu extend his right hand and point at the dragon horse zombie's body. Instantly, black magic power surged onto the dragon horse zombie. Suddenly, Minus heard Chung Xiaoyu say to the dragon horse zombie, "Stand up." The dragon horse zombie was enveloped in black energy and moved slightly. However, it did not stand up. Minus whispered to himself, "This seems to have failed." Then, Minus saw Chung Xiaoyu's black magic power surge into the dragon horse zombie again. While he said in a deep voice, "Rather than lying here asleep, you might as well follow me to kill across the world." Minus saw Chung Xiaoyu suddenly shout, "Stand up." Quickly, Minus saw changes happening to the dragon horse zombie's body. Under the black energy's wrap, a shadow general composed of white and black energy emerged from the dragon horse zombie's body. He held a knife, which was the black knife Qiu Shui. Chung Xiaoyu smiled slightly at the sight of the dragon horse shadow, finally being summoned. Finally, he succeeded. Chung Xiaoyu said calmly, "From now on, you will be called General Fai Long. Then, you will be the first commander of the Shadow Army." General Fai Long knelt on the ground and said solemnly, "General Fai Long is willing to serve the king." Chung Xiaoyu said flatly, "Return to the resting place. Wait for my summons." After hearing Chung Xiaoyu's words, General Fai Long transformed into black energy and entered Chung Xiaoyu's body. At the same time, Chung Xiaoyu felt his strength surge, reaching the peak of the 4 emperors. Chung Xiaoyu laughed and said, "This feeling is really too comfortable." Minos naturally saw this scene. The ability Chung Xiaoyu obtained from the Shadow King was indeed powerful. After a while, Minos came to Chung Xiaoyu and said calmly, "Have you become stronger again?" Chung Xiaoyu replied plainly, "I must thank General Fai Long. Summoning him directly gave me a lot of magic power, which allowed me to reach the peak of the 4 emperors in one go." Minos was happy when he heard Chung Xiaoyu's words. It seems General Fai Long is at least a 4 emperor-level powerhouse. Chung Xiaoyu nodded. He is indeed a 4 emperor-level powerhouse. But I don't know if he is high-level or peak-level. Minos said calmly, "We will know after the big battle in the future." Minos continued, "Next, it's your turn to perform." Chung Xiaoyu nodded solemnly and approached Moria and the others. Since Moria had been forcefully extracted of his shadow fruit by the system, he was already dead. Chung Xiaoyu waved his hand, and powerful magic surged towards Perona and the others. Instantly, the 3 of them died. Chung Xiaoyu extended his right hand, black energy enveloping the 4 of them. Chung Xiaoyu said in a deep voice, "Stand up." Soon, except for Moria's corpse, the others showed changes. Quickly, 3 shadow soldiers composed of white and black energy appeared in front of Chung Xiaoyu. Chung Xiaoyu was very pleased to see the 3 shadow soldiers before him, but then looked at Moria, who was motionless. Chung Xiaoyu released magic power on Moria again and said in a deep voice, "Rather than lying here asleep, you might as well come guard me. I can help you take revenge on Kaido, so stand up." As expected, after Chung Xiaoyu finished speaking, Moria's body showed changes. Under the black energy's wrap, a tall figure emerged, holding a large knife, composed of white and black energy, a shadow general. Chung Xiaoyu looked at the 4 different shadow soldiers before him and turned to the large knife general, saying, "From now on, you will be called Moya." Chung Xiaoyu looked at the other 3 shadow soldiers. One looked like a human-shaped tiger, another was a shadow covered in fur, and the last one held a huge pair of scissors. Chung Xiaoyu said calmly, "You will be called Tiger Star, you will be called Phantom Lady, and you will be called Scissor Doctor. You will eliminate all enemies for me. Do you understand?" The 4 shadows knelt and said, "We will obey the king's orders and eliminate all enemies for you." Chung Xiaoyu said flatly, "Return to the resting place. Your commander, General Fai Long, is waiting for you." The 4 shadows, after listening to Wang Ling, transformed into black energy and entered Chung Xiaoyu's body. Minos came before Chung Xiaoyu and said plainly, "Next, we need to deal with these soldiers. I wonder if you have confidence." Chung Xiaoyu looked at Minos and replied calmly, "Don't worry, my main body. I can succeed." Chung Xiaoyu continued, "However, after we finish our business here, where should we go next? Also, are we going to act together?" Upon hearing Chung Xiaoyu's words, Minos couldn't help but ponder. As for where to go first, he already had an idea in mind. However, whether they should act together was indeed a question. After thinking carefully, Minos said, "Once we handle things here, let's head to the Sabeti archipelago." Chung Xiaoyu asked in confusion, "What are we going there for?" Minos looked at the puzzled Chung Xiaoyu and said plainly, "To reach the New World, we have to pass through Sabeti archipelago. You can make a big move there. Then, we will split up and attack the New World." Chung Xiaoyu was intrigued. "That's a good plan, my main body. However, if we split up, you won't have anyone by your side." Minos replied calmly, "Don't worry. Even if I can't win, I can escape." Chung Xiaoyu smiled gently, then it settled. "I also want to test the strength of the Shadow Legion." Minos looked at Chung Xiaoyu and said seriously, "How about, after entering the New World, you directly attack one of the Yonko crews?" Chung Xiaoyu fixed his gaze on Minos and smiled lightly, "Sure. That will be the moment when my Shadow King makes a strong entrance into the New World." Minos looked at Chung Xiaoyu and said seriously, "All right, let's not talk too much. You go and recruit the Shadow Legion first." Chung Xiaoyu nodded and turned to walk toward the forest ahead. Chung Xiaoyu arrived at a suitable location and unleashed black energy from his body. He said in a deep voice, "Shadow, King Domain." Instantly, black energy emanated from Chung Xiaoyu, spreading outward. Once it fully spread across the island, it stopped. Chung Xiaoyu shouted, "Rise." Immediately, shadow soldiers, black and white in color, appeared on the bodies of the zombies enveloped by Chung Xiaoyu's black energy. Chung Xiaoyu shouted, "You are all my Shadow Legion. Kill across the world with me. Return to your positions immediately." At Chung Xiaoyu's command, the shadow soldiers transformed into black energy and flew into Chung Xiaoyu's body. At the same time, Chung Xiaoyu felt his body growing stronger, but he still did not break through to the king level. This made him a bit disappointed. It would have been great if he could break through to the king level. Just then, Minus came over and looked at Chung Xiaoyu calmly. "How many shadow soldiers did you manage to get?" Chung Xiaoyu, feeling a bit disappointed, replied, "There are 1,000 shadow soldiers." Minus looked at the disappointed Chung Xiaoyu and said plainly, "That's pretty good. We can extract more shadows later." Chung Xiaoyu nodded, "That's true. Let us get some more when we go to the Sabati archipelago." Minus then asked Chung Xiaoyu, "Are you going to Sabati archipelago with me next?" Minus gazed at Chung Xiaoyu, wanting to see how he would choose. Chung Xiaoyu paused for a moment and said, "I think I'll go to Sabati archipelago by myself. That way, if I encounter any pirates on the way, I can recruit another batch of shadow soldiers." Seeing that Chung Xiaoyu had made his choice, Minus did not try to persuade him otherwise. For a long time, neither Minus nor Chung Xiaoyu spoke. Saying goodbye to oneself is a strange thing, and neither of them opened their mouths. Finally, Minus looked at the indifferent Chung Xiaoyu and said, "Then I'll take my leave first. Let's meet again at Sabati archipelago." With that, Minus walked directly toward the yacht. He didn't like farewells. Chung Xiaoyu glanced at the departing Minus and softly said, "My main body is truly an interesting person." Chung Xiaoyu continued, "But I should be going too." After saying that, Chung Xiaoyu walked into the forest. Minus arrived in the forest and encountered those who had been imprisoned here by Moria. They were all surprised to see Minus come out. Just now, it seemed like there was a huge commotion inside. Minus looked at their curious expressions and said plainly, "Moria is dead. You can leave on your own now." "What? Moria is dead? This is impossible. Moria is very powerful." Upon hearing these people's various doubts, Minus couldn't be bothered to explain further. The distance was not far, and Minus walked through the forest. Just as he was about to exit the forest, he sensed some movement. Instantly, a red light flashed in his eyes as he activated his observation hockey. What appeared before Minus was a skeleton with an explosive hairstyle. Minus retracted his observation hockey and said to the forest, "Come out, skeleton." As soon as Minus finished speaking, the explosive-haired skeleton quickly emerged from the forest. Minus knew who this skeleton was, but he couldn't be bothered to ask. He didn't want any subordinates or companions. Of course, the Shadow King was himself, so he didn't count as a subordinate. Minus and the skeleton quietly gazed at each other in silence. Minus, not wanting to waste time with Brooke, asked Skeleton, "Do you need something from me?" The skeleton replied incredulously, "Aren't you afraid of me, sir?" Minus listened to the skeleton's words and scoffed. "Just a mere skeleton. Nothing to be afraid of." The skeleton said bitterly, "Do you not want to know who I am? Don't you want to know why I've become like this?" Minus found the skeleton's words quite absurd. Of course, he knew who the skeleton was and why he had become like this. However, Minus had no interest in chatting with the skeleton here. The right choice was to proceed to attack the new world. Thinking of this, Minus looked at the skeleton in front of him and said coldly, "I have no interest in what you're saying. If you continue to disturb me, I will make you die once more." The skeleton was taken aback after hearing Minos' words. "You? How do you know I've died once?" Minus looked at the flustered skeleton and replied flatly, "Isn't it just a devil fruit? What's the big deal?" The skeleton, feeling bitter, said, "No wonder you could defeat Moria and that zombie. Just one glance, and you can tell I became like this because of a devil fruit." Minus looked at the skeleton coldly and said, "Since I'm in a good mood, you should leave soon. Otherwise..." He paused for a moment, but his icy gaze remained fixed on the skeleton. The skeleton, feeling a shiver from Minos' cold gaze, quickly said, "My name is Brooke, and I want to join your ship." Minus was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Brooke to want to join his crew. However, Minos was not someone as naive as Luffy. Therefore, he did not need it. Minos withdrew his cold gaze and said plainly, I don't need any crew members. Seeing Brook show disappointment right after he had just said that, Minos continued, however, there's a pirate crew you can join. Originally disappointed, Brook exclaimed happily, what pirate crew is that? Hearing Brook's excited words, Minos's lips slightly curled up. Just wait here for a guy with a straw hat. With that, Minos turned and left, leaving Brook, who was left dumbfounded. After a long time, Brook shouted, when will he come? Minos did not answer Brook and headed straight towards the yacht, leaving Brook with a face full of despair. Soon, Minos arrived at the fog-covered sea. Looking at the yacht ahead, he lightly jumped aboard. Welcome back, Master, the gentle voice of the intelligent butler sounded. Minos nodded and then lay down beside the chair without saying anything. Minos looked at the dense fog and calmly asked, Intelligent butler, how long will it take to get from here to Sabeti Archipelago? Master, please wait a moment. The intelligent butler is searching, came the response. Minos comfortably lay on the chair, feeling quite relaxed. He was finally heading to Sabeti Archipelago. After Sabeti, it would be the new world. It would be even more interesting then. How would the other emperors deal with him? Thinking of this, Minos's lips also curled up slightly. With the powerful combat strength of the Shadow King and the Shadow Legion, wouldn't he be like a fish in water in the new world? While Minos was still pondering, the gentle voice of the intelligent butler interrupted him. Master, I have found the information. Minos lay on the chair and calmly asked, how much time is needed? Master, it will take approximately 10 days, the intelligent butler replied with a pleasant tone. Minos said flatly, Intelligent butler, head straight to Sabeti Archipelago. Okay, master, please take a seat. The intelligent butler is starting the yacht. Minos said nothing but watched the fog-covered sea. Soon, he felt the yacht had started moving. Minos quietly lay on the chair, feeling neither sad nor happy. He just hoped to arrive at Sabeti Archipelago soon. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chung Xiaoyu was still wandering in the forest. Chung Xiaoyu looked at the forest in front of him, feeling speechless. Had he known, he would have gone with his main body. Just then, he heard many people arguing ahead. Chung Xiaoyu followed the sound and curiously went over to take a look. Oh, it turns out that the people who were imprisoned by Moria are now arguing because their shadows returned to their bodies after Moria's death. The crowd was speculating whether Moria had been defeated, which led to the argument. Watching them quarrel endlessly, Chung Xiaoyu felt it was unnecessary. Thinking of this, he stepped out of the forest and said, Moria is indeed dead. Is there a need to argue? The sudden appearance of Chung Xiaoyu startled the people. Seeing a young man, they lowered their guard and asked, Are you also captured by that guy Moria? Chung Xiaoyu was at a loss for words. Should he tell them that Moria died because his main body forcibly absorbed the power of the fruit? And then he extracted their shadows to turn them into his shadow soldiers? Chung Xiaoyu fell silent. Now that he thought about it, Moria seemed to have a rather tragic fate. First, he was beaten for no reason. Then his shadow fruit was extracted by the system. In the end, he was turned into shadow soldiers by Chung Xiaoyu. The others saw Chung Xiaoyu not speaking and thought he was saddened, so they stopped talking. Chung Xiaoyu looked at them calmly and asked, So, are you planning to leave this island now? A swordsman spoke up, Yes. We all want to leave this island, but we have no ship, so we can't. Chung Xiaoyu pondered. How about we build one ourselves, or look for a ship that might have sunk before? The swordsman said, A bit scared. We want to look, but we're afraid Moria isn't dead yet. That's why we dare not go. After hearing the swordsman's words, Chung Xiaoyu thought for a moment and slowly said, How about I go with you to find it? The swordsman happily replied, That's great. One more person means more strength. Chung Xiaoyu smiled slightly. But wait, let me check first. With that, a red light flashed in Chung Xiaoyu's eyes as he activated observation haki. Under the search of observation haki, he quickly discovered a dilapidated ship in the sea. But with some repairs, it should be usable. Chung Xiaoyu put away observation haki and said to them, There seems to be a dilapidated ship not far in the sea. With some repairs, it should be fine. The others cheered. Black-clothed brother, you're amazing. Chung Xiaoyu smiled and said nothing as he headed towards the sea. The others followed him. This ship was their hope. Soon, under Chung Xiaoyu's lead, they arrived at the sea and saw the broken ship. The others were very happy to see the broken ship. saying that as long as they repaired it, it would be fine. Before long, with the help of Chung Xiaoyu and the others, the ship was repaired. Thus, they boarded the ship and left the ghost island. Baruch watched Chung Xiaoyu and the others leave from the island and felt very lonely. Now he was the only one left. But when would the person wearing the straw hat come? At the Sabaody Archipelago Marine Base, Kizara and Garp were having a tough time. Due to the sea rampage caused by Minos, the Sabaody Archipelago was naturally attacked. However, under their control, everything was finally resolved today. Kizara leaned back in his chair and said bitterly, "Garp, I shouldn't have come to Sabaody Archipelago with you. Now I'm exhausted." Garp, too, had lost his usual smile and looked full of fatigue. "Kizaru, you're still young and already saying you're tired. Look at my age, and I still have to deal with these messes." Kizu, also looking exhausted, replied, "If it weren't for that guy Minos, the sea wouldn't have gone berserk, and all these problems wouldn't have arisen." Garp's expression darkened as he heard Kizaru mention Minos. "Indeed, that guy Minos is the culprit. We should have just laid back and waited for him here, but now we're worn out." Kizaru, looking at Garp's grim expression, said helplessly, "I don't know where that guy Minos has gone. There has been no news of him lately. I wonder if he will come to Sabaody Archipelago." Garp fell into thought at Kizaru's words. Kizaru was right. That little brat Minos hadn't shown up for a long time. After thinking carefully, Garp said, "Let us wait here for a while. If Minos went to the New World, with his troublemaking nature, the New World would have been in chaos by now." Kizaru sighed. "Then let us continue waiting here." Garp shouted angrily, "When that little brat Minos arrives at Sabaody Archipelago, I will definitely teach him a good lesson." Kizara looked at the furious Garp and said helplessly, "Then Garp, it will be up to you at that time. I'll just assist." Kizara scoffed at the lazy Kizaru, but said nothing. Marine Headquarters, Marine Fort. In the Marshal's office, Sengoku and Admiral Tsuru were having a conversation. "Little Tsuru, you don't know how exhausted I am after all this time," Sengoku said, his tone filled with fatigue. Admiral Tsuru sighed and replied, "That Minos guy has caused quite an extraordinary mess this time. It's only natural for you to be tired." Sengoku bitterly remarked, "The sea is in chaos because of Minos, and our Navy headquarters has suffered heavy losses this time." Tsuru glanced at Sengoku and said solemnly, "The losses are indeed severe, but we have completely dominated the four seas. And with Shanks suppressing the chaos in the New World, things have become much easier for us." Sengoku looked at Tsuru and slowly spoke. "The world government must have reached some sort of deal with Shanks." Upon hearing this, Tsuru nodded calmly and said, "It seems they have indeed made some agreement, but it's a good thing for us." Sengoku gave a bitter smile. "I just hope it will truly be beneficial for our Navy." Tsuru did not respond, but continued to ponder while Sengoku observed him without interrupting. In the New World, Wano country, Kaido was drinking at his base, laughing heartily and appearing very pleased. Jin looked at the wildly laughing Kaido and helplessly said, "Admiral, you seem very happy?" Kaido continued to laugh at Jin's words. "I told you that Minos kid is as crazy as I am. The recent chaos in the sea seemed like the Navy's incompetence, but it was actually caused by that little brat Minos." Jin, looking at the still laughing Kaido, helplessly replied, "It's precisely because of the 5 emperors that Minos led to our conflict with the Whitebeard pirates. Furthermore, the pirates in the New World are starting to resist the management of the 4 emperors." Kaido stopped laughing and said coldly, "Those guys from the Whitebeard pirates are indeed too arrogant. If the chaos hadn't been disrupted by that Shanks guy, I would have gone to battle with Whitebeard." Kaido paused before continuing, "As for the other pirates in the New World, they're just a bunch of clowns. If such a situation arises, I will personally take action and let them experience what it means to be strong." Jin slowly replied, "That Shanks guy is too despicable. His stance is unclear. It seems he might have collaborated with the Navy." Upon hearing Jin mention collaboration, Kaido's face turned serious. After a long silence, Kaido said solemnly, "Shanks has always been ambiguous, but he should be cooperating with the world government." Jin looked at Kaido in surprise and said, "It seems we need to be careful of Shanks in the future. Otherwise, we might find ourselves in trouble because of him." Kaido coldly snorted, "It looks like I need to teach that Shanks guy a lesson, or else he will keep meddling in our affairs." Jin remained silent. Whatever Kaido said was what he believed, and he trusted that Kaido would become Joy Boy. After a long time, Kaido said seriously If there is any information about Minos in the New World, inform me immediately. Jin looked at Kaido's serious expression and said, "Understood, Admiral." In the New World, the territory of the red-haired pirates, Shanks and Beckman stood on an island looking out at the sea, both silent. After a long silence, Beckman said seriously, "This recent chaos has had an enormous impact." Shanks remained serious, gazing at the sea, and only after hearing Beckman's words did he reply, "Indeed, it has been too great. If we hadn't intervened in time, the New World and the Four Seas would have suffered severe turmoil." Beckman took out a cigar, lit it, and took a deep drag before slowly exhaling, the smoke swirling around. Beckman said solemnly, "We can only say that what that Minos kid did has had a huge influence." Shanks continued to look serious and said, "Minos is a person even crazier than Kaido. If he reaches the New World, things will be even more chaotic." Beckman nodded and said, "Once he arrives in the New World, it will definitely become more chaotic." Before Shanks could speak, Beckman continued, "Although Minos is powerful now, he has no subordinates, which is a good entry point." Shanks took Beckman's words and said seriously, "If Minos comes to the New World and openly recruits subordinates, many pirates will join him. Then his title as one of the 5 emperors will become a reality." Beckman said seriously, "That Minos kid is an uncontrollable factor. If we don't handle this properly, the New World will face even greater turmoil." Shanks looked at the sea in silence for a long time and coldly declared, "Then let the New World become Minos's final destination." Beckman, seeing that Shanks had made a decision, said nothing. Shanks's decision was also his decision, as they were the best of companions. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard and Marco, among others, looked very grim. This time, the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates were actually both opposing them. After a long silence, Marco said seriously, "Dad, this is a serious matter, isn't it? Have the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates formed an alliance?" Whitebeard replied solemnly, "They were originally part of the same group, so it's not surprising they are cooperating now." Marco expressed concern. "What should we do then? If the 2 Emperor crews unite, we will be at a disadvantage." Whitebeard laughed heartily. "I am Whitebeard. Even if Kaido and Big Mom come at me together, I'm not afraid. Yes, Dad is the strongest man in the world. What is there to fear from mere Kaido and Big Mom? With Dad here, our Whitebeard pirates are the strongest existence. Taking down the Beast Pirates would be a piece of cake." Whitebeard looked at the cheering crowd below, and a slight smile appeared on his face. But a hint of anxiety flashed in his eyes. In the New World, on Cake Island, Katakuri, Smoothie, and others stood silently below. Big Mom looked at the newspaper in her hand, her expression very grim. This made her children very afraid, and they all lowered their heads, not daring to speak. After a long time, Big Mom suddenly crumpled the newspaper tightly and shouted angrily, "That Minos kid is too despicable. He is making the entire sea spin in circles." Big Mom continued, "Also, can you tell me why we ended up in a fight with the Whitebeard pirates?" After Big Mom's words fell, her children all lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Katakuri looked at Big Mom and said solemnly, "That Minos guy has indeed caused chaos in the entire sea. Besides, our conflict with the Whitebeard pirates is also somewhat related to him." Katakuri continued, "If it weren't for the riot caused by Minos, we wouldn't have fought with the Whitebeard pirates. Can we ignore the facts and say that Minos has done nothing wrong?" Big Mom fell silent after hearing Katakuri's words. After a long time, she angrily said, "If that Minos guy comes to the New World, notify me at once." Big Mom continued, "I want Minos to know that he is just a little brat and shouldn't be so arrogant." Katakuri looked at the angry Big Mom and said in a deep voice, "I understand." Admeri Geos the bald, sword-wielding Elder Star spoke angrily. "This Minos is indeed the culprit. Look at what he's done to the New World." The mustached Elder Star sighed. "I never expected that a momentary oversight would lead to Minos becoming such a significant threat." The long-bearded Elder Star said helplessly, "None of us wanted to see this situation develop, but the key point is that red-haired Shanks has actively proposed dealing with Minos." The short-haired Elder Star said solemnly, "Red-haired Shanks should be serious about cooperating." The Elder Star with the cane said helplessly, "It's mainly because of Shank's special identity that we've chosen to cooperate with him." The office fell silent again, as if the previous discussion never took place. After a long time, The mustached Elder Star said helplessly. Let's leave Minos to red-haired Shanks. We could just watch the changes. Agreed. The other Elder Stars also concurred with the mustached Elder Star's words. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters, Dragon sat silently in his office chair, clearly troubled by the recent turmoil that had caused significant difficulties for the Revolutionary Army. Sabo spoke up. Mr. Dragon, are you troubled about something? Dragon replied bitterly. The unrest caused by Minos caught us off guard, resulting in a significant loss of resources. Sabo, hearing this, looked troubled as well. Yes, we've lost a lot of resources, and many people are no longer cooperating with us. Dragon fell silent after hearing Sabo's words. He hadn't expected the unrest to escalate to this extent. After a long pause, Dragon said solemnly, when the opportunity arises, I want to meet Minos and see what he thinks of our Revolutionary Army. Sabo, looking at Dragon's serious face, replied, All right, Mr. Dragon. I will inform you as soon as I have news about him. The remaining 7 warlords were also discussing Minos with their subordinates. Mihawk, Doflamingo, Hancock, Jinbe, Kuma, and the others remained silent, as the unrest caused by Minos had affected even them. Mihawk and Kuma's territories were relatively unharmed, but others faced significant issues. For example, Jinbe's Fishman Island was suffering greatly, with mermaids being captured en masse during the unrest, and even Whitebeard's reputation was of no use. Fortunately, Jinbe was powerful, and with the support of a captain-level member of the Whitebeard Pirates, they managed to withstand the pirate attacks. Of course, Doflamingo, Hancock, and others also faced invasions, but they relied on their own strength to fend off the attacks. In East Blue, at Windmill Village, Ace and Luffy had just finished their battle and were now lying on the cliff, panting heavily. Luffy, looking troubled, said, Ace, why are you so strong? I still can't beat you. Ace glanced at the dejected Luffy and smiled. What kind of younger brother is stronger than his older brother? Luffy's face fell even more after hearing Ace's words. With a serious expression, Luffy said, Ace, recently there have been many pirates in our village, but they were all driven away by Dayton. Did you know about that? Ace replied seriously, Yes, I know about that. I even went with Dayton to deal with the pirates. Luffy looked surprised. I had no idea you went with them to fight the pirates. Why didn't you call me? Ace chuckled lightly. At that time, I thought the pirates were strong and didn't plan to bring you along. Ace paused for a moment, looking at Luffy's curious eyes, and continued. After I fought with Dayton, I realized those pirates were weak, like ordinary civilians just setting out to sea. Luffy exclaimed, Why do these pirates always think about invading our village? Ace, looking at the still, naive Luffy, said seriously, I heard that not only our village is being invaded by pirates, but other nearby villages are as well. Luffy's expression grew even more troubled as he listened to Ace's words. After a long while, Luffy sighed. Why is this happening? These pirates are different from what I imagined. Ace comforted the sad Luffy. Luffy, as long as we don't become such pirates in the future, it's fine. Luffy's face broke into a smile as he listened to Ace's comforting words. Yes, we want to become free pirates, not bad pirates. Seeing Luffy smile, Ace couldn't help but smile too. Just then, Ace suddenly thought of something and looked at Luffy seriously. Luffy, I heard that the recent pirate invasions in East Blue are significantly related to Minos. Luffy, confused, asked, Who is Minos? Ace looked at the puzzled Luffy and sighed. This kid seemed a bit slow. Ace shook his head helplessly. It's the person from the newspaper I showed you last time. Luffy scratched his head. Oh, it's him. But what does he have to do with this? Ace looked at the clueless Luffy and said seriously, I heard he killed a high-ranking Marine officer, which led to the unrest at sea. Luffy was shocked. The Marines. Isn't that where my grandfather is? Ace nodded. That's right. It's the faction where your grandfather is. He killed a high-ranking officer, which caused the unrest at sea. Luffy said earnestly, Then he's a bad guy. It's because of him that the sea is in chaos and our village is being invaded by pirates. Ace smiled at Luffy's serious expression. Yes. It's because of him that the sea is in turmoil and our village was invaded by pirates. When I set out to sea, I will teach him a lesson. Luffy laughed. When I go out to sea, I will also teach him a lesson. Ace chuckled. Luffy, by the time you set sail, I will have already defeated him. Luffy pouted. Maybe you won't win against him. If that's the case, I'll have to save you. Ace shouted, No way. I don't want you to save me. As the two joked around, time passed quickly. Suddenly, Luffy said dejectedly, "Ace, you should be about to set sail, right?" Seeing Luffy's gloomy expression, Ace smiled gently. "Luffy, we are both going to set sail. It's just that I'm going before you." Ace continued, "We will definitely meet again. By then, I might already be at the pinnacle of the sea. Luffy, you need to work hard." Luffy, excited by Ace's words, declared, "I will definitely be the first to become the Pirate King." Ace laughed at Luffy's excitement. "No way. I will definitely be the first to become the Pirate King." Time quickly passed, and Minos had arrived at Sabeti Archipelago. Minos was wandering around Sabeti Archipelago, having previously instructed the system to collect a yacht and went to Sabeti Archipelago alone. However, as Minos just set foot on the Sabeti Archipelago, he noticed many people secretly observing him. Minos couldn't be bothered with them and headed straight towards the Sabeti Archipelago. The spies lurking in the shadows were taken aback. "Hey, if you didn't just see wrong, that guy seemed to be the 5th Emperor Minos." One of the spies whispered, his face covered in cold sweat. The chaos caused by Minos in the sea was truly shocking and frightening. Many spies also saw Minos arriving at the Sabeti Archipelago, and their faces showed signs of shock. The 5th Emperor Minos has arrived at the Sabeti Archipelago? Does that mean he is ready to enter the New World? Among them, the Navy spies were even more shocked and scared. Minos had caused them tremendous harm. The Navy spy whispered, "The 5th Emperor Minos has arrived at the Sabeti Archipelago. I must quickly inform others to keep an eye on the 5th Emperor Minos." Thus, many spies hurriedly left to report to their respective forces about the arrival of the 5th Emperor Minos at the Sabeti Archipelago. At this time, Minos was wandering around the Sabeti Archipelago, and he found it strange that wherever he went, people would clear a path for him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that fear was evident on their faces. Minos looked at the frightened crowd and felt speechless. Was he really that frightening? After wandering around, he discovered that people on the entire street were avoiding him. Minos felt quite speechless and decided to head to the check-in spot, Shucky's bar. He heard that every traveler would stop by. Thinking of this, Minos smiled slightly, wondering what they would think when they saw him. With that thought, Minos walked towards Shucky's bar. The civilians of the Sabeti Archipelago looked at the departing Minos, their faces displaying a mix of emotions, including fear, concern, and impatience. One civilian, trembling with fear, said, "If I'm not mistaken, that guy is the 5th Emperor Minos." Yes, that must be that despicable Minos. No doubt about it. Look at his dark purple long hair, along with that black suit and black cloak. That's definitely the 5th Emperor Minos. It's definitely the 5th Emperor Minos. His gaze is too terrifying. I can hardly bear to look directly at him. I just hope that the 5th Emperor Minos doesn't cause any more disturbances now that he is in the Sabeti Archipelago. Otherwise, our Sabeti Archipelago cannot withstand his destruction. The arrival of Minos caused the civilians of the Sabeti Archipelago to worry. They feared that Minos would bring them disaster. But none of this had anything to do with Minos, who had already arrived at the entrance of a tavern. Minos looked at the tavern, noticing a few crooked signs and such. He felt speechless. It truly was a black shop. Thinking of black shops, Minos chuckled, wondering if Shucky would try to extort him later. Minos slowly pushed open the large door of the bar, and in an instant, he felt all eyes on him. In response, the corners of Minos's mouth slightly lifted as he walked straight inside the bar. However, the originally cheerful atmosphere inside the bar was instantly silenced by Minos's intrusion. At the bar, a short-haired woman in a tight outfit, smoking a cigarette, quietly watched the scene, seemingly unfazed by Minos's arrival. Minos walked straight to the bar counter, looking at the calm Shucky with a wicked smile. "It seems that my arrival here doesn't surprise you at all, does it, Shucky?" Shucky at the bar slowly inhaled from her cigarette and exhaled gently. After a few seconds of silence, Shucky spoke in a deep voice. "I didn't expect the 5th Emperor Minos to come to my little bar. It's truly an honor." Minos looked at Shucky coldly and said, "But I can't see that you seem very happy about it." Moreover, Minos paused, his gaze fixed tightly on Shucky as he coldly said, "I've noticed that you don't seem surprised at all by my arrival." Shucky looked at the aggressive Minos and replied in a deep voice, "I am an informant. I naturally have some knowledge of the whereabouts of the 5th Emperor Minos." Minos said with great interest, "Since you are an informant, how about I inquire about someone? Shucky fell silent at this moment. She didn't know how to respond to this guy Minus. After a long while, Shucky spoke in a deep voice. I wonder what information the fifth Emperor Minus needs. I will do my best to help. However, Shucky's tone shifted as she fixed her gaze tightly on Minus. The prices here aren't cheap. Hearing Shucky's words, Minus was slightly taken aback, then burst into laughter. His unrestrained laughter echoed in the bar, sounding particularly jarring, causing the pirates still drinking in the bar to break out in cold sweat, their faces revealing fear. They wished they could leave the bar quickly. They had only come for a drink, yet they encountered the cruel fifth Emperor Minus. Shucky's expression was not good at that moment. Minus's laughter seemed to mock her for being overconfident. Thinking of this, Shucky coldly said, Lord Minus, may I ask what is so funny? If you're here to discuss information, then let us discuss it properly. Otherwise, please feel free to leave. Upon hearing Shucky's unceremonious words, Minus instantly understood the meaning behind her words. It meant that if you want to talk business, let us talk properly. If not, then please leave. With that thought, Minus smiled lightly. Don't worry. The person I'm looking for, you must know, Shucky. Shucky frowned at this moment, unsure of what riddle this guy Minus was playing. Seeing Shucky's not-so-good expression, Minus teased. That person is quite familiar with him. You must know his whereabouts. Upon hearing Minus's words, Shucky's frown deepened. After a long while, Shucky said in a deep voice, Minus, just say who it is. Stop playing riddles. Minus looked at Shucky, who seemed unaware, and slowly spoke. He is the vice captain of the Roger Pirates, known as Dark King Rayleigh. Minus's words brought shock to Shucky's face. She pondered why this newcomer Minus would know Rayleigh and how he knew about her connection to Rayleigh. The other pirates in the tavern also showed signs of shock on their faces. If they hadn't misheard, it seemed they had just heard about the Roger Pirates, and also the vice captain of the Pirate King Roger, Dark King Rayleigh. Today was truly shocking. Not only did they encounter the fifth Emperor Minus, but they also heard news about the vice captain of the Roger Pirates. At this moment, Shucky felt a lot of pressure. Looking at Minus, whose gaze was fixed tightly on her, she felt a tremor in her heart for some reason. It was as if this guy in front of her was about to turn into a beast and devour her. After thinking for a long time, Shucky coldly said, Lord Minus, you might be mistaken. I don't know any Dark King Rayleigh. Minus looked at Shucky, but said nothing, his gaze fixed tightly on her. Shucky felt increasingly oppressed under Minus's intense gaze. At that moment, the atmosphere in the tavern became increasingly heavy. Neither the patrons nor the pirates could stand the oppressive atmosphere any longer. Minus, however, paid no attention to the tavern's atmosphere, instead scrutinizing Shucky even more closely. The gaze was extremely cold, resembling that of a venomous snake staring at you. Just as Xiachi was about to bear the pressure, the door was opened once again. Minus looked up and saw an old man with white hair walking in. After the old man entered, he scanned the surroundings and then fixed his gaze on Minus, chuckling lightly. So the fifth Emperor Minus has actually come to the Chambord Islands? How surprising. Rayleigh paused for a moment, but without waiting for Minus to say anything, coldly remarked, but the dignified fifth Emperor Minus would bully a woman in a small tavern. That really lacks grace. Minus looked at Rayleigh, who was mocking him, and smiled lightly. I didn't bully her. I was just looking for someone. Rayleigh's face showed no smile, only coldly staring at Minus. Unaffected by Rayleigh's hostility, Minus smiled calmly. However, the person I'm looking for has already arrived. Don't you think so, King of Hades Rayleigh? At this moment, Rayleigh's expression grew more serious. He hadn't expected this little brat Minus came specifically to find him. But I have never had any contact with him before. The key point is if trouble is to be sought, it should be me looking for it. Why would Minus want to find me? Holding on to this doubt, Rayleigh coldly said, Minus, logically, I should be the one looking for you. But what do you want from me? Minus looked at the indifferent Rayleigh and teased. Actually, it's not a big deal. Just wanted to share an interesting incident that happened in the East Sea. Rayleigh remained silent, but his gaze toward Minus grew even colder. Minus naturally noticed this and provocatively said, In the East Sea, I discovered a group of pirates called the Evil Dragon Pirates. They were committing all sorts of crimes in the East Sea, and I couldn't stand it anymore, so I took care of them myself. Minus continued with a calm demeanor. Watching Rayleigh's increasingly cold eyes, they were just too weak. With just a light punch, they shattered. You might not know, but that sound of shattering was truly satisfying. Watching Rayleigh, who was on the verge of losing control of his emotions, Minus continued calmly. At that time, I remember there was a fisherman named Octopus Xiaoba. He pleaded for me to spare him, but I am a good person, and when I encounter such villains, of course, I just eliminate them directly. Guess what that Octopus Xiaoba said at the moment of death? Minus spoke lightly to Rayleigh. Rayleigh's gaze was fixed on Minus, and he said in a deep voice, what did he say in the end? Minus looked at Rayleigh, who finally spoke, and chuckled. He said he knew Rayleigh, and if I killed him, Rayleigh wouldn't let me go. Minus continued. At that time, I was furious. With one punch and a few kicks, he turned into a pile of mush. Don't you think he deserved to die, King of Hades Rayleigh? Minus smiled faintly at Rayleigh. After hearing Minus's words, Rayleigh could no longer contain his anger. Minus, you little brat, don't be so arrogant. This is truly too much. With that, a flash of red light appeared in Rayleigh's eyes, and a terrifying red-black Conqueror's Haki surged toward Minus. Minus looked at Rayleigh using his Conqueror's Haki and sneered. A flash of red light crossed his eyes, and his black-purple Conqueror's Haki collided with Rayleigh's. The two Conqueror's Hakis clashed violently in the narrow tavern. In an instant, the tavern shook violently, countless bottles fell to the ground, and tables began to break. The other pirates in the cramped space suffered an unwarranted disaster, collapsing to the ground, their eyes turning white as if their brains had been attacked. Minus and Rayleigh continued to clash their Conqueror's Haki, seemingly indifferent to everything around them. Just as Minus was about to add Dragon Slayer magic and collide with Rayleigh again, Rayleigh retracted his Conqueror's Haki. Minus was puzzled by this, but also followed suit and retracted his Conqueror's Haki. When Minus saw Rayleigh walking outside, he heard Rayleigh coldly say, "It's quite narrow here. I suppose you wouldn't want to fight in this cramped space, right?" After saying this, Rayleigh walked straight out, as if he knew Minus would surely follow him outside. Minus watched Rayleigh leave, a slight smile on his lips. He certainly understood what Rayleigh meant. It was just that he was afraid of damaging his wife's shop. And he said it so grandly. Minus scoffed, truly ridiculous. Minus glanced at the wrecked tavern, and the calm Xia smiled and walked out of the tavern. When Minus arrived outside the tavern, he found Rayleigh already on a small hill. Minus jumped lightly and landed not far from Rayleigh. Seeing Rayleigh still with a serious expression, Minus teased, "Could it be that the vice-captain of the Pirate King also feels the weight of the situation?" Minus noticed that after he said this, Rayleigh's expression grew increasingly serious. After a long while, Minus heard Rayleigh say in a deep voice, "When I first saw you in the newspaper, I thought you were just a lucky brat. But I didn't expect you to already be one of the 5 emperors. Such a status has changed so quickly." Minus smiled lightly. "You old-timers of the past just like to view others through a narrow lens, as if everything must go through your approval or recognition to be considered correct." Rayleigh's gaze fixed on Minus, coldly saying, "Minus, what exactly do you want to say?" Minus laughed heartily. "Rayleigh, you old remnants of the past should stop embarrassing yourselves." Satisfying a reader's request. After hearing Minus's words, Rayleigh said in a deep voice, "Minus, you little brat, you really look down on people too much. You should know that there are still many strong ones from the old era. With your current strength, it's still too early to think about changing dynasties." Hearing Rayleigh's words, Minus laughed heartily. "Then let me see the so-called might of the old era today. I hope you remnants of the old era can bring me some real harm." After saying this, Minus disappeared at extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Rayleigh, lifting his foot wrapped in armament Haki and kicking at Rayleigh. Rayleigh, being a master, had already used observation Haki when Minus disappeared. As Minus kicked him, he turned around and extended his right hand, with flowing Sakura armament Haki wrapped around it, blocking Minus's foot. In the fierce clash, powerful air currents surged around, and the ground beneath Rayleigh was pressed into a deep pit. Minus looked at Rayleigh using flowing Sakura armament Haki to block his powerful kick and coldly smiled. "The old guys from the past are quite impressive." Rayleigh snorted coldly. "Minus, you little brat, you don't know much yet." With that, Rayleigh increased the force in his hand, instantly sending Minus flying. Minus lightly leaped in the air and landed on the ground, coldly laughing. I only praise you a bit, and you think you're strong. As expected, you're just an old guy from the past, not worth much. With that, Minos instantly appeared in front of Rayleigh, and the two began to battle using martial arts. Minos continuously attacked with punches, but Rayleigh blocked them with his own punches. Moreover, the key point was that Minos's observation hockey and armament hockey were not as high as Rayleigh's, and at times he would take a few punches. Minos felt a slight ache in his body, feeling somewhat speechless. If only his armament hockey and observation hockey had reached a higher level, that would be great. Rayleigh's attacks couldn't seriously injure him, but they were quite insulting. Just as Minos was still pondering, he suddenly heard Rayleigh's faint laughter. Is this the Pirate King? Seems like it's nothing special after all. Minos looked at Rayleigh's smile, which seemed to mock him. Thinking of this, Minos said in a deep voice, "That was just to warm up. Now the real battle begins." Minos gathered his energy, his fists wrapped in white energy and armament hockey, preparing to strike. He moved at incredible speed in front of Rayleigh and declared, "Armament flowing rock-shattering fist." In an instant, countless black and white fist shadows rushed towards Rayleigh. Rayleigh's eyes flashed as his observation hockey swept over, quickly dodging. Minos noticed this, but continued to throw punches. It was reasonable that he was uninjured at this moment. In the past, his flowing rock-shattering fist had always been effective, but now it couldn't hit anyone. Minos watched this scene, lost in thought. Previously, his opponents were either weak or lacked advanced observation hockey. Back then, he found it easy to fight, but now encountering someone with advanced observation hockey was very difficult. Minos kept contemplating. If it were a direct confrontation, Rayleigh would definitely not win against him. However, if the opponent didn't actively engage and kept dodging, his attacks would seem futile. He recalled the intense battle against Kizaru in Alabasta, where he couldn't do anything against Kizaru's constant dodging. Ultimately, he only managed to hit Kizaru when Kizaru had to protect others and couldn't evade. Now, Rayleigh was similarly elusive. Did he have to use the same method to threaten Rayleigh? Just then, a loud laugh broke the silence of the battlefield. "Minos, you little brat, so you're here?" Following the laughter, Minos saw a white-haired old man wearing a white suit and a Navy justice cape. Minos muttered, "So it's that guy Carp." Moreover, it seemed there was another person behind him. Yes, it was Kizaru, who had briefly fought Minos not long ago. At this moment, Kizaru said with a frown, "Carp, wait for me." Minos seriously observed the situation. In front of him, Rayleigh was glaring at him, while Carp and Kizaru were closely watching him from the side. Minos swept his gaze over everyone and said in a deep voice, "Don't tell me the Navy and pirates are teaming up." After Minos spoke, he heard Carp laugh heartily. "Not quite. I'm just here to capture you, but I didn't expect this old guy Rayleigh to be here too." Kizaru looked at Carp, who had carelessly revealed information, and was quite speechless. "Carp, how could you give away our intel?" Carp scratched his head. "What's the big deal? Minos can't escape anyway." Minos looked at Carp's demeanor, feeling quite speechless. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Then Minos heard Carp laugh again. "Someone once said that the Dark King Rayleigh was in Sabati Archipelago, and I didn't believe it at the time. Now it seems to be true." Minos turned his gaze to Rayleigh, who smiled and said, "Carp, it's been many years since we last met." But Minos noticed Rayleigh paused for a moment, then coldly said to him, "Today, I'm mainly here to deal with this little brat Minos. Your Navy's affairs are none of my concern." Minos was quite speechless. Even at this point, Rayleigh still wanted to deal with him. How annoying could he be? Just then, Minos heard bad news coming from Carp. Carp laughed loudly. "So that's how it is. Why don't we team up to deal with Minos?" Fine." At this moment, Minos was very speechless. Why were they all coming to deal with him? Moreover, it was 3 powerful figures. This was really too interesting. Thinking of this, Minos sneered. "You guys are too shameless. Actually collaborating." Kizaru took over Minos's words, sneering. "This is called using cunning in battle. Back in Alabasta, you tricked me terribly. Now, it's just giving you a taste of your own medicine." Minos felt speechless at Kizaru's words, thinking, was it really necessary? It was just one trick on you, wasn't it? Just then, Minos heard Carp laughing heartily. "Minos, your luck is good. The original plan was just me and Kizaru to capture you. I didn't expect you to have a conflict with this old guy Rayleigh, so don't blame us for taking advantage of the situation." Minos glanced at Carp and the others and said flatly, "If you want to capture me, then come at me." Minos wrapped his armament hockey around his fists and charged straight at Carp. Upon seeing Minus dare to attack him, Carp exclaimed it was interesting. In an instant, both of their hands were covered in armament hockey as they engaged in a fierce battle. Minus thought to himself as he faced Carp, "No wonder he's a Navy hero. His fists are indeed hard and painful." Carp, looking at Minus, laughed. "You little brat Minus, you're indeed strong, but your armament hockey and observation hockey are not yet perfected." As soon as he finished speaking, Carp quickly appeared next to Minus and delivered a powerful punch to him. The moment Minus saw Carp disappear, he felt something was wrong, but it was too late. He hadn't even had time to use his observation hockey before being sent flying by Carp's punch. Minus felt a slight, stinging sensation in his body, looking up at Carp's flowing cherry blossom hockey, feeling quite speechless. The flowing cherry blossom wasn't particularly strong, but it could still hurt people. Minus helplessly said, "Looks like I'll have to use Dragon Slayer magic." As soon as he finished speaking, black and purple energy appeared around Minus's body. This sudden change made the three people nearby alert. Kizaru said seriously, "What is this? Why do I have a sense of dread?" Carp's face was also serious. "This thing is terrifying. If accidentally touched, it could cause serious injury." Really stood by, ready for anything, thinking, "I didn't expect this little brat Minus to be hiding such a deep secret. If I'm not careful, I might be caught off guard." Minus looked at the serious expressions of Carp and the others and smiled. "This is just a special energy. Enjoy it." In an instant, Minus disappeared from a spot, directly appearing beside Rayleigh, his black and purple fist smashing towards Rayleigh's back. In Minus's eyes, it seemed Rayleigh had eyes on the back of his head. Turning around as the flowing cherry blossom hockey appeared on his fist, colliding with Minus's fist. Seeing this scene, Minus smiled slightly. Rayleigh was unaware of the effects of Dragon Slayer magic. With a loud bang, under the incredulous gazes of Carp and Kizaru, Rayleigh was sent flying by a punch. As the smoke dissipated, Rayleigh's figure appeared before everyone. However, the area where Rayleigh was hit by the black-purple energy seemed to have absorbed his vitality, becoming shriveled. Moreover, Rayleigh's body also suffered serious injuries from the heavy punch. Minus laughed at the suffering Rayleigh, saying, "I knew my dragon-slaying magic could do more than just absorb physical attacks. It can do this too." Rayleigh lay on the ground in great pain, feeling that much of his flow cherry hockey was absorbed the moment it came into contact with the black energy. The most crucial part was that his own vitality was also significantly drained. Rayleigh slowly stood up, his expression serious, and said, "Minus, this energy of yours is too evil. One day, it will backfire on you." After hearing this, Minus laughed and said, "I actually think this dark energy is quite powerful. It's a good thing in my hands." At the same time, Carp spoke with a grave tone, "Minus, you little brat, you are indeed too evil. Today, I will definitely capture you and take you to Impel Down." Minus shifted his gaze to Carp and smiled slightly. "Do you know what I hate most about you Marines?" Rayleigh, holding his wound, and Kizaru both looked at Minus with serious expressions, waiting for him to continue. Minus quietly looked at Carp and coldly said, "It's that you Marines are too hypocritical and arrogant." Before Carp and Kizaru could retort, Minus continued, "You say everyone has their own justice, but that's just an excuse for yourselves." Minus's words made the atmosphere on the battlefield even more tense, and for a long time, no one spoke. As Minus looked at Carp and Kizaru, whose faces were unpleasant, he was about to say something when Carp interrupted him. Carp angrily shouted, "Minus, you little brat. What do you know? If it weren't for us Marines, the people in the pirate world wouldn't know how much disaster they would suffer." Carp continued, "Minus, you little brat. You don't understand anything. You are not worthy to speak about us Marines." Kizaru also quietly looked at Minus. Indeed, there are many corrupt Marines, but that wasn't a reason for Minus to disparage them. Minus coldly looked at Carp. "Since you say the Marines are so good, then why are there so many civilians going to sea? And why do Marine generals collaborate with pirates to embezzle and oppress other civilians?" After Minus finished speaking, Carp and Kizaru's faces became even more unsightly. What Minus said was indeed the truth, and they both found it hard to refute. Setting aside the facts, was Minus not at fault? He had slaughtered so many of our Marines, destroyed islands, caused towns to be ruined, and injured T-Pig and Akiji. Wasn't all this related to Minus? Minus looked at Carp and Kizaru, whose expressions were grim, and loudly declared, "Since everyone has their opinions, let's resolve this with strength." With that, Minos disappeared from his spot and appeared next to Carp. His black-purple fist came crashing down towards Carp. At the moment Minos disappeared, Carp's eyes flashed red, and he activated his observation hockey. Noticing Minos had come up behind him, Carp clenched his fist, his flow cherry hockey enveloping it, and he forcefully collided his fist with Minos's. Seeing this scene, Minos felt a surge of joy in his heart. This old man Carp still wanted to clash with him head-on? Sure enough, Minos felt Carp's energy flowing into his body, transforming into dark magic under the influence of the dragon-slaying magic. Minos could sense this, and naturally, Carp could feel his own hockey draining away. Just when Minos was secretly pleased, he suddenly saw Carp not clashing with him head-on, but dodging instead. Minos's fist struck the ground, creating a deep pit as the earth was lifted layer by layer. Dust spread everywhere, and Minos quietly watched Carp through the haze. Minos thought to himself, as expected of that old man Carp. Once he realized I could absorb Flow Cherry, he decisively canceled the head-on clash. Carp had retreated back to Kizaru's side, his expression grave as he looked at the dust cloud. Kizaru noticed Carp's serious expression and asked, "Vice Admiral Carp, what exactly is that black-purple energy Minos is using?" Carp's gaze was fixed on the dust as he spoke seriously. "The black-purple energy that little brat Minos uses is indeed very evil. It can absorb my armament hockey." No wonder that old man Rayleigh fell victim to Minos's scheme. After hearing Carp's words, Kizaru's expression also turned serious as he glanced at Rayleigh, who was holding his shriveled body not far away, and said solemnly, "This is troublesome. We can't let Minos touch us." Carp nodded, but kept his eyes fixed on the dust where Minos was. Minos emerged from the dust, looking at Carp, who had a serious expression, and coldly said, "What's wrong, Vice Admiral Carp? Are you not going to clash with me head-on? That would really tarnish your reputation as Iron Fist Carp." Minos stared coldly at Carp. He had intentionally spoken to provoke Carp, hoping to make him clash with him directly, so he could secretly use his dragon-slaying magic on him. However, the battle-hardened Carp wouldn't fall for his tricks. Minos saw Carp snort at him. "Minos, you little brat, it's still too early for you to provoke me." Hearing this, Minos felt somewhat disappointed. Indeed, it was quite difficult to provoke this old man Carp. Just as Minos was about to say something, a voice came from Carp. Minos saw Carp, who had originally been serious, suddenly laughing. "Minos, I found your weakness." Carp's words puzzled Minos. Besides being slightly weaker in the three-color hockey, what other weaknesses did he have? Soon, Minos heard Carp continue, "Minos, your armament hockey and observation hockey are lacking. I suppose your conqueror's hockey is also insufficient, right?" Okay. Carp was indeed right about this, and was hard to refute. Minos helplessly thought. Carp looked at the silent Minos and laughed. Then, "Take this move." As Carp finished speaking, Minos saw Carp take a few steps towards him, and black-red lightning surrounded him, quickly enveloping Carp's fist. Under the influence of Carp's conqueror's hockey, not only did the ground shatter from the lightning, but even the weather began to turn stormy, with dark clouds gathering and strong winds blowing, as if a storm was about to break. Minos observed this unusual scene and muttered to himself, "Is this conqueror's hockey? But I'm not lacking either." Minos tightened his fist, black-purple lightning appearing around him, and the black-purple energy enveloped his fist. Instantly, the ground around Minos also shattered, dark clouds gathered, and strong winds blew. Carp noticed Minos's transformation, which puzzled him. This was obviously a phenomenon caused by Conqueror's hockey, so how could this little brat also do it? Carp found it hard to understand, but since they were in battle, he chose not to think too much about it, and laughed at Minos. Fist-bone impact. In an instant, Minos saw Carp's enormous red-black fist attacking him. Feeling the ground around him starting to shatter under Carp's immense pressure, he whispered to himself, "It's time to strike, otherwise, I could get seriously injured." Minos raised his prepared black-purple fist and shouted loudly, "Dragon Slayer magic, ordinary punch." In an instant, a gigantic black-purple fist appeared before Minos, colliding with Carp's fist. A series of loud bangs echoed as the two enormous fists clashed in midair, creating shockwaves that spread around, causing the ground to crack. Minos looked at Carp and laughed. "Carp, "You old man, are you feeling out of it?" To which Karp replied in a deep voice, "I didn't expect you, Minos, to have mastered this move." Upon hearing Karp's words, Minos laughed heartily. "You old geezers from the old era love to scrutinize others. In my opinion, you're too arrogant. It's time for you to be eliminated." With that, Minos increased his strength and charged at Karp. Karp felt the increase in Minos's power and replied sternly, "You punk. You really underestimate us old folks." After saying that, Karp suddenly increased his strength and collided with Minos again. At that moment, black-red and black-purple lightning clashed once more. Neither side would back down, resulting in continuous explosions. The shockwaves from the explosions severely damaged the surrounding ground, buildings, and mountains. The ground cracked, turning buildings into ruins, and mountains were destroyed. More importantly, many people suffered from this unforeseen disaster. Kizaru and Rayleigh quickly dodged, retreating far enough to avoid the impact. Kizaru looked up at the sky in shock. "Kawai na. So terrifying." Rayleigh also saw the horrifying scene in the sky, where the originally overcast sky had split into two, as if it had been cleaved apart. Rayleigh looked at the sky in silence, his fists clenched, revealing his inner shock. After a long time, Rayleigh said solemnly, "Minos, you've truly reached this level." At this moment, Rayleigh no longer dared to underestimate Minos. He understood what had transpired in the sky. Meanwhile, Minos and Karp emerged from the dust. Minos reflected on the previous scene, realizing that he and Karp had been blown away by the energy explosion. He felt speechless. He had been blown away by his own energy. Just as Minos was still in disbelief, Karp's laughter echoed again. Karp walked out of the dust. Seeing that Minos was unhurt and laughed heartily, "Minos, you little brat, you're pretty good being able to match me evenly." Minos looked at the silly Karp and smiled gently. "Karp, you truly are impressive. Even at your age, you can still clash fiercely with me." Karp scratched his head and laughed. "I'm an old veteran of the Navy." Karp continued, "However, I've noticed that your black-purple energy cannot absorb Conqueror's Haki." Minos listened quietly as Karp pointed out that his Dragon Slayer magic couldn't absorb Conqueror's Haki. Minos felt no worry or disappointment. In fact, it was already great that Dragon Slayer magic could contend with Conqueror's Haki. If it could absorb Conqueror's Haki, how would others compete? Thinking of this, Minos looked at Karp and smiled. As expected of Vice Admiral Karp, "You actually noticed this issue." Then Karp continued to laugh. "Minos, even if you flatter me, I won't let you off the hook." Just as Minos was about to say something, he suddenly heard Karp's voice. Karp looked at Minos with curiosity. "What intrigues me is that your black-purple energy is not Conqueror's Haki, right? Yet, it can achieve the same effect as Conqueror's Haki. You really are lucky." Minos looked at the puzzled Karp and chuckled. "My black-purple energy is indeed not Conqueror's Haki. It's called Dragon Slayer magic." However, Minos paused, and Karp quietly looked at him. Minos didn't disappoint Karp and continued, "I think it's much better than Conqueror's Haki. At least it can devour all other physical attacks." After Minos finished speaking, he quietly looked at Karp, who fell silent after hearing Minos's words. After a long silence, Karp looked at Minos seriously. "Minos, if you weren't an enemy of the Navy, that would be great." Minos was somewhat surprised by Karp's words. He didn't expect Karp to say something like this at this moment. However, Minos was destined to be an enemy of the Navy. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was an enemy of everyone in the pirate world. To gain killing value, he had to eliminate his enemies. Only by obtaining killing value could he become stronger, dominate everything, and become a god. Thinking of this, Minos muttered, "So, you all are just killing value." Karp looked at the contemplative Minos and said solemnly, "I'm sorry, Minos. Capturing you is our Navy's duty, and it's my duty too." Minos was interrupted from his thoughts by Karp's words. When he looked up, he saw Kizaru had somehow come to Karp's side. At that moment, another voice slowly sounded. Minos looked up again to see Rayleigh standing to his left front, looking at him seriously and saying, "Minos, you are too powerful and evil. If we don't deal with you, the new generation of pirates will surely be suppressed under your cruelty." Minos looked at the righteous Rayleigh and felt speechless. Clearly, Rayleigh wanted to take revenge for Octopus Little 8 and seek justice for Shaki, yet he spoke so grandly, it was simply ridiculous. Thinking of this, Minos took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He looked at Carp, Kizaru, and the relentless Rayleigh and laughed. Come on, all of you come at me. But with just the three of you, you won't be able to do anything to me, Minus. Minus's words made Carp and the others frown. This was too arrogant. Minus didn't care what Carp and the others thought. Today's battle was inevitable. However, it was impossible for him, Minus, to be defeated on the Sabeti archipelago. At this moment, the atmosphere on the scene grew increasingly tense, just waiting for the right moment to start the next battle. The wind and sand blew, and the battle officially began. Minus saw Kizaru suddenly transform into light and disappear from his position. Red light flashed in Minus's eyes as he activated his observation hockey. Suddenly realizing Kizaru had appeared behind him, Kizaru's lewd voice rang out. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? In an instant, Kizaru's light kick came towards Minus's waist. Minus quickly raised his left hand to block Kizaru's light kick, just as he was preparing to counterattack. His observation hockey flashed, and he suddenly sensed danger. Minus turned his head and saw Carp had already arrived directly in front of him, his fist wrapped in flowing cherry hockey, striking towards him with great force. Minus looked at Carp's flowing cherry fist and quickly used his right fist, wrapped in armament hockey, to collide with Carp's. In an instant, the ground once again faced immense pressure, cracking repeatedly. At this moment, Minus felt quite helpless, recalling what netizens used to say back on Blue Star, in a life-and-death battle. The four emperors would definitely not be able to defeat two admirals. Damn it, Minus has now believed it. This is just too speechless. He is currently facing this unfriendly situation, and their Rayleigh, that shameless old guy, watching him closely. While Minus was pondering, a red light flashed in his eyes, and suddenly his observation hockey sensed danger. He looked up and saw Rayleigh rushing towards him at an incredible speed, his fist wrapped in flowing cherry blossom hockey, striking forcefully at Minus's chest. Well, Minus watched this scene, unsure of what to say, and could only silently watch as Rayleigh's fist, empowered by the flowing cherry blossom hockey, smashed into his chest. Minus watched helplessly as he was sent flying by a single punch. The pain in his chest was a clear indication that he, Minus, was injured. Carp and the others looked solemnly at the dust where Minus lay, believing that he could not be easily defeated. As the dust began to settle, Carp still did not see Minus, and said in a deep voice, Minus, kid, I believe you won't just go down. Come out quickly. At this moment, Minus, in the dust, looked at the imprint of the fist on his chest, feeling quite helpless. 1 against 3, it seemed a bit too much. As the dust cleared, Minus walked out and jokingly remarked to Carp and the others, No wonder you old-timers from the past are so strong. It's terrifying. Carp replied in a serious tone, Minus, kid, there's no need to mock us. You brought too many troubles upon yourself. Otherwise, we wouldn't be surrounding you like this. Minus looked at Carp and the others with a cold smile. No need to talk nonsense. Let's continue the battle. As he whispered, a black-purple energy appeared around him. Carp and the others looked at this black-purple energy with grave expressions. Kizaru whispered, We absolutely must not let Minus's evil energy touch us. Kizaru transformed into light and jumped into the air, saying, We just need to keep exhausting his stamina. There's no need to clash head-on with him. After saying this, Kizaru crossed his arms in the air, and light points appeared in his hands. Looking at Minus, who was surrounded by black-purple energy, Kizaru said solemnly, Yada no Kagami. After Kizaru landed, countless light balls charged towards Minus. Minus was tightly wrapped in dragon, slaying magic, watching Kizaru's so-called ultimate move, standing on the ground and letting the light balls attack him without dodging. The light balls collided with Minus's dragon, slaying magic. However, the light balls did not hit Minus, but were instead consumed by the black-purple dragon, slaying magic. Some of the light balls struck the ground, causing it to shatter under the immense damage. After a long collision between the light balls and dragon slaying magic, both Minus and Kizaru finally stopped. Kizaru returned to the ground, looking at the dust with a serious expression, and said, That guy Minus seems to have consumed my Yada no Kagami. Carp chuckled lightly. Have you noticed? Although Minus's black-purple energy is consuming your light balls, it seems to be gradually shrinking. Rayleigh, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, Minus's black-purple energy is indeed shrinking after devouring many light balls. Kizaru then said lightly. So, as long as we keep exhausting him, Minus's black-purple energy will completely disappear, right? Carp and Rayleigh both relaxed at this moment and nodded in unison. Meanwhile, Minus in the dust was also quite troubled. He had noticed that his dragon-slaying magic seemed to be gradually diminishing. The key point was that Carp and the others did not seem to be preparing for close combat anymore, switching to long-range attacks to continuously exhaust him, which was increasingly disadvantageous for his situation. Although he could absorb other energies to convert into dark magic power, he had already exerted dragon-slaying magic many times in the recent battle, and it was now starting to decrease. What should he do now? As the dust settled, Minus stepped out. However, to his surprise, Carp and the others had relaxed their expressions. Minus pondered for a moment and roughly understood why Carp and the others had relaxed. Clearly, they had guessed the reason for the gradual decrease in his dragon-slaying magic. As expected, Carp's voice came through, confirming Minus's suspicion. Carp looked at Minus and laughed heartily. Minus, kid, you might as well surrender. We've noticed that your black-purple energy is gradually decreasing, and soon it will no longer pose a threat to us. Minus remained silent upon hearing Carp's words. Surrender was impossible. He would never surrender in this lifetime. Seeing Minus's silence, Carp confirmed that he was a stubborn person, which made Carp feel a flash of disappointment. At Carp's signal, Kizaru was already prepared to exhaust Minus once more, and Rayleigh was also getting ready to continue attacking him. Minus noticed the change in the momentum of Carp and the others, making him think about whether he should transform into the Black Dragon King and cause chaos in the Sabati archipelago before fleeing. The atmosphere on the scene became tense again, on the verge of exploding. As long as Minus showed even a hint of weakness, a battle would surely erupt again. After a long silence, Minus was too lazy to prepare to clash with Carp and the others head-on. He immediately decided to transform into the Black Dragon King and create havoc in the Sabati archipelago. A calm and powerful voice echoed across the battlefield, accompanied by an immense sense of oppression that filled the area. What are you all doing? Why don't you let me join in? A young man in a black trench coat chuckled lightly. Minus looked up and saw a cold figure, dressed in a black trench coat, with his hands in his pockets, exuding a terrifying magical power. In front of Carp and the others was an overwhelming black aura, even more terrifying than Conqueror's Haki. Minus smiled slightly at the appearance of Chang Xiaoyu, thinking this was going to be fun. In fact, before this, Chang Xiaoyu had already arrived at the Sabati archipelago. He found that nothing had happened on the island and guessed that his main body had not arrived yet. Otherwise, how could there have been no riot? So, Chang Xiaoyu stayed on the island for a day, not only waiting for his main body, but also casually exploring how to become famous. However, he thought a good method, kidnapping a celestial dragon. But, due to the riot caused by Minus, there were many guards around the celestial dragons, and with Kizaru protecting them, Chang Xiaoyu was momentarily at a loss. Fortunately, after waiting a day, Minus's arrival caused chaos among the people of the Sabati archipelago, who fled in panic. Upon receiving the news, Kizaru turned into light and found Carp to capture Minus. Chang Xiaoyu casually had his shadow soldiers gather information and learned that the main body had indeed arrived at the Sabati archipelago. Knowing his main body's character, Chang Xiaoyu anticipated a battle would occur. So, he waited for the main body to engage in combat to attract the Navy's attention, at which point he could act. Coincidentally, that foolish celestial dragon was wandering the streets of the Sabati archipelago under such circumstances. Chang Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to knock out the celestial dragon, put him into his shadow, and escaped directly. The Navy and CP responsible for protecting the celestial dragon were dumbfounded, as the celestial dragon had vanished right before their eyes. After realizing what happened, the Navy soldiers and the CP agents of the world government were terrified. The celestial dragon actually disappeared right in front of them. Wasn't that a sign of incompetence? The Navy soldiers and CP agents were in despair. They were surely going to die. At this moment, the Sabati archipelago was once again in chaos. Meanwhile, Chang Xiaoyu, the culprit of this incident, was heading towards the site of the fierce battle. When Chang Xiaoyu arrived on the battlefield, he saw Minus being besieged. This made Chang Xiaoyu laugh inwardly. Wasn't this just the way he became famous on the Sabati archipelago? So, Chung Xiaoyu took his time, casually walked out with his hands in his pockets, and acted coolly. Minus asked in his mind, Master, can I communicate with Chung Xiaoyu mentally? Ding, you can host. Minus was a bit surprised. He initially just wanted to ask, but he didn't expect it to actually be possible. Minus continued to ask in his mind. Then, Master, how should I communicate with Chung Xiaoyu? Ding. Since Chung Xiaoyu is a clone of the host, you can communicate with him directly in your mind. After hearing this, Minus called out in his mind, Chung Xiaoyu, can you hear me? When Chung Xiaoyu didn't respond, Minus thought he had failed, but then he heard Chung Xiaoyu's voice in his mind. Is it you calling me? My main body. Chung Xiaoyu's tone was a bit surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect the main body could communicate mentally. However, thinking about the existence of the system, it wasn't surprising. Minus was happy to hear Chung Xiaoyu's voice. When did you arrive at the Sabaody archipelago? Chung Xiaoyu chuckled. I arrived at the Sabaody archipelago yesterday. Moreover, during your battle, I did something big. Minus was a bit surprised by Chung Xiaoyu's words. He didn't expect Chung Xiaoyu to arrive at the Sabaody archipelago earlier than him. As for the big thing he mentioned, could it be bigger than his current battle with Karp, Kazan, and Rayleigh? Just as Minus was about to suggest that Chung Xiaoyu join him in dealing with Karp and the others, he heard Chung Xiaoyu's slightly excited voice again. My main body. You might not know, when you were just fighting, I secretly knocked out a celestial dragon, and now he is in my shadow. After hearing this, Minus almost doubted whether he heard it wrong. Here he was fighting hard, while his clone didn't come to help him, but instead took advantage of the situation to kidnap a celestial dragon. Minus seriously suspected that Chung Xiaoyu wanted to get him killed while he took over as the main body. After a long silence in his mind, Minus said helplessly, at a time like this, you actually went to kidnap a celestial dragon. It's just ridiculous. Chung Xiaoyu chuckled lightly after hearing Minus's words. This is a great opportunity. It must not be missed. Hearing Chung Xiaoyu's words, Minus felt helpless. Should he be angry at his own clone? Minus thought in his mind, I will hold back Karp, and then you can fight that old guy Rayleigh, while General Flying Dragon will deal with Kazan. It's just right to test the strength of General Flying Dragon. Chung Xiaoyu agreed with Minus's words. This method you mentioned is very good, but if there is a chance, we should get rid of that old guy Rayleigh. Then, the Shadow Legion can gain a power of the 4 Emperors level. Minus lamented. Although that sounds great, it's hard to kill someone of the 4 Emperors level. Once we enter the new world, we can wash the seas with blood and become stronger. Chung Xiaoyu opened his mouth helplessly. If our strength breaks through to the king level, then we can suppress the pirates of the new world. But if the pirates of the new world unite, I feel that even with the 2 of us plus the Shadow Legion, we won't be able to take them down. Minus chuckled. I know what you're saying. With our current strength at the peak of the 4 Emperors, we certainly can't take down the new world. So, when we break through to the king level, that will be the real battle. Chung Xiaoyu smiled lightly. Then let's do it this way. However, we can also find another helper. Minus felt a bit surprised at Chung Xiaoyu's words. Who else would be willing to help them? Chung Xiaoyu seemed to sense Minus's doubts and slowly said, Did you forget about the system? We can let another king descend when the time comes. Minus was stunned for a moment, then smiled. What you said makes a lot of sense. Then let's wait until I break through to the king level, which is... Minus paused for a moment, looking at Chung Xiaoyu. The two understood each other. That is when the king descends. Although the mental exchange seemed to take a long time, in reality, only an instant passed outside. Karp looked at Chung Xiaoyu, who was filled with a powerful aura, and said seriously, Hey kid, do you know what we are doing? Don't come and disturb us. Minus and Chung Xiaoyu heard Karp's voice. Minus didn't say anything. After all, Karp didn't know whether he and Chung Xiaoyu were acquainted, so it would be better to let Chung Xiaoyu communicate with them. Chung Xiaoyu glanced at the silent main body, instantly understanding his intention. Chung Xiaoyu disdainfully looked at Karp and the others. My name is Chung Xiaoyu, not what you call a kid. Or, Chung Xiaoyu paused and looked at Karp and the others with arrogance. You can also call me the Shadow King. Chung Xiaoyu's disdainful gaze and incredibly arrogant words made Karp and the others frown. Kazan whispered, This guy's too arrogant. Rayleigh nodded beside him. His eyes and tone are both very arrogant. Karp looked at Chung Xiaoyu and laughed loudly. Chung Xiaoyu, you are too arrogant, aren't you? Then Karp changed his tone. At such a young age, you call yourself a king. Aren't you afraid of straining your back? Chung Xiaoyu disdainfully glanced at Carp and the others again. Being arrogant requires strength, and I just happen to have it. Carp said solemnly, "Good for you, arrogant kid. Let me see if you have the qualifications to be so arrogant." With that, Carp gathered his aura, preparing to teach Chung Xiaoyu a lesson. Minus instantly appeared next to Chung Xiaoyu and lightly smiled at Carp. "Carp, old man, your opponent is me." Carp looked at Minus and Chung Xiaoyu seriously. "You two know each other, right?" Carp thought that Minus and Chung Xiaoyu already knew each other. Otherwise, why do they look so unguarded? After exchanging glances, Minus and Chung Xiaoyu sang in harmony. "Carp, old man, you guessed wrong. I don't know him. Maybe he saw you Navy bullying me so shamelessly, so he came to help me." Chung Xiaoyu looked at Carp with a teasing smile. "Yes, I really don't know him. I just saw you Navy being too much and came to help out. After all, fighting evil is everyone's responsibility." After that, Minus and Chung Xiaoyu exchanged glances and laughed heartily, as if to say, "Carp, old man, we clearly know each other, but we just want to annoy you." After laughing with Chung Xiaoyu, Minus noticed Carp's extremely gloomy face, which was as cold as ice. Kazan approached Carp and said in a low voice, "Carp, Minus and that guy Chung Xiaoyu are definitely acquainted. However, both of them are too arrogant and proud." Rayleigh also came to Carp's side and said in a low voice, "Carp, don't act impulsively. Minus and Chung Xiaoyu must be plotting something. Be careful not to fall for it." Carp remained unmoved, but his gaze was fixed firmly on Minus and Chung Xiaoyu. After a long silence, Carp said solemnly, "Don't worry. They only have 2 people, while we have 3. The advantage is on our side." At the same time, Minus was also communicating with Chung Xiaoyu in his mind. "What do you think, main body? Should we take down Rayleigh together?" Chung Xiaoyu chuckled inwardly. Minus was a bit surprised to hear Chung Xiaoyu say this. He really didn't want to give up on Rayleigh? Minus replied calmly, "Do you have some method?" Chung Xiaoyu smiled slightly. "I have a skill that can hard control a locked target for a few seconds. What do you think? Can we catch him off guard?" After hearing Chung Xiaoyu's words, Minus raised the corners of his mouth. "You mean you secretly control Rayleigh, and then I sneak attack him at the right moment?" Chung Xiaoyu chuckled lightly. "That's right, but we only have one chance. If we fail, they'll be on guard." Minus spoke seriously, then it settled. "It's time to take down that old man Rayleigh." At this moment, the battlefield was silent. But this was just the prelude to the storm. Minus looked at Carp and the others and said, "You old man Carp, it's time for you to die." Kizara looked at the arrogant Minus with a strange expression. 2 against 3, you really have guts." When Minus heard Kizaru's strange words, he looked at Chung Xiaoyu. Chung Xiaoyu helplessly nodded, then looked at Kizaru and said flatly, "Did you say we are only 2 people?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chung Xiaoyu opened his shadow domain, and a warrior walked out from behind him. Minus looked at this scene. A slight smile appeared on his face. Chung Xiaoyu teased Kizaru. "Now we should be 3 against 3, right?" Carp and the others had heavy expressions. Another strong opponent had appeared. Kizaru said solemnly, "Where did this guy come from? His aura is quite strong." Rayleigh's gaze was fixed on General Filong behind him, and he said in a deep voice, "This seems to be a shadow ability. Could it be that Moria is already dead?" Carp, who was beside him, said gravely, "Maybe it's not a shadow ability. After all, Moria is too useless." Minus looked at Carp and chuckled. "Old man, are you going all out against me?" Under the astonished gazes of Carp and the others, Minus charged directly at them. Carp, seeing the arrogant Minus, clenched his fists and also charged at Minus. Just as Kizaru was about to support Carp, a hoarse voice suddenly came from behind. As Minus rushed out, General Filong also appeared behind Kizaru. General Filong looked at Kizaru and said, "Your opponent is me." Kizaru turned around and looked at the shadow general behind him, saying strangely, "Scary." Chung Xiaoyu, still with a casual yet imposing demeanor, disappeared from his spot and appeared behind Rayleigh, saying, "How about we have some fun?" Rayleigh turned around and looked at Chung Xiaoyu seriously. "I didn't expect you guys to have 3 masters without me noticing. Are you trying to dominate the seas?" Chung Xiaoyu was a bit surprised. This old man Rayleigh really saw through their relationship. However, so what? Today, this old man Rayleigh is undoubtedly going to die. Thinking of this, Chung Xiaoyu covered himself with magical power and charged straight at Rayleigh. At this moment, the clash of level and royal level powers officially occurred in the Sabaody archipelago. Meanwhile, Minus and Carp's fists collided fiercely. The two were completely engaged in a brawl. Without any flashy moves, Minus looked at the numerous fist imprints on his body and felt quite helpless. Carp's punches were indeed disgusting, but his own punches were not bad either. Minus looked at the fist imprints left by Carp and smiled. Minus laughed loudly. "Old man Carp, how about trying my move again?" After saying this, Minus charged up with both hands, disappearing from his spot. He appeared in front of Carp in extremely fast speed. Minus smiled faintly, continuous ordinary punches. In an instant, countless fists attacked Carp. Seeing Minus's countless fists, Carp wrapped himself in flowing cherry-armed hockey and swung his fists to collide with Minus's fists. The shockwave from their punches turned the ground and buildings of the Sabeti archipelago into ruins once again. Minus swung his fists vigorously and laughed loudly. "Old man Carp, not bad. You can actually wrap your whole body in flowing cherry hockey." Carp lightly laughed while swinging his fists. "Minus, don't underestimate people. I told you, there is still a lot you don't know." Minus said nothing, wrapping his hands in black-purple dragon slayer magic, and swung forcefully at Carp. Seeing Minus use this tricky move again, Carp could only flee in all directions, afraid of being hit by Minus's fists. Minus chased after Carp and chuckled. "Old man Carp, if you have the ability, don't run." Carp, hearing Minus's shameless words, was almost furious. He was a tiger, but not a fool. With such a disgusting move, would he not dodge and just let himself be hit? Taking this opportunity, Minus glanced over at Kizu and General Phylong. To Minus's surprise, General Phylong was actually fighting Kizuru to a standstill. The most critical part was that General Phylong had drawn his Autumn Water and Kizuru had drawn his Amaterasu sword, both competing in swordsmanship. However, at the moment, General Phylong still had the upper hand. Minus then shifted his gaze to Chung Xiaoyu and Rayleigh. How should I put it? Rayleigh was being fiercely suppressed by Chung Xiaoyu. Chung Xiaoyu had somehow obtained a short sword and was slashing at Rayleigh. Rayleigh also drew his sword and fought back against Chung Xiaoyu. Overall, they were currently at an absolute advantage. Just then, Carp suddenly came to Minus's side and delivered a powerful punch to his chest. By the time Minus reacted, he had already been sent flying. Damn it! Lying in the ruins, Minus cursed fiercely, saying that Carp was too shameless. How could he ambush him? Minus stood up and heard Carp's booming laughter. Carp looked at Minus, who had gotten up, and laughed heartily. "Minus, you're too naive. You dare to lose focus while fighting me?" Minus stood up and looked coldly at Carp. This old man was indeed disgusting. With his current strength, it was really hard to take him down. When he breaks through to the king level, he must take Carp's head as a sacrifice to the heavens. At this moment, Minus heard Chung Xiaoyu's voice in his mind. "Main body, can you hear me?" Minus replied in surprise. "Chung Xiaoyu, are you ready to ambush Rayleigh?" Soon, Minus heard Chung Xiaoyu chuckle lightly. "Yes, I'm ready. Now it just depends on you," Minus said calmly. "Since you are ready, then let us begin." After that, Minus no longer communicated with Chung Xiaoyu. Looking at Carp in front of him and smiling, "Old man Carp, that was just a warm-up. Now you will die." Under Carp's solemn gaze, Minus activated his Dragon Slayer magic once again. Black-purple energy enveloped Minus's fist, and his momentum reached a critical point, ready to burst forth. Minus shouted in his heart, "Chung Xiaoyu, I'm all charged up, just waiting for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Minus vanished from his spot. Meanwhile, Carp still thought Minus was coming towards him. He quickly activated his observation hockey, scanning the surroundings. However, Carp couldn't see where that little brat Minus had gone. At the same time, Chung Xiaoyu had already sensed that his main body was ready, and it was time for that old guy Rayleigh to die. With this thought, Chung Xiaoyu looked at the injured Rayleigh and said in a deep voice, "Hand of the ruler." In an instant, black energy erupted from Minus and surged towards Rayleigh. Seeing Chung Xiaoyu's strange action, Rayleigh quickly covered his sword with Conqueror's Haki and struck hard at the black energy. To his surprise, the sword passed right through the black energy without doing any damage. Instead, the black energy continued to spread towards him, enveloping his entire body. Rayleigh then realized with horror that he couldn't move. Seeing that Rayleigh had been caught by the hand of the ruler, Chung Xiaoyu chuckled softly. Next, it's time for the main body to act. Sure enough, at that moment, Minus transformed into a black-purple lightning bolt and charged towards Rayleigh. On the other side, Karp finally sensed that something was wrong. His eyes flashed with red light as he activated his observation hockey. And what he saw was Rayleigh seemingly immobilized and Minus racing towards him. At this point, Karp realized that Minus and Chung Xiaoyu had plotted against him, and their true target was Rayleigh. With his thought, Karp shouted loudly, "Rayleigh, be careful! Minus's target is you!" At the same time, Karp rushed towards Rayleigh. However, it was too late. Minus had already reached Rayleigh's back. Minus looked at the immobilized Rayleigh and sneered. "Old man, I've never liked you. Now you can die." Saying that, Minus struck hard at Rayleigh's back and said in a deep voice, "Dragon Slayer magic, ordinary punch." In an instant, the black-purple fist struck towards Rayleigh's back. Rayleigh felt the imminent danger behind him and was filled with anxiety. Was he really going to die today? Not only did Rayleigh think this way, but Chung Xiaoyu and Minus also thought the same. That old man Rayleigh was definitely doomed. However, at that moment, something unbelievable happened to Minus and Chung Xiaoyu. In this critical moment, a woman in a tight outfit with short black hair appeared behind Rayleigh. With her weak armament hockey, she forcefully blocked Minus's attack for Rayleigh. The powerful Dragon Slayer magic, ordinary punch, exploded upon contact with Xia Qi. A loud rumble echoed once again across the Sabaody archipelago. When Karp arrived, all that remained was a scene of devastation, with dust swirling like fog. Karp looked at Minus and Chung Xiaoyu and roared, "You little brat Minus, you're despicable." Minus and Chung Xiaoyu stood side by side, ignoring Karp and focusing intently on the dust. At that moment, under Minus's powerful attack, the battlefield had come to a halt. Kizaru had arrived next to Karp, while Admiral Fujidora stood behind Chung Xiaoyu. Kizaru looked at the dust and said solemnly, "That guy Rayleigh, even if he doesn't die, he'll be severely injured." Karp was very angry at this moment, but upon hearing Kizaru's words, he replied solemnly, "We still don't know the situation. But that woman just now seemed to be Xia Qi." On the other side, Minus and Chung Xiaoyu also had particularly grim expressions. They hadn't expected such a good opportunity to be ruined by that foolish woman Xia Qi. After a long silence, Minus's face darkened. That old man Rayleigh is really lucky. He actually managed to dodge such a lethal situation. Chung Xiaoyu coldly stared at the dust and said, "That foolish woman Xia Qi dared to ruin our great plan. She deserves whatever happens to her now." Minus agreed with Chung Xiaoyu, nodding and coldly saying, "If that foolish woman Xia Qi isn't dead after this, then let her disappear completely." Minus fixed his gaze on the dust and coldly declared, "Since she likes to meddle in others' affairs, she must pay the price of death." Chung Xiaoyu nodded and said coldly, "Then it's settled. As long as Xia Qi isn't dead, we'll specifically target her. At that time, that old man Rayleigh will definitely protect Xia Qi." Minus paused for a moment upon hearing Chung Xiaoyu's tone, then looked up to see Chung Xiaoyu smirk coldly. Using that foolish woman Xia Qi as bait, Rayleigh will surely fall for it. Minus glanced at Chung Xiaoyu and chuckled lightly. At that time, it will be Rayleigh's moment of death. As the dust settled, Minus and the others fixed their gaze on the figures in the arena. They saw Rayleigh, burned all over, kneeling on the ground while holding a charred figure, but unfortunately, it was now impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. At this moment, no one spoke. They just silently watched this scene. However, the system's notification sound rang out at this moment. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 7,300 points of kill value. Actually, I don't know Xia Qi's bounty either, but let's go with 730 million berries." Hearing the system's notification, Minus smiled slightly. It seems Xia Qi has perished. As soon as Minus finished speaking, Karp shouted angrily, "You little brat Minus, I misjudged you. You're truly despicable." Minus looked up at Karp's furious expression and chuckled. "What do you mean I'm despicable? If that foolish woman Xia Qi hadn't tried to withstand my punch, she wouldn't have died." Chung Xiaoyu took over Minus's words and said indifferently, "This is her own seeking of death. She can't blame anyone else." Karp was furious as he listened to Minus and Chung Xiaoyu treating Xia Qi's spirit of sacrificing her life for love as that of a foolish person. Minus disregarded Karp's expression, looking at the grieving Rayleigh and coldly sneering, "Better to die gloriously than to live in pain." After saying that, Minus exploded with a powerful aura. ready to eliminate the old man Rayleigh to prevent any unexpected events. Chung Xiaoyu looked at the indifferent Rayleigh and said blandly, "Rayleigh, you're suffering too much. Why don't we send you to hell?" After speaking, Chung Xiaoyu released a powerful magical energy, and a demon dagger appeared in his hand, ready to strike Rayleigh hard. However, just as Minus was about to deal with Rayleigh, two figures blocked his path, Carp and Kizuru. Minus looked at the two tenacious figures in front of him, filled with rage. Why was it so troublesome to kill Rayleigh? It was either that foolish woman Xiaoqi or these two annoying guys, Carp and Kizuru. With this thought, Minus coldly glared at Carp and Kizuru. "Carp, are you two really seeking death?" Kizuru said oddly. "Kawa and I, so scary. You can't kill us." Carp remained silent and said, "You little brat Minus, give it up. You won't be able to kill Rayleigh today. When our reinforcements arrive, it will be your time to be captured." Minus was infuriated by Carp's provocations. This old geezer Carp was indeed disgusting, a typical case of seeking death. After a long silence, the battlefield was on the verge of erupting into chaos. Suddenly, Minus heard the voice of Chung Xiaoyu echoing in his mind. "What should we do now? With Carp and Kizara here, it's going to be tough to kill Rayleigh." Minus took a deep breath and calmly replied, "You should leave for the New World first. As for me," Minus's tone turned cold, "I will make the Black Dragon King completely destroy Sabeti Archipelago. That way, I don't believe that old Rayleigh will still have such good luck." Chung Xiaoyu frowned slightly. "Isn't it a bit too risky for you to go alone? How about I let the Shadow Legion assist you?" Minus chuckled lightly. "No need. I'm aiming for the complete destruction of Sabeti Archipelago. There might be accidental injuries to the Shadow Soldiers." Minus continued, "However, once you enter the New World, start gathering troops. It would be best to find an emperor to take action. They have plenty of manpower." Chung Xiaoyu, seeing that Minus had made up his mind, replied calmly, "All right, let's do it your way." After hearing Minus's words, Chung Xiaoyu turned and walked towards the port with the Flying Dragon General. Carp and Kizaru, who were nearby, looked at each other in confusion due to Chung Xiaoyu's sudden departure. Carp, with a serious expression, said, "Minus, what kind of schemes are you playing at?" Minus looked up at Carp and replied flatly, "What do you mean by schemes, old man?" Carp, seeing Minus's calm demeanor, angrily retorted, "If it weren't for your schemes, how could Shaki have died? How could Rayleigh be injured?" Minus almost laughed out loud at Carp's words. This old man was too naive. Who would remind you in the middle of a battle? That's treating the war like a game. Thinking of this, Minus looked at Carp and coldly mocked. It's laughable how naive a Navy hero can be. Carp was furious upon hearing this. "Minus, you're going too far." Minus disdainfully glanced at Carp. "If you have the ability, come and take me down. Otherwise, you're just talking nonsense." Kizaru watched the argument between Carp and Minus with a hint of boredom. He just wanted to finish work early and couldn't be bothered to waste time with Minus. Just then, the sound of a transponder snail rang out, catching the attention of both Minus and Carp. "Pere, pere, pere. Brothers, feel free to add sound effects." Kizaru was surprised. Someone was calling him at this moment. Did something happen again? Not only Kizaru was puzzled, but Carp and Minus were also curious. Under Minus's gaze, Kizaru picked up the transponder snail. How should I put it? Minus seemed to hear Kizaru being scolded from the other end. Sure enough, the moment Kizaru connected the call, Sengoku's angry voice came through. "Kizaru, you idiot, what are you doing? The celestial dragon has been kidnapped." Kizaru was bewildered. He could understand the words Sengoku was saying, but he couldn't piece them together. Sengoku continued scolding loudly, regardless of whether Kizaru was listening or not. Kizaru wiped the cold sweat off his face. He finally understood. The celestial dragon had disappeared, and it had mysteriously vanished from Sabeti Archipelago. Kizaru bitterly replied, "I don't know. Admiral Sengoku, I'm currently trying to capture that despicable Minus." Sengoku roared from the other end, "Forget about Minus for now. Finding the celestial dragon is the most important thing." Kizaru glanced at Minus, who was looking at him with ill intent, and said bitterly, "I really can't leave right now, and Minus is watching me closely." Kizaru thought this would make Sengoku pay attention, but unexpectedly, Sengoku's voice scolded him again. "What about Carp? Can't you two catch Minus?" Kizaru was at a loss for words. Should he tell Sengoku that Minus had allies? He looked at Carp beside him and bitterly said, "Vice Admiral Carp is here too, but Minus has helpers." so it's difficult to take him down for the moment. Kizaru thought Sengoku would scold him again after hearing this, but there was silence on the other end. After a long pause, Sengoku said seriously, "Then try not to get too entangled with Minus. Leave and find the celestial dragon first." Kizaru felt relieved upon hearing Sengoku's words. "Understood, Admiral Sengoku. We'll try to avoid Minus and search for the celestial dragon." Soon, Kizaru hung up the call, but when he looked up, he saw Minus looking at him with interest. Minus felt a bit pleased. Although he hadn't heard much, he could tell that Kizaru had definitely been scolded. This meant something major must have happened. Otherwise, Kizaru wouldn't have been scolded. Thinking of this, Minus decided to add some difficulty for Kizaru and Carp. For example, a roar would be nice. Just as Minus was secretly pleased, Kizaru's voice came through with confusion. "Minus, is the disappearance of the celestial dragon related to you?" Minus was at a loss for words. While Kizaru's guess was somewhat off, it was close enough. Looking at the silent Minus, Kizaru said seriously, "Minus, I'm asking you again. Is the disappearance of the celestial dragon really related to you?" Just as Minus was about to respond, Carp spoke up first. "What? Kizaru, you mean the celestial dragon has disappeared from Sabaody Archipelago?" Kizaru thought Carp was surprised because he was worried about the celestial dragon's disappearance. He quickly replied bitterly, "Vice Admiral Carp, the celestial dragon has indeed disappeared." However, Carp's next action left Kizaru dumbfounded. Carp looked at Kizaru and laughed heartily. Those useless celestial dragons finally have their day. Kizaru truly didn't know what to say at that moment. Only Vice Admiral Carp could have such audacity. Minus looked at the laughing Carp, feeling inexplicably amused. This was indeed very much like Carp. However, it was time to raise the stakes. Minus unleashed the dragon slayer magic within him, and instantly, dark purple energy enveloped his entire body. This transformation made Carp and Kizaru tense up, fearing that Minus would chase after them with that dark purple energy. Soon, under the serious gazes of Carp and Kizaru, Minus's hands transformed into strong black dragon claws. His legs turned into powerful dragon legs, and his body morphed into a gigantic dragon form. Moreover, massive black dragon wings sprouted from his sides, a strong, hooked dragon tail grew from his rear, and finally, his head transformed into a fierce black dragon mouth with blood-red eyes. Carp looked at this colossal creature and said gravely, "Is this Minus's mythical beast, the black dragon?" Kizaru beside him echoed, "Although it's just a casual mention in the newspaper, this is definitely Black Dragon Minus." Minus roared at Carp and Kizaru, "Old man Carp, may you sink along with Sabaody Archipelago." After saying that, the Black Dragon King Minus soared into the sky. Until it could completely soar in the sky, it finally stopped. The Black Dragon King Minus looked down at the tiny figures below, opened his enormous dragon mouth, and gathered white energy within. Soon, the Black Dragon King Minus had gathered enough energy and said in a deep voice, the roar of the Black Dragon. In an instant, a powerful white beam shot down toward the island below. On the ground, Carp and Kizaru watched the insane scene of the Black Dragon King Minus and shouted in anger. "This Minus is too crazy. Does he really want to destroy the island?" Kizaru looked at the descending massive beam and said seriously, "Lieutenant General Carp, what should we do now?" Carp did not answer Kizaru, but tightened his own aura. He focused his fist with force, and red-black lightning appeared around it. When the beam completely fell, Carp swung his fist hard towards the beam and shouted, "Fist bone impact." The massive fist collided with the powerful beam, and for a moment, neither side gained the upper hand. However, the airflow generated from the collision between the fist and the white beam was wreaking havoc in the surrounding area. The piercing sound echoed throughout the Sabaody Archipelago. The ground shook, and many surviving civilians were knocked to the ground, their eyes filled with fear. In the sky, the Black Dragon King Minus saw that his roar had been blocked by this old man Carp and immediately increased his power. The white energy beam grew larger and charged straight towards Carp. Carp, who was forcefully resisting the beam on the Sabaody Archipelago, noticed that the beam was growing larger and stronger. Gritting his teeth, Carp increased the strength in his hand and fiercely collided with the Black Dragon King Minus's beam again. Time was running out, and the two powerful forces reached a critical point and exploded. The powerful explosive airflow spread in all directions, from initially 1 meter, 2 meters, until it reached nearly a kilometer before stopping. The civilians impacted by the explosive airflow, along with the ground, houses, and streets, were all destroyed. Only deep craters and cracked earth and mountains remained. Meanwhile, in the sky, the Black Dragon King Minus also heard the system's prompt sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 point of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 20 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining kill value. Originally thinking that he had been blocked by Carp, Minus roared with laughter. Indeed, the feeling of gaining kill value is really satisfying. However, Minus soon noticed an anomaly in the prompt sound. That is, none of the kill values reached over 10,000, which meant that Rayleigh was not dead. At this moment, beneath the Sabeti archipelago, Kizaru was searching for Carp's figure among the ruins. Carp had been thrown into the ruins by the powerful impact during his fierce battle with the Black Dragon King Minus. However, Carp was not found. Instead, Kizaru saw Rayleigh, whose face was full of dead silence. Moreover, he was holding a charred person in his arms, who was none other than the already deceased Shaki. Kizaru looked at the sorrowful Rayleigh and fell silent. According to reason, he was a Navy officer and should be capturing pirates. But Rayleigh had just briefly cooperated with them to fight against Minus, and it would be inappropriate to burn bridges now. Of course, the most important thing was not to provoke someone who was already in despair. At this moment, Rayleigh was someone who had reached despair. Whether it was the death of his friend Roger or the death of Shaki, who had been by his side until now. Thinking of this, Kizaru glanced at the sorrowful Rayleigh and sighed. Rayleigh, this time we won't arrest you. After all, we have a common enemy. Rayleigh seemed to not hear Kizaru's words. At this moment, his heart was filled with immense pain. If it weren't for the last bit of obsession to avenge Shaki, he would have died directly under the attack of the Black Dragon King Minus just now. But because Shaki's revenge had not been taken, he could not die. He had to find Minus and Chung Xiaoyu for revenge. If it weren't for them, Shaki would naturally not have died. Thinking of this, Rayleigh's heart was filled with extreme anger. He vowed not to be human if he did not take revenge for this grudge. Rayleigh remained silent and walked straight ahead. When he reached Kizaru's side, he coldly spoke. If the Navy wants to eliminate Minus and Chung Xiaoyu, then I will join you in exterminating Minus. After saying this, without waiting for Kizaru to respond, Rayleigh walked straight towards the port. Kizaru looked at the departing Rayleigh and pondered. It seemed that this time Minus had truly provoked this guy Rayleigh. After a long silence, Kizaru muttered, "But this doesn't concern me for now. Let's find Lieutenant General Carp first." Just as Kizaru was looking around, Carp broke through the wall, pressing down on him with a punch, and walked out of the ruins. Seeing Carp appear, Kizaru quickly approached him and asked, "Lieutenant General Carp, are you okay?" Carp glanced at Kizaru and cursed. This Minus is too crazy. He's completely here to destroy the Sabeti archipelago. Kizaru understood that Carp was fine after seeing him still in high spirits. After all, if he was in trouble, he wouldn't be able to curse like this. But now they still needed to find the celestial dragons. Otherwise, Admiral Sengoku would go crazy again. Thinking of this, Kizaru looked at the enraged Carp and slowly spoke. "Well, Lieutenant General Carp, Admiral Sengoku wants us to ignore Minus and instead look for the celestial dragons." Hearing this, Carp became even angrier. What the hell are we looking for the celestial dragons for? Chasing Minus is the most important thing right now. Kizaru, who was standing nearby, broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing Carp's words. He dared not curse the celestial dragons as freely as Carp did. After a long silence, Kizaru bitterly said, "After all, it's Admiral Sengoku's order. Let's listen to him for now." Carp snorted coldly. "I think that old man Sengoku is just confused." Kizaru felt helpless. Lieutenant General Carp liked to be stubborn and enjoyed making things difficult for honest people like him. In the end, under Kizaru's persuasion, Carp still agreed to look for the celestial dragons. The Black Dragon King Minus in the sky was furious listening to the system's prompt sound. That old man Rayleigh was actually not dead. He immediately decided to search above the Sabeti archipelago, and if he could see that old man Rayleigh, he would send him to hell. Thus, the Black Dragon King Minus soared recklessly above the Sabeti archipelago, intending to find Rayleigh. However, he did not find Rayleigh, but instead cast a massive shadow over the Sabati archipelago. The surviving civilians of the Sabati archipelago saw the shadow in the sky and felt despair. They had just emerged from the tremors and were now facing an attack from an unknown creature. Not only the civilians on the Sabati archipelago felt despair, but even the Navy soldiers and CP agents who had initially protected the celestial dragons felt hopeless. After carefully surveying the sky, the Black Dragon King Minos did not find that old man Rayleigh, which made him feel a bit disappointed. The Black Dragon King Minos's enormous dragon eyes stared fiercely at the Sabati archipelago below, filled with coldness and bloodlust. After a long silence, the Black Dragon Minos hoarsely opened his massive dragon mouth. "Since I can't find that old man Rayleigh, then let everyone in the Sabati archipelago take his place." After saying this, the Black Dragon King Minos opened his enormous dragon mouth, and a streak of white energy began to gather within. Until the white energy was fully gathered, the Black Dragon King Minos looked down at the Sabati archipelago and said in a deep voice, the roar of the Black Dragon. In an instant, a massive white beam of light struck down toward the Sabati archipelago. The civilians, pirates, navy, and nobles below could only watch as the enormous white beam descended upon them. At this moment, all they felt was despair, helplessly witnessing their impending doom as the white beam hit them. The moment the beam struck, a tremendous roar echoed throughout the Sabati archipelago. The explosive shockwave generated by the beam continuously engulfed the surrounding civilians, houses, and streets. In the sky, the Black Dragon King Minos looked down at the smoking ruins below, feeling significantly better. At the same time, the system's notification sound kept ringing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 point of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 20 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring kill value. The Black Dragon King Minos opened his massive dragon mouth and let out a hoarse laugh. This is indeed the best way to obtain kill value. Looking at the undamaged islands below, Minos wondered, "System, this Sabati archipelago feels quite large. It actually withstood the roar without breaking." Ding, host! You underestimate the Sabati archipelago. The 16 islands you destroyed back then were far inferior to this Sabati archipelago. After hearing the system's words, the Black Dragon King Minos slowly spoke. "I thought I had become weaker." After finishing the communication with the system, Minos opened his dragon mouth and hoarsely said, "Then let us do a few more roars. I don't believe the Sabati archipelago is truly that tough." As time passed, the Black Dragon King Minos unleashed consecutive roars from different directions of the Sabati archipelago. The kill value he acquired increased, and the Sabati archipelago began to sway precariously, seemingly on the verge of complete destruction. Minos casually glanced at the crumbling Sabati archipelago, feeling no fluctuations in his heart. In front of the strong, the weak either submit or face destruction. After a long silence, the Black Dragon King Minos left the Sabati archipelago and headed towards the New World. As Minos departed, he did not notice a news bird in the shadows recording everything that happened in the Sabati archipelago. On the mountainside, Moya whispered as he watched the departing Black Dragon King Minos, "That terrifying guy has finally left." However, the information captured this time can be said to be the most exciting and maddening. I didn't expect the famous Rayleigh to actually participate in this battle, but unfortunately, he was almost ambushed by Minos and Chang Xiaoyu. If it weren't for that woman, Rayleigh might have been killed by a sneak attack from Minos without any defense. One can only say that Rayleigh is really lucky, Moya said seriously. However, the most surprising thing is the strength of Chang Xiaoyu and that shadowy figure. They actually didn't fall behind in their battle against Rayleigh and Kizaru. It turns out Minos already has powerful allies without realizing it. It's laughable that the other 4 Emperor pirate crews in the New World mocked Minos for having no subordinates, saying he was unworthy of the title of the 5th Emperor. Moya excitedly spoke. "Now, as long as this shocking information spreads across the sea, the New World will become even more turbulent. By then, will the other emperors join forces to oppose Minos?" Thinking of this, Moya couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. However, it was still very dangerous here. So he decided to report the information to the president first. Moya completed his journey of following Minos across the 4 seas and officially headed for the New World. At this moment, the Sabaody archipelago was already shrouded in smoke, with many areas reduced to ruins under the powerful roars of the Black Dragon King Minos. Karp emerged from the rubble, roaring angrily. That guy Minos is too ruthless. The Sabaody archipelago was almost sunk. Kizaru also walked out from the ruins, coming to Karp's side and bitterly saying, "Aside from the destruction of the Sabaody archipelago, we still haven't found out the reason for the disappearance of the celestial dragons." Karp looked at Kizaru's bitter expression and said solemnly, "If we can't find out, then so be it. Those celestial dragons deserve it. And Sengoku will deal with this issue later." Kizaru felt a bit helpless upon hearing Karp's words. He didn't dare to insult the celestial dragons like Karp did. However, Karp's later words brought him some comfort. It wasn't that he was afraid of Sengoku's punishment, but rather that he was afraid of trouble. After a long silence, Kizaru reluctantly spoke. "We should still notify Admiral Sengoku and have him send troops to assist the Sabaody archipelago. Perhaps there are still survivors." Upon hearing this, Karp nodded and said nothing. Thus, Kizaru called Sengoku to report everything. Of course, he inevitably scolded a bit, but that had nothing to do with the Black Dragon King Minos. At this moment, he had already arrived at an unknown island. Minos eagerly asked, "System, there should be a lot of kill value this time, right?" "Ding, host. You are correct. It's more than ever before." Minos excitedly replied, "System, help me open the system panel." "Ding, you can open it yourself." Minos looked at the system panel with his mind and saw that the kill value had undergone a significant change. Host, Minos age, 19 skills, intermediate armament hockey, intermediate observation hockey, intermediate conqueror's hockey, flowing rock smash fist, ordinary version, ordinary punch, ordinary version, continuous ordinary punch, ordinary version, navigator skills, helmsman skills, physique, peak of the 4 emperors, items, 1 supreme great knife, kill value, 95, 320 points, realm, peak admiral, black dragon form, peak of the 4 emperors, evaluation, you are now very strong. As long as you don't encounter an enemy at the peak of the king level, you won't die. Minos looked at the kill value on the system panel, ecstatic. "System, why does it seem like my kill value is a bit high?" "Ding, host, you are not mistaken. It is indeed that much." Although Minos confirmed it with the system, he still couldn't believe it. "Then why is there so much?" "Ding, in fact, it's not much." Minos questioned, "System, why do you say that?" "Ding, originally, Moria and Shachi had nearly accumulated over 10,000 kill points. And on the Sabaody archipelago, host, you obtained over 80,000 kill points. Ding, most importantly, according to this system's calculations, the total floating population of the Sabaody archipelago conservatively exceeds 100,000. Ding, so the kill value you gained this time is actually not considered much." Minos furrowed his brows. The system's words implied that there were over 100,000 floating people in the Sabaody archipelago, yet he only obtained over 80,000 kill points. It was obvious that more than half of the people in the Sabaody archipelago had not died, or they had left the Sabaody archipelago in time. Thinking of this, Minos spoke in a deep voice. "So, I only gained over 80,000 kill points after continuously roaring and battling fiercely with Karp, right?" Ding, this system did not miscalculate. Damn. After confirming again, Minos couldn't help but curse. Originally, seeing so many kill points made him think he had profited, but now it seemed like a huge loss. Fortunately, the Black Dragon's roar attack had no cost. Otherwise, it would truly be a massive loss. Ding, in fact, the host doesn't need to worry. When the population of the Sabaody archipelago increases next time, just come again to reap the rewards. Minos was taken aback when he heard the system's words and exclaimed, "System, are you harvesting the Shambody Islands like chives?" Ding, please don't be agitated. Host, this is just a routine operation, nothing to worry about. Minos was surprised in his heart. When did the system become so sinister? However, the system's words still struck a chord with him. It would be perfect to harvest the Shambody Islands again in the future. He, Minos, would transform into the dark heavenly emperor and reap the heavens. Ding, host, do you want to make a consumption? The system's sudden words interrupted Minos's thoughts. Yes. He now had so many kill points that he should make a consumption. With that in mind, Minos hurriedly asked the system, what can I buy now to enhance my combat power or help me break through to the king level? Ding. Actually, the host just needs to wait until the maturity period to break through to the king level. Buying skills now won't enhance your combat power much. Minos felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this. He thought the system could help him break through to the king level. Looking at the kill points displayed on the system panel, Minos felt a bit at a loss. With that thought, Minos asked the system, hey system, didn't you say I can make a consumption? Ding, indeed, you can make a consumption. I didn't lie to you. Then can this consumption make me stronger? Minos asked helplessly. Ding, the host can purchase advanced armament hockey or advanced observation hockey. Minos asked in surprise. Then why not purchase advanced conqueror's hockey? Ding, first of all, it's because the host kill points are insufficient, and secondly, it's not recommended to purchase. Minos was quite surprised to hear this from the system. Then tell me the reason. Ding, purchasing advanced armament hockey and advanced observation hockey requires 80,000 kill points. Ding, as for advanced conqueror's hockey, the host already has the Dragon Slayer magic, so it's not recommended to purchase. After hearing the system's words, Minos suddenly understood. However, advanced armament hockey and advanced observation hockey are too expensive. Minos asked in confusion, system, isn't advanced armament hockey and advanced observation hockey a bit too expensive? Ding, of course, this system just helped you upgrade a bit. Minos was quite surprised. Then system, can you explain in detail? Ding, aside from foreseeing the future, the advanced observation hockey originally increased the ability to listen to the voices of all things. Ding, advanced armament hockey adds counter damage. Minos listened carefully to the system's introduction and finally understood why the system said it had been upgraded. To be honest, this wave of upgrades from the system was quite good. The advanced observation hockey originally could only foresee the future, but those with extremely strong talent could listen to the voices of all things, and some could even know the thoughts of others. Therefore, this wave of upgrade from the system was worth it, equivalent to giving an additional advanced observation skill. As for advanced armament hockey, there was even more to say. In addition to the unique penetrating power of flowing Sakura hockey, it also enhanced counter damage. Isn't that equivalent to having both penetration and counter damage? Minos tried to suppress the excitement in his heart and calmly said, system, help me purchase advanced armament hockey and advanced observation hockey. Ding, the system received the host's request and is currently purchasing. Ding, advanced observation hockey and advanced armament hockey have been successfully purchased. Please use them yourself. Minos was a bit surprised. He didn't expect the system to be so fast this time. However, now he should try advanced armament hockey and advanced observation hockey. With that thought, Minos slowly extended his right hand and used advanced armament hockey. In an instant, his right hand was wrapped in black armament hockey, and there was a layer of purple energy on top of the black armament hockey. Minos looked at the flowing Sakura purple armament hockey in his hand and exclaimed in surprise, so this is my exclusive flowing Sakura hockey? It feels like a layer of power is flowing. After saying that, Minos noticed a big tree nearby and thought it would be a good idea to test the might of flowing Sakura hockey. With that thought, Minos approached the tree and gently struck it. With a loud bang, the tree exploded in the middle. Minos was a bit surprised and quickly asked the system, hey system, why do I feel like I just performed a bit of a ranged attack? Ding, flowing Sakura hockey has this characteristic. It can't be wrong. Upon hearing the system's words, Minos scratched his head in frustration. Just now, he almost thought it was hockey entanglement. Minos thought for a moment. Anyway, as long as it feels good, there's no need to dwell on it. He immediately retracted the flowing Sakura hockey. Instantly, his hand returned to its original appearance. Minos closed his eyes and then slowly opened them. A red light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and a scene appeared in his mind. It was of a small bird flying past him, with an eagle chasing it from behind. The image vanished, and Minos slowly opened his eyes, murmuring, that feeling is truly wonderful. Suddenly, a small bird flew past him, and behind it was an eagle chasing it. Minos quietly watched this scene, feeling it was quite peculiar. This was indeed foreseeing the future. After a long time, Minos finally came back to his senses. That feeling just now was incredibly unique, as if he had returned to the past. After contemplating for a while, Minos decided to enter the new world first. After all, that's where great opportunities lie, and obtaining kill points could leave you exhausted. Minos suddenly thought of Cheng Xiaoyu. He should be on his way to the new world by now. As for worrying about his safety, sorry, he had no such thoughts. Cheng Xiaoyu was originally at the peak of the four emperors' strength, just a step away from being a king. The four emperors in the new world couldn't do anything to him, and most importantly, he had the Shadow Legion. Now, aside from the Flying Dragon General, who is at the four emperors level, Cheng Xiaoyu also has Moya, who turned from Moria's corpse into a shadow soldier, possessing the strength of a quasi-general. To be honest, with the shadow soldiers, Cheng Xiaoyu was essentially a royal-level force. Moreover, this was a royal-level force not weaker than the red-haired pirates. Therefore, the one who should really be worried now should be him, right? Minos thought helplessly. Meanwhile, in an unknown sea area, Cheng Xiaoyu stood on the ship, gazing at the vast ocean ahead. Behind him, the Flying Dragon General was on his right rear, while Moya was on his left rear. Suddenly, Cheng Xiaoyu felt a change in himself and quickly opened the system to check. He saw Shadow King Assistant System Host, Cheng Xiaoyu Age, 19 skills. King S Domain summons powerful shadow soldiers. Advanced Armament Hockey, Advanced Observation Hockey, Intermediate Conqueror's Hockey, Hand of the Ruler. Special Talent, Stand Up. As long as you say, stand up to the dead, it will extract the shadow. Resting Place, 2,500 Shadow Soldier's Realm. Peak of the Four Emperors items. Demon Short Sword, Water of Life Magic Points, 150. 000. After Cheng Xiaoyu finished reading the system panel, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. It turned out that changes were happening on the main body side. The main body upgraded Armament Hockey and Observation Hockey, and he also benefited from it. Seeing Cheng Xiaoyu in a good mood, General Filong in the back slowly spoke up. Your Majesty, do we really not need to help Lord Minos? Cheng Xiaoyu smiled faintly without turning his head. Don't worry. The main body is very strong. Even if we don't intervene, it will be fine. Before General Filong could say anything, Cheng Xiaoyu seriously asked, Now, how is the training of our shadow soldiers? Upon hearing Cheng Xiaoyu inquire about the capabilities of the shadow soldiers, a trace of pride appeared on General Filong's face as he replied, Your Majesty, please rest assured. Under my training, they have become very strong. Cheng Xiaoyu immediately became interested, then compared to the so-called royal group, who is stronger and who is weaker. Hearing this, General Filong's expression also became serious as he solemnly stated, not weaker than the New World pirates, and even stronger. After hearing General Filong's words, Cheng Xiaoyu did not say anything further and quietly stared at the sea. After a long while, he smiled lightly, then after entering the New World, let's use a royal group to announce the might of the Shadow Legion. General Filong and Moya bowed and said, Your Majesty, your shadow soldiers will always accompany you until death. At this moment, Minos had already summoned the yacht from the system and was comfortably lying on a chair, sipping 1982 beer. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds, Minos sighed. This is life. After a long while, he slowly spoke, Smart Butler, please head directly to Fishman Island. Understood, Master. The Smart Butler had already activated energy protection, so there would be no problem even if they went deep into the sea. Minos nodded while lying in the chair, instructing the Smart Butler to remind him when they reached Fishman Island. A few days later, Morgans received intelligence from Yamashita Moyi. After returning to the New World, Yamashita Moyi directly found Morgans. Morgans was quite straightforward and immediately appointed him as the vice president of the news agency. Yamashita Moyi received the position he had always wanted and handed over the intelligence he had. After receiving the information, Morgans returned to his office and began to review it. After looking for a long time, Morgans burst into wild laughter. Minos? Minos? You really are my lucky star. How long has it been? And you've created such a huge event again. First, there was the report of Minos battling Rayleigh, and then later, Minos battling Carp, alongside Yellow Monkey and Rayleigh. Such a feat is simply astonishing. Morgans thought Minos would be in trouble after seeing this. However, he did not expect a person named Cheng Xiaoyu to appear, using powerful means to create a force with the strength of the four emperors. Thus, a 3v3 battle of powerhouses began on the Sabeti archipelago. However, what shocked Morgans the most was that Rayleigh was almost killed by Minos. In the end, it was a woman who saved him. Then, finally, Minos transformed into a giant dragon, continuously attacking the Sabeti archipelago. Minos actually intended to destroy the entire Sabeti archipelago. How crazy is this? How astonishing is this? The Sabeti archipelago suffered tremendous damage due to Minos nearly sinking, and tens of thousands of people on the island had already died. What impact would such a situation have on the world? What impact would it have on the Navy and the world government? Thinking of this, Morgans laughed heartily. The 5 emperors Minos. The sea will fall into madness because of you. But next, the most important thing is to come up with a good title for this newspaper. Morgans took out a wallpaper featuring Minos's actions on the Sabeti archipelago, thinking it might as well be called Shock. After a month, the 5 emperors Minos has accomplished another astonishing feat. Then Morgans took out another newspaper, which prominently featured Rayleigh appearing on the Sabeti archipelago with Minos. Morgans laughed. This one as title might as well be Shock. Who would have thought that the Pirate King's vice-captain was actually hiding on the Sabeti archipelago? Morgans thought of several titles, in the following order. Shock. Did the 5 emperors Minos battle Rayleigh signify the victory of a new era's powerhouse? Or would the old era's powerhouse prevail? Shock. Vice Admiral Carp and Admiral Yellow Monkey actually appeared on the Sabeti archipelago. Salt. Carp, Yellow Monkey, and Rayleigh actually surrounded the 5 emperors Minos. Is the Navy about to ally with the pirates? Shock. Who is the suddenly appearing mysterious man? Why is he helping Minos? Shock. The mysterious man actually claims to be the Shadow King and seems to know the 5 emperors Minos. Shock. What kind of devil fruit user is the Shadow King? Who can summon shadow soldiers? Shock. The 5 emperors Minos and the Shadow King, along with the shadow soldiers, battled Carp, Yellow Monkey, and Rayleigh. Shock. The 5 emperors Minos was evenly matched with Carp. Yellow Monkey was actually suppressed by the shadow soldiers. Rayleigh was surprisingly also suppressed by the Shadow King. Shock. Rayleigh was almost killed by Minos and the Shadow King. Why did the suddenly appearing mysterious woman block the fatal blow for Rayleigh? What is the reason behind this? Shock. The 5 emperors Minos transformed into a mythical beast black dragon and actually wanted to destroy the entire Sabeti archipelago. Is that too crazy? Shock. The 5 emperors Minos and the Shadow King have officially entered the New World. Is chaos about to break out in the New World? Shock. Breaking news. It seems the celestial dragons have disappeared from the Sabeti archipelago. Is this true? Please stay tuned to the news agency, and we will surely share any updates for free. Looking at the newspaper he had personally created, Morgans could no longer contain himself and laughed wildly in the office. He understood that once this information entered the sea, it would cause a huge uproar and possibly the New World would descend into chaos. Moreover, it was likely to be instigated by the 5 emperors. After entering the New World, Minos would surely invade their territory. A real battle, as well as a battle of royal-level groups, would occur. Calming down, Morgans murmured to himself, I'll send the newspaper into the sea early tomorrow morning. Now, let the staff hurry up and make copies of the newspaper. The next day, many newsbirds had already taken the newspapers to distribute to every corner of the world. Thus, under the rapid spread of the newsbirds, the events that occurred on the Sabeti archipelago officially entered the sea. People on the sea were filled with disbelief. The 5 emperors Minos was so powerful and crazy. And so, the sea became chaotic again, with undercurrents surging. At Marine Ford, Navy headquarters, in the conference room, everyone wore serious expressions and remained silent. The atmosphere became increasingly tense, making many vice admirals uncomfortable. Most importantly, a highly respected figure had entered the conference room, currently sitting in Sengoku's position. However, this scene did not provoke any dissatisfaction among the generals below or Admiral Sengoku, because he was none other than the former fleet admiral of the Navy, Steelbone Kong, who is now the commander of the 3 military branches of the world government. Steelbone Kong held significant influence in the Navy headquarters, only appearing in critical moments. Clearly, the events that occurred this time had made the former fleet admiral unable to sit still. This Navy meeting not only had the former Fleet Admiral Steel Bone Kong present, but the number of attendees was even more than usual. There are 3 major generals in the Navy, 2 candidate generals, and at this moment, T-Pig has survived under the Navy's strong medical support and has come to the meeting. Also present is Zephyr, the former admiral, who is now the chief instructor of Navy training. Besides the deceased Ghost Spider, all the vice admirals from the 4 seas have arrived. In fact, it's not only the seriousness of the incident that has drawn their attention. They mainly want to meet the former admiral of the Navy. Steel Bone Kong slowly opens his eyes and scans the crowd, instantly exuding a powerful and intimidating aura. After a long silence, Steel Bone Kong speaks in a deep voice. I never expected to return to the Navy headquarters in such a manner. His somber words made many Navy generals uncomfortable. The sense of authority was overwhelming. At this moment, Carp, noticing the overly tense atmosphere in the conference room, bursts into laughter. Long time no see, Admiral Kong. You're still as imposing as ever. Steel Bone Kong, looking at the elderly Carp who still laughs heartily without regard for the situation, helplessly replies, Carp, you rascal. After all this time, you haven't changed at all. Carp laughs heartily in response. That is all thanks to Admiral Kong's care. That is why we have the Carp of today. Steel Bone Kong is speechless at this old man. The originally serious atmosphere has been completely disrupted by him. Steel Bone Kong scans the crowd again and solemnly states, I am aware of the recent events. At this point, he pauses, but all eyes are drawn to him, looking in unison. Steel Bone Kong nods slightly and continues. The world government is increasingly dissatisfied with the Navy, which is why I specifically returned to take a look. This statement, once again, makes the already relaxed atmosphere serious. Even Carp and Zephyr look grave. One can imagine the impact of Steel Bone Kong's words. It's akin to being told that after multiple failures to carry out tasks assigned to you, the other party is growing increasingly dissatisfied. Steel Bone Kong looks at the grim faces of the crowd and sighs helplessly. Everyone need not worry about this, for now. The world government will not abandon us. After all, they also need us to work with them. Until now, Steel Bone Kong still refers to us, not you. One can imagine how much care Steel Bone Kong has for the Navy and how deep his feelings run. Sengoku, with a bitter expression, says, I'm sorry, Admiral Kong. I have let you down. Steel Bone Kong looks at the now bitter Sengoku and speaks gently. Sengoku, you need not blame yourself. Though there have been mistakes, the key error does not lie with you. Changing his tone, Steel Bone Kong continues. However, the disappearance of the Celestial Dragon is now the most important matter. This statement drops a bombshell in the large conference room. Except for Kizaru, Carp, and Sengoku, no one in the Navy is aware of the disappearance of the Celestial Dragon. Initially, they had seen Morgan's newspaper and noticed the brief mention of the Celestial Dragon's disappearance. At the time, they thought Morgan's was just trying to attract attention. But now Steel Bone Kong has also mentioned this matter. This indicates that what was reported in the newspaper is indeed true. A Celestial Dragon has actually disappeared. Simultaneously, various whispers fill the large conference room. What? The Celestial Dragon really disappeared? I thought it was fake. But Admiral Steel Bone Kong has already stated that the Celestial Dragon has indeed disappeared. However, who has the audacity to kidnap a Celestial Dragon? It's incredible. Who would dare to do such a thing? Don't they fear for their lives? Sengoku, hearing the murmurs, quickly interrupts. Admiral Kong, what is the world government's stance or decision regarding the disappearance of the Celestial Dragon? Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Steel Bone Kong turns his gaze to Carp and Kizaru. This action causes the other attendees in the conference room to also look at Carp and Kizaru. Kizaru feels an immense pressure facing the crowd's scrutiny, while Carp seems unfazed, as if none of this concerns him. Steel Bone Kong fixes his gaze on Kizaru and speaks calmly. This time, besides coming to see the Navy, the second reason is to understand the cause of the Celestial Dragon's mysterious disappearance in Sabeti Archipelago. He scans the crowd and continues. The world government does not know the specifics. When I was preparing to come to the Navy, the Gorosei asked me to inquire about the details of what happened in Sabeti Archipelago from Kizaru and Carp. After Steel Bone Kong finishes speaking, his gaze once again falls on Kizaru and Carp. At this moment, Kizaru feels overwhelmed. Indeed, this matter has become quite complicated. and it has now reached him. In contrast to Kizaru's helplessness, Karp remains calm. He seems indifferent to the crowd's gaze and unconcerned that this matter might affect him. Kizaru looks at the crowd and bitterly states, "I don't know what happened. At that time, I was in a fierce battle with Admiral Karp against Minos." Kizaru's words successfully shift the focus to Karp's face. Karp snorts coldly. "I also don't know. At that time, I was fighting Minos with Kizaru, who had the time to worry about the Celestial Dragon." Sengoku, hearing Karp's disrespectful words about the Celestial Dragon, roars angrily, "Karp, mind your words." Karp snorts again, but doesn't respond further. Steelbone Kong feels helpless. Asking this guy Karp is essentially the same as not asking at all. Steelbone Kong remains silent, and the atmosphere in the conference room grows tense. After a long time, Steelbone Kong looks at Kizaru and speaks seriously. "Kizaru, please briefly tell us what happened in Sabati Archipelago. This way, we can have some direction for our investigation." Sengoku quickly adds, "Kizaru, please tell us about the events in Sabati Archipelago." Kizaru glances at the anxious Sengoku and understands that he is worried that he and Karp might be ostracized by the world government because of this matter. Kizaru gathers his thoughts and bitterly begins, "It was like this at the time." Kizaru continues, "And then it was like this." After listening to Kizaru's account, Sengoku, Steelbone Kong, and the others fall into silence. The events in Sabati Archipelago are indeed absurd. Whether it was Rayleigh's appearance or the subsequent appearance of the Shadow King and that Shadow Soldier. It's like one day, suddenly a soldier tells you that 6 individuals with royal-level power are fighting in Sabati Archipelago. Who would believe that? After a long silence, Steelbone Kong speaks in a low voice. "I never expected that Rayleigh would almost die. This truly is a change of times." Sengoku, with a bitter expression, replies, "This is the ever-changing nature of the times. The strong from the old era are gradually fading away." Sengoku's words reflect the sadness for the old-era strongmen, as if the current new era can no longer accommodate them. Steelbone Kong looks at the bitter Sengoku and helplessly says, "Sengoku, you are the Admiral of the Navy. How can you speak such demoralizing words?" Commander Crane quickly adds, "Yes, Sengoku, you are the pillar of the Navy. You cannot appear so helpless." Sengoku looks at Commander Crane's encouraging gaze and tries to calm himself. "I'm sorry. I was just suddenly overwhelmed by the changes of the times." Steelbone Kong scans the room and coughs lightly. "All right, now that we have a general understanding of the situation, regarding the issue of the Celestial Dragon's disappearance, I wonder what everyone's thoughts or insights are. However, since it concerns the Celestial Dragons, no one is willing to speak up. Everyone wants to avoid this trouble." After a long silence with no one responding, Sengoku helplessly spoke up. "At the time, in the Sabati Archipelago, there were probably only a few who had the ability and the courage to do this, right?" Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded seriously. "Sengoku, are you referring to Minos and his group?" Sengoku's eyes sparkled as he nodded. "Of course, they're the most likely ones who would dare to do this." Steelbone Kong listened carefully to Sengoku's words and felt they made a lot of sense. Considering the situation back then, it was indeed only them. Kizaru smirked. "Even if it wasn't Minos and his group, as long as we pin the blame on them, that would suffice." Kizaru's words successfully drew everyone's attention to him. The looks directed at Kizaru were filled with astonishment, not expecting him to come up with such a not-so-sound solution. However, it was the most suitable for the current situation. Sengoku praised. "What Kizaru said actually makes a lot of sense." Steelbone Kong helplessly spoke. "In that case, let's leave the Celestial Dragon matter as it is. Now, let's discuss Minos and that Shadow King issue." In silence, no one was willing to respond regarding the matter of Minos either. From the recent battles, it was clear that their navy had been at a disadvantage. This time, Karp, Kizaru, and Rayleigh had not been able to defeat Minos in the Sabati Archipelago. Now, no matter how one looked at it, their navy had no way to deal with Minos. After a long time, Vice Admiral Tsuru helplessly spoke. "Unfortunately, our navy currently has no way to deal with Minos. But it can be assured that once Minos enters the New World, there will be fierce battles with the emperors of the New World." Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at everyone seriously. "Minos is too strong and will inevitably force his way into the New World. At that time, he will step into the territories of several other emperors." Sengoku took over Tsuru's words and spoke gravely. "Whether it's Whitebeard, Big Mom, red-haired Shanks, or Hokkaido. None of them will want to lose face, so a great battle is inevitable. Tsuru's eyes sparkled. Why not take advantage of the situation and let them fight among themselves? Steelbone Kong, while analyzing Tsuru and Sengoku's words, constantly pondered. In fact, both of them made a lot of sense. Currently, the Navy had no way to deal with Minus and his group, so it would be better to let them kill each other. After a long time, Steelbone Kong's heavy voice sounded. Then let's do it this way. Let Minus and the other emperors fight among themselves. We just need to maintain order and then reap the benefits. Agreement. Once Steelbone Kong said this, everyone felt it was a good idea and directly agreed. Suddenly, Vice Admiral Tsuru's voice rang out again. Since we're letting Minus and the others fight among themselves with the pirates of the New World, why don't we increase the bounty on Minus and the others? Huh. Sengoku raised the corners of his mouth and said, what Vice Admiral Tsuru said is correct. Let's increase the bounty. Let them be suspicious of each other. Kizaru, standing by, smirked. But how much should we set it at? Too much. And the pirates will say we can't handle Minus. Too little, and no one will want to take action. After a long silence, Vice Admiral Tsuru spoke seriously. Let's set Minus's bounty at 4 billion berries. The Shadow King will be set at 2 billion, while the Shadow General will be set at 2 billion berries. Sengoku spoke seriously. Minus's bounty is quite appropriate, but what about the Shadow King and Shadow Soldiers? Won't that be a bit low? Kizaru smirked again. That Shadow General is very strong. He completely suppressed me in swordsmanship. Vice Admiral Tsuru shook his head. This is their first bounty. There's no need to set it too high. All right, then it's settled. Steelbone Kong saw that Vice Admiral Tsuru had said a lot and directly finalized the matter. Next, they needed to quickly create the bounty and announce it to the sea. Actually, guys, I feel like I've tried to write less about the Navy here, but it still ended up being this long. I feel like I'm more suited to writing long novels. After all, it allows for more filler. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick. At this moment, the Whitebeard pirates were silent, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Whitebeard looked at the newspaper in his hand, not saying a word for a long time. Meanwhile, Marco and several other captains beside him had worried expressions. Who would have thought that such a big event would happen in such a short time? They clearly agreed that the 5 Emperors Minus would always fight alone. So what was up with the suddenly emerging Shadow King and Shadow Soldiers? Wasn't this just confirming all their previous speculations were foolish? After a long silence, Whitebeard sighed. I didn't expect Shaki and that old guy Rayleigh to appear in the Sabati archipelago. But I can't see Shaki anymore. Marco, standing beside him, worriedly said, Rayleigh is very strong. He almost died. If anyone present had the most qualifications to say that Rayleigh was strong, it would be him. Back when he battled against the Roger pirates, he excitedly challenged Rayleigh and ended up being restrained by just one of Rayleigh's fingers. Although he was very weak at that time, it was undeniable that Rayleigh was indeed powerful. Marco's words further intensified the serious atmosphere of the Whitebeard pirates. If even Rayleigh almost died, wouldn't they be finished if they encountered Minus? After a long silence, Whitebeard laughed heartily. No need to worry. What 5 Emperors Minus? What Shadow King? As long as they dare to come, I will defeat them. Whitebeard stood up, bursting with powerful momentum, and shouted, I am Whitebeard. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates shouted loudly. Yes. Old Man is Whitebeard. A mere Minus and Shadow King are not enough for Old Man to handle. That's right. That's right. Old Man is the world's strongest man. Oof. As long as Minus and the Shadow King dare to come, we will teach them a good lesson. That's right. It's just a Minus and Shadow King. Marco looked at the excited crowd, feeling worried inside. They were family, and he didn't want to interrupt them, as it might hurt their feelings. Whitebeard, like Marco, had worry in his eyes. Only he knew the absolute pressure of facing 2 Emperor-level powerhouses at the same time, along with a lurking Shadow Soldier. If a battle truly occurred, the Whitebeard pirates might suffer heavy losses. In a corner of the ship, a black fat man was tinkering with something. If one got closer, they would hear the fat man whispering. Is this guy's ability really the dark fruit ability? But it doesn't seem like it. The fat man grinned. Minus, we will meet. In the New World, in Wano country. Kaido was looking at the newspaper in his hand, silent. He also didn't expect such a major event to happen. No wonder Minos didn't want to join his beast pirates. It turned out he already had a team. Moreover, it seemed that his strength was quite formidable. Below, Jack had a serious expression. Captain Kaido, this time we really have trouble. I didn't expect Minos to have help. Sitting on a huge chair, Kaido laughed loudly after taking a sip of alcohol upon hearing Jin's words. No need to worry. Minos entering the new world won't pose much of a threat to us. Kaido paused, looked at Jin seriously, and said, even if a war really breaks out, so what? I, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, am not someone to be intimidated. After Kaido finished speaking, an overwhelming aura erupted from his entire body, making Onigashima, which was already shrouded in darkness, even more eerie and terrifying. Jin looked at the imposing Kaido and said softly, I have always believed that you, Admiral Kaido, are Joy Boy, because only you can be Joy Boy. In the new world, on Cake Island, Big Mom stopped eating and turned her attention to the newspaper in her hand. The newspaper depicted Minos's fierce battle against Carp and the others, looking quite powerful. However, Big Mom's face was filled with rage. How could it be that not long had passed, and this little brat Minos had already caused such a big incident? At this moment, the 4 sweet commanders looked seriously at Big Mom, while the other frontline children cautiously watched her from below. After a long silence, Katakuri spoke first. That guy Rayleigh almost got wiped out. Upon hearing Katakuri's words, Big Mom squeezed the newspaper into shreds with her massive hand and roared. That old guy Rayleigh was a strong man of the old era. It would be surprising if you were killed now. Big Mom scanned her children with a fierce gaze and continued. What angers me is that little brat called the Shadow King. Isn't he too arrogant? How dare he call himself a king? Except for Katakuri, the others trembled involuntarily under her fierce gaze. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. They felt as if they would be devoured by Big Mom at any moment. Katakuri glanced at his frightened siblings and said in a low voice, Minos and the Shadow King will soon enter the new world. What should we do then? Big Mom, with a fierce expression, shouted, What are you afraid of? As long as that little brat Minos and the Shadow King dare to come, we will fight until they are dead. Katakuri fell silent. Did that mean they would just fight? In the new world, on the island of the red-haired pirates, Shanks and Beckman looked at the newspaper in their hands, momentarily silent. Beckman lit a cigar, took a deep drag, and said seriously, Are you really going to meet Minos? Shanks seemed to not hear Beckman's words, his gaze fixed on the newspaper. After a long silence, Shanks turned to Beckman and said seriously, We must meet him. If we let him go, once Minos establishes himself in the new world, chaos will surely ensue. Beckman looked at Shanks, whose eyes were blazing, and said solemnly, Even if we don't meet Minos, he will enter the new world. Shanks no longer looked at Beckman, but stared intently at the sea ahead. Looking at the undulating sea, he felt uneasy. After a long silence, Shanks spoke heavily. I mainly want to deal with him the moment Minos enters the new world. Otherwise, once Minos enters, chaos will surely follow. Beckman took another deep drag of a cigarette and slowly exhaled, saying gravely, Now, with the assistance of the Shadow King, it might be very difficult. Shanks understood Beckman's meaning. This operation would be tough, and might even lead to a deadly battle. But if it didn't stop it, Minos would surely sweep through the entire new world. As a peace ambassador, Shanks would never allow any lawless individuals to dare disrupt the current peace. Thinking of this, Shanks said solemnly, We must try. Otherwise, I want to be able to rest easy. After a long silence, Beckman suddenly said, Then I will accompany you in this madness. Hearing Beckman's words, Shanks suddenly laughed heartily. Don't worry. It'll be fine, Beckman helplessly said. You're still just as you always are, huh? Just as Shanks was about to say something, a pirate shouted loudly, Captain, something bad has happened. A shadow has come to our territory and is killing indiscriminately. The communication pirate's words instantly rattled the red-haired pirates. If they hadn't misheard, it seemed someone had invaded their territory. They couldn't believe that someone dared to cause trouble in their domain. Beckman immediately approached the communication pirate, saying sternly, Explain in detail what happened. The communication pirate hurriedly said, I don't know where a shadow came from. It is rampaging in our territory. After the communication pirate confirmed again, the red-haired pirates erupted in chaos. It turned out someone really dared to invade them. Wasn't he that asking for death? Shanks approached the communication pirate and asked seriously, "Where is that shadow now? Take us to see." Soon, the red-haired pirates headed towards the attacked territory, on an unknown island in the New World. In the territory of the red-haired pirates, the shadow slowly transformed into a young man in a long black coat with black hair. Chung Xiaoyu helplessly said, "Where exactly is this in the New World? I'm completely lost, and I just happened to take care of some pirates." "Forget it. It doesn't matter. No matter whose territory it is, it's the same. Just right to test the power of the Shadow Legion." In Mariehua, the Holy Land, in a huge office symbolizing power, several elders were arguing about something. "You must have seen what happened this time, right?" The elder with the mustache said lightly. The elder with the sword and a bald head snorted coldly. "That little brat Minus has indeed gone mad. And what about that suddenly emerged Shadow King?" The short-haired elder said indifferently, "Although he is crazy, Minus and the others are indeed strong." The elder with the long beard took over the conversation and said solemnly, "The most important thing is the disappearance of the celestial dragons. What exactly is going on?" The elder with the cane remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. "Now Sora has gone to the Navy. I hope he can get some intelligence." The elder with the sword snorted coldly. "I didn't expect that guy Sora would actually show up." The mustached elder said calmly, "He is a former Marine admiral. It's normal for him to go to Marine headquarters." The short-haired elder said seriously, "As for the celestial dragons, let us wait for him to return to discuss it. As for Minus, let the red-haired handle it. He will take care of everything." Agreed. Soon, the elders decided on the outcome of this meeting. At the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon S' face was very heavy, and he tightly clenched the newspaper in his hand. After a long silence, Dragon murmured, "You are too crazy, Minus, to want to destroy the entire Sabaody archipelago. Now that I think about it, perhaps Minus was a madman from the very beginning. I even wanted to win him over. What was I thinking?" Now, with the emergence of the Shadow King, the 5 emperors Minus have become unstoppable. What changes will occur in the world, and will the Revolutionary Army survive this turmoil? Dragon continuously pondered in his heart. After a long time, Dragon sighed, "Forget it. It's time to adapt to the changes of the times." 9 Snake Island, the territory of the Empress of the 7 Warlords, Boa Hancock. Inside the magnificent palace, Hancock was looking at the newspaper in her hand with a serious expression. Finally, she roared in anger, "Minus, you are too despicable. Not only did you injure Rayleigh, but you also killed Shocky. This is an unforgivable crime." She had looked down on Minus from the beginning because all men in the world were the same. They were nothing but lecherous, simply foolish. This is what the Empress said, and has nothing to do with the author. Unexpectedly, not only did he injure Rayleigh, but he also caused Shocky's death. The Empress was furious. "Minus, you and the Shadow King had better not let me encounter you, or I will make you pay the price." Just as the Empress was fuming, an old woman rushed in a panic. She shouted loudly, "Hancock, Rayleigh has come to 9 Snake Island?" The old woman's words instantly sobered the previously angry Empress. She hurriedly went to the old woman and asked anxiously, "You said Rayleigh came to our 9 Snake Island? Where is he? Take me to see him." The old woman, looking at the anxious Hancock, quickly replied, "He is on a small island in 9 Snake Island, and Shocky's body is also there." Before the old woman could finish, Hancock turned into a gust of wind and quickly rushed outside. The old woman sighed bitterly. "Even Rayleigh was injured by Minus. What can you do?" On 9 Snake Island, in a mountain range, Rayleigh, looking weathered, was still digging deep holes with a shovel in his hand. His heart was filled with bitterness. Shocky was originally from 9 Snake Island, and it was time for her to return. Suddenly, Rayleigh stopped digging, a red light flashing in his eyes as his observation, hockey, swept through the forest. He saw Hancock rushing towards him at high speed. Rayleigh retracted his hockey and murmured, "Is that you, Hancock?" After speaking, Rayleigh continued to dig with the shovel in his hand, as if in his heart, the most important thing was to give Shocky a proper rest. The wind howled, and Hancock arrived by Rayleigh's side. Looking at Rayleigh, who was digging the earth, she hurriedly asked, "Aunt Shocky, is she really dead?" Even now, Hancock was unwilling to believe that the kind Shocky, who had treated the 3 sisters so well, was dead. Rayleigh was slightly stunned when he heard Hancock's words and stopped digging. Silence was the best answer at that moment. Hancock quickly questioned, "Why did Aunt Shocky die? You're clearly so powerful." Rayleigh felt a deep bitterness in his heart upon hearing Hancock's words. Yes, he was known as the Pirate King Rayleigh, but he couldn't even protect his longtime companion. What kind of pirate king was he? After a long silence, Rayleigh hoarsely spoke, "I will definitely avenge her." Hancock looked at the weary Rayleigh, unsure of what to say. Thus, Hancock watched as Rayleigh buried Shocky's body. Rayleigh and Hancock arrived at the seaside of Nine Snake Island, staring at the sea in silence. Rayleigh slowly spoke, "I have to go now. You take good care of Nine Snake Island." Hancock spoke solemnly, "Are you going to avenge Aunt Shocky?" Upon hearing Hancock's words, Rayleigh nodded without speaking. Hancock looked at Rayleigh and slowly said, "I also want to avenge Aunt Shocky." Hancock thought Rayleigh would agree to let her join him in seeking revenge against Minos. But to her surprise, Rayleigh firmly rejected her. Rayleigh looked at Hancock, whose eyes were filled with determination, and said seriously, "You are the Empress of Nine Snake Island. You shouldn't take risks." Moreover, Rayleigh paused for a moment, gazing out at the sea before continuing in a deep voice, "Minos is too powerful. You cannot handle him. This time, my journey is also fraught with danger." Hancock was speechless. She was indeed the Empress of Nine Snake Island and shouldn't take risks. If she died, the women of Nine Snake Island would suffer greatly. Rayleigh comforted her, "I will find old friends to help me deal with Minos, so don't worry." Hancock gradually felt relieved upon hearing Rayleigh's words. Thus, Rayleigh set off on his journey for revenge. In the New World, Dressrosa, Doflamingo sat on his throne, sipping a bottle of red wine. The latest newspaper was casually tossed on the table, as if he were indifferent. In reality, he felt a heavy heart. After seeing Shocky take a fatal blow for Rayleigh, he felt inexplicably sad. This didn't mean he had any relationship with Shocky, but it reminded him of his father and his brother Corazon. Doflamingo kept recalling the moment his brother betrayed him, and for some reason, it stirred emotions within him. Even now, he still couldn't forget it. Doflamingo mocked himself. Since his brother's departure, he seemed to have never worn a suit again. After Corazon left, Doflamingo never wore a suit again. After a long silence, Doflamingo stopped reminiscing about the past and began to think about what to do now. That guy Minos was too powerful. Even Garp, Kizuru, and Rayleigh couldn't take him down. The key now was the emergence of a Shadow King and a Shadow Soldier. How could they fight? No matter how he looked at it, Minos' side seemed very strong. Doflamingo even doubted whether the Yonko could handle Minos and his crew. Doflamingo said gloomily, "If it really comes to that, I can only completely rely on Kaido. After all, only a monster can fight a monster." On Kurigana Island, the residence of the Seven Warlords, Dracul Mihawk. At this moment, Mihawk was sitting in his palace, carefully reading the newspaper. "Minos, the new world has already begun to shake because of you. I wonder how far you can go. Will you become the next Pirate King, or reach the pinnacle of all emperors, or will you turn the entire world upside down? How will the Marines and pirates respond to you? And how will the world government and revolutionary army treat you? It is truly worth watching," Mihawk murmured to himself. In the new world, Fishman Island, Jinbei, residing in the large Ryugu Palace, was currently conversing with King Neptune. Neptune said anxiously, "Jinbei, have you seen what happened in the newspaper?" Jinbei looked at the worried Neptune and replied solemnly, "I have seen it, and most importantly, Minos is entering the new world." Neptune hurriedly took over Jinbei's words. "So, Minos will likely pass by Fishman Island, right?" Jinbei looked at the anxious Neptune and said helplessly, "He will definitely pass by." Neptune's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally sank, and his massive body collapsed onto the floor. Lying on the floor, Neptune's eyes were vacant. "It's over. Everything is over. Fishman Island will definitely be destroyed by Minos." Jinbei looked at Neptune lying on the floor, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. It was no wonder Neptune thought this way. After all, that was the true fifth emperor, Minos. Now, with the emergence of the Shadow King, Minos had truly become the fifth emperor. No one dared to say that Minos was just a fake fifth emperor anymore. However, this was also the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, so Minos probably wouldn't want to offend the powerful Whitebeard pirates. Thinking of this, Jinbei looked at Neptune on the floor and comforted him. "Your Majesty, you don't have to worry. This is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Minos shouldn't easily provoke them. Neptune, who had lost hope, seemed to have a glimmer of light in his eyes upon hearing Jinbei's words. He muttered to himself, "Is that so? This is the territory of the world's strongest man. Whitebeard. Minos surely wouldn't want to provoke such a powerful enemy." Jinbei, seeing Neptune still sitting on the floor, helplessly said, "Get up. You are the king of Fishman Island. It wouldn't be good for others to see you like this." Neptune looked at his current appearance, which was indeed very disgraceful, and quickly stood up, slowly speaking. "It's mainly because I was scared by Minos passing through Fishman Island." Jinbei reassured Neptune, "Don't worry. With old dad here, Minos wouldn't dare to act recklessly." Neptune nodded and muttered, "I hope everything goes smoothly." At this moment, Minos was completely unaware of what was happening in the world, as he had already arrived at the outskirts of Fishman Island. As long as he entered the giant bubble, he would be fully inside Fishman Island. Looking at Fishman Island in front of him, Minos thought to himself, "This should be Fishman Island." However, judging by the current timeline, it seems to be where Jinbei is, and also the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. With this thought, Minos slightly raised the corners of his mouth, thinking it would be nice to meet Jinbei first and then chat with Whitebeard. Also, he heard that there was a prophecy expert in Fishman Street. He wondered if she could see his future. With this in mind, Minos directly entered the giant bubble. The moment he went in, he felt refreshed. It turns out that there is oxygen inside Fishman Island. Don't mind this detail, otherwise by Minos a water-breathing skill. As Minos entered Fishman Island, he was naturally seen by the beautiful mermaids. They were quite intrigued by Minos's human appearance suddenly appearing in Fishman Island. Minos felt speechless. He was being watched like a monkey. Moreover, those inherently evil mermaids were even discussing whether he was handsome or not. This was simply an insult to him, King Minos. But fortunately, he had a thick skin. Otherwise, he would have made those inherently evil mermaids suffer. Minos walked up to a mermaid and, holding her top, fiercely said, "Tell me, how do I get to Fishman Street?" He, afraid everyone is bored, adding some fun. The mermaid, blushing and angry, said, "Please show some respect, sir." Minos's gaze moved down, and he saw two large, white, and quite tempting mounds in front of him. However, King Minos would never be tempted by such evil things. With this thought, Minos again fiercely said, "If you don't tell me how to get to Fishman Street, I will destroy you." Saying this, a purple dark magic appeared in Minos's hand, directly striking the ground. Instantly, a deep pit was created on the ground. This sudden scene frightened the group of mermaids. At the same time, it brought silence to the scene. No one dared to speak. Minos looked at the mermaid in his hand and smiled lightly. "Now you can tell me, right?" The mermaid he held turned pale, and looking at Minos's smile felt like death was approaching her. She quickly said, "Just keep going straight from here and turn left, and you'll get there." Minos got the answer he wanted, dropped the mermaid, and walked forward, completely ignoring the delicate, tearful mermaid on the ground. After Minos left, the mermaid's companions dared to come over and check. "Are you okay? That guy is too despicable. He's so handsome for nothing," one mermaid said indignantly. The mermaid, left on the ground, felt even more wronged after hearing her companion's words. She never expected her mother was telling the truth. Humans were really despicable and would bully mermaids. Bad people. Ah, brothers. Isn't this just like when a girlfriend acts spoiled? Perhaps because Fishman Island is isolated from the world. These innocent mermaids didn't care about what was happening outside and didn't even know that the person just now was Minos. Otherwise, they would have been scared to death. Soon, Minos successfully arrived at Fishman Street following the mermaid's guidance. However, while he had reached Fishman Street, he saw many fishmen who seemed a bit unfriendly, just because the dignified 5 emperors was actually blocked on the road. The most critical point was that these foolish fishmen didn't even know the great name of Minos. Thinking of this, Minos looked at the fishmen blocking his path with great interest and said, "You don't know me? How dare you block my way?" The fisherman holding a trident shouted, "I don't care who you are. As long as you're in Fishman Street, you should listen to us fishmen." Damn, Minos couldn't help but curse in his heart. This fishman was so arrogant. He really wanted to take care of him. Before Minos could say anything else, the fisherman aimed his trident at Minos's neck, as if he would be stabbed if he took another step. Minos instantly became furious, These fishmen truly deserved to die. Not knowing who he was one thing, but threatening him with a weapon was unacceptable. Wasn't this going against the heavens? With this thought, Minus's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand to lightly punch the fishman's head. In an instant, the fishman's head shattered and blood splattered everywhere. Another fishman was terrified. He never expected someone would dare to commit violence in their territory. It was simply inconceivable. Minus looked at him coldly and said, "What? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why you look so scared now? You mere human dare to make a move in our fishman's territory? Do you want to die?" The fishman turned his previous fear into anger and shouted. This was because dozens of fishmen were gradually rushing over. Minus was too lazy to pay attention to this fishman who relied on others for power and gently waved his fist. In an instant, that fishman was smashed to pieces. What a bunch of small fries. Minus looked at the swarming fishmen and said lightly. After the words fell, he raised both hands, white energy enveloping his fists. Minus smiled faintly. Flowing rocks smashed fist, and in an instant, countless white fists struck towards the fishmen. When the fishmen came into contact with the white fists, they were instantly smashed into pieces. At the same time, blood splattered, forming patches of snow mist. The seabed was also pounded into deep pits, with dust flying everywhere. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining killing points. Minus was a bit surprised to hear the system prompt. These fishmen actually had 20 points of killing. However, now wasn't the time to check carefully. He would look at it in detail later. The commotion from the battle naturally attracted a lot of attention. More and more fishmen appeared from all directions, and they all had one characteristic. They looked like fish, corals, sharks, sea stars, and other bizarre shapes. At the forefront of them, there was also a fishwoman. She had a blue fishtail and was wearing a blue hoodie. The most striking feature was her full chest, which seemed to be pulsating as if it could burst out at any moment. Minus looked at the many fishmen in front of him and the beautiful fishwoman and said with a light laugh, "What's this? Are you fishmen planning to fight?" Compared to Minus's nonchalant attitude, Lady Shaylee was currently anxious and uneasy. It was obvious that she had recognized the famous 5 Emperors Minus standing before her. Minus noticed Lady Shaylee's pale face and smiled lightly. "It seems you know me. That makes things easier. Otherwise, I would think all of you fishmen are fools." Before Lady Shaylee could say anything, the surrounding fishmen began to curse loudly. "You despicable human. Don't you know this is Fishman Street? How dare you be so arrogant? Oomph. Humans truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths. This despicable human dares to come to our Fishman Street to slaughter us fishmen. He must be executed." Hearing these fishmen's ignorant insults, Minus frowned and immediately prepared to unleash a massacre. Originally, he wanted to wait to have a prophecy session with Lady Shaylee first. But now it seemed that these fishmen were just a bunch of small fry. "Since you small fries are looking for death, don't blame me," Minus murmured to himself. Just as Minus was about to take action, a hurried voice suddenly interrupted. Minus looked up and saw Lady Shaylee frantically shouting, "Stop! That is Lord Minus, one of the 5 emperors." Upon hearing Lady Shaylee's words, Minus felt a slight joy in his heart. It seemed that his reputation had finally been acknowledged. Otherwise, I would have thought I was unknown on Fishman Island. Indeed, Lady Shaylee's words caused an uproar in Fishman Street. What? He actually said it's the 5 Emperor Minus. That can't be true. He doesn't look like it at all. Indeed, he doesn't look much like the 5 Emperor Minus. Could it be that Lady Shaylee made a mistake? You fool, how could you be wrong? Lady Shaylee is the most famous prophet on Fishman Island. Listening to these foolish fishmen debating, Minus suddenly felt speechless. Is this some kind of face blindness unique to the pirate world? Or have these fishmen really become fools after spending so long underwater? With this thought, a sudden idea popped into Minus's mind. That is, he must eliminate these foolish fishmen, or it would affect the overall IQ of the pirate world. Not only was Minus speechless, but Lady Shaylee, who was with them, was also both angry and speechless. She really did not expect that these fishmen could be so foolish, that they could even misidentify the 5 Emperor Minus. Thinking of this, Lady Shaylee hurriedly asked, "Respected Lord Minus, may I ask what brings you to Fishman Island?" Upon hearing Lady Shaylee's question, Minus fixed his gaze on her and smiled. "I heard you were a prophet, so I came to find you. However, Minos changed his tone and looked at the other fishmen with a cold smile. It seems that you Fishman Island don't welcome me. Lady Shaylee, seeing Minos's sudden change, hurriedly spoke. No, Lord Minos, this must be some misunderstanding. Please don't take offense. Minos ignored Lady Shaylee and continued to look at the fishmen, sneering. Since these small fry want to provoke me, then let them die. With that, Minos raised his hand, ready to deal with these audacious fishmen. However, a sudden anxious voice came from the distance. Stop! Interrupted again, Minos frowned. He wanted to see who had the audacity to interrupt. Looking up, he saw a blue fat man and a giant merman coming from afar. Oh, it's you, Jinbei. Minos's expression turned extremely cold, and he felt utterly speechless. Every time there was a critical moment, someone always liked to stir up trouble. Thus, Minos quietly watched as Jinbei arrived at the tense scene. Jinbei spoke first. I didn't expect that Lord Minos, one of the 5 emperors, would come to Fishman Island. At this moment, Jinbei felt somewhat panicked. Having just mentioned whether Minos would come to Fishman Island not long ago, in a blink of an eye, he not only received news that Minos had come to Fishman Street, but also that Minos was rampaging there. This made him hurry to come with King Neptune. Minos looked at Jinbei and said, Where I, Minos, go is none of your business, right? Jinbei felt helpless. Indeed, dealing with Minos was not a simple matter. With no other choice, Jinbei said solemnly, Naturally, where Lord Minos goes is not my business. However, how should we account for you coming to my Fishman Island and killing my fishmen? Upon hearing Jinbei's accusatory words, Minos was quite surprised. Since when did Jinbei have such confidence? However, in front of him, Minos thought everything was irrelevant. With this thought, Minos sneered, I simply dealt with some rude fishmen. Moreover, Minos paused for a moment, fixing his gaze on Jinbei, and, if I really killed these small fry, what would you do? After Minos's words fell, it caused a stir throughout Fishman Street. They thought to themselves, this Minos is so arrogant. Jinbei's expression turned ugly. 5 Emperor Minos. My Fishman Island is after all the territory of the White-Beard pirates. Isn't your behavior a bit too reckless? Minos looked down on Jinbei's words. Trying to use the reputation of the White-Beard pirates to make him retreat was simply laughable. What Jinbei didn't know was that his main purpose in coming this time was indeed to stir up trouble. The ultimate target was the White-Beard pirates. This was just an appetizer. With this thought, Minos glanced at Jinbei and sneered. Do you intend to threaten me with that old man Whitebeard? But your calculations are wrong. Hearing this, Jinbei frowned. Minos, how dare you call my father by his name? You truly lack manners. Upon hearing Jinbei say that he lacked manners, Minos found it utterly ridiculous. In the pirate world, one still had to speak politely? What a joke. Minos stared at Jinbei coldly and sneered. You kind of lapdog are not worthy to speak my name, Minos. However, Minos's tone shifted. You reminded me. Just now your group of small fry were also rude to me. So should I exterminate you? After saying this, Minos instantly appeared in front of Jinbei, fixing his gaze on him. Jinbei was startled by Minos's sudden appearance and stepped back repeatedly. The other fishmen raised their weapons, wanting to attack Minos. Minos looked at the fishmen raising their weapons, slightly taken aback, then burst into laughter. Today, Minos felt he had gained new knowledge. These fishmen from the seabed were indeed fearless and had some backbone. After laughing for a long time, Minos's eyes turned cold as he looked at the fishmen before him, and, since you don't know what it means to be strong, then let me show you today. Only by breaking your fishmen's spines will you know the pain. After saying this, a red light flashed in Minos's eyes, and a powerful conqueror's haki swept across the entire area. In an instant, the terrifying mental pressure continuously impacted the minds of all the fishmen, except for Madame Charlie. All the fishmen, including Jinbei and Neptune, were bent over in pain. Minos watched this scene, unfazed, with a slight smirk as his powerful conqueror's haki pressed down on Jinbei and the other fishmen. Soon the sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed around. Of course, aside from Madame Charlie and Jinbei, all the other fishmen had already fainted. Madame Charlie was deliberately spared by Minos, while Jinbei was barely holding on against the onslaught of Conqueror's haki through sheer willpower. Minos observed the fallen fishmen and slowly withdrew his haki. Jinbei was now drenched in cold sweat, continuously shouting in his mind. Is this the 5 Emperors Minos? He is terrifyingly strong. Just a single use of Conqueror's Haki almost brought me to my knees. Meanwhile, Madame Charlie's face was pale, her expression dazed, unable to utter a word. In just an instant, everyone around her had collapsed. Minos chuckled lightly at the scene. See? I told you that you were nothing but small fry. How could you not believe me? I barely made a move, and this is already your limit. Minos initially thought this would strike a blow to Jinbe's spirit. But to his surprise, Jinbe slowly stood up and roared. Minos, you are too much. My father will never let you go. Minos coldly stared at Jinbe, astonished that, even in this situation, Jinbe remained so stubborn. It seemed he would have to inflict even greater harm for Jinbe to truly remember this lesson. With this thought, Minos smiled and slowly raised his right hand. Instantly, dark purple dragon slayer magic enveloped his hand. With a gentle wave, the dark purple magic descended upon the fishmen on the ground. Immediately, the dark purple magic began to devour the energy from the fishmen's bodies. The fishmen, who were already unconscious, were awakened by the excruciating pain of being consumed by the magic's terrifying force. Soon, their anguished screams filled the air as they helplessly watched themselves being drained completely. The dark purple magic spread relentlessly until it engulfed all the fishmen. At that moment, Fishman Street was covered in dark purple magic, looking quite spectacular. However, beneath the dark purple energy lay a horrifying scene. The energy continuously devoured the fishman's blood and life force. Simultaneously, the screams of agony echoed through Fishman Street, resembling the cries of tormented souls from hell. Madame Charlie, witnessing this hellish scene, was so frightened that she lost her senses and screamed, clearly starting to lose her sanity. Jinbe's mind was a blank. What was happening? The hellish spectacle before him incessantly stimulated his brain, and the piercing screams echoed in his ears, as if blaming him for not saving them. Minos, however, was indifferent to what Jinbe was thinking and instead enjoyed the system's delightful notification sounds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 30 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 40 points of kill value. Minos was pleased. This trip to Fishman Island is worth it. I obtained so many kill points. Suddenly, Jinbe's voice, filled with rage and sorrow, rang out. Minos, you are too cruel. You will definitely face retribution. Minos scoffed at Jinbe's words. If cursing could kill someone, he would have died countless times already. However, Jinbe was quite fond of cursing. It seemed the pain was still not enough. With this thought, Minos vanished from his spot and appeared before Jinbe, grinning at him. Under Jinbe's horrified gaze, Minos grabbed his left arm and yanked it hard. In an instant, Jinbe's left arm was torn off. Simultaneously, Jinbe's heart-wrenching screams erupted. What surprised Minos was that even after losing his arm, Jinbe continued to curse at him. Ah! Minos, you won't have a good end. My father will definitely not let you go. Jinbe was soaked in sweat, but still yelled curses at Minos. Seeing this crazed scene, Minos felt a newfound respect for Jinbe. He truly was a man of grit. Then, Minos decided to reward him a bit more. With a grin, Minos approached Jinbe, looking at him with a slight smile. However, in Jinbe's eyes, it looked like a devil's grin. Jinbe was so frightened that he stammered. What are you going to do? Minos demonstrated with actions. First, he lightly punched Jinbe, then knelt by his feet. He grasped Jinbe's left foot and smiled at him. Then he squeezed tightly until the bones in his foot were crushed. Finally, with a forceful pull, Jinbe's left foot was brutally torn off. Once again, Jinbe's agonizing screams filled Fishman Street. Minos looked at the wretched Jinbe and coldly stated, This is what happens when you threaten me. Minos ignored the miserable Jinbe and turned to Madame Charlie. Looking at the nearly catatonic Madame Charlie, he coldly warned, If you don't want the entire Fishman Island to be destroyed, I advise you not to lose your mind. Otherwise, I will slaughter everyone on this island. After Minos finished speaking, it was clear that Madame Charlie's body was trembling uncontrollably, and she was panicking, unable to articulate her words. Seeing that Madame Charlie was still not coherent, Minos felt a surge of anger. He had initially considered sparing her life, but now it seemed she had already gone mad. It was no longer useful. The prophecy was gone too. With this thought, Minos looked at Madame Charlie coldly. then you are of no use. And it's time for you to die. Besides, you can rest assured that everyone on Fishman Island will accompany you." After saying this, Minos burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. His piercing laughter echoed in this hellish Fishman Street, sounding particularly out of place. Unfortunately, aside from Madame Charlie and the mutilated Jinbi, no one was there to appreciate it. After laughing for a long time, Minos raised his right hand slowly toward Madame Charlie's head. Just as he was about to make contact with her head, an unexpected voice interrupted. "You said that as long as I remained conscious, you would spare Fishman Island." Minos was startled by this sudden voice and looked down. He saw that Madame Charlie, who was on the verge of madness, had regained her senses, her bloodshot eyes fixed intently on him. Minos smiled. "I didn't expect you to regain your senses. This is truly incredible." Madame Charlie ignored Minos and stared at him with her bloodshot eyes. Defiantly speaking, "You said that as long as I could regain consciousness, you would spare Fishman Island." Minos looked at the stubborn Madame Charlie and smiled gently. "If your prophecy holds any weight, then this time I can spare Fishman Island. All right, follow me." After saying this, Madame Charlie turned and walked deeper into Fishman Street. Minos said nothing and followed her directly. As for any traps, he was not worried at all. The greatest sorrow of small fry was their weakness. Soon, under Madame Charlie's guidance, Minos arrived at her home. Minos surveyed his surroundings and found it largely similar to the original work. At this time, Madame Charlie had taken out a crystal ball and approached Minos, speaking calmly. "Sometimes, prophecies are based on the indications that the crystal ball presents." Minos noticed that Madame Charlie seemed to have regained the calmness and wisdom of her character from the original work. "Isn't it interesting?" Minos muttered to himself. Lady Shuri frowned at Minos's mumbling and said lightly, "What are you muttering about? If you don't believe in my prophecy, you don't have to come to me." Minos chuckled lightly. "There's no point in talking too much. Let's get started." Lady Shuri nodded seriously. "You just need to place your hand on the crystal ball." After saying that, Lady Shuri placed the crystal ball in Minos's hand. Minos looked at the crystal ball in his hand, finding it hard to believe that such a thing could predict the future. However, with a mindset of giving it a try, Minos slowly placed his hand on the crystal ball, while his gaze fixed intently on it. After a long time, Minos felt that nothing had happened, and disappointment crept onto his face. Meanwhile, Lady Shuri remained expressionless and said, "It's done. Just hand the crystal ball back to me." Minos shrugged and tossed the crystal ball into Lady Shuri's hands. However, this action directly startled Lady Shuri. How dare he toss such an important thing around? Truly despicable. Lady Shuri glared at Minos fiercely. But seeing Minos's fierce demeanor, she chose to suppress her anger. Minos coldly stared at Lady Shuri and impatiently said, "Hurry up. Don't waste my time." Lady Shuri was startled by Minos and hurriedly replied, "Okay, I'll start now." After saying that, under Minos's watchful gaze, Lady Shuri closed her eyes and placed her hands on the crystal ball. Minos quietly waited for Lady Shuri, while constantly pondering in his heart whether this foresight of the future was really useful. Well, actually, advanced Kinbunchika Haki can also briefly foresee the future. So, this foresight should be useful. Time passed second by second, but Lady Shuri showed no signs of movement. Thud! Minos looked over and saw that Lady Shuri had collapsed on the ground, her face filled with shock. She was mumbling, "This is impossible. How could this be?" Huh? Seeing Lady Shuri in such a state, Minos became interested. Was she so frightened because she saw some terrifying future? With that thought, Minos chuckled lightly. "Tell me, what happened in the future?" However, to Minos's disappointment, Lady Shuri seemed to be in a daze again, completely ignoring him. Minos frowned deeply, wondering what could have happened in the future that made Lady Shuri so afraid. After a long time, Minos saw Lady Shuri gradually calm down. "It's time to tell me what happened in the future," Minos said coldly. Lady Shuri looked up at Minos's cold expression, becoming even more frightened, and quickly retreated, repeatedly crying out, "Don't come closer, don't come closer, you'll ruin everything." Huh? Upon hearing Lady Shuri's words, Minos felt a ripple in his heart. Could it be that he would destroy the entire pirate world in the future? However, if it was to become a god, maybe it was somewhat possible. But the key was still to clarify what major event had happened. Minos looked at the panicked Lady Shuri and threatened, "If you don't calm down, Then Fishman Island won't need to exist. Sure enough, under this threat, Minos saw Lady Sharif gradually calm down, but her gaze towards him was still filled with immense terror. Minos helplessly said, "You need to be specific about what happened. Otherwise, I will truly wipe out all the fishmen." After saying that, a black-purple dragon-slaying magic appeared in Minos's hand, and he slowly raised his hand towards Lady Sharif. He was no longer interested in wasting time here with Lady Sharif, especially since he had the system in hand. The future was no longer important. The fate of the pirate world was either destruction or blood sacrifice. Seeing the black-purple energy in Minos's hand, Lady Sharif immediately panicked. She knew the terrifying nature of that black-purple energy. Once touched, it would turn one into a desiccated corpse. Thinking of this, Lady Sharif hurriedly said, "I saw a future where you become a giant black dragon, accompanied by several bizarre creatures, wreaking havoc on the sea." Huh, just this? Minos was speechless after hearing Lady Sharif's words. Without Lady Sharif saying it, he had already guessed what would happen in the future. Minos looked at Lady Sharif impatiently and said, "Is that all? If that's really the case, then I've been waiting in vain for so long." Lady Sharif, seeing Minos's impatience, quickly added, "There are also some strange ninjas. They're very powerful." And then, Lady Sharif looked at Minos with fear in her eyes, not daring to say the rest. Minos observed Lady Sharif's reluctance to continue and furrowed his brow. "Strange ninjas? What does that mean?" Unable to figure it out, Minos threatened, "Speak directly, or I will destroy Fishman Island." Lady Sharif, looking at the fierce Minos, quickly said, "You seem to be collaborating with those strange ninjas to slaughter the entire world." Huh. After hearing Lady Sharif's words, Minos not only didn't glean any useful information, but became even more confused. Even having read the original work, he hadn't heard of any strange ninjas. Of course, there were ninjas in Wano country, but they were all useless, let alone collaborating with him. The ninjas in Wano were so incompetent that they didn't even have the qualifications to scheme against him. So, it was absolutely impossible. With that thought, Minos felt quite helpless. This future was truly not good. Not to mention being exactly like the original work, it was simply unrelated. Just as Minos was still contemplating, Lady Sharif's voice interrupted him. Minos looked up to see Lady Sharif nervously saying, "Lord Minos, I've finished speaking. Can you spare Fishman Island?" To be honest, Fishman Island didn't hold much significance for him at the moment. It would be better to wait until Luffy's time to reap a wave as well. With that in mind, Minos looked at Lady Sharif and sneered, "I initially wanted to completely resolve Fishman Island, but your prophecy is somewhat useful to me, so I will let you all off this time." Lady Sharif hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Minos. We will certainly treat you like a god in the future." Upon hearing Lady Sharif's words, Minos felt a bit of guilt in his heart. Cough, cough. Minos coughed and said that it's settled. "I will spare Fishman Island." With that, Minos turned and left Lady Sharif's home, heading towards Fishman Street. Passing by Jean Bay, Minos sneered, "If it weren't for Lady Sharif, you would have been dead long ago." After saying that, Minos left, leaving Jean Bay with a face full of unwillingness. In the New World, the territory of the red-haired pirates, on Seldaya Island. At this moment, Chung Xiaoyu was facing off against the red-haired pirates. Shanks looked at Chung Xiaoyu with a serious expression and said, "King of Shadows, how did you end up in my territory? Moreover, you killed my subordinate. Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Chung Xiaoyu felt quite helpless at this moment. He didn't expect that this place was actually the territory of red-haired Shanks. Not only had he entered Shanks' territory, but he had also killed his men. This was a bit awkward. It seemed that it would be difficult to leave today, but it could also be a good opportunity. After thinking for a moment, Chung Xiaoyu calmly spoke, "I accidentally drifted here as I entered the New World. I didn't expect this to be the famous territory of red-haired Shanks." Chung Xiaoyu continued casually, "As for your men, I'm a bit sorry, but when I just arrived, they came at me like ferocious beasts. So I just took care of them." Before Shanks could say anything, the members of the red-haired pirates began to scold him. "What the hell? This is really too arrogant. Humph, coming into our pirate crew's territory and even killing our men. How rude." They looked at him as if he was doing it on purpose, who didn't know that this was their crew's territory. Hearing the noise from the red-haired pirates, Chung Xiaoyu frowned and said, "Since when do crew members like to speak before their captain?" If you didn't know better, you'd think you would, Captain. After these words, Chung Xiaoyu noticed that the entire scene fell silent, and no one from the red-haired pirates spoke. Instead, they all fixed their fiercest gazes on him. Beckman, sensing the tense atmosphere, slowly spoke. Shadow King, this is our pirate crew's private matter. It has nothing to do with you. Chung Xiaoyu glanced at Beckman and replied flatly. Though it may be your private matter, to me, the red-haired pirates are nothing special. A crew member speaking before the captain really shows a lack of upbringing. Chung Xiaoyu looked at the members of the red-haired pirates with a mocking smile. After Chung Xiaoyu's words, the members of the red-haired pirates became furious. However, since Shanks had not yet spoken, they could only glare at Chung Xiaoyu in anger. Chung Xiaoyu looked at their expressions with disdain. In his view, whether it was the red-haired pirates or the white-beard pirates, they all acted as if their crew was the biggest in the world, which was really disgusting. Especially that scoundrel, red-haired Shanks, who, under the guise of peace, ran around saying that chaos shouldn't happen here or there. But in reality, it only showcased his hypocrisy. Clearly a pirate, yet doing the Navy's work. Thinking of this, Chung Xiaoyu looked at Shanks with a mocking gaze. Could it be that red-haired Shanks agrees with my words, which is why you're not speaking? Beckman's brow furrowed as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and he was about to speak. But Shanks had already spoken before him. You are indeed a terrifying person. With just a few words, you've sowed discord between me and my crew. Chung Xiaoyu chuckled lightly. Not terrifying. I'm just stating the facts. Shanks's gaze remained fixed on Chung Xiaoyu as he spoke heavily. The small talk is over. It's time to deal with our matters. Chung Xiaoyu was quite surprised to hear this. Was Shanks going to make a move against him? That would be just great. Thinking of this, Chung Xiaoyu smiled lightly. Then I must see how you plan to handle it. Shanks ignored Chung Xiaoyu's provoking words and instead asked, Where's Minus? Why didn't he come with you to the New World? Chung Xiaoyu's gaze sharpened. What did Shanks mean by this? Was he looking for trouble with his main body? Realizing this, Chung Xiaoyu decided to test the waters. If he really wanted to find trouble with his main body, then today would be a big deal. Chung Xiaoyu stared at Shanks and said flatly, He's not with me right now. What's it to you? Shanks replied seriously. I was planning to find Minus first. But dealing with you is also a good choice. With that, Minus drew his griffin from his waist, and, at the same time, a red light flashed in his eyes as a powerful black-red conqueror's haki pressed down fiercely toward Chung Xiaoyu. Seeing Shanks's actions, Chung Xiaoyu understood. He really wanted to find trouble with his main body. Thinking of this, Chung Xiaoyu decided to teach this meddling scoundrel a lesson today. In an instant, a red light flashed in Chung Xiaoyu's eyes, and his conqueror's haki collided fiercely with Shanks's. At the same time, black-red lightning and black-purple lightning clashed violently. The island was pockmarked from the impact of the lightning. In the fierce clash of conqueror's haki, Chung Xiaoyu was surprised to find that Shanks's conqueror's haki was indeed strong. His own was clearly at a disadvantage. As Chung Xiaoyu watched the black-red lightning continuously charging toward him, he fully unleashed his magical power. The powerful oppressive force forced his previously waning conqueror's haki to confront Shanks's conqueror's haki head-on. In a violent clash of the conqueror's haki, a loud explosion erupted. In an instant, the sky emitted a huge rumbling sound, and waves of air surged around them. As the dust settled, Shanks fixed his gaze on Chung Xiaoyu and spoke first. I underestimated you, Shadow King? Chung Xiaoyu smiled lightly. How could a mere mortal know of my strength? Shanks continued to stare intently at Chung Xiaoyu and said solemnly, It's undeniable that you are indeed strong, but with Minus and that shadow soldier not by your side. Isn't it too arrogant for you to face the red-haired pirates alone? Hearing Shanks's words, Chung Xiaoyu chuckled. You say I'm alone. Come out, my Shadow Legion. As he spoke, thousands of black and white shadows appeared behind Chung Xiaoyu, with General Fai Long and Moya flanking him. Their imposing aura was overwhelming. Chung Xiaoyu looked at Shanks and smiled lightly. Now, our numbers should outnumber yours a bit, right? Shanks stared in shock at the shadow soldiers behind Chung Xiaoyu and, after a long silence, murmured, There are actually so many shadow soldiers, and the one recorded in the newspaper is also here. Powerful, very powerful. At this moment, Shanks fully understood why Minus wasn't with the Shadow King. With the current formidable force of the Shadow King, it could be said without reserve that they could crush any of the Yonko crews. Shanks looked at Chung Xiaoyu and said seriously, "No wonder Minus isn't with you." Chung Xiaoyu smiled lightly at the serious-looking Shanks. Perhaps right now, he is doing the same thing as I am. Shanks was taken aback. Did the Shadow King mean that Minus was also battling other Yonko crews? Realizing this, Shanks said solemnly, "Indeed, Minus is a crazy person." Chung Xiaoyu, hearing this, scoffed. There's no need for a hypocritical person to point fingers here. Without waiting for Shanks to respond, Chung Xiaoyu continued, "Rather than talking nonsense, why not have a battle? After all, only the strong have a say." With that, Chung Xiaoyu's terrifying magical power swept across the entire island. The powerful aura weakened the morale of the red-haired pirates. At this moment, the members of the red-haired pirates finally realized the strength of the Shadow King Chung Xiaoyu. Just the aura alone was enough to send shivers down their spines. Shanks looked at the prepared Chung Xiaoyu and shouted to his crew behind him, "It's been a long time since anyone dared to challenge our red-haired pirates. I wonder if your strength has weakened." Hearing this, the crew members of the red-haired pirates shouted in unison, "Fight, fight, fight." Shanks, hearing the overwhelming voice of his comrades behind him, smiled with satisfaction. The momentum that had been affected has been restored, right? However, Chung Xiaoyu looked at Shanks' powerful presence, seemingly unfazed, as if this so-called momentum was not worth mentioning. Chung Xiaoyu shouted, "Shadow Legion, it's time to let the world know of your existence." As soon as he finished speaking, Chung Xiaoyu activated the Shadow King's domain, powerful magic enveloping all Shadow soldiers. In an instant, the momentum and strength of all the Shadow soldiers surged, increasing by 30%. This was another special characteristic of the Shadow King's domain. Chung Xiaoyu was the first to charge towards the red-haired pirates, with General Fai Long and Moya closely following him on either side and the Shadow soldiers trailing behind. Seeing this crazy scene of Chung Xiaoyu, Shanks naturally did not retreat and picked up his griffin to charge towards Chung Xiaoyu. Beckman and Jesus Burgess followed Shanks into the battlefield, and other ordinary crew members of the red-haired pirates also rushed into the fray. At this moment, Chung Xiaoyu and his Shadow Legion officially engaged in battle with the red-haired pirates. Meanwhile, unnoticed by everyone, a news bird was perched on a nearby mountain, acting as the battlefield reporter for this great war. How impressive! I never expected the Shadow King to fight against the red-haired pirates. Truly remarkable. However, what is most surprising is that the Shadow King has such a powerful army. It seems he could take on a Yonko cruise. The news bird exclaimed excitedly. At this moment on the battlefield, Chung Xiaoyu had already clashed his demon dagger against Shanks' griffin. Chung Xiaoyu chuckled lightly. "Shanks, it's time for you so-called emperors to abdicate." After saying that, Chung Xiaoyu continuously swung his demon dagger, sending sword energy toward Shanks. Shanks watched the approaching sword energy and lightly waved his griffin, instantly shattering Chung Xiaoyu's sword energy with ease. Shanks, holding the griffin, looked coldly at Chung Xiaoyu and slowly spoke. "Shadow King, you are too arrogant. Whether it's Minus or you are both too reckless, which will surely cause chaos in the sea." Chung Xiaoyu looked at Shanks with indifference and sneered. "The law of this world is simply that the big fish eat the small fish and the strong eliminate the weak. This is only natural." Without waiting for Shanks to respond, Chung Xiaoyu continued coldly. "We're not like hypocrites like you, as if the whole world needs to give you face." Hearing Chung Xiaoyu's extreme taunts, Shanks' expression darkened. "Shadow King, saying more is useless. Let us fight to determine who is right and who is wrong." With that, Shanks attacked Chung Xiaoyu with his griffin. Chung Xiaoyu looked at the charging Shanks and sneered. "I'm not afraid of you." After saying that, Chung Xiaoyu also rushed to engage in battle with Shanks. On another part of the battlefield, the fight was equally intense, with General Fai Long battling Beckman. Beckman took out his ultimate great gun and fired at General Fai Long. General Fai Long swung his autumn water, deflecting the bullets in front of him. Beckman, observing General Fai Long, said solemnly, "No wonder they are recorded as shadow soldiers in the newspapers. They are indeed powerful." General Fai Long, holding autumn water, replied blandly, "We live for the king and die for the king." After that, General Fai Long charged towards Beckman with his black blade, autumn water, intending to completely defeat Beckman. Seeing General Fai Long rushing towards him, Beckman spoke seriously. "What a powerful enemy. With that, Beckman once again raised his ultimate great gun and fired bullets at General Phylong. Meanwhile, on another side, Jesus Burgess and Moya were also in a fierce battle. Jesus Burgess shot domineering bullets at Moya, but Moya blocked them with a large knife. At the same time, Moya moved closer to Jesus Burgess with his large blade. Jesus Burgess, witnessing this bizarre scene, helplessly said, "This is truly disgusting." On another side, the members of the red-haired pirates were fighting against Moria's subordinates. However, they were puzzled by the strangely powerful shadow soldiers. The ship's doctor, Bong San, swung a fire stick in an attempt to block the shadow soldiers' attacks, but found that these shadow soldiers could unite to hold off several of their officers. Bong San, frustrated, shouted, "What the heck are these shadows? This is too disgusting. Look at those shadows over there. Some are playing ghosts, some are using fire, some are wielding swords, some are using scissors, and others are playing with ice. The most infuriating is that there's even a tiger-shaped shadow that can turn invisible. This is just too disgusting." Meanwhile, Lucky Lu transformed into a sphere and rolled towards the shadow soldiers, facing a similar situation to Bong San, being attacked by various sword strikes, fireballs, and ice. Moreover, he discovered something even more absurd. These shadow soldiers seemed to be able to revive. Thus, Bong San and Lucky Lu stood back to back, defending against the shadow soldiers. Bong San complained, "You might not believe it, but these shadows are too disgusting." Lucky Lu, hearing Bong San's complaint, said solemnly, "I believe you, and what I've encountered might be even more absurd than what you faced." Bong San was astonished. "Did you also encounter an invisible tiger-shaped shadow?" Lucky Lu suddenly cursed, "Damn it. What I encountered is that they can revive infinitely." After hearing Lucky Lu's words, Bong San was taken aback. "Is what you said true?" Lucky Lu replied helplessly, "You'll know if you kill a shadow soldier yourself." Not only Bong San and Lucky Lu faced such a disgusting scenario, but the other remaining officers also encountered these troublesome shadows. Clearly, they were stronger than these shadows. Yet they were either being revived infinitely or being harassed by various fireballs and ice attacks, making it unbearable. The ordinary crew members of the red-haired pirates were in a dire situation. Their hockey was ineffective against the shadow soldiers. Some of the shadow soldiers were even more troublesome, either launching sneak attacks or engaging in mutually destructive tactics. The most critical point was that the shadow soldiers they had just seen die alongside their companions revived right before their eyes. This caused their mental state to collapse. And soon the ordinary members of the red-haired pirates found themselves in a one-sided situation. Even as Chung Xiaoyu battled Shanks, he was naturally aware of the situation on the battlefield. Initially, he thought his Shadow Legion would evenly match the pirates of the New World, but now it seemed that his Shadow Legion was even stronger. Chung Xiaoyu dodged Shanks' sword energy and laughed heartily. "Shanks, is your red-haired pirates not doing well? Your crew is being severely suppressed by my Shadow Legion." Hearing Chung Xiaoyu's words, Shanks immediately looked up at the battlefield. He saw Beckman and the shadow soldier from a newspaper locked in a fierce battle. On another side, Jesus Burgess was also in a fierce struggle with a shadow wielding a large knife. The other officers were being overwhelmed by the united attacks of the shadows, with various fireballs, ice, and sword techniques continuously assaulting them. And most importantly, those shadows could actually revive. Shanks, observing the fierce battle of his officers, had a serious expression and whispered, "This is a serious problem." After speaking, Shanks looked up and turned his gaze towards the ordinary crew members. "All right, the sky has fallen. Can anyone tell me what is going on? You are powerful pirates of the New World. How could you be defeated by an unknown shadow?" At that moment, Shanks's expression was extremely grim. He didn't expect that even before Minos had made an appearance, his red-haired pirates were already showing signs of decline against Chung Xiaoyu. Shanks turned his gaze to Chung Xiaoyu, who still wore a smile on his face, and said in a deep voice, "Shadow King, we have underestimated you and Minos. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful army." Chung Xiaoyu looked at the grim-faced Shanks and smiled faintly. "I have said long ago, how could mortals know our strength?" Before Shanks could say anything else, Chung Xiaoyu laughed heartily. "We will swallow the entire world and use so-called emperors, the navy, the revolutionary army, and the world government will all be our nourishment. We will devour everything." Chung Xiaoyu's words were filled with power and confidence, and more importantly, They were chilling. Shanks was horrified. He didn't expect that Minos and the Shadow King had such dark intentions. They actually wanted the whole world. He initially thought they would only disturb the new world, but it seemed they aimed for the entire world. It was truly terrifying, truly mad. Thinking of this, Shanks's face turned serious as he said, "Shadow King, you are too crazy. I must completely deal with you first." After saying that, Shanks took up Griffin, his eyes flashing red, and the Conqueror's haki swept over the field. Red and black lightning appeared around him, and at the same time, red and black lightning surged from Griffin. At this moment, Shanks used haki binding, preparing to completely defeat Cheng Xiaoyu. Clearly, Cheng Xiaoyu's crazy words had filled him with fear. Cheng Xiaoyu looked at the red-black lightning appearing on Griffin in Shanks's hand and murmured, "Is he going to use haki binding? However, that won't he do anything to me." With that, Cheng Xiaoyu was enveloped in black and purple magic power. In an instant, he transformed into a gigantic black-purple monster. He grew 2 horns on his head, and his body sprouted 2 pairs of purple energy wings formed from magic. In his hand, he wielded a long sword that was black-purple and crackling with lightning. Cheng Xiaoyu used a special transformation called Spirit Body, which could be used by every king. However, unfortunately, this spirit body was not complete. It was merely a weakened version. Now his energy was sealed by the system, and only after all his energy was unsealed could he use the true spirit body, at which point Cheng Xiaoyu's combat power could perhaps briefly rival that of a god-level powerhouse. After completing the spirit body transformation, Cheng Xiaoyu, or the Shadow King, glanced at Shanks and said indifferently, "Come on, Shanks. I want your blood to let the world remember the true power of the Shadow King." With that, the Shadow King charged at Shanks with a black-purple, lightning-infused long sword. Shanks, who was condensing haki binding, looked at the Shadow King, who had suddenly transformed into a monstrous form with great seriousness. The pressure was overwhelming, making him feel an extreme sense of threat. Moreover, the black-purple lightning sword in the Shadow King's hand surprisingly felt similar to haki binding. This left Shanks perplexed, but as the Shadow King approached, he had no time to think. He said in a deep voice, "God's avoidance," and in an instant, the black-red lightning on Griffin danced wildly, colliding with the Shadow King's black-purple lightning sword from a distance. The intense clash between Cheng Xiaoyu and Shanks attracted everyone's attention. Whether it was the Shadow Army or the red-haired pirates, everyone stopped fighting and silently watched their kings and emperor battle. The powerful attacks from the two affected the surrounding air, ground, mountains, and sea severely. The originally clear sky turned dark due to the overwhelming attacks. It was oppressive. Cheng Xiaoyu looked at Shanks, who was struggling, and laughed heartily. "Shanks, you're not so tough, are you? Do you not know how embarrassing it is to boast every day at sea?" Before Shanks could retort, the Shadow King suddenly increased his magic power. Instantly, the black-purple long sword in his hand continued to clash violently with Shanks's Griffin from a distance. In an instant, the unprepared Shanks was forced to retreat repeatedly. Ignoring the Shadow King's taunts, Shanks suddenly exerted more force. In that moment, the previously faltering god's avoidance once again clashed with the Shadow King's black-purple sword. With a loud boom, the powerful force exploded, causing both Shanks and Cheng Xiaoyu to retreat continuously. The explosion created a powerful airflow that forced them to withdraw. The impact of the explosion altered the entire terrain, creating numerous pits in the ground, with each large pit appearing particularly magnificent. Additionally, some areas of the ground formed broken cracks. The powerful shockwave uprooted the large trees on the mountain. The sea surface was also stirred up by this tremendous force, creating waves. The sky exploded, forming 2 distinctly divided skies, as if it had been split open. The members of the red-haired pirates looked at the power that altered the terrain with shock, even though they had experienced countless battles. Witnessing such power that changed the terrain still astonished them. Not far away, Beckman watched the scene of the altered terrain and struggled to suppress the agitation in his heart. He understood that the world had underestimated the strength of the Shadow King. Beckman remained silent for a long time, whispering, "What a terrifying power. This battle may not end well." On the other side, General Fai Long appeared unfazed, as if whatever the king did was normal. He only needed to obey the king. Meanwhile, On the other side, Benzo, holding a fire stick, was panting heavily, but the shock on his face was evident, although they had fought alongside Shanks countless times. Witnessing the sky being split open and the terrain being altered still left them in shock. After a long silence, Benzo cursed, "The Shadow King is too strong. He can actually match Captain Shanks." Ricky Lu, who was with him, also showed a look of astonishment on his plump face. No one expected that a newcomer could actually match their captain. To outsiders, it might seem normal, but in reality, it was anything but. Shanks had been at sea for a long time to reach such a level, while the Shadow King was just a rookie. Even if he had a brief battle with Rayleigh at Sabeti Archipelago, that was merely a standoff. Thinking of this, Ricky Lu indignantly said, "He's just a kid. How can he fight the captain like this?" Not only Benzo and the others found it hard to believe, but the other cadres remained silent as well. This bizarre scene was difficult for them to accept. The ordinary crew members of the red-haired pirates completely lost hope. They had initially hoped that Shanks would defeat the Shadow King and come to their aid, but now it seemed that was impossible. As the dust settled, it did not bring any joy to the hearts of the red-haired pirates. Instead, it filled their hearts with disappointment and gloom. Chung Xiaoyu still maintained his ethereal form, but the energy formed by magic was beginning to become somewhat transparent. Clearly, the recent clash with Shanks had consumed a tremendous amount of energy. On the other side, Shanks was in even worse shape. He no longer had the imposing demeanor he had at the beginning. The griffin in his hand was trembling slightly, and he was gasping for breath. This was Shanks' only flaw among the four emperors, his lack of stamina and fragile body. Chung Xiaoyu looked at the panting Shanks and laughed heartily. "Shanks, you're not doing so well, huh? Doesn't that tarnish your identity as one of the four emperors?" Shanks glanced up at Chung Xiaoyu, his heart filled with gloom. From underestimating Chung Xiaoyu at first to now being evenly matched with him, this stark contrast was truly unsettling. Seeing Shanks silent, Chung Xiaoyu smirked. Is it because the once high and mighty red-haired Shanks can't bear this sense of disparity? Looking at Shanks' unpleasant expression, Chung Xiaoyu felt secretly pleased. He had long been unable to tolerate Shanks' self-righteous demeanor. Every day, he wore a sour face, as if someone owed him millions. On the other side, Shanks listened to Chung Xiaoyu's extreme taunts, feeling slightly displeased. The look in his eyes when he looked at Chung Xiaoyu was filled with a hint of killing intent, as if he had hit a nerve. After a long silence, Shanks hoisted the griffin and said in a deep voice, "Is the mighty Shadow King only capable of playing childish tricks?" Chung Xiaoyu looked at the ready-to-fight Shanks and sneered. "At least it's better than someone as hypocritical as you. Honestly, I really look down on you, the so-called Fifth Emperor Shanks." Seeing the Shadow King continuously mock him, Shanks felt even his best mindset shatter. As long as he could make Chung Xiaoyu shut up, he wouldn't have to listen to any more nonsense. Shanks' tone was now filled with killing intent towards Chung Xiaoyu. Facing Shanks' deadly words, Chung Xiaoyu smiled calmly. "Next, let you feel despair." After saying that, under Shanks' bewildered gaze, Chung Xiaoyu erupted with powerful magic. The black-purple magic swept across the field, enveloping the lifeless crew members of the red-haired pirates. This sudden scene made the surviving crew of the red-haired pirates instantly alert, fearing a sneak attack from Chung Xiaoyu. At the same time, they all had a question in their hearts. What was the Shadow King planning to do? Beckman, with a face full of vigilance, inspected the bodies covered in black-purple magic, trying to figure out what was happening. But to his disappointment, even with his observation hockey pushed to the limit, he found nothing unusual. Shanks was in the same boat. He also used his observation hockey to the fullest, but found no anomalies. As he watched more and more black-purple magic swirl around, Shanks could no longer contain his emotions and shouted, "Shadow King, what exactly are you trying to do?" Chung Xiaoyu ignored Shanks and, using his magic to the extreme, suddenly shouted, "Get up!" In the horrified gazes of Shanks and others, the deceased crew members gradually transformed into a mass of shadows. Ultimately, they became shadow soldiers. This sudden scene filled Shanks and the others with shock and horror. Chung Xiaoyu looked at the astonished Shanks and laughed heartily. Round 2, the battle officially begins. With that, Chung Xiaoyu unleashed a powerful surge of magic and charged at Shanks. Thus, Chung Xiaoyu and the Shadow Army once again battled against the red-haired pirates led by Shanks. In contrast to the fierce battle between Chung Xiaoyu and Shanks, Minus was enjoying a very pleasant time. At this moment, Minus had already left Fishman Island and was on a yacht heading to the New World. Minus lay on a chair and whispered, "System, what is my current kill value?" "Ding, kill value has been updated. Host can check it yourself." Upon hearing the system's response, Minus quickly entered the system. He saw, Host, Minus age, 19 skills, Advanced Armament Hockey, Advanced Observation Hockey, Intermediate Conqueror's Hockey, Flowing Rock Smash Fist, Ordinary Version, Ordinary Punch, Ordinary Version, Continuous Ordinary Punch, Ordinary Version. Navigator Skills, Helmsman Skills. Physique, Peak of the 4 Emperor's items. 1 Supreme Great Knife Kill Value. 55,340 points Realm. Peak of Admiral, Black Dragon Form. Peak of 4 Emperors Evaluation. You are already very powerful. As long as you don't encounter a king-level peak enemy, you won't die. Minus was astonished. I actually have over 50,000 now. Ding, please do not doubt. This system absolutely cannot make mistakes. Minus felt helpless listening to the system's unwavering words. It seemed he doubted this damn system, right? After a long silence, Minus calmly said, "System, I should be able to buy Advanced Conqueror's Hockey now, right?" Ding, based on the host kill value, you can indeed purchase it. Minus suppressed his excitement and said flatly, "Then buy Advanced Conqueror's Hockey directly." Ding, request from host received, purchasing in progress. While the system was processing the purchase, Minus was also pondering other matters. Now, where was Chung Xiaoyu? And what about the earlier commotion at Fishman Island? If the Whitebeard pirates found out, then he would have to face them and Whitebeard. Right now, Chung Xiaoyu wasn't by his side, and to be honest, a battle against the Whitebeard pirates might be a bit precarious. However, that was okay. Even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. After all, he had a natural advantage in the air. Just as Minus was still contemplating the impending battle with the Whitebeard pirates, the system's notification sound changed. Ding! Advanced Conqueror's Hockey has been successfully purchased. The host just needs to use it. Upon hearing the system's successful purchase notification, Minus felt delighted. Finally, he had Advanced Conqueror's Hockey. Otherwise, relying solely on Dragon Slayer magic made it seem like he didn't know how to use hockey, which was quite embarrassing for him as the 5th Emperor Minus. Thinking of this, Minus immediately used Advanced Conqueror's Hockey. A red light flashed in his eyes, and the powerful impact of hockey swept across the entire sea. At the same time, black-red lightning appeared on the surface of the sea. Seeing this black-red lightning, Minus smiled slightly and raised his right hand. Instantly, black-red hockey lightning appeared on his fist. Minus could even feel the surrounding air being compressed, accompanied by gusts of wind. Looking at the hockey wrapped around his fist, Minus laughed heartily. Is this hockey? Truly powerful, but it would be even better if it could be combined with Dragon Slayer magic. Minus looked at the hockey in his hand, eager to find someone to have a battle. Although Dragon Slayer magic and hockey had their similarities, using hockey for real was a different experience altogether. In the past, he had always fought with Dragon Slayer magic against Kaido, Garp, and others. Now that he had obtained hockey, he naturally wanted to test its power. After some time, Minus finally put away the hockey. However, the desire to fight within him was growing stronger. Minus tried to suppress the excitement in his heart and said flatly, "Smart Butler, notify me when we arrive at New World Island." "Okay, Master," the Smart Butler replied gently. The next day, Minus was still sound asleep on the yacht, unaware that various ripples had already emerged on the sea. First, the events he caused on Fishman Island had been learned by the Whitebeard pirates. After he left Fishman Island, Madame Shirley had come out to rescue Jinbe. Under her simple treatment, Jinbe gradually improved. Immediately, he took out a Din Mushi and called the Whitebeard pirates. Marco learned about the incident on Fishman Island and promptly informed Whitebeard. After hearing what Marco said, Whitebeard was furious. Fishman Island was not only a territory ruled by the Whitebeard pirates, but also a matter of his pride. Now, that little brat Minus had actually invaded Fishman Island and injured Jinbe. It was truly despicable. Jinbe was even his godson, and now Minus was disrespecting him. It was utterly intolerable. The Whitebeard pirates immediately decided to announce that they would take revenge for Jinbe and Fishman Island. Thus, the Whitebeard pirates summoned their subordinate pirate crews to search for Minus's whereabouts throughout the New World. Whitebeard's sudden action also caught the attention of other powers like Kaido and Big Mom. Kaido was particularly mocking, believing Whitebeard was just an old man and not worth mentioning. In contrast, Big Mom instructed Katakuri and her other children to take swift action. After all, unlike Kaido, who was in Wano country, she was not afraid of Whitebeard. The key point was that Big Mom was also somewhat reluctant to engage in a war with Whitebeard, since he was known as the strongest man in the world. The Marine headquarters also learned that the Whitebeard pirates were preparing for a major confrontation, which made Sengoku curse repeatedly. However, in the end, Sengoku still sent Akainu and Akiji to the New World to prevent chaos. Of course, another matter sparked heated discussions among the pirates in the New World: the bounty of the Yonko Minus, as well as the bounties of the Shadow King and Shadow General, issued by Morgans. Among them, the bounty of Yonko Minus was surprisingly 4 billion berries, which led some pirates in the New World to think it was a bit low, believing it should be several hundred million higher to match Minus's current status. Some pirates, however, felt that Minus's bounty was already very high, considering he had only just debuted less than a year ago and had reached such a level. Besides Minus's 4 billion berries, the bounties of the Shadow King and Shadow General also caused waves. However, under Minus's 4 billion berries, the 2 billion berries for the Shadow King and 2 billion berries for the Shadow General seemed trivial. But at least it made the Shadow King and Shadow General more well-known in the pirate world. A day quickly passed, and Minus woke up from the yacht. Looking at the island in front of him, Minus asked in confusion, "Smart Butler, where are we?" "Master, this is an island under the rule of the Whitebeard pirates, called Sisyphus Island," the Smart Butler replied gently. Hearing the Smart Butler say that this was the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, the corners of Minus's mouth slightly lifted. It seemed that it was time to make a big move. Upon entering the island, Minus discovered a large city with a significant population. As expected of the New World, there are so many people. Most importantly, this was the territory ruled by the Whitebeard pirates, which meant he could unleash a massacre. Thinking of this, Minus's eyes filled with bloodlust. Suddenly, Minus frowned, and his observation hockey flashed. It turned out that several people were monitoring him. Minus smiled slightly. They were just some small fry, not worth mentioning. The few people spying on Minus felt as if they were being intensely stared at by some ferocious beast. It wasn't until Minus shifted his gaze that they felt the terrifying pressure dissipate. After being stiff for a long time, the spy gradually regained his senses, only to find cold sweat continuously flowing down his body, as if he had just risen from the sea. Yonko Minus is too terrifying. I must quickly inform Captain Marco. The spy thought in fear and unease. After saying this, he dragged his already weak legs and walked away. Not only was this spy affected, but the others were the same, all being intimidated by Minus's powerful aura. Minus looked at the departing spies and chuckled. These should be the spies of the Whitebeard pirates, right? I just arrived in his territory and was spotted, truly worthy of the pirates of the New World. In fact, Minus himself was unaware that he was already famous. Coupled with his black-purple hair, black suit, and a black cloak draped over him, this had become his standard outfit. Perhaps aside from those fools on Fishman Island, everyone else was already familiar with Minus's habits. Next, it was time to give the Whitebeard pirates a big surprise. Minus looked at the city before him and smiled coldly. As he spoke, black-purple magic enveloped his entire body, and a powerful aura erupted from him. After the energy dissipated, Minus's hands transformed into strong, powerful black dragon claws, which resembled the blades of a giant beast. Each claw was incredibly sharp, curved like a hook, as if they could easily crush mountains and tear apart the earth, showcasing unparalleled destructive power. Next, his legs also transformed into strong black dragon legs, muscles bulging, displaying unmatched power and majesty. His body transformed into a gigantic dragon form, as robust as a giant pillar, with clearly defined muscle lines. The scales on his back were sharp as blades, exuding a chilling aura, as if they could easily crush any obstacles in their path. Additionally, massive black dragon wings sprouted from his sides like sharp blades with edges as sharp as knives. The wing membranes were covered with dense scales, each flap carrying destructive force, as if they could stir up hurricanes and sweep away everything. A huge, powerful, hooked dragon tail grew from his backside, thick and strong like a giant whip, with a tip as sharp as a spear covered in thick scales. Each swing carried the force of a thunderbolt, as if it could shatter mountains and tear apart the earth. His head transformed into a black, menacing dragon mouth, resembling an abyssal maw, with fangs as sharp as daggers, glinting coldly, as if they could easily tear through steel. Strangely, his eyes were as red as boiling magma, with endless killing intent flickering in his pupils. Wherever his gaze fell, it seemed as if even the earth was trembling, instilling fear in all who beheld it. The Black Dragon King, Minos, had descended once again. The Black Dragon King, Minos, let out a long howl to the sky, and as he gently stomped a dragon foot, the ground instantly collapsed and shattered. The sudden appearance of the massive Black Dragon King, Minos, terrified the people on this island. They exclaimed, "What is that thing?" Suddenly, someone panicked. "Isn't this Yonko Minos? I've seen this fierce look of his in the newspaper." "What? This is Yonko Minos? Are we dead for sure? The evil dragon Minos is here to destroy our city. What should we do? This is Whitebeard's territory. How dare he Minos come here?" The Black Dragon King Minos listened to the panicked voices below and said in a low voice, "Indeed, hearing such fearful sounds is quite pleasurable, isn't it? I want everyone in the world to fear and tremble at the mere mention of my name, Black Dragon King Minos." The Black Dragon King Minos let out a long roar, his wings slicing through the air like blades. With a sudden leap, his massive body soared into the sky, his wings stirring up a fierce wind that whipped up clouds of dust. His figure shimmered with a cold light in the sunlight as he shot upward into the clouds. In an instant, dust and wind swept through the entire city. Many unfortunate civilians and pirates died under the wrath of the Black Dragon King Minos' storm. The lucky survivors cried out in terror, "It's over, we're doomed. The evil dragon Minos is terrifying. He dares to kill people in the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Oof. The Whitebeard pirates will definitely seek revenge on Minos. He won't be able to act so arrogantly for long." Now, in the sky, the Black Dragon King Minos looked down at the island and spoke in a deep voice. "Let me roar for some entertainment, shall I?" After saying that, the Black Dragon Minos opened his dragon mouth, gathering a dazzling white light deep in his throat, and suddenly unleashed it. A pillar of scorching white energy shot out like thunder, instantly striking the ground. With a light beam past, the air seemed to be torn apart, and the ground cracked under the tremendous energy impact, sending debris flying and dust swirling. Civilians, pirates, and nobles directly hit by the white energy beam didn't even have time to scream before they turned to ash in an instant, everything around them consumed by devastating power. After a long time, when the dust settled, what appeared before the survivors was a massive pit. They had all vanished. Everything that had been affected was reduced to ruins. Meanwhile, the majestic and domineering Black Dragon King Minos spoke in a low voice, the roar of the Black Dragon. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 40 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining kill value." The Black Dragon King Minos listened to the system's continuous prompts, surprised that he seemed to hear many notifications of 20 points of kill value and above. Thinking of this, the Black Dragon King Minos asked in confusion, "System, isn't 20 points of kill value a bit much? Ding, this is the new world. Please do not speak such ignorant words." The Black Dragon King Minos was astonished. "Then that's just too much. It's completely different from the Four Seas and the Grand Line. Ding, as mentioned, this is the new world. It's normal to have a lot of kill value. Ding, and I advise you to come to the new world long ago. You have been dragging your feet." The Black Dragon King Minos was rendered speechless by the system's words. Indeed, he had been slow. If he had known, he would have come to the new world directly. The Black Dragon King Minos suddenly laughed deeply. "Then let me begin to annihilate everything from this island." After saying that, the Black Dragon King Minos' eyes flashed red in the sky as he used his observation hockey to sweep across the entire island. It seemed that the people there should be worth the most. The Black Dragon King minus grinned. Just now, he had checked the center of the entire island, which was the largest city and the place with the highest population. At this moment, there was a bullfighting competition happening, and they were completely unaware that danger had already arrived. The Black Dragon King minus opened his massive dragon mouth again, gathering a brilliant white light deep in his throat, and suddenly unleashed it. A pillar of scorching energy shot out like thunder, instantly striking the ground. With a light beam past, the air seemed to be torn apart, and the ground cracked under the tremendous energy impact, sending debris flying and dust swirling. The people directly hit by the beam had no time to scream before they turned to ash, everything around them consumed by devastating power. The survivors clinging to the edge below were horrified by this sudden scene. Their eyes were vacant and in disbelief, wondering what on earth had just happened. Just moments ago, it had been a sea of people, and now all that remained was a wasteland and a massive pit. At this moment, fear and despair swept over the surviving individuals. Someone shouted in despair, "What on earth just happened? Is it divine punishment?" Even more desperately, someone cried out, "My friends, my wife, my children have all been destroyed. I'm the only one left. My parents were also in there." Despair and fear were vividly manifested at this moment. But the Black Dragon King minus knew nothing of this, and even if he did, he would not care. Under the overwhelming power, the weak could only die. The Black Dragon King minus in the sky looked at the powerful air currents created below and spoke in a deep voice, the roar of the Black Dragon. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining kill value. At this moment, the Black Dragon King minus did not pay attention to the system's prompt, but once again used his observation hockey to sweep across the island below. Are there 3 more densely populated strongholds? A deep voice came from the massive dragon mouth of the Black Dragon King minus. However, just 3 roars would suffice, wouldn't it? Without hesitation, the Black Dragon King minus flew to another location and gathered a powerful white energy beam to strike the ground below. The crowd below felt a sudden surge of terrifying heat from the sky. When they looked up, they saw another massive white beam of light descending rapidly towards them. Stunned for a few seconds, the crowd screamed in terror and hurriedly fled. Some even attempted to resist the powerful white energy beam in the sky, but unfortunately, they were completely consumed before they could even get close. Others could only watch in despair as the massive white beam of light fell from the sky. When the white energy beam struck the ground, the mountains crumbled, stones scattered, and dust filled the air. The most tragic were those in despair, who turned to ash in an instant upon being hit, consumed by the powerful energy. The Black Dragon King minus in the sky said in a low voice, "2 left." After speaking, the Black Dragon King minus once again attacked other locations using the same method. Until some time had passed, the Black Dragon King minus finally eliminated all the people on the island. Perhaps some had escaped, and some had not noticed, but it didn't matter, because at that moment, the system's prompt reached an unprecedented volume. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 40 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining points of kill value. After a long time, the system's prompts for kill value finally slowed to a stop. Minus stood on a flat area and spoke in a low voice. Finally, it has stopped? At this moment, he had. To be honest, this was the first time he had waited so long for the kill value prompt to finish. In the past, the kill value he obtained had quickly ended. But now, he had to wait a long time for the kill value prompt to finally conclude. As if sensing Minus's confusion, the system's voice resonated. Ding! The main reason is that the host has gained a lot of killing points this time, which is why it took so long. Minus chuckled lightly. This time, the killing points should be unprecedented, right? Ding! From the current perspective, the killing points obtained by the host are indeed the most. Ding! Does the host need to spend some now? Minus was surprised to hear the system's consumption prompt. Can it help me break through to the king level? Ding! Let me say it again, as long as the host reaches maturity, that is the king level. Ding, there's no need to buy some useless things now. Hearing the system say this, Minos felt helpless. It wants him to spend, but also says he can't break through to the king level. Then what is the point of spending? After a long silence, Minos calmly spoke. System, can you give me a huge chair? I want to wait here for that old guy Whitebeard. Ding, what are you trying to do again, host? Hearing the system's puzzled words, Minos grinned. System, don't you think the Whitebeard pirates should come to see me? Coincidentally, I am also the Black Dragon King. Isn't it worth it for Whitebeard to kneel before me? Ding, are you trying to say that not bowing to a king means losing your true name? Minos chuckled. Indeed, you understand me, system. Ding, ding, the chair has arrived. Please make good use of it, host. Minos looked at the huge, magnificent chair in front of him, trying hard to suppress the corners of his mouth that were about to lift. He sat straight down. On the other side, a spy from the Whitebeard pirates had already arrived on the Moby Dick. The spy hurriedly spoke. Dad, bad news. Minos has already come to our territory. As soon as the spy's words fell, the atmosphere on the entire ship suddenly became heavy. This left the spy feeling inexplicably confused, not knowing what was going on. Suddenly, Whitebeard roared. That little brat Minos has finally arrived in the New World, and he dares to appear in our territory. He completely doesn't take me seriously. After Whitebeard spoke, other crew members of the Whitebeard pirates began to voice their opinions. This damn Minos is really too despicable. He actually dares to come to our territory. After Dad makes his move, he won't be so arrogant anymore. He dared to invade our Fishman Island yesterday, and today he dares to provoke us. It's really infuriating. Hearing the various complaints about Minos from below, Whitebeard spoke domineeringly. As long as anyone dares to bully our family and territory, regardless of who they are, they will pay the price. This made the crew members shout excitedly. Pay the price, pay the price. Whitebeard smiled and said, let us head towards Minos' direction. Thus, the Whitebeard pirates set off towards the island of Zixivia, where Minos was located. On a shattered battlefield, an event was about to shock the seas. Chung Xiaoyu was still in his spirit form, watching Shanks, who was out of breath and kneeling on one knee with the griffin in hand, and said lightly, Shanks, you will definitely die today. Moreover, all your crew members are already dead, and now only the cadres are struggling to resist. Unexpectedly, in just 2 days, the battle between Chung Xiaoyu and the red-haired pirates was about to show a clear outcome. Chung Xiaoyu and his Shadow Legion, except for Chung Xiaoyu feeling a bit tired, had actually increased the Shadow Army by another 2,000 men. Fortunately, Chung Xiaoyu could buy recovery potions from magic power, which allowed him to gain an absolute advantage in such a large-scale war against the red-haired pirates, supplying 4,000 Shadow Army and the magic power of the Dragon Knight General. One can imagine how exhausted Chung Xiaoyu must be at this moment. Meanwhile, the situation for the red-haired pirates was even worse. Originally a crew of thousands, now only Shanks and a few cadres were struggling to hold on. The ship's doctor, Hong Xiang, was already exhausted, having been entangled with Tiger Star and other shadow soldiers. The injuries of the cadres later forced him to split his attention to treat them. The worst off were Benji and the muscular guy, that monkey and that bald guy. Originally, the two of them coordinated well, but that monkey had now been devoured by the Shadow Army. Only the bald guy with a broken leg and Shanks were struggling to resist. Shanks looked up at the remaining cadres who were struggling alongside him, his pupils constricting. Has that monkey disappeared? Moreover, several cadres were obviously injured. Watching this tragic scene, Shanks glared at Chung Xiaoyu with resentment and shouted, Shadow King, I, Shanks, will never rest until we meet again. Hearing Shanks' words, Chung Xiaoyu almost laughed out loud. If it weren't for this Shanks wanting to trouble his real body and claiming to resolve his issues, then none of this would have happened. At least, there wouldn't have been a life-and-death battle. Thinking of this, Chung Xiaoyu laughed heartily. Shanks, if it weren't for your stubbornness, your red-haired pirates wouldn't be facing total annihilation. Hearing Chung Xiaoyu's extremely mocking words, Shanks' anger grew even more. If it weren't for the Shadow King and Minos wanting to devour the sea, then none of this would have happened. Setting aside the facts, could it be that Chung Xiaoyu and Minos have no fault? Thinking of this, Shanks struggled to rise, gripping the griffin in his hand and shouting at Chung Xiaoyu, Shadow King, If today my red-haired pirates survive this calamity, I will hunt you and Minus down with all my might in the future. Chung Xiaoyu looked at the unyielding Shanks. His killing intent had already reached its peak. He had to let Shanks die here today. Otherwise, with Shanks' identity, he would definitely come back for revenge. Thinking of this, Chung Xiaoyu's dark purple magic power suddenly erupted. Shadow Legion, follow me and kill the red-haired pirates with all your might. After Chung Xiaoyu's words fell, he took the lead in attacking Shanks, while the 4,000 Shadow Army followed closely behind him, charging towards the red-haired pirates. In the end, the Shadow Army formed a circle, tightly surrounding the red-haired pirates, leaving them with no way to escape. Shanks looked at this sudden scene and shouted, "Brothers, follow me to fight again." After saying that, Shanks wielded the griffin and once again struggled to resist Chung Xiaoyu. Thus, the third battle between Chung Xiaoyu and the red-haired pirates officially began. The next day, in the early morning, the glaring sunlight fell on Minus's eyes. This woke Minus, who didn't he know when he had fallen asleep. Minus raised his hand to shield his eyes from the bright sunlight, and helplessly said, "System, what time is it? Hasn't the Whitebeard pirates arrived yet?" Ding! Maybe it's because they are quite far from here. Minus sighed. I had prepared so thoroughly, but didn't he expect the audience to not arrive? This made him feel like he was being toyed with. Ding! The host doesn't need to panic. Just wait for the Whitebeard pirates to arrive and give them a good lesson. Just as Minus was about to say something, a red light flashed in his eyes, and his observation haki swept across the island. He saw a huge object slowly emerging from the distant sea level, with the enormous whale skull bow first coming into view, as if a giant beast was awakening from the deep sea. What is most striking is that its white hull shines exceptionally bright under the sunlight, and the Jolly Roger of the Whitebeard pirates, featuring a skull with a crescent moon mustache, is clearly visible on the sails. The main ship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick, has arrived. The scene before Minus made him smile faintly. So, the Whitebeard pirates have finally arrived? It really took you long enough. On the other side, Whitebeard and his crew could already see the island from the sea. Whitebeard stood at the bow of the Moby Dick, wearing the captain's coat and holding the supreme blade Songyun Xie in his right hand. As the Moby Dick gradually approached the port of Zasivia, he slowly spoke. "Is this the territory that little Minus has invaded?" Hearing Whitebeard's question, Marco behind him chuckled lightly. "Dad, according to the scout's information, this should be the place." Whitebeard nodded and then asked in confusion, "Has Zasivia Island always been like this? It looks lifeless, almost desolate." Marco laughed at Whitebeard's words. "Dad, that can't be true. There are many people here." Whitebeard shook his head, his eyes flashing red as he used his observation haki to sweep across the entire island. He saw 5 enormous deep pits on the island, and many places had already turned into flat land. The houses had long since become ruins, and the many people Marco mentioned were nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, Whitebeard spotted a giant chair on a flat piece of land. Sitting on that chair was a person exuding an extraordinary aura. Just as he was about to take a closer look, it seemed that the person noticed him, and their cold eyes met from afar. Minus, sitting in the chair, suddenly felt as if he was being watched and used his observation haki. Their eyes met intensely. Minus retracted his observation haki and chuckled softly. "So it's Whitebeard? How interesting." On the other side, Whitebeard also withdrew his observation haki and murmured to himself, "That guy should be the little Minus, huh? What monster?" From their locked gaze, Whitebeard could tell that it was the look only a strong person could possess. That gaze was filled with a sense of superiority and indifference towards all life, described as cold and ruthless. Marco, who was nearby, couldn't hear what Whitebeard said and asked curiously, "Dad, what'd you just say?" Upon hearing Marco's question, Whitebeard came back to his senses and slowly replied, "Let's go. I already know where Minus is." Without waiting for Marco to say anything, Whitebeard leaped from the Moby Dick onto the island. The crew aboard the ship, helpless, also went straight to the land. Surprisingly, only the main crew of the Whitebeard pirates, the division commanders, came for this battle. Minus sat quietly on the huge, magnificent chair without getting up. Now it was Whitebeard who was coming to see him. He just had to wait for Whitebeard and his crew. The distance from the port to Minus wasn't far, and soon Whitebeard and his crew arrived near Minus. Before Whitebeard could say anything, the other commanders angrily shouted, What? This Minus is too arrogant, isn't he? He actually sits in a chair waiting for us. Indeed, it was quite arrogant to be sitting on a chair waiting for them. It's really infuriating. Just wait until Dad teaches him a lesson. Let's see if he'll still be so arrogant. That's right, with Minus acting like this, anyone who doesn't know would think we were going to pay him a visit. It's truly despicable. Whitebeard quietly listened to his good sons express their discontent towards Minus. He didn't say anything. In fact, what they said was true. Minus was indeed too arrogant, completely disregarding him, the world's strongest man. It was simply rude. On the other side, Minus, sitting in the chair, was surprised. The Whitebeard pirates only brought Whitebeard and his division commanders. The other crew members didn't come, and even Blackbeard was absent. How strange. Minus sighed to himself. Thinking about this, Minus remarked, "That old man Whitebeard seems to look down on me a bit." Before long, Whitebeard and his crew stood before Minus. Whitebeard's gaze was fixed on Minus as he spoke first. "So, you are the little Minus? You really are quite arrogant. How dare you disrespect me by sitting alone in that chair?" Minus first glanced at the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates, then looked at Whitebeard and chuckled. "Old man Whitebeard, you old relic of the past, there's no need for you to be so alarmist here, right?" After Minus finished speaking, the atmosphere became extremely tense. Several commanders of the Whitebeard pirates suddenly shouted angrily, "Minus, you little brat, how dare you speak recklessly about our old man? Minus, you are too arrogant. Dad will definitely teach you a lesson. A mere rookie. How dare you comment on our old man like that? You're simply asking for death." Hearing the noisy voices around him, Minus frowned and looked up. It turned out that it was the 12th Division Commander, Harda, the 15th Division Commander, Fasa, and the 10th Division Commander, Curiel, from the Whitebeard pirates who were shouting angrily. Immediately, Minus sneered, "I'm talking to Whitebeard. What are you barking about? Moreover, if you don't bow to a king, you are destined to lose your life. You have no right to point fingers at me." After saying this, Minus's eyes flashed red as he used Conqueror's Haki against the three barking commanders. Instantly, a powerful wave of Conqueror's spirit pressed down on the three commanders. The three commanders, who were specifically targeted, felt their heads go blank as an immensely powerful mental force continuously impacted their minds. However, they were considered strong in the new world and did not collapse to their knees from the pressure of Conqueror's Haki. They merely bent their bodies. At the same time, cold sweat streamed down their faces. Whitebeard looked at this sudden scene with great anger and shouted, "Minus, you little brat, don't be so arrogant." After saying that, his eyes flashed red, and his powerful Conqueror's Haki clashed with Minus's Conqueror's Haki. In an instant, black and red lightning violently collided with each other. The surrounding space twisted and even tore apart, the ground cracked, buildings collapsed, and the air trembled continuously. The originally flat ground became pitted and shattered again due to the fierce clash of Conqueror's Haki between Minus and Whitebeard. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the clash of Conqueror's Haki between Minus and Whitebeard exploded. Instantly, a powerful wave of Conqueror's Haki spread out in all directions. Debris flew, dust filled the air, and for a moment, everything turned dark. Although the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates had experienced many battles, they were still somewhat affected by such a high-intensity clash of Conqueror's Haki. In particular, the three commanders who shouted at Minus were directly knocked to the ground, looking quite disheveled under the immense impact. As the dust settled, Minus remained seated on the chair, unmoved. Strangely, while the ground around him had already shattered, the area beneath his chair remained unaffected. The ground under the chair had transformed into a cylinder. Minus looked down from his elevated position at the disheveled captains of the Whitebeard pirates and sneered. "This is the consequence of not bowing to the king." Whitebeard glanced at the three fallen captains, his anger flaring. "You little brat Minus, do you think so little of me? What nonsense about not bowing to the king? I think you're insane. Be careful, or you might get killed before you even become a king." Minus quietly regarded Whitebeard, then coldly replied, "Old man Whitebeard, I don't respect you, so what? Besides, whether I become a king or not has nothing to do with you, you relic of the old era." In Minus's heart, he held great disdain for Whitebeard. If it weren't for his immaturity, he would have taken Whitebeard's head as an offering long ago. Just as Minus was deep in thought, Whitebeard's voice interrupted him. Minus looked up to see Whitebeard glaring at him, his anger turning into a mocking smile. You little brat Minus, it's pointless to say more. Today, I want to ask you, why did you invade Fishman Island and injure Jinbei? Minus, looking at Whitebeard's questioning expression, smiled indifferently. You mean that useless guy Jinbei, right? Before Whitebeard could respond, Minus continued. That's because Jinbei is too rigid, always threatening me with your Whitebeard's name. In the end, I just couldn't take it anymore and had to teach him a lesson. Besides, you should thank me. I even spared his life. After saying this, Minus looked at Whitebeard and laughed heartily. Haha. Minus's reckless laughter seemed to silently mock Whitebeard. Whitebeard, watching Minus laugh, had a dark expression on his face, his eyes narrowed, filled with boundless killing intent. That little brat Minus was too arrogant and looked down on him too much, daring to toy with Whitebeard. Meanwhile, Marco and the others looked at Minus with furious expressions, wishing they could kill him immediately to relieve their hatred. Minus saw the hatred in the eyes of the Whitebeard pirates, his lips curling upwards. He felt great satisfaction in finally giving the Whitebeard pirates a taste of their own medicine. Just then, Minus suddenly remembered that he had prepared a surprise for the Whitebeard pirates. Right? Minus looked at Whitebeard and laughed. Whitebeard, I've prepared a surprise for you. Originally, this place was bustling with life, but after a few of my breaths, it has now become desolate. Minus continued to laugh at Whitebeard. Look, isn't this a huge surprise? What? After Minus finished speaking, Whitebeard and Marco's faces changed dramatically. They had thought that the lack of attention to this Sisyphus island had caused some major disaster. But now it seemed that it was all the doing of this bastard Minus. This was tens of thousands of people. How could Minus dare to do this? Whitebeard felt his breath quickening. He thought he had killed enough people. But he never expected that this guy Minus had slaughtered tens of thousands of people in just one day. It was simply cold-hearted. Thinking of this, Whitebeard roared, Minus, you have slaughtered tens of thousands of people. Your crimes are unforgivable. Minus, sitting in his chair, heard Whitebeard's words and sneered. A mere human life, not worth mentioning. If you want to teach me a lesson, then prove it with your actions. With that, Minus pushed off the ground and leaped like a cannonball, landing right in front of Whitebeard. His fist was already clenched, with armament hockey wrapping around it, forming a layer of pitch-black sheen, and most importantly, there was a layer of flowing purple energy on the black fist. That's right, Minus had resolutely decided to use advanced armament hockey to confront this old man Whitebeard head-on. Minus suddenly swung his fist, the wind from his punch rushing towards Whitebeard like thunder. Whitebeard's eyes sharpened, his right hand clenched into a fist, the power of the tremor fruit gathering at his fist, the flowing Sakura hockey burning like flames. He swung his fist violently, the air seeming to tear apart, the space twisting, the shockwave colliding head-on with Minus's fist. Boom! At the moment of impact, the ground suddenly sank, as if the earth was shaking violently. The resulting shockwave spread outwards from the two, raising dust several meters high, filling the entire battlefield. This fierce confrontation left Marco and the others transfixed. Minus looked at Whitebeard, surprised that this old man dared to fight him with flowing Sakura hockey. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly because his flowing Sakura was special. Sure enough, Minus saw Whitebeard's brows furrow deeply, and he immediately pushed himself away with force. Minus's body spun in the air, and he swung his fist again, the flowing Sakura hockey sweeping toward Whitebeard like a gale. Whitebeard looked at the charging Minus and snorted coldly. This little brat's hockey is special. Just now, it was actually a recoil. Unable to figure out, Whitebeard immediately drew his sword, the blade wrapped in flowing Sakura hockey, clashing again with Minus's fist. The collision of blade and fist sparked dazzling fireworks, and their hockey clashed fiercely in the air, creating visible waves of energy. Minus, your punches are quite good. Whitebeard laughed heartily, suddenly exerting force, the flowing Sakura hockey on the sword intensifying abruptly. The blade slicing through the air and creating a massive slashing wave aimed straight at Minus's chest. Minus looked at the sudden explosion of power from Whitebeard, his pupils constricting, quickly retreating, secretly lamenting. This old man Whitebeard is indeed strong. However, the speed of the slashing wave was too fast, leaving a shallow wound on Minus's chest. blood seeping out. Thankfully, due to his strong physique, the wound quickly healed. Minos grinned bloodthirstily. Huh? Now, this is interesting. After saying that, Minos charged forward, his fists raining down on Whitebeard. Each punch carried destructive power, and the flowing Sakura haki seemed to form a layer of purple energy armor around his fists. Whitebeard showed no signs of retreating against Minos's powerful assault. The power of the Tremor fruit perfectly combined with the flowing Sakura haki, as if each of his punches could shake the heavens and the earth. The unique shockwaves of the Tremor fruit were fully revealed at this moment. The battle between Minos and Whitebeard intensified, the ground torn apart by their power, and each wave of their attacks was enough to kill those with weaker strength. After a long time, Minos and Whitebeard finally finished their warm-up. However, the battlefield was already in disarray, with various pits and cracks appearing on the ground. The dust raised by the battle spread through the air, filling the entire battlefield. As the smoke and dust cleared, Minos looked at the wounds appearing on Whitebeard's body and laughed heartily. "Old man, aren't you feeling uncomfortable now?" Upon hearing this, Whitebeard snorted coldly. "Damn, Minos. What the hell is going on with you? Why do I feel a recoil in your flowing Sakura haki?" Minos disdainfully said, "Whitebeard, you old guy. You really are getting old and foolish. Do you think I would tell you?" Before Whitebeard could respond, Minos suddenly burst into laughter. "Old Whitebeard, today I'm going to make you regret coming to find me." With that, Minos disappeared from the spot at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Captain Marco and the others. Looking at Marco and the others, Minos grinned. "I let you enjoy barking like dogs, and this time I'm going to smash your mouths directly." After saying that, Minos, with his right hand wrapped in flowing cherry haki, charged straight at Marco and the others. On the other side, Whitebeard sensed the situation was dire and shouted loudly, "Don't confront Minos head-on. You're not his match." With that, Whitebeard hurried towards Marco and the others. However, Marco and the others did not heed Whitebeard's words and chose to fight Minos instead. At first, Marco and the others were dumbfounded. They hadn't expected Minos to be so shameless, actually coming to bully them instead of fighting their old man. How could they tolerate this? The most crucial part was that he even dared to call them barking dogs. Minos, seeing that Marco and the others were not fleeing and dared to fight him, was quite surprised. "So brave, huh?" Soon, Marco transformed into the phoenix, his fiery wings spread wide, charging at him. Minos chuckled lightly. A mythical beast, the phoenix? But that's not enough. After saying that, Minos raised his fist wrapped in flowing cherry and struck hard at the phoenix Marco's head. The punch came down like a hammer, knocking Marco down to the ground in one hit. Marco, lying on the ground, instantly reverted from his phoenix form and spat out blood. Just as Minos was about to mock him, he suddenly felt someone charging at him. Sensing the threat, a red light flashed in Minos's eyes, and the future he encountered through advanced observation haki appeared in his mind. The scene showed that in a few seconds, he would be knocked away by Jozu, followed by being relentlessly attacked on the ground by Vista's powerful sword energy. Additionally, he saw several other captains continuously attacking him. Seeing this, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Minos's mouth. Luckily, he had foresight, otherwise he would have been ambushed by the Whitebeard pirates. Soon, Diamond Jozu arrived beside Minos, just as he was about to collide with him. Minos turned around, smiled at Jozu, and his fist, wrapped in flowing cherry haki, struck hard at Jozu. The punch collided with Diamond, producing a piercing sound, and Jozu's diamond body cracked before he was knocked down to the ground, spitting blood. Sachi, seeing Jozu down, hurriedly shouted, "Jozu, are you all right?" At the same time, Sachi wielded his dual blades, their light flashing as he attacked Minos. Minos chuckled lightly, "Don't worry. You'll end up just like him." With that, Minos swiftly dodged Sachi's blades and countered with a punch. In an instant, Sachi's dual blade shattered, and he was struck in the chest, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. Immediately after, Minos dodged again as a powerful sword energy sliced through the spot where he had just been. Looking up, he saw Vista, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Minos chuckled. "I heard you were a great swordsman?" Vista did not answer, but fiercely swung his dual blades. In an instant, sword energies crisscrossed, and Rose sword energy appeared beside Minos. Minos watched the sword energy approach and collided his fist wrapped in flowing cherry hockey with it, unleashing a strong shockwave. However, Minos gripped tightly, and Vista's sword energy was sent flying, while his fist struck Vista's dual swords hard. Minos laughed. "Vista, you're not good enough." In an instant, Vista's dual blades shattered under the pressure of advanced flowing cherry hockey. Even worse, Vista's body was struck hard by Minos's punch, and he collapsed to the ground, blood oozing from his mouth. Following this, Brakeman, the captain of the 6th Division, swung a giant hammer down onto Minos. Minos felt as if something had hit him and turned to see a giant hammer crashing down on him. All right. Although your giant hammer is covered with armament hockey, it won't work." Minos smiled at Brakeman, raised his hand, and delivered a powerful punch. In an instant, the giant hammer shattered, and Brakeman's arm was broken. Minos then swung another punch at Brakeman's head. With a loud bang, his head exploded, blood splattering everywhere, leaving a headless corpse on the ground. Minos had now claimed the first death in the battle against the Whitebeard pirates. Looking at the headless corpse, Minos laughed heartily. "This is what you get for provoking me. Today I will wash the entire Whitebeard pirates in blood." The remaining captains looked at the headless corpse on the ground, filled with grief and anger, and spoke. "Minos, you are too despicable. You actually killed Brakeman. We will make you pay for his death." With that, the 7th Division captain, Lackey, swung his long whip, attacking him with numerous whip shadows. Minos was completely stunned at this moment, inwardly lamenting. As expected of the Whitebeard pirates, they're foolish enough to come to their own doom, knowing they cannot win. The most important thing was, were they allowed to come to kill him while he wasn't allowed to kill them? One can only say this is the Whitebeard pirates, just like this. Since that's the case, then let their entire family be wiped out. With this thought, Minos's eyes filled with coldness. His body flashed, dodging the whip shadows, and he delivered a powerful punch, striking Lackey in the abdomen. Like a thin sheet, Lackey's body was instantly pierced through by Minos. Minos's arm was hanging with Lackey's pierced body. Minos spoke flatly, "You are the second, but you won't be the last." After saying that, Minos, under the horrified gazes of the other captains, extended his other hand, placed it on Lackey's foot, and pulled hard. In an instant, a terrifying scene unfolded. Lackey's body was ripped in half. Blood mist enveloped Minos, but with his self-cleaning effect, it was all cleared away. This action from Minos severely shocked the other captains, causing them to tremble in fear and momentarily not dare to move. Silence, an endless silence, descended upon the battlefield. Originally, they thought Minos was just a lucky person who had gained power. But now, it seemed he was a fierce god, a demon. His emotionless killing methods were simply terrifying. Minos looked at the captains who no longer dared to act and said flatly, "Weren't you very arrogant? Why, now you don't dare to bark like dogs. In my view, your Whitebeard pirates are just a bunch of shameless fools. You think you're strong, but in reality, you only have Whitebeard to thank for your little glory." After Minos finished speaking, the Whitebeard captains found themselves at a loss for words. They originally wanted to retort, but looking at Minos's extremely calm face, they did not dare to respond. Minos ignored those weaklings and looked towards Whitebeard's direction. He could see Whitebeard was rushing over at high speed and would arrive in no time. Minos frowned tightly. Whitebeard was almost there, and it would be difficult to eliminate the other captains then. Thinking of this, Minos glanced at the other captains. He noticed 3 of them trembling all over, seemingly trying to hide their bodies behind others. Minos thought carefully. These 3 guys seemed to be the ones barking like dogs earlier. With this in mind, Minos' mouth slightly curled up. "Since there is no time, let us sacrifice these 3 guys." After grinning at them, Minos charged directly towards the remaining Whitebeard captains. Under their horrified gazes, Minos had already arrived in front of the 10th Division captain, Collier. Minos looked down on Collier and sneered, "I remember you were barking like a dog earlier, right?" Collier's legs trembled, and cold sweat dripped down his body. Frightened, he was terrified by the fierce Minos. His mind went blank, not knowing how to respond. The other captain shouted, "Collier, quickly dodge." When Minos suddenly appeared beside Collier, they hurriedly tried to evade. It wasn't that they abandoned their companion. Well, they were just afraid of dying. Finally, under the other captain's shouts, Collier gradually calmed down. Looking at Minos in front of him, Collier stammered, Minos, don't be arrogant. Dad will definitely avenge us. After saying this, Courier struggled to lift the giant axe in his hand and swung it fiercely at Minos. Minos looked at the giant axe with disdain and smiled. Don't worry. Whitebeard will accompany you soon. With that, Minos raised his fist and forcefully punched the giant axe. In an instant, the axe shattered, and his fist slammed into Courier's body. At the moment the axe broke, Courier's arm was also shattered. As the fist struck him, he was immediately sent flying. Looking at Courier lying on the ground, Minos approached him and smiled faintly. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Next, I will make you wish you were dead. After saying this, Minos lifted his foot and stomped down hard on Courier's foot. Crack! The sound of leg bones breaking echoed. Following that, Courier's painful scream resonated across the battlefield. Minos paid no attention and raised his foot to stomp on Courier's other foot. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out again, accompanied by Courier's agonized cries. Minos looked down at Courier and said with a faint smile, Since you're in so much pain, let me be a good person and relieve you of your suffering. After saying this, Minos lifted his foot and forcefully stepped on Courier's head. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, and at the same time, brain matter splattered. The 10th Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates died due to his own arrogance. He was probably in his 40s. At the same time, a system notification that only Minos could hear slowly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 5,000 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 5,500 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 4,000 points of kill value. Since I can't find the bounty for the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, let's go with this. Minos opened his mouth in confusion. System? Are these 3 captains really only worth over 10,000 kill points? Ding! That is indeed the case. This system does not make mistakes. Minos was speechless at this moment. These captains were too useless. How could they only be worth so little? To be honest, it would be more profitable to slaughter an entire island. While Minos was still troubled by the low kill value he received, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates had sorrowful expressions on their faces. On the ground, Marco and the others moved towards the deceased captains, expressing their anger and grief loudly. Marco was the first to speak in anger. This Minos is too despicable. He actually killed our 3 brothers. Diamond Jozu, who was usually quiet, now had only a sense of loss on his face. Vista, holding 2 broken swords, spoke with a downcast expression. Minos is too powerful. We are simply no match for him. Sachi, who usually had a cheerful smile, also looked despondent at this moment. Under Minos' overwhelming strength, they deeply realized their own weakness. The other captains no longer dared to shout at Minos. Indeed, if you encounter someone who likes to bark, the only way to make them shut up is to hurt them. Only then will they understand pain and know their limits. Clearly, the Whitebeard Pirates were this type. Minos looked at the Whitebeard Pirates captains who had gathered again and smiled faintly. I thought you fish had already died. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, hearing Minos' extremely mocking words, wanted to retort. But thinking of Minos' fierce demeanor from earlier, they held back their words. They could only glare at Minos fiercely while holding their weapons. Minos looked at Marco and the others' furious expressions and sneered. You weaklings just love to provoke. Only by hitting you hard will you learn your lesson. Minos originally thought Marco and the others would let him insult them. But unexpectedly, Marco's surprised voice slowly rang out. Dad, you finally dared to come. Minos was a bit surprised to hear Marco's words. Could it be that Whitebeard dared to come? With this thought, Minos looked up. He saw Whitebeard was already rushing over from a distance, his eyes filled with urgency. Soon, Whitebeard arrived at the scene. Looking at the already arrived Whitebeard, Minos mocked with a smile. If you were any slower, you might have to collect their corpses. Marco and the others were about to respond to Minos' words. But Whitebeard interrupted with a hand gesture. Whitebeard fixed his gaze on Minos and coldly said, Minos, you little brat, how could you be so despicable and shameless to play such vile tricks? Minos laughed loudly upon hearing Whitebeard's words. This is a battlefield, right? Do you need to notify you to kill someone? Whitebeard, I never expected you to be so naive and childish. You've really lived for so long in vain. To be honest, Minos himself didn't expect Whitebeard to be so naive and childish. On the battlefield, everything changes in an instant, with various situations arising. Do you think the enemy will wait for you to be ready before engaging in battle? Do you think this is a play? This is a real life and death struggle. Fortunately, Minos is the villain. Otherwise, if he were like those saints or righteous protagonists, it would be disastrous. Whitebeard, hearing Minos' extremely mocking words, roared, "Minos is one of the Yonko. You actually resort to such despicable and shameless tactics. You are unworthy of being one of the Yonko, let alone a king. You don't have that kind of spirit." Whitebeard originally thought that after saying this, Minos would show signs of shame and anger. However, after hearing Whitebeard's words, Minos was first taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha! This mocking laughter echoed across the battlefield, almost reaching the heavens. Whitebeard frowned and said, "You little brat Minos, what do you mean by that? Are you so ashamed that you can't even speak?" Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Minos felt even more speechless. Why is this old guy so naive? Is this really the so-called mindset of the so-called strong from the old era? Is that so-called reputation really that important? Confused, very confused. Thinking of this, Minos had already made a decision in his heart. Indeed, these old-timers from the old era have foolish and decayed thoughts. Therefore, death is their ultimate destination. At this moment, Minos' gaze underwent a change, becoming cold and bloodthirsty. Minos fixed his gaze on Whitebeard and sneered. "Whitebeard, I don't care at all about your so-called reputation as the Five Emperors. As for your so-called kingship, I look down on it even more. As long as I, Minos, am strong enough that no one dares to resist me, then I am the god of all. My rules are everything. If anyone does not accept them, then eliminate them directly. If there are still those who do not accept, then kill again, until there is no one left violating the rules." Whitebeard was taken aback by Minos' insane words. He didn't expect this guy Minos to be so deranged, actually daring to think of becoming a god. He had thought Minos was just a newly emerged strong person at most. But now it seems Minos is a madman, a downright madman. To actually fantasize about enslaving the entire world? Thinking of this, Whitebeard coldly spoke, "You little brat Minos, you are too arrogant and do not know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. 40 years ago, there was also someone who wanted to dominate the seas, dreaming of becoming a god. But in the end, he still failed. Those who violate taboos will be destroyed by the things on the yellow earth." Whitebeard said meaningfully. Minos quietly listened to Whitebeard's words, and knowing the original work, he certainly knew who Whitebeard was referring to. But so what? Can that stop him, Minos? Clearly, it is impossible. Thinking of this, Minos calmly said, "Whitebeard, there's no point in talking more. Let's decide our rights and wrongs with our fists, shall we?" After saying that, a powerful aura erupted from Minos' body. At the same time, black-red lightning burst forth from around him, raging like a violent lightning snake in the air. Whitebeard looked at the black-red lightning surrounding Minos and said coldly, "Exactly what I intended." After saying that, a powerful aura also erupted from Whitebeard's body. Black-red lightning burst forth from him as well, raging like a violent lightning snake in the air. It was clear that both had decided to get serious. Minos raised his right hand, and black-red lightning suddenly gathered in his palm, producing a piercing crackle. Minos' gaze was grim, and a slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Whitebeard with a hint of disdain. Opposite him, Whitebeard stood like a mountain, gripping his sword, Song Yun Xie, with a piercing gaze, watching Minos' movements without fear. Overlord's ordinary punch. Minos' voice was deep and powerful, as if bearing endless majesty. As his words fell, a huge red-black fist appeared out of thin air, carrying destructive power, rushing towards Whitebeard. The red-black, lightning energy on the fist flickered like flames, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Upon seeing this, a serious expression flashed in Whitebeard's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by battle intent. He tightened his grip on Song Yun Xie, and red-black energy suddenly surged at the tip of the blade, shining alongside Minos' lightning. The already incredibly sharp blade now seemed even more indestructible. "Overlord slash!" Whitebeard roared. His voice shook the heavens and earth like thunder. Whitebeard swung Song Yun Xie, the blade cutting through the air with a fierce momentum, directly meeting the massive red-black fist. In an instant, the two forces collided fiercely in the air, intertwining the red-black lightning with the energy on the blade, erupting into dazzling brilliance. At the point of collision, a massive shockwave spread outwards. The ground instantly cracked, and debris flew. The island shook violently, as if it would sink into the sea at any moment. Meanwhile, Minus's fist and Whitebeard's blade collided in midair, locked in a stalemate. The red-black lightning energy continuously clashed and tore between the two, producing deafening rumbling sounds. The air was filled with a strong, burnt smell, as if even space was being torn apart by this power. "Oomph, as expected of Whitebeard, you really have some skills." Minus coldly laughed. With a sudden surge of power in his right hand, the red-black lightning energy on his fist abruptly intensified, attempting to suppress Whitebeard's blade. However, Whitebeard felt the immense pressure, causing him to furrow his brows. But he quickly regained his composure. After a deep breath, Whitebeard shouted loudly, "You little brat Minus, your strength is still not enough." After saying that, the Conqueror's hockey energy within Whitebeard erupted like a volcano, and the energy on Tsung Yun's chest surged as well. The red-black lightning on the blade became even more violent, as if it wanted to devour everything. In an instant, the clash between Minus's fist and Whitebeard's Tsung Yun's chest became even more turbulent. As their battle intensified, the island continued to collapse under their power, with some seawater even flooding onto the island. The distant sea was turbulent, gradually forming whirlpools and tsunamis. The sky was shrouded in darkness, transformed by the red-black energy, as if the apocalypse had arrived. At this moment, Marco and the others had long since stood at a distance, their eyes fixed on the earth-shattering duel in the center of the battlefield. Even though they had retreated to a safe distance, the powerful energy fluctuations still made them feel a sense of dread. The air was filled with a burnt smell, and the ground cracked with deep, bottomless fissures as seawater flooded in, forming massive whirlpools, as if the entire island was on the brink of collapse. Marco's face was filled with shock and complexity. He had never imagined that Minus's strength had reached such a terrifying level. Initially, he thought Minus was just a newcomer. Even after gaining immense power and battling strong figures like Kaido and Carp, he still believed Minus was too immature to clash with the old man. But now, that black-red lightning, that destructive energy, that power capable of shaking the heavens and earth, all reminded him of the battle between his father and Roger years ago. That could be called a legendary battle. After a long silence, Marco muttered to himself, "This is just like when Dad fought Roger back then." At this moment, Marco's voice carried a hint of disbelief and deep reverence. Images of the past floated in his mind, their Whitebeard pirates encountering Roger's pirates on an island. The legendary battle that ensued was monumental. At that time, the confrontation between Old Man and Roger during their peak was a clash of powers that changed the colors of the heavens and earth, causing the sea to roll back and islands to collapse. He was still weak then, only able to watch that terrifying scene from afar. It was the most shocking sight he had ever witnessed in his life, and now it was happening again. "Minus, you despicable guy, have you really reached this point?" Marco's gaze was fixed on the figure enveloped in black and red energy at the center of the battlefield, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He had questioned Minus's strength countless times, believing him to be nothing more than an ambitious madman. But at this moment, he had to admit that Minus's power had far exceeded his imagination. It was only at this moment that Marco fully recognized Minus. He understood that the man before him was no longer someone he could underestimate, but a formidable opponent capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with Old Man. At this moment, Marco felt both apprehensive towards Minus and worried about Whitebeard. He knew that the outcome of today's battle would be hard to handle. Minus had already killed 3 of their brothers, and this was a hatred that would not die until one side was extinguished. "Old Man," Marco whispered, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He wanted to rush in to help Whitebeard, but he understood that such a level of battle was beyond his ability to intervene. Moreover, in his recent fight with Minus, he had been knocked down by a single punch. Even his phantom beast form had been shattered by Minus. With this in mind, Marco could only stand at a distance, silently praying for his father, Whitebeard. At this moment, The battle between Whitebeard and Minos had entered a fever pitch. The two powers clashed repeatedly, red and black lightning intertwined with the cutting edge of the storm clouds, exploding with dazzling brilliance. Suddenly, with a loud rumble, the forces of Minos and Whitebeard collided in the air and exploded. In an instant, it unleashed a destructive force, and a violent shockwave swept in all directions like an enraged dragon, causing the ground to crack in layers and shards of stone to rain down. The already fragmented earth was once again subjected to this devastating baptism, as if doomsday had arrived. Not far away, the sea was not spared either. Towering waves surged up under the residual force of the shockwave, like a giant beast awakening, roaring towards the sky. At the boundary where the sea met the sky, water splashed, as if the limits of heaven and earth had been torn apart by this power. Above the sky, the originally gloomy clouds were forcibly split apart, forming two completely different celestial canopies. In this moment, the world lost its color, everything fell silent, and only that destructive power spread wantonly. As the dust gradually settled, Minos's figure slowly emerged, standing atop a massive piece of rubble, his expression calm. Opposite him, Whitebeard also stood on a piece of rubble, his eyes fixed on Minos, a mixture of shock and murderous intent in his gaze. The wind and sand swept between the two, seemingly adding an air of solemnity to this confrontation. Minos looked at the astonished Whitebeard, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. "Old man Whitebeard, I told you long ago, you're getting old, and you can't deal with me anymore." Whitebeard continued to stare at Minos, but his heart was already tossing with waves. This guy Minos has indeed reached this point. The world is changing too fast, from red-haired to the current Minos, and the newly risen Shadow King. They had already reached the pinnacle of the sea at such a young age. Truly terrifying. Minos saw that Whitebeard had not responded for a long time and was about to mock him again, when suddenly, Whitebeard's loud and domineering voice rang out. "You little brat Minos, I have to say, you are indeed powerful, but with your current strength, you are not qualified to dictate to us old-era powerhouses. You have just stepped into the new world. You are too ignorant of the heights and depths." Minos listened quietly to Whitebeard's words, but felt impatient inside. He was already tired of these old-era powerhouses always putting on a senior's attitude, liking to preach to the newcomers. They thought of themselves as high and mighty, but in reality, they were just the wails of the defeated. Thinking of this, Minos coldly spoke. "Old man Whitebeard, it's pointless to say more." As soon as the words fell, Minos's entire body erupted with black and purple magical energy. The black and purple magic surged like a tidal wave across the battlefield. The unmistakable power of dragon-slaying magic. Minos intended to take advantage of the characteristics of dragon-slaying magic to deal a heavy blow to Whitebeard. Whitebeard had not yet experienced the effects of dragon-slaying magic, and now was the best time to hit him with it. On the other side, Whitebeard looked at Minos enveloped in black and purple magic, his heart filled with shock. His mind constantly reminded him that this black and purple energy was extremely terrifying. As if once contaminated, he would fall into a fate worse than death. Whitebeard's expression became serious, and he asked in a deep voice, "Minos, what exactly is this? Why does it give me a sense of dread?" Hearing Whitebeard's question, Minos looked up at him, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. "This is a good thing. I was originally prepared to take it out and weigh you, this so-called strongest in the world. But now, it seems, I will use this to completely deal with you." Whitebeard snorted coldly in response. "You little brat Minos. Bring it on. I'm not that easy to deal with." After saying that, Whitebeard gathered all his conqueror's haki. Flowing cherry blossom armed haki covered his entire body, while the power of the tremor fruit also condensed in his hand. His gaze was sharp, ready to engage in a shocking battle with Minos. The wind and sand danced wildly between the two, as if the heavens and earth were changing color. A peak confrontation between the old and new eras was about to erupt. Little did they know, Minos was waiting for this moment when Whitebeard gathered all his haki energy. He glanced at Whitebeard, the corners of his mouth curling into a meaningful smile. On the other side, Whitebeard saw Minos's strange smile, frowning tightly, filled with confusion. He did not understand what intentions were hidden behind Minus's smile. Minus did not give Whitebeard any time to react, enveloped in black and purple energy. He dashed towards Whitebeard like a bolt of lightning. Whitebeard gripped his blade, Stormbreaker, and did not back down, colliding fiercely with Minus's fist. With a loud bang, in an instant, dust flew everywhere, and a powerful shockwave swept across the battlefield, sending nearby rubble flying in all directions. Minus looked at the resisting Whitebeard, smiling faintly. His tone laced with mockery. "Old man Whitebeard, I hope you can still laugh later." Whitebeard found Minus's words inexplicably puzzling. But before he had time to think, he suddenly discovered something that shocked him. His Conqueror's haki was actually dissipating. Whitebeard was greatly alarmed. "How is this possible? My haki, how could it vanish?" He tried to exert more strength, but found that the speed of haki's loss increased, as if it were being devoured by some force. At that moment, Whitebeard's peripheral vision caught sight of Minus's fist and suddenly understood something. He saw that when Minus's black and purple energy came into contact with his haki, it was gradually being absorbed and vanishing into nothingness. What kind of ability is this? Whitebeard was shocked in his heart. He had fought on the seas for many years and had witnessed countless fruit abilities and strange phenomena, but he had never seen a power that could directly absorb haki. Whitebeard immediately decided not to clash head-on with Minus anymore. He quickly retracted his flowing cherry haki and cloud cutting, his figure flashing as he rapidly leaped backward, creating distance between him and Minus. Minus looked at Whitebeard retreating, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. He murmured softly, "The Dragon Slayer magic is indeed powerful, but must make contact with the target to absorb energy. However, pursuing victory now is also a good choice." As soon as he finished speaking, Minus's speed erupted, instantly disappearing from his original spot. In the next moment, his figure appeared right in front of Whitebeard, moving at incredible speed. Minus looked at Whitebeard, a cold smile reappearing on his lips. "Old Whitebeard, take another hit from me." After saying that, he rapidly positioned his hands, a flicker of white energy dancing in his palms. But it was soon swallowed by the black-purple energy of the Dragon Slayer magic. Minus shouted, "Magic!" flowing rock-shattering fist. In an instant, countless black-purple fist shadows rained down on Whitebeard like a storm. These fist shadows were powerful, yet carried a strange black-purple glow, as if they could devour everything. Upon seeing this, Whitebeard's expression became extremely serious. He knew the horror of this move, but as a peak powerhouse from the old era, he would never easily admit defeat. Whitebeard tightly gripped Cloud, cutting, gathering his haki once again. Although he knew that his haki might be absorbed, he still chose to meet it head-on. "Come on, Minus Brat. Let me see just how capable this arrogant newcomer from the New World really is." Whitebeard's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the air around him. The two forces collided once more, the black-purple fist shadows intertwining with Whitebeard's haki, releasing earth-shattering energy fluctuations. At this moment, the battle between Minus and Whitebeard, representing the clash of the new and old eras, seemed to have entered a white-hot stage. After just a moment of confrontation, Whitebeard's flowing cherry haki was clearly no match for Minus's black-purple fist shadows. The flowing cherry haki gradually dissipated under the absorption of Dragon Slayer magic. Whitebeard was also struck directly by Minus's Dragon Slayer magic fist shadows. That powerful fist, combined with the terrifying absorption power of Dragon Slayer magic, forced Whitebeard to retreat repeatedly, struggling to defend himself. The black-purple Dragon Slayer magic clung to Whitebeard like a malignant tumor, constantly eroding his strength. Meanwhile, the entire battlefield had already been shattered by the intense collisions between the two sides. The ground cracked, debris flew everywhere, and the air was thick with dust, as if the apocalypse had descended, sending chills down one's spine. The aftermath of the battle continued to spread, as if even heaven and earth were trembling in response. On the other side, Marco saw Whitebeard gradually falling into a disadvantage and was anxious, exclaiming, "Dad, are you okay?" As soon as he spoke, he wanted to transform into the mythical beast form of the Phoenix and rush forward to provide support. However, just as he was about to act, a hand tightly grasped his shoulder. Sachi urgently advised, "Captain Marco, don't be impulsive. If we rush and recklessly, we'll only complicate things for Dad. His tone was filled with urgency and determination. Hearing this, Marco calmed down slightly, but his eyes were still filled with worry. Seeing this, Sachi continued to reassure him. Don't worry, Captain Marco. Dad has been traversing the seas for so many years. What kind of storms hasn't he seen? He definitely won't be in trouble this time. Other captains also chimed in, urging, yes, Captain Marco, let us just observe the situation from here. Aren't we aware of Dad's strength? He will surely defeat Minos. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, an astonishing change was occurring. As the swirling dust gradually settled, Minos coldly spoke, his tone filled with disdain. Old Whitebeard, come out. I don't believe you'll be so easily dealt with. Sure enough, just as his voice fell, a domineering figure slowly emerged from the dust. It was none other than Whitebeard. However, at this moment, he was clearly covered in wounds, with scars on his chest, arms, legs, and even his face, evidently the marks left by the absorption of Dragon Slayer magic. Minos scrutinized Whitebeard, then burst into a fit of arrogant laughter. Haha, old Whitebeard, now you know my power, right? Your era has ended. Minos's laughter was piercing and arrogant, echoing across the battlefield, as if to break through the clouds and declare his victory. At this moment, Whitebeard listened to Minos's ear-piercing laughter, and his heart was already stirred with tumultuous waves, even feeling a hint of fear. Just moments ago, when he was struck by those black-purple fish shadows, the hockey energy within him was crazily absorbed. Even his vital energy was devoured by that strange energy. The burning pain and the excruciating sensation of blood being forcibly drawn out made it almost unbearable for him. What was even more terrifying was that this black-purple energy could not only absorb flowing cherry hockey, but also devour vital energy. This ability was simply unheard of, chilling to the bone. At the critical moment, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed in Whitebeard's mind, as if guiding him. Try using Conqueror's Hockey. Trusting his intuition, Whitebeard unhesitatingly wrapped his Conqueror's Hockey around the areas eroded by the black-purple energy. An astonishing scene unfolded. The black-purple energy violently clashed with the power of Conqueror's Hockey, neither side willing to yield. In the end, the strange black-purple energy gradually dissipated under the influence of Conqueror's Hockey. Seeing this, Whitebeard was overjoyed and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha! Minos brat, your black-purple energy is nothing more than this. I found its weakness. However, upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Minos not only did not panic, but laughed even more wildly. Haha, Whitebeard, you're really ridiculous. Whitebeard furrowed his brows, filled with confusion. Clearly, he had discovered the weakness of Minos's move. So why could Minos still be so arrogant? He couldn't help but ask in a deep voice. Minos, what do you mean by that? Minos suppressed his laughter, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking arc. Whitebeard, do you know that when Carp fought me at Sabati Archipelago, he saw through the flaw of my move at a glance? He didn't even let me touch him and easily neutralized my attack. But you? Look at you now. The places you were hit have had their vital energy absorbed. And you're covered in scars. Doesn't it hurt? After saying that, Minos let out another round of piercing laughter. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard finally understood Minos's taunt. He was mocking him for not being as good as Carp. In fact, Whitebeard was indeed somewhat unlucky. When Carp fought Minos, it was because Rayleigh was ambushed by Minos's Dragon Slayer magic, leading to his vital energy being absorbed, that Carp discovered the weakness of this move. And Whitebeard was completely unaware of this, which was why he suffered a significant loss. With everything understood, Whitebeard's face darkened significantly, looking particularly grim. His face appeared even more ominous with anger, especially the scars struck by Dragon Slayer magic, which now looked especially hideous and terrifying, staring at Minos like a malevolent ghost. Seeing this, Minos let out a light laugh, his tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. What's wrong, Whitebeard? Are you so angry that you can't speak? Whitebeard's gaze was sharp as a blade, his voice low and filled with pressure. Minos, don't get too pleased with yourself. Come at me with your best shot. As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce light flashed in Whitebeard's eyes, and his powerful Conqueror's Hockey erupted, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Suddenly, red and black lightning leaped around him, wrapping around the blade of his weapon that Songyun cut, as if it were about to unleash devastating power at any moment. Whitebeard pondered. Since that black-purple energy can be countered by my Conqueror's Haki, why not directly clash with that black-purple energy using my ultimate technique? With this thought, a smile appeared on Whitebeard's face as he envisioned Minos being defeated. On the other side, Minos saw Whitebeard once again use his Conqueror's Haki and couldn't help but shake his head, thinking, this old man, Whitebeard, is still not giving up. The effects of my Dragon Slayer magic are similar to his Conqueror's Haki. There's no need to waste effort. With this in mind, Minos released his magic power without hesitation. Black-purple lightning instantly gathered around him, forming a strange and powerful energy field, seemingly responding to Whitebeard's challenge. The two powers violently collided in the air, red-black and black-purple lightning intertwining, tearing the battlefield apart, the atmosphere reaching a peak of tension, as all of his magical power concentrated to the utmost within him. Minos slowly raised his right hand. His fist was already wrapped in black-purple lightning, which was none other than the Dragon Slayer magic, emanating a destructive aura. Minos's gaze locked onto Whitebeard, a cold, killing intent flashing in his eyes. He shouted, "Old man Whitebeard, I will make you feel true despair." Magic punch. Before his words fell, a massive black-purple fist appeared out of nowhere, rushing towards Whitebeard with immense power. The black-purple lightning on the fist twisted around like a frenzied lightning serpent, wildly distorting the surrounding space. Wherever the fist passed, everything was ground to dust. Even the space itself was torn apart, emitting a piercing, shattering sound. Whitebeard stared at this heart-pounding attack, his expression serious. He could feel the terrifying power contained in this punch, causing his heart to tighten. He took a deep breath, striving to calm the turmoil in his heart, then shouted, "Conqueror slash." As his voice fell, the Songyun cut in his hand was suddenly swung out, and a red-black energy lightning instantly collided with the black-purple fist from afar. Boom! The two forces clashed fiercely in mid-air, black-purple and red-black lightning intertwining, devouring and tearing at each other, as if two ferocious beasts were vying for dominance. A storm surged in Whitebeard's heart. How is this possible? This black-purple energy can actually contend with my Conqueror's Haki? The ground cracked continuously under the impact of the energy, and the entire island shook violently. Dust and stones were swept up, forming violent gusts of wind that spread outward. It wasn't until this shockwave reached the sea surface that it gradually calmed down. However, the ocean had long been stirred into tumultuous waves, with giant waves rolling one after another, as if recounting the terror of this battle. Meanwhile, on the raging sea, a massive warship was quietly sailing. The warship flew the seagull flag, symbolizing the authority of the Navy. At the bow, two figures stood, gazing solemnly at the earth-shattering battle on the distant island. One was dressed in a white suit and draped in a white justice cloak. The other was in a red suit, also draped in a white justice cloak. They were none other than Admiral Akiji and Admiral Akainu. Akiji observed the terrifying scene of black-purple and red-black lightning intertwining on the island, his brows furrowed, his expression grave. This scene reminded him of the earth-shattering battle between Minos and Kaido in Loguetown. Akainu also gazed into the distance, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He spoke in a deep voice. "Is this the battle between Minos and Whitebeard on the island?" Akiji nodded, his tone heavy. "That's right. This is the confrontation between Minos and Whitebeard. I can never forget that black-purple lightning." Akainu snorted coldly, his tone filled with disdain. "I don't understand what Admiral Sengoku is worried about. Is a mere Whitebeard worth such a fuss?" Akiji helplessly shook his head. To be honest, he also didn't know what Admiral Sengoku was thinking, to have sent him and Akainu to carry out such a strange mission. He recalled Sengoku's instructions over the Den Mushi. If the Whitebeard pirates engage in a royal-level battle with other forces or Minos, do not intervene. Wait until they both suffer losses, and then we will reap the benefits. At that time, Akainu had reacted with anger, fiercely arguing with Admiral Sengoku. He insisted that Whitebeard was merely a remnant of an old era, not worth fearing. even suggesting launching a demon extermination order to wipe out the Whitebeard pirates in one fell swoop. Sengoku on the other end of the Den Mushi was clearly enraged by Akainu's attitude, and the two argued for a long time. Finally, Sengoku coldly dropped the words, "This is the order of the world government." Only then did Akainu reluctantly close his mouth. With this in mind, Akiji said solemnly, "Our task is to prevent the sea from falling into chaos again. You should still remember the recent turmoil." Akainu was silent for a moment, his gaze still fixed on Akiji, coldly saying, "Then let them both suffer losses. When that time comes, I will personally take action. You better not try to stop me." Akiji smiled faintly, his tone calm. "Of course, perhaps by then, I will also join you in capturing Whitebeard and Minos." Akainu snorted coldly, "You don't need to interfere. I can handle it alone." Akiji helplessly shook his head, silently sighing. As expected, I still can't get along with this guy. At this moment on the battlefield, the wind howled, dark clouds loomed overhead, and the air was filled with the strong smell of gunpowder and energy fluctuations. Minos stood amidst the ruins, watching as his gigantic black-purple fist clashed fiercely with Whitebeard's Songyun cut from afar. A smug smile appeared on his face as he laughed loudly. "Old man Whitebeard, didn't expect this, did you? My black-purple energy has the same effect as your conqueror's haki." At this moment, Whitebeard's face was terrifyingly dark, the veins on his forehead faintly twitching. He clenched his fist tightly, cursing himself for underestimating the situation. He never expected that Minos's black-purple energy could actually contend with his conqueror's haki, and even showed signs of suppression. "Umph." Whitebeard coldly snorted, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He suddenly urged the conqueror's haki within him, and red energy erupted from him like a volcanic eruption, instantly dyeing the surrounding air blood red, aiming to crush Minos in one fell swoop. Minos felt the surging conqueror's energy from Whitebeard, but he was not afraid at all. Instead, he chuckled lightly. His fist trembled slightly, and the black-purple dragon slayer magic energy suddenly intensified, awakening like a dragon from the abyss, roaring as it clashed again with Whitebeard's red-black conqueror's haki from afar. The two energies violently collided in the air, with black-purple and red-black lightning intertwining, as if two giant serpents were biting and entangling each other. A piercing explosion echoed through the air, and the space seemed to warp as the surrounding ruins were shattered by the energy shockwaves, debris flying and dust swirling. Boom! With a massive roar, two forces reached a critical point and suddenly exploded. The powerful shockwave spread outward like a tsunami, destroying everything in its path. The ground cracked open with countless bottomless fissures. The ruins were completely leveled, and even the distant sea was stirred up into monstrous waves by this force. The tsunami roared like a beast, sweeping towards the already shattered island. The waves reached heights of several dozen meters, seemingly intent on swallowing the entire island. The sky was even more terrifying. The originally gloomy clouds were torn apart by energy, forming two starkly different skies. One side was interwoven with black and purple lightning, while the other was dominated by red and black, as if heaven and earth had been split in two. On the surface of the sea, Akiji looked up at the sky. The heavy clouds split apart by an invisible force, as if heaven and earth were being torn asunder. The once rampant black-purple and red-black lightning above the island gradually dissipated, leaving a suffocating silence in the air. He exhaled a breath of cold air, his tone calm, yet carrying a hint of seriousness. "The storm has calmed. It's time for us to land on the island." The confrontation between Minos and Whitebeard should also come to a conclusion. Beside him, Akainu crossed his arms, magma slowly dripping from his fingers, creating clouds of steam on the sea surface. He snorted coldly, a flicker of sharpness in his eyes. "I hope those two end up mutually destroying each other. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind sending them to impel down myself." Hearing this, Akiji glanced sideways at Akainu, his brow slightly furrowing. He sighed inwardly. This guy is still so aggressive. Has he completely ignored the marshal's advice? With that thought, Akiji helplessly shook his head and muttered to himself, "Indeed, I will never get along with this guy." The two stepped onto the island one after the other, the ground still warm from the battle. Akiji's gaze swept over the surroundings. The charred land and shattered rocks all indicated the fierce battle that had once taken place here. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. As the dust gradually settled, Minos slowly walked out from the ruins, the ground beneath his feet already in ruins, with seawater seeping in through the cracks, dividing the island into countless fragments. Although the distant tsunami had destroyed the outer debris, it had not affected the center of the battle. Minos looked around, a faint smile appearing on his lips. This island is pretty much done for. I wonder if that old guy Whitebeard can still hold on? Just then, a steady and powerful footstep echoed from deep within the ruins, accompanied by a loud and domineering voice. Minos Brat, you underestimate me too much. Following the sound, Minos looked up and saw Whitebeard holding his Naginata, slowly emerging from the rubble. His gaze was sharp, locking onto Minos. Seeing this, Minos smirked, a disdainful smile on his face. Old man Whitebeard, I thought you were dead. Whitebeard retorted coldly. Minos Brat, I haven't even settled the score with you yet. How could I fall so easily? Minos ignored Whitebeard's provocation and instead carefully examined his physical condition. Aside from the injuries left by his surprise attack with Dragon Slayer magic, Whitebeard didn't seem to have any other visible wounds. However, his breathing was unusually rapid, clearly a side effect of the intense battle just fought. With this in mind, Minos chuckled lightly. Old man Whitebeard, don't overexert yourself. Your body can't take it anymore, can it? Whitebeard's heart sank. Minos was right. After such a fierce battle, his stamina had been thoroughly drained. The long-term use of his fruit power and haki had accumulated countless hidden injuries in his body. In his youth, he could have suppressed the pain with his robust physique. But now, time was unforgiving, and his body was no longer the same as before. If he were a few decades younger, he could have fought Minos for 3 days and 3 nights without losing ground. But now, with that thought, a cold glint flashed in Whitebeard's eyes as he calmly said, Minos Brat, if you have the guts, come and try to attack me again. Even though his body was nearing its limit, Whitebeard's imposing aura remained undiminished, like an aging yet still fierce lion standing tall. Minos heard Whitebeard's words and felt nothing but disdain. He sneered coldly, thinking, does he really think I, Minos, haven't read the original story? 3 years later, Whitebeard is always accompanied by a few sexy nurses. This is just 3 years early. How could his body not be affected? With that thought, Minos's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Whitebeard, coldly saying, Old man Whitebeard, since you think you're fine, then today I'll make you face something serious. Damn it, I don't believe I can't wear you down. In fact, Minos was also aware that in a life-and-death battle between 2 Emperor-level powerhouses, it would be difficult to determine a winner in a short time. If he could break through to King level, he might quickly resolve one Emperor-level opponent. But for now, he was only at the peak of Emperor level and could only adopt a strategy of attrition. Thus, he decided to continue the fierce battle with Whitebeard, preparing to wear this old man down. After all, his stamina had been enhanced through various means, far exceeding that of ordinary people. He was not afraid of a protracted battle. With that thought, Minos unleashed a powerful aura, ready to engage in another life-and-death struggle with Whitebeard. He wouldn't believe he couldn't exhaust this remnant of the old era. Whitebeard, on the opposite side, showed no signs of weakness, his aura suddenly erupting. Since Minos wanted to fight, he would accompany him to the end. Even if he died, he would rip a piece of flesh from Minos. The two's auras clashed violently in the air, like 2 raging hurricanes, seemingly on the verge of igniting a thunderous battle. However, just at that critical moment, a panicked voice suddenly interrupted their standoff. Dad, there's trouble. The Marines have landed on the island. Minos and Whitebeard were both drawn by the voice and looked up in unison. They saw Marco and the others rushing towards them in a panic, shouting, the Marines are here. They've landed on the island. Upon hearing Marco's words, Minos felt a bit surprised. He hadn't expected the Marines to interfere at this moment. However, a playful smile quickly appeared on his face, thinking, this just got more interesting. As for the Marines, Minos had never been afraid of them. Every time he faced the Marines, he had ultimately emerged victorious. On the other hand, Whitebeard's expression grew serious. The arrival of the Marines would undoubtedly disrupt the battlefield's situation completely. He cast a sidelong glance at Minos, thinking, Are the Marines coming for Minos? If so, that would be good news. Soon, Marco and the others reached Whitebeard's side, anxiously saying, "Dad, it's Akiji and Akainu. Both admirals are here." Whitebeard's face changed dramatically upon hearing this. He had originally thought the Marines would send only one admiral with troops, but he hadn't expected them to deploy 2 admirals. This clearly exceeded his expectations. Minos, on the side, also heard clearly and felt a bit surprised. He didn't expect that the ones who came this time were Akiji and Akainu. Akiji had a brief encounter with him in Loguetown, allowing him to escape by chance, while Akainu was their first direct confrontation. Thinking of this, Minos's lips curled slightly, and a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Things were getting really lively. Meanwhile, the Whitebeard side fell into chaos. With Minos as a formidable enemy in front and 2 Marine admirals behind, the situation suddenly became complicated. Marco anxiously asked, "Dad, what should we do now?" The other captains echoed, "Yeah, Dad, how should we respond?" After being beaten by Minos, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates had long lost their previous arrogance and now appeared particularly flustered. Whitebeard waved his hand and said solemnly, "Don't panic. The Marines may not be coming for us. Perhaps their target is that little brat Minos." His words calmed everyone down slightly, but the tension remained high. Both Minos and the Marines posed enormous threats. The Whitebeard pirates were now caught between 2 powerful forces, and any misstep could lead to their annihilation. Minos stood aside, watching all this with great interest. He thought to himself, this show is getting more and more exciting. However, Minos didn't like Whitebeard slandering him, and he coldly sneered, "Old man Whitebeard, I think the Marines are here to find you. After all, your arrogance and tyranny make it quite normal for the Marines to target you." Whitebeard glanced at Minos with disdain and said, "If we're talking about arrogance, there may not be anyone more arrogant than you, Minos." Whitebeard's words made Marco and the others agree, repeatedly saying, "Yes, it's this guy Minos who's the most arrogant." Indeed, the most arrogant is Minos. Upon hearing Whitebeard and the others slander him like this, Minos immediately shouted angrily, "Old man Whitebeard, you dare to defame me? You really don't know when to quit." At the same time, Minos couldn't help but mumble to himself, "Am I really that arrogant?" Whitebeard heard Minos's words and sneered, "You little brat Minos, who has defamed you? You're just a despicable little man, and indeed arrogant. As for fighting, it doesn't matter. Let's fight. Who is afraid of whom?" After saying that, Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, and an overwhelming aura erupted from his body, ready to engage in a fierce battle with that detestable Minos. Today, even if he was taken down by the Marines, he would drag that little brat Minos down with him. Seeing Whitebeard prepare to fight Minos, Marco and the others quickly got ready, taking out their weapons and shifting into battle forms. Minos saw that Whitebeard and the others still dared to be so arrogant, and laughed loudly. "Good, old man, today I'll make you lose a few more sons." After saying that, Minos unleashed a powerful aura. His gaze fixed firmly on Marco and the others. Minos's transformation instantly enraged Whitebeard, who bellowed, "You little brat Minos, you really are despicable and shameless. Wanted to kill my sons again. Today, it's either you or me." After saying that, Whitebeard's Tsungyun cut blade was filled with haki, ready to deliver a heavy blow to Minos. Upon seeing Whitebeard wielding the Tsungyun cut, Minos sneered in his heart. This old man Whitebeard really has a short memory. He knows that haki doesn't work on me, yet he still wants to use it in battle. Truly a decayed old man. Thinking of this, Minos prepared to use Dragon Slayer magic to teach Whitebeard a lesson. But just then, a calm and powerful voice interrupted Minos' actions, as well as those of Whitebeard and the others. Minos looked up and saw 2 figures slowly coming from behind Whitebeard and the others. One was dressed in a white casual suit, with a white justice cloak draped over his back, which was about the same size as his body. However, he seemed somewhat lazy and a bit disillusioned, as if he'd been angered by someone. The other was in a red suit, but that didn't detract from his explosive physique, making him look particularly strong. He too wore a white justice cloak of similar size. At the same time, he spoke in a deep voice, "Don't rush. Impel down is your destination." Sakazuki's words successfully silenced the entire battlefield. After a long silence, Minus looked at the two newcomers and chuckled. So it's Akiji and Akainu who have arrived. On the other side, Whitebeard and the others first stepped aside. And then Whitebeard looked at Sakazuki coldly and said, "You little brat lighting candles. You're too arrogant." After Whitebeard's words fell, Minus saw Sakazuki first glance at Whitebeard with disdain, then fix his gaze firmly on him. Minus found it strange that Sakazuki was staring at him, feeling a bit confused. However, soon Minus saw Sakazuki slowly speak. "You are the one who has caused the Marines multiple defeats, Minus." Minus didn't understand what Sakazuki meant, but still chuckled. Those useless fools are not worth mentioning. After saying that, Minus fixed his gaze on Sakazuki. Meanwhile, Whitebeard and Akiji's eyes were also on Sakazuki. Minus thought Sakazuki would be angry, but what Sakazuki said next shocked him completely. After a long silence, Sakazuki suddenly laughed coldly. "You're right. They are a bunch of useless fools who have repeatedly failed to handle you, leading to the emergence of the current 5 Emperor Minus." Suddenly, Sakazuki's tone changed, and he coldly said, "Next, you won't be so lucky. You little brat born with evil. I will personally send you to hell." After saying that, Sakazuki's aura gradually erupted, and the temperature around his body began to rise. Soon, his body began to take on a magma form. Sakazuki's sudden move shocked everyone present. Whether it was Minus Whitebeard or the helpless Akiji, they were all astonished. Minus was shocked that this Sakazuki was so arrogant. He was even more reckless than Minus himself. Minus wanted to pull Sakazuki aside and show him that even a strong guy like Whitebeard couldn't handle him and was still injured. "Yet you dare to say you want to send me to hell. You really are a ruthless person." Whitebeard and the captains looked at Sakazuki with strange expressions. Although Minus was despicable and shameless, his strength was indeed formidable. He was not someone a Marine Admiral could mess with. Note, the current time is only February 1517. Meanwhile, Akiji's gaze was fixed on Sakazuki, filled with a sense of disillusionment. He silently cursed in his heart. "Have you forgotten what Admiral Sengoku entrusted us with? You actually dared to provoke Minus here? Didn't you notice that Whitebeard and the others are all injured, while that guy Minus hasn't even ruffled his black cloak? Wait, the cloak." Finally, someone noticed that Minus's black justice cape looked just like the Navy's white justice cape. Akiji turned his gaze towards Minus's black justice cape. Well, the tension in his heart finally dissipated. Indeed, it looked not just similar, but identical to their Navy's white justice cape. With this thought, Akiji cast a strange look at Minus. Minus, seeing Sakazuki provocatively staring at him, immediately enveloped his hand in purple flow cherry hockey and calmly said, "If Sakazuki wants to fight, then let us fight. Who is afraid of whom?" After saying this, Minus fixed his gaze firmly on Sakazuki. As long as he dared to strike, today he would make Sakazuki suffer a beating from society. Sakazuki's eyes were locked on Minus as he said in a deep voice, "You've tarnished the Navy's reputation. Minus, today you'll go to hell." Great fire. In an instant, Sakazuki's right hand turned red, quickly forming a massive magma fist rushing towards Minus. The enormous magma fist emitted a terrifying temperature, as if it could incinerate everything. Minus stared at the approaching massive magma fist, his expression calm. He slowly raised his hand, wrapping it in flowing cherry hockey like flowing water, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Flowing cherry, ordinary punch. In a flash, a gigantic purple fist appeared out of nowhere, carrying a heart-stopping momentum, heading straight for Sakazuki's magma fist. The purple energy coiling around the fist was Minus's unique advanced flowing cherry hockey. Boom! The two forces collided violently, and the air instantly erupted with scorching waves, a deep sense of oppression enveloping the surroundings. The powerful shock wave continued to expand, making the atmosphere on the battlefield increasingly tense. However, an unexpected scene occurred. Under everyone's gaze, Sakazuki's magma fist was actually shattered by Minus's flowing cherry hockey fist. The purple fist, undiminished in might, continued towards Sakazuki and Akiji. Although the scene was surprising, it was also within reason. After all, Sakazuki's strength was indeed inferior to Minus's. Akiji looked at the approaching purple fist and shook his head helplessly. He took a deep breath, a chill suddenly bursting forth, revealing the powers of the ice fruit once again. His right hand was instantly covered in ice. And he coldly said, "Ice block, explosive mouth." A massive ice sculpture coalesced from Akiji's right hand, colliding head-on with Minus's purple, flowing cherry fist. Bang! The deafening roar sounded again. The collision of the purple fist and the icy giant sculpture caused the air to drop in temperature instantly. The original heat replaced by a bone-chilling cold. The shockwave from the two forces swept across the battlefield, shaking the ground. Suddenly, with a crack, the icy giant sculpture showed cracks, then shattered into countless ice shards. At the same moment, Minus's purple fist also dissipated, turning into specks of purple light. Sakazuki, standing next to Akiji, snorted coldly, his voice filled with suppressed anger. If it weren't for Akiji's timely intervention, he would have undoubtedly unleashed a powerful skill to smash Minus's purple fist, which exuded a strong aura. After this intense exchange, the entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's gaze focused on the area where the battle had just taken place. Minus's seemingly ordinary purple fist had forced both Navy admirals to use their ultimate moves to defend. This scene undoubtedly deeply shocked everyone present. From this detail, one could clearly see Minus's unfathomable strength. Seeing the battlefield shrouded in silence, Minus slightly raised the corners of his mouth, breaking the silence first, and said with a mocking tone, "Sakazuki, you are nothing much, huh? You can't even take my simple punch." He paused slightly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes, and continued, "You keep saying you want to send me to hell. It's simply ridiculous." After finishing his words, Minus's gaze became sharp, staring directly at Sakazuki, the mockery in his eyes like a tangible blade, unreservedly piercing toward Sakazuki. Anyone could see that Minus's gaze revealed his utter disdain for Sakazuki. Sakazuki was completely enraged by Minus's provocative gaze. His eyes widened in fury as he shouted, "Minus, you arrogant guy, you're simply looking for death." After saying this, Sakazuki clenched his fists tightly, the magma on his body starting to churn violently, eager to move. Akiji, seeing this, couldn't help but sigh inwardly, his face full of helplessness. The original order from Sengoku was to wait until both sides were mutually injured before intervening in the battlefield. But from the current situation, both Minus and Whitebeard were in remarkably good condition, showing no signs of the expected wear and tear. However, now that Sakazuki was ready to take action, it meant that today's battle was unavoidable. With this thought, Akiji slowly turned around, his gaze cold and sharp like a drawn icy sword, fixating on Whitebeard and the others. Since Sakazuki had decided to attack Minus, he intended to test the Whitebeard pirates. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were instantly filled with rage upon seeing Akiji's arrogant demeanor, as if he was preparing to challenge their entire pirate crew alone, especially Whitebeard, whose eyes seemed to burn with two scorching flames, terrifyingly intense. He was a powerful figure standing at the pinnacle of the old era, renowned across the seas. Now, being so underestimated by Akiji, how could he swallow this humiliation? What was even more unbelievable was that Akiji seemed to want to rely solely on himself to confront Whitebeard and other strong members of the pirate crew. This was a blatant provocation. It was intolerable. Whitebeard tightly gripped his Songyun cutlass, looking at Akiji with a cold smile. "Akiji, are you planning to challenge our entire Whitebeard pirates with just one person? You're simply overestimating yourself." Akiji naturally sensed the drastic change in Whitebeard's attitude and shrugged helplessly, slowly saying, "I originally planned to wait until you and Minus were mutually injured before cleaning you up, but it seems that I can't wait for that moment anymore." With that, his gaze suddenly turned icy cold, his tone grim. "Then let me see just how much fighting power the current Whitebeard pirates have left." As soon as he finished speaking, an endless chill erupted from Akiji, the surrounding air instantly solidifying into a thick frost, spreading outwards from him. He took steady steps, walking directly towards Whitebeard and the others. Whitebeard and Marco saw Akiji's aggressive posture, their anger almost bursting from their chests. Akiji's contempt for them made them wonder if he truly believed he could be as strong as Minus. Whitebeard looked at the increasingly close Akiji, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, powerful hockey energy rapidly enveloping his Songyun cutlass like a surging tide. He roared loudly, his voice resonating across the battlefield. Akiji, today I will make you pay a painful price for your arrogance. After saying this, Whitebeard took the lead, charging towards Akiji with Marco and the other members of the pirate crew like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Crowds quickly gathered, standing at attention. In an instant, the atmosphere of the battlefield became tense, with the situation changing rapidly. The Whitebeard pirates and Admiral Akiji faced off in a thrilling battle. On the other side of the battlefield, Akainu and Minos also unleashed a chillingly powerful aura. They slowly approached each other, each step seeming to strike at the hearts of those around them, making the surrounding air feel as if it had solidified. The fight was about to erupt. A gust of wind and sand swept through, and Minos perfectly enveloped his fist with the purple flowing cherry blossom hockey, the fist radiating a mysterious and powerful aura, as if even the air was being torn apart. His gaze was piercing as he stared at Akainu, who was also wrapped in advanced armed color hockey, a slight smirk of confidence appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then let this battle begin. As the words fell, Minos raised his fist without hesitation and charged at Akainu with an unstoppable momentum. The wind from the punch howled, as if even space was twisting under its force. A cold smile of disdain appeared at the corner of Akainu's mouth, a glint of battle intent flashing in his eyes. He quickly raised his fist, wrapped in advanced armed color hockey, and the two fists collided heavily. Bang! Bang! The dull sounds of impact echoed, like heavy hammers striking a war drum, shaking the entire battlefield. Each collision of fists unleashed powerful waves of energy, cracking the ground beneath their feet and sending debris flying. Minos and Akainu fought like two enraged bulls, delivering punch after punch without retreating. They utilized their observation hockey to the fullest, attempting to perceive every subtle movement of each other in this intense clash, searching for openings. However, Minos's advanced observation hockey and unique flowing cherry blossom hockey gained the upper hand in this battle. His flowing cherry blossom hockey not only possessed immense attacking power, but also contained a strange recoil force. Every time their fists collided, that recoil would invade Akainu's body through his arm, causing him sharp pain. As time passed, Akainu gradually fell into a disadvantage. Cracks began to appear on his magma fist, and his clothes were shredded by Minos's punch winds, revealing a chest covered in bruises. Blood dripped from his mouth, yet his gaze remained fierce. Looking at the bloodied Akainu, Minos once again wore a teasing smile and said leisurely, "Akainu, you really can't keep up? Without the advanced observation hockey to foresee the future, you're simply not my match." Akainu's expression darkened as he casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed on Minos, and he said in a deep voice, "Minos, I have to admit, your flowing cherry blossom hockey is indeed quite extraordinary." During the intense battle with Minos's flowing cherry blossom hockey, Akainu keenly sensed something was amiss. Although both of them were using advanced flowing cherry blossom hockey, Minos's was exceptionally unique, containing a powerful recoil force. When he exchanged blows with Minos, not only did he not gain an advantage, but he was also hurt by the recoil, filling him with confusion and shock. Akainu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the discomfort within, and coldly said, "But do you think this is enough to defeat me? You're too naive." As the words fell, Akainu's body suddenly erupted with searing magma, the temperature around him rising instantly. His fist was enveloped in magma, transforming into a lava fist, carrying the momentum to destroy everything. As he struck again at Minos's eyes flashed with disdain. He was not the old man Whitebeard. Minos took a deep breath, the purple flowing cherry blossom hockey condensing even more around his fist, resembling an invisible armor. Without hesitation, he met Akainu's lava fist head-on. Boom! The two fists collided, producing a deafening roar. The power of magma and flowing cherry blossom hockey intertwined in the air, forming a massive energy vortex that tore apart the surrounding air. Although Akainu's lava fist was immensely powerful, it still could not gain the upper hand against Minos's flowing cherry blossom hockey. The recoil force once again invaded Akainu's body, causing him excruciating pain. His fist began to tremble, and the magma was gradually suppressed. Minos let out a cold laugh and suddenly increased the power of his fist. The flowing cherry blossom haki surged like a tidal wave, instantly shattering Akainu's lava fist. Akainu's body was sent flying by this force, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Minos stood in place, the flowing cherry blossom haki on his fist slowly dissipating. He looked down at Akainu, who lay on the ground, and said lightly, "Akainu, with your strength, you are not enough to contend with me. I only slightly exerted myself, and that is already your limit." Akainu struggled to rise from the ground, blood still staining the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger, but more so with a deep-seated fear of Minos's unique flowing cherry blossom haki. "Minos, what exactly is your flowing cherry blossom haki?" Akainu gritted his teeth and asked. Upon hearing Akainu's question, a smug expression appeared on Minos's face, and he raised a teasing smile, proudly stating, "This is my unique flowing cherry blossom haki, naturally different and extremely special." Hearing Minos's straightforward response, Akainu fell into silence. He never expected Minos's flowing cherry blossom haki to be so unique that it felt incredibly difficult to deal with. Noticing Akainu's silence, Minos chuckled lightly and provocatively said, "Akainu, you're not feeling down and out, are you?" Then, Minos changed his tone. "But this is not the time to be distracted." As he spoke, Minos wrapped his unique purple flowing cherry blossom haki around his fist with all his might, taking an attacking stance. In an instant, a flash of white energy appeared out of nowhere. However, under the influence of this special purple flowing cherry blossom haki, that white energy rapidly transformed into a mysterious purple flowing cherry blossom energy. Minos locked his gaze firmly on Akainu not far away, the corners of his mouth curling up as he lightly laughed. "Catch this, Akainu!" He then shouted loudly, "Flowing cherry blossom, flowing rock-shattering fist." In an instant, countless fists radiating a ghostly purple light surged toward Akainu like a torrential storm. These purple energy fists fell like raindrops, each punch emanating a powerful aura that made one's heart race. The shredded Akainu snorted coldly, refusing to back down. His right hand instantly transformed into a searing, boiling magma, raising it high into the sky with a tremendous momentum, and he calmly declared, "Meteor volcano." In that instant, it seemed as if the sky had been ignited, with countless searing magma fists raining down like shooting stars, casting the entire sky in a blood-red hue, as if it had been set ablaze by the endless magma fists. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of violent collisions echoed continuously as countless purple fists violently clashed against the magma fists cascading from the sky. For a moment, the powerful energies collided, and the air seemed to boil and evaporate, the temperature rising sharply. The ground was covered with falling magma flames, crazily burning the earth and leaving it riddled with holes. The magma fists and purple fists that had yet to collide continued to launch fierce attacks on the ground. Under such terrifying impact of energy, the already shaky island, on the verge of collapse, suddenly trembled violently, as if it could not bear the burden and might shatter at any moment. However, none of this could disturb the fierce battle between Minos and Sakazuki. The two were completely focused, immersed in this thrilling confrontation. It was unclear how much time had passed, but as dust filled the entire battlefield, this intense fight finally came to a temporary halt. At this moment, the air was filled with a stifling heat, making everyone feel uncomfortable. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle between Akiji and Whitebeard was equally intense and fierce. Whitebeard gripped his weapon, Song Yin Xia, tightly, and relentlessly slashed towards Akiji's body like a raging storm. Akiji was nimble, skillfully dodging Whitebeard's powerful attacks. However, soon after, Marco and other members of the Whitebeard pirates joined the fray, launching wave after wave of fierce assaults, which made Akiji fall into a tough battle, complaining endlessly. Seeing Akiji in such a predicament, Whitebeard laughed heartily. "Akiji, weren't you quite arrogant just now?" With a teasing expression, he continued, "Now you look like a mouse, only knowing how to dodge." Marco and the others also laughed, taunting Akiji, saying this guy Akiji thought he was minus, daring to challenge our entire Whitebeard pirates. He is simply overestimating himself and looking for death. Akiji looked at Whitebeard and the others with a calm and serious expression. He never expected that even in such a fierce battle, Whitebeard and the others would still be so powerful, bringing him unimaginable pressure. After a moment of contemplation, Akiji secretly decided and murmured to himself, "It seems I have no choice but to use that move." As soon as he finished speaking, Akiji slowly placed his hands in front of his chest, calming himself as if time had stopped at that moment. In an instant, his hands were quickly enveloped in a layer of crystal-clear ice. Akiji calmly glanced at Whitebeard and the others, then spoke steadily and powerfully. "Ice domain." In an instant, an extremely terrifying chill erupted from Akiji's body, spreading wildly around him like surging waves. Wherever it went, whether it was the rubble on the ground or the already shattered remnants of the island, even extending out to the vast sea, everything covered by this chill was quickly frozen into sparkling ice. The members of the Whitebeard pirates reacted swiftly. As soon as Akiji's chill spread towards them, they quickly leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding the fate of being frozen. Before long, under the influence of Akiji's incredibly powerful fruit ability, the originally chaotic and shattered island transformed in the blink of an eye into a snowy world adorned in silver, like a land of ice sculptures. The intense chill swept across the entire island like a ghost, allowing everyone present to truly feel the bone-deep cold. Whitebeard and the others slowly descended from the air, standing on this new ice world, holding Tsong Yun Xia and gazing deeply at Akiji. Even while in the sky, Whitebeard had already keenly sensed the power and terror of Akiji's ice ability. Wherever that chill passed, everything was frozen into hard ice without exception. Whitebeard was filled with confusion. He couldn't understand why Akiji would create such an apparently ineffective snowy battlefield. Thus, he pointed Tsong Yun Xia at Akiji and, in a deep and authoritative voice, asked Akiji, "What the hell are you up to?" Marco and the others also looked tense, weapons in hand, their gazes sharp as they fixed their eyes on Akiji, as if to say that as soon as Akiji showed even the slightest hint of weakness, they would rush in without hesitation to defeat him completely. Akiji's expression was indifferent. He calmly glanced at Whitebeard, but did not respond. Then, he gently waved his right hand, and the power of the ice on the ground surged, instantly creating a gigantic ice sculpture that appeared out of thin air before everyone's eyes. Before Whitebeard and the others could recover from this sudden scene, Akiji waved his hands again, and instantly, four enormous ice spears, exuding a chilling aura, appeared in the sky, accompanied by countless ice balls the size of hailstones and numerous sharp ice blades of various shapes. These various ice weapons floated in the air, emitting a chilling aura that struck fear into everyone's hearts. The sudden display of multiple ice skills shocked everyone present. Whether it was the members of the Whitebeard pirates or the nearby Sakazuki and Minos, they were all stunned by Akiji's astonishing display of power. Especially Sakazuki, seeing the scene, couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Akiji, when did you become this strong?" Meanwhile, Minos shouted, "What the hell, did I stumble into a knockoff pirate world?" From the strange ninja on Fishman Island to Akiji's sudden display of skills, Minos began to doubt whether he had come to the wrong world. Originally, Sakazuki and Minos were planning to continue their fierce battle after the dust on the battlefield settled. However, the powerful chill suddenly released by Akiji forced them to jump into the air to evade, just like Whitebeard and the others. They then witnessed the terrifying power of this chill, which froze everything it swept past into ice. The chill continued to spread wildly until it completely froze the entire island. Yet, the chill showed no signs of stopping, continuing to spread towards the vast sea. It only gradually ceased when it reached far into the sea. At this point, the once turbulent sea surface had completely frozen, turning into a vast expanse of ice. Suddenly, Whitebeard shouted to Marco and the others, "Watch your defenses, be careful." This astonishing turn of events caught even Whitebeard off guard. He had initially thought Akiji was not worth mentioning, but now he realized he was facing a user of an awakened Logia fruit. Akiji's expression remained indifferent as he coldly glanced at Whitebeard, then lightly waved his hand downward, softly uttering a word, "Descend." In that instant, the imposing giant ice sculpture in the sky, along with the 4 massive ice spears surrounded by howling cold winds, as well as countless icy balls and sharp ice blades swirling in the air, charged toward Whitebeard and the others like a torrential storm. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze completely, and an even more overwhelming and biting cold wave swept across the entire battlefield. Whitebeard's expression turned extremely serious as he fixed his gaze on the impending powerful attack. He suddenly exerted force with his right hand, and the renowned Songyun cut in his grasp was instantly enveloped by the thick and powerful aura of flowing cherry blossoms, exuding an overwhelming presence, as if it had been adorned with an indestructible energy armor. Whitebeard suddenly threw his head back and roared, "Shock slash!" Accompanied by this earth-shattering roar, the Songyun cut, with an unstoppable momentum, violently collided with the enormous ice sculpture and ice spears that were chillingly fierce. With a crisp sound of crack, the originally aggressive and ferocious ice sculpture instantly shattered into countless ice fragments that fell like snow. The 4 massive ice spears also shattered like fragile glass under the unique shock power of the Tremor fruit, sending ice shards flying. However, before Whitebeard and the others could catch their breath, what followed was a barrage of ice balls the size of raindrops and countless sharp ice blades. Although these ice balls appeared small, they contained a deadly threat. The ice blades sparkled with a chilling light, seemingly capable of easily piercing through anything in the world. At this critical moment, Marco shouted, "The first wave has been blocked by Dad. Now I'll handle the next wave. The rest is up to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Marco's body was instantly enveloped in blazing blue flames, and against the backdrop of the flames, his arms gradually transformed into 2 enormous blue flame wings, radiating a mysterious and powerful aura. This was Marco's half-Zoan form as the user of the mythical Zoan Phoenix fruit. Marco, ignoring the reactions of the others, spread his massive blue flame wings and charged straight towards the torrent of incoming ice balls. With a loud boom, Marco collided fiercely with the countless ice balls. Strangely, Marco's body had completely transformed into scorching blue flames. And the moment those ice balls came into contact with this transformed blue flame, they disappeared without a trace, as if they had met their natural enemy. However, these ice balls seemed endless, one wave after another, continuously crashing towards Marco's phantom blue flames. The sound of boom boom echoed continuously, resonating throughout the battlefield. Finally, after enduring an unknown number of waves of ice balls, Marco's body gradually could not withstand it any longer. He shouted, "Now it's up to you." After saying that, Marco hurriedly retreated. At this moment, the sharp ice blades in the sky, like a pack of hungry wolves, pounced fiercely towards Whitebeard and the others. Even with Marco's powerful blue flames, he could only withstand one wave against the terrifying ice attacks from the awakened Akiji. After all, the ice abilities of the awakened Akiji had become increasingly powerful, exuding a chilling aura that struck fear into people's hearts. Watching the remaining ice blades in the sky, the other captains exclaimed in excitement, "Great job, Captain Marco! Leave the rest to us." At this moment, these captains seemed to see the dawn of victory, each unleashing their strongest techniques. Diamond Jozu shone with dazzling light, his body instantly transforming into incredibly hard diamond, radiating a metallic luster, resolutely preparing to face the ice blades head-on with his indestructible body. Vista quickly drew his broken blade, swung it forcefully in the air, and shouted, "Rose dance." In an instant, countless brilliant petal sword chi whistled out from the broken blade, like a colorful shower of flowers, heading towards the ice blades in the sky. With a loud bang, the sword chi collided with the ice blades, erupting in dazzling light. When Whitebeard and the others looked up, they found that more than half of the ice blades had not been destroyed and were still fiercely flying towards them. The user of the sword chi, Vista, sighed helplessly and said, "I did my best. Now it's up to everyone." Sachi and the others quickly shouted, "Good job, Captain Vista. Now it's our turn." Thus, Sachi and the other captains unleashed their strongest moves, engaging in a desperate battle against the countless ice blades. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with the sounds of various collisions, sharp and piercing, ringing in their ears. Fortunately, after a fierce battle, they managed to successfully block this wave of ice blades without any major mishaps. Whitebeard, watching from the sidelines, laughed heartily. "Koaha, you have finally grown up." Marco also showed a look of surprise. Sachi and the others, seeing that the attacks had been successfully blocked, could not help but burst into laughter, as if the crisis had been completely averted. However, Minos, who had been quietly observing from the side, frowned and calmly said, "Could it really end so simply? If that's the case, Akiji's move is merely a surprise attack, without any real strength." Thinking of this, Minos turned his gaze towards Akiji. Upon closer inspection, he indeed noticed something unusual. Akiji was surprisingly calm, showing no signs of panic or disarray on this intense battlefield, as if everything happening around him had nothing to do with him. He seemed unaffected by the joyous emotions of Whitebeard and the others, his gaze still coldly fixed on them. Suddenly, Akiji's action surprised Minos, who then smiled faintly. "I thought so. It can't be that simple. Otherwise, it would be a waste for Akiji to create this ice and snow battlefield with so much effort." Just then, Akiji slowly raised his hands again at the center of the ice and snow battlefield. In an instant, the icy power on the ice surface seemed to be summoned by some mysterious force, rapidly condensing in the sky to form two gigantic and imposing ice sculptures. These two ice sculptures were lifelike, with every feather carved in exquisite detail, as if they could swoop down from the sky at any moment. Following that, under the continuous influence of the icy power, 8 incredibly sharp giant ice spears appeared out of thin air in the sky. These ice spears glimmered with a cold light, their tips sharp enough to easily tear through space. After the ice spears appeared, countless sharp ice blades and various ice balls emerged in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the dense ice blades and ice balls completely covered the entire ice and snow battlefield like dark clouds. Having completed all this, Akiji did not stop his movements. He raised his hands with palms facing down, slowly lifting them. In that instant, 2 massive ice pillars appeared in his palms, extending downward and eventually connecting to the ice and snow battlefield. Next, a shocking scene unfolded. The already extremely cold ice and snow battlefield instantly surged with a thick layer of ice. Moreover, this ice spread outwards from Akiji like ripples. Seeing Akiji display such power, Minos revealed a faint smile and said, "This Akiji is truly remarkable, with an ice fruit. He's managed to create a feeling of high-level magic descending." From what it looks like now, the Akiji in the original story during the Marineford War was completely holding back. He was either kicked away by Marco or crashed into by Jozu. He was practically a complete actor. If Akiji, Kizarugarp, and Sengoku had all gone all out like a Kainu, then the Whitebeard pirates would likely have faced total annihilation, as long as they fought to the death. Not a single person from the Whitebeard pirates would have been able to escape from Marineford. Thinking of this, Minos's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a hint of a mocking smile. The Marineford War is truly a huge joke. In the end, it seems that only the world with Sakazuki injured has come to a conclusion. However, for now, let's see how the Whitebeard pirates will respond to this new wave of attacks. On the battlefield, facing off against Akiji, the members of the Whitebeard crew wore serious expressions. They never expected that after just barely fending off one wave of attacks, they would immediately be met with an even stronger and more terrifying assault. This truly put them in an extremely tricky situation, especially Whitebeard at this moment. His face looked particularly grim. From the start of the battle, he had engaged in an intense fight with Minos, with both sides clashing various advanced haki, back and forth, difficult to resolve. Later on, he had been severely tricked by Minos with Dragon Slayer magic, resulting in injuries to his body. Not only that, he had also used haki binding twice in quick succession, and combined his flowing cherry blossom haki with the Tremor fruit to unleash a powerful Tremor Slash. Compared to the Whitebeard during the Marineford War, he is undoubtedly stronger now. After all, during the Marineford War, Whitebeard did not fully showcase the overwhelming strength and haki expected of an emperor. After this series of high-intensity battles, he was already exhausted, feeling like an old dog worn out to the extreme. Thinking of this, Whitebeard tightened his grip on his Tsong Yun Chia and called out to Marco and the others with a serious expression. Next, after I withstand this attack from Akiji, you all must retreat immediately. Continuous battles have left my physical condition far from what it used to be. As for that little brat Minus, we'll settle that score later. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Marco and the others showed great concern. Dad, are you okay? If we're leaving, we'll go together. Seeing the worried expressions on Marco and the others, Whitebeard waved his hand and forced out a smile. Kula la la, I'm fine. Just wait for me outside. However, upon hearing this, the worry in Marco's eyes did not diminish at all. Whitebeard noticed this and helplessly said in a deep voice, After I make my move, you all retreat immediately. This is the captain's order. Upon hearing Whitebeard's resolute command, the expressions on Marco and the others became serious as well. On this vast sea, the captain's orders must be strictly followed by the crew. After speaking, Whitebeard no longer paid attention to Marco and the others, focusing all his attention on the approaching ice and the two imposing giant ice sculptures in the sky, along with 8 incredibly sharp ice spears and countless sharp ice balls and blades. At that moment, Akiji's eyes glinted like lightning as he fixated on Whitebeard, and coldly uttered a single word, lower. In an instant, the 2 imposing ice sculptures and the 8 sharp ice spears shot towards Whitebeard like arrows released from a bow. Behind them, a dense mass of ice balls and countless sharp ice blades followed closely, resembling a cloud of death that made it hard to breathe. Whitebeard took a deep breath, slowly raised his head, and roared, Akiji, you little brat, I am Whitebeard. How could I be easily defeated by you? As his words fell, Whitebeard clenched his left fist and held it horizontally across his chest. His arm muscles instantly bulged, growing larger, with veins beneath his skin appearing like moving giant dragons, clearly visible and pulsating violently. Facing the imminent ice and giant sculptures, a red and white energy halo suddenly appeared on Whitebeard's left fist held horizontally across his chest. This was a special energy formed by the fusion of flowing cherry blossom haki and the tremor fruit, exuding a powerful and mysterious aura. Whitebeard suddenly exerted force and punched towards the sky. Instantly, the air seemed to be torn apart, revealing shocking cracks. At the same time, the sound of crack echoed continuously. That was the sound of space shattering, as the powerful spatial force trembled and broke under the impact of this punch. The immense energy vibration produced by the shattering of space was like surging waves, directly halting the icy onslaught before him. The 2 imposing ice sculptures and the 8 sharp ice spears also shattered under this powerful force, turning into countless ice shards that scattered everywhere. Even the ice balls and blades that follow behind were greatly affected. For a moment, the sounds of crack filled the air. But even so, many of the countless ice balls and sharp blades that closely followed the ice sculptures were not completely shattered. They still came with immense power, continuing to rush towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard first cast a cold glance at Akiji, then turned his gaze towards the still surging ice balls and blades before him, and said with a deep voice, Next, this will be the gift I leave for you. After saying that, Whitebeard once again tightened his fist, holding his left hand horizontally across his chest. The muscles in his arms bulged once more, and the red and white energy halo on his fist became even more dazzling. Suddenly, Whitebeard's gaze sharpened, revealing a determined expression. He exerted all his strength and punched fiercely into the space before him. With a sound of crack, the sound of space shattering echoed again. However, Whitebeard did not stop there. He immediately exerted force again and punched towards the space. The sounds of crack rumbled like thunder across the battlefield. In an instant, the entire battlefield erupted with a terrifyingly powerful wave. The spatial tremors and seismic forces produced by the tremor fruit were displayed vividly at this moment. The remaining ice balls and blades in the sky shattered and dissipated under the impact of this powerful force. The thick ice on the ground also cracked open under the intense seismic effects, revealing huge fissures. The crisp sounds of pop rang out, accompanied by countless ice blocks and debris falling incessantly. In an instant, The battlefield, once covered in ice and snow, became fragmented and unrecognizable in a brief moment. This sudden scene left Minos and the others in a helpless situation. No one expected that this seemingly aged old man, Whitebeard, would choose to retreat in such a shocking manner. Moreover, the key point was that if they did not leave quickly, the entire island would soon shatter under the continuous strong tremors and slowly sink into the endless deep sea. Damn it! This sudden scene made Minos curse out loud. After a fierce clash marked by howling winds and flying ice and snow, the battlefield was in shambles. Minos stood on a shattered ice and snow battlefield, watching the disheveled escape of Whitebeard and the others, then glanced at Sakazuki and Akiji who were retreating and slowly raised a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. A smile that seemed to hide endless malice and scheming. Why not add a bit more to the mix and make this farce even more interesting? Minos thought to himself, then threw his head back and let out a wild laugh, ha ha ha. His laughter echoed across the empty battlefield, filled with a hint of madness and defiance. As the voice fell, Minos's aura suddenly erupted, powerful energy spilling out like a surging tide. Dark purple magic surged from his body like thick ink, wrapping him tightly. Under the cover of this dark purple magic, a chilling pressure quickly spread, as if it would completely crush everything around. Within the dark purple magic, a massive and terrifying figure slowly emerged. As the magic gradually dissipated, Minos's body underwent an astonishing transformation. His hands first transformed into strong black dragon claws, each claw sharp as a beast blade. The curved shape resembled deadly hooks, radiating a chilling light, as if a mere swipe could easily crush mountains and tear the earth apart. The unparalleled destructive power sending shivers down one's spine. Next, his legs gradually morphed into powerful black dragon legs. The muscles on the dragon legs bulged, clearly defined, filled with explosive power, exuding an innate majesty. Those solid dragon legs seemed capable of supporting the entire world, each step bringing a force that could shake the earth. His body continued to change, gradually becoming a massive dragon body. The dragon body was as thick as a giant pillar, covered in a layer of thick scales, each scale sharp as a blade, glimmering with a metallic sheen, exuding a chilling aura. These scales seemed like natural armor, capable of withstanding any attack, and could also become weapons in battle, easily crushing any obstacles that dare to stand in front. On either side of his body, enormous black dragon wings slowly unfolded. The dragon wings were like sharp blades, with incredibly sharp edges, the wing membranes covered in fine scales, sparkling with a cold light under the sunlight. Each flap generated a strong wind pressure, as if it could stir up a hurricane, sweeping everything around into a destructive storm. At the same time, a massive and powerful hooked dragon tail grew from his rear. The dragon tail was thick like a giant whip, with a tip as sharp as a spear, covered in heavy scales, each swing carrying an overwhelming force, capable of instantly shattering mountains and tearing the earth apart, leaving chaos in its wake. His head also transformed into a black, menacing dragon mouth. The dragon mouth opened wide, resembling a gaping abyss, revealing fangs as sharp as daggers, glimmering with a cold light, as if it could easily tear through steel and crush any prey. His eyes, red like boiling lava, pulsed with endless killing intent, like two burning flames. Wherever his gaze fell, it seemed even the earth trembled in fear, instilling dread. The Black Dragon King, Minos, thus descended with great majesty upon this battlefield of ice and snow that was about to shatter. He scanned the surroundings with his dragon eyes, filled with arrogance and disdain. Suddenly, he let out a long howl to the sky, the sound echoing like a thunderous bell, as he forcefully flapped his wings, slicing through the air like two sharp blades, his enormous body leaping into the sky. As he flapped his wings, a fierce wind rose, swirling the ice and dust into the air, his figure shimmering with a cold light under the sun, like a bolt of black lightning shooting into the clouds. In an instant, the Black Dragon King, Minos, had reached the sky above. He activated his observation haki, casting an invisible net that captured every movement of the Whitebeard pirates below, who were fleeing in panic. Minos grinned, revealing his menacing fangs, and let out a low growl, the roar of the black dragon. As the roar fell, he opened his massive dragon mouth, gathering blinding white light from deep within his throat. The light grew increasingly intense, resembling a sun about to erupt, distorting the surrounding air with its heat. Suddenly, he forcefully exhaled. A blazing white energy beam shot down from the sky like thunder towards the fleeing white-beard pirates below. Those desperately fleeing from the white-beard pirates suddenly felt a sharp rise in temperature above their heads, a strong sense of crisis washing over them. They hurriedly looked up at the sky, only to see a blazing and scorching white energy beam hurtling towards them with tremendous force. At that moment, a vision suddenly flashed through Whitebeard's mind. In the vision, in just a few moments, this powerful white energy beam would strike them. Except for him and Marco. All the other captains would perish under this terrifying attack. He and Marco would also be swept away by this immense force into the turbulent sea, their fates uncertain. Coming back to his senses from the vision, Whitebeard, holding his sword, looked gravely at Marco and the others, shouting loudly, "Marco, hurry and get the ship ready with the other captains so it can sail normally." Hearing Whitebeard's words, Marco and the others exclaimed, "Dad, let's go together." "Yes, Dad, let's go together." Their voices were filled with worry and reluctance. Whitebeard looked at the approaching white energy beam above, anxious and desperate, and shouted again, "Marco, follow the captain's orders. Immediately retreat with the others. Otherwise, none of us will escape." After saying that, without waiting for Marco and the others to respond, he turned resolutely to face the white energy beam descending from the sky like the Grim Reaper. The faces of Marco and the others were filled with worry and helplessness, but they knew they had to obey Whitebeard's orders, so they hurried towards a Moby Dick. Whitebeard glanced back at Marco and the others, his eyes filled with love and determination. Then he fixed his gaze on the approaching white energy beam in the sky, his expression heavy and surprised. He never expected that at this moment, such an unexpected event would occur. It truly was a time of turmoil. He silently lamented in his heart. Then, Whitebeard erupted with a powerful aura, causing the surrounding air to buzz with a shockwave. Flowing cherry haki instantly enveloped his sword, which was already incredibly sharp. Under the enhancement of the flowing cherry haki, it became even more extraordinarily sharp, as if it could cut through all barriers in the world. Whitebeard took a deep breath, using all his strength to roar, tremor slash. In an instant, the sword surged forward with an unstoppable momentum towards the white energy beam. The two collided in an instant, producing a series of explosive sounds, echoing deafeningly, as if they would tear the entire world apart. The clash between the sword and the white energy beam generated an extremely powerful shockwave. This shockwave was like a ferocious beast, constantly battering the ice blocks on the ice surface. Under this powerful force, the ice blocks shattered and evaporated, turning into a white mist that enveloped the entire battlefield. Time slowly passed in this intense confrontation, and after an unknown duration, the white energy beam in the sky was finally completely extinguished by Whitebeard's indomitable will and immense strength. At this moment, Whitebeard was already exhausted, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto a piece of ice. It had been too perilous. If he hadn't given it his all, the Whitebeard pirates would have likely faced total annihilation today. Whitebeard felt both anger and relief in his heart. He looked at the constantly shattering ice around him, fully aware that this place was not suitable for lingering. Struggling with his exhausted body, he jumped step by step onto the gravel on the ice surface, desperately fleeing into the distance. Meanwhile, in the sky, the Black Dragon King Minos roared after launching his attack, eagerly anticipating the system notification sound, fantasizing about the scene where Whitebeard and the others were eliminated. However, as time passed, the system notification sound was still absent, which left him extremely disappointed. Opening his fierce dragon mouth wide, he roared, "Old man Whitebeard, today you are lucky. Once I break through to the king level, it will be your death day." The Black Dragon King Minos never expected that after multiple battles, Whitebeard would still possess such immense power to withstand his devastating breath, filling him with anger and unwillingness. After a moment of silence, the Black Dragon King Minos activated his observation haki again, sweeping over the snowy battlefield below like fine threads, trying to locate Akiji and Sakazuki. At that moment, on the snowy battlefield below, Sakazuki and Akiji were retreating towards the warship. Sakazuki looked at Akiji beside him, feeling a strange sense of unfamiliarity. When did Akiji become so powerful? He was even close to my level. In his perception, Akiji had always been significantly weaker than him. But the current situation forced him to reevaluate the person he once regarded as inferior. Thinking of this, Sakazuki couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, filled with unwillingness and dissatisfaction. Even if Minus and Whitebeard were stronger than me, I would accept it. But Akiji, who was one generation younger than me and always lazy, is now on par with me. He gritted his teeth in his heart. Finally, Sakazuki stopped, his gaze sharp, staring intently at Akiji, and asked in a deep voice, "Akiji, that was an awakening of your fruit ability, right?" Akiji, who was still frustrated by his attack being easily neutralized by Whitebeard, momentarily paused his thoughts at Sakazuki's question. He glanced at Sakazuki's gloomy face and understood that this guy wouldn't let it go if he didn't get an answer. Akiji looked deeply at Sakazuki, his eyes carrying a hint of indifference, and slowly replied, "That's right, it was an awakening of my fruit ability." Hearing this answer, Sakazuki felt a bit relieved, but more than that was endless unwillingness. I have worked so hard for so long just to barely reach this level. Why can this lazy guy, Akiji, achieve it so easily? The more Sakazuki thought about it, the angrier he became, but he still suppressed his emotions, took a deep breath, and continued to look at Akiji, asking, "When did you awaken?" Sakazuki's continuous questioning made Akiji's brows furrow tightly. He felt that Sakazuki was being a bit pushy, as if he was someone easy to talk to. Thinking of this, Akiji coldly looked at Sakazuki and said in an unfriendly tone, "That doesn't seem to concern you." As soon as Akiji said this, the already cold air seemed to drop to freezing point, the temperature around them suddenly plummeting, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Sakazuki and Akiji remained in a standoff, neither of them speaking. After a long time, Sakazuki coldly glanced at Akiji and said flatly, "Let's go." After saying this, he no longer cared whether Akiji followed and quickly turned to head towards the warship. Akiji watched Sakazuki's departing figure, his expression serious. Just from this brief exchange, he could clearly feel Sakazuki's attitude towards him becoming colder, and the existing conflict between them seemed to sharpen at that moment. What a hassle! Akiji sighed helplessly, no longer thinking too much, and hurriedly ran towards the warship. Meanwhile, in the sky, the Black Dragon King Minus finally found the traces of Sakazuki and Akiji through his observation haki. He let out a low growl from his fierce dragon mouth. "Finally found you." Then he opened his enormous dragon mouth again, instantly gathering a dazzling white light from deep in his throat, and roared fiercely, "Eat this, Black Dragon's roar." As soon as he finished speaking, a blazing energy beam shot down from the sky towards Akiji and Sakazuki like thunder. On the ground, as Sakazuki and Akiji were almost to the warship, they suddenly felt a scorching pain from above, as if a flame was burning on their heads. Startled, both of them quickly looked up to the sky. They saw, in the sky, another massive white energy beam was rushing towards them like an overwhelming tide. As the beam drew closer, the heat and scorching sensation intensified, as if the entire space was about to ignite from this terrifying energy. Watching the powerful white energy beam that was about to reach them, Sakazuki yelled angrily, "This must be that little brat Minus's doing. No one else would do such a despicable thing." Akiji, seeing Sakazuki losing his composure in front of him, shook his head helplessly and said, "We should quickly block that white energy beam instead of arguing about who did it." He paused, his gaze fixed on Sakazuki, and slowly said, "We need to intercept it quickly, or our warship will be destroyed." Hearing Akiji's words, Sakazuki gradually calmed down. He looked at Akiji and coldly snorted, "I can handle it alone. You don't need to interfere." Akiji was taken aback by this remark, a surge of anger rising within him. At this point, Sakazuki was still thinking about taking the spotlight alone, disregarding the bigger picture. He thought to himself that, according to his logic, it would be the most correct choice for both of them to act together to ensure the warship's safety. Thinking of this, Akiji coldly looked at Sakazuki and said flatly, "Suit yourself." After saying this, he stepped back to the side, watching Sakazuki with a cold gaze, ready to see his performance. Sakazuki glanced at Akiji, then focused his gaze on the white energy beam rushing down from the sky. He snorted coldly, and the temperature around his body suddenly rose, and his speed increased rapidly. Soon, half of his left body turned into scorching lava, emitting suffocating heat. Looking at the approaching white energy beam, Sakazuki shouted, "Dogbite Red Lotus." In an instant, Sakazuki's left fist transformed into a giant lava dog head, charging towards the white energy beam in the sky with a rolling heat wave. Before long, the white energy beam collided violently with the lava dog head, producing a deafening roar, the boom echoing continuously as if it would shatter the entire world. Sakazuki looked at the white energy beam that he had temporarily held back, his face revealing an expression of extreme pride, as if everything was under his control. However, just as he was feeling pleased, a crisp shattering sound suddenly rang out. Sakazuki's heart sank, and he quickly looked, only to see that his lava fist had been shattered by the overwhelming power of the white energy beam, unable to withstand the opponent's assault at all. "I don't believe I can't break you," Sakazuki roared, his right hand instantly transforming into a massive lava fist, striking towards the white energy beam once again, while shouting, "Great fire!" As the enormous magma fist collided again with the white energy pillar, a greater roar erupted, as if the entire world trembled under the impact of this power. This time, the white energy pillar in the sky was finally completely blocked by Sakazuki's full-force strike. Looking at the blocked white energy pillar, Sakazuki revealed a smug smile and said in a low voice, "I thought you were stronger than that." After saying this, in order to showcase his strength, Sakazuki actually increased the force of the collision between the magma fist and the white energy pillar. With a loud boom, Sakazuki's magma fist exploded simultaneously with the white energy pillar. The powerful airflow instantly spread out in all directions, like a devastating storm, continuously striking the ice surface. At the moment Sakazuki's magma fist shattered, it transformed into smaller magma fists that fell from the sky like raindrops. Under the powerful impact and the high-temperature magma, the ice surface had already cracked into pieces, leaving a chaotic scene. Seeing several magma fists heading towards the warship, Akiji shook his head helplessly. He knew that if he didn't act quickly, the warship would suffer severe damage. Therefore, he stepped forward and released his powerful ice power. The ice power surged like a torrent, instantly colliding with those small magma fists. In an instant, the small magma fists were frozen, shattered, and disappeared without a trace under Akiji's ice power. Soon, thanks to Akiji's efforts, the warship was successfully saved. Sakazuki's expression darkened to the extreme upon seeing Akiji using his ice ability to clear his magma fists. He felt that Akiji seemed to have stolen his thunder. Akiji casually glanced at Sakazuki and said in a flat tone, "We should go back and report to Admiral Sengoku about the situation here." After saying that, he ignored Sakazuki and walked straight towards the warship. Sakazuki watched Akiji's departing figure, snorted coldly, and also headed towards the warship. In the sky, the Black Dragon King Minos had been waiting for a long time, but the familiar prompt from the system did not sound. Its massive dragon mouth roared furiously, the sound like rolling thunder vibrating the air. The black wings flapped forcefully, creating a howling wind with every movement. In an instant, the cold wind howled in the sky, and air currents surged, as if they were about to tear the heavens apart. When everything gradually calmed down, the wild wind ceased to howl, and the air columns slowly dissipated. The Black Dragon King Minos finally quelled its raging anger. However, the heavy breaths it exhaled from its enormous dragon mouth still carried an unresolved fury, like a volcano that had just erupted. After a long silence, the Black Dragon King Minos spoke in a deep and threatening tone. "All right, this time consider yourselves lucky." Following this, Minos's voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, carrying an endless chill. "When I break through to the king level, all of you will fall into endless fear. That will be your nightmare." Having said that, The Black Dragon King Minos spread its colossal wings that blocked out the sun and flew off in a randomly chosen direction, gradually disappearing into the horizon. However, in a corner that no one noticed, amidst the ruins filled with debris, a small newsbird was quietly capturing everything with its eyes. It carefully concealed itself in the shadows, its keen eyes not missing any detail. This newsbird was none other than the renowned battlefield reporter Yamashita Maya. One might wonder why he chose to risk his life in such a dangerous place instead of enjoying his position as the vice president of a news agency. There was a reason for this. For a long time, Yamashita Maya had become accustomed to chasing the shadow of the Black Dragon King Minos, recording its every move. Even after he rose to a high position as vice president, living a stable life with a respected status, he always felt something was missing deep within. That desire for hot topics and adventure burned like an unquenchable flame in his heart. After careful consideration, Yamashita Maya resolutely decided to continue pursuing Minos's trail while retaining his position as vice president of the news agency. After all, capturing Minos's various deeds was the most meaningful thing in his journalistic career. In fact, long before Minos transformed into the Black Dragon King and unleashed chaos on Sisyphus Island, Yamashita Maya had already begun his filming endeavors. With the unique and mysterious talent of the newsbird, even powerful beings like Minos or the world-renowned Whitebeard were unaware of this tiny newsbird quietly observing everything. The special ability of the newsbird is truly astonishing. It wasn't until he confirmed that everyone had completely left the chaotic scene that Yamashita Maya slowly emerged from a piece of rubble buried in ice and snow. He looked at the broken and devastated ice island before him, filled with emotion, and couldn't help but sigh. This is truly insane. Minos not only slaughtered the entire island's inhabitants, but also engaged in an incredibly fierce battle with Whitebeard, who is reputed to be the strongest man in the world. He frowned slightly, his gaze thoughtful. After this battle, the so-called strongest in the world might now belong to Minos alone, right? Moreover, it was rare for the Navy to get involved in such a significant matter. He recalled the scenes from the battle, murmuring to himself, and thought, the Akiji from the Navy headquarters is not to be underestimated. He even managed to give someone as strong as Whitebeard a bit of trouble. Forget it. Let us not dwell on this. Yamashita Maya shook his head, pulling his thoughts back from this thrilling battle. Next, he should hurry back to the news agency headquarters. After saying this softly, he transformed into the newsbird form and slowly flew into the sky, gradually disappearing into the vast horizon. Thus, the thrilling battle on Sisyphus Island finally came to a complete end. A sense of fatigue and heaviness lingered over the battlefield, as if recounting the brutality and harshness of this fierce conflict. A few days later, in a new world on Servia Island. This place had once been the territory dominated by the red-haired pirates. However, after a fierce battle, the red-haired pirates had abandoned this land. Now, this land had become the domain of the Shadow King Chung Xiaoyu. The island suffered heavy damage during the battle, with a scene of devastation and destruction. But under the full construction efforts of a Shadow Legion, led by Chung Xiaoyu, a magnificent and grand castle rose from the ground. This castle was meticulously crafted by the Shadow Legion for their supreme king, showcasing unmatched majesty. At this moment, inside this splendid castle, 5 chairs made of pure gold, intricately carved, were placed. These 5 chairs were not ordinary. They symbolized fame, power, and authority, representing the symbols that only the king and its most core existence were qualified to possess. In the enormous and luxurious throne area of the castle, 2 imposing figures radiating sharpness sat side by side. Both were dressed in black, tall and upright, their heights comparable. One of them wore a constant smile, appearing relaxed, while the other showed signs of exhaustion, revealing the fatigue of the battle. These 2 were Minos and Chung Xiaoyu. After the battle on Zixivi Island, Minos couldn't wait to have the smart butler search for Chung Xiaoyu's whereabouts. Following the guidance of the smart butler, Minos arrived at the Serbian Islands. As soon as he set foot on this land, he was genuinely taken aback. The island was in ruins, with a shattered ground and remnants of battle scars, all telling the story of the fierce fighting that had taken place here. The somewhat disheveled Chung Xiaoyu further convinced Minus of the severity of the conflict. After a brief exchange, Minus decisively decided to establish their base here. Their bold decision was undoubtedly a wildly reckless move. After all, this was the territory of the red-haired pirates, and occupying it so openly was simply audacious and fearless. However, the current state of the red-haired pirates. Minus turned slightly to glance at the weary Chung Xiaoyu and asked in a calm tone, "You said this was originally the territory of the red-haired pirates?" Chung Xiaoyu gently tucked away the weariness in his eyes, looked back at Minus, and replied just as calmly, "That's right. The first island I stepped onto upon entering the New World was the territory of the red-haired pirates." Oh, upon hearing this, Minus couldn't help but be slightly surprised. It seemed that there must have been a thrilling battle between Chung Xiaoyu and the red-haired pirates. No wonder he could clearly sense the intense atmosphere of war in the air when he first stepped onto this island. Thinking of this, Minus raised his eyebrows slightly and continued to ask, what was the outcome for the red-haired pirates? Looking at Chung Xiaoyu, who appeared unharmed, Minus understood that he should be fine, at most just fatigued from the battle. Chung Xiaoyu glanced at Minus, sighed helplessly, and slowly said, "The red-haired pirates were rescued by someone." After a pause, he added, "However, the current state of the red-haired pirates can be considered severely weakened, almost crippled." What? Minus was filled with surprise upon hearing this. Both the fact that the red-haired pirates were rescued and their current half-destroyed condition were far beyond his expectations. He didn't expect that in just a few days, Chung Xiaoyu could achieve such earth-shattering feats in this new world. After a brief moment of shock, a faint smile appeared on Minus's face as he said, "Please tell me more in detail." Chung Xiaoyu took a deep breath, organized his thoughts, and slowly began to narrate. "At that time, I arrived at the territory of the red-haired pirates, which is where we are now. Upon arriving here, I got into a conflict with the subordinates, and I easily dealt with them." Minus nodded lightly, listening quietly. Chung Xiaoyu continued, "Later, the red-haired pirates got the news and quickly arrived here, and both sides immediately erupted into battle." Minus frowned at this understated description. It was quite incredible that such a small incident could trigger such a fierce battle. Realizing this, he stared intently at Chung Xiaoyu and asked with a puzzled expression, "Could it be that such a trivial matter led to such an intense conflict?" Chung Xiaoyu looked at Minus and calmly explained, "Of course not just that. The main reason was that red-haired Shanks felt that our presence would plunge this sea in a greater chaos, so he took the initiative to attack me." He paused slightly, a hint of disdain appearing on his lips, and continued, "However, he never expected that I had the powerful auxiliary force of the Shadow Legion. This battle caused him to fail miserably and left him in a state of embarrassment. That guy Shanks actually took the initiative to trouble us?" Minus exclaimed in surprise, unable to help but raise his voice. "Is he out his mind?" Chung Xiaoyu nodded in deep agreement, his tone filled with a bit of anger. "Exactly. That guy Shanks is just looking for trouble. He claims that we would cause chaos in the world, but to me, that's purely an excuse." He shook his head helplessly and continued, "Originally, I planned to completely eliminate the red-haired pirates to prevent future troubles. But at the critical moment, they were rescued by the world government's CP." As he spoke, a flash of anger crossed Chung Xiaoyu's eyes, and his clenched fists revealed his inner frustration. Upon hearing this, Minus fell into silence. The fact that the world government would intervene to rescue the red-haired pirates was indeed far beyond his expectations. After all, Shanks had always had a mysterious and special identity, and the fact that the five elders personally came to receive him was enough to prove that he must have deep ties with the world government. After pondering for a moment, Minus slowly said, "Red-haired Shanks has a very special identity, so it's understandable for the world government to intervene." He raised his head slightly, his gaze revealing determination and confidence, and continued, "But that's okay. When we break through to royal-level strength, it will be the time for these old-timers to pay for their actions." Chung Xiaoyu looked at Minus with a resolute gaze and nodded vigorously, saying, "That's true. When we are strong enough, it will be their end." He squinted slightly and continued, "Moreover, after this battle, the red-haired pirates are now also severely weakened. Now only Shanks, Beckman, Jesus Burgess, a long-haired swordsman, a chubby guy, and a ship doctor remain. As for the other members, They have all perished in battle and have been converted into members of the Shadow Legion. He snorted lightly, his tone full of disdain. So, in the short term, the red-haired pirates won't dare to act recklessly. A smile appeared on Minus's face as he teased. Who told Shanks to meddle so much? This is a profound lesson for him. Chung Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, harboring deep disdain for Shanks's way of doing things. In his view, only by severely punishing such people would they learn to restrain themselves. After a long period of silence, Chung Xiaoyu suddenly looked at Minus with piercing eyes and slowly asked, "What should we plan next?" Upon hearing Chung Xiaoyu's question, Minus fell into deep thought. Various ideas collided and intertwined in his mind, and after a long while, he spoke steadily. "I think our primary goal should still be to enhance our strength and break through to royal level. This approach will be more prudent." He furrowed his brows slightly, and after pondering for a moment, he continued, "Moreover, based on the current timeline, it is not yet time for us to make a big move." However, he looked firmly at Chung Xiaoyu, his tone revealing a hint of determination. "After this storm passes, we can consider establishing our own force." Hearing Minus's idea of establishing a force, Chung Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a hint of doubt. In his view, with the absolute strength of himself and his main body, along with a powerful Shadow Legion, they were already more than capable of dominating this sea without the need to establish any force or recruit other subordinates. But why would the main body suddenly propose such an idea? Minus seemed to see the confusion in Chung Xiaoyu's heart. He smiled slightly, looking at Chung Xiaoyu's puzzled expression, and patiently explained, "In fact, establishing a force is just a title. It doesn't necessarily require recruiting a large number of subordinates." Minus waved his hand gently, speaking in a relaxed tone. "This force is equivalent to an empty shell. It's just a name for the outside world." After listening to Minus's explanation, Chung Xiaoyu secretly nodded. He felt that Minus made sense. Having too many people would complicate relationships and could bring unnecessary troubles. In this light, establishing a force that is merely nominal doesn't seem bad at all. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the New World News Agency, Morgans was looking at the intelligence he had just gathered with great excitement. Suddenly, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "The Shadow King and Minus. You two have truly brought me a tremendous surprise. Who would have thought that Minus and the Shadow King would go to the New World separately? Moreover, what was even more astonishing was that even though the two entered the New World separately, they each accomplished earth-shattering feats. Minus fiercely confronted the Whitebeard pirates alone, showcasing terrifying strength and gaining absolute advantage in that battle. In fact, several commanders of the Whitebeard pirates unfortunately lost their lives in this battle. Such shocking news was truly hard to believe. Meanwhile, the battle between the Shadow King and the red-haired pirates was equally spectacular and extraordinary. The Shadow King possessed a terrifying shadow ability, capable of summoning the shadows of the dead to participate in combat, as if controlling an army of undead from hell. This bizarre and powerful ability was truly chilling and astonishing. Furthermore, the Shadow King, relying solely on his own strength, was enough to rival a super-strong royal-level top force, showcasing his immense power. Every time Morgans recalled these thrilling pieces of information, he couldn't suppress his inner excitement and burst into laughter again. Ha ha ha. After laughing for a long time, excitement sparkled in Morgans' eyes as he rubbed his hands together, eagerly talking to himself. Next, it's time to come up with some attention-grabbing headlines for this exciting intelligence. He frowned slightly, deep in thought, secretly pondering. These headlines must be shocking enough and completely align with the extraordinary identities of the Shadow King and Minus. Yeah. A sly smile appeared on Morgans' face as he already had an idea in mind. Why not name them? He then began listing them one by one below the intelligence, with corresponding images and videos attached under each headline. Shocking. The Shadow King actually battles the red-haired pirates in an earth-shattering war. Shocking. The Shadow King summons terrifying shadow soldiers to fight the red-haired pirates. The Shadow Legion shocks the world. Shocking. The Shadow King faces the 5 Emperor Shanks. The Shadow General bravely battles the Emperor's Vice Beckman. Shocking. The Shadow King battles the red-haired pirates, achieving overwhelming absolute advantage. Shocking. The red-haired pirates find themselves in a desperate situation, hanging by a thread. Shocking. The red-haired pirates are mysteriously rescued by the world government. What is the truth behind this? Shocking. What kind of unspeakable relationship lies between red-haired Shanks and the world government? Finally, he wrote down a highly impactful headline. Shocking. The red-haired pirates suffer heavy losses, their glory no more. Can they still maintain their status as the Five Emperors? Looking at this series of carefully crafted headlines, Morgans laughed heartily. I'm truly a genius. Once these headlines are released, they will surely cause a sensation throughout the world. Now it's time for Minus' part. Morgans' eyes were filled with anticipation as he continued to brainstorm titles related to Minus. Shocking. The Five Emperor Minus transforms into a terrifying black dragon, bloodily washing an entire island. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? Shocking. The Five Emperor Minus openly provokes the Whitebeard pirates. War is about to break out. Shocking. The Five Emperor Minus engages in a peak battle with the Whitebeard pirates. The clash is intense. Shocking. The Five Emperor Minus battles Whitebeard. Both sides are evenly matched, hard to distinguish. Shocking. A commander of the Whitebeard pirates is so easily defeated in front of Minus. Shocking. The Five Emperor Minus and Whitebeard clash fiercely, delivering a world-shattering blow that shatters the sky. Shocking. The island shatters in the fierce battle. The sky is brutally split in half. Shocking. A Navy admiral dares to intervene in the century battle between the Five Emperor Minus and the Five Emperor Whitebeard. Shocking. Navy Admiral Akainu fiercely clashes with the Five Emperor Minus. The battle is fierce. Shocking. Navy Admiral Akiji forcefully enters the fray, battling the Whitebeard pirates. Shocking. Navy Admiral Akainu is easily suppressed in front of the Five Emperor Minus. Shocking. Navy Admiral Akiji awakens the power of the ice fruit. Its power is astonishing. Shocking. Navy Admiral Akiji unleashes a powerful move, striking the Whitebeard pirates. Shocking. The Whitebeard pirates are utterly defeated in this chaotic battle, in a sorry state. Shocking. The Five Emperor Minus transforms into a black dragon, imposing and fierce, attempting to destroy both the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy Admiral in one fell swoop. Finally, Morgans wrote down two highly controversial headlines. Shocking. Can Whitebeard still maintain his title as the world's strongest? Does the Five Emperor Minus qualify to become the new world's strongest? And shocking. Among the current Navy admirals, is Akiji already the strongest existence? Morgans looked at this carefully crafted series of headlines, so excited that he almost jumped up and couldn't help but shout, "Genius! I'm simply a genius." He seemed to foresee the unprecedented chaos and turmoil that the entire world would fall into once these news articles were released tomorrow morning. Whether it was Navy admirals, pirates, or other forces, they would all be greatly impacted and thrown into chaos by these shocking news. Thinking of this, Morgans excitedly laughed out loud. Heroes emerge in troubled times. In this impending, chaotic world, who will stand out and ultimately reign supreme? Let us wait and see. His eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation, as if he had already foreseen the upcoming great transformation in the era of great pirates. Tomorrow morning, when these news articles are released, the whole world will tremble, welcoming the coming storm and the birth of a new king. Morgans muttered to himself, his face radiating excitement and pride. The next day, as dawn broke, while the whole world was still immersed in the tranquil sleep before dawn, the headquarters of the news agency was already bustling with activity. Countless agile newsbirds, carrying stacks of newspapers that emitted the scent of ink, flapped their wings and flew swiftly to all corners of the world. These news birds were like messengers of information, carrying news that would soon shock the world. As the sun gradually rose, golden sunlight poured over the earth like a tide, and the world seemed to awaken from this radiance, starting to boil. Because those newspapers carrying the news have completely merged into the vast ocean like lively fish, spreading across various sea areas. Of course, due to distance and transportation limitations, many remote areas have yet to receive the latest newspaper in time. But this cannot stop the new world from being caught up in this information storm. The new world, an unknown island. Hey, have you seen the latest newspaper? It's absolutely crazy. A pirate exclaimed excitedly while waving the newspaper in his hand. Of course I have. The newspaper says that the 5 Emperors Minos is simply invincible. Another pirate agreed. Although Minos did not fall behind during the battle with Whitebeard, you can't say he is invincible. Someone raised an objection. What do you know? The 5 Emperors Minos and the Shadow King are in cahoots. If they team up, they will dominate. The previously speaking pirate retorted defiantly. That's right. Who would have thought that, besides Minos being powerful, the Shadow King is even more ridiculously strong? Even one of the 5 emperors, the red-haired pirates, was actually defeated by the Shadow King and his Shadow Army. It's hard to believe. The Shadow King is really formidable. At this rate, the red-haired pirates will probably have to drop the title of the 5 emperors. However, more importantly, did you notice that red-haired Shanks was saved by the world government? Of course I noticed. As a pirate, he colludes with the world government. It's simply outrageous. Also, it seems that red-haired Shanks reached some agreement with the Navy during that recent riot. Now that you mention it, I remember. It seems red-haired Shanks is a disgrace among pirates, bringing shame to them. He doesn't deserve to be called one of the 5 emperors. In every corner of the New World, people are passionately discussing this shocking news from today's newspaper. Everyone has different opinions, with some cursing Minos as a cold-blooded executioner, while others marvel at his powerful strength, creating a cacophony of voices. However, the most heated discussion is undoubtedly about the incident of the 5 Emperor Shanks and the Whitebeard pirates' defeat. No one expected that the infamous Whitebeard pirates would suffer such a huge loss at the hands of Minos. In the end, it was only under Akiji's strong intervention that the Whitebeard pirates managed to escape in a sorry state. Moreover, Morgan's report in the newspaper about Akiji's fruit awakening and whether he has become the strongest admiral in the Navy has stirred quite a wave in these seas. Especially within the Navy, the shock it caused was particularly intense. The atmosphere in the naval headquarters became tense, with undercurrents surging beneath the calm surface. Naval Headquarters, Marine Fort. Akiji was walking towards the conference room when he found himself somewhat helpless, as several vice admirals were deliberately waiting for him along the way to go to the conference room together. Among these vice admirals were the graceful Tontata, the dashing Peach Rabbit, and the upright Fire Mountain. Akiji looked at the smiling Tontata and the others and helplessly asked, "What are you doing? Why aren't you going to the conference room?" Tontata first smiled slyly, then excitedly laughed. "Admiral Akiji, we are specifically waiting for you here." As he spoke, he waved the newspaper in his hand, saying, "And you're just too amazing. You single-handedly crushed the Whitebeard pirates." As soon as Tontata said this, the other vice admirals chimed in, praising Akiji with one voice after another. "Yes, Admiral Akiji, your fruit ability has awakened. That's just incredible. Akiji, you're getting stronger and stronger. I feel like the gap between us has widened again." Faced with these continuous praises, Akiji felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head, modestly saying, "Oh, it's nothing much." After all, the Whitebeard pirates had just fought a battle with Minos, and they had consumed a lot of stamina. Akiji knew very well that although his strength had improved, there was still a considerable gap compared to Whitebeard and Minos. Tontata looked at the scratching Akiji and laughed heartily. "Admiral Akiji, don't be so modest. We all understand." "That's right, Admiral Akiji, don't decline. Everyone can see your strength." The other vice admirals also echoed. Looking at their completely disbelieving expressions, Akiji felt a sense of helplessness. He was merely speaking the truth, yet no one believed him, which made him feel quite awkward. After joking around with them for a while, Akiji calmly asked, "Has Sakazuki gone to the conference room yet?" As soon as Akiji's words fell, he keenly noticed that the smiles on everyone's faces instantly vanished without a trace, and the playful atmosphere abruptly stopped. Everyone's expressions became unusually serious, and the atmosphere suddenly turned tense. Tontata slightly furrowed his brows, and after thinking for a moment, he looked at Akiji seriously and said, "Just now, we saw him heading toward the conference room. However, his expression was especially grim. When he saw us, he didn't even acknowledge us." Upon hearing Tontata's response, Akiji gently sighed and said apologetically, "I'm really sorry. Maybe it's because you were walking close to me that he reacted this way." Tontata and the others quickly waved their hands, saying, "It's not your fault. Admiral Akiji. Admiral Sakazuki has always been this way. Don't take it to heart. Akiji felt grateful for their comfort, but also increasingly helpless. After this incident, he clearly sensed that the relationship between him and Sakazuki was becoming more and more tense and discordant. Thinking of this, Akiji looked at Tantada and the others and said helplessly, "Let's go. Let's head to the conference room." So Akiji and the several vice admirals walked towards the conference room together. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Navy headquarters conference room was particularly strange. Sengoku Garp and the Dove faction generals like Crane had faint smiles on their faces, as if they knew something pleasant, and the whole room was filled with a relaxed atmosphere. In contrast, Sakazuki's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. At this moment, he was like a powder keg with a lit fuse, ready to explode with just a little provocation. The hawkish vice admirals around him also looked particularly grim, each with a serious expression, as if shrouded in dark clouds. Sakazuki's faction in the conference room was like an incongruous sight, clashing with the surrounding atmosphere. However, amidst this somewhat oppressive and strange atmosphere, there was one person who stood out, and that was Kizuru. He was leisurely trimming his nails with a delicate nail clipper, seemingly relaxed. Yet, his seemingly casual gaze was quietly observing every corner of the conference room. Clearly, he had also keenly sensed the unusual atmosphere in the meeting room. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy, almost suffocating, the conference room door slowly creaked open. At the same time, a crisp sound echoed sharply in the quiet conference room. Everyone's attention instantly shifted, as if drawn by a magnet, all looking towards the door. The first to step through the door was Akiji, his steps steady and his expression calm. Following closely behind were several vice admirals, including Kizuru, as they entered the conference room one by one. As soon as Akiji stepped into the room, his gaze quickly scanned the area like lightning, immediately noticing the strange atmosphere inside. Fortunately, at that moment, Sengoku, with a gentle smile on his face, broke the slightly awkward silence. "Akiji, and you too, Kizuru, and the others, since you're here, please take your seats. We're about to start the meeting." Thus, the Navy's meeting regarding potential riot incidents in the New World slowly commenced. After all, both the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates had suffered serious blows from Minos and the Shadow King. And Sengoku and the others were worried that this could trigger a series of disturbances at sea, so they urgently convened this meeting. Meanwhile, in Mariehua, in a grand and magnificent office that symbolized supreme power, a suffocatingly heavy atmosphere lingered. It was clear that the recent events had left the 5 elders sitting in the office feeling extremely troubled. Silence spread in the office for a long time until the sword-wielding bald elder could no longer contain a cold snort. Breaking the silence, "That red-haired guy has always been arrogant and overbearing. After suffering such a heavy blow this time, I wonder if he can pull himself together, or if he'll be completely down and out." As the bald elder finished speaking, the other elders began to chime in. Who would have thought that such a little Shadow King kid could command such terrifying military power? This time, Red-Haired has been severely harmed, suffering such a heavy loss. Originally, they had hoped to rely on Red-Haired to counter Minos, that troublesome brat, but unexpectedly, Red-Haired hasn't even confronted Minos directly and is already gravely injured. If it weren't for Red-Haired's special status and some usefulness to us, we wouldn't have sent the CP organization to rescue him at all. Well, Red-Haired now owes us another favor, which will surely come in handy later. The sword-wielding elder squinted slightly, casting a piercing gaze over everyone before asking casually, "So how should we deal with this Minos kid? We must remember, he openly massacred an entire island. If we don't handle this promptly, the common people will surely have many grievances. It could lead to unnecessary trouble." The elder with a long beard hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, revealing a hint of disdain on his face, and coldly replied, "Just a bunch of foolish commoners. How dare they speak against our world government? If anyone dares to talk back, we could just let the CP organization take care of them. There's no need to make a fuss about it." The elder with a curled mustache quickly nodded in agreement. "Exactly. No need to pay them any mind. Let them cause a ruckus. If anyone dares to voice opposition, the CP organization can deal with them. As for that Minos kid, he has already offended many people in these seas, so naturally, someone will come looking for trouble with him. We can just watch the changes for now. As the elder with the curled mustache finished speaking, the other elders nodded in agreement. In a new world, at another territory of the red-haired pirates, red-haired Shanks and Beckman lay on the cold stone, their faces filled with despondency. At this moment, they had lost the spirited and domineering aura they once had as one of the four emperors, appearing instead like a group of elderly men whose lives were nearing their end, filled with exhaustion and weariness. Red-haired Shanks's face was marked with loneliness and regret. He felt deep remorse, thinking about how much better it would have been if he hadn't acted so impulsively and provoked the Shadow King. If that had been the case, his 2,000 subordinates wouldn't have lost their lives, and several close brothers wouldn't have left him. But now, everything was irreversible. He knew that he had already formed an irreconcilable enmity with the Shadow King and Minos, with no room for reconciliation. Every time he recalled the mocking tone and expressions of the 5 elders from the world government during their phone call, Shanks's heart felt like it was stabbed by a sharp knife, painful to the point of almost suffocating. Once, everything had been so beautiful. He could command the winds and waves on these seas, being one of the awe-inspiring 4 emperors. However, ever since that Minos appeared, everything had changed drastically, and he had fallen from the clouds to the depths. Now, he was nothing but a complete failure. A dead silence enveloped Shanks and Beckman, like a cloud of gloom. After a long pause, Beckman slowly sat up, lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled a smoke ring, asking with a desolate expression, "Captain, what should we do next?" As Beckman finished his sentence, Jesus Burgess and the others turned their gaze towards Shanks, filled with trust and expectation. And they said in unison, "Captain, just tell us what to do. We'll follow your lead." "Yes, boss, we've always followed you. If it weren't for you leading us, we might have already died in some corner. Boss, you must pull yourself together." Hearing his brother's warm and steadfast words of comfort, Shanks felt a surge of warmth in his heart, and his eyes gradually became moist. The tears could no longer be controlled, flowing slowly down his cheeks. Seeing this, Jesus Burgess and others deliberately spoke in a light-hearted tone, jokingly saying, "Captain, why are you still crying? This isn't the red-haired Shanks we know." "Yeah," the captain actually cried. "This is the first time we've seen it. This isn't the image we have of our boss. Boss, you really need to pull yourself together." Shanks's lips trembled slightly, a tearful smile appearing on his face as he slowly said, "You guys, always so considerate." Beckman, taking another puff of his cigarette, looked firmly at Shanks and said slowly, "You are our captain. For so many years, we've always trusted you and will continue to follow you." The others chimed in. "The first mate is right, Captain. We have always believed in you. You must pull yourself together. We still need to take revenge on Minos and the Shadow King." "Revenge! Revenge!" The voices of the crowd converged, expressing their shared determination. Shanks looked at the familiar and resolute faces in front of him with gratitude, silently vowing to regain his strength. Thanks to these brothers who had fought alongside him through life and death, he had rediscovered that long-lost confidence and courage. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, interrupting their conversation. "If you're going to take revenge, why not let me join you?" Upon hearing this voice, Shanks and the others were first taken aback, then quickly looked up. They saw a figure slowly approaching from behind them. It was none other than Rayleigh, who had disappeared for quite some time. Shanks immediately recognized the newcomer, his eyes shining with surprise and excitement as he quickly walked over to Rayleigh, his face beaming with uncontainable joy. "Rayleigh, I can't believe I would see you here. What brings you?" Except for Shanks, the rest of the red-haired pirates were all surprised, their eyes fixed on Rayleigh. After all, this person before them was a legendary figure. In the world of pirates, Rayleigh's name is well known, and his legendary stories have long been passed down across the seas. Everyone felt excited and shocked to see him in person. Rayleigh looked calm and gave a faint glance at Shanks before slowly speaking. His voice steady and powerful. "I originally planned to find some old friends to catch up and saw some news in the newspaper. Coincidentally, I was not far from here at the time, so I thought I would come and take a look." As he spoke, Rayleigh scanned the crowd and continued, "Just in time, I heard that you planned to take revenge, so I decided to join you on this journey." Shanks was initially overjoyed by Rayleigh's arrival, but soon his expression turned sorrowful, and he said apologetically, "Rayleigh, I'm truly sorry. We were unable to help with the unfortunate passing of Odin, and we feel deeply guilty. Rayleigh looked at Shanks with a gentle gaze, raised his hand, and lightly patted his shoulder, comforting him. Shanks, there's no need to blame yourself too much. This is not your fault. Let's join hands and fight against Minos together. Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, Shanks' eyes reignited with fighting spirit, and he excitedly responded, "All right, Rayleigh, we'll fight against Minos and make them pay." In the New World, Wano country, on Onigashima, heavy dark clouds enveloped the island, and the oppressive atmosphere made it seem as if Onigashima had transformed into a giant beast, ready to devour everything. The Emperor Kaido, a powerful pirate who shook the seas, sat casually in his enormous chair, holding a jug of wine, tilting his head back to drink, and shouting incomprehensibly, "Why am I still not dead? Who can kill me? Hey, Minos kid, why don't you join the Beast Pirates?" Kaido mumbled, the effects of the alcohol making him feel confused and regretful. What is the reason for this? Below Kaido's massive chair, Jin stood quietly. As always, he was focused on the latest newspaper that had just been delivered. Jin was usually very calm and collected, but after briefly scanning the newspaper, his eyes filled with shock, and he seemed frozen in place. The events reported in just a few days were astonishing and marked one of the rarest upheavals in the history of the New World. Sitting in the chair, Kaido caught a glimpse of Jin, who had been staring at the newspaper without moving or saying a word. He couldn't help but feel puzzled and shouted loudly, "Hey Jin, what are you doing?" However, at that moment, Jin was completely immersed in the shocking news from the newspaper, as if the entire world had vanished, leaving only the paper in his hands, deaf to Kaido's calls. Seeing that Jin was unresponsive and still fixated on the newspaper, Kaido's mind, which had been somewhat intoxicated, suddenly cleared up. He couldn't help but mutter, "What incredible news did Jin see? Why is he acting like this?" Looking at the still dazed Jin, Kaido could no longer contain himself and shouted hoarsely, "Jin, did you hear what I said? What on earth happened?" Under Kaido's series of loud shouts, Jin finally snapped back to reality, slowly regaining his composure. But the shock in his eyes, even when he tried to hide it, was still hard to conceal. Kaido noticed that Jin still didn't respond to him, and his brows furrowed tightly into a shape, his voice growing louder and tinged with anger. "Jin, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me or not?" Hearing Kaido's impatient words, Jin hurriedly came to his senses and said in a slightly panicked tone, "Captain Kaido, the news reported in the newspaper is so shocking that I can hardly believe it, which is why I didn't hear you." Kaido, sitting in the chair, looked at Jin's flustered expression and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Jin, there's no need to panic. I'm just curious about what news could make you act like this." Jin took a deep breath and then couldn't help but exclaim, "Captain Kaido, the red-hair pirates have been defeated, and the white-beard pirates have also retreated." Upon hearing this, Kaido immediately doubted whether he had misheard. What? The red-haired pirates were defeated? And the white-beard pirates were also defeated? Kaido's eyes widened, and he could clearly understand each of those words when taken separately. But together, they seemed utterly incomprehensible to him. The old man Whitebeard, despite his age and a decline in strength, could still be defeated, which Kaido could reluctantly believe. But the red-haired pirates being defeated? That was beyond Kaido's comprehension and plunged him into deep suspicion. Among the emperors of the sea, he knew the other few relatively well, but the red-haired pirates were quite special. Their strength was unfathomable. Even in a direct confrontation with the beast pirates, there was no absolute certainty of victory. Now, someone was telling him that the red-haired pirates had been defeated. How could he believe that? Thinking of this, Kaido suddenly smashed the jug of wine in his hand onto the ground, and with a bang, the jug shattered into pieces, splashing wine everywhere. Kaido jumped up from his chair, eyes wide open, and roared, "How is this possible?" As his words fell, an overwhelming conqueror's haki involuntarily erupted from Kaido. In an instant, the powerful mental pressure surged like a tidal wave, sweeping across the entire Onigashima. The entire island erupted in chaos, with the minions on the island shouting in panic. What is happening? They thought a powerful enemy had invaded Onigashima. However, this conqueror's haki only erupted for a moment before abruptly stopping. In the palace of Onigashima, Kaido gradually calmed down. He looked at Jin with a serious expression and slowly said, "Jin, let me see the newspaper. I want to see for myself what exactly is going on." Seeing that Kaido had calmed down, Jin did not dare to delay and quickly handed over the newspaper in his hand. Thus, Kaido and the others learned about the shocking events caused by Minos and the Shadow King that were shaking the New World. Meanwhile, in the New World, at the land of Wano, Cake Island, as the main city of the Emperor Big Mom, was usually bustling and lively, but at this moment, it was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. Big Mom sat in the main seat of the palace, tightly gripping a newspaper in her hands, her eyes fixed on the contents of the paper, her expression dark as if a storm was approaching. Both the retreat of the Whitebeard pirates and the defeat of the red-haired pirates were like bombs exploding in Big Mom's heart, creating tumultuous waves. Whitebeard was once a partner who sailed on the same ship as her, and Big Mom knew very well how powerful he was. Even now, despite his old age, his reputation and strength were still formidable and not to be underestimated. It was certainly not easy to defeat him. However, now he had been toyed with by the young pirates Minos and Akiji, ultimately retreating, which was truly hard to believe. As for the red-haired pirates, there is even more to say. With extraordinary strength and exceptional charisma, red-haired Shanks forcefully ascended to the position of one of the four emperors, making a name for himself in the strong and competitive New World at a young age, achieving remarkable glory. Moreover, the red-haired pirates are filled with talented individuals, with the Vice Captain Beckman having unfathomable strength, alongside other powerful members like Jesus Burgess. It's simply unbelievable that such a powerful pirate crew was defeated by that young brat known as the Shadow King. This news sounds like a fairy tale. It's hard for anyone to believe. Thinking of this, Big Mom's gaze was as fierce as a wolf, coldly scanning her trembling children below. Her voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, filled with a chilling aura. "I absolutely do not believe that the Shadow King brat could defeat the red-haired pirates. This information must be false. I refuse to believe it." After saying this, Big Mom's gaze suddenly fixed on Katakuri, and she viciously commanded Katakuri, "I want you to personally verify the situation between the red-haired pirates and that brat, the Shadow King. If it turns out to be true, report back to me immediately." "Katakuri, can you handle this?" Under Big Mom's fierce gaze, Katakuri surprisingly remained calm. There was no sign of panic on his face as he replied nonchalantly, "I understand, Mom." After speaking, Katakuri turned and left Cake Island with steady steps, leaving behind a ferocious-looking Big Mom and her trembling siblings. Big Mom watched Katakuri's retreating figure and then turned her fierce gaze back to the remaining children, shouting loudly, "Listen up. Stay alert at all times to guard against any potential invasion of our territory. Do you understand?" Under Big Mom's terrifying glare, her remaining children turned pale and hurriedly nodded, trembling as they replied, "Understood. We understand." Big Mom snorted coldly and fell silent, the entire palace descending into a heavy silence, with the tense atmosphere growing ever more intense. In the vast and boundless seas of a new world, this is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. At this moment, dozens of ships surrounded an enormous ship like stars surrounding the moon. On the flag of that great ship was a strikingly large white mustache emblem. The main fleet of the fearsome Whitebeard pirates, Moby Dick. On the deck of Moby Dick, many people, renowned captains and vice-captains under Whitebeard, were gathered tightly. However, the atmosphere on the ship was heavy, like the oppressive stillness before a storm, making it hard to breathe. The faces of Marco and the other captains were filled with gloom, brows tightly furrowed, as if shrouded in a thick layer of dark clouds. The prominent scar on Whitebeard's face was like a heavy hammer, striking at everyone's hearts, intensifying the solemn atmosphere. Silence spread through the air for a long time. Finally, Whitebeard slowly scanned the crowd below, his thunderous voice breaking the silence. "I suppose everyone has seen the latest news in the papers." His voice was low and hoarse, tinged with an unmistakable sorrow. "The news is absolutely true. Several of our brothers, those excellent captains, have been killed by that bastard Minos." A flicker of angry flames flashed in Whitebeard's eyes, and his clenched fists trembled slightly. "Minos not only audaciously invaded our territory, but also cruelly murdered our brothers. Tell me, can we swallow this anger?" Whitebeard's eyes glared as he scanned the faces of everyone present. After Whitebeard's roar, Marco and the others forced themselves to rally and responded loudly. "We cannot tolerate this, absolutely not. That's right, we must not tolerate it. Minos is a heinous villain. We must avenge our fallen brothers." The voices of the crowd rose and fell, filled with righteous anger. Whitebeard swept his gaze over the crowd again, raised his arm fiercely, and shouted, "Yes, we must seek revenge on that bastard Minos. Even if we have to shatter our bodies, we will not back down. He is a despicable scoundrel, and we will not rest until we have dealt with him." Just like that, the members of the Whitebeard pirates quickly sprang into action, rallying their crew with high spirits to embark on a mission of vengeance for their fallen captain. Meanwhile, in the mysterious and hidden headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon sat quietly in a room, tightly gripping a newspaper, his face filled with shock. The newspaper felt as heavy as a ton, and he unconsciously clenched it tightly, his knuckles turning white from the effort. Who could have predicted that just a few days had passed, and Minos and that mysterious Shadow King had accomplished such earth-shattering feats? Dragon had long heard of Minos' strength, knowing he was no ordinary foe. But the Shadow King had barely any information available before, and he never expected him to possess such terrifying power. The Red-Haired Pirates, now that was a top-tier pirate crew renowned in the New World. Red-Haired Shanks, with his extraordinary talent, had ascended to the position of one of the 4 emperors at a young age, achieving great glory in the pirate world and instilling awe in many. Yet, such a powerful pirate crew was almost completely obliterated by the Shadow King with a Shadow Army. This news was simply unbelievable. Dragon remained silent for a long time, his gaze never leaving the newspaper, quietly murmuring, "Minos, the Shadow King, the world government. Each one of you is unfathomable." On Fishman Island in the New World, Jinbei was lying on a chair. His wounds had not completely healed, and his body was tightly wrapped in layers of bandages, looking like a round dumpling from afar. His uninjured hand held the latest newspaper. Jinbei's eyes were fixed on the contents of the paper, filled with disbelief. Suddenly, he shouted, "This is impossible. Dad could never lose to that despicable Minos. Absolutely impossible." His voice was filled with intense anger and unwillingness, echoing in the small room and sounding particularly mournful. In Dressrosa of the New World, within a grand and magnificent palace, Doflamingo sat in an incredibly glorious chair. He, too, held a newspaper in his hand, although there was no obvious change in his expression. His gaze fixed on the paper revealed his inner unrest. The paper he gripped tightly had slightly deformed corners, enough to show the turmoil in his heart. His inner turmoil was intense. It was as if he could sense the unstoppable massive changes of the era through this newspaper, along with a deep-seated fear. He seemed to have a premonition that the world was undergoing earth-shattering changes, and he could be mercilessly swept away in the surging tide at any moment. After a long silence, Doflamingo finally spoke softly. "Minos, are you planning to directly sweep away the old 4 Emperor forces? Truly frightening. It seems I must seek another path and find a new ally. Otherwise, in this cruel new world, there might really be no place for me to hide." On Nine Snake Island in the doldrums, the Empress sits on a magnificent throne, holding a newspaper in her hand. At this moment, she no longer possesses the high and mighty demeanor she once had. The contents of the newspaper hit her like a heavy bomb, completely shocking her. The Red Air Pirates, a strong force in the pirate world, have been easily overrun by someone, and it is the Shadow King, with whom she has deep-seated grudges. This huge disparity deeply stimulates her seemingly proud but actually fragile heart. She can't help but recall Rayleigh, who went alone to seek revenge on Minos and the Shadow King. After a long silence, the Empress finally speaks in a low voice. "Rayleigh, I hope you won't act impulsively and go for revenge alone. Otherwise, there will truly be life-threatening dangers." On the island of Karajaga, in a huge and eerie castle, the warlord Dracul Mihawk sits leisurely in a chair, sipping red wine. His gaze falls on the newspaper in his hand, his face still showing that calm demeanor. After a long while, Mihawk slightly tilts his head back and drains his glass of red wine, then speaks. "Red-haired, I hope you're okay. Otherwise, there will be one less person I can spar with freely in the future." In Alabasta, Nico Robin stands quietly by the window, holding a newspaper in her hand, her eyes revealing a hint of anticipation and confusion. She looks at the newspaper and murmurs, "The fifth Emperor Minos. When will that straw hat-wearing person you mentioned finally appear? Do I really have to keep waiting here? Even if I really joined the Straw Hat crew, do I really have to pass on information to you?" However, seeing the terrifying Minos on the newspaper, Robin's heart suddenly has an idea. In East Blue, in Fusha Village, the hometown of Navy hero Carp, on a towering cliff, two boys stand side by side, each holding a pirate newspaper. Their faces show signs of shock. The pinnacle of the sea has actually been defeated. One boy with freckles stares wide-eyed, his face full of disbelief. Shanks is so powerful. How could he possibly lose? The Straw Hat boy exclaims excitedly. And Uncle Jesus Burgess with the long nose, and Uncle Ben Beckman, who smokes all the time. They're so strong too. I absolutely can't believe they would be defeated. As he speaks, the boy's eyes gradually redden, tears streaming down his face. Ace, standing beside Luffy, feels heartbroken seeing Luffy cry and quickly comforts him. "Luffy, don't worry. In a few days, I'm going to set sail, and I will definitely help you find out about Shanks and the others." Upon hearing this, Luffy quickly looks up at Ace, his eyes filled with anticipation, and shouts, "Ace, you must help me find out about Shanks and the others. Once I set sail, I will personally beat that despicable Shadow King." Ace looks at Luffy's unwavering gaze and can't help but chuckle, then says, "Luffy, you might not get the chance. After I set sail, I plan to challenge that Shadow King. I want to see just how capable he is to defeat the pinnacle of the sea." Upon hearing this, Luffy becomes anxious and quickly says, "Ace, you can't go. You have to wait until I set sail to personally defeat that despicable guy." The two boys stand on the cliff, discussing how to defeat the Shadow King after they set sail, their voices drifting in the sea breeze. At this moment, they still do not understand the cruelty of this world, that so-called ignorance may only be realized after being severely taught by reality, understanding how small they truly are. In a mysterious sea area of the New World, there's an island belonging to Serbia, quietly standing. On the island, a magnificent castle towers high, decorated extravagantly, showcasing luxury. Minos and Chung Xiaoyu sit steadily on an incredibly large and dazzling chair, exuding a unique aura. Chung Xiaoyu slightly turns to Minos, a teasing smile appearing on his face as he says, "I never expected that the main body would cause such a huge commotion in Whitebeard's territory." Minos, holding a newspaper, focuses on its contents without raising his head, and, "That old man Whitebeard has been too arrogant lately. I just cleverly schemed against him using Dragon Slayer magic." At this point, he pauses slightly, a hint of disdain appearing on his lips, and continues, "And those captains under him are utterly useless. I can easily defeat them." Chung Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, smiles lightly and agrees. Whitebeard and the red-haired pirates are both arrogant in their actions. They deserve to be given some profound lessons. However, he shifts his tone and becomes more serious, slowly saying, "Main body, have you noticed that our situation in the New World seems to be increasingly difficult, feeling somewhat overwhelmed?" Chung Xiaoyu furrows his brows slightly, worry evident in his eyes as he continues. "We have completely offended the Navy, pirates, civilians, nobles, as well as the red-haired pirates and the Whitebeard pirates." He emphasizes, especially the Navy, the red-haired pirates, and the Whitebeard pirates. "The conflict between us has reached a point of no return. The current situation indeed feels oppressive, like a storm is brewing." After hearing this, Minos gently puts down the newspaper in his hand, slowly turns his gaze to Chung Xiaoyu, his eyes deep and calm. "What you said makes sense. Our current situation is indeed not optimistic. It seems our path forward is completely blocked." At this point, he suddenly shifts his tone, adding more confidence and determination. "But this is not about economic warfare. We have no intention of developing an economy. So, even if they cut off our supply of resources, what does it matter? We possess the unbeatable abilities granted by the system and do not need to rely on their support and resources." Minos slightly raises his head, his eyes shining with ambition, and continues, "We just need to wait patiently. When we break through to the king-level realm, it will be our time to swallow the whole world." At that time, as long as we encounter someone, we won't need to ask their identity, just kill them. We will shake the heavens and earth and let the entire world know our strength. Those old era guys should have been eliminated long ago. They are better off as our nourishment. Most importantly, once we become God-level powerhouses, the vast future world will be ours to roam freely. Chung Xiaoyu nods inwardly upon hearing Minos' words. Upon careful consideration, he realizes it to be true. The shadow soldiers they possess do not need to eat, giving them a natural advantage in this regard, seemingly standing invincible. However, he still felt a slight worry in his heart and couldn't help but speak up. That being said, I'm afraid of the red-haired pirates and the white-beard pirates teaming up against us. If that happens, it could be quite troublesome. At this point, Chung Xiaoyu frowned slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of contemplation. Of course, you and I, the main body, won't panic. At worst, we can hide in the 4 seas until we break through to the king-level realm and then come back. However, doing so would make us appear somewhat embarrassed, which is not really in line with our esteemed identity as kings. With this thought, Chung Xiaoyu's expression became serious, and he fixed his gaze on Minos, saying in a deep voice, "We still need to pay special attention to the situation of the old 4 emperors teaming up. Otherwise, if they launch a surprise attack, the consequences would be unimaginable." Minos listened to Chung Xiaoyu's words and fell into a brief contemplation. Indeed, if the 4 emperors teamed up against them, even with Chung Xiaoyu's shadow army assisting, the situation would become extremely difficult. After pondering for a moment, Minos raised his head, his gaze once again landing on Chung Xiaoyu, and said with a serious expression, "The issue you mentioned is crucial. We should indeed make thorough preparations in advance." He squinted slightly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Later, I will have the system create a few puppets with the strength of generals or quasi-generals. With these puppets, we will be able to easily withstand the attacks of those old-era powerhouses." Then, Minos' tone became even deeper. "Moreover, we also need to start preparing the materials required for the arrival of other kings." Chung Xiaoyu was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, not expecting the main body to already have a countermeasure in place, and to have considered it so far ahead, even planning for the arrival of other kings. This truly surprised him and made him feel quite intrigued. With this thought, Chung Xiaoyu chuckled lightly. "I didn't expect you to have everything figured out. This makes things much easier." However, a hint of doubt surged in his heart, and he couldn't help but ask, "But which kings are you referring to when you mention their arrival?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he recalled his own arrival and continued, "When you let me arrive, it was with the help of Moria's fruit ability that I succeeded. Now, there doesn't seem to be a fruit ability that matches so well, right?" Minos glanced at Chung Xiaoyu, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting to show a calm smile, and said, "I've already carefully selected the suitable fruits for the kings. However, the process of obtaining them may be somewhat difficult." Chung Xiaoyu immediately became interested, curiosity shining in his eyes as he eagerly smiled. "Don't keep me in suspense. Quickly tell me which fruits or people they are." Minos looked at Chung Xiaoyu, who was full of eagerness, smiled lightly, and slowly spoke. "These few people, we are all too familiar with." Minos then paused slightly and sequentially said, "They are Akiji, Yamato, Kaido, Loki, and Ace." After finishing, Minos glanced at Chung Xiaoyu again and continued to explain in detail. Akiji corresponds to the Cold King. Think about it. Both are related to ice powers, which is very fitting. Of course, there's also Monet's Snow fruit. But to quickly elevate the Cold King's strength to its peak state, choosing Akiji is undoubtedly a better choice. Then there's Yamato, who corresponds to the Fong King. Yamato possesses the mythical Zoan-type White Wolf form, and the Fong King also transforms into a White Wolf form. Therefore, in every aspect, Yamato's fruit is very suitable to serve as the vessel for the Fong King's arrival. As for Kaido, the situation is a bit special. My idea is to have him correspond to the Dragon Emperor. However, I found that Kaido represents the Eastern Dragon, while the Dragon Emperor is the Western Dragon, which makes me a bit doubtful about whether they can successfully merge. But this is not insurmountable. As long as we increase some kill values, it should work. At that time, We can directly launch a massacre against the beast pirates to obtain a powerful destruction army. As for Loki, he corresponds to the Ancestor King. If the Ancestor King can leverage the powerful giant race represented by Loki, he will certainly be able to fully unleash his peak battle power. At that time, we just need to take action against all the giants to convert them into a giant army. The last one is Ace. He is the flame fruit user, so naturally, he corresponds to the Flame King. They are both masters of fire manipulation, making them a perfect match. After saying all this, Minos looked at Chang Xiaoyu again, his gaze calm and profound, and said, "These are the suitable candidates I can think of at the moment." After hearing Minos's detailed account, Chang Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Images of the people Minos mentioned and their corresponding kings continuously surfaced in his mind, and he privately pondered the difficulty of realizing these plans. Meanwhile, Minos looked at Chang Xiaoyu with a smile, remaining silent and patiently waiting for his response. After a long silence, Chang Xiaoyu slowly came back to his senses, looking at Minos with a wry smile on his face, saying helplessly, "Main body, the plans you mentioned are not just ordinary difficult to implement." Before Minos could speak, Chang Xiaoyu continued with a bitter smile. "The people you mentioned are all key figures in various forces. How easy is it to deal with them? Aside from Ace, who hasn't set sail yet, Akiji, Kaido, and Loki are all extremely powerful. Capturing them is almost as difficult as climbing to the sky." At this point, Chang Xiaoyu furrowed his brow slightly, his expression filled with worry. Moreover, they all have huge forces backing them. If there is any slip-up in our actions and we alert their respective forces, the consequences would be unimaginable. If we could hunt these targets individually, we might still have a chance to succeed easily. Chang Xiaoyu sighed helplessly, but if others intervene during the operation, the situation will become intricate, and the outcome will be hard to predict. Minos listened to Chang Xiaoyu's words, a calm smile appearing on his face as he said in a tranquil tone, "There's no need to worry too much. Once I create a few puppets at the general level, if Whitebeard and the others are sensible and do not actively provoke us, then we will first target the beast pirates." A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Minos's eyes. Even if Kaido treated him relatively politely, he still had to die before the ascension to godhood. If Whitebeard and Redhair were to seek their own doom, then they shouldn't blame us for being rude and directly leaving them behind. It would save us from having to see them jumping around in front of us all day long, which is quite annoying. Minos squinted slightly, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. As for hunting the beast pirates, we can hold off for now. Let's wait until we break through to king-level strength before hunting. Minos paused slightly, looking at Chang Xiaoyu and continuing. Moreover, the arrival of the kings and the acquisition of the Hashirama cells require a large amount of kill values. When you arrived back then, not only was your compatibility with the system quite high, but you also happened to catch the system on sale, which is why you didn't use too many kill values. After hearing Minos's analysis, Chang Xiaoyu secretly nodded, realizing that for now, they could only proceed according to this plan. At that moment, Chang Xiaoyu recalled that when he received the newspaper from Newsbird, he had also taken a phone bug from there. Upon reflection, it seemed that the phone bug was specifically used to connect to the direct line of the president of the news agency. Thinking of this, Chang Xiaoyu glanced at the thoughtful Minos and said in a calm, yet somewhat mysterious tone, "By the way, the main body. I think you might find this useful." After saying that, Chang Xiaoyu raised his hand and gently waved it, causing a blue phone bug emitting a faint glow to appear in his palm from the system space. At that moment, Minos, who had been deep in thought regarding the matters of kings, was suddenly interrupted by Chang Xiaoyu's voice, which struck like a sharp lightning bolt. Breaking his train of thought, Minos instinctively looked up, directing his gaze towards the source of the sound. What came into view was a blue phone bug quietly lying in Chang Xiaoyu's palm, radiating an unusual hue under the surrounding dim light. Minos reached out to pick up the phone bug, and after a moment's pause to examine it, he looked at Chang Xiaoyu and spoke in a low, steady voice. "You mean this can directly dial the president of the news agency, Morgans?" Chang Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Minos and chuckled softly. "I thought you might need it, so I got one from Newsbird." Minos nodded slightly. Hearing Chang Xiaoyu's words, he furrowed his brow slightly, as numerous thoughts quickly flashed through his mind. Indeed, given the current situation, He didn't need to inform Morgans about certain matters. After a brief contemplation, Minus's lips curved into a faint smile. I do need to contact Morgans to announce to the world that we will establish a force in a month. Chung Xiaoyu was taken aback by this statement. He had thought that establishing a force would be postponed for some time, but unexpectedly, the main body planned to take action in just a month. This was somewhat beyond his expectations and felt quite astonishing. Although he had doubts in his heart, Chung Xiaoyu quickly regained his composure and asked in a calm tone, "Main body, do you have any special plans for establishing the force in a month?" Minus's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he looked at Chung Xiaoyu and slowly said, "Mainly, I want to lure those forces to come knocking. At that time, we can catch them all in one go and conveniently increase our kill points. Of course, if we encounter any of the people on our hunting list, that would be even better." Chung Xiaoyu looked at Minus, who was full of bad ideas, and couldn't help but exclaim, "You really do think things through?" Minus nodded slightly, his expression calm, his tone carrying a hint of confidence. This could be considered a rather clever plan. Next, once I communicate with Morgans, we just need to quietly wait for those who overestimate themselves and dare to cause trouble. After saying this, Minus no longer hesitated. His long fingers gently picked up the phone bug, and he skillfully dialed the number. Meanwhile, in the distant headquarters of the New World News Agency, a crisp ringing of the phone bug suddenly echoed in Morgans' office on the top floor. "Pere, pere, pere. Brothers, please provide your own sound effects." The ringing sounded particularly abrupt in a quiet office. Soon, a steady yet somewhat cautious voice came from the phone bug. "Hello. Who are you? How do you know my exclusive phone?" Listening to the inquiry from the phone bug, Minus's lips curled up slightly, and he chuckled. "I am Minus. You should be familiar with that name. After all, your news agency has always been keen on capturing my every move." After Minus finished this sentence, the other end of the phone bug fell into a dead silence, as if time had frozen at that moment. It seemed that the person on the other end was completely stunned by Minus's identity. Minus, with a barely perceptible smile on his lips, quietly held the phone bug, patiently waiting for Morgans to speak. After a brief silence, Minus finally heard a low yet unmistakably surprised voice from the phone bug. "So it's Your Excellency, Minus? What an honor it is to receive your call today. I assume you aren't here to hold us accountable for our agency's invasion of your privacy, right?" Minus raised an eyebrow slightly, hearing Morgans' eloquent words from the phone bug. With a calm smile on his face, he replied unhurriedly, "Of course. I wouldn't come to find you over such a trivial matter. I mainly have an important matter that I need your help to promote." After saying this, Minus's gaze was fixed on the phone bug in his hand, as if he wanted to see through it to Morgans' expression on the other end and find out how he would respond. Minus didn't have to wait long before Morgans' enthusiastic voice came through the phone bug. "May I ask what matter Your Excellency Minus wishes to promote? If it is within our agency's capabilities, we will certainly do our utmost to assist you." Hearing Morgans' affirmative and enthusiastic response from the phone bug, a satisfied smile appeared on Minus's face, and his tone became steady yet undeniably authoritative. "In 1 month, I and the Shadow King will establish a new force on the island of Serbia. I specifically came to ask you to help us announce this news. The name of the force will be the Hunters Guild." As soon as Minus finished speaking, Morgans' voice on the other end almost broke with excitement. "What? Your Excellency Minus, you're finally going to establish a force. Do you know how long we have been waiting for this day? Moreover, the Shadow King is indeed partnering with you. This is truly astonishing." Minus squinted slightly, looking at the phone bug in his hand, and smiled indifferently. "Then I will trouble you, Morgans. In the future, if there are any major events, I will notify you as soon as possible." Morgans and the phone bug laughed excitedly. "Rest assured, Your Excellency Minus, I will ensure that the name of the Hunters Guild resonates throughout the seas, shocking everyone." Just as his words fell, a series of beeping sounds indicated that the call had been disconnected. Clearly, Morgans could no longer wait to hang up the phone. Minus looked at the now silent phone bug in his hand, a faint smile appearing on his lips as he softly murmured, "This Morgans really is quite impatient." With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Minus already had new plans in mind. Now it's time to purchase some puppets with the strength of generals. In the distant New World, within the towering building of the news agency headquarters, in the president's office, Morgan sat in a large, comfortable chair, leaning forward with wide eyes. unable to come back to his senses for a long time. The news that the 5 Emperors Minos and the mysterious Shadow King were about to establish the Hunters Guild was like a violent storm, stirring up tumultuous waves in his heart. It should be known that all along, the 5 Emperors Minos had no force of his own, and his subordinates were few, which was often criticized in the world of pirates. But now, the partnership between the 5 Emperors Minos and the Shadow King, this man and this mysterious group, in establishing a new force, would undoubtedly bring about a significant transformation in the entire pirate world. Thinking of this, Morgans could no longer suppress his inner excitement, suddenly standing up and laughing heartily. 5 Emperors Minos, you are truly insane. This is going to surpass the other 5 emperors in one fell swoop. He seemed to have already envisioned a grand scene in the near future, where the Hunter Guild rises with lightning speed to dominate the entire sea. So, let this heavy news shock the world once again tomorrow. Morgans laughed, his voice echoing in the empty office, lasting for a long time. His eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement, as if he could already see the shocked and wary expressions of the other emperors when faced with the rise of the Hunter Guild. At this moment, Minos quietly opened the system. The kill points on the system had also reached an unprecedented level. It showed Host, Minos Age, 19 skills, Advanced Armament Hockey, Advanced Observation Hockey, Advanced Conqueror's Hockey, Flowing Rock Punch, Normal Version, Normal Punch, Normal Version, Continuous Normal Punch, Normal Version, Navigator Skills, Helmsman Skills. Physique, Peak of 4 Emperors Items, 1 Supreme Great Knife Kill Points, 448, 506 points Realm, Peak of Admiral, Black Dragon Form, Peak of 4 Emperors Evaluation. You are already very powerful now, as long as you don't encounter a peak king level enemy. You won't die. Minos looked at the striking kill points on the system panel and couldn't help but exclaim, System, what I feel like this kill point is a bit excessive. Ding, please do not be surprised, Host. In fact, this is not much. The emotionless electronic voice of the system echoed in Minos's mind. Minos was taken aback. Over 400,000 kill points is not much. This truly exceeded his understanding. Filled with confusion, he asked, System, how do you say that? To me, this kill point is already quite considerable. Ding, please note, Host. You slaughtered an entire island and several captains of the Whitebeard pirates to obtain these kill points. The system's voice remained calm. Ding, Zixawaya Island houses over 200,000 people, with civilians accounting for more than half. Ding, so considering all aspects, the kill points you have obtained are indeed not much. After hearing the system's explanation, Minos fell in a deep thought. According to the system, it indeed seemed that way. If each person could provide 10 kill points, then those 200,000 people could bring in 2 million kill points, right? It should be like this. Brothers. Thinking of this, Minos helplessly said, System, after your analysis, it seems that it really isn't much. Ding, this system has already calculated accurately and will not make mistakes. The system confidently replied. Minos paused slightly, then changed his tone and said, System, I plan to spend some points. Could you check if there are any puppets with Admiral-level strength in the system store? Ding. Please wait a moment. Host. This system will check right away. After the system said this, it fell silent, and Minos quietly waited for the search results. Not long after, a message came from the system. Ding, the puppet you mentioned has been found, but the price is a bit expensive. Minos first felt a surge of joy in his heart since he had a target, but upon hearing the word expensive, he couldn't help but show a look of surprise. After all, the system specifically emphasized that it was expensive, so the price must not be low. Thinking of this, Minos calmly said, System, just tell me the details directly. Ding, this puppet is a high-grade item and can be crafted by the host. Ding, the puppet's skills and appearance can also be chosen and purchased by the host. Currently limited to the pirate world. Minos listened to the system's description and felt it was somewhat familiar. Wasn't this almost the same as the operation when Chang Xiaoyu descended? Thinking of this, Minos slightly furrowed his brows and asked in a low voice, System, why do I feel like what you're saying is a bit similar to what Chang Xiaoyu experienced? Ding, it seems the host has also noticed. It is indeed somewhat similar to Chang Xiaoyu's situation at that time. Ding, however, the skills of this puppet need to be purchased separately by the host. Minos then suddenly understood. No wonder the price was so high. It turned out that the skills had to be bought with his own money. Even basic abilities like armament hockey and observation hockey were no exception. Thinking of this, Minos couldn't help but complain in his heart. This system is really a scam. He originally thought that his over 400,000 kill points were quite a lot, but now it seemed like a drop in the bucket. However, considering his needs, Minos ultimately helplessly said, "System, give me 5 Admiral-level puppets first." Ding! The host request has been received and is currently being purchased. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining Admiral-level puppets. Please use them as soon as possible. As soon as the system finished speaking, 5 system panel forms suddenly appeared in front of Minos. On the forms, familiar words like name, height, appearance, clothing, skills were clearly visible. Minos remained silent for a few seconds and helplessly began to fill out the information on the 5 system forms. Name, number 1, number 2. No. 5. Height, 305 centimeters, 304 centimeters. 301 centimeters. Appearance, all set to Ichigo Kurosaki's horn form. Clothing, the outfit Ichigo Kurosaki wore in his horn form. Skills, number 1. Equipped with Great Sword Master Swordsmanship, Intermediate Armament Hockey, Intermediate Observation Hockey, and Max Level Navy 6 styles. Number 2. Great Sword Master Swordsmanship, Intermediate Armament Hockey, Intermediate Observation Hockey, all Max Level Navy 6 styles. Number 5. Great Sword Master Swordsmanship, Intermediate Armament Hockey, Intermediate Observation Hockey, all Max Level Navy 6 styles. After filling in all the information, a confirmation button slowly appeared on the system panel. Seeing such a humanized design, Minos couldn't help but laugh and cry, helplessly reaching out to click the confirmation button on the system panel. Damn! After filling out the information, Minos couldn't help but curse. The process of filling out the information had exhausted him. He didn't expect that after crossing into the pirate world, he would still have to do such tedious things, which reminded him of his miserable working life back in Xinglan. Just then, the system's prompt sound rang out again. Ding! Please be patient, host. This system is currently manufacturing at full capacity. Hearing this, Minos couldn't even be bothered to respond. Just from this wave of operations, his kill points were almost exhausted. Thinking of this, Minos couldn't help but sigh. I hope the puppets made by the system can satisfy me. Otherwise, I'll be at a huge loss. Minos didn't have to wait too long before the system delivered the prompt sound. Ding! The 5 puppets have been completed and are now stored in the system backpack. The host can use them after claiming them. Upon hearing this, Minos couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. Finally done. However, in an instant, Minos's expression froze, and a question about the loyalty of the puppets suddenly flashed through his mind. He hurriedly asked the system, "System, this puppet will absolutely obey my commands 100, right? Don't give me some disobedient ones to brush me off. If something goes wrong, it will be a huge problem." Ding! Please rest assured, the puppet's obedience level to you is 100. When in use, you only need to input commands, and only your commands will take effect. Others have no authority to control it. Ding! Additionally, I have good news for you. The 5 puppets all possess the strength of mid-level generals. Upon hearing this, Minos was filled with joy, practically ecstatic. In his view, everything was simply too perfect. Whether it was the unique control authority or the powerful strength of the puppets at the mid-general level, he was extremely satisfied. Thinking of this, Minos laughed heartily. It's worth it, truly worth it. Then, Minos's tone suddenly turned cold. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he coldly spoke. I hope that Whitebeard and the others a month from now can withstand the grand gift I have prepared for them. Time flew by, and summer had arrived in an instant. The sun poured down unreservedly on the sea, and the shimmering waves added a joyful atmosphere to the vast ocean, bringing more lively fun. At this time, only 2 days remained before Minos and Chang Xiaoyu planned to establish the Hunter Guild. In the nearly past month, many unknown and exciting stories had unfolded on the sea. Morganza's promotional ability was exceptional, and through his dissemination, the news that Minos and the Shadow King were going to establish the Hunter Guild on the territory of the Red-Haired Pirate Serbia Island instantly exploded like a heavy bomb, stirring up huge waves across the entire sea. People in a new world were still immersed in the shock of Chung Xiaoyu's battle with the red-haired pirates and Minus's fierce confrontation with the white-beard pirates. Before they could fully digest this news, the heavy announcement from the Five Emperors Minus and the Shadow King about establishing the Hunter Guild followed, catching everyone off guard. In an instant, various opinions erupted in the new world and even across the entire world. Half of the people were cheering with joy, as the Five Emperors Minus was finally going to establish his own power, which undoubtedly signaled a significant change was about to occur in the sea. After the news spread, the pirates in the new world were in an uproar, and pirates from all four seas became restless, eagerly wanting to join the Five Emperors Minus's Hunter Guild. This news was like a hurricane, blowing out the pirates who had originally been hiding in the dark corners of the four seas. They couldn't wait to head to the new world, eager to see the charisma of Minus and the Shadow King. Amidst this tide of pirates, a special figure emerged in the East Sea, the son of Destiny, Luffy's brother Ace. In the presence of Luffy and others, Ace set sail from Windmill Village in the East Sea, officially embarking on his pirate journey. The sudden surge of pirates in the East Sea left the higher-ups of the Navy headquarters with headaches. On one hand, they had to deal with the chaos caused by conflicts among the top emperor groups in the New World, and on the other hand, they had to be constantly on guard against the pirates suddenly emerging from all over the four seas and the Grand Line. With the situation so severe, the Navy headquarters urgently made arrangements, sending Sakazuki and Akiji to lead several vice admirals, including T-Pig, to guard the New World to prevent sudden riots. Kizaru Garp and others remained in Marineford to stabilize the rear. As for the four seas, they dispatched majors and colonels to prepare for direct suppression of the pirates. However, not only were the pirates in the four seas active, but the situation in the New World was equally complex. Some pirates believed that the red-haired pirates and the white-beard pirates seemed no longer worthy of being called Five Emperors pirates, and thus began to provoke them. The white-beard pirates and the red-haired pirates were naturally furious at these reckless provocations. Whitebeard waved his hand, unleashing a powerful slash. Shanks's divine avoidance was exquisite, and the two easily suppressed these arrogant pirates. Other pirates, witnessing the formidable strength exhibited by Whitebeard and Shanks, were filled with unwillingness but had no choice but to give up. Meanwhile, many pirates, upon hearing the news of the Hunter Guild, came to Serbia Island, hoping to join. However, Minus and Chung Xiaoyu looked down on them, too lazy to even respond. They had never intended to recruit subordinates casually. These pirates were merely a group of worthless people in their eyes. Minus and Chung Xiaoyu's attitude naturally provoked strong dissatisfaction among those pirates who came seeking to join. They began to curse loudly. "What is this? It's just a hunter guild, and they dare to be so arrogant. We don't even want to join. That's right. We'll spread this news later and see how they recruit pirates. When the time comes, let's see if they dare to be so arrogant. It's simply too infuriating." Thus, fueled by the dissatisfaction of these pirates, the news that the Five Emperors Minus and the Shadow King looked down on people quickly sparked another wave of public opinion across the sea. Upon hearing this, the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates secretly rejoiced, thinking that Minus and the Shadow King were too arrogant and foolish. To actually reject those who actively sought to join was simply self-destructive. But Minus and Chung Xiaoyu paid no attention to the external discussions and continued to act according to their own will. After all, they had never intended to have a large number of subordinates. However, what left them even more speechless happened next. Those pirates were unwilling to give up. They actually rallied many wandering pirates and some pirates struggling to survive in the cracks between the various emperor forces, uniting to cause trouble at Serbia Island. They boasted loudly, declaring that if they weren't allowed to join the Hunter Guild, they would refuse to leave, trying to threaten Minus and Chung Xiaoyu. Initially, Minus and Chung Xiaoyu ignored these antics, but the pirates grew increasingly outrageous. "What? You dare to threaten me, King Minus?" Minus shouted angrily. Still daring to play this moral coercion game?" Chung Xiaoyu sneered repeatedly. In this situation, Minus and Chung Xiaoyu appeared before the group of troublesome pirates. Upon seeing this, the pirates thought their scheme had succeeded and coldly snorted, thinking, "They should have come out to greet us sooner. There was no need to make it like this. We will all be working together in the future. How awkward." They were so arrogant because they saw that Minus and Cheng Xiaoyu had no subordinates and felt there was an opportunity. But what they didn't know was that Minus and Cheng Xiaoyu had no intention of having subordinates at all. Just as these pirates were getting carried away, Minus struck. He unleashed several punches that seemed ordinary but contained terrifying power, instantly killing those pirates like bubbles. Moreover, Minus deliberately preserved their bodies, while Cheng Xiaoyu used his abilities to successfully turn these bodies into shadow soldiers. Minus and Cheng Xiaoyu's overwhelming actions, especially that terrifying shadow extraction skill, left those secretly observing in horror. Thus, a not too big but still quite uproarious incident was quelled. Minus was overjoyed that in this action he had eliminated over 1,000 pirates. These pirates had varying strengths. According to the system's prompt, killing one pirate could yield a minimum of 20 points of kill value. The highest kill value reached over 5,000 points, and there were as many as 5 pirates with such high kill values. After this wave of operations, Minus and Cheng Xiaoyu reaped significant rewards, as if they had stumbled upon a vast fortune, which naturally delighted them. Meanwhile, Minus used these kill values to secretly do some things. 2 days passed quietly, and today is the day Minus and Cheng Xiaoyu officially established the Hunter Guild on the Serbian Islands. Early in the morning, while the sky was still dim, Minus and Cheng Xiaoyu stood on the Serbian Islands, quietly waiting for the appointed time to arrive. At the same time, 5 live broadcast phone bugs appeared in Cheng Xiaoyu's hands. Minus first looked up at the sky, where the sun shone brightly and the sky was clear. A perfect day for a ceremony. He slightly nodded, then turned to Cheng Xiaoyu, his tone calm yet tinged with excitement. "It's time. Let's get started." Cheng Xiaoyu lightly nodded, extending his right hand to gently open the phone bug. He then summoned 5 flying shadow soldiers. These 5 shadow soldiers nimbly took the phone bugs from Cheng Xiaoyu and instantly took to the skies, flying in different directions to better broadcast everything that was about to happen. The moment the phone bug went live, the upright figures of Minus and Cheng Xiaoyu appeared first in the live broadcast room. The two stood tall, exuding an extraordinary presence, as if they carried a powerful aura. Following that, the drastically changed Serbian islands came into view for the live broadcast audience. Earlier, Minus had already contacted Newsbur Morgans. Morgans was naturally thrilled about such a sensational news story and had connected the live broadcast phone bug early, just waiting for this exciting moment. At this moment, anyone watching a live broadcast could clearly see the situation on the Serbian islands. Meanwhile, the Serbian islands where Minus and Cheng Xiaoyu were located seemed to appear in every corner of the world through this live broadcast phone bug. In Mariewa, the 5 high-ranking celestial dragons, the 5 elders, were gathered in a luxurious conference hall, intently watching a large live broadcast phone bug screen. On the screen, the figures of Minus and Cheng Xiaoyu were clearly visible. The sword elder's eyes were filled with rage as he grunted heavily and said, "So this is the Minus who has caused the Navy and our world government to lose face, and that so-called Shadow King." The mustached elder responded calmly, "It is indeed them." The long-bearded elder's gaze was fixed on the live broadcast phone bug screen, his expression serious as he said, "I really don't know what tricks Minus and the Shadow King are up to this time. I hope they don't create an even bigger mess." The short-haired elder frowned slightly, glancing at the long-bearded elder before speaking in a deep voice. According to intelligence from the CP organization, the red-haired pirates, white-beard pirates, beast pirates, and Big Mom pirates seem to be secretly moving. He paused, his expression grave as he continued. "Moreover, according to our undercover agent in the Beast Pirates, Jack the Drought has recently set off from Onigashima with a team of elite troops. Currently, it's unclear what the Beast Pirates are planning." He added additionally, "Big Mom pirates have also taken action recently, as Katakuri, the first of the Sweet Commanders, has set off from Whole Cake Island. Besides that, various other factions, large and small, have sent some personnel towards the Serbian islands. Even the Navy headquarters, Akiji and Akainu, set off for the Serbian islands yesterday." Upon hearing the short-haired elder's report, the other 4 elders were momentarily taken aback. They all felt the same question arise in their minds. Since when did this newcomer Minus attract the attention of so many top forces at sea with his every move? After a moment of silence, The mustached elder couldn't help but sigh, saying, "This kid Minus has completely disrupted the balance we've worked so hard to maintain for years. I have to say, heroes do emerge from youth." The sword elder snorted dismissively. "Humph. I want to see if that kid Minus can withstand the backlash from other forces this time." Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku, Garp, Tsuru, and other senior naval officials were gathered in a conference room, also watching a live broadcast phone bug. On the screen, Minus and Chung Xiaoyu stood spiritedly on the Serbian islands, their unique aura palpable. Sengoku looked at the two on the screen, who were exuding a powerful presence, and couldn't help but exclaim, "These two must be Minus and the Shadow King. They truly are extraordinary." Even Sengoku, who had experienced countless storms and seen numerous strong individuals, couldn't help but admire the two young figures on the live broadcast phone bug, radiating a powerful and unique aura. Garp, hearing Sengoku's words, burst into hearty laughter. "Sengoku, your insight is still so sharp. Minus and the Shadow King are indeed remarkable." Garp's words immediately drew a round of eye rolls from those around him. After all, hearing praise for an opponent from Garp, a naval hero, felt somewhat awkward. Tsuru, however, stared solemnly at the screen showing the Serbian islands. He saw the entire island had already changed beyond recognition. The original terrain had been completely flattened by a powerful force, replaced by a massive black-purple castle. This castle resembled a deep, abyssal monster with a wide-open, bloody mouth, exuding a chilling aura that made one feel uneasy just looking at it. In fact, Tsuru's feelings were not mistaken. After the Shadow Soldiers completed the castle's construction, Minus and Chung Xiaoyu reinforced it continuously with their supreme magic power. Under the enhancement of their powerful magic, the castle had become virtually indestructible, capable of withstanding all attacks in the world. After staring for a long time, Tsuru gravely said, "Akiji and Akainu should have already headed to the Serbian islands, right?" Sengoku nodded upon hearing Tsuru's inquiry, saying, "That's right. I sent them there. If a great battle truly breaks out there, we can let Akiji and Akainu step in when both sides are heavily damaged and capture all the pirates in one fell swoop." As Sengoku finished speaking, everyone's gaze turned to him in unison. They were genuinely surprised that the usually calm Admiral Sengoku had such a hidden strategy. However, Sengoku ignored their gazes and looked at Tsuru, asking in a calm tone, "Tsuru, have you noticed something unusual?" In fact, this decision was made by Sengoku after careful consideration. In his view, if Minus and other pirate forces engaged in a fierce battle on the Serbian islands, both sides would suffer heavy losses. Then, sending Akiji and Akainu at that time would significantly weaken the pirate strength and effectively control the situation at sea. Hex Advisor gently shook her head upon hearing the inquiry from the warring states. She was simply being cautious, feeling a bit worried. It wasn't just the world government and the Navy closely monitoring the situation in the live broadcast from the Den Den Mushi. Various powerful figures across the seas were also keeping a close eye on the movements of Minus and the Shadow King on the screen from Serbia Island. In the New World, Wano Country, Kaido, Jin, Queen, and other core members of the Beast Pirates were gathered in the Hall of Onigashima, watching the live broadcast featuring Minus and the Shadow King. Kaido remained silent for a long time, his eyes reflecting complex emotions. Before he spoke in a low voice, "That little brat Minus, it's been a while. I wonder what kind of trouble you're planning this time." In the New World, Whole Cake Island, Big Mom and her children, along with the other 3 sweet commanders, were sitting around the dining hall of the Cake Castle, their attention focused on the live broadcast showing Serbia Island. Big Mom mumbled under her breath, "Minus, you despicable little brat. What exactly are you scheming?" On the sea surface not far from Serbia Island in the New World, a uniquely shaped, massive ship was cutting through the waves, its bow marked by a prominent scar. Following closely behind were 7 similarly massive ships. This was the red-haired pirate ship, the Red Force, along with its 7 pirate vessels. This time, the red-haired pirates were fully mobilized, bringing out many of their trump cards, determined to take down Minus and Chung Xiaoyu in one fell swoop. At this moment, on the deck of the Red Force, core members like Shanks, Mihawk, Rayleigh, and Beckman were gathered together, watching the live broadcast of Minus and Chung Xiaoyu. After a long silence, a man with a giant sword and sharp eyes, reminiscent of an eagle's gaze, broke the silence first. Red-haired, is that guy next to Minus the Shadow King who defeated you before? Mihawk asked, looking at Shanks with a scrutinizing gaze. Shanks smiled helplessly, nodding at Mihawk. You're right. Old buddy, that guy is indeed the Shadow King. The one conversing with Shanks was none other than the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Mihawk glanced at Shanks, his tone flat. You said before that there's a very powerful swordsman next to the Shadow King, one that even Beckman couldn't handle. That's why I agreed to come with you. If things don't match up, I won't easily make a move. Shanks, with a full smile, patted his chest and assured, Don't worry, old brother Mihawk. When have I ever lied to you? However, Mihawk couldn't be bothered to respond to Shanks, secretly cursing in his heart. Originally, he was leisurely staying in his castle when Shanks' phone call lured him out. Shanks had said during the call, Old brother Mihawk, there's a super powerful swordsman next to the Shadow King. Even Beckman has suffered at his hands. If you come, you'll definitely have a good match. Hearing this, Mihawk hurriedly drove his small boat over. Is Black Blade Yoru really that good? After all, he wanted to spar with a powerful swordsman. Thus, Mihawk was persuaded and set off with Shanks to confront Minus and Chung Xiaoyu. Rayleigh and Beckman, watching the playful banter between Shanks and Mihawk, exchanged wry smiles, feeling helpless. They never expected that Shanks would manage to lure the world's greatest swordsman with just one phone call. This was truly remarkable. On the other side of Serbia Island in a new world, a gigantic whale ship was slowly making its way towards Serbia Island. Following closely behind were 43 similarly large ships. This was the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick, along with its 43 warships. This time, the entire Whitebeard pirates were mobilized, totaling over 50,000 members. On the deck of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard, Marco, and other core members were fixated on the live broadcast showing Minus and the Shadow King. Whitebeard clenched his fists and shouted loudly, Boys, this time we must make that bastard Minus pay the price and bury him on Serbia Island. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Marco and the others were stirred up, shouting, Kill Minus. Avenge our fallen brothers, and avenge the innocent civilians slaughtered by Minus. The cries of vengeance echoed above the Moby Dick. As the fleet of the Whitebeard pirates advanced towards Serbia Island, in the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Dragon's expression was serious. His gaze locked onto the screen of the live broadcast, which showed Minus and Chung Xiaoyu. He was filled with confusion, finding it hard to understand the intentions behind the actions of Minus and the Shadow King. In Dragon's mind, if he were in their position, he would definitely choose to act low-key during this time of rising momentum, avoiding the public eye. After all, various factions were highly focused on the situation, and any misstep could lead to numerous troubles. But Minus and the others, on the other hand, chose not to be low-key at all. Instead, they opted for such a high-profile method to establish their power through a live broadcast. In Dragon's view, this undoubtedly exposed themselves to the sights of many hostile forces, giving those with ulterior motives a chance to take advantage. With these thoughts, Dragon couldn't help but sigh helplessly, whispering, Minus, oh Minus, what are you really planning? What kind of scheme are you trying to pull off? He frowned slightly, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Did he really intend to stir up the entire sea, plunging everyone into madness before he would relent? After a moment of silence, Dragon's expression grew increasingly serious as he slowly spoke. If you insist on this, you might just become an obstacle on my path forward. Dragon understood well that in this complex and ever-changing world situation, any behavior that defied logic could lead to unpredictable consequences. After saying this, Dragon fell into a long silence. After a while, it seemed he remembered something and softly murmured, The military district leaders should have taken Sabo to Serbia Island by now. As he spoke, a glimmer of expectation shone in his eyes, hoping that their mission would bring back good news. Meanwhile, in the distant new world of Dressrosa, in a luxurious room, Doflamingo lounged in a chair, his eyes fixated on the live broadcast, which was showing Minus and Chung Xiaoyu. As he watched, a thoughtful expression gradually appeared on his face. Doflamingo was filled with questions. He racked his brain, but could not comprehend the deeper meaning behind Minos' actions. After a long silence, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, revealing a meaningful smile as he softly murmured, "Minos, I hope you truly have the ability to make this already fragmented world even more interesting. For someone like Doflamingo, filled with ambition and curiosity, a world full of uncertainties might provide him with even more excitement and challenges." Minos looked around and saw that everything was ready. Under the focus of a live broadcast camera, he calmly began to speak. Minos, today established the Hunter Guild in partnership with the Shadow King. Welcome everyone to witness this." These simple words appeared on the screen. Meanwhile, Minos' seemingly mundane statement plunged many powerful figures from various factions into deep contemplation. They muttered to themselves, "Is it really just that simple?" They couldn't help but feel that this opening was extremely dull. However, Minos felt no such discomfort. In his view, did he have to say a bunch of long and empty words like others? Fortunately, this somewhat awkward atmosphere did not last long. A deep and resonant voice rang out like a bell. It echoed not only in every corner of Serbia Island, but also reached all parts of the world through special transmission devices. Minos instinctively looked up in the direction of the voice. In the distance, the red-haired pirates, led by Shanks, marched into the square of Serbia with thousands of men, exuding an imposing aura. The formation was neat, and each person radiated the unique unruliness and arrogance of pirates. Among them, Shanks walked steadily to the front of the group, and his deep and magnetic voice resonated across the square. "Minos, Shadow King, we, the red-haired pirates, have come to join the fun. You wouldn't refuse, would you?" Minos scanned the massive formation of the red-haired pirates. A slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, and his tone was filled with disdain. "Of course, we won't refuse. It's just that with you all alone, I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to entertain us." As soon as Minos said this, it instantly ignited the anger of the red-haired pirates. In the square, they were numerous, while Minos' side had only 2 people. The pirates under the red-haired pirates immediately erupted in outrage, shouting, "What the hell? Minos, you're so arrogant. Exactly. How dare you look down on our pirate crew like this? Do you think we're easy to bully? I see Minos is just putting on a brave face. When Captain Shanks makes his move, he will definitely teach him a lesson and let him know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth." Minos listened to the tidal wave of curses and noise, still wearing a relaxed smile on his face, and leisurely responded, "What? Are you little minions only capable of talking big here? Don't be like dead dogs later." Unable to say a word, as if adding fuel to the fire, the pirates under the red-haired pirates instantly reached a boiling point of rage, each one cracking their knuckles and preparing to insult Minos even more. Just then, Shanks slightly raised his hand and waved it gently like a silent command, and the previously noisy pirates immediately fell silent, the scene becoming eerily quiet. Then, Minos saw Shanks' serious expression as he spoke solemnly. "Minos, anyone can talk big. Let's discuss the accounts between us." Minos' eyes filled with contempt as he looked at Shanks, scoffing. "You want to settle accounts with us? That's absurd. I've heard that you think I and the Shadow King will bring disaster to the sea, so you're preparing to deal with us. I'm puzzled. What gives you, Shanks? The idea that we would throw the sea into chaos? It's even more ridiculous that you're a pirate doing things that the Navy would do." At this point, a mocking smile appeared on Minos' face, and he intentionally elongated his tone. "Is it true, as the rumors say, that you, Shanks, have become a lapdog of the world government?" After saying this, Minos threw his head back and laughed heartily, the sound echoing in the square, exuding endless arrogance and recklessness. Meanwhile, Minos' unabashed laughter and jibe at Shanks were clearly transmitted to every corner of the world through the live broadcast phone. People around the world watching the live stream were first taken aback. Then, they couldn't help but chuckle, secretly admiring Minos' sharp tongue, which was as formidable as his rumored strength. In fact, Minos' comment questioning Shanks as a lapdog of the world government resonated deeply with many. After all, Shanks' recent series of actions were indeed puzzling. First, he inexplicably helped the Navy quell a massive riot some time ago, and then, when the red-haired pirates suffered heavy losses and faced near annihilation, the world government bizarrely rescued him. Such circumstances inevitably led people to suspect that Shanks had some undisclosed secret connection with the world government. As the saying goes, sometimes a person's smile is often built on the suffering of others. At this moment, standing before Minos, Shanks's face was as dark as the sky before a storm, filled with pain and humiliation. He never expected to be so humiliated by Minos in front of the whole world, being ruthlessly called a lapdog. Thinking of this, Shanks suppressed the anger in his heart, gritted his teeth, and spoke in a deep voice. Minos, don't be too pleased with yourself. Today, we brought so many powerful people here to stop you and the Shadow King's ambition to dominate the world. Upon hearing this, a hint of disdain flashed in Minos's eyes as he looked back at Shanks, his tone filled with contempt. Shanks, the type of hypocrite like you is what I despise the most. It's just because the strength of me and the Shadow King is too great, possibly affecting your shady plans, that you're scheming against us. And yet you brazenly claim to be here for the peace of the sea. Don't you think that's too ridiculous and hypocritical? I, Minos, have lived this long and have never seen such a shameless person. Moreover, being called one of the 4 emperors alongside you makes me feel utterly ashamed. You, Shanks, are simply unworthy of being called one of the 4 emperors. Minos's series of merciless and acerbic insults were like heavy bombs, instantly causing an uproar at the scene, leaving everyone present stunned. No one expected Minos to be so ruthless, completely disregarding Shanks, and his words almost seemed to trample Shanks underfoot. Time, originally meant for the many pirates coming to attack Minos, saw their gazes towards Shanks involuntarily shift with an unusual hue. Moreover, Minos's words were also clearly transmitted to everyone watching the live stream, shocking those in front of their screens. They never thought that Minos, also one of the 4 emperors, would so unabashedly insult Shanks as if he were a dog. His words sharp and his attitude arrogant, truly astonishing. Especially the line where Minos stated that Shanks was unworthy of being called one of the 4 emperors resonated with many. People began to comment, expressing, a person suspected of being a lapdog of the world government. What right do they have to join the fun here? They're simply unworthy of being compared to other powerful figures. Under Minos's reckless provocation, Beckman, unable to hold back any longer, stepped forward steadily behind the red-haired Shanks. His gaze was piercing, fixed firmly on Minos, and then he slowly spoke, his voice deep and serious. Minos, stop playing with words. Do you remember when we fought against the Shadow King? The Shadow King made grandiose claims. At this point, Beckman intentionally paused, glancing briefly at Chang Xiaoyu before turning back to Minos, speaking each word clearly. You intend to dominate the entire New World, seeing the 4 emperors, the Navy headquarters, the world government, and even the Revolutionary Army as mere prey to be devoured. At that time, we couldn't grasp the depth of those words. But now we fully understand. Beckman slightly narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing within. Your ambition is to turn everyone in the world into shadow soldiers of the Shadow King, isn't it? As he finished speaking, Beckman's gaze sharpened, drilling into Chang Xiaoyu, his tone grave. Shadow King, dare you say you haven't said this before? Beckman's words dropped like a heavy bomb, instantly stirring up a storm at the scene. The originally unfavorable situation for Shanks was completely turned around in just a few sentences. Upon hearing this, everyone present felt a tremor in their hearts, their faces filled with shock. If what Beckman said was true, then the plans of Minos and the Shadow King were terrifying to the extreme, chilling to the bone. In an instant, the thousands of pirates present looked at Minos and Chang Xiaoyu with changed expressions, full of scrutiny, fear, and gravity. They had originally come to participate in a grand battle, but at this moment, they realized they had to ensure Minos and the Shadow King died here. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, who would want to accidentally become a shadow soldier of someone else? Meanwhile, across the world, anyone watching the live broadcast from the Serbian islands wore expressions of contemplation, suspicion, gravity, and deep fear, regardless of their strength or status. Clearly, Beckman's remarks successfully altered the entire situation, forcing Minos and Chang Xiaoyu into a dire predicament. At the New World News Agency headquarters, Morgans watched the scene of the red-haired pirates and Minos in a standoff through the live broadcast snail. A slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, with a glint of amusement in his eyes as he spoke lightly. Minos and the Shadow King. How do you plan to respond to this situation? Will you admit it grandly or deny it vehemently? As he spoke, he gently shook his head, a half smile on his face. What an interesting choice. The scene returned to the Serbian islands in the New World. Beckman looked at the silent Minos and Chung Xiaoyu, a mocking smile tugging at his lips, his tone disdainful. Is the mighty Shadow King afraid to admit what he has done? That would be too boring. After saying this, Beckman shot them a look full of contempt. Seeing this, Minos's brows furrowed tightly. He truly hadn't expected Beckman to seize such a critical flaw, causing the previously one-sided situation to change dramatically. Beckman's words undoubtedly planted a seed of doubt in the hearts of the people. No matter how Chung Xiaoyu argued next, he would inevitably face suspicion. In light of this, Minos thought to stir the storm even more fiercely. He glanced at Beckman, then slowly shifted his gaze to Chung Xiaoyu, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth as he chuckled lightly. Since things are already exposed, why not clarify everything to the world? So they want to say we are acting sneakily. Chung Xiaoyu looked at the smiling Minos, a meaningful curve appearing at the corners of his mouth as he also chuckled lightly. In that case, let me reluctantly repeat myself. So they want to suspect I lack the courage. After saying this, Chung Xiaoyu first surveyed Beckman and the others, then fixed his gaze steadily on the live broadcast snail. Chung Xiaoyu's sudden action left many people puzzled. Whispers filled the air as everyone speculated what the Shadow King intended to do. Meanwhile, the powerful figures on the seas focused intently on the live broadcast, eager to know how the Shadow King would respond. Chung Xiaoyu stared at the live broadcast snail, a rebellious smile on his face as he slowly spoke. Since you're all so curious, I might as well declare to the world. At the moment those words left Chung Xiaoyu's mouth, it was as if the entire world fell silent. The once noisy world became eerily quiet, all eyes magnetically drawn to the live broadcast snail. Beckman and the others also wore serious expressions, their gazes fixed on Chung Xiaoyu, eyes filled with tension and anticipation. Minos watched this scene, a slight smile gracing his lips, revealing a hint of amusement. He mused internally. Do these guys really care about such an outcome? I hope they won't be too disappointed. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Chung Xiaoyu suddenly raised his voice, declaring loudly, "Yes, all of you are our nutrients." Before anyone could recover from the shock, Chung Xiaoyu shouted again, "What a load of nonsense about the original four emperors, the Navy, the world government, the Revolutionary Army. And everyone in this world, you are all our nutrients. Becoming our shadow soldiers is your most correct fate." At this point, Chung Xiaoyu paused, his eyes revealing boundless arrogance and dominance as he roared each word. "We declare war on the entire world." Upon hearing Chung Xiaoyu's words, Minos threw his head back and laughed loudly, the sound echoing through the air with unrestrained wildness and arrogance. "Exactly. As long as you have the guts to come and die, bring it on. We declare war on the entire world." The shocking declarations from Minos and Chung Xiaoyu struck like a thunderclap, shaking the entire world. Everyone was stunned by this mad proclamation, left speechless for a long time. It was madness, pure madness. Watching the arrogant demeanor of Minos and the Shadow King on the live broadcast snail, people around the world were filled with the thought. They're not only declaring their intention to turn everyone into nutrients, but are also openly declaring war on the entire world. Such a frenzied act was truly unbelievable. At this very moment, the passionate declaration of war by Minos and Chung Xiaoyu spread rapidly through the live broadcast snail, creating massive waves of shock across the world. In Mary Geos, the mysterious place that symbolizes the supreme power of the world government, in an enormous and magnificently decorated office, walls adorned with paintings representing power and history, and the floor covered with polished marble reflecting the figures inside. The sword-wielding, bald-headed elder stars slammed the table, standing up furiously, eyes wide open, shouting, "Good, good, good. This little brat Minos dares to be so arrogant. They're simply provoking us openly, forcing me to take action personally." With that, He tightly gripped the original ghost slash in his hand, as if it sensed its master's anger, instantly erupting with a chilling and enchanting purple energy. This energy surged like a waking evil beast, distorting the air around it. The mustached Elder Star frowned slightly, watching the bald Elder Star's already explosive aura, and said solemnly, "Calm down. Our current situation does not allow for reckless actions. We bear the heavy responsibility of protecting the Master and cannot leave this place without permission." The long-bearded Elder Star slowly stepped forward, his face filled with worry, and also advised, "Do not act impulsively. Let us wait until the Master awakens, and then we can personally eliminate Minos and that so-called Shadow King, these two ignorant brats, to prevent future troubles." The short-haired Elder Star's eyes flickered as he scanned the crowd, speaking in a deep tone, "In my opinion, with Minos and the Shadow King openly offending the whole world like this, we probably won't even need to act. Other forces will rush in and completely annihilate them." The Elder Star with a cane, his face flushed with anger, fiercely poked the ground with his cane and shouted, "So arrogant, truly extremely arrogant. If it weren't for the need to protect the Master, I would definitely go personally to catch those two brats and make them understand the consequences of offending the world government." The mustached Elder Star's gaze was cold, and he scanned the crowd without changing his expression, slowly saying, "Let us hold our positions for now and see if Minos and the others can escape this life-and-death crisis." He paused slightly, his eyes suddenly narrowing with a hint of ruthlessness as he coldly continued, "If they are directly eliminated by other forces, that would be for the best. But if they manage to survive in this dire situation..." At this point, he emphasized his tone, speaking slowly, "Once the Master awakens, we will personally take action to send Minos and the Shadow King to hell, making them pay a painful price for their arrogance." The mustached Elder Star's words made the other Elder Stars nod in agreement. In the distant New World, on the mysterious and blood-filled land of Wano country, Kaido stood on the high platform of Onigashima, watching the crazy scene of Minos and the Shadow King declaring war on the world through the live broadcast snail. His expression extremely complex. The sea breeze howled, stirring his imposing attire and evoking memories within him. His thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the scene in Loguetown when Minos, with a determined look, spoke to him in ways that were hard to understand, saying that what he wanted to do would be difficult for others to comprehend. Remembering this, Kaido slightly lowered his head, his expression serious as he murmured, "Minos, is this really what you want to do?" Meanwhile, in another part of the New World, Wangua, a peculiar island woven from sweetness and madness, Big Mom roared angrily, her voice booming like a bell, shaking the surrounding buildings slightly. "Good, good, good. That little brat Minos, along with that Shadow King, actually dares to be so bold. They actually attempt to treat me as their growth nourishment, not even considering if they have that capability." With that, she turned to the group of children standing below, her eyes revealing endless ferocity, and ordered fiercely, "Go tell Katakuri immediately. Let him assist the red-hair pirates with all his might, at any cost." A cold glint flashed in Big Mom's eyes as she coldly said, "I want Minos and the Shadow King to die forever on the Serbia Islands, making them pay with their lives for their arrogance." At the Marine headquarters in the solemn and dignified Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku sat in a spacious office, staring at the live broadcast snail showing Minos and the Shadow King's extreme actions, his expression grave and complex. He couldn't help but recall the scene when Smoker reported to him in Loguetown. At that time, Minos had declared resolutely that anyone who stood in his way, be it pirate or marine, he would annihilate without mercy. Back then, Sengoku was still half skeptical about those words, doubting their authenticity. However, at this moment, the scene of Minos openly declaring war on the entire world struck him like a heavy hammer, shocking him deeply. In the mysterious waters of the Calm Belt, Snake Island quietly nestled like a gem. Empress Hancock stood on the balcony of her palace, watching the scene in the live broadcast snail with a worried expression. She looked at Rayleigh in the footage, gently biting her lip, and said in a low voice, "Rayleigh, you must be very careful. Minos and the Shadow King are far too crazy, acting without any restraint." In the New World Dressrosa, an island filled with oddities and conspiracies. Doflamingo stood in the luxurious palace hall, watching the scene of Minos and the Shadow King declaring war on the world on the live broadcast snail, his hands involuntarily clenching tightly. His expression was not one of fear, but of an uncontrollable excitement. He never expected that Minos and the Shadow King would actually have the audacity to challenge the authority of the entire world. Challenging the whole world, Doflamingo murmured, his eyes flashing with excitement. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters, hidden in the dark corners of the world, filled with ideals and passion, Dragon stood quietly in the center of the room, staring intently at the figures of Minos and the Shadow King on the live broadcast snail. Remaining silent for a long time, he had thought he understood these two well enough. However, the crazy plan they were currently exhibiting greatly exceeded his expectations. After a long silence, Dragon's gaze suddenly sharpened, as if he had made an important decision. He fixed his eyes on Minos in the live broadcast snail, speaking in a low but unwavering tone. It seems I have found the answer I have been looking for from you. It was not only the top powers who expressed strong dissatisfaction with Minos and Cheng Xiaoyu's actions. In fact, in various corners of the world, whether among the common people living in ordinary towns, the high-born nobles living in luxury, the pirates roaming the seas, the justice-driven marines, the hidden gang forces in the darkness, the notorious slave owners, or the high-ranking officials of the world government, as well as the merfolk and sirens living beneath the sea, everyone expressed extreme outrage and dissatisfaction with the arrogant actions of Minos and the Shadow King. After all, no one wants their shadow to be controlled by others, becoming a puppet soldier at their command. For a time, Minos and Cheng Xiaoyu seemed to become the common enemy of the entire world. In the eyes of everyone, they were the biggest pests in this world, the deepest and most terrifying darkness, which everyone wanted to eradicate as soon as possible. The scene returned again to the Serbia Islands, the place that was about to become the eye of the storm. Beckman, who had been shocked when he first saw Minos' declaration, now wore a smile on his face. He knew in his heart that Minos and the Shadow King had now fallen into a desperate situation, becoming the public enemy of the world, undoubtedly reaching a dead end. Thinking of this, Beckman slightly raised the corners of his mouth, carrying a hint of mockery as he looked at the excited Minos, and said in a deep voice, "Minos, the Shadow King, now you have successfully offended the whole world and become a figure that everyone is against. So, the next step for us to attack, you couldn't be more justified, right?" The excited smile on Minos' face instantly disappeared, and his gaze became piercing as he fixed his eyes on Beckman, filled with disdain and arrogance. He coldly replied, "With your ragtag group, you are far from qualified to have a proper fight with us. Even if you have that old guy Rayleigh and the world's #1 swordsman Mihawk on your side, in our eyes, they are nothing, not worth mentioning at all." Under Minos' disdainful words, the expressions of Shanks and his crew turned extremely ugly. Especially Mihawk and Rayleigh, Minos' words felt like a naked contempt directed at them, igniting an uncontrollable rage within their hearts. It should be known that Mihawk is the world's #1 swordsman, and no one on this sea has ever dared to openly underestimate him like this. As for Rayleigh, his eyes were burning with flames of hatred. He wished he could immediately rush up and tear Minos and the Shadow King to pieces. If it weren't for the despicable means used by these two back then, how could his beloved Shaki have perished? At this tense moment, Shanks stepped forward again. His gaze was sharp as he stared intently at Minos, his voice low yet filled with undeniable authority. "Minos, you are the greatest source of chaos on this sea. Now that you have lost the support of the people, it's best for you to surrender." As his words fell, Shanks' gaze suddenly sharpened, and his right hand slowly grasped the griffin at his waist. As the griffin was slowly drawn, an unmatched aura of Conqueror's haki surged forth like a tidal wave. The red and black lightning flickered on the sword blade like a lively snake, making the already sharp blade appear even more menacing, as if it could easily tear apart everything in this world. Under the rampage of the red and black lightning, the sky changed dramatically. The originally clear sky turned into a scene of thunder and lightning, with strong winds howling. The howling winds roared like a fierce beast, causing everyone's clothes to flutter loudly. Facing this overwhelming display of power from Shanks, Minos merely cast a disdainful glance at him and coldly replied, "Just a mere conqueror's hockey. Do you think no one else has it?" As his words fell, a flash of red light flickered in Minos' eyes, and a similarly powerful red and black lightning erupted around him with a force like a mountain collapsing. In an instant, the two overwhelming pressures collided like two meteors crashing together. The red and black lightning intertwined and crashed, producing a deafening roar, neither side willing to back down, as if they were engaged in a contest of power and dignity. The terrifying pressure generated by the clash of conquerors' hockey between Minos and Shanks swept outwards like a raging tsunami. Everyone looked at the two fiercely colliding figures with grave expressions. It was only at this moment, when truly facing Minos, that they deeply felt the terror of him. Suddenly, a series of deafening explosions rang out as the conquerors' hockey between Minos and Shanks erupted violently. In an instant, the terrifying pressure spread wildly in all directions like a flood breaking through a dam. Fortunately, Minos' side consisted of strong individuals, and they were not significantly affected. However, the situation on Shanks' side was quite dire. Nearly 1,000 pirates were struck by this terrifying pressure, collapsing to the ground like fragile ants, unconscious and sprawled out. Seeing this, a mocking smile crept onto Minos' face as he said lightly, "Shanks, your subordinates are truly weak. They can't even withstand this little bit of conqueror's hockey. With you all, it's laughable to think you could challenge me, utterly overestimating yourselves." Shanks ignored Minos' taunts, anxiously looking at his crew behind him. His eyes filled with anger and determination as he shouted, "Brothers, Minos is truly going too far, utterly arrogant. He has killed countless of our brothers, and we must avenge this blood debt." After shouting, Shanks tightly gripped the griffin, pointing the tip of the sword at Minos and Chung Xiaoyu. His expression dark as he said, "There's no use in talking. In this sea, only the winners have the right to speak." Before Minos could respond, Shanks continued, "We all know the Shadow King has a mysterious shadow army. Let him summon the Shadow Army. Today, we must settle this once and for all." Minos, with eyes sharp as an eagle's, fixed his gaze on Shanks and the others, a cold smile on his face as he calmly said, "Since you seek death so eagerly, I shall grant you that." With that, he turned to Chung Xiaoyu beside him and gently smiled, saying, "Summon the Shadow Army." Chung Xiaoyu nodded slightly, a hint of coldness in his eyes as he commanded, "Come forth, my Shadow Army." As his words fell, a gigantic black and purple energy circle appeared beneath him. Within that circle surged a mysterious and evil aura. In the blink of an eye, over 5,000 shadow soldiers poured out of the black and purple vortex. At the forefront stood the Dragon General, holding the black blade Autumn Water, standing tall. The terrifying aura emanating from him swept the entire battlefield like a tidal wave, imposing an invisible pressure on everyone. Behind the Dragon General, the black and white shadow soldiers were arranged in neat rows, exuding a strong intent to kill, like grim reapers from hell, sending shivers down people's spines. Next, a rich black and purple magic power erupted from Chung Xiaoyu. That magic power spread swiftly like lively threads across every shadow soldier. In an instant, the momentum of the shadow soldiers surged dramatically, as if they had been reborn. This was because Chung Xiaoyu activated the Shadow King's domain, granting the shadow soldiers a 30% increase in power. After doing all this, Chung Xiaoyu took out a devil's dagger from the system space, coldly pointing at Shanks, his tone chilling as he said, "Today, let your red-haired pirates remain on this land forever, becoming dust in history." As Chung Xiaoyu summoned the Shadow Army, the atmosphere on the island of Serbia instantly became incredibly tense, the air thick with a sense of killing intent, as if a world-ending storm was about to arrive. Minos looked at the serious and prepared red-haired pirates before him, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he chuckled lightly. "Is this little bit of power enough for you? Isn't that too naive and simple? Moreover, I've said before, with people like you, we aren't even close to having a proper fight." As his words fell, Minos suddenly let out a loud roar. "Come forth, my puppet army." With the roar, a dazzling golden light instantly enveloped Minos' body. Under the gaze of countless eyes from around the world, 7 mysterious figures appeared out of thin air beside Minos. The moment these 7 figures appeared, they caused a stir among the crowd. Among them, 2 figures were particularly peculiar, with curved horns on their heads and faces resembling mysterious masks, making it difficult to see their true identities. Even more astonishing was that these 2 not only had identical physiques, but also wielded swords that were indistinguishable from one another. Moreover, the aura they emitted was powerful enough to instill fear, giving the impression of facing a general-level figure. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim. The oppressive feeling brought by these 2 figures is simply that of a terrifying existence at the general level. The 5 figures behind them, though slightly inferior, also possessed the oppressive power of a general candidate, quasi-general. What everyone was marveling at were the number 5 and number 4 puppets, which Minos had purchased from the system with a substantial amount of resources, both possessing intermediate general-level strength. The other 5 figures, covered in white bone masks and emanating an eerie white light, were the white virtual puppets of quasi-general strength that Minos had acquired with the killing points he obtained after battling the provocative pirates. Each of them held the same sword, and every one was a formidable swordsman. Although they were only of quasi-general strength, on this battlefield, they represented a terrifying force that could not be underestimated. Minos first cast a cold glance over the members of the red-haired pirates. Then his gaze swiftly darted around like lightning, and he let out a disdainful sneer. Anyone who wants to challenge us, bring it on. After saying this, Minos made a mental motion and directly retrieved a 2-meter-long demon sword from the system space. The sword emanated a mysterious dark red glow, as if a mysterious and evil power surged within the blade. This demon sword was no ordinary weapon. It was called Dark Soul, and had been kept by Minos without ever being used in battle. However, in the pirate world, it was renowned as an unparalleled great sword. Previously, after Minos purchased the 5 quasi-general strength puppets with his killing points, he found that he still had some points left. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that he had such an unparalleled great sword in his system space, considering that he couldn't let this sword sit idle and waste away. He casually exchanged for the inheritance of a great swordsman for himself. Minos's sudden action of drawing the demon's sword instantly attracted everyone's attention, with looks of astonishment and confusion on their faces. After all, in previous battles, the 5 emperors Minos had always relied on his incredibly powerful fist techniques to dominate the pirate world, never using any weapons. Now, he was holding an oddly shaped demon sword, which made everyone present speculate. What is the 5 emperors Minos planning to do? Holding the dark red demon sword, Minos felt the puzzled gazes of the crowd and slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a faint smile. In a calm but confident tone, he said, "Practicing swordsmanship is my talent, but close combat is merely my hobby." As soon as he finished speaking, Minos's wrist flicked sharply, and the demon sword drew a fierce arc in the air, sending a dark red sword energy rushing toward Shanks and the others like a surging tide. At the same time, Chung Xiaoyu lightly waved his right hand. In an instant, over 5,000 shadow troops surged forward like a black torrent, charging toward the red-haired pirates, filling the air with a murderous aura. Hawkeye's gaze was instantly locked onto the dark red sword energy rushing toward him. His eyes narrowed, and without hesitation, he drew his black sword Yuru. He lightly waved his arm, and with an elegant yet powerful motion, a blue sword energy shot up into the sky, meeting the dark red sword energy head-on. Bang! A loud sound echoed, as if the entire space trembled. The 2 sword energies collided violently in midair, and the powerful energy waves spread out like ripples. To everyone's astonishment, the 2 sword energies exploded simultaneously, transforming into countless small energy fragments that dissipated into the air. This scene left everyone present wide-eyed with disbelief. No one expected that the sword energy Minos unleashed could stand toe-to-toe with that of a top swordsman like Hawkeye. At this moment, there was excitement flashing in Hawkeye's eyes. From the brief exchange, he keenly sensed that Minos was no ordinary opponent, but rather a great swordsman with unfathomable strength who had honed his skills for many years. Hawkeye's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Minos. his voice filled with excitement and anticipation as he exclaimed, "This trip is worth it." Seeing the shadow army surging like a tide, Shanks showed no fear on his face. He roared, "Brothers, the battle has begun. Let's show them the might of the red-haired pirates." His thunderous shout instantly ignited the fighting spirit of the red-haired pirates. They all drew their weapons and shouted as they charged toward the shadow army, marking the beginning of an intense melee. As soon as the two sides clashed, the battlefield erupted with the sounds of battle. The pirates under the red-haired pirates and Chung Xiaoyu's shadow army engaged in fierce combat, with flashes of blades and swords intertwining and blood splattering. Hawkeye had initially planned to confront Minus for a peak duel, but General Fei Long had already locked onto him early on. The moment they met on the battlefield, the fight erupted instantly. As soon as Hawkeye clashed with General Fei Long, he sensed the latter's extraordinary prowess. Whether it was General Fei Long's swordsmanship or his unpredictable sword techniques, they had reached the level of a great master. This filled Hawkeye with intense excitement, prompting him to abandon the idea of seeking out Minus for a battle and focus entirely on his fierce fight with General Fei Long, both of them unleashing their full abilities amidst the flashing blades and swords. On the other side, Rayleigh also encountered Puppet Number 5 on the battlefield. Almost instantly upon their meeting, the two engaged in a fierce struggle. Rayleigh never expected that the bull-headed puppet before him would be so powerful. Each clash brought immense pressure, leaving both sides momentarily at a stalemate. On the left side of the battlefield, Beckman also crossed paths with Chung Xiaoyu. Beckman looked gravely at Chung Xiaoyu, whose entire body was enveloped in black and purple magic power, and slowly said in a low, resigned voice, "I didn't expect it would end up being the two of us facing off on the battlefield. This is not good news." Chung Xiaoyu slightly curved his lips, revealing a somewhat mocking smile. He raised the demon dagger in his hand, pointing it at Beckman, and said in a chilling tone, "Don't worry. Today, none of you will leave here." As soon as he finished speaking, the aura around both of them suddenly surged, and an intense and breathtaking battle erupted. The glint of blades flashed, magic power surged, and the entire battlefield was enveloped by the immense power released by the two. Meanwhile, Puppet Number 4, accompanied by the 5 quasi-general strength white puppets, engaged in fierce close combat with the cadres of the red-haired pirates and the more powerful pirates under them. The outcome of the battle seemed to be filled with, and in the center of the battlefield, Minus and red-haired Shanks were locked in a heated clash. The dark red demon sword in Minus's hand continuously clashed against Shanks's griffin, each collision erupting with dazzling light and deafening sound. Various sword energies intertwined like brilliant lightning, continuously spreading and expanding through the air. Minus suddenly unleashed a dark red sword energy, roaring like a wild beast as it charged towards red-haired Shanks, simultaneously taunting loudly. "Red-haired Shanks, I see you are nothing special." However, red-haired Shanks ignored Minus's provocation, his expression serious. He swung his griffin with force, releasing a powerful sword energy that collided head-on with the dark red sword energy. For a moment, the two sword energies were at a stalemate in the air, neither side yielding, constantly clashing and pressing against each other. Bang! Another loud sound erupted as the two sword energies could no longer withstand the immense pressure and simultaneously exploded, transforming into countless small, yet incredibly powerful sword energies that splattered like raindrops in all directions. Despite their small size, these tiny sword energies contained terrifying power. The passing pirates had no time to evade and were instantly struck by these small sword energies, falling to the ground lifeless. This created a vacuum around Minus and red-haired Shanks, with no one daring to approach the area filled with the aura of death. Minus saw that his sword energy was successfully blocked and shattered by red-haired Shanks, showing no signs of regret on his face. Instead, he gripped the dark red demon sword tightly, veins bulging on his arms, a flash of red light flickering in his eyes. And black-red lightning danced wildly on the demon sword, creating an eerie and terrifying scene. Shanks watched Minus's series of actions, his expression growing even more serious. With years of battle experience, he knew that Minus was preparing to unleash his ultimate move. Minos fixed his gaze on red-haired Shanks, his eyes filled with confidence and determination. Coldly uttering a few words. First form, giant serpent. As the words fell, Minos swung his arms vigorously, channeling all his strength into the demon sword. In an instant, a dark red sword energy surged forth, quickly coalescing in the air into a giant serpent with bared fangs and claws. The serpent was entwined with black-red lightning, emanating a terrifyingly powerful aura, like a demon from hell, as it lunged towards red-haired Shanks. Faced with the unstoppable giant serpent formed from the overwhelming sword energy, Shanks's expression turned extremely grave. He took a deep breath and shouted, "God's avoidance." As he shouted, a red-black sword energy erupted from his griffin, like a rainbow bridging across space, crashing towards the giant serpent. The giant serpent, wrapped in black-red lightning, surged forward like a demon from the abyss, colliding fiercely with the red-black sword energy in the air. In an instant, the two formidable forces clashed, producing a deafening roar that threatened to shatter eardrums. The explosive power from this clash formed a terrifying airflow, sweeping across the battlefield like a rampaging beast. The island of Serbia had previously been reinforced by Minos and Chang Xiaoyu, barely withstanding the impact of this terrifying power. Without these reinforcements, the island would likely have crumbled to dust in an instant, vanishing without a trace like other fragile islands. However, even with the island's solid foundation, the continuous onslaught of this powerful airflow caused the originally even stone pavement to buckle under the pressure. Tiny cracks, as fine as spiderwebs, began to appear on the stone slabs. Following that, shallow and deep pits emerged one after another, seemingly silently narrating the brutality and terror of the battle. The powerful energy fluctuations caused by Minos and red-haired Shanks attracted everyone's attention like dazzling fireworks in the night. Yet, Chang Xiaoyu and others merely glanced quickly before diving back into the intense battle, as if the ongoing fight before them was just a minor interlude. Looking back at Minos and red-haired Shanks, Minos threw his head back and let out a hearty laugh, filled with provocation. "Red-haired Shanks, you are nothing special. You can only meet me head-on." As his voice fell, a more tremendous force of Conqueror's haki erupted from within him. This power surged like a torrential flood, roaring into the red-black giant serpent formed from sword energy. In an instant, the already imposing giant serpent, crackling with black-red lightning, seemed to be reborn, its form rapidly expanding, becoming even more gigantic. Each scale on the giant serpent shimmered with an eerie glow, as if infused with life, every movement exuding a chilling terror. Red-haired Shanks's expression darkened, yet there was no fear in his eyes. Facing the suddenly more powerful giant serpent, he too felt a surge of overwhelming Conqueror's haki within him. This haki blazed like a roaring flame, instantly pouring into the red-black sword energy. In an instant, the red-black sword energy blazed brightly, growing larger like a colossal blade of creation, once again crashing towards the even larger red serpent. Bang! A deafening explosion shook the very world. The two incredibly powerful haki-infused attacks detonated mid-air. In an instant, the overwhelming explosive energy surged like a tsunami, sweeping across the battlefield with unstoppable force. Wherever this energy reached, the ground was instantly devastated. Cracks appeared like ferocious beasts, spreading out menacingly. Pits emerged densely, as if the earth had been bombarded by countless shells. In the very center of this epic battle, a massive crater formed, as if the earth had been torn open by a huge wound. Even the gigantic castle standing on the island trembled slightly under the impact of this terrifying force. Fortunately, the castle was sturdy enough to withstand the shaking, remaining upright and uncollapsed. The powerful airflow rampaged across the battlefield, constantly affecting the entire situation. Many pirates under the red-haired pirates had no time to evade, directly swept away by this airflow. Under the impact of this terrifying force, they fell to the ground like fragile ants, lifeless in an instant. The Shadow Army also could not escape, scattered by this powerful airflow. However, the Shadow Army possessed the trait of immortality, and even if they were dispersed, they could revive in a short time. Yet this powerful shockwave did not cease, continuing to spread outward. It roared towards the sea, as if intent on turning the entire world upside down. As the airflow spread over the sea, the once calm surface of the water instantly became turbulent. Huge waves rolled like towering mountains, crashing and thundering, producing deafening roars. This scene resembled mortals provoking the sea god, inciting his wrath and triggering the ocean's furious roar. At this moment, Beckman and the others could not help but gaze towards the sky. They saw, in the vast sky above, a shocking scene unfolded. A rift had been forcefully split in two. The crack was straight and deep, as if a sharp divine sword had cleaved the heavens. This image felt like the apocalypse, bringing endless shock and fear. As the explosive energy's stunning moment appeared, Beckman and the others instinctively stopped their fighting, scattering to evade. Everyone's gaze was firmly drawn to the astonishing sight in the sky, as if it had been split apart by a colossal force. At that moment, the scene was deathly silent, with only the howling wind echoing in everyone's ears. Even though many had previously witnessed similar shocking scenes, their hearts were still filled with deep astonishment. Chung Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled like electricity as he lightly glanced at Beckman, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His voice, though not loud, clearly reached Beckman's ears. Today, you have already fallen into a situation of certain death. By the time your pirates are mostly dealt with, it will be your turn to die. Upon hearing this, Beckman's face instantly darkened, like the sky before a storm. He hurriedly turned his gaze to the battlefield where his pirate crew was fiercely clashing with the Shadow Army. Just one glance filled his face with disbelief and shock. What he saw was an extremely brutal scene. 1/3 of the pirates under the Red-Hair Pirates had already fallen into a pool of blood. Those vibrant lives had vanished without a trace in an instant. Seeing this, Beckman's face turned as pale as a sheet, his eyes wide open as he hysterically shouted, "How is this possible?" His voice was filled with panic and disbelief. Who would have thought that in such a short time, the Red-Hair Pirates would suffer such heavy losses? Chung Xiaoyu noticed this, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, letting out a disdainful smile. "Haven't you realized yet? We have a powerhouse with the strength of an admiral on our side, along with 5 experts at the quasi-admiral level, slaughtering freely among your pirates. Even you, Beckman. How long can you hold up against such a formidable lineup?" As he spoke, Chung Xiaoyu threw his head back and laughed, speaking arrogantly. "Stop your futile struggles and wait to die obediently." Beckman's face turned ashen, his eyes fixed on the battlefield below. The guy with horns on his head, along with those several white figures radiating mysterious auras, were simply too terrifying in strength. Even the seasoned cadres of the Red-Hair Pirates were doing their utmost to resist, but still had no chance of winning, being forced to retreat continuously. As for the ordinary pirates, they were even more fragile before such strong opponents, often falling in droves with just a casual sword strike. Beckman understood in his heart that if the situation continued to develop like this, it wouldn't be long before the Red-Haired Pirates would be completely annihilated. Realizing this, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. His expression darkened, and without hesitation, he turned to rush down to support Jesus Burgess and others who were struggling in battle. However, Chung Xiaoyu seemed to see through his every thought. Just as Beckman made a move, Chung Xiaoyu's figure flashed and appeared like a ghost in front of Beckman. Chung Xiaoyu's expression was calm, but his tone was undeniable. "Where do you think you're going? Our battle is far from over." Beckman, anxious and furious, shouted, "Damn Shadow King. Get out of my way." Chung Xiaoyu looked at the extremely anxious Beckman, his smile still unwavering, lightly shaking his head. "How is that possible?" As his voice fell, a powerful and unmatched aura suddenly erupted from him, sweeping towards Beckman like a surging wave. Immediately after, he entangled with Beckman, launching into a new round of intense battle. In the center of the smoke-filled battlefield, Minos, wielding a demon sword, once again faced off against red-haired Shanks. Minos looked down disdainfully at the slightly disheveled Shanks, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, isn't this the famous red-haired Shanks? Why do you look so weak? Is it that your injuries from the last time the Shadow King beat you up haven't healed yet?" Upon hearing this provocation, Shanks' expression instantly became serious. From the recent fierce exchange, He had deeply realized that Minos was indeed as formidable as his reputation suggested. The pressure this guy exerted on him was no less than that of the Shadow King. What further annoyed Shanks was that Minos, like an irritating fly, kept spouting trash talk to disturb his focus, which was utterly infuriating. Thinking of this, red-haired Shanks' eyes became sharp, locking onto Minos as he spoke in a grim tone. Minos, don't celebrate too early. Your conspiracy has been exposed. Even if I fall here today, countless people will come to take revenge on you. I don't believe that when their own safety is threatened, they will just sit back and do nothing. Minos looked at the still stubbornly talking back red-haired Shanks, a cold smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Red-haired Shanks, spare me the nonsense. Let us continue the battle if you have the guts. As soon as he finished speaking, Minos swung his demon sword fiercely, and dark red sword energy surged like a raging tide towards red-haired Shanks. At the same time, his figure swiftly approached Shanks like a ghost. Red-haired Shanks saw the sword energy howling towards him in the sky and noticed Minos rushing towards him on the ground at an incredible speed. Feeling a sinking sensation in his heart, he instantly understood that Minos was forcing him to make a difficult choice. If he chose to defend against the sword energy in the sky with all his might, he might be caught off guard by Minos and fall into a close-quarters combat dilemma, making the situation even more troublesome. However, at this moment, Minos was getting closer and left Shanks with no time for further contemplation. He made a quick decision, swinging the Griffin Greatsword with all his strength, releasing a powerful sword energy that shot straight towards the incoming dark red sword energy. Bang! The two sword energies collided violently, producing a series of deafening, piercing sounds as if they were tearing the air of the battlefield apart. In that split second, Minos' figure had already closed in. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth, and a rich and powerful flowing Sakura haki instantly enveloped his fist as if it were a solid substance. With a confident smile, he uttered 4 words, flowing Sakura. Ordinary punch. In an instant, a gigantic purple fist appeared out of nowhere, crashing down towards red-haired Shanks with overwhelming force. Shanks, caught off guard, had no time to react. He quickly infused his flowing Sakura haki into the Griffin Greatsword, putting forth all his strength to resist the oncoming massive fist. In that moment, the fist wrapped in flowing Sakura clashed fiercely with the Griffin's sword, a tremendous force of impact radiating outward from the point of collision. However, to everyone's astonishment, the legendary red-haired Shanks gradually fell into a disadvantage before the gigantic purple fist. The purple fist, carrying an overwhelming force, crashed against Shanks like an unstoppable tide, wave after wave. Shanks felt an unresistible backlash, pushing him backward. His feet carved deep grooves into the hard ground, as if the earth was groaning in pain under this force. Only when the gigantic purple fist slowly dissipated did red-haired Shanks narrowly evade this sudden, fierce strike. Breathing heavily, Shanks raised his head, and the sight before him made his pupils constrict. On the battlefield, Minos's figure disappeared without a trace, as if he were a ghost. Shanks did not dare to let his guard down for a moment. He quickly gripped the Griffin sword tightly in his hand, his whole body tensed as if facing a formidable enemy. Every muscle on alert, every cell vigilant. His brain sounded alarms like a bell tower, continuously sending out danger signals. This place is very dangerous. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. At that moment, a strong red light suddenly flashed in Shanks's eyes. In an instant, an image flashed like lightning in his mind. Seconds later, a shadow would swiftly attack him from behind like a ghost. And this blow would be incredibly powerful, inflicting heavy damage on him. The image passed quickly, and in reality, red-haired Shanks did not hesitate, relying on his powerful battle instincts. He instantly turned around and swung the Griffin's sword with all his might. Immediately, the harsh sound of metal clashing echoed around, sharp and urgent, as if it were a symphony played by the Grim Reaper. Shanks looked up, and, as expected, it was Minos. The guy was preparing to launch a sneak attack from behind him. Fortunately, my observation haki is strong enough to foresee the future briefly. Otherwise, today would have been dire. Shanks secretly rejoiced. Thinking of this, red-haired Shanks's expression became serious, his eyes revealing determination. He spoke in a low and cold tone. "Minus, you are indeed cunning. If it weren't for my strong observation hockey, I might have fallen for your trap today." Minus looked at red-haired Shanks, who had successfully blocked his sneak attack. A meaningful smile appeared on his face, as if everything was under his control. He smiled slightly, the corners of his mouth rising, a trace of wickedness flashing in his eyes. "Did you really think that dodging this blow means everything is fine?" As soon as he finished speaking, Minus slightly exerted force in his hand, lightly flicking. His demon sword instantly separated from Shanks's griffin sword. Immediately, Minus's figure flashed, moving as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of red-haired Shanks. His fist was already enveloped in a thick layer of purple, flowing cherry hockey. That hockey burning like a raging flame, exuding a chilling aura. Minus suddenly exerted force, delivering a powerful punch filled with immense strength directly onto Shanks's body. With a crisp crack, it sounded like a bone breaking, which stood out starkly in the silent battlefield. Red-haired Shanks's already slender body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string under that fierce punch. His body arced through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground, rolling over and kicking up a cloud of shattered stones. After rolling several times on the ground, Shanks's body finally came to a slow stop. Minus's gaze was sharp, fixed on the spot where red-haired Shanks had fallen, his eyes revealing a hint of scrutiny and anticipation. Shanks lay quietly on the ground, curled up in a ball, looking utterly in pain and bleeding. Blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth, staining the ground a deep red. Seeing this scene, Minus's mouth turned up slightly, revealing a faint smile, and he spoke softly. "Red-haired Shanks, you can't be this weak. Can you? If you fall like this, it would be too boring." However, to Minus's surprise, red-haired Shanks lay on the ground and did not get up for a long time. Just as Minus was beginning to doubt whether his previous strike was too heavy and had killed red-haired Shanks, suddenly, he saw. Red-haired Shanks's body trembled and began to move. He drove the griffin sword forcefully into the ground for support, slowly rising to his feet. At this moment, he looked thin and swayed in the wind, appearing extremely weak. Seeing this, Minus showed a hint of disdain, his tone flat yet full of sarcasm as he spoke. "I say, red-haired Shanks, your body is too fragile, isn't it?" He paused slightly, his eyes filled with contempt, and continued, "Just one casual punch from me, and you look like you're about to breathe your last. That's really pathetic." On the other side, upon hearing Minus's humiliating words, red-haired Shanks's anger surged up in an instant, reaching a boiling point. Just now, he had been completely unprepared, unable to react, and had been struck hard by Minus's punch. That punch had instantly broken a bone in his chest. The excruciating pain from the broken bone surged through his brain in waves, almost making him faint from the agony. At the same time, red-haired Shanks was filled with rage. He never expected that Minus, this guy, would be so insidious and cunning, actually using such despicable tactics in battle. Reflecting on the scene just now, he had already made a clear decision in his heart. Minus was indeed too treacherous. He absolutely could not let him get close again. Once he got close, Shanks feared he would really be worn down by this guy bit by bit. Thinking of this, red-haired Shanks's gaze became sharp, fixed firmly on Minus. His eyes seemingly ablaze with anger, his voice low and laced with severity as he said, "Minus, if it weren't for your despicable and insidious tactics, you wouldn't stand a chance of hurting me." Hearing this, Minus was immediately speechless. In his view, this was a life-and-death battle. Using some tricks for victory was perfectly normal. If one were to fight according to the rules all the time, that would be a sign of a rigid mind. With this in mind, Minus revealed a wild smile. Looking at red-haired Shanks, his tone full of mockery as he said, "Red-haired Shanks, you old-timers just love to talk about fairness and justice, always following the rules, with no originality at all." Saying this, he couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh, his laughter filled with arrogance and self-importance. Then he shouted, "You remnants of the old era should disappear from this world sooner. This world should be ruled by me." As soon as he finished speaking, Minus did not give Shanks any chance to respond, suddenly raising his demon sword, his figure like a ghost, charging towards red-haired Shanks once again. Red-haired Shanks knew very well that continuing to fight Minus up close was definitely not a wise move. The only option was to deliberately create distance between them. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce battle of sword energy in the air. Minos watched Shanks deliberately maintain distance, finding it quite laughable. The corners of his mouth lifting in a mocking smile. Since you like to use swords, then today I will defeat you completely with my sword. With that thought, Minos raised his right hand high with the demon's sword and began to swing it violently in the air. As his arm moved, waves of dark red sword energy surged forth like demons emerging from hell, carrying a chilling aura and immense power, rushing towards red-haired Shanks. Facing this overwhelming dark red sword energy, red-haired Shanks did not retreat at all. He swung the griffin's sword with great force in the air, his movements grand and imposing. Immediately, several dazzling sword energies erupted from the blade of the griffin, charging straight towards those dark red sword energies. In an instant, the sword energy crisscrossed and collided in the air, producing a series of thunderous sounds. The sounds of sword energy clashing echoed endlessly, akin to a dense drumbeat, fiercely resonating across the vast battlefield. With each collision, the brilliant sword energy burst forth like dazzling stars, only to vanish into thin air, leaving behind faint ripples of spiritual energy in the air. The fierce battle between Minos and the red-haired Shanks was undoubtedly spectacular, and in other corners of the battlefield, tumultuous winds were also stirring, with fierce battles underway. The confrontation between Hawkeye and General Flying Dragon could be described as a pinnacle duel of swordsmanship. The Black Blade Knight and the Black Blade Autumn Water clashed against each other, producing crisp and deafening sounds, as if they intended to slice through space itself. At the moment the two unparalleled black blades collided, the surrounding air seemed to ignite, with sharp sword energies crisscrossing like agile silver serpents weaving through. The ground, ravaged by the sword energy, was cleaved open with countless shocking cracks, resembling wounds on a shattered earth, narrating the brutality of this battle. Hawkeye, wielding the Black Blade Knight, gazed intently at the black blade in General Flying Dragon's hand. His tone was calm, yet it carried a hint of unnoticeable admiration. I truly did not expect your excellency to possess such unfathomable strength, as well as a rare treasure like the Black Blade. Surely, in your lifetime, you must have been a renowned swordsman. General Flying Dragon slightly lifted his head, meeting Hawkeye's gaze with calmness. His voice was deep and tinged with a hint of nostalgia. The matters of my past are like fleeting smoke, no longer worth mentioning. Now, I am merely a shadow dedicated to protecting the king. Upon hearing this, Hawkeye's lips curled into a confident smile. Good. Then today, I shall engage in a hearty battle with you, and we shall not rest until there's a victor. With that, he moved like lightning, raising the Black Blade Knight, and charged towards General Flying Dragon once more. Between the two, the clash of blade lights and shadows erupted again. In an instant, sword energy surged forth, spreading like roaring waves, as the ground was once again deeply plowed with ravines, stones flying and dust swirling. In another part of the battlefield, the fight between Chang Xiaoyu and Beckman was equally gripping. In order to achieve a swift resolution, Chang Xiaoyu resolutely activated the Shadow King's spiritual transformation. In that moment, a massive black-purple figure appeared out of thin air, resembling a demon from the abyss descending upon the world. This figure had sharp and menacing horns, with two pairs of purple energy wings formed from condensed magical power slowly flapping behind it, each flap creating a vortex of magic. In his hand, he wielded a long sword that was black-purple and entwined with flickering lightning, the gleaming electric light resembling the fury bursting forth from the demon's eyes. Transforming into the black-purple demon, Chang Xiaoyu swung his sword violently, unleashing an immense power in an instant, sending a fierce sword energy roaring towards Beckman, directly knocking him away. Chang Xiaoyu emitted a deep and murderous voice. You have no chance of survival today. After saying this, he dashed towards Beckman like a specter, launching a frenzied assault like a storm. In an instant, the black-purple magic surged across the battlefield like a torrent, enveloping everything in a bizarre and terrifying aura. Under this powerful onslaught, Beckman gradually fell into a predicament, retreating step by step, blood continuously gushing from his mouth, staining his clothes red. Meanwhile, the battlefield between Rayleigh and Puppet Number 5 was also filled with intersecting sword energies. The sword energies of the two continuously clashed in the air, producing a series of crisp sounds akin to an invisible concert. The ground around them was scarred by these sword energies, filled with dense cracks, resembling a shattered painting. However, Puppet Number 5, under the command to hold Rayleigh back, maintained a relatively calm fighting rhythm, without the intense life-and-death struggle. Yet, each move concealed endless intricacies and contests. The entire battlefield resembled a grand war painting, with every corner unfolding breathtaking stories. At this moment, on the island of Serbia, the battle between the red-haired pirates and the Shadow Legion had gradually begun to show results. Led by Puppet Number 4, the pirates under the command of the red-haired pirates appeared to be utterly vulnerable. On the battlefield, the sounds of battle cries and screams intertwined as the Shadow Legion surged forth like a tidal wave, causing the pirates of the red-haired pirates to fall one after another under this fierce assault. As time passed, all the pirates under the red-haired pirates had perished on this bloody battlefield, leaving only Jesus Burgess and a few relatively strong members struggling to hold on. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, the acrid scent of blood making one feel nauseous, filled with an air of despair. The kind of despair faced by the red-haired pirates in dire straits. In fact, from the moment this war began, the outcome seemed to have been predetermined. Faced with such a disparity in strength, the red-haired pirates appeared ensnared in an inescapable net of death, with no chance of survival. In the center of the battlefield, Minos stood quietly, a red light flashing in his eyes, instantly reflecting the conditions of each battlefield on the island of Serbia. The situation on the battlefield was entirely within his expectations. The king against the king, general against general appeared balanced, yet he had an overwhelming advantage. With a mid-level strength puppet general plus 5 puppet quasi-general level experts, such a formation made it difficult for the Shadow Legion to lose. Originally, the Shadow Legion already had over 5,000 shadow soldiers. Now, with these powerful puppets as reinforcements, dealing with the red-haired pirates on this battlefield would be as easy as killing a chicken. Watching all of this, a slight smile of triumph appeared on Minos's face. Initially, he had planned to keep Puppet Number 1, Puppet Number 2, and Puppet Number 3 on standby, ready to catch the red-haired pirates off guard at a critical moment. However, given the current situation, such concerns were clearly unnecessary. Once Puppet Number 4 cleared the pirates under the red-haired pirates, the next target would be Rayleigh and the others. Thinking of Rayleigh, Minos's gaze instantly turned icy. Last time on Sabati Archipelago, that old man Rayleigh had actually escaped from him, and he had been brooding over this matter ever since. Now, that old man dared to come knocking on his door. He would not be polite and would send Rayleigh and that foolish woman Shaki down to hell to reunite. Meanwhile, the red-haired Shanks was anxiously using his observation hockey to sense every movement on the battlefield. However, the situation he sensed caused his heart to clench suddenly, flooding him with immense fear. Not far away, Beckman was being ruthlessly beaten by a black-purple demonic figure. Each attack forced blood from Beckman's mouth, and he was on the verge of collapse, clearly unable to hold on any longer. Looking over at Rayleigh's side, he was tightly entangled by Puppet Number 5, unable to escape and unable to assist anyone else. The situation on Hawkeye's battlefield was also grim. That Shadow General was powerful, and the two were locked in a fierce battle, with no clear victor in sight. Most critically, the pirate crew, led by Jesus Burgess, had been swept away by the Shadow Legion. Specifically, they were being overwhelmed by someone of equivalent strength to Puppet Number 5, leading 5 puppet quasi-generals, leaving them with no ability to fight back. Now, Jesus Burgess and his team were also on the brink of collapse. At any moment, they could be mercilessly slain by Puppet Number 4. Seeing this scene, Shanks's eyes turned red instantly, filled with despair. He knew very well that once Jesus and the others fell, the Shadow Legion and those powerful puppets would unleash their full strength without hesitation. At that time, they would surely fall into a desperate situation of being besieged, with only death awaiting them. Thinking of this, red-haired Shank's eyes widened in anger. His face twisted as he roared furiously at the grinning Minos. Minos, you bastard, you will surely die a terrible death. One day, you will also be surrounded and killed just like this. At that moment, Minos was watching with great interest the scene of Jesus and the others being slaughtered, feeling extremely pleased. Who would have thought that red-haired Shanks would suddenly go mad and curse at him for no reason? TSK, really lacking in grace. Minos secretly despised him, slightly raising his head and casting a faint glance at red-haired Shanks. With that glance, he saw red-haired Shanks roaring at him like a possessed demon, nearly going insane. In an instant, Minos understood. It seems that this red-haired one is truly unable to bear the current dire situation of their defeat. Minos sneered internally. The defeated are always like this, accustomed to using wails and baseless accusations to cover up their own incompetence and embarrassment. A mocking smile curved at the corner of Minos' mouth as he scoffed at the crazed, red-haired Shanks. If it weren't for you coming to provoke us, you could have lived for another 3 to 5 years. After saying that, he threw his head back and laughed heartily, his laughter echoing in the air, filled with unabashed mockery and delight. Originally, Minos' plan was to target the beast pirates, but red-haired Shanks had truly come to seek death. Since that was the case, he could only send the red-haired one to that endless hell. As the laughter ceased, Minos' gaze turned cold as ice, staring directly at red-haired Shanks, and he spoke slowly and coldly. Red-haired Shanks, no more unnecessary talk, prepare to die. Before his words fell, Minos' aura suddenly erupted, a powerful force spreading wildly around him. At the same time, a dense black-purple magic power surged like a tidal wave, enveloping everything around in a strange and dangerous atmosphere. Minos gripped the demon's sword tightly with his right hand. In an instant, the black-purple magic power wrapped around the dark red demon sword like lively lightning. In the blink of an eye, the original dark red blade was completely transformed by this terrifying dragon slayer magic, becoming a black-purple energy sword exuding a chilling aura. Meanwhile, the black-purple lightning flickered like agile snakes, jumping and flashing around the sword body, spreading wildly in all directions. The black-purple energy lightning seemed dazzling and enchanting, yet it felt like a death warrant from hell, each bolt containing endless danger of death. Minos' gaze was piercing, locking onto red-haired Shanks, and he coldly uttered, "Second style? Purple Serpent." With this roar, he swung the sword wrapped in black-purple lightning with all his might towards the direction of red-haired Shanks. Instantly, a dazzling black-purple sword aura howled out from the blade. As the sword aura shot out, it continuously changed form. In the blink of an eye, the sword aura had transformed into an enormous black-purple sword aura serpent, charging fiercely toward red-haired Shanks with unstoppable momentum, like an arrow released from a bow. This black-purple serpent was intertwined with threads of lightning, shimmering with a strange light under the sunlight, making it appear even more ferocious and terrifying, as if it were a demon from the abyss, exuding a chilling aura. Red-haired Shanks, who had been roaring endlessly, felt a sense of impending doom upon seeing Minos' sudden sword aura. Sure enough, this sword aura transformed into a long serpent of sword energy, just like before. However, this time, it was a black-purple sword aura serpent. Yet this seemingly different color change made red-haired Shanks truly feel the overwhelming pressure contained within this black-purple sword aura serpent. It was far stronger and more terrifying than the previously seen red serpent. On the battlefield, filled with a tense atmosphere, the black-purple sword aura serpent surged toward red-haired Shanks like a terrifying behemoth from the abyss. Red-haired Shanks' expression was unprecedentedly grave, like a mountain shrouded in dark clouds before a storm. In an instant, a flash of red light flickered in his eyes, like a flare bursting forth from the depths of burning flames. Immediately, Conqueror's hockey lightning surged around him like an enraged dragon. The domineering aura seemed to tear the entire space apart. At the same time, the blade in his hand, named Griffin, was also wrapped in strange and powerful red-black lightning. This red-black lightning seemed to possess life, wildly dancing on the sword body, crackling as if it would break free from its restraints at any moment, unleashing world-destroying power. God's avoidance. Red-haired Shanks suddenly shouted, his voice booming like a bell across the heavens. With this roar, he swung the griffin with a momentum that seemed to split the heavens and the earth. Instantly, the griffin, carrying surging power, collided violently with a roaring black-purple serpent from a distance. At the moment of contact between the black-purple lightning and the red-black lightning, it was as if two stars containing immense energy collided, causing the entire space to tremble. The already surging lightning became even more violent and boiling, as if ignited by a powerful explosive, releasing endless energy. At this moment, the skies seemed to be forcefully divided into two distinctly different regions by an invisible giant hand. One side was a deep, mysterious black-purple sky, exuding a breath of death. The other was a fiery and intense red-black sky, filled with dominance. These two skies clashed in midair like two unparalleled powerhouses, refusing to give way, continuously colliding and exploding, producing deafening booms. The shockwave generated by their collision spread outward like a tsunami. The ground, already ravaged by war, appeared as fragile as glass before this powerful force. In an instant, the ground erupted in a rain of shattered stones like cannon fire, with countless stones of varying sizes being hurled into the sky, then crashing down with howling winds. At the same time, even larger cracks spread across the ground like the gaping mouth of a monstrous beast, as if it aimed to swallow the entire earth. Such a breathtaking spectacle left everyone present in awe, as if they were in the midst of an apocalyptic myth. In this intense battle, Minos looked at the gritting teeth and struggling red-haired Shanks, a cold and cruel smile appearing on his face. He slightly raised his chin, his tone filled with disdain and confidence, and calmly said, "Red-haired Shanks, you will all be buried in this land today. None shall escape alive. Remember, before the reincarnation monument, speak my name, Minos, so that the death god of the underworld knows who sent you here." As soon as he finished speaking, Minos' magic surged violently, and the terrifying black-purple dragon, Slayer magic, erupted from his body once more. This powerful magical force surged into the body of the black-purple sword aura serpent like a relentless undercurrent. In an instant, the black-purple giant snake received a powerful surge of energy, becoming even larger and more ferocious. The evil aura emanating from it seemed to envelop the entire world in darkness. On the other side, the red-haired Shanks' expression darkened, and a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. He knew that this was a critical moment of life and death. Any hint of negligence would lead to irreversible consequences. Thus, Shanks suddenly intensified his power, his haki wrapping around him like a solidified armor. He swung the griffin once more, charging forward with an unstoppable momentum, colliding with the even more terrifying black-purple sword energy giant snake from a distance. The piercing sound of crackling echoed endlessly, as if thousands of needles were simultaneously stabbing into people's eardrums, causing intense discomfort. With a loud bang, like the tolling of the doomsday bell, the black-purple sword energy giant snake and Shanks' divine avoidance suddenly exploded, releasing a powerful energy akin to a super-nuclear bomb, instantly scattering in all directions. The shockwave surged like a torrential flood, ruthlessly destroying everything in its path. The ground was instantly torn apart into massive chasms under this extreme destructive force, crisscrossing like the Earth's ghastly scars, horrifying to behold. Meanwhile, the entire island seemed unable to withstand this immense power, starting to shake violently, as if it would sink into the sea at any moment. Clouds of dust spread like dark clouds in the air, forming a heavy barrier that enveloped the entire battlefield. Under this dust cover, everything became blurred, making one feel as if they were in a chaotic world, unable to see anything around them. The powerful shockwave, like a wild horse that had broken free, spread wildly towards the sea. However, this time, the shockwave that could have boiled the ocean abruptly halted when it encountered a mysterious force. On the vast sea, an enormous whale ship was cutting through the waves. The ship's body resembled a moving steel fortress, exuding an awe-inspiring majesty. This was the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick. Following it were dozens of large and small ships, unmistakably part of Whitebeard's pirate crew. Whitebeard stood at the bow of the ship, his tall and robust physique resembling a towering mountain, giving an immense sense of security. At that moment, he looked at the surging shockwave ahead. Instead of feeling any fear, he threw back his head and laughed heartily, his laughter filled with boldness and freedom. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, like two piercing bolts of lightning piercing through layers of mist, locking onto that powerful shockwave. He then gently raised the blade, named Tsongyun Xia, his movements appearing casual yet infused with boundless power. With a gentle flick of his wrist, a sword energy, as if made of substance, howled out from Tsongyun Xia, meeting the shockwave head-on. Bang! Another loud sound erupted as the sword energy clashed with the shockwave, instantly bursting forth into a dazzling light. The powerful energy fluctuations stirred up towering waves on the sea, the water boiling and churning. Yet, Whitebeard's gaze did not linger here. He slightly raised his head, looking at the astonishing scene in the sky. His eyes sparkled with complex emotions, as if contemplating the deeper significance behind this battle. The sky seemed to be violently split apart by a colossal sword, instantly cracking into two terrifying canopies with starkly different styles. One side was a deep, almost ink-like black-purple, a mysterious aura surging like a turbulent undercurrent, a heavy sense of oppression hitting hard, as if it intended to swallow everything in the world. The other side was a fiery red-black, reminiscent of a hellish sea of flames, the roaring fire seemingly narrating the brutal and crazy nature of endless warfare. Whitebeard gazed up at this bizarre, celestial phenomenon, his thick eyebrows tightly knitted together like twisted steel. His voice was deep and grave. It seems that the duel between Minos and that red-haired brat has already entered the most intense, heated phase. Whitebeard's expression grew increasingly grim, like the sky before a storm. They had been closely monitoring the situation on the island of Serbia. However, the development of the situation felt like a plunge into an abyss, leaving one in despair. Minos's hidden cards had surfaced like demons awakening from the depths, unexpectedly bringing forth 2 admiral-level and 5 vice-admiral-level powerhouses. In an instant, the battlefield situation was completely turned upside down, the scales mercilessly tipping in favor of Minos. One could see the members of the red-haired pirates falling one after another under this sudden, powerful onslaught. The Shadow Legion surged like a tide, and the troops led by the 5 vice-admirals were like fierce wolves, completely overwhelming the red-haired pirates. Once mighty on these seas, the red-haired pirates now resembled a crumbling building, collapsing with a thunderous crash. It could be asserted that from this day forth, the illustrious name of the red-haired pirates would forever become a mere speck of dust in history. Thinking of this, Whitebeard's heart felt as if a 1,000-pound stone was crushing it, heavy enough to suffocate him, even if he led the entire Whitebeard pirates to fight back. Against Minos's unfathomable strength, he saw not even a glimmer of victory. However, he knew he must immerse himself in this brutal battle on the island of Serbia. This was not just about his name, Whitebeard, but also concerned his esteemed position in these tumultuous seas. Should he choose to retreat, he would be like a tree without roots, unable to find a foothold in these waters where the strong reign supreme. Whitebeard took a deep breath, his mighty aura seemingly breaking through the oppressive atmosphere. He suddenly turned around, his gaze fierce, and shouted in a voice that resonated like a bell to Marco and the others behind him. Full speed ahead. Our fallen comrades cannot have sacrificed their lives in vain. Minos must pay a heavy price for his actions. With this impassioned command, the Whitebeard pirates and their massive fleet surged forward like roaring steel beasts, swiftly approaching the island of Serbia. At this moment, the battle on the island of Serbia had already entered the most gripping, heated phase. The smoke and dust enveloping the battlefield slowly dissipated in the howling sea breeze, revealing a horrific scene before everyone's eyes. The Shadow Legion, ghostly and eerie, had successfully wiped out Jesus Burgess and others along with Puppet Number 4. These evil figures now stood atop the cold bodies of the red-haired pirates' members, their gazes cold and cruel, silently observing the remaining battles on the field. On one side of the battlefield, the fierce battle between General Flying Dragon and Hawkeye was in full swing. Their swordsmanship was unparalleled, with intertwining sword energies resembling bolts of lightning slicing through the void. Each clash of blades produced deafening sounds, the pure swordsmanship duel trapping both sides in a deadlock. On the other side, the fierce battle between Rayleigh and Puppet No. 5 had also reached a stalemate. Puppet number 5 was like a crazed wild dog, relentlessly clinging to Rayleigh, utilizing its bizarre movement and tenacious offensive. It made it difficult for Rayleigh to escape, forcing him into a prolonged war of attrition. In the core area of the battlefield, the battle between Shadow King Cheng Xiaoyu and Beckman has come to a conclusion. Cheng Xiaoyu, whose figure is as terrifying as a demon, is now holding a long sword that flickers with black and purple lightning. The sword's tip ruthlessly pierces Beckman's body, lifting this core member of the red-haired pirates high into the air. Cheng Xiaoyu looks up and lets out a deafening roar. Red-haired pirates, you are utterly defeated. With this roar, the atmosphere on the battlefield instantly plunges to freezing point, creating a suffocating tension. It feels as if the air itself has solidified in this terrifying ambience, becoming incredibly heavy. At this moment, the downfall of the red-haired pirates seems to have become a foregone conclusion. Meanwhile, Minos steps out from the rubble in the center of the battlefield, just in time to catch Cheng Xiaoyu's thunderous roar. This sound piques Minos's interest, and a red light flashes in his eyes. He quickly uses observation hockey to scan the entire battlefield. A surprising scene comes into view. The ethereal Cheng Xiaoyu is actually holding a long sword, piercing through Beckman's body and lifting him high. Witnessing this, Minos cannot help but feel a surge of joy. He is very pleased that Cheng Xiaoyu could so swiftly deal with Beckman. Next, Minos's gaze shifts toward the battlefield of the Shadow Legion, where the scene is equally striking. The members of the Shadow Legion and Puppet No. 4 stand proudly atop the corpses of Jesus Burgess and his companions, showcasing their unmatched power and majesty. Minos chuckles lightly. 2 battlefields have already reached a conclusion. At this point, Minos's expression sharpens, and he coldly states, next, it's time to completely deal with Rayleigh and Shanks. Suddenly, a loud noise erupts. Minos looks up sharply to see a figure slowly emerging from the rubble. It is none other than red-haired Shanks, but at this moment, he appears extremely disheveled. His clothes are tattered, his body covered in dust and wounds, and his messy red hair is wildly blowing in the wind. Minos looks at Shanks's pathetic appearance, a smirk of mockery curling at the corner of his mouth, his tone calm, yet filled with disdain. Oh, is this still the usually high and mighty red-haired Shanks? How did you end up in such a state? Minos's words, full of mockery, pierce Shanks's heart like a sharp dagger. At this moment, Shanks feels a wave of intense pain in his chest, the agony crashing over him like a tidal wave, constantly assaulting his nerves, causing his body to tremble slightly. However, even in such a dire situation, the look in Shanks's eyes as he gazes at Minos burns with intense killing intent. His gaze is piercing, fixated on Minos, and he speaks in a voice as cold as frost, articulation clear. Minos, they will not let you go. Upon hearing this, Minos raises an eyebrow slightly. After a moment of thought, he deduces that Shanks is referring to the world government. But there is no fear on Minos's face. In his view, as long as him does not take action personally, he is not afraid of the world government's encirclement with his current strength. Moreover, as long as he and Cheng Xiaoyu can successfully reach maturity and break through to the king-level realm, he will personally lead the Shadow Legion and Puppet Legion to storm the world government and create a massive upheaval. Minos does not believe that with such a powerful force gathered, I could easily eliminate him. Thinking of this, Minos remains composed, merely casting a dismissive glance at Shanks. Before speaking with disdain, don't worry. I know very well about those people you mentioned. With a shift in tone, Minos's eyes suddenly turn icy, and he says word by word, but by then, they will all have to accompany you. Before his words fade, Minos suddenly roars to the sky. Shadow King, you immediately lead the Shadow Army to fully besiege my hawk. Puppet number 4, take the others and eliminate Rayleigh for me. Today, none of them can leave here. Cheng Xiaoyu, hearing Minos's bloodthirsty order, breaks into a confident smile. Immediately, his magical power surges forth, burning like black flames. He shouts, Shadow Legion, attack Mihawk with me. As his voice falls, the ethereal black and purple demon form of Chung Xiaoyu bolts toward Mihawk like a bolt of black lightning. The Shadow Army, upon receiving the king's command, instantly erupts with immense momentum. The dense shadows surge like a tidal wave, bringing with them an overwhelming aura and fierce, killing intent. Flooding toward Mihawk from a distance, the dark scene seems capable of swallowing everything in the world. Meanwhile, Puppet number 4, upon hearing the order, acts without hesitation. Its metallic sheen glints as it, along with 5 other puppets with quasi-admiral strength, darts toward Rayleigh's direction, disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Under Minus's furious roar, the already intense battlefield situation undergoes even more significant and astonishing changes, and an even more thrilling battle begins. On the vast and boundless sea, the weather changes abruptly. An extraordinary battle is fiercely unfolding. Known as Hawkeye, Mihawk stands alone facing the Shadow Legion, led personally by Shadow King Chung Xiaoyu. The Shadow Legion moves like a tide, emanating a chilling and terrifying aura, as if to devour everything. Yet, Hawkeye Mihawk's gaze is sharp as an eagle, and his black sword glimmers with a cold light. Standing like a towering mountain before the surging waves, unafraid. At the same time, Rayleigh is embroiled in a tough battle. He faces Puppet number 4, Puppet number 5, and 5 other puppets with quasi-admiral strength all at once. These puppets move in perfect unison, their attacks fierce, despite Rayleigh's rich experience and extraordinary strength. He is fully committed against such a formidable lineup, executing every move with profound skill, cutting down puppets left and right. The sudden turn of events in this battle spreads rapidly through live broadcast transponder snails to every corner of the world. Everyone is shocked. They never expected that in such a short time, the situation would undergo such a dramatic change. Especially the scene where Beckman was cleanly killed by Shadow King Chung Xiaoyu, which hits everyone like a heavy bomb, stirring up waves of shock. Beckman was a living high-level combatant, and to be dealt with so decisively in front of so many eyes? It has been a long time since a high-level combatant has been easily killed on these seas. The scene shifts to Mary Geos. In a spacious and imposing office, the atmosphere is so tense it feels as if it could freeze. Several members of the 5 elders sit around the table, their eyes fixed on a live broadcast screen, their faces filled with undeniable shock. From the moment Puppet number 4, Puppet number 5, and the 5 puppets with quasi-admiral strength appeared, their hearts were filled with panic. Who would have thought that Minus and Shadow King Chung Xiaoyu were hiding such powerful trump cards? This truly exceeded their expectations. As the battle continued to escalate, Beckman was ruthlessly slain by the Shadow King, and the pirates under the red-haired pirate crew fell one after another under the fierce attacks of the Shadow Army and those puppets. The expressions of the 5 elders gradually shifted from panic to numbness and deep shock. After a long silence, the bald elder holding a sword fixed his gaze on the constantly changing battlefield images on the live phone bug and spoke in a low, grave voice. It seems that the red-haired pirate crew is doomed this time. The 2 strong ones, Mihawk and Rayleigh, are likely in grave danger as well. The elder with a long beard frowned slightly, his expression serious as he looked at the screen and slowly said, I wonder where Minus and the Shadow King found these 2 with admiral-level strength and 5 quasi-admirals to assist them. It is precisely these newly added powerful forces that have turned the tide of battle, allowing the pirates under the red-haired pirate crew to be wiped out so forcefully. If it weren't for these unexpected powers, the outcome for the red-haired pirate crew would indeed be hard to say. The elder with a mustache picked up the conversation, his expression serious as he said in a deep voice, Now, this hunter guild has already possessed 5 admiral-level strong ones. Such a powerful force has posed a huge threat to us. At this point, his tone suddenly turned cold and piercing. Shouldn't we take action? Completely eliminate this future threat. Otherwise, if we let them continue to grow, it may become even harder to deal with them in the future. However, after the mustached elder's words fell, the entire large office fell into a suffocating silence and dullness once again. Each of them understood that this matter was of great importance concerning that esteemed person. No one dared to make a decision lightly, and they could only weigh the pros and cons in silence, considering the next course of action. The atmosphere in the conference room was as tense as a drawn bowstring, oppressive to the point of making it hard to breathe, as if it would snap with the slightest touch. The elder with the cane slowly raised his head, his deep voice breaking the suffocating silence. In my opinion, the most critical thing now is to wait for the esteemed person's awakening. He paused slightly, a hint of obscure light flashing in his eyes, then continued. Once the esteemed person awakens, figures like Minos and Kaido will be nothing but ants, hardly worth fearing. At this point, the elder with the cane's gaze suddenly sharpened, his eyes revealing a trace of coldness as he said softly, "The esteemed person specifically instructed us to maintain the balance of the sea as much as possible and to never intervene lightly. However, now this balance has been completely shattered. When the esteemed person awakens, he will definitely be thunderously enraged. With the esteemed person's strength and means, he will personally take action to crush any obstacles." As he spoke, his gaze slowly swept over the other 5 elders, and he saw that they all had focused expressions, their eyes reflecting contemplation and agreement. After a moment, the elder with the cane's mouth slightly lifted, revealing a faint smile, his tone calm, yet undeniable. "After this war, let the Navy step in to slow down the development of Minos and others. Therefore, we only need to watch from the sidelines and remain inactive." Upon hearing this, the other 5 elders nodded in agreement. Ultimately, all the 5 elders unanimously supported his decision. At the Navy headquarters, Marineford, at this moment, in the spacious conference room, Sengoku and others were intently watching the live phone bugs' flickering images, each of their faces as heavy as dark clouds. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that such shocking events were happening on the Serbian islands. When did the combat power of admirals and quasi-admirals become so cheap? Moreover, Minos actually had 2 admiral-level strengths and could command 5 quasi-admirals. This completely overturned all their previous understanding, making it incredibly hard to believe. Silence spread in the conference room for a long time, and Admiral Tsuru let out a gentle sigh, slightly turning to look at Sengoku. Her face filled with worry as she softly said, "Sengoku, I think we should recall Akainu and Akiji as soon as possible." Before she finished speaking, she anxiously continued, "The situation of the Serbian war has already exceeded the Navy's ability to cope. Now, with Beckman dead and many pirates under the red-haired pirate crew also perished, only Shanks, Mihawk, and Rayleigh are still struggling. But ultimately, they are alone and cannot hold on for long. They will soon be completely defeated by Minos and the Shadow King. Minos and the Shadow King now have overwhelming power, and we really don't need to get entangled in this dangerous quagmire any longer." Sengoku listened to Tsuru's words, feeling a storm of emotions churning inside him. Deep down, he was unwilling to give up so easily. He had sacrificed so much over the years to maintain the Navy's dignity and the order of the sea. How could he retreat so easily? However, when his gaze fell back on the live phone bug's image, and he saw Minos and the Shadow King's imposing and unstoppable demeanor, he sighed helplessly, his voice filled with endless fatigue. "All right, we have no choice but to recall Akiji and Akainu." After speaking, Sengoku seemed to lose all his strength and slumped into his chair. It was easy to imagine the immense torment he endured in making this decision. In the mysterious and vast new world, there lies a land akin to a paradise, yet concealing turbulent undercurrents. Wano country. On Onigashima, like a looming giant beast, its palaces appeared even more mysterious and unfathomable in the shadows. Kaido, the captain of the beast pirates, was currently in a dark corner of the Onigashima palace. Inside the palace, the light was dim, illuminated only by the faint glow from the live phone bug, revealing Kaido's complex expression. He stared intently at the images on the phone bug, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief, unable to regain his composure for a long time. He never expected that the long-unseen Minos would bring him such a shocking surprise, or rather, a huge fright. On the screen, the Shadow Army surged like a tide, each member exuding a cold aura as if they came from an endless abyss of darkness. And those 2 admiral-level puppets, like war gods, displayed a powerful presence with every move, effortlessly crushing everything in their path. This scene not only opened Kaido's eyes, but also sounded a dangerous alarm in his heart. Could it be that in such a short time apart, Minos had grown to such an unfathomable level? Kaido thought to himself, his brow furrowed. Below Kaido, both Jin and Queen were also fixated on the live phone bugs images. Shock dominated their faces, and a hint of panic was also evident. They witnessed the once renowned and powerful red-haired pirate crew rapidly approaching annihilation before Minos's displayed strength, like ants. This brutal reality instilled fear in them. If even the red-haired pirate crew was so easily defeated, then how much chance would their beast pirates have against Minos and others? Under this shroud of fear, the already gloomy Onigashima seemed to be covered by an even thicker layer of gloom, making it appear even more sinister and terrifying. The air was thick with panic, terror, and fear, making it hard to breathe. Meanwhile, in the prosperous yet crisis-ridden land of the New World, Big Mom was sitting firmly in her chair. At this moment, her eyes were fixed on a live feed from the phone bug, filled with disbelief. If someone were to observe closely, they would notice that beneath that disbelief lay a trace of barely perceptible fear. Indeed, this formidable Big Mom, who had dominated the New World for many years and struck fear into countless hearts, was now genuinely feeling afraid. It is important to note that the red-haired pirates were not to be underestimated. In addition to the powerful Shanks and the cunning Beckman, there were also legendary figures like Rayleigh and the world-renowned swordsman Mihawk stationed there. However, what was presented on the screen now was Beckman already down, with the others struggling on the brink of life and death, as if they would follow Beckman's fate in the next moment. Every time she thought of this, Big Mom's body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and the fear on her face became more apparent. Suddenly, she cast a fierce glare at her children standing below, her eyes flashing with menace, and then shouted angrily, "Quick, call Katakuri and tell him to come back immediately. Stop getting involved in the battle with Minos and the others." Her voice echoed through the palace, carrying an undeniable authority. "Did you hear that?" Big Mom roared again, her tone revealing a hint of urgency and panic. Her children were frightened by Big Mom's ferocious demeanor, and they quickly snapped back to reality, responding in unison, "We understand. We'll call Katakuri right away." In an instant, a sense of panic, seriousness, and fear spread throughout the Big Mom pirates. Every member felt the severity of the situation, as if a massive storm was about to sweep in, and they were powerless to resist. Far away at the Revolutionary Army headquarters, a mysterious base filled with hope and ideals, Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, sat heavily in his chair. His face was serious, and the shock was clearly visible, with beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead and sliding down his cheeks. The thrilling battle that had taken place on the Surbai Island hit his heart like a nightmare. The changes in this battle were simply beyond imagination, completely exceeding his expectations. From a moment, two powerful figures with admiral-level strength suddenly appeared in the fight. The entire situation had undergone a dramatic transformation. Dragon was silent for a long time, as if time had frozen at that moment. Finally, he slowly raised his head, his gaze deep and complex, and spoke in a low voice. "Minos, you are too terrifying." Although Dragon's voice was not loud, it felt particularly heavy in the quiet room, as if carrying countless thoughts. At this moment, the Revolutionary Army headquarters was also shrouded in a complex emotion. Some members were shocked, some were worried, and others fell into deep contemplation. Everyone understood that this world might be on the brink of an unprecedented transformation due to the emergence of Minos and others. Simultaneously, in corners of the world, varying degrees of commotion ensued. People were glued to the live feed from the phone bug, and the terrifying strength and hidden cards displayed by Minos sent shockwaves through their hearts, leaving them stunned and even fearful. Who could believe that the renowned red-haired pirates were almost facing total annihilation? This was a formidable presence on the seas. Even more unbelievable was that even powerful figures like Rayleigh and Mihawk could not escape the clutches of death. Such a shocking scene exceeded everyone's imagination. As people around the world gasped in awe, their hearts were filled with deep fear. In their eyes, Minos had become a huge threat, like the sword of Damocles hanging above their heads, uncertain of when it would fall. They all hoped that a powerful figure would step forward to eliminate this terrifying demon and restore peace to the seas. Meanwhile, in the tranquil windmill village in the East Blue, many villagers gathered in an inconspicuous tea house, fixated on a live feed from the phone bug. At this moment, the villagers' faces were particularly grim, each feeling an overwhelming heaviness. After all, Shanks and the others had lived in Windmill Village for a while and had interacted harmoniously with the villagers, treating everyone well. Now, witnessing Shanks and the others facing imminent death, the villagers felt a mix of emotions, intertwining complexity and sadness. Among the crowd, a unique young boy stood out. He wore a signature straw hat, shorts, and casually sported a pair of flip-flops. He was none other than the future destined child, Luffy. However, at this moment, Luffy's face no longer bore the silly, bright smile of the past. Instead, it was filled with sadness, fear, and confusion. Various complex emotions surged within him like tides, wave after wave crashing against his heart. In that moment, Luffy appeared so helpless. He never expected that the Shanks he had always admired was about to die like this. They had once made a promise that Luffy would wait until he became strong enough, and Shanks had also promised they would meet again. Those beautiful promises seemed to echo in his ears, but reality was so cruel. How could Shanks be reaching the end of his life? At that moment, Luffy seemed to suddenly grow up. For the first time, he deeply realized that the world of pirates was far from the beautiful and romantic image he had once imagined. The image of Shanks, barely alive on the live feed, was undoubtedly the most vivid and painful example. After a long period of sadness and silence, Luffy's gaze gradually became resolute as he stared intently at Minos on the live feed, as if he were trying to engrave every detail of this enemy in his heart. He silently vowed that when he set sail in the future, he would seek justice for Minos and avenge the red-haired pirates and Shanks. However, no one noticed, not even Luffy himself, that at this moment his eyes were undergoing subtle changes. Those once innocent eyes were gradually shrouded by a layer of coldness and ruthlessness. Moreover, and more importantly, a faint white light flickered deep within his eyes. This light flashed by like a shooting star, moving so quickly that it was almost imperceptible if one did not observe closely. The scene shifts to the New World. In the spacious and bright room of the news agency headquarters, Morgans was leisurely sitting in a chair, watching the live feed from the phone bug, when he suddenly threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Minos, you truly live up to your name. Your actions are simply aimed at dominating everything in this vast sea. After the laughter subsided, excitement and anticipation sparkled in his eyes as he murmured, "Then let the madness of this sea come even more fiercely. Everyone must watch the worldview I created in 4 hours. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep up with my pace." Simultaneously, this marks the beginning of the Naruto world. Hello everyone, I am the novice author Huang Tianjun. Thank you to all the readers who have been following me all this time. It makes me very happy that there are people who have supported me all along. Of course, I know there are many issues with the earlier chapters. I have realized this serious problem thanks to everyone's reminders. In the future, I will try my best to make the chapters more reasonable. Today, I'm not here to say these touching words, but to discuss other major matters. So everyone, just follow my lead. Announcing, the will of the pirate world has descended. The pirate world expands tenfold. A branch of the Otsutsuki clan, has descended, came to the pirate world, but was sealed by the will of the world due to lack of strength, and has not eaten the chakra fruit. Suffering serious injuries from Joy Boy. Needs a long time to recover and requires the chakra fruit to heal. The celestial dragons were created by to combat the Otsutsuki clan, but did not inform anyone. The ancient 3 weapons have descended. The mermaid princess, Momonosuke, and the king of hell are the 10 tails. Everyone, don't worry about the original work, just follow my lead. Joy Boy equals Luffy has descended. The chakra fruit tree equals the devil fruit tree has descended. The teleportation gate has descended. The special space of the altar has descended. Everyone is a soldier has descended. Once the will of the pirate world completes the following tasks, it will completely die and become a planet without the will of the world. The consciousness of the pirate world has descended, which will increase the area of the pirate world tenfold. At the same time, It will also strengthen the defenses of the land and islands. Only King level and Super Shadow level powerhouses can change the battlefield, destroying heaven and earth. On the Navy and World Government side, strengthen Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Admiral Tsuru, Steelbone Kong, St. Garland, and the Five Elders. Restored to their peak youth period, meaning not injured, not aged completely at their peak. On the pirate side, strengthen Shiki, Red-Haired Shanks, Jabba, and Kurokas. Restored to their youth. Not injured, not aged. Revive Roger, Odin, Crocodile, Gecko Moria, Shaki, Red-Haired Pirates, main crew, Rayleigh, Mihawk, Whitebeard Pirates, main crew. The Devil Fruit, Divine Tree, and Chakra Fruit are both part of the Otsutsuki. The special space of the altar connects the pirate world and the Naruto world, where there is a weakened version of the Chakra Fruit Divine Tree. Eating it will increase one's strength and level, but it can only break through to Beginner King level, Beginner Super Shadow level. The will of the pirate world has opened an era where everyone can cultivate to combat the Naruto world. Ordinary people can cultivate more easily, referring to physical training, swordsmanship, and hockey. The teleportation gate was prepared by Orochimaru and six-path level powerhouses from the Naruto world for invading the pirate world. It is divided into white, red, and golden teleportation gates. The pirate world can also enter. The white teleportation gate allows shadow level powerhouses from the Naruto world to bring people below shadow level inside, directly to the pirate world or the Naruto world. Generally, it will be teleported to places with energy fluctuations. The red teleportation gate is for Super Shadow level powerhouses to enter. Non-Super Shadow and King level powerhouses cannot enter. Otherwise, they will be torn apart by the space-time storm. But if the will of the pirate world is not dead, Super Shadow level powerhouses entering the pirate world will be suppressed to peak King level. The golden teleportation gate can only be entered by six-path level and God level powerhouses, created by gathering 3 six-path level powerhouses from the Naruto world, along with Orochimaru using space. The will of the pirate world resides here, and six-path level powerhouses cannot easily step into the pirate world. Otherwise, they will be forcibly brought to the Super Shadow Peak. If the will of the world dissipates, it will take 6 years for six-path level powerhouses to descend. Next up is the Naruto world. Everyone still follow my lead. Don't worry about the original work. Just enjoy it. This is the Naruto world after the 4th Great Ninja War. But due to the sacrifices of the Six-Path Sage and the will of the Naruto world, everything has been forcibly changed. So let's begin. First, the Naruto world also expands tenfold. An era of everyone cultivating chakra has descended. Due to many six-path level powerhouses, chakra has been forcibly increased. At the same time, it makes it easier for civilians to cultivate, mainly physical training, ninjutsu, swordsmanship, and sage arts. But only the geniuses among geniuses can cultivate sage arts. The tailed beasts from 1 to 10 remain unchanged. Kagaya Otsutsuki is still sealed. Revive the Senju clan, Uchiha clan, and Uzumaki clan. From the original Konoha side, revive Uchimadara, Uchiha Izuna, the first Hokage Hashirama, Uzumaki Mido, Senju Tobarama, Yamato Nara, Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Bido, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shursui, Jiraiya, Shimura Danzo, Yamanaka Inoichi, Oil Girl Ryoma, Yamato Asuma, Hitaki Sakumo, Might Guy, Oil Girl Shizen, Narashiko, Yamanaka Ino, Hyuga Niji, and Hyuga Hayashi. I can't remember others. Uchiha Fugaku and others are in the Uchiha clan. From the Sunagakure side, revive the first Kazekage, second Kage, third Kazekage, unknown name, fourth Kage Fuka, Yakura, Chiyo, and Sasori. From the Iwagakure side, revive the first Suchikage, second Suchikage, Deidara, Old Inoki, and Han. From the Kumogakure side, revive the first Reikage to the third Reikage, along with the Wooden Man. From the Kirigakure side, revive the first Mizukage, Sujitsu Hozuki, third Mizukage, Kagaya Yagura, the 7 ninja swordsmen, Haku, and Kisame. In the rest of the ninja world, revive Otsutsuki Yumura, Indra, Ashura, Kuka, Haiden, Hanzo, Konan, Nagato, only retaining Super Shadow intermediate strength. No Rinnegan, but can barely use repulsion and attraction, and Yahiko. I really can't remember the rest. I will add them later when I think of them. So, next is the layout of the Naruto world. Although it is a bit complicated, just follow my lead. After the Six-Path Sage revives all the powerful beings in the Naruto world, the world's layout has changed. Konoha has undergone a huge transformation, referred to as New Konoha. It is composed of the Senju clan, Hyuga clan, and Yamato clan, among others. The actual difference from the original is that Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina left Konoha with Six-Path Naruto to live with the Uzumaki clan. Follow my lead, don't overthink it. The Uchiha clan, led by Six-Path Sasuke, left Konoha, while Uchiha Itachi, out of guilt, became the hidden blade of the Uchiha clan, meaning to protect the Uchiha clan. Another change is that Hatake Tsukumo left Konoha with Kakashi to form the Hatake clan. More details will be explained later. Might Guy also left Konoha with Lee and Shaoli. Madara and Izuna randomly found a mountain to establish their power. Guy established his own power around the Hatake clan. Obito established his power around the Hatake clan. Ashura and Indra established their own powers respectively. The Otsutsuki Yumura reside on the moon, ruling the Naruto world. Meanwhile, the hidden Otsutsuki Ishiki is also secretly establishing his own shell organization. The Akatsuki organization still exists, including Konin, Yahiko, Nagato, Kakuzu, Haiden, and Kisame. The rest have returned to their own villages. Orochimaru and Kabuto are still working on technology in the land of rice. The other four great nations have not changed much, and the strong have not left. However, each shadow village has added a new character to its name. Of course, other powerful individuals are also establishing their own forces, such as Hanzo and others. I really can't say more. Above all, that's roughly the world layout of the Naruto world. Next, let's introduce the power levels and realms. Note that the quality of chakra increases, which corresponds to a faster breakthrough of realms, except for the special Six Paths level. So, follow my lead once again. I will currently only provide examples of peak powerhouses, with further details to come after invading the Naruto world. In the Naruto world, the power levels are divided into Jinin, Chunin, Elite Chunin, Special Jonin, Jonin, Elite Jonin, Kage level, Super Kage level, Six Paths level, and Super Six Paths level. Comparing the power levels of the One Piece world with those of the Naruto world. Elite Jonin, Quasi-Admiral, Kage level, General or Emperor level, Super Kage level, King level, Six Paths level, God level, Super Six Paths level, Sub-God level, New Edition. Now, let's list the known Super Kage to Super Six Paths level powerhouses in the Naruto world. But they can also cultivate. This is just a reference. Super Kage, Senju Tobirama, Early Super Kage, Nagato, Mid Super Kage, Jiraiya, Early Super Kage, Fukasaku, Mid Super Kage, Shima, Mid Super Kage, Fukasaku, Mid Super Kage, Senju Hashirama, Peak Super Kage, Hatake Kakashi, Infinity close to Six Paths, can briefly clash with Six Paths. Note, he no longer possesses the Sharingan, but retains some Six Paths power. Next is the Six Paths level. Uchiha Bito, Early Six Paths Resurrected, retains Six Paths Strength. Guy, Early Six Paths Physical Arts, Leg Injury Healed. Additionally, as long as he uses the 8 gates once, he can become an Early Six Paths Physical Arts powerhouse, with the added benefit of the Tomo clothing. This is a method of the will of the Naruto world and the Sage of Six Paths, but it is limited to Guy. Might Do Wei cannot. Ashura, Mid Six Paths, retains Six Paths Strength. Indra, Mid Six Paths, retains Six Paths Strength. Uzumaki Naruto, High Six Paths, the Sage of Six Paths, and the will of the Naruto world methods. The power of Six Paths continues to strengthen. Uchiha Sasuke, High Six Paths, the Sage of Six Paths, and the will of the Naruto world methods. The power of Six Paths continues to strengthen. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, High Six Paths, the Rebirth Chakra mode, is very strong, and he also possesses extremely powerful Six Paths power. Otsutsuki Kagaya, also the Sage of Six Paths, peaks Six Paths, but has truly died together with the will of the Naruto world, unable to be revived unless the Otsutsuki clan on the plateau intervenes. Uchiha peaked Six Paths, very difficult to break through. Otsutsuki Ishiki, peaks Six Paths, but injured, must find a vessel. Otherwise, he will die. Momoshiki, Kinshiki, Urashiki will be discussed later. Next is the Super 6 Paths level. Otsutsuki Kagaya, Super 6 Paths level. Unlimited chakra, consumed all chakra fruits. Immortal and indestructible, can only be sealed. Must have 2 high 6 paths powerhouses to seal her when she is unprepared. That's it for now. Next, I will write a chapter about how Orochimaru and Kabuto established a white teleportation portal to the One Piece world. This marks the beginning of the Naruto world's invasion of the One Piece world. In the vast Naruto world, there have been 4 thrilling ninja world wars. Among them, the 4th Ninja War is the most critical turning point. After the war, the situation changed dramatically. In the last moments of his life, the Sage of 6 Paths, along with the will of the Naruto world, unleashed a mysterious and powerful force, forcibly resurrecting many Kaga-level powerhouses and once mighty experts. Not only that, this magical power restored them to their peak state. Bodies that had been injured in battle, whether missing arms or legs or suffering other severe injuries, were instantly healed. In no time, the number of 6 Paths level powerhouses in the Naruto world surged, like countless shining stars. Fortunately, before passing away, the Sage of 6 Paths and the will of the Naruto world foresaw the potential impact of such a large number of powerful forces and specially used their abilities to expand the land area of the Naruto world tenfold. Even so, the balance of the world was still greatly affected, and a new war's hidden dangers were quietly planted. However, new problems followed. In this world where strength is paramount, the gap in power became increasingly stark. Those once regarded as top Kaga level and super Kaga level powerhouses appeared insignificant before the 6 Paths level powerhouses, as if ants facing giants. Uchiha Sasuke, Indra, Madara, and other 6 Paths level powerhouses looked down upon the other ninjas with disdain and contempt. Their lofty demeanor made it seem as if everyone else was insignificant, even looking down their noses at others, extremely arrogant. Even Senju Hashirama, at the peak of Super Kaga level, was merely a slightly stronger ant in their eyes. Hardly worth mentioning. Sensing the tense and unbalanced situation, responsible 6 Paths level powerhouses like Uzumaki Naruto, Might Guy, and Otsutsuki Kinshiki decided to gather Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Sasuke, Indra, and others to prepare an important meeting limited to 6 Paths level powerhouses, attempting to resolve the increasingly sharp conflicts through communication and negotiation and restore balance to the world. However, Uchiha Madara, as a peak 6 Paths super powerhouse, did not take this so-called meeting seriously at all. With a look of disdain on his face, he secretly thought, why should a powerhouse like me participate in such trivial matters? At that moment, he took Uchiha Izuna and left, leaving behind a haughty remark. Everything depends on my mood. If anyone finds me displeasing, feel free to come at me. I, Uchiha Madara, will take them all on. His arrogant attitude seemed to declare his absolute authority to the entire world. Beside him, Uchiha Sasuke and Indra, seeing Uchiha Madara's high-class demeanor, followed suit, also expressing their unwillingness to attend the meeting. The two of them scanned the Kaga level and super Kaga level powerhouses with extremely contemptuous gazes before swaggering away. They left a group of people in an awkward and angry state. The Kage leaders from various villages witnessed this scene, feeling both embarrassed and furious. Senju Tobarama couldn't help but mutter. As expected, the Uchiha clan is inherently evil and arrogant. Such rudeness is truly infuriating. However, despite his anger, he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction towards Madara, Sasuke, and Indra, as the gap in strength was evident. Thus, the originally planned important meeting was reluctantly shelved, and everyone departed unhappily, leaving the entire Naruto world in a subtle and tense atmosphere. After some time, Uzumaki Naruto, Guy, and Otsutsuki Kinshiki did not give up. They keenly sensed that the issue of chakra cultivation in the ninja world was becoming increasingly prominent, and this issue related to the stability and development of the entire world. Therefore, they issued another statement, emphasizing that this meeting would focus on discussing the chakra cultivation issues in the ninja world. This time, the topic finally piqued the interest of Madara, Sasuke, Indra, and others, and they reluctantly agreed to participate in the meeting. This meeting was grand in scale, with numerous 6 Paths level powerhouses gathering together and the original Kaga leaders of each village were also invited to attend. It is worth mentioning that Kakashi, with his exceptional strength that was very close to the Six Paths level, was also among the invitees. The atmosphere in the entire venue was heavy, as if a storm that would determine the future direction of the Naruto world was about to arrive. In the vast expanse of a Naruto world, there was an extremely grand conference room. The internal space is vast, decorated magnificently, with shimmering gemstones embedded in the walls. The light cascades down, refracting a dreamlike halo. At this moment, a few special individuals with powerful auras sit quietly in the conference room. They're the Six Paths level powerhouses who command respect in the ninja world, each leaving a significant mark in the history of ninjutsu. Uchiha Madara sits upright, wrapped in a white Six Paths robe that envelopes his tall figure. This robe is not ordinary. It was crafted by him using his immensely powerful Six Paths abilities, especially the striking golden magatama on the robe, which shines particularly brightly under the light, seems to proclaim the unparalleled glory and authority of this formidable warrior. Uzumaki Naruto is also among them, wearing a golden Six Paths robe. The golden light is as dazzling as the sun, and the golden magatama on his robe is equally extraordinary, showcasing his unique identity and immense power. Uchiha Sasuke wears a purple Six Paths robe, mysterious and noble. The purple magatama embedded in the robe emits a charming luster, making him appear even more austere and profound, his unique aura hard to look away from. Uchiha Obito, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Indra Azura, and other Six Paths level powerhouses are similarly clad in white robes. However, the magatama on their robes is a deep black, appearing even more mysterious and solemn against the white background, as if concealing endless power and stories. Thus, in this tranquil yet oppressive atmosphere, an important meeting concerning the future of the Hokage world begins. In the days following the meeting, the ninja world seems to be quietly transformed by a mysterious force. In just a few days, the chakra of the ninja world undergoes astonishing changes. Chakra, the mysterious energy that sustains the survival and power of all things in the ninja world, is rising at an incredible speed. As time flows, a month passes in the blink of an eye, and the frenzied growth of chakra finally begins to slow down. In every corner of the ninja world, whether in bustling towns or remote villages, people tangibly feel the shocking scene of chakra surging in the Hokage world. Although most of them are completely unaware of the reasons behind this phenomenon, the shock and confusion in their hearts are like a surging tide that is hard to calm. The Kages of the 5 great villages know some insider information, more or less. However, facing this unimaginable spectacle, even if they have some understanding, they still find it too incredible and ultimately choose to remain silent, not explaining too much to the people of the ninja world. The root of it all lies in several Six Paths level powerhouses, who, with their extraordinary abilities, forcibly draw that mysterious unknown energy from far-off realms beyond the heavens. They then use their Six Paths power to convert it into chakra, which is subsequently poured back onto the land of the ninja world like a refreshing rain. It is this grand gift of energy that has led to an unprecedented surge in chakra in the ninja world. This explosive surge of chakra resembles a miraculous spiritual energy revival, nourishing all things in the ninja world. Flowers, trees, and plants grow increasingly lush and vibrant. Birds and beasts seem to have been endowed with new vitality, their strength and wisdom significantly enhanced. Driven by this overwhelming wave of chakra, the ninja world is instantly swept up in a fervent wave of cultivation. Countless ninjas, filled with dreams and passion, seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to practice day and night. In no time, various geniuses emerge like bamboo shoots after rain, injecting new vitality and hope into the ninja world. Those old-school geniuses born in the era of war benefit the most from this wave, having personally experienced the blood and brutality of war. They have a deep understanding of the preciousness and difficulty of life, insights that others find hard to comprehend. Now, nourished by this endless chakra, they are like seeds that have long awaited rain, quickly taking root, sprouting, and growing vigorously. At this moment, The power dynamics of a ninja world have undergone a tremendous transformation. Super shadow-level powerhouses are no longer rare, but rather numerous. Shadow-level powerhouses are no longer lofty figures, but commonplace. Even elite J-Nin are as numerous as stars, seen everywhere. In a land of rice, a tranquil and mysterious land in the Hokage world, has long been the territory of Orochimaru and Kabuto. Ever since the Sage of Six Paths resurrected many powerful figures, these two explorers of the unknown have resolutely returned to their old haunt, the land of rice. Here, they immerse themselves in technological research and forbidden techniques, as if that is the true destination of their lives. Orochimaru and Kabuto, having been seasoned by countless battles, are powerful in their own right. Now, amidst the tide of rising chakra, they seem to be sailing smoothly. With the wonderful gifts of heaven and earth, their strength soars, and they both reach the terrifying realm of super shadow level. However, even with such immense power, their fervent desire for exploration in technology and forbidden techniques has not changed in the slightest. Through their tireless efforts day after day, they finally achieve remarkable results in their research, creating many astonishing innovations. At this moment, in a large hidden cave in the land of rice, a white energy transmission portal emitting a soft glow slowly appears. The light flows like liquid, reflecting strange shadows on the cave walls. This is the spatial transmission device that Orochimaru and Kabuto have painstakingly developed. Kabuto stands beside the portal, his eyes shining with excitement as he gazes at the mysterious white energy transmission portal, unable to contain his joy, exclaiming, "Lord Orochimaru, we finally succeeded." His voice echoes in the cave, carrying a hint of uncontrollable excitement. Standing beside Kabuto, Orochimaru, draped in a white robe that flutters gently in the wind, gazes at the white energy transmission portal, a smile appearing on his face. That smile encompasses both the satisfaction of success and a hint of unnoticeable caution. Hearing Kabuto's words, Orochimaru slightly squints his eyes, his voice hoarse yet steady as he replies, "That's right, Kabuto, we have indeed succeeded. However, where does this portal lead? And are there unknown dangers? Until we have entered and tried, we cannot easily tread there." Kabuto tilts his head slightly, glancing at Orochimaru with a glimmer of intelligence in his eyes, then lightly laughs and says, "Lord Orochimaru, why don't we go in together to find out? After all, with our abilities, even if we encounter unforeseen events, we have ways to revive ourselves." His tone is filled with confidence and determination. Upon hearing Kabuto's words, Orochimaru does not respond immediately. He lowers his head slightly, lost in thought, rapidly weighing the pros and cons of entering the portal in his mind. A hint of worry also rises within him. He knows well that if what they are doing is discovered by others, especially by Naruto and his companions, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, Naruto and others currently hold the greatest influence in the ninja world. Seeing Orochimaru deep in thought, Kabuto's eyes flash with light, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he softly remarks, "Lord Orochimaru, are you worried about those Six Paths level powerhouses?" Orochimaru slowly turned his head, calmly glancing at Orochimaru, and then, with a serious expression, said in a deep voice, "Do, you know very well that ever since the matter of the Sage of Six Paths and the will of the Hokage world came to light, the entire structure of the ninja world has undergone tremendous changes." He paused slightly, not waiting for Orochimaru to speak, and continued in a heavy tone. In the past, shadow-level powerhouses could dominate a region and control faction. But now, the times have changed. Only super shadow-level powerhouses can barely be considered experts in this ninja world filled with strong individuals. This is a qualitative shift. Not to mention, there are also those few who stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world, the Sage of Six Paths level powerhouses, who look down upon the entire ninja world like gods. Orochimaru frowned slightly, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. The current shadow level and super shadow level powerhouses are merely insignificant ants in their presence. If a great battle were to break out among them, the ninja world would inevitably fall into chaos. At this point, Orochimaru's voice became even lower, Surviving in such a complex and cruel environment is indeed extremely difficult, and many times we are also powerless. Orochimaru Do quietly watched the somewhat sentimental Orochimaru at this moment, his gaze flickering, and a confident smile appeared on his face as he softly spoke. Lord Orochimaru, there is no need to panic like this. Although we are just pawns in this grand chess game of the ninja world, we take every step firmly and steadily. We have risen from obscurity, overcoming countless difficulties, and naturally possess extraordinary character and abilities. Orochimaru Do slightly raised his head, his eyes filled with pride and pride. Moreover, this white energy teleportation portal we painstakingly created is precisely to make ourselves stronger, right? At this point, Orochimaru Do's eyes suddenly lit up, and he chuckled lightly, continuing, Furthermore, Lord Orochimaru need not worry that our actions will be discovered. Even if someone does notice, with our connections and means, there will always be someone to help us settle it. Upon hearing Orochimaru Do's words, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a slight surprise. It seems that Do has secretly contacted someone. Thinking of this, Orochimaru's lips curled slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. I didn't expect you to have connections with them. I really underestimated you. Orochimaru Do, upon hearing this, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, then with a calm expression, he smiled slightly. Lord Orochimaru, you flatter me. Haven't you also had interactions with them? After saying this, Orochimaru Do and Orochimaru locked their snake-like eyes tightly together. In an instant, an invisible pressure seemed to spread in the air, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense, as if a fierce battle would break out at any moment. However, the tense atmosphere did not last long. Suddenly, Orochimaru Do and Orochimaru seemed to share a tacit understanding, both gently smiling at the same time, and then fell into silence. After a long time, Orochimaru once again turned his gaze to the white energy teleportation portal that emitted a soft glow, and with a serious expression. He spoke, This mysterious teleportation portal, can it send us back to the past, or lead us to the future? Orochimaru Do also shifted his gaze to the white energy teleportation portal. Hearing Orochimaru's question, his expression became serious as he slowly said, It cannot be determined yet. Only by personally entering it can we know the answer. He paused, a hint of confidence flashing in his eyes, and then continued. However, with our strengths, as long as we don't encounter a peak powerhouse like the Sage of Six Paths, we should not have too many problems. At this point, Orochimaru Do's eyes flickered as if he thought of something and continued. This white energy teleportation portal seems to transport us to a place with extremely strong energy fluctuations. In other words, before Orochimaru Do could finish his sentence, Orochimaru interjected, speaking in a low voice. It will appear on a fierce battlefield or beside a super strong powerhouse, right? Orochimaru Do was slightly taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He then glanced at Orochimaru and chuckled lightly. Yes, that's exactly it. After Orochimaru Do finished speaking, the atmosphere grew tense again. The two stood silently for a long time. Finally, Orochimaru's gaze firmly locked onto the white energy teleportation portal, and he said with determination, Let's go in. If we succeed, we may have the opportunity to delve deeper into the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Orochimaru Do looked at the mysterious white energy teleportation portal before him, the corners of his mouth slightly rising, and he said softly, Lord Orochimaru, then let us explore together and see where this portal will send us. After saying this, Orochimaru took the lead and stepped towards the white energy teleportation portal, his figure gradually merging into the light. Orochimaru Do closely followed, also stepping into the white energy teleportation portal. Just as the two figures completely disappeared into the portal, a faint and ethereal voice echoed in the empty and silent cave. I hope you can achieve the results I desire. In the tumultuous stage of the pirate world, Serbia Island is currently engulfed in a shocking peak battle. Minos stood tall in front of the red-haired Shanks, a disdainful smile on his face, and said leisurely, Red-haired Shanks, look at the consequences of your reckless actions. Today's dire situation is all thanks to you. His voice was not loud, yet it seemed to carry a kind of magic, every word clearly reaching Shanks's ears. Look, the red-haired pirates are on the brink of destruction. and you are the mastermind behind this tragedy." After saying this, Minos raised his head and laughed loudly at Shanks, the laughter drifting wildly in the raging wind, filled with mockery and unabashed delight, like sharp blades stabbing deeply into Shanks's heart. Minos thought to himself, in his view, if it weren't for Shanks's stubborn insistence on seeking death, he could have at least lingered for another 3 to 5 years in this pirate world. Now, everything is irretrievable and will turn to ashes with the conclusion of this battle. Hearing Minos's words, Shanks felt as though a heavy stone had struck him, instantly filling him with endless sorrow and despair. Those malicious words seemed to carry a powerful magic, precisely hitting the most vulnerable corners of his heart, leaving him feeling incredibly helpless and weak. He stared blankly, his expression filled with despair as he looked at Mihawk and Rayleigh, who were being besieged in the distance. At this moment, they appeared so precarious under the tide of enemies' attacks. Red-haired Shanks knew that perhaps in a while, the two of them would forever fall on this bloody battlefield, and he himself, after Rayleigh and Mihawk fell one after another, would also be overwhelmed by the ferocious enemies, ultimately meeting the same tragic fate. Minos coldly observed the already disheartened red-haired Shanks, a deeply disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oomph. This once unassailable, red-haired Shanks finally knows the taste of despair. Did he forget that there would be such an outcome when he was so arrogant back then? In Minos's view, this world is so absurd. Those once powerful individuals, once they lose their power, become like stray dogs, bullied at will. At this moment, Minos's heart was intertwined with a mix of anger and an uncontrollable delight. Angry as he was, how could it be that Shanks, the red-haired, who had been causing trouble everywhere and actively instigated this conflict, seemed to have all the blame fall on him now, although he had always been merciless and cold-hearted. In his mind, all of this was merely a necessary means of survival in this brutal pirate world. Was there anything wrong with that? In Minos's view, this was just an insignificant small mistake that every man who craved power would make. This satisfaction naturally stemmed from the sight of the dejected Shanks, who looked like a dead dog before him. Seeing the once mighty Shanks in such a state filled Minos's heart with delight. This was the consequence of provoking him. Minos. Thinking of this, Minos's expression suddenly turned as cold as frost, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up to reveal a sinister smile, as if the momentary anger had never existed. He slowly raised the demon blade in his hand, which emitted a strange glow, his eyes filled with endless killing intent, and coldly said to Shanks, "Shanks, your doom has come, die." Before his words had finished, Minos's figure flickered like a ghost and instantly disappeared from his original spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Shanks like a gust of wind, the demon blade accompanied by a sharp whistling sound as he exerted all his strength for a heavy slash. In his view, this thunderous strike left no chance for Shanks to survive. It was as if the next moment, Shanks would bleed out under his blade. However, the expected dull sound of the demon blade cutting into flesh did not occur. Instead, a deafening and sharp clashing sound of blades rang out abruptly in the silent battlefield. This sudden scene surprised Minos slightly. He instinctively turned his gaze toward the blade that was fiercely clashing with his demon blade, and when he saw the towering figure before him, he instantly realized what was happening. What came into view was the infamous Whitebeard, with a prominent scar on his face. Minos squinted slightly, and a trace of a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. "Old man Whitebeard, I thought you had found a corner to hide away and retire." The one who had firmly blocked Minos's demon blade was none other than the legendary Whitebeard. Just at that critical moment, Whitebeard arrived like a thunderbolt, saving the already demoralized Shanks. Whitebeard's gaze was sharp as he coldly stared at the annoying Minos. Lightly flicking his weapon, the Tsongyun blade, the action appeared casual, yet it contained boundless power, instantly separating the demon blade and the Tsongyun blade with a clear ringing sound. Minos held the demon blade, stepping back a few paces, each step taken with great steadiness. Once he stood firm, he smiled lightly, but his laughter carried a hint of chill. "Old man Whitebeard, look at your temper. It's quite something, isn't it?" At this point, Minos's gaze suddenly became sharp, like a blade in the cold night, piercingly icy as he spoke slowly. "Do I have to kill a few of your beloved sons to cool down your fiery temper? As soon as Minus's words left his mouth, it was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up waves. Whitebeard's eyes widened like copper bells, filled with blazing fury as he glared at Minus, roaring with a voice like thunder. "You little brat Minus, don't get too cocky. You dare to say you're going to kill my sons? I will make sure you leave your life here on this Serbian island today." With that, Whitebeard threw his head back and shouted, "Brothers of the Whitebeard pirates, come out." Hearing Whitebeard's call, Minus's heart tightened and his gaze instinctively sharpened. In an instant, various noisy sounds echoed from all directions, reverberating across the Serbian square. Following the direction of the sound, Minus's brow furrowed slightly at the sight before him. He saw a dense mass of pirates flowing in like a tide from the port towards the Serbian square. These pirates were diverse in appearance. There were large fishmen standing out among the crowd, agile animal-type users, and towering giants whose every step caused the ground to tremble slightly. Minus's sharp gaze closely examined the scene, and he couldn't help but be secretly astonished. This was actually the pirate lineup during the Marineford War in the original story. He spotted Squardo, the one who had stabbed Whitebeard during the war, now mingling among the crowd. There was also the Ice Witch, exuding a chilling aura, and the enormous oars, standing like a giant among the pirates. Furthermore, as Minus continued to scan, he noticed a chubby black man cautiously hiding behind several captains, appearing terrified of being discovered. Seeing this scene, a subtle smile appeared at the corner of Minus's mouth. He understood that the lineup from the Marineford War had unexpectedly been activated early by him. Meanwhile, the scene of the Whitebeard pirates arriving in full force at the Serbian island square also caused Chung Xiaoyu, the Shadow Legion, and puppets number 4 and 5, along with the 5 puppets with quasi-admiral strength, to halt their actions. Chung Xiaoyu's gaze sharpened, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes as he said in a low voice, "Has a change already occurred?" Having said that, Chung Xiaoyu's figure flickered, and he rushed to Minus's side with the Shadow Legion at the fastest speed. Puppets number 4 and 5 quickly followed, standing neatly behind Minus. Thus, a new standoff quietly unfolded once again in the Serbian island square. Chung Xiaoyu approached Minus, silently establishing contact with him. "What should we do now?" Chung Xiaoyu's thoughts echoed in his mind. Minus, hearing Chung Xiaoyu's inquiry in his heart, showed no surprise in his expression and calmly replied, "Later. You just need to transform the shadows of the deceased members of the red-haired pirates into the Shadow Army." Minus paused slightly before continuing. "As for other matters, you need not worry. Leave it to me." After hearing Minus's words, Chung Xiaoyu nodded slightly in his heart and responded, "Okay. I will transform Beckman and the other deceased members of the red-haired pirates into the Shadow Army." Meanwhile, on the Whitebeard pirates' side, Mihawk and Rayleigh had laboriously made their way to Shanks. At this moment, they looked extremely disheveled, their bodies covered in numerous sword wounds, blood continuously oozing from the injuries, soaking their clothes. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the Whitebeard pirates, Rayleigh and Mihawk would have likely perished shortly after. Shanks's expression was grave and complex as he slowly raised his head to look at Whitebeard, his voice filled with endless desolation as he said, "Whitebeard, you've come." Mihawk and Rayleigh also looked at Whitebeard with complex expressions, recalling that critical moment. If it hadn't been for the Whitebeard pirates' timely intervention, they would have likely remained forever on this Serbian island. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates looked at the lonely and desolate red-haired Shanks at this moment, unable to hide the expressions of sorrow on their faces. Just a month ago, they had nearly lost their lives at the hands of Minus, but they had been lucky enough to escape. Unlike red-haired Shanks, whose entire crew had perished in battle, leaving him as the only survivor. Whitebeard's gaze was deep as he carefully examined red-haired Shanks, Rayleigh, and Mihawk, and couldn't help but lightly sigh. "It's only been a short while since we last met, and you've already gotten yourselves into such a sorry state. It's truly too pitiful." Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, red-haired Shanks struggled to lift his head, looking at Whitebeard with a low and dim gaze, his expression filled with desolation as he replied, "Yes, it's indeed a mess. Who would have thought that in just half a day, we would be completely defeated?" At this point, a bitter smile appeared on red-haired Shanks' face as he continued, "If it weren't for your timely arrival, We might have already died at the hands of that guy Minus. Whitebeard looked at the dejected, red-haired Shanks, his gaze suddenly sharpening, and he spoke in a serious and solemn tone. Red-haired brat, pull yourself together. We haven't taken revenge on that despicable Minus yet. Whitebeard paused slightly before shouting loudly. I am Whitebeard. There is no way I can be defeated on this sea. Under Whitebeard's booming shout, the momentum of the Whitebeard pirates surged like a roaring tide. The entire pirate crew seemed to be infused with an invisible and powerful force, and the eyes of every member ignited with fierce fighting spirit. At this exhilarating moment, Marco suddenly erupted with blazing blue flames, the flames swirling around him like lively spirits. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into the mythical Zoan-type phoenix form, soaring high into the sky. Marco stood tall and shouted, Dad is the strongest man in the world. How could he possibly lose? That voice pierced through the clouds, filled with boundless determination and trust. Upon hearing Marco's powerful shout from the sky, the members of the Whitebeard pirates felt their blood ignite, and they all shouted in unison, Dad is the strongest. He absolutely cannot lose. Dad is the strongest man in the world. He will definitely not lose. Oh man, the rising and falling chorus intertwined like an impassioned battle song, echoing across the battlefield. Just like that, under the encouragement of Whitebeard and Marco, the momentum of the entire Whitebeard pirates climbed to a nearly frenzied state. That momentum surged like a roaring tsunami, crashing in like waves, unstoppable. If someone with a slightly weak heart were to be present, they would probably be instantly overwhelmed and rendered immobile by this immense pressure. Red-haired Shanks was also gradually regaining his long-lost confidence under this overwhelming atmosphere. His eyes transformed from confusion and gloom to resolute brightness. At this moment, red-haired Shanks looked at Whitebeard with a face full of gratitude and sincerely said, Whitebeard, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I might have sunk deeper into despair and found it hard to pull myself out. Whitebeard looked at the now confident red-haired Shanks. A gentle smile appeared on his face, and after a light chuckle, he said, Red-haired brat, the upcoming battle is of utmost importance, so don't let me down at a critical moment. Red-haired Shanks looked intensely at Whitebeard, his expression serious and resolute as he replied, Don't worry, I absolutely won't, because today I must completely deal with that bastard Minus. Just as Whitebeard was about to continue talking with red-haired Shanks, a wild and unrestrained laugh suddenly echoed through the sky. The laughter was filled with mockery and disdain, piercing the ears of everyone present like sharp needles, making them feel uncomfortable. Whitebeard, red-haired Shanks, and the others instinctively looked up in the direction of the voice, only to see Minus standing there, laughing heartily without a care in the world, appearing extremely arrogant. Whitebeard's brows furrowed tightly, his gaze like a hawk as he glared at Minus, then coldly snorted and questioned with a tone full of authority. Minus brat, what are you laughing at? Are you going insane because you know death is coming for you? Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Minus gradually ceased his laughter. The corners of his mouth curled up, forming a mocking arc as he glanced at red-haired Shanks, who was fighting alongside Whitebeard, and then surveyed the powerful pirates under Whitebeard's command. He then spoke lightly. Old man Whitebeard, you don't naively think that just with your Whitebeard pirates and red-haired Shanks, you can win against me today, do you? Before he finished speaking, Minus's gaze slowly swept around, his eyes filled with provocation and arrogance, and he said clearly, Is there anyone else who wants to come and attack me, Minus? If so, then come to me all at once. As soon as he finished speaking, the already tense battlefield situation changed once again. Suddenly, a massive figure of a mammoth strode forward with heavy and powerful steps, accompanied by hundreds of pirates surging onto the battlefield from the side of the Whitebeard pirates. When everyone's gaze fell on this sudden appearance, they couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise. Someone whispered, Isn't that Jack the Drought from the Beast Pirates? Is Kaido also planning to get involved in this mess? Immediately after, a crow as black as coal swooped through the air. It only circled briefly before flapping its wings and flying away. Minus witnessed this scene, his gaze instantly sharpening as he thought to himself, That seems to be the commander of the Revolutionary Army. At least he has some sense and left ear. At this point, Minus's expression turned cold, and he quietly said, "Otherwise, let's make sure he stays here forever. Just consider it a deep lesson for the Revolutionary Army. Shall we?" Then, Minus casually scanned his surroundings, confirming that no other suspicious individuals had infiltrated before turning his gaze back to Jack the Drought, the corners of his mouth slightly rising, revealing an inscrutable smile as he asked softly, "Are you here on behalf of the Beast Pirates?" As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone's attention focused on Jack. Whitebeard, red-haired Shanks, and the others all revealed puzzled expressions, secretly speculating. Could it be that Kaido, that guy who thrives on chaos, is also planning to involve himself in this battle? Their gazes were tightly locked on Jack's massive figure, facing Minus's half-smiling demeanor. Jack the Drought's expression was serious, his voice low and firm. "I am here on my own behalf, unrelated to the Beast Pirates." He then raised his voice, solemnly questioning, his voice echoing across the vast square. "I want to know what qualifications the 5 Emperors Minus and the Shadow King have to dare claim they will turn the whole world into shadows?" Jack's words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating a huge wave in the square. Surrounding pirates began to murmur among themselves, their faces filled with shock. No one expected that Jack, a member of the Beast Pirates who is usually considered a bit of a fool, would dare to openly provoke Minus and the Shadow King. It truly seemed a bit reckless. Whitebeard and Shanks exchanged glances, their eyes filled with surprise and confusion. It was as if they were silently communicating. Is this fool really a major player under Kaido? Why do I feel like he is not very bright? Or perhaps, like Kaido, he is just a madman who fears nothing? At this moment, not only the pirates on Serbia Island thought Jack was crazy, but even those around the world watching the live broadcast of this conflict found Jack's behavior utterly incomprehensible. Although everyone knew that Minus and the Shadow King were despicable and ruthless, this did not overshadow the fact of their immense strength. Moreover, the Shadow King was capable of killing powerful figures like Beckman. Jack's rash provocation was undoubtedly a path to death. People simply couldn't understand what Jack was thinking. Meanwhile, on Onigashima in Wano country, Kaido was staring at the live broadcast snail, watching the serious-looking Jack on the screen, his face dark enough to drip water. He clearly remembered that he had only sent Jack to Serbia Island to look for an opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Now this guy was challenging Minus and the Shadow King directly. Wasn't he that clearly seeking death? At this moment, Jin and Queen, standing below Kaido, were also stunned by Jack's brave and fearless actions, their faces full of daze. They were filled with confusion about when Jack had become so bold. Kaido remained silent for a long time, a hint of helplessness in his eyes, and murmured softly, "Jack, I hope you can survive." Minus looked at the serious Jack, feeling speechless. He truly did not expect Jack to have such great courage. However, thinking back to Jack's performance in front of the Ship King in the original work, Minus quickly let it go. After all, Jack was a well-known man, and it was not unreasonable for him to meet his end on this Serbia island. Minus no longer paid attention to Jack and turned his gaze back to Whitebeard, Shanks, and the others. A flash of disdain crossed his eyes as he coldly spoke, a smile full of mockery. "Since you Whitebeard pirates want to wade into this muddy water, then let us all stay here." As soon as Minus finished speaking, Whitebeard's gaze sharpened, and he snorted coldly. "You little brat Minus, anyone can talk big. If you have the ability, let your strength do the talking." After saying that, Whitebeard drew out his naginata, pointing it at Minus, and then shouted loudly, "All members of the Whitebeard pirates, prepare to attack Minus and the Shadow King with me." Hearing Whitebeard's command, the pirates under the Whitebeard pirates eagerly rolled up their sleeves, drawing their swords, their eyes filled with fighting spirit, ready to charge towards Minus and the others. Minus ignored the movements of Whitebeard and the others, turning his attention to Chung Xiaoyu, and said in a calm tone, "Let us put on a show for the whole world. Let them taste despair and fear." Chung Xiaoyu glanced at Minus, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, then coldly responded, "Then I'll add some shock to this world." As soon as he finished speaking, Chung Xiaoyu took the lead and stepped forward, letting out a roar, as mysterious and powerful black-purple energy erupted from him like a tidal wave of magic. This magic quickly spread out, like countless greedy tentacles, extending toward the surrounding corpses. Whitebeard and the others watched this sudden scene with grave expressions, full of curiosity, wanting to see what the Shadow King was going to do. Shanks looked at Chung Xiaoyu's actions, his face filled with shock and fear. If he remembered correctly, during the previous battle, the Shadow King had used this move to control the shadows on the corpses. Thinking of this, Shanks exclaimed loudly, "Stop him!" However, it was all too late. At this time, the black-purple magic had completely enveloped all the corpses. Chung Xiaoyu looked at the corpses wrapped in magic and coldly said, "Stand up, cue music." In an instant, those corpses seemed to receive a mysterious command, and black energy spread out from the corpses. Under the serious gaze of everyone in the world, the black-purple energy gradually gathered, transforming into shadow soldiers in black and white. It was evident that these shadow soldiers looked completely different from the original corpses. Some had large bodies and imposing presences that made people fearful. Others were small in stature, but exuded an exceptionally dangerous aura. Each shadow held different weapons. There were sharp, jet-black swords, heavy axes radiating cold light, and seemingly ordinary but deadly-looking sticks, among others. These weapons added a heavy sense of murderous intent to the Shadow Army, making them appear extremely fierce. Just like that, in front of the corpse ship where the red-haired pirate's crew was, except for the first mate Beckman, all the other crew member shadows had been successfully extracted, transforming into a dense army of shadows. Whitebeard and the others were horrified at this scene. Previously, they had only heard about this bizarre shadow ability and hadn't taken it seriously. But now, seeing it with their own eyes, the sight truly exceeded their understanding, leaving everyone gasping in shock. Minos frowned slightly, carefully scanning the newly born shadow soldiers, but did not find Beckman's shadow. He instinctively looked up at Chung Xiaoyu not far away, who also appeared somewhat serious. Clearly, the extraction of Beckman's shadow had encountered trouble and was not as smooth as with the others. Chung Xiaoyu ignored the curious and shocked gazes from those around him and walked straight toward Beckman's corpse. He focused and saw that the black shadow on the corpse was faintly resisting the fate of being stripped away. Chung Xiaoyu extended his right hand, and in an instant, a mysterious magic spread from his palm, rapidly wrapping Beckman's corpse like black satin. His expression was calm as he spoke softly, rather than lying cold in this world. "Why not follow me and protect my rise to kingship?" His tone was light, but carried an undeniable authority. "Stand up." As Chung Xiaoyu's voice fell, a wonderful scene unfolded. Slowly, a black and white shadow emerged from Beckman's corpse. This shadow was tall and imposing, its face obscured by a mysterious mask, making it difficult to see its true features. Its body was tightly wrapped in black and white armor, firmly holding a long gun with a black stock, exuding a chilling aura. From the appearance of this shadow, it was clear that it retained Beckman's formidable ability to use firearms. Minos, who had been watching from a distance, saw Chung Xiaoyu successfully extract Beckman's shadow, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashing with surprise. This meant they had added a powerful new fighting force. Chung Xiaoyu looked at this newly born black and white shadow in front of him, pondered for a moment, and then slowly spoke. "From now on, you shall be called Byman. At the same time, you will become the second commander of the Shadow Army." At this point, Chung Xiaoyu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. "In the future, you will help me achieve the supremacy of a king, clearing the world of all filth and evil." Upon receiving his name, Shadow Byman knelt on one knee, his voice excited and loud. "Thank you, my king, for granting me a name. I will do my utmost to protect you and eliminate all enemies that hinder your progress." Chung Xiaoyu looked at the respectful Byman kneeling before him and said softly, "Get up, and let us defeat all enemies together." With that, he turned and walked towards the direction where Minos was located. Hearing this, Byman quickly got up and followed Chung Xiaoyu with steady steps. With each step he took, a more powerful aura erupted from him, like surging waves crashing one after another. The onlookers watched as this aura continuously rose until it reached the level of a royal-level powerhouse, before slowly calming down. Seeing the terrifying aura erupting from Byman, Whitebeard and the others couldn't help but narrow their eyes. They never expected that this seemingly strange shadow ability could be so abnormally powerful, capable of conjuring such a strong presence out of thin air. Chung Xiaoyu calmly stood in front of Minus, a faint smile on his lips. It's done. Now it's your turn. Minus raised his eyes slightly, his gaze lingering on Chung Xiaoyu for a moment before turning to Whitebeard and the others. They appeared solemn, their eyes filled with shock. Minus sneered coldly and said, "Do you think this is the end? That would be too simple." His voice was deep, as if one could feel the chill in the air. After saying this, Minus's expression remained calm as he slowly said, "Come out, puppets 1, 2, and 3. In an instant, a strong golden light burst forth from him. As the light dissipated, 3 peculiar figures slowly materialized. Each of these 3 had a curved horn on their heads, resembling mysterious magical beasts from mythology. They wore oddly shaped masks that exuded an inscrutable aura, making it difficult to discern their true faces. In their hands, they each held identical long swords that glimmered with a cold sheen, as if heralding the impending slaughter. Upon seeing this scene, everyone was taken aback. Didn't this resemble the 2 previous figures with admiral-level strength? At this moment, not only were the members of the Whitebeard pirates frozen in place, looking bewildered, but even those watching this battle from various corners of the world through different means were also plunged into shock and confusion. They widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing on the screen or at the scene, their minds a jumble, completely unable to comprehend what was happening. Many had already keenly sensed that these were clearly 3 more powerful beings with mid-admiral level strength. The expressions of Whitebeard, red-haired Shanks, and Rayleigh instantly turned serious. Especially Rayleigh, whose expression was particularly vivid. He had personally fought against Puppet 4 and Puppet 5 and was well aware of the strength of these puppets. Now that Minus had produced 3 puppets of the same caliber, how could the balance of this battle remain? Was there even a semblance of law? Minus completely disregarded the shock of Whitebeard and the others, shouting frantically in his heart, "How can we lose? How could it be possible to lose?" He carefully calculated his side strength. The 5 admiral-level puppets he led had astonishing combat power, and coupled with the Shadow Legion, led by Chung Xiaoyu, their lineup was extraordinarily luxurious. Among them were 2 who had reached the peak of the 4 Emperor's combat strength, 2 with high-tier 4 Emperor strength, and the 5 mid-admiral-level puppets in front of him. This meant that their side had 9 peak powers capable of changing the course of the battlefield. Was the outcome of this battle already predetermined? As for those with quasi-admiral-level strength, Minus thought they could only be considered as filler. Thinking of this, a hint of disdainful smile appeared on his lips as he cast a contemptuous glance at the astonished faces of Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks. Despite the imposing presence of the Whitebeard pirates, how many truly capable high-end fighters could they muster, besides the already injured Mihawk, Rayleigh, and red-haired Shanks? It seemed that only Whitebeard could hold the line. Wasn't it clearly a situation of 9 against 4? Minus couldn't help but secretly scoff in his heart. His earlier worries seemed truly unnecessary. Is this it? The expressions of Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks turned extremely grim. They had thought that the 2 suddenly appearing admiral-level puppets were already incredibly troublesome opponents, yet they never expected that Minus had 3 more with admiral-level power. It was simply unbelievable. Minus barely managed to suppress his inner excitement, casting a disdainful glance at Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks before slowly saying, "Given the circumstances, you shall just wait to die." Without waiting for any response from Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks, Minus loudly commanded, "Puppet 1 will attack Whitebeard with me. The Shadow King will take General Flying Dragon, Byman, and Puppet 2 to deal with red-haired Shanks, Mihawk, and Rayleigh. The remaining Puppets 3, 4, and 5, along with other quasi-admirals and the Shadow Legion, will launch a full-scale attack on the Whitebeard pirates." As he said this, Minus's gaze swept around like lightning, coldly declaring, "Let the whole world know that those who dare to provoke us must all die." With that, Minus, wielding his demon knife, led Puppet 1 and charged towards Whitebeard like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. Chung Xiaoyu watched Minus rush out, his lips slightly curling up, leading General Flying Dragon, Byman, and Puppet 2 towards the direction of red-haired Shanks. Meanwhile, Puppets 3, 4, 5, and the Shadow Legion also charged aggressively towards the red-haired pirates. The dense mass, dark and oppressive, resembled an unstoppable torrent of steel. Whitebeard gazed at the oncoming Minus and Puppet 1, his expression grave to the extreme. However, he still spoke steadily. Members of the Whitebeard pirates, the great battle has begun. After saying this, Whitebeard swung his Congreve cloud decisively and charged towards Minus and the battlefield. Like a moving steel fortress, Chung Xiaoyu and the others clashed with red-haired Shanks, Rayleigh, and Mihawk, instantly forming a situation of fewer fighters on one side. At the same time, the Shadow Legion and Puppets 3, 4, and 5 officially engaged in a thrilling battle with the Whitebeard pirates. On the battlefield, Minus with Puppet 1 engaged in a fierce fight against Whitebeard. Sword energies crisscrossed, darting around like venomous snakes. Whitebeard's Congreve cloud consistently unleashed sharp sword energies, violently colliding with Minus and Puppet 1's sword energies. Each clash seemed capable of tearing the air apart. Although Whitebeard's strength was exceptional, he still couldn't avoid being struck by the sword energies under this storm of attacks. Minus gripped the demon knife tightly, watching as snowflake-like blossoms erupted on Whitebeard's chest. A cruel smile creeping onto his face as he slowly said, "Old man Whitebeard, just wait to be injured next." As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of red light flickered in Minus's eyes, and the powerful Conqueror's haki raged around him like a rampaging dragon. The red and black lightning spread wildly in all directions like a frenzied beast. At the same time, on the blade of the cursed sword, red and black lightning surged and flickered. The lightning danced joyfully yet arrogantly on the sword body, accompanied by piercing crackling sounds, as if flaunting its terrifying might. Minus's lips curled into a slight smile, carrying a hint of indifference and arrogance, as his gaze swept over the solemn-faced Whitebeard. With a gentle smile, he spoke with an unmistakable provocation. "Old man Whitebeard, taste the flavor of my move." After saying that, Minus shouted, "First form, Red Snake." As the words fell, he held the cursed sword horizontally across his chest and suddenly swung it with an unstoppable momentum. As the cursed sword sliced through the air, a blood-red sword aura shot out like a bolt of lightning, racing straight toward Whitebeard. However, this was not the end. The blood-red sword aura arced through the air, twisting and changing in an incredible manner. In the blink of an eye, a majestic giant blood-red sword aura serpent took shape, its massive body occupying Whitebeard's field of vision. It surged with might, wrapped tightly in black and red lightning, which danced around it like a clawing serpent, accompanied by a low, rumbling thunder. It seemed as if it aimed to completely destroy all the evils in the world. Faced with this ferocious blood-red sword aura serpent, Whitebeard's gaze instantly became as heavy as iron. Previously, while watching the confrontation between Minus and red-haired Shanks through the live broadcast, he had already sensed the powerful might of Minus's red snake, knowing that only by using Conqueror's haki could he contend with it. With this thought, Whitebeard's eyes suddenly flashed. In an instant, red and black lightning surged from his body like a raging tide, resembling restless giant dragons swirling around him. The ground was violently struck by the lightning, creating a dark pit with charred and cracked walls emanating a pungent smell that made onlookers' hearts race with fear. The black and red lightning rapidly spread outwards, filling the air with a suffocating sense of oppression. At the same time, the lightning coiled around the Tsungyan cut, the already sharp blade gleaming even more under the lightning's reflection, as if it could easily cut through all illusions in the world. The blood-red sword aura serpent rapidly approached, and Whitebeard's gaze sharpened, channeling all his strength into his arms gripping the sword. He gripped the Tsungyan cut tightly and swung it forcefully toward the menacing blood-red sword aura serpent, simultaneously roaring, "Conqueror's slash!" In an instant, the Tsungyan cut, infused with red and black lightning, collided with the blood-red sword aura serpent in midair. The moment of impact was akin to the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering, with a thunderous crash that made one's eardrums ache. This was the fierce clash between the red and black lightning born from Conqueror's haki, intertwining, screeching, and colliding. like two ferocious beasts fighting to the death, neither willing to easily submit to the other. The powerful force wreaked havoc at the point of collision, and the ground beneath them instantly cracked open, creating a deep fissure. The earth was torn apart, with countless stones flying out and scattering everywhere. Simultaneously, the ground around the two was violently swept up by the raging shockwave, stirring up a cloud of dust. Huge fragments of rock soared into the air as if thrown by a giant's hand, crashing wildly in the gale. After a moment, the flying sand and dust engulfed the space around the two. Everything around them fell into chaos and fury, the dim sky intertwining with the swirling dust, resembling a terrifying scene of an impending apocalypse. Minos looked at Whitebeard, who was locked in a stalemate against his blood-red sword or a serpent, and a mocking smile crept onto his face as he taunted, "Old man Whitebeard, do you think this will stop me? You're being too naive. Now, prepare to feel the sensation of being pierced through the chest by my sword." Hearing Minos's words, Whitebeard's gaze suddenly tightened, and an ominous feeling surged within him. He knew Minos too well. This guy would never say such arrogant words without reason. In an instant, a chilling red light flashed in Whitebeard's eyes, and a scene like a nightmare emerged in his mind, his chest being mercilessly pierced by a long sword. Returning to reality, Whitebeard, unable to contain his rage, bellowed, "Minos, you despicable scoundrel, resorting to such underhanded tactics." His roar exploded in the air like thunder. Just as the words fell, a torrent of Conqueror's hockey energy erupted from within him, like a volcanic eruption, carrying a destructive force. He intended to concentrate his power to crush Minos first, and then quickly evade the hidden deadly threat behind him. Minos, sensing Whitebeard's sudden burst of Conqueror's hockey, curled his lips into a meaningful wicked smile. To him, everything was already under his control. At this moment, Whitebeard was running out of time. Just as Whitebeard gathered all his strength in hockey, a figure silently appeared behind him, Puppet number 1. Puppet number 1 coldly stared at the defenseless Whitebeard, gripping a long sword tightly, with black-coated hockey rapidly enveloping the blade, exuding a cold and deadly aura. Then he suddenly exerted force, and the long sword stabbed fiercely toward Whitebeard's back like a venomous snake striking. In an instant, a black long sword pierced through Whitebeard's back, ruthlessly penetrating his chest. The Conqueror's hockey energy that Whitebeard had unleashed with all his might came to a sudden halt, like a severed torrent. Intense pain surged over him like a tidal wave, causing his consciousness to waver, blood involuntarily spilling from his lips, and his face contorting in agony. Minos looked at Whitebeard, who had been pierced through the chest by Puppet number 1, and let out a wild laugh. "Old man Whitebeard, did you think I was playing with you? This battle of ours has been serious from the very beginning." Before his laughter faded, Minos's aura suddenly changed, and an even more powerful Conqueror's hockey energy erupted from within him. This energy surged like a beast breaking its shackles, roaring into the body of the blood-red sword Aura Serpent. Infused with the Conqueror's hockey energy, the blood-red sword Aura Serpent underwent astonishing changes. Its body grew even larger, as if it could swallow the heavens and devour the earth. Its momentum surged even more, seeming to want to crush everything around it. The red and black lightning on the serpent's body rampaged wildly, increasing in number, like dancing spirit snakes, leaping and boiling, ready to burst forth at any moment, bringing destructive power. Whitebeard felt the energy of the blood-red sword Aura Serpent rapidly increasing, stirring a sense of panic within him. Originally, he planned to amplify his Conqueror's hockey output and challenge this terrifying opponent. However, the sudden sneak attack from behind brought him immense pain, shattering all his plans. Faced with the ferocious blood-red sword Aura Serpent, which resembled a primordial beast, Whitebeard gritted his teeth, gripping the Tsongyun cut tightly, forcibly channeling the remaining strength to confront the blood-red sword Aura Serpent from afar. His eyes revealed a hint of resolve, as if declaring his unwillingness to yield to this powerful enemy. When the power of the two men's Conqueror's hockey continuously surged and reached a critical point, a loud bang erupted, resembling a massive bomb exploding in the air. The two conquerors' hockey attacks instantly collided violently, sending shockwaves like a storm sweeping outward, causing everything around to tremble under this force. In an instant, the weather changed dramatically. The energy released from the violent explosion surged like a tidal wave, wildly spreading in all directions. The powerful shockwave was as savage as a giant, violently tearing at the ground. The ground could not withstand the burden, and enormous cracks spread rapidly like ghastly wounds, constantly opening up. The cracks seemed to become conduits for the explosive shockwave, complementing each other and making the impact even more rampant. In the blink of an eye, massive debris was hurled into the air by this terrifying force, shooting outward like bullets under the strong airflow. The battlefield between Minos and Whitebeard instantly turned into a scene of flying sand and rolling stones, with dust spreading like dark clouds, enveloping everything in chaos. This terrifying explosive shockwave naturally affected the fierce battle between the Whitebeard pirates and the Shadow Army. Weaker members of the Whitebeard pirates were like fragile duckweed, easily overturned by the powerful shockwave of Conqueror's hockey. They fell to the ground screaming, instantly losing consciousness. In a brief moment, over 10,000 weaker pirates under the Whitebeard pirates collapsed. The Shadow Army, relying on their undead nature and under the strong endurance of Xiao Yu, quickly regrouped and engaged in a deadly struggle with the members of the Whitebeard pirates once again. Originally, the Whitebeard pirates were already at a significant disadvantage due to the ruthless slaughter by the Shadow Army and the three mid-level puppets. Now, with the impact of the Conqueror's hockey, the outcome of their annihilation seemed inevitable. The shockwave of Conqueror's hockey did not pause even for a moment due to its impact on the Whitebeard pirates. It surged like a runaway wild horse towards the sea. Only after completely spreading over the ocean did this powerful shockwave slowly dissipate. The sea, under the ravaging of this Conqueror's hockey shockwave, resembled an enraged giant beast. The seawater churned violently, raising layers of waves, with enormous waves surging higher than dozens of meters, resembling rows of towering water walls. This terrifying scene seemed like the sea was roaring in anger. Even more shocking was the spectacle in the sky. The sky appeared to be split apart by an invisible divine sword, dividing into two distinctly different halves. In these two parts of the sky, red and black lightning occasionally flashed, the dazzling light particularly piercing in the gloomy sky, as if adding a horrifying color to this unique sky phenomenon. Meanwhile, Shanks and others had no time to pay attention to the extraordinary sight created by the collision between Minos and Whitebeard, because where they were, a significant change was also occurring. Rayleigh, now covered in wounds, was engaged in a fierce battle with Byman and Puppet Number 2. However, this battle resembled a one-sided massacre, with Rayleigh being unable to fight back against Byman and Puppet Number 2. Wounded and desperate, Rayleigh looked at the advancing Byman and Puppet Number 2 and couldn't help but cry out to the sky in despair. I hate it. I couldn't avenge Shaki, but Byman and Puppet no. 2 paid no attention to his desperate cries. Byman's gun continuously spat fire, with bullets flying toward Rayleigh like deadly meteors. Puppet Number 2 swung a sharp, long sword, with fierce sword energy slicing toward Rayleigh like icy blades. On the battlefield, wounded Rayleigh was like a candle in the wind, swaying and about to fall. Suddenly, bullets and sword energy surged toward him like a storm. Rayleigh had no time to think, and in panic, he raised his long sword to defend himself. The sounds of bullets colliding with his sword echoed like thunder in his ears, the piercing noise striking at his already fragile nerves. Despite Rayleigh exerting all his strength, fate seemed not to favor this former legend. After a hard struggle to fend off the attacks, he still could not escape. A sharp sword energy struck directly at his chest, as if a blade had sliced through the night. Instantly, blood gushed forth like a fountain, blooming into one after another tragic blood flower on his chest. However, the disaster did not end there. Before the injured Rayleigh could recover from the excruciating pain, another sword energy struck like a ghost, mercilessly slashing at his left arm. With a crisp sound, reminiscent of bones breaking, it shattered his last hope. Rayleigh's left shoulder was easily severed, blood splattering like ink, drawing a tragic picture on the ground. Rayleigh fell to the ground in agony, the intense pain overwhelming him like a surging tide. He continuously emitted heart-wrenching wails, each cry filled with endless despair and suffering. At this moment, Byman and Puppet No. 2 calmly approached Rayleigh's side. Their faces were expressionless, like reapers from a dark abyss, with not a hint of sympathy or compassion in their eyes. One was the ruthless commander of the Shadow Army, and the other was an emotionless puppet. They only knew to blindly execute the king's orders. They were indifferent to the tragic fate of this man who once dominated the world. Lying on the ground, Rayleigh, who continued to howl in despair, looked at Byman and Puppet No. 2's cold eyes, filled with mixed feelings. Bitterness surged in his heart like strong liquor. Regret gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake. And despair enveloped his entire world like a heavy haze. He repeatedly regretted in his heart, if he had not provoked Minos. Would Shaki have been able to stay safe beside him? Would he have avoided such a tragic fate? Unfortunately, fate would not offer him another chance to choose. Byman slowly raised his gun, coldly aiming at Rayleigh. Puppet No. 2 also raised the bloody long sword, its tip pointing directly at Rayleigh. Under Rayleigh's desperate gaze, Byman pulled the trigger and the bullet whistled out. At the same time, Puppet No. 2's long sword plunged deeply into Rayleigh's body. At this moment, Rayleigh had already lost all strength and will to resist. He silently endured it all, allowing the bullet and sword to pierce through his body. With a last breath fading away, the former vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, the renowned Dark King Silver's Rayleigh, fell forever on this super battlefield in Serbia, ending his legendary yet tragic life. After eliminating Rayleigh, Byman and Puppet No. 2 did not pause for a moment. They quickly turned and rushed toward the direction where Mihawk and General Flying Dragon were engaged in fierce combat. They had received clear orders, first to unite to defeat one opponent, then to jointly deal with the other. Meanwhile, Mihawk and Shanks also sensed the movements of Byman and Puppet No. 2. In an instant, complex emotions of urgency and fear surged in their hearts like a tidal wave. They both understood that Rayleigh had already fallen, and the danger was likely to descend upon them next. The intense emotional turmoil caused their techniques to become chaotic. Mihawk, momentarily distracted, was targeted by General Flying Dragon, whose black blade, Choshue, pierced directly into his chest. A sharp pain surged through his body like an electric current, and Hawkeye jolted awake, hurriedly swinging his black knife, Knight, to deflect the black knife, Autumn Water, that was aimed at his chest. This exchange left Hawkeye wounded once again. On the battlefield where Chung Xiaoyu was, he keenly caught the mistake made by red-haired Shanks as he suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, Chung Xiaoyu's figure flashed, disappearing from his original spot and appearing before red-haired Shanks like a ghost. A smirk with a hint of mockery appeared on his lips as he softly said, "You actually dare to be distracted while fighting me. You really have some guts." Red-haired Shanks' eyes widened in shock. At that moment, the demon short sword in Chung Xiaoyu's hand had stabbed deeply into his waist. In an instant, bright red blood dripped continuously down the blade of the demon short sword, first drop by drop, and then pooling into a steady stream of blood. Chung Xiaoyu showed no mercy. He slowly pulled out the demon short sword, and then suddenly lifted his foot, kicking hard at red-haired Shanks' waist. With a loud crack, red-haired Shanks was sent crashing to the ground like a cannonball, his body uncontrollably rolling. The ground he rolled over was stained with shocking blood marks. Chung Xiaoyu looked at the rolling red-haired Shanks, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had as clearly heard that crack. Could it be that red-haired Shanks' kidney was severely injured, even breaking a rib? Thinking of this, Chung Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle softly, muttering to himself, "It seems that red-haired Shanks' defeat is already certain. Now it remains to see how the battle on the other side is going." On the other side, the dust raised by the battle gradually dissipated, and Minos slowly walked out from the pile of rubble, seemingly unscathed. In contrast, Whitebeard appeared to be in a dire situation. Minos looked up and saw Whitebeard struggling to emerge from the wreckage. However, Whitebeard's condition was terrible, aside from his relatively intact face. His body was covered in burn marks from the hockey, large patches of skin and flesh mangled, as if bearing witness to the terrifying energy unleashed by the hockey. Even more shocking was that his chest was pierced by a long sword, a deep and horrifying wound gushing blood, staining his captain's coat red, creating a strangely tragic beauty. Minos sized up Whitebeard, a hint of mockery appearing at the corner of his mouth as he teased, "Old man Whitebeard, look at your pathetic state. You're supposed to be the strongest man in the world. Being in such a situation is truly beneath your standards." As soon as he finished speaking, Minos noticed Whitebeard's body trembling uncontrollably. Seeing this, he secretly mused, "It seems Whitebeard is quite angry at my words." However, he was certain that Whitebeard would die on this Serbian island today. Just as Minos was still pondering, Whitebeard's furious voice rang out. "Minos, you are not worthy to be my opponent. Resorting to such despicable sneak attacks is truly lacking in grace." Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, a look of disdain crossed Minos' face as he sneered, "Old man Whitebeard, is that all you can say over and over again?" As soon as Minos finished speaking, his eyes turned fierce like a wolf, and he growled viciously, "If that's the case, then you shall die." With that, Minos' figure flashed, rushing towards Whitebeard like a ghost. In the instant he closed in, he waved his demon sword lightly, and a blood-red sword energy surged forth like a blood-colored python, rushing towards Whitebeard with overwhelming force. Wherever the sword energy passed, the air seemed to ignite instantly, making a sizzling sound. Whitebeard's eyes suddenly sharpened. He understood the danger of this strike and immediately exerted force with his right hand, seizing the from cloud beside him to counter the blood-red sword energy with a fierce slash. With a deafening boom, like thunder exploding, the blood-red sword energy was instantly shattered under the sharp blade of from cloud, dissipating into wisps of blood mist in the air. However, the battle was far from over. Before Whitebeard could catch his breath, a white sword energy shot toward his back like a chilling arrow, silent yet incredibly swift. Although Whitebeard was old, years of battle experience had honed his alertness to that of a sharp-eyed leopard. Just as the white sword energy was about to reach his back, a glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes, and he activated his observation hockey. Swiftly, he turned around, gripping from cloud tightly, and swung forcefully backward. In an instant, from cloud collided violently with the white sword energy, the sharp friction sounding like the piercing cry of an owl, as if it could pierce through eardrums. In a mere moment, the white sword energy shattered under the heavy blow of from cloud, breaking into countless starlights that flickered in the air before vanishing. But Minos' attacks were like a raging storm, one wave after another. Before Whitebeard could even relax slightly, another blood-red sword energy charged towards him with the force of thunder, bearing down on his body. This time, Whitebeard was unable to evade, and the fierce sword energy struck him directly. With a tearing sound, Whitebeard's chest was open like a ripped curtain, a massive wound appearing. Blood dripped from the wound like pearls from a broken string, as if time had slowed to a crawl at that moment. Then, blood poured out like a flood that had burst its banks, surging forth like a red stream, flowing recklessly over his chest. The bright red blood looked especially glaring under the sunlight, evoking a sense of despair and tragic beauty. Minos looked at the scene of blood gushing from Whitebeard's chest, a mocking smile spreading across his face as he said with a sarcastic tone, "Whitebeard, oh Whitebeard, you really are getting old. You can't even withstand such a simple attack now. What a useless old fool." At this point, Minos' gaze turned even colder as he coldly remarked, "An old man like you, barely hanging on, should just die early and stop embarrassing yourself in this world." After saying this, Minos' figure flashed again, appearing before Whitebeard at incredible speed. He gripped his demon sword tightly, raised it high, and with all the strength he could muster, he swung it down hard at Whitebeard. This strike seemed to gather all his killing intent, the blade wind howling like the cries of ghosts and wolves. However, Whitebeard was, after all, a formidable powerhouse. Even though he was severely injured at this critical moment, he relied on his tenacious will and years of battle instinct to react at the last second. He struggled to lift from cloud, firmly blocking Minos' demon's sword. But at this moment, from cloud appeared so small and fragile before the demon's sword, like a tiny ant trying to resist a colossal elephant. The overwhelming power of the demon's sword pressed down on from cloud, like an invisible mountain crushing it, until from cloud touched Whitebeard's chest. Because of the force of resistance, blood gushed from the wound like a fountain, flowing down his body continuously. The ground beneath him had long been stained a shocking red, the strong smell of blood wafting through the air, chilling to the bone. Minos watched as Whitebeard struggled to resist his attacks with its Song Yun Xie, a smirk involuntarily appearing at the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with mockery and pride. Suddenly, puppet number 1 appeared behind Whitebeard, wielding a long sword like a ghost. At that moment, Whitebeard was fully focused on blocking Minos's demon sword, which emanated an eerie aura, with its Song Yun Xie, completely unaware of the deadly danger silently approaching from behind. In fact, Whitebeard at this moment was like a beast trapped in a desperate situation. From the very beginning of the battle, he had been pierced through the chest by his opponent, then violently assaulted by the Conqueror's haki, and subsequently injured by Minos's fierce sword chi. His body had already suffered terrible damage. With every swing of his sword, he felt his strength rapidly draining away. If it weren't for the strong obsession to kill Minos still burning in his heart, he probably would have collapsed from excessive blood loss and exhaustion long ago. Under Minos's malicious gaze, Whitebeard's back was once again ruthlessly pierced by the sharp blade. In an instant, Minos keenly sensed the power Whitebeard held in its Song Yun Xie was rapidly diminishing. Panic and unwillingness were written all over Whitebeard's face, veins bulging as if a furious fire was raging within him. Blood slowly oozed from the corners of his mouth and from the gaping wound in his chest. Crimson blood gushed down the long sword, dyeing the ground beneath him a shocking dark red. Minos looked at Whitebeard's face, filled with pain and complexity, and let out a cold laugh. "Old man Whitebeard, how does it feel to be ambushed? But you brought this upon yourself." After saying that, Minos's gaze turned cold, and he lightly flicked the demon sword his right hand upward. With a clang, the Song Yun Xie in Whitebeard's hand was easily knocked to the ground, instantly losing its former majesty. Immediately after, Minos gave Whitebeard no chance to breathe or react, abruptly thrusting the demon's sword deep into Whitebeard's head. At that moment, a scene shocking enough to stun the pirate world froze before them. Whitebeard had a long sword embedded in his chest, and Minos's demon sword pierced through his head, the light of life rapidly dimming in his eyes. At this moment, Whitebeard, under Minos's storm-like lethal attacks, was already on the verge of death, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Minos slowly withdrew the demon sword, his cold gaze fixed on the pierced Whitebeard, revealing a hint of caution. He recalled Whitebeard's extraordinary tenacity in the original story and couldn't help but raise his guard, fearing that Whitebeard might make a desperate counterattack in his dying moments, just as Minos was carefully observing whether Whitebeard still had any life left. The familiar notification sound from his system slowly echoed in his mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 600 points of kill value." Huh? Minos was slightly surprised. This system notification was tantamount to announcing Whitebeard's death. At the same time, the bloody scene of Minos and Puppet No. 1 killing Whitebeard quickly spread throughout the entire pirate world via the live broadcast phone bug. Whether they were powerful figures dominating a region or ordinary civilians, when they saw this unbelievable scene on the live broadcast screen, they widened their eyes in disbelief. Their hearts were filled with confusion and shock. Could it be that Whitebeard, hailed as the strongest man in the world, ended his legendary life in this way? At the moment Whitebeard fell, the entire world was plunged into an incredulous astonishment. In the Holy Land, Mary Geos, in an extremely luxurious and dazzling office, the 5 elders sat upright. At this moment, their faces were universally filled with disbelief. The peak powerhouse who dominated the seas, Whitebeard, had perished just like that? They found it hard to believe, as if this were an absurd dream. Time seemed to freeze, and after a long while, the elder with the mustache broke the silence first, his voice low and hoarse. "Whitebeard is dead, right?" However, his words echoed in the empty office, but received no response from the other 4. The other 4 elders remained immersed in the immense shock brought by Whitebeard's death, their eyes blank, their thoughts seemingly struck by a heavy hammer, falling into a prolonged stagnation. After a long time, The Sword Elder slowly spoke, his voice steady but unable to hide a hint of turbulence. With Whitebeard dead, the battle on the Saravia Islands has no suspense. He frowned slightly and continued, with the annihilation of 2 Yonko crews. The new world will inevitably erupt into a tremendous chaos. The Kane Elder quietly watched the brutal scene on the live broadcast screen, his expression grave, and said in a deep voice, "Indeed, it seems that the chaos in the new world is already impossible to stop. The root cause of this chaos is these 2 little brats, Minos and the Shadow King. Especially Minos. Not only is he powerful, but he also possesses some mysterious means that we do not know about." The Kane Elder frowned, his eyes filled with worry. The short-haired Elder picked up the conversation, his tone carrying a hint of regret. "We can only say that Minos hid too deeply. We were all deceived by him." The long-bearded Elder scanned the room, his gaze landing on each of the Elders' faces, and then he quietly asked, "So, are we going to continue to let Minos and the Shadow King be?" At this point, his gaze suddenly sharpened, his voice low and serious. "Originally, we planned to let them be, but now that things have taken a huge turn, how should we respond?" As soon as these words were spoken, the large office instantly fell into a deathly silence. Minos and the Shadow King's performance was far beyond reason, completely exceeding their expectations, leaving the 5 Elders, who held immense power, momentarily without a plan, unsure of where to start. It was unknown how much time passed. The Elder with the mustache looked around, seeing the other Elders lost in thought with furrowed brows. He sighed helplessly and suggested, "How about we wait until this battle is over before making a decision?" Upon hearing this, the other Elders' previously dim expressions suddenly brightened, all feeling that this was indeed a more prudent approach at the moment. Then, they nodded one after another, agreeing to this decision. Meanwhile, far away in the Marine Headquarters conference room in Marineford, Sengoku was staring bitterly at the live broadcast screen. Watching the moment Whitebeard fell, a mix of emotions surged within him. The once fierce rival who had faced him head-on had bid farewell to the sea in such a manner. He couldn't help but ponder, was the old era truly coming to an end, destined to be ruthlessly eliminated? In a grand new world, the atmosphere in Wano country was heavy and oppressive. Deep in Onigashima, Kaido sat alone in a dark corner, his gaze fixed tightly on the live broadcast screen. The image of Whitebeard falling was like a heavy hammer, ruthlessly striking at his heart. A complex and indistinct expression appeared on his face. His eyes filled with both shock and an indescribable emotion. He had not anticipated that the once feared Whitebeard, who ruled the seas for many years, would end his legendary life in such a way. And in Cake Island of Tado Land, in a luxurious castle, Big Mom was staring intently at the live broadcast screen. When she saw the scene of Whitebeard's death, her eyes widened in disbelief. It is known that Whitebeard's power is well recognized across this sea, and the fall of such a strong figure is truly beyond reason. Soon, various emotions surged onto her face like a tide. There was joy at the disappearance of a formidable opponent, anger at the changes in the future situation, and a hint of vague fear. She tightly pressed her lips together, her gaze fixed on the screen as if trying to confirm this cruel reality through it. She remained silent, and the air seemed to solidify with a tense atmosphere. In the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon stood before the screen, his expression grave. When the scene of Whitebeard's death appeared on the screen, his body trembled slightly, and the shock in his eyes lingered for a long time. Dragon had personally witnessed Whitebeard's overwhelming strength that shook the world. In his perception, Whitebeard was like an immortal lighthouse on the sea. However, the scene on the screen ruthlessly shattered his imagination, forcing him to accept this harsh reality. Despite his unwillingness, the reality lay before him, leaving him in silence for a long time. In the news agency of the New World, Morgans was also watching the live broadcast. When he saw Whitebeard fall, he was momentarily stunned, a look of daze flashing in his eyes. Then, a fit of maniacal laughter erupted from him, echoing in the empty office. He never expected that this legendary powerhouse of the old era would be so easily defeated, exiting the stage of the sea just like that. However, after laughing for a while, his laughter abruptly stopped, and his gaze refocused on Minos on the screen. He fell into contemplation, rapidly pondering the immense news value hidden behind this event. Meanwhile, on the distant island of Serbia, several fierce battles had come to an end. The pirates under the Whitebeard pirates had once dominated the sea, but now they found themselves in dire straits. The Shadow Legion, like a group of demons from hell, rampaged on the battlefield. The 3 puppet generals and 5 quasi-general level powerhouses were unstoppable, their immense power sweeping in like a storm. The Whitebeard pirates had no power to fight back against this overwhelming force, as one member after another fell, blood staining the ground beneath them until they were completely annihilated. With no one able to escape this bloody massacre, even Blackbeard, Jack, and other pirates faced the ruthless cleansing by the puppet generals. They appeared so insignificant in the face of absolute power, with no room for retaliation, ultimately disappearing from the battlefield. The decisive battle between the pirates under Whitebeard and the Shadow Legion ended with the complete destruction of the Whitebeard pirates. On another battlefield, the world's #1 swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, also could not escape his fate. General Flying Dragon, Babyman, and Puppet #2 surrounded him like an iron wall. 3 powerful forces attacked from different directions. Despite Mihawk's desperate attempts to swing his great sword and carve a bloody path, he was ultimately outnumbered. His stamina gradually depleted, and each block became increasingly difficult. Finally, he collapsed under the assault of the 3, ending his glorious yet brief life. On the sea, the fierce battle between Chang Xiaoyu and red-haired Shanks also reached its conclusion. This battle was filled with the scent of gunpowder and intense confrontation, with both sides exerting their utmost strength. However, in the end, Chang Xiaoyu had the upper hand, charging at red-haired Shanks like a bolt of lightning with the devil's short sword in hand. With a flash of cold light, the devil's short sword accurately pierced red-haired Shanks, pinning him to the ground. Thus, the battle on the island of Serbia came to an end, with Minus's side achieving ultimate victory. The once mighty Whitebeard pirates and red-haired pirates were both reduced to ashes in this brutal war. Minus's gaze swept across other battlefields like a hawk, each now clear of smoke, the battle horns quietly silenced. He felt little ripple in his heart. This outcome was already anticipated. After all, they had gathered a total of 9 high-level fighters, each capable of standing alone. If such a luxurious lineup could not achieve victory, then there was indeed no need for them to continue surviving. Just then, Chang Xiaoyu led the Shadow Legion and Puppet Legion closer, their steps steady and powerful, like warriors returning from hell, bearing the glory of victory. Minus turned his head, his gaze landing on Chang Xiaoyu, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. It seems everything is settled. Chang Xiaoyu finally relaxed his furrowed brow, letting out a long sigh. It felt as if he expelled the exhaustion of recent days with that breath. Yes, it's all resolved. This battle of Serbia was more difficult than I imagined. A hint of barely perceptible emotion came through in his tone. Upon hearing this, Minus chuckled lightly. Fortunately, we had you this time. You have made a great contribution. Chang Xiaoyu smiled wryly and shook his head. I dare not take credit. I just did my part. Moreover, if it weren't for the magical potions helping me recover, I might not have been able to hold on until now. A flicker of fatigue passed through Chang Xiaoyu's eyes, but more was determination and resolve. Minus looked at the slightly weary Chang Xiaoyu. A surge of inexplicable emotion welled up in his heart. He laughed lightly again, his voice tinged with satisfaction and appreciation. After this battle, the situation in the world has finally stabilized. You and I both know how much blood and sweat were shed behind this. Those so-called pirates are merely a group of clowns trying to stir up trouble on this sea. Minus's words were filled with disdain and contempt. He surveyed his surroundings. Where countless corpses lay, some pirates had not even had the chance to close their eyes before forever sleeping in this land. Minus sneered and continued. Thieves are ultimately thieves and should be exterminated. This is an unchanging iron rule. His expression suddenly became sharp, pointing directly at the live broadcast snail in the sky. It was a large snail that was transmitting images of this place to every corner of the world in some mysterious way. Minus's gaze was full of contempt. Where are there any ridiculous adventurers? They are merely another disguise for pirates. Do they think that by changing their appearance, they can cover up the stench on them? Following that, Minos announced loudly, his voice booming like thunder. From now on, there will be no so-called four emperors' powers on the sea. Whitebeard, red-haired, Rayleigh, Mihawk. These names will become history. In the future, there will only be 5 peak powers. The pirate forces, the Navy headquarters, the world government, the Revolutionary Army, and my hunter guild. As he spoke, Minos's gaze became even sharper, as if he could see through the deepest fears of the human heart. He stared at the live broadcast snail, coldly continuing, I, Minos, will not allow any other pirate groups to dare to claim any power. Once discovered, my hunter guild will personally take action to eliminate these pests and restore clarity to the sea. Minos then grinned at the live broadcast snail, his smile containing both mockery and threat. Of course, you insignificant pirates can unite to oppose my hunter guild. But I must tell you, that will be futile. Because in this world, only the strong can survive, and you are just a bunch of ants. Minos's remarks quickly spread across the world, causing a huge uproar. People stared blankly at Minos on the live broadcast screen, still in shock from the recent fall of powerful figures like the Whitebeard pirates, the Red-Hair pirates, Rayleigh, and Mihawk. When they were suddenly hit with Minos's shocking declaration, the pirates of the New World felt as if the sky had fallen. They had been secretly pleased with the downfall of the Whitebeard pirates and the Red-Haired pirates, thinking they could take advantage of the vacant territories and positions to become the new maritime overlords. However, Minos's declaration hit them like a wake-up call, filling them with fear and unease. Yet, many pirates were indignant. They felt extreme dissatisfaction and anger towards Minos's arrogant demeanor and his insulting remarks. They declared that they would never bow down to Minos, nor would they acknowledge his so-called 5 peak powers. This Minos is too arrogant. Does he really think he has become the overlord of the New World? One pirate shouted angrily, his voice filled with resentment and provocation. Indeed, he is too arrogant. If he really has the ability, then he should go and destroy the world government and the Navy. Only then will I recognize his words. Another pirate echoed, his eyes shining with determination. Hey, don't be so afraid of him. Minos may have said those things, but do you really think he would act against all the pirates who disagree with him? I think he is just talking big. A seemingly timid pirate tentatively said, his voice trembling with uncertainty. Yes, I think so too. With so many pirates in the New World, how could their hunter guild handle it all? Minos is just bluffing. Another pirate joined the discussion, his tone filled with disdain and mockery. We don't need to care about him. Everything can go on as usual. Some pirates began to express their agreement, deciding to continue acting in their own way, unaffected by Minos's threats and interference. However, it wasn't just the pirates of the New World reacting strongly. Several of the 5 elders of the world government were also furious. They had originally thought they could take this opportunity to weaken the pirates' power, but they did not expect Minos to so arrogantly declare the existence of the 5 peak powers. The bald elder with a sword shouted angrily, his voice booming like thunder throughout the conference room. This Minos is simply too arrogant. He dares to declare that only pirate powers will exist from now on. This is a provocation and an insult to us. His purpose in doing this is to incite all pirates to unite against us, isn't it? The elder with the mustache said, his face filled with rage, his eyes revealing deep hostility towards Minos. What does this Minos want to do? The elder with the long beard spoke solemnly, his voice deep and powerful, as if it could penetrate the deepest secrets of the heart. The short-haired elder was also sweating, and he said in a deep voice, I just received the latest news from the CP organization. Some pirates in the New World have already started a riot. They do not recognize Minos's words, so they have begun small-scale resistance. These audacious pirates, the elder with the cane exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the short-haired elder, his voice filled with anger and dissatisfaction. The short-haired elder looked around, seeing the other elders staring at him, and he spoke solemnly. According to the CP organization's report, some pirates believe that Minos is too overbearing, and they plan to leave the New World and escape to the 4 seas. However, before leaving, they intend to cause a ruckus to vent their dissatisfaction and anger towards Minos. What do these despicable pirates want to do? The elder with the long beard roared, his voice filled with helplessness and anger. He did not expect these pirates to choose to flee out of fear of Minos and to carry out such intense resistance before leaving. This clearly indicated that Minus's declaration had a profound impact on these pirates and foreshadowed an unprecedented storm approaching the New World. In the Navy headquarters conference room, various noises intertwined like surging waves, crashing against everyone's eardrums. The air was filled with tension and unease, as if a storm was about to arrive. Vice Admiral Garp slammed the table, standing up, his voice booming like thunder in the conference room. What is this little brat Minus trying to do? Doesn't he realize that such actions will drive those pirates even crazier? Garp's eyes flashed with anxiety and worry. His grandson Ace had already embarked on the path of piracy, which tore at his heart. He knew Ace's character and strength, but facing a strong person like Minus, Ace was undoubtedly striking a stone with an egg. Garp clenched his fists tightly, filled with a sense of helplessness. He hated himself for not being able to stop Ace in time and hated Minus, the culprit stirring up the peace of the seas. Fleet Admiral Sengoku was also furious, his voice low and powerful, as if it contained endless anger. Minus, this arrogant guy, actually wants to incite the greatest turmoil. Such behavior is simply a provocation to the Navy and the world, unforgivable. Sengoku's eyes revealed intense killing intent. He was well aware of Minus's ambitions and strength, but this also strengthened his resolve to eliminate this threat. Kizaru, on the other hand, wore a serious expression, quietly staring at Minus on the live broadcast screen. His usual relaxed and playful demeanor had completely vanished. He knew that Minus's actions would trigger an unprecedented chaos, and the Navy must be prepared to respond. Kizaru's mind raced as he thought about how to formulate the most effective response strategy in the shortest time possible. At this moment, Admiral Tsuru also showed a rare panic, which was extremely unusual for her calm and composed demeanor. She understood that Minus's remarks not only shook the foundation of the pirate groups, but also challenged the bottom line of other major forces. This blatant provocation was undoubtedly playing with fire, and once the fire spread, it would be difficult to control. Tsuru furrowed her brows, thinking about how to quell the impending storm. In Wano country of the New World, Kaido sat in a magnificent palace on Onigashima, his face dark as he watched Minus on the live broadcast screen. His face was filled with gloom and anger. He did not expect Minus to so arrogantly challenge the order of the entire sea. Especially Minus's condescending gaze and disdainful words made Kaido extremely furious. He had once admired Minus, but at this moment, he was filled with hostility towards him. Kaido drew his kanabo from his waist, swung it forcefully, and spoke in a deep voice. Minus, if you have the ability, come at me. I will make you know my strength. His voice echoed in the palace, filled with killing intent and determination. Meanwhile, in a huge castle on Whole Cake Island in the New World, Big Mom was also roaring in anger. Her plump body trembled violently in the chair, as if she would erupt at any moment. What nonsense, Minus. Trying to shake the foundation of my cake island that has stood for years. Really doesn't he know how to die? The ant's voice was deafening like thunder. She continued to shout angrily. Even the world government and Captain Rocks back in the day didn't dare to easily touch the foundations of other forces. What give you the right, kid? Her voice was filled with anger and provocation, as if declaring war on Minus. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters, Dragon's face was drenched in sweat, and his eyes flickered with intense, killing intent. He had completely recognized Minus's true nature. This guy was the greatest source of darkness in the world. Dragon murmured to himself. He will surely plunge the entire world into endless suffering. His gaze was fixed on Minus on the live broadcast screen, as if trying to see through him. It seemed that some things had to be set aside for now. Dragon took a deep breath and continued. Now, it seems you have become the biggest disaster. His voice was filled with helplessness and determination, knowing he had to take action to stop Minus's ambitions. Not only Dragon expressed strong dissatisfaction with Minus, but other forces, big and small, were also outraged by Minus's actions. They questioned whether they would all be forced to join the Navy or the pirate camp in the future. This discontent and anxiety spread throughout the crowd, as if an invisible plague was eroding everyone's hearts. However, on the island of Serbia, Minus still wore a smile, seemingly unconcerned. Chung Xiaoyu approached him and whispered, Master, aren't you being a bit too arrogant? His voice carried a hint of worry and unease. Minos chuckled softly, as if he had heard something amusing. He replied quietly, "You must believe that the people in the pirate world are all bullies who fear the strong. Only by using powerful strength to strike them down and instill fear will they understand submission." His voice was filled with confidence and dominance, as if the entire world was under his control. Chung Xiaoyu nodded involuntarily. He indeed thought so too. The people in the pirate world often only understood restraint and fear after being severely punished. Chung Xiaoyu looked at Minos' determined eyes and confident smile, feeling a surge of confidence himself. Minos glanced at Chung Xiaoyu, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. "Do you have any strength left? Next, let us turn these corpses into shadow soldiers." His voice revealed a hint of excitement and anticipation, as if about to witness a wonderful performance. Chung Xiaoyu chuckled lightly and replied confidently, "Of course, just watch my performance next." His voice was full of confidence and power, as if he was fully prepared. As Chung Xiaoyu's words fell, his aura surged, and black-purple magic power gushed out from him like a tide, spreading outward. This magic power seemed alive, wrapping around the surrounding corpses and slowly seeping in. Chung Xiaoyu shouted to the corpses in front of him, "Let us conquer the world together. Stand up." His voice seemed to possess a certain magic, causing the originally lifeless corpses to stir. Immediately, Minos saw the black-purple energy on the corpses begin to pulse violently, as if something was about to break free from them. Soon, one by one, black and white shadows emerged slowly from the corpses. Some of these shadows wielded pitch-black, long swords. Some swung dark double axes, and others transformed into massive black and white bird-like creatures, black and white mammoths, and various ordinary black and white animals. Their eyes flickered with a dark glow, as if they were ready for battle. These were the animal-type devil fruit users revived by the power of shadows. They had now become Chung Xiaoyu shadow soldiers. They lined up neatly in the square. Their imposing presence was shocking. Minos looked at these shadow soldiers, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He knew that with the help of these soldiers, their conquest would be smoother, and the entire sea would be stirred up by their existence, unleashing an unprecedented storm. In Serbia Square, Minos' gaze was sharp as he carefully examined the neatly arranged shadow soldiers before him. These shadow soldiers varied in shape, exuding a strange and powerful aura. However, a hint of doubt gradually appeared in Minos' eyes. His gaze swept back and forth through the crowd, not missing a single corner. But he still did not discover the shadows of Whitebeard, Mihawk, Rayleigh, Shanks, and others. Minos' heart stirred, and he instinctively turned his gaze toward Chung Xiaoyu. He saw Chung Xiaoyu's serious expression, as if bearing the weight of the world, quietly staring at the bodies of Whitebeard and the others. Those who once dominated the pirate world now lay quietly, as if recounting the glories and hardships of the past. Minos' mouth curved slightly upward, and he chuckled softly, the sound echoing in the silent square. It seems that the current power of shadows still has certain limitations against royal-level powerhouses. Then, Minos' attention was drawn to Chung Xiaoyu's actions. Chung Xiaoyu slowly extended his right hand, which seemed to contain endless mysterious power. In an instant, black-purple energy surged like a tide from his right hand, rushing toward the bodies of Whitebeard and others. This black-purple energy seemed alive, twisting through the air, distorting the atmosphere around it. When the black-purple energy connected with the bodies of Whitebeard and the others, Chung Xiaoyu's expression became increasingly serious, his voice low and powerful, as if it came from the depths of hell. "Rather than lie here in eternal sleep, why not follow me to conquer the world?" That voice carried an undeniable authority, as if there was an invisible force capable of awakening the sleeping souls. "Stand up," Chung Xiaoyu spoke again. These two brief words echoed in the square like thunder. As his words fell, a more intense black-purple energy erupted from the bodies of Whitebeard, Mihawk, Rayleigh, Shanks, and others. This energy surged around the corpses like boiling magma, enveloping the entire area in a mysterious and terrifying atmosphere. Soon, under the wrap of the black-purple energy, an astonishing scene unfolded. Gradually, black shadows appeared on the bodies of Whitebeard and the others, These shadows crawled out like ghosts from the dark abyss, slowly emerging from the corpses. In an instant, 4 black and white figures appeared in the square, wielding weapons and exuding powerful auras. The momentum of these 4 shadows rose with each step they took, with every advancement. The overwhelming pressure became increasingly intense. The surrounding air seemed to solidify under this pressure, and everyone could only watch helplessly as this might continue to grow. Until they reached the peak strength of the 4 emperors, their momentum finally ceased to rise. These 4 black and white shadows, although their appearances had changed drastically under the strange transformation of the shadow power, making them unrecognizable, the weapons in their hands became key clues to identifying their identities. Despite the fact that these weapons had turned deep black under the influence of the shadow power, but the shape and features of the weapons had not changed much. From the familiar weapon silhouettes, everyone could still recognize that they were once wielded by figures like Whitebeard. Cheng Xiaoyu looked at the 4 different-looking shadow soldiers in front of him, his face showing little expression, and he calmly said, "From now on, you'll be called Beard, Eagle, Underworld, and Western Sea." His voice was calm and steady, as if declaring an unchangeable fate. At this point, Cheng Xiaoyu paused slightly and continued, "From now on, you 4 will be the leaders of the 3rd Legion. Follow me to conquer the world." His words were filled with visions and ambitions for the future, as if the entire world was under his control. Upon hearing the command, the 4 of them shone with excitement and enthusiasm, and they shouted in unison, "Thank you, King. We will definitely fight for you across the entire world." Their voices were orderly and loud, filled with loyalty and reverence for Cheng Xiaoyu. Cheng Xiaoyu glanced at them, nodded slightly, and slowly said, "Good, then it's settled." After speaking, he led Beard and the other shadows toward Minos. Their steps were synchronized and powerful. Each step seemed to resonate in the hearts of the onlookers. Seeing Cheng Xiaoyu's success, Minos wore a satisfied smile, chuckling lightly as he said, "With this, we have gained 4 royal-level combat powers." That smile was filled with confidence and pride, as if the entire pirate world was already under their control. "Isn't this invincible?" Minos's voice was filled with excitement and anticipation. He seemed to envision their future of maneuvering through the pirate world. Cheng Xiaoyu had just arrived beside Minos and happened to hear this, smiling happily and saying, "Based on the current timeline, we are indeed invincible." His eyes sparkled with sharpness, as if proclaiming their strength to the entire world. "However, as long as that guy doesn't show up, then we are invincible." Cheng Xiaoyu's tone carried a hint of vigilance. The mysterious figure of him was always a shadow in their hearts. Hearing Cheng Xiaoyu's words, Minos smiled faintly, his eyes flashing with determination. "When we reach the royal level, let us go deal with the world government. By then, all the mysteries will be revealed." Minos's voice was low and powerful. He firmly believed that only by stepping into the royal domain could they truly unveil the hidden secrets of this world. Cheng Xiaoyu nodded at Minos's words. He understood deeply that only by continuously strengthening themselves could they establish a foothold in this brutal pirate world and achieve their grand goals. Minos looked around, just as he was about to ask Cheng Xiaoyu to have his shadow soldiers put away the live phone bugs. An unexpected situation suddenly occurred. In the square of Serbia Island, an extremely powerful white energy storm appeared without warning. This energy storm came in fiercely, instantly sweeping across the entire square. The white energy rolled like surging ocean waves, forming a massive energy tornado that spread throughout the square. Wherever the tornado went, it stirred up gusts of fierce winds, howling as if it wanted to tear the entire world apart. At the same time, it seemed that lightning was dancing throughout the energy tornado, with bolts of lightning weaving through the energy like silver snakes, flashing with dazzling light that sent chills down one's spine. The entire scene looked mysterious and terrifying, as if a force from another world was descending. Cheng Xiaoyu looked at the sudden energy tornado in front of him, his brows furrowed, and he murmured, "What is happening now? Could it be that a fruit user has come to cause trouble?" His heart was filled with confusion and vigilance. At this critical moment, any unexpected event could disrupt their plans. Minos's expression was serious, his eyes fixed tightly on the energy tornado, and he spoke to Cheng Xiaoyu beside him in a low voice. "This should not be a user. His tone carried a hint of certainty, as if he was confident in his judgment. As far as I remember, there shouldn't be anyone in the pirate world who is a wind element fruit user. Minos continued, trying to recall various strong characters and users in the pirate world. However, he could not associate the current scene with any known user. After that, both Minos and Chang Xiaoyu fell silent, keeping their gaze fixed on the energy tornado. Their eyes were filled with vigilance and curiosity. They wanted to see whether it was indeed a user causing trouble in Serbia Island. If it really was a fruit user daring to cause trouble here, then it would be a perfect opportunity to reap some benefits and boost their strength. Fortunately, the energy tornado did not last long, as if its appearance was merely to give everyone a warning. Soon, the energy tornado gradually dissipated, disappearing without a trace, just like it had appeared. In the vast square of Serbia, not a single trace was left. It was as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusory dream, making one feel as if it had all been a mere illusion. Seeing this strange scene, Minos frowned slightly, and his confusion deepened. He slowly spoke. What exactly is going on here? Could it really have been such an accident? Minos had initially thought it was a fruit user causing trouble, but seeing that nothing had happened in the vast square of Serbia Island, he couldn't help but doubt whether he was mistaken. However, just as Minos was becoming increasingly impatient, a significant change occurred in the center of the square. The space in the square of Serbia Island was continuously twisting, as if an invisible hand was recklessly kneading this space. The surrounding energy seemed to be sucked away by a mysterious force, and the distortion of space grew increasingly severe, making one feel as though the entire world was about to collapse. However, after a while of space distortion, a shocking scene appeared. A gigantic white energy portal suddenly manifested in the square of Serbia. The white energy portal emitted a soft and mysterious glow, as if it were a gateway to another world. It was formed from peculiar energy, as though it were not a product of the pirate world, creating a sense of strangeness. The edges of the energy portal sparkled with dim light, as if telling endless secrets, attracting everyone's gaze and filling Minos and Chang Xiaoyu with a sense of unknown anticipation. Minos and Chang Xiaoyu's eyes were tightly locked on the white energy portal before them, which emitted a soft glow and was filled with a mysterious aura. At this moment, everything around seemed to come to a standstill. Only the light emitted by the portal flickered slightly, illuminating their puzzled faces, leaving the two momentarily speechless. The silent atmosphere spread like a dense fog between them, lingering for a long time without dissipating. Finally, Minos broke the silence, his gaze never leaving the white energy portal. Filled with confusion as he slowly spoke, "What exactly is this thing? The more I look at it, the more it seems like a portal." It should be noted that Minos had been an avid reader of novels back on Blue Star, having read countless novels. He was naturally familiar with various wonderful settings, and the concept of a portal was not rare in many novels, which is why he had such an association. However, what made Minos feel suspicious was that in the pirate world he was familiar with, when had such a thing ever appeared? Could it be that the pirate stories he had seen on Blue Star were all fake? This thought flashed through his mind, making him feel even more strange. Beside him, Chang Xiaoyu, who heard Minos' words, furrowed his brow even more tightly, forming a shape. He tried hard to search for relevant information from his memories, and from the various scenes and events in his recollection. The thing before them did indeed look like a teleportation portal. However, in the memories of the pirate world, no matter how many grand adventures they had experienced, it seemed that such an extraordinary thing as a teleportation portal had never appeared. Filled with curiosity and doubt, Minos slowly walked towards the white energy teleportation portal. He cautiously approached, as if it were a bomb that could explode at any moment. When he got close to the portal, he slightly crouched down, carefully feeling the energy fluctuations emanating from it, trying to find clues to understand what this mysterious thing was. However, the more he observed, the more certain he became that this was indeed a teleportation portal, which only deepened his confusion. At this point, Minos suddenly had a thought. He remembered the system that had always accompanied him. Perhaps it would know something. Immediately, Minos eagerly asked in his heart, "System, what is this thing that looks like a teleportation portal?" "Ding, please do not doubt, because what is before you is indeed an energy teleportation portal. The familiar voice of the system echoed in Minos' mind. Hearing this, Minos was almost stunned, never expecting it to really be an energy teleportation portal. However, in his impression, there was absolutely nothing like this in the pirate world. This meant, could it be that he had arrived in a fake pirate world? This thought made a wave of panic surge in his heart, and Minos hurriedly asked, "Then system, didn't I remember that the pirate world wouldn't have this thing? How come there's suddenly an energy teleportation portal? Could it be created by another devil fruit user or the world government?" Ding, please do not panic. This is indeed an energy teleportation portal, but it was not created by a devil fruit user, nor was it created by the world government. The system replied leisurely. Upon hearing this, Minos breathed a sigh of relief, but the doubt still hung over him like dark clouds. If it wasn't created by a devil fruit user, nor by the world government, could this energy teleportation portal have appeared out of thin air? That seemed too unreasonable. It couldn't possibly be something from another world invading the pirate world, could it? At this thought, Minos couldn't help but chuckle at himself, feeling that this idea was simply too absurd. Regarding the system's ambiguous words, Minos decided to wait for a while. Perhaps new clues would emerge soon that could unravel this mystery. Just then, a powerful and suffocating pressure suddenly surged from the white energy teleportation portal. The pressure felt like a ferocious beast from ancient times, bringing with it endless terror and majesty, making one feel as if they were being closely watched by a beast that could devour them whole, leaving them uncomfortable all over. Minos and Chang Xiaoyu instantly felt this sudden, powerful momentum, and their expressions became extremely serious. As peak emperors of the four emperors, they had experienced countless storms in this pirate world and had seen numerous powerful opponents. Yet this momentum made them feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. Minos and Chang Xiaoyu instinctively exchanged glances, both filled with doubt and shock. If they hadn't sensed it wrongly just now, that momentum was indeed too powerful, surpassing even the two of them, who stood at the pinnacle of the pirate world. After a long silence, Minos first looked up at the teleportation portal exuding powerful momentum, then slowly shifted his gaze to Chang Xiaoyu, speaking in a low voice. "That breath just now seemed a bit powerful, right? I feel like it resembles the aura of a king-level powerhouse. In the pirate world, king-level powerhouses represented the pinnacle of combat power, legendary existences with unfathomable strength. Now, this aura actually made Minos have such an association." Hearing this, Chang Xiaoyu's expression became even more serious. He stared intently at Minos and similarly spoke in a low voice. "However, what puzzles me is that the aura just now seemed to appear only for a moment, and then it was suppressed." After saying this, he slowly turned his gaze towards the white energy teleportation portal and continued, "It seems that it was the teleportation portal that suppressed it." Upon hearing Chang Xiaoyu's words, Minos nodded in agreement. Indeed, although the aura just now was terrifyingly powerful, it only flickered for a moment before being suppressed. But what exactly was going on? Various doubts intertwined in their hearts like a tangled mess, making them feel anxious, eager to know what had happened. Time slowly passed in the atmosphere of tension and confusion. Soon, the white energy teleportation portal underwent subtle, yet eye-catching changes. The originally pure, white portal suddenly flashed with a vivid red color, as if a blazing flame had instantly shattered the tranquility of the white. Immediately afterward, the red quickly flashed back to white, and then white and red began to flicker alternately, as if two forces were engaged in a silent contest. Minos and Chang Xiaoyu focused intently on the changes of the portal, not daring to blink. They tried to find clues from the constantly changing colors, to understand what this energy teleportation portal was up to. However, for reasons unknown, the portal gradually returned to its original white color, and everything seemed to return to calm. This scene left Minos and Chang Xiaoyu beside it with bewildered expressions. They really couldn't understand what trick this energy teleportation portal was playing. Suddenly, Minos exclaimed, "What is that?" Chang Xiaoyu followed Minos' gaze and saw that within the white energy teleportation portal, two humanoid light shadows were slowly emerging. The light shadows flickered in the glow of the portal, as if they came from another mysterious world. Then, a shocking scene occurred. Following the two humanoid light shadows, two figures slowly walked out from the white energy teleportation portal. Seeing this, both Minus and Chang Xiaoyu were filled with disbelief. They never expected that someone would actually walk out from that mysterious white energy teleportation portal. Following this, even more shocking and surprising events unfolded. The two humanoid light shadows had now fully revealed their true forms. One of them wore a white robe that gently flowed in the wind, exuding an ethereal aura. His hair was black and shiny, but two strands perfectly covered his handsome face, giving off a mysterious vibe. What is most chilling is that his eyes are actually snake-like, with narrow pupils emitting a cold light. It is as if a venomous snake lurking in the darkness is coldly observing everything around it. Moreover, he exudes an extremely cold and sinister aura, making anyone who approaches feel as if they are in an ice cellar, completely uncomfortable. The other person is dressed in a gray robe that looks heavy and mysterious. His hair is as white as snow, subtly glistening under the sunlight. Strangely, he wears glasses over his purple, snake-like eyes, making his peculiar appearance even more eerie, as if they are being watched by a hidden venomous snake. Surprisingly, both of them share the same chilling aura, sending shivers down one's spine. At that moment, Minus's gaze was drawn to two figures ahead. Their appearance caused his heart to tremble, and he involuntarily revealed a look of shock and seriousness on his face. If his judgment was correct, these two peculiar figures resembled Orochimaru and Kabuto from the Naruto world. Minus was not unfamiliar with these two characters from the Naruto world. Their names were well known in various Naruto and fan novels. They were infamous for their cruel methods, mysterious jutsu, and insane pursuit of power. However, the problem was that the Naruto world was far removed from the pirate world. How could these two suddenly appear here? It was as if characters from entirely different scripts had crossed over, leaving one bewildered, just as Minus was filled with doubts. Orochimaru and Kabuto also sensed the unusualness around them. Orochimaru first scanned Minus, Chang Xiaoyu, and the shadow soldiers with a cold, sharp gaze, then slowly surveyed the surroundings. Finally looking up at the sky, his brows furrowed instantly as a strange feeling surged in his heart. Everything here was vastly different from the ninja world. Kabuto, standing nearby, casually glanced at Minus and the others, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes as he spoke. Lord Orochimaru, it seems we are not in the ninja world after all. He slightly tilted his head, flaring his nostrils as if sensing the air, then continued, moreover, I can't feel any chakra in the atmosphere, but strangely, the unique energy here seems somewhat similar to chakra. It appears that there are unknown secrets happening here. After saying this, a flash of snake-like glimmer passed through Kabuto's eyes. His gaze fixed on Minus and Chang Xiaoyu, filled with curiosity and scrutiny, as if they were two peculiar specimens waiting to be dissected and studied. Upon hearing Kabuto's words, Minus felt a surge of vigilance in his heart, and his brows knitted even tighter. Indeed, these two were Orochimaru and Kabuto. But how did they end up in the pirate world? What secrets were hidden behind this? At that moment, Orochimaru's low, hoarse voice rang out, forcing Minus to temporarily set aside his thoughts and prepare to listen to what Orochimaru had to say. Perhaps he could find some clues to unravel the mystery from his words. Orochimaru gazed at the unfamiliar scene before him, which was neither the past ninja world nor the future ninja world, his face filled with gloom. He recalled how he and Kabuto had undergone countless dangerous and reckless experiments to obtain the power of the Sage of Six Paths, enduring hardships to create a portal to travel to the future or the past. Yet now, the portal not only failed to send them to their intended destination, but instead brought them to this inexplicable world. Thinking of this, a surge of anger and unwillingness welled up in Orochimaru's heart. He spoke in a low voice, Kabuto, does this mean we have failed? His voice carried a hint of uncontainable tremor, as if he were suppressing the anger that was about to erupt from within. Orochimaru never expected that their meticulously planned scheme would end in such a manner. Did this mean that their chance to study the power of the Sage of Six Paths had been shattered? This thought struck him like a heavy hammer on his heart. Why has it failed? Orochimaru rasped again, his snake-like eyes flashing as his cold gaze pierced through the air, sending chills down one's spine. He looked at this world where chakra was so thin, and his anger finally erupted like a volcano, roaring. And what's worse is that we ended up in a worthless world with such thin chakra. This is simply too much of a failure. On the side, Kabuto maintained a calm demeanor despite Orochimaru's furious outburst. He spoke in a nonchalant tone. "Lord Orochimaru, please calm down. Our vitality is particularly strong. This failure doesn't matter. We can always try again." Kabuto's voice was steady and composed, as if everything was under his control. Hearing Kabuto's words, Orochimaru took a deep breath, gradually suppressing the anger on his face, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. His rapid emotional shift was astonishing. Following that, Kabuto looked at Minus and the others not far away, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he spoke in a low, amused tone. "And Lord Orochimaru, don't you think this world is quite interesting? Their physiques seem very strong, and they possess some unique powers." Upon hearing Kabuto's words, Orochimaru turned his cold gaze toward Minus and Chung Xiaoyu. His eyes were filled with greed and calculation, like a hungry wolf spotting its prey. When Minus heard Kabuto's words and saw Orochimaru's predatory gaze, a strong feeling of displeasure surged within him. Did Orochimaru intend to treat him as prey? This feeling of being underestimated ignited a fire of anger within him. Furthermore, Orochimaru's next words pushed Minus's displeasure to its peak. After staring intently at Minus and Chung Xiaoyu for a while, Orochimaru suddenly smirked and said in a low voice, "As long as we capture them and search them, we can understand what has happened in this world." Kabuto, standing nearby, chuckled lightly and added, "That's right, Lord Orochimaru. We just need to capture them. There's no need to waste time gathering information elsewhere." At that moment, hearing Orochimaru and Kabuto talk about treating him as prey so openly, Minus was almost enraged to the point of exploding. If it weren't for his desire to understand what had happened in the ninja world, he would have been tempted to strike immediately and send Orochimaru and Kabuto to hell. Moreover, during his previous careful inspection, Minus discovered a crucial piece of information. Although Orochimaru and Kabuto were powerful and terrifying figures in the Naruto world, due to the mysterious portal, their strength seemed to be suppressed to the peak of the Four Emperors. This meant that at this moment, Orochimaru and Kabuto could only exert strength at the peak of the Four Emperors, or at most, at the level of the kings. Thinking of this, a confident smile appeared at the corner of Minus's mouth. If that were the case, then that would be great. They had already experienced countless fierce battles and had slain two powerful beings at the peak of the Four Emperors. He had enough confidence to deal with Orochimaru and Kabuto before him. What of their strength at the peak of the Four Emperors? Minus did not believe that with the more than 10 high-level fighters he led, he couldn't take down Orochimaru and Kabuto. Thinking of this, Minus took a step forward, his tall figure resembling a towering mountain, exuding a powerful aura. He looked down at Orochimaru and Kabuto, then smiled faintly and said, "You two seem to have mistaken us for prey. That doesn't seem quite right, does it?" "Oh ho!" Orochimaru exclaimed in surprise, not expecting this tall giant before him to be so fearless. In a ninja world, just mentioning Orochimaru's name would instill fear in anyone. Yet here, this giant not only showed no fear, but even dared to provoke him and Kabuto. Meanwhile, Kabuto observed the scene with a meaningful smile, tilting his head slightly as his gaze swept over Minus and the others, muttering to himself, "Interesting. I didn't notice earlier, but it seems everyone here is quite tall. Perhaps their genes are particularly perfect. I really want to study them right away." Orochimaru and Kabuto exchanged glances, seeing a hint of excitement in each other's eyes. For them, the more unknown something was, the more valuable it was for research. Although chakra was thin in this world, the special powers and strong physiques of these people seemed to present a new direction for their research. Minus's towering figure stood amidst it all, radiating an invisible sense of oppression. Not far away, Orochimaru and Kabuto were chattering away. Their sharp, somewhat feminine voices echoed in the square, making Minus's already irritated mood even worse. Minus furrowed his brow tightly, like two small mountains about to erupt, a flash of impatience flickering in his eyes. Finally, He could no longer endure it and shouted loudly, "You two ignorant snakes are truly seeking your own demise." His voice rang out like a thunderous bell, filled with endless authority and anger, as if it could shatter the very space around them. As the words fell, Minus's body moved instantly. His speed reached its peak, like a bolt of black lightning, vanishing from his spot in an instant. In the blink of an eye, his tall figure appeared before Orochimaru and Kabuto, creating a small whirlwind that sent sand and stones flying everywhere. Orochimaru and Kabuto were taken aback by this sudden change, their expressions shifting from nonchalance to seriousness in an instant. They widened their eyes, staring at the towering giant who had appeared like a ghost, their hearts filled with shock. They never expected this guy to be so fast enough that they barely had time to react. Minus looked down at the stunned Orochimaru and Kabuto, a wicked smile slowly creeping across his face, filled with mockery and disdain. He then slowly raised his right hand, the black armored haki enveloping his fist like a surging black flame. The overwhelming haki distorted the air around him. In Orochimaru's horrified gaze, Minus suddenly exerted force, throwing a powerful punch at Orochimaru. With a loud bang, it sounded like a cannonball exploding, the sound reverberating throughout the space. Orochimaru's body was sent flying like a cannonball, soaring through the air in a long arc before crashing heavily to the ground. The ground was instantly smashed into a massive deep pit, dust rising to completely envelop Orochimaru's figure. Orochimaru, lying on the ground, rolled uncontrollably, the dust he kicked up resembling a winding yellow dragon. Only after rolling several dozen meters did he finally come to a stop. Meanwhile, Minus maintained his pose of throwing the punch like a statue. His resolute face showed no expression, only the slight rise and fall of his chest revealing the power of that casual strike. This scene seemed to freeze everything around, making one wonder if what just happened was real. Minus's lips curled slightly, his eyes glinting with pride. He turned to Kabuto, whose face was filled with astonishment, and smiled lightly, his expression carrying a hint of provocation. "What's wrong? You look quite surprised. Where did that high and mighty demeanor of yours go?" Without waiting for Kabuto to respond, Minus moved again. His speed was still astonishing, disappearing like a ghost and reappearing behind Kabuto. He raised his fist once more, the black haki shimmering with a strange light, then struck hard at Kabuto's back. With another loud bang, Kabuto's body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. He struggled in the air, trying to stabilize himself, but it was futile. In the end, he crashed down just like Orochimaru, rolling on the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. At some point, Chang Xiaoyu had come to Minus's side. He looked at the chaotic scene before him, furrowed his brows slightly, and said in a low voice, "Why do they feel a bit weak? I even doubt if they are really the famous Orochimaru and Kabuto." Hearing Chang Xiaoyu's puzzled words, Minus chuckled lightly, his voice filled with confidence and composure. "Those two have strong vitality. This level of injury shouldn't lead to their deaths. After all, they are quite renowned figures in the ninja world. What's important now is for you to have the shadow soldiers put away the live broadcast worms. We can't let the people from the pirate world easily know what's happening here." "Okay, I got it. I'll have the shadow soldiers put away the live broadcast worms right away." Chang Xiaoyu nodded, then whispered a few words to the shadow soldiers in the sky. The shadow soldiers seemed to understand, slowly putting away the live broadcast worms. Seeing this, Minus nodded in satisfaction, as long as they knew. After all, it's better for the secrets of a ninja world to be kept in the hands of a few. At this point, Minus's tone involuntarily became excited. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he secretly thought, could this encounter with the invasion of the ninja world mean that his future could really involve traveling across realms and exploring more unknown worlds? Upon hearing Minus's words, Chang Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel excited as well. A hint of uncontrollable excitement appeared on his face because this represented that their future was filled with infinite possibilities. They might be able to traverse different worlds and witness various miraculous powers and wonderful sights. At that moment, as time passed, the swirling dust gradually dissipated. Minus and Chang Xiaoyu's gazes turned once again to the distance, where they saw Orochimaru and Kabuto emerging from the dust, looking disheveled. At this moment, their robes were tattered. Their once neat attire now ragged, fluttering in the wind. The coldness on his face was unprecedented, and his eyes seemed to burn with flames of anger, sending chills down people's spines. Minos looked at the two with their icy gazes, a faint smile once again tugging at the corners of his mouth, filled with mockery. He said, "You two seem a bit embarrassed, huh? What happened to the arrogance you had just now?" Chung Xiaoyu, standing beside him, chuckled lightly and echoed, "Yeah? You were so high and mighty just a moment ago, and now you're in such a sorry state. It's truly laughable." Minos and Chung Xiaoyu's words were like two sharp blades, stabbing straight into Orochimaru and Kabuto's hearts. Their faces instantly darkened further, and the coldness in their eyes intensified. They never expected that this unknown individual before them could be so powerful. In just an instant, they were sent flying, suffering such humiliation. Although neither of them sustained any substantial injuries, the insulting blow ignited a fierce anger within them. Kabuto's gaze, akin to that of a venomous snake, fixed firmly on Minos and Chung Xiaoyu, filled with resentment. He spoke in a low voice, "Lord Orochimaru, it seems we underestimated these two." Kabuto's voice carried a trace of gritted teeth hatred, as if he wanted to devour Minos and Chung Xiaoyu alive. It seemed that they needed to teach them a harsh lesson to make them understand their strength and the consequences of provoking them. Kabuto continued, his body trembling slightly, clearly overwhelmed by anger. Orochimaru's gaze was equally snake-like, fixed on Minos and Chung Xiaoyu, revealing endless killing intent. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Kabuto, you're right. We must teach them a severe lesson so they will learn to fear us. They must pay the price for daring to be so arrogant before us." After finishing this sentence, the lower part of Orochimaru's body transformed instantly into a thick giant snake. The scales of the snake shimmered with an eerie glow, as if covered by a layer of mysterious power. However, his upper body remained unchanged, his pale face growing even more ferocious. Then, Orochimaru turned to Kabuto and hoarsely said, "Kabuto, you take one, and I'll take the other. Let's quickly deal with our opponents and show them that we, the strong in the ninja world, are not to be trifled with." After saying this, Orochimaru swung his snake tail and charged towards Minos at lightning speed. The snake tail carved deep grooves into the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Meanwhile, Kabuto, watching Orochimaru attack, chuckled softly, a hint of ruthlessness in his smile. He spoke in a low voice, "Lord Orochimaru, as decisive as ever." With that, Kabuto's body also changed, his lower half turning into a snake tail. He twisted his snake tail and sped towards Chung Xiaoyu with astonishing speed, leaving people dazzled. Minos saw Orochimaru charging towards him and revealed a disdainful smile. He thought to himself that those familiar with Naruto know that Orochimaru has a fatal weakness. Jinjutsu has a deadly restraining effect on him. Moreover, the use of Jinjutsu requires powerful mental strength to support it. So, what would happen if he used Conqueror's Haki to strike at Orochimaru? With this thought, Minos's gaze became resolute, deciding to let Orochimaru experience the powerful mental attack unique to the world of pirates. In Serbia Square, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the eerie silence before a storm. Orochimaru approached Minos like a ghost, his pale face twisted with malice, golden elongated pupils flashing with greed and desire, as if he was about to devour his target in the next moment. Minos stood tall like a pine tree, his lips curling into a confident arc, and then a red light flashed in his eyes. An invisible yet immensely powerful conqueror's haki erupted violently from his seemingly ordinary body like a surging tsunami. In an instant, red-black lightning, like a fierce dragon, rampaged around Minos, spreading in all directions and casting an eerie red-black hue over the entire square. The rapidly approaching Orochimaru was mercilessly struck by this red-black lightning. Each bolt of lightning contained terrifying energy, slicing through Orochimaru's body like sharp blades. At the same time, the horrifying mental power, like a surging tide, continuously assaulted Orochimaru's mind. Orochimaru felt as if his head was about to explode, waves of pain crashing over him relentlessly. Soon after, a hoarse, painful scream erupted from Orochimaru's mouth, echoing through the vast Serbia square, sounding exceptionally mournful. Not only that, but Orochimaru's lower body instantly reverted to human legs under this powerful impact, losing the agility of his snake form. Unable to hold on any longer, he clutched his head with both hands, rolling on the ground in agony, looking utterly wretched. Seeing Orochimaru in such pain, Minos smiled lightly, a hint of mockery and disdain in his expression. Indeed, Orochimaru's mental strength was quite weak. If he feared Jinjutsu, then using Conqueror's Haki to strike was the right choice. Minos thought to himself, feeling very satisfied with the effect of his strike. At that moment, a deafening roar suddenly came from the other side. Minos turned his gaze in that direction and saw Kabuto, like Orochimaru, rolling on the ground in pain, clutching his head. His face was filled with agony, and his body was twitching uncontrollably. Chang Xiaoyu, sensing Minos's gaze, smiled lightly at him, a hint of pride in his smile. Minos instantly understood. It turned out Chang Xiaoyu had also used Conqueror's Haki to strike at Kabuto. Looking at the still rolling Orochimaru, Minos's lips curled up slightly, carrying a playful tone as he said, "Orochimaru, you won't die from such a trivial mental attack, will you?" His voice, though not loud, clearly reached the ears of the shadow soldiers and puppet army in the quiet square, carrying an undeniable authority. If that were the case, then this legendary Sannin would be far too useless. After saying this, Minos fell silent, his eagle-like sharp and playful gaze fixed intently on Orochimaru, as if trying to see through him. Indeed, when Orochimaru heard Minos's words, his body suddenly froze, and his rolling movements gradually ceased. His heart was filled with shock and confusion. If it were just knowing his name, he would find it somewhat normal. Since he had somewhat communicated with Kabuto earlier, it was reasonable that they might have heard his name. However, this giant before him actually mentioned his title as Sannin, which was rather intriguing. In today's ninja world, it was rare for new generation powerhouses to know he held the title of Sannin. At most, they would only know his name. Thinking of this, Orochimaru gritted his teeth and slowly stood up from the ground, disheveled. His originally pale face was now devoid of any color, his eyes bloodshot, and a hint of vigilance and doubt flickered in his cold gaze as he stared intently at Minos. In a low voice, he asked, "Who exactly are you? How can you know so much about me?" His voice was slightly hoarse, as if the question came from the depths of hell. Immediately, Orochimaru continued, without waiting for Minos to respond. "If I remember correctly, the title of the three Sannin was earned during the Second Shinobi World War, when we battled Hanzo. It was a time of blood and fire. Countless ninjas fell in that war, and I, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, through our tenacious will and exceptional ninjutsu, gained Hanzo's recognition and earned this title. But I have never seen you in the ninja world, nor do I know anything about your whereabouts. So who are you?" Orochimaru's tone was tinged with urgency. He desperately wanted to know the identity of the mysterious person before him. Minos looked at the disheveled and shocked Orochimaru, even a bit twisted in expression, and smiled gently. That smile seemed to carry a mysterious magic, making it hard to fathom. He said, "This is not the place for conversation. Let's talk once we enter our castle." After saying that, Minos slowly raised his hand and pointed to the massive black and magnificent castle behind him. The castle towered into the clouds, exuding a mysterious and ancient aura, as if it concealed countless secrets. Orochimaru followed Minos's finger and looked at the gigantic castle, and his heart fell into deep thought. The castle appeared grand and filled with unknown dangers and mysteries. He pondered whether to enter the castle with Minos, his heart full of hesitation and vigilance. Minos noticed Orochimaru's slight caution and smiled slightly, a hint of provocation in his smile, and said, "What is wrong? Is the infamous Orochimaru afraid? That is truly hard to believe." Minos's words were filled with mockery, seemingly intent on provoking Orochimaru. After that, Minos waved his hands and slowly said, "Do you really think we would need to exert much effort to kill you? Shadow King, let your shadow soldiers show Orochimaru what they can do. And Puppet Legion, why not perform for Orochimaru as well?" His voice was filled with confidence and authority, as if he controlled everything. Upon hearing Minos's words, Orochimaru's expression instantly turned grim. His body tensed like a wary beast, quickly scanning his surroundings, fearing an ambush. Orochimaru knew that these people were not good, and he had to be cautious in his response. Meanwhile, Chang Xiaoyu smiled lightly and said, "In that case, let me give the famous Orochimaru a shock." After speaking, Chang Xiaoyu's aura erupted instantly, and the black-purple energy magic surged from his body like boiling lava. In an instant, Chang Xiaoyu was completely enveloped in the black-purple magic, resembling a demon from the dark world. However, he did not stop. He shouted, "Where is the Shadow Army? Follow me in a battle." His voice boomed like a bell, echoing across the square. Upon hearing Chang Xiaoyu's call, the shadow soldiers instantly perked up, raising their weapons and shouting loudly, "Respected King, we have always been here. We are willing to follow the king and conquer the world." Their voices were uniform, filled with loyalty and fervor, as if they would do anything for Chang Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, the 1st Legion Commander General Fai Long, 2nd Legion Commander Baiman, 3rd Legion Commander Huzi, Eagle, Hades, and others all erupted with royal shadow level aura. The aura soared into the sky, like an angry dragon roaring, like a volcano erupting, the powerful presence causing the surrounding air to tremble. On the other side, Puppet No. 1, along with the other 4 puppets and several puppet generals, approached Orochimaru from not far away. They quickly surrounded Orochimaru tightly, and then the Puppet Legion and others unleashed their powerful aura. The aura surged like an incredibly sharp long sword, piercing the sky, sending chills down one's spine. At this moment, Orochimaru was completely shocked by the overwhelming presence of the Shadow Army and Puppet Army. Rather than being shocked, he felt a deep-seated fear. He initially thought these strangely dressed black and white people and those with long horns were not powerful. But now, the strength they exhibited left him greatly astonished. Moreover, Orochimaru keenly sensed that among them were not only numerous experts, but even several peak shadows and high-level shadows, which equated to over 10 shadow-level powerhouses. How could this be? Orochimaru's heart was filled with disbelief. In the past, shadow-level powerhouses were titans in the ninja world, the pillars of each ninja village. Yet now, so many shadow-level powerhouses had suddenly appeared before him. Not only that, but there were also thousands of elite J-Nin and J-Nin, and tens of thousands of other CH-Nin. Such a massive power array could have easily overwhelmed any ninja village in the past, right? No, unless there were super shadows and the 6 paths present. These people could possibly rival the previous ninja world. Orochimaru's heart was stirred with turbulent waves. He knew he had encountered an unprecedentedly powerful opponent today. In this tense atmosphere, time seemed to freeze. Orochimaru stood in the encirclement, constantly weighing the pros and cons in his heart. He knew that if he rashly resisted, he might be instantly overwhelmed by these powerful forces. But if he entered the castle with them, he had no idea what awaited him. Minos, seeing Orochimaru's indecisiveness, secretly sneered. He knew that Orochimaru had been intimidated by their strength. So, Orochimaru, have you made up your mind? Will you obediently come in with us? Or will you engage in a futile resistance here? Minos's voice rang out again, striking at Orochimaru's heart like a hammer. Orochimaru was still in shock, his expression as gloomy as the sky before a storm. He was a well-known, super shadow-level powerhouse in the ninja world, typically so proud and arrogant. In the ninja world, his name could make countless people tremble in fear. Yet at this moment, he was in a very awkward position due to this sudden situation. The broken white energy teleportation portal seemed like an invisible shackling, firmly suppressing his powerful abilities. If it weren't for this damned teleportation portal, why would he have to regard these people around him? What if the other side had more than 10 shadow-level powerhouses? He and his capable assistant, Kabuto, were both super shadow-level existences, dominating their own territories in the ninja world. How could they fear these so-called shadow-level powerhouses? But reality was incredibly cruel. Both of them were suppressed by this white energy teleportation portal, leaving Orochimaru no choice but to stifle his anger and resentment and consider compromising. Thinking of this, Orochimaru felt an intense hatred in his heart, secretly vowing that once he left this time, he would do whatever it took to acquire a super shadow-level teleportation portal. Otherwise, He would rather die than step into this broken white energy teleportation portal again. Beside him, Minus's gaze was like a cold glint, closely watching Orochimaru. Seeing Orochimaru still in silence, his expression instantly turned cold. In Minus's view, if Orochimaru refuses to drink the toast and insists on punishment, he must be shown some consequences. A murderous intent gradually arose in his heart. If Orochimaru truly chose death over submission, he would not hold back and would personally kill both Orochimaru and Kabuto, then send someone to explore the white energy portal. Minus looked at Orochimaru with a gaze full of killing intent, as if he were about to completely devour him in the next second. His expression was calm, yet carried an undeniable tone as he softly said, "This is the last chance. If you refuse again, then both of you can go die. Worst case, I'll send someone to investigate that white energy portal." After speaking, Minus waved his hand toward his neatly arranged puppet army, which instantly radiated a chilling aura, ready to strike Orochimaru down on the spot if he disagreed. At the same time, Chung Xiaoyu raised his hand and gently waved, signaling the Shadow Army to mobilize. In an instant, the Shadow Army surged like a black tide, advancing step by step toward Orochimaru and Kabuto. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to engulf the entire space. Faced with the advancing Shadow Army and the eerily ominous Puppet Army, Orochimaru couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He knew that if he refused again, he would truly fall here today. Just at this critical moment, Kabuto hurriedly approached Orochimaru's side, his expression serious as he said, "Lord Orochimaru, why don't we agree? Otherwise, we could be in danger today." Orochimaru turned slightly to glance at the distressed Kabuto, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes as he slowly replied, "Kabuto, it seems we have no choice but to agree." After saying this to Kabuto, Orochimaru shifted his gaze to Minus. Minus keenly caught this subtle movement of Orochimaru and smiled slightly. He understood that Orochimaru had already agreed. Indeed, soon after, Orochimaru's helpless voice slowly echoed, "We agree. Let's find a place to talk." Seeing Orochimaru reluctantly agree, Minus's lips curled up slightly as he spoke with a hint of pride. As expected, Orochimaru and Kabuto are reasonable individuals. Next, let's go inside and have a good chat. After saying this, Minus waved his hand, and the puppet army disappeared like a phantom before everyone's eyes. Chung Xiaoyu saw this scene and also used his abilities to activate the Shadow Domain. In an instant, apart from the 1st Legion commander and the original 5,000 Shadow soldiers, all other Shadow soldiers slipped into a shadow like phantoms, entering the mysterious realm of the Gue Su. The remaining Shadow soldiers were mainly responsible for guarding the Serbian islands and the White Energy Portal. After all, a fierce battle had just occurred here, and with the sudden appearance of Orochimaru and Kabuto, being cautious was undoubtedly the right choice. Orochimaru and Kabuto were once again shocked by how easily Minus and Chung Xiaoyu retracted their armies. Waves of astonishment surged in their hearts as they gained a new understanding of Minus and Chung Xiaoyu's strength. They couldn't help but glance deeply at Minus and Chung Xiaoyu, their eyes filled with both shock and curiosity. Minus and Chung Xiaoyu merely smiled lightly at Orochimaru and Kabuto's gaze, not paying much attention, and turned to walk directly into the massive black-purple castle. The castle exuded a mysterious and ancient aura, as if hiding countless secrets. Orochimaru and Kabuto exchanged glances, filled with helplessness, and ultimately followed silently inside. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed quietly. Minus and Chung Xiaoyu sat in huge, magnificent chairs, lost in deep thought. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Kabuto had gone to explore the sea, claiming they wanted to understand the differences between the pirate world and the ninja world. Over these 3 days, Minus and Chung Xiaoyu engaged in friendly conversations with Orochimaru and Kabuto. Through their discussions, Minus and Chung Xiaoyu obtained the intelligence they sought and reached a cooperation agreement with Orochimaru and Kabuto. At this moment, Chung Xiaoyu broke the silence, glancing helplessly at Minus as he spoke. "I never expected such a big event would happen in the ninja world. It's truly outrageous." Minus nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with Chung Xiaoyu's sentiments. Indeed, the changes occurring in the ninja world were beyond imagination. What do you mean by the Sage of Six Paths and the Hokage world forcibly resurrecting Uchiha Madara, Obito, and other Six Paths level powerhouses? And resurrecting the 5 villages past Hokages. What is going on with that? Minus furrowed his brows, questioning with a puzzled expression. Also, Kakashi can now temporarily contend with the Six Paths. The ninja world has expanded tenfold, and the era of universal cultivation has arrived in the ninja world. What is that all about? It's absurd. Shang Xiaoyu also wore an incredulous expression. Originally, the Hokage world was more advanced than the pirate world. Now that these changes have occurred, wouldn't it be even more advanced? Furthermore, Orochimaru mentioned that the chakra energy in the Hokage world has become extremely abundant after the Six Paths powerhouses brought energy from beyond, making cultivation easier. In the current ninja world, not to mention the Six Paths level powerhouses, there are plenty of super shadow level powerhouses, and shadow level powerhouses are as numerous as stars, with elite jounin everywhere. Such changes are indeed mind-boggling. Minus stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before saying, "It seems that the situation in the ninja world has undergone earth-shaking changes. These newly emerged powerhouses and changes might have unexpected impacts on us." Shang Xiaoyu nodded, saying, "Exactly, we must closely monitor the developments in the ninja world. Although Orochimaru and Kabuto have reached a cooperation with us, we cannot fully trust them. Yes, these two are notorious for their cunning in the ninja world. However, for now, they are useful to us, so let's use them to gather more intelligence about the ninja world." A glint of cold light flashed in Minus's eyes. The two continued to delve into discussions about the ninja world situation, considering how to respond to various potential scenarios. Meanwhile, on the other side on the sea, Orochimaru and Kabuto were observing the turbulent waves, secretly calculating their cooperation with Minus and Shang Xiaoyu. Orochimaru squinted slightly, saying, "Kabuto, this cooperation with them is merely a temporary measure. We must find a way to extract the intelligence we want from them and then make further plans." Kabuto nodded, replying, "Lord Orochimaru, don't worry, I understand. The pirate world seems quite complex. We can take this opportunity to learn more. Perhaps we can find something beneficial to us." In this mysterious and ever-changing world, various forces were secretly vying for dominance, and a greater storm seemed to be brewing quietly. What stories will unfold in the future between the ninja world, the pirate world, and the forces represented by Minus and Shang Xiaoyu? Time flows like a gentle stream, silently yet swiftly moving forward, and before one knows it, more than 3 years have passed in the pirate world. At this moment, in the fantastical and adventurous pirate world, it was the year 1520 March. This year was destined to be an extraordinary year for the pirate world, because this is the day when the destined young man Luffy set sail. Looking back 3 years ago, a shocking war broke out in the pirate world, located in Serbia. The scale of this war was unprecedented, with all participating parties being top forces in the pirate world. The Whitebeard pirates, once feared across the seas, symbolized strength and glory, with crew members who were all exceptionally powerful, dominating the seas and instilling awe in countless pirates. The red-haired pirates, known for their captain Shank's dominance and wisdom, shone like brilliant stars, illuminating a part of the pirate world. Then there was Rayleigh, the legendary figure who once assisted Pirate King Roger with unfathomable strength and unparalleled swordsmanship. Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, whose name was Thunderous, wielded a black sword that none could withstand. However, the outcome of this war was lamentable. The Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates were severely weakened in the flames of battle, and all perished. Strong figures like Rayleigh and Mihawk also died in this brutal conflict, their brilliance seemingly overshadowed by the war's gloom. Yet, during this great war, the Hunter Guild emerged unexpectedly, achieving significant accomplishments through excellent strategic deployment and the bravery of its members. Their performance on the battlefield drew the attention of the entire pirate world, and their status reached an unprecedented height because of it. Just when everyone thought the Hunter Guild would dominate the pirate world with this victory, possibly defeating pirates, the Navy, and the world government to seize power, an unprecedented upheaval suddenly arrived. The will of the pirate world, a mysterious and powerful entity, appeared before everyone without warning. Its voice resonated like a great bell, echoing in every corner of the pirate world, announcing a shocking message to all. Forces from other worlds will attack the pirate world. This news struck like a bolt from the blue, instantly causing an uproar in the pirate world. Whether it was the imposing navy, the world government that controlled the world order, the revolutionary army with its revolutionary ideals, or powerful figures like Kaido standing at the peak of the pirate world, all fell in a deep panic and shock. They never anticipated that the will of the pirate world would suddenly descend upon them, let alone bring such world-altering news. However, not everyone was completely engulfed in fear. Ambitious figures like the five elders and Kaido, after a brief shock, flashed with excitement and eagerness in their eyes. In their minds, this might be a rare opportunity. If the will of the pirate world was to be believed, then they had a legitimate excuse to counterattack other worlds, conquer the world, and claim kingship. They fantasized about the glorious scene of standing atop the world, controlling everything. However, the subsequent actions of the will of the pirate world struck them like a blow to the head, shattering their fantasies and plunging them into deep despair. The will of the pirate world first announced a new ranking system for the realms of the pirate world, followed by a detailed power ranking list. These two lists appeared in a shocking manner above the world, allowing everyone to see clearly. Pirate World Realm Rankings. Headquarters Major General, Headquarters Lieutenant General, Elite Lieutenant General, Vice Admiral, Admiral for Emperors, King Level, God Level, Subgod Level Pirate World Power Ranking. Otsutsuki Imu, King Level Peak. Currently injured. Redfield, King Level Initial, currently aging. Steelbone Kong, King Level Initial, currently aging. Minus, Emperor Level Peak, continuously growing stronger. Chung Xiaoyu, also known as the Shadow King, Emperor Level Peak, continuously growing stronger. Kaido for Emperor's Peak. When this power ranking appeared above the sea, the entire pirate world erupted, with exclamations of astonishment echoing. First, Minus, the Shadow King, and Kaido, among other renowned figures in the pirate world, knew each other well and understood each other's strength. They had thought they were standing at the peak of the world. Yet now, on this list, they were merely at the Emperor level peak. This gave them a new understanding of their own strength and filled them with awe towards this unknown ranking. The other three on the list, Otsutsuki Imu, Redfield, and Steelbone Kong, aroused strong curiosity and confusion among the masses. Although many strong individuals knew some rumors about Redfield and Steelbone Kong, they had always hidden in the shadows, rarely showcasing their strength in front of the world. As for Otsutsuki Imu, this name was completely unfamiliar to the vast majority of people. The fact that he was listed as a king-level peak powerhouse and was currently injured was simply hard to believe. What kind of terrifying existence could injure a king-level peak powerhouse? This question lingered in everyone's mind, sparking countless speculations. Figures like Sengoku, Garp, and Kaido, standing at the pinnacle of power and strength in the pirate world, naturally knew some of Redfield and Steelbone Kong's past. However, they knew nothing about Otsutsuki Imu, leaving them filled with regret. The five elders of the world government, who had always followed Lord Imu, had never known Imu's surname. Now, with the exposure of the power ranking, they finally learned that Imu's surname was Otsutsuki. This discovery stirred great waves in the hearts of the five elders, as they realized that this figure who had always hidden in the background was far more mysterious and powerful than they had imagined. In addition to the five elders, there were others who were not unfamiliar with Imu, namely Minus and Chung Xiaoyu. Upon seeing Otsutsuki Imu's name on the power ranking, the two instantly realized many puzzles that had previously troubled them were solved. It turned out that when Orochimaru and Kabuto left, they had told them an astonishing truth. Kabuto, after some calculations, discovered that the energy of the pirate world was remarkably similar to the chakra of the Naruto world. The energy of the pirate world could be easily converted into chakra. Moreover, Kabuto also deduced the reason they crossed over from the ninja world to the pirate world. It was precisely because the energy of the pirate world and chakra were too similar that the white energy portal misjudged the pirate world as the past ninja world, leading them to mistakenly arrive in this strange world. At the time, Minus and Chung Xiaoyu had disbelief written all over their faces. After all, two seemingly unrelated worlds had such a close connection, which was hard to accept. But now, seeing Otsutsuki Imu's name on the power ranking, they finally understood everything. From their speculation, the truth of the matter might be this: far away in the highlands, the Otsutsuki clan sent people to various planets to plant divine trees in order to absorb the energy of the planets. Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Ishiki were sent to the ninja world, while Otsutsuki Imu, due to his low status and weak strength, could only come alone to the relatively weaker pirate world. In the pirate world, Otsutsuki Imu arrived and discovered that there were no opponents who could threaten him. So he began his conspiracy. He planted the god tree, preparing to eat the chakra fruit once it ripened, thus gaining even greater power. However, his scheme did not escape the eyes of the will of the pirate world. The will of the pirate world understood that if Otsutsuki Imu's plan succeeded, it would bring disaster to the entire world. Therefore, it consumed a tremendous amount of energy to create Joy Boy, the legendary sun god Nika, to stop Otsutsuki Imu. Joy Boy bore a significant mission and engaged in an earth-shattering battle with Otsutsuki Imu. This battle lasted several days and nights, shaking the entire pirate world. Both sides unleashed their strongest moves, causing energy fluctuations that created towering waves in the sea and massive cracks on land. Ultimately, the battle ended with Joy Boy's heroic sacrifice. While Otsutsuki Imu was severely injured and on the brink of death, forced to fall into a deep sleep. Seeing that there was no way to deal with Otsutsuki Imu, the will of the pirate world decided to expend all its energy to forcibly change the chakra fruit god tree. Under the powerful influence of the will of the pirate world, the chakra fruit god tree underwent a miraculous transformation, gradually evolving into the ability fruit god tree. From then on, devil fruits began to grow and fall from this god tree, becoming an important means for many powerful individuals in the pirate world to pursue strength. The power ranking in the pirate world has always been the focus of everyone's attention, with the names of those at the top shining like brilliant stars above this sea full of adventure and the unknown. People talk about the legendary deeds of those on the ranking during their leisure time, relishing in their strength and stories. However, just as everyone was immersed in admiration and reverence for the strong, the vast and majestic voice of the will of the pirate world suddenly resonated in everyone's hearts without warning. This voice seemed to come from an endless void, carrying an undeniable power that shook the souls of everyone. To prevent the pirate world from being swallowed by other worlds, I will do a few final things for this world. The words of the world will struck the hearts of the people like a heavy hammer. First, I will increase the land area of the entire pirate world tenfold. This means that the pirate world will become infinitely large, and the land will also become harder and stronger. With this proclamation, a vast, indestructible pirate world emerged in everyone's minds. The already expansive sea would become even more vast, and the scattered islands would have a more solid foundation, as if forging a sturdy fortress against the impending storm. Second, I will forcibly change the energy of the pirate world, allowing everyone to cultivate in order to cope with the interdimensional world war that may arise in the future. Third, since the individuals in the pirate world are too weak, I must take special measures to restore the fallen strong and those with physical ailments back to their peak state. Fourth, what I can finally tell you is that when teleportation portals appear all over the world, it will mark the beginning of an invasion from other worlds. This warning from the will of the world was like a clarion call, causing everyone's hearts to tense up. The invasion from other worlds meant unknown dangers and challenges, and the pirate world would face an unprecedented crisis. After the will of the pirate world finished speaking, another scene appeared in the sky. In the image, a white energy portal on the island of Serbia stood out, emanating a mysterious glow as if connecting to another mysterious world. Then, two figures appeared in the image, Orochimaru and Kabuto. At that moment, Minus and Chung Xiaoyu saw this scene created by the will of the world, and their brows furrowed tightly. They understood that this action by the will of the pirate world had completely exposed Orochimaru and the others. Sure enough, when people around the world saw the two figures in the sky, their faces filled with shock. It turned out that the arrival of other worlds in the pirate world was real. This thought flashed through everyone's minds, and for a moment, Various noises erupted across the pirate world. After all, this scene was too shocking. No one would believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Immediately afterward, the will of the pirate world, under everyone's gaze, roared with authority, increased the area. This roar seemed to possess boundless power, instantly spreading throughout the entire pirate world. Upon hearing this, the people of the pirate world suddenly saw enormous green energy appear from the sky. Countless green energy pillars descended like divine columns from the heavens, appearing all over the world. That vibrant green energy, like the source of life, radiated vitality, instantly covering the entire pirate world in greenery. The people of the pirate world looked at this spectacle in awe, completely stunned by this incredible scene. Then, they suddenly noticed that the ground beneath their feet was shaking, as if a tremendous force was pushing it. The ground was not only shaking, but also expanding, widening in an infinite direction. Once the green energy dissipated, the shaking of the ground had stopped, and the entire pirate world underwent earth-shattering changes. The original buildings, in the face of this immense change, had become incredibly small, like ants. The ground, islands, and forests had expanded countless times, and the once familiar landscapes had become strange and grand. The sea had also become immensely vast, forming deep-sea areas that seemed to hide endless secrets. As everyone carefully sensed this scene, they truly realized that the world was indeed growing larger. However, before they could recover from this immense shock, the sky once again resonated with that magnificent and vast voice. After the red rain, the people of the pirate world will find it easier to cultivate. At the same time, those incomplete, strong individuals will also recover to their original state. Additionally, some deceased, strong individuals will be resurrected in the pirate world's homeland. After the will of the pirate world finished this statement, a sudden thunderclap echoed through the sky. This thunder sounded like the roar of creation, shaking the entire pirate world. Following that thunder, numerous other thunders appeared around the world, as if the sky was playing a prelude to the impending transformation. Then, red clouds appeared in the sky. These red clouds, like burning flames, looked mysterious and enchanting. They drifted slowly in the sky, seemingly carrying an invisible magic. If one were not careful, they might get lost within them. Under the gaze of the pirate world's people, the red clouds began to drip red raindrops continuously. First, they fell drop by drop like pearls, then transformed into a torrential downpour, cascading down from the sky like a waterfall. In an instant, the pirate world was again bathed in red. With the falling red rain, the people of the pirate world and the ground underwent tremendous changes. Various untalented commoners felt their bodies become unprecedentedly light under the shower of red rain. The long-accumulated impurities in their bodies seemed to be drawn out by a mysterious force, expelled one after another. They could clearly feel the wonderful changes occurring within their bodies, as if they had been granted new life. The older generation of powerful individuals, bathed in the red rain, underwent astonishing transformations. Their once aged faces gradually returned to the peak appearance of their middle age, erasing the traces that time had left on them. The dim eyes that had once been clouded by injuries now shone with sharp brilliance, as if they had regained the vigor of their youth. Some powerful individuals, who had lost confidence due to physical disabilities and had lost their drive to move forward, miraculously found their bodies restored during this red rain. The ailments that had once plagued them disappeared without a trace. They felt the completeness of their bodies and the surge of strength, igniting boundless hope for the future. Most astonishingly, those who had long been dead appeared out of thin air on a familiar yet strange island. Figures like Roger, Yu Qian, Crocodile, Ghost Spider, Moria, Shaki, the Red-Haired Pirates, main crew, Rayleigh, Hawkeye, Jack, and the Whitebeard Pirates, main crew, were all resurrected. Bathed in the red rain and gazing at the unfamiliar land, the resurrected individuals wore bewildered expressions. They did not know what had happened, their memories still fixed on the moment before their deaths. The will of the pirate world had not injected them with new memories, so they were filled with confusion about everything before them. However, as the red rain continued to fall upon them, their bodies kept changing. First, their appearances completely restored to that of their middle age, radiating vitality, and energy. The injuries they had once suffered vanished without a trace, as if they had never been hurt at all. They felt reborn, experiencing this marvelous transformation. Meanwhile, after the will of the pirate world completed all of this, it fell silent, as if it had truly vanished, leaving behind a pirate world filled with change and hope. Nevertheless, the people of the pirate world did not feel disheartened by the disappearance of the world will. Instead, they became excited. They clearly understood that a new era had arrived. In this era, as long as they worked hard to cultivate, everything was possible. However, with the resurrection of many powerful individuals and the immense changes in the world, the pirate world also became more chaotic. Various forces began to reshuffle, and new contradictions and conflicts emerged continuously. Those forces that had once been dormant saw an opportunity to rise and began to stir. The already powerful forces also worked hard to consolidate their positions, attempting to dominate in this chaotic situation. In the vast and ever-changing pirate world, the New World Serbia Island stood like a mysterious and unique pearl, emanating an irresistible aura. This island had witnessed countless thrilling battles, each fight leaving a profound mark etched in the memory of the land. However, remarkably, despite enduring numerous battles, the enormous black-purple castle on the island stood proudly, seemingly showcasing its resilience and indomitable spirit. This castle was not only the iconic building of Serbia Island, but also became the focal point of attention due to the mysterious power it contained and the stories behind it. The Hunter Guild within the castle, after experiencing these great battles, appeared even more extraordinary, like a brilliant star shining with unique light on the stage of the pirate world. Entering this magnificent black-purple castle, 5 black-purple chairs stood in the center of the hall, exuding a mysterious and noble aura, as if narrating tales of glory and honor. At this moment, on these 5 chairs, 2 of them were occupied by 2 exceptionally charismatic young men. They were Minos and Chung Xiaoyu. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had gone by. During these 3 long years, Minos and Chung Xiaoyu underwent countless trials and challenges, their strengths changing dramatically. The youthful innocence on their faces had long faded, replaced by a mature and steady demeanor, and their eyes revealed determination and confidence, as if they could see through everything in the world. Minos sat on the magnificent black-purple chair, holding a newspaper, casually scanning its contents. After a moment, he slightly raised his head, gazing into the distance, and calmly spoke. "It seems like it's already March 1520, right?" Minos's voice was low and calm, yet it carried a sense of power that transcended time and space. Chung Xiaoyu, sitting in the other chair, turned his head slightly upon hearing Minos's words, glanced at him, and smiled confidently. "That's right, 3 years have passed, and this year is indeed March 1520. Chung Xiaoyu's voice was full of vitality and enthusiasm, as if he was filled with limitless expectations for the future. Minos slowly put down the newspaper in his hand, placing it on the table beside him, then looked up at Chung Xiaoyu, a faint smile appearing on his face. 3 years passed so quickly. In the blink of an eye, it's already 1520. His eyes showed a hint of nostalgia, as if reminiscing about the moments of the past 3 years. Moreover, with the interference of the will of the pirate world, the entire pirate world had undergone tremendous changes. Minos slightly furrowed his brow and continued. This has made events that had already changed seem to return to the starting point. His words were filled with helplessness and confusion, seemingly astonished by the power of the will of the pirate world. Chung Xiaoyu frowned slightly upon hearing Minos's words, as if deep in thought. After a moment, he smiled lightly and spoke. "You mean the matter of the Alabasta Kingdom and Ace joining the Whitebeard, Roger, and Shank's Pirate Alliance, right?" Minos did not answer Chung Xiaoyu's question, but instead fell into deep reminiscence. His thoughts returned to 3 years ago, when the pirate world was in turmoil. The Whitebeard pirates, red-haired pirates, and Roger, along with other giants of the pirate world, decided to unite against the oppression of the Hunter Guild and the world government, forming a powerful force known as the Great Pirate Alliance. The establishment of this alliance undoubtedly stirred a great wave in the pirate world, drawing the attention of various forces. Following the formation of the Great Pirate Alliance, Big Mom and Kaido also recognized the changing situation. to secure a foothold in this turbulent world. They allied with the Golden Lion to form a new force called the New Pirate Alliance. The emergence of this force once again altered the power dynamics of the pirate world, plunging the entire world into even more intense conflicts. In this struggle for power, the world government remained high above, steadfast on its lofty mountain, controlling the world's order. The Marine headquarters bore the heavy responsibility of maintaining peace at sea, guarding the Grand Line and the Four Seas, engaging in fierce battles with the pirates. The Revolutionary Army, as a force pursuing freedom and equality, still remains steadfast in its original territory, silently accumulating strength and waiting for the right moment. The Great Pirate Alliance chose an island named Racuna, located in the very center of the New World, as their base. This originally inconspicuous little island underwent astonishing changes under the mysterious influence of the will of the pirate world. It gradually expanded, becoming enormous, and transformed into a large island capable of accommodating numerous pirates. Even if everyone from the Great Pirate Alliance lived there, they would occupy only 1/10 of the space. This shows just how shocking the changes brought by the will of the pirate world are. Big Mom, Gold Lion, and others made a bold decision. They abandoned their original territories and gathered in Wano, establishing their new Pirate Alliance power on Kaido's territory. From then on, the pirate world was formed into a situation where 6 peak forces confronted each other, like 6 brilliant stars shining with their own light on the sea. Returning to the present, Minos awakened from his memories. He glanced at Chung Xiaoyu and spoke lightly. "You're not wrong. I do feel a bit sentimental about this so-called destiny." Minos then continued slowly. "I didn't expect that the resurrected crocodile still chose to act tyrannically in the Alabasta Kingdom. And that brat Ace, for some reason, still ran to Whitebeard's side." At this point, Minos's gaze sharpened, revealing a hint of confusion and disbelief. And then he said quietly, "It seems that destiny is predetermined. However, that has nothing to do with us. 3 years have passed. It's time to bring some shock to the world again." A flash of determination suddenly appeared in Minos's eyes, as if he had made a certain decision. Chung Xiaoyu, hearing Minos's words, had a flash of excitement and expectation in his eyes. He smiled gently and said, "You're right. After 3 years, we have both reached maturity. Our combat power has reached the mid-level of the king rank, and we are already very powerful." Chung Xiaoyu's voice was filled with confidence, fully believing in both his and Minos's strength. Next, it's time for the rest of the kings to descend. Chung Xiaoyu's eyes revealed a serious expression. Hearing this, Minos's face showed a hint of daze. Yes, at this moment, he had reached maturity, and his realm had also reached the mid-level of the king rank. The efforts and sacrifices of these 3 years had finally paid off. His strength had improved dramatically, capable of overwhelming any enemy. "System, open the system panel," Minos whispered in his heart. "Ding, the system panel has been opened. The host can just check it." A crisp voice rang in Minos's mind. Minos looked at the system panel, which had undergone significant changes. It showed, host, Minos age, 22 skills, top-level armament hockey, top-level observation hockey, top-level conqueror's hockey, flowing rock-shattering fist, ordinary punch, continuous ordinary punch, swordsmanship, red snake style, purple snake style, navigator skills, helmsman skills. Physique, mid-level king rank physique, maturity. Items, 50 great knives dark soul, kill value. 1, 527. 650 points realm. Mid-level king rank, black dragon form. Mid-level king rank, evaluation. You have now reached the mid-level of the king rank, and you can exchange blows with even peak king rank experts. However, be cautious not to encounter divine level experts, or you will be easily killed by them in an instant. Minos looked at the information on the system panel. A surge of power surged in his heart. He knew that he had reached a new height in the pirate world. However, the road ahead was still filled with challenges and uncertainties. Above the king rank, there were still divine level experts. Nevertheless, Minos was not afraid because he possessed strong strength, unwavering faith, and the support of the system as a super cheat. Minos calmly exited the system panel. He slightly turned his head, his gaze falling on Chung Xiaoyu beside him, his eyes deep and restrained, as if hiding endless plans. After a moment, He spoke lightly, his voice soft, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Then, the king plan officially begins. Minos squinted slightly, lost in thought, and said slowly, I still remember 3 years ago. We originally planned to hunt Kaido and Yamato of the Beast Pirates, using this opportunity to bring forth the Destruction King and the Fawn King. Everything was ready, just waiting for that critical moment. His tone carried a hint of regret. However, the intervention of the Whitebeard pirates and the Red-Hair pirates disrupted all plans. Their appearance complicated the situation, and we had to temporarily shelve the plan for the kings to descend. This delay lasted 3 years. Chung Xiaoyu frowned slightly, a hint of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Yes, at that time, the strength of the Whitebeard pirates was a bit troublesome, and the red-haired pirates were not to be underestimated. Acting recklessly would only be counterproductive. Minos's gaze sharpened, revealing determination and confidence. But now, it's different. We have both broken through to king-level strength, and with the support of the Shadow Legion, dealing with Kaido and their newly formed pirate alliance is more than sufficient. Chung Xiaoyu nodded vigorously upon hearing this, his eyes filled with eagerness. That's right, I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. All along, due to various factors, our plans could not proceed smoothly. Now that we have this opportunity, we absolutely cannot miss it. Minos looked at Chung Xiaoyu's impatient demeanor. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then let's start the Great War. Let the entire pirate world know that our era has arrived. After saying this, he calmly stood up from his chair and walked steadily towards the outside. Chung Xiaoyu followed suit without hesitation, their figures appearing particularly resolute in the glow of the setting sun. A day later, Minos and Chung Xiaoyu sat leisurely in the chairs on the yacht, which was cutting through the waves and rapidly heading towards Wano. The sea breeze howled, lifting their clothes, but it did not affect their determined expressions at all. Before leaving the Serbian headquarters, Minos made careful arrangements. He left behind Puppet Number 5 and Puppet Number 4, both of whom were strong generals. These two puppets were not simple. Over the past 3 years, through special training and enhancement, their strength had undergone astonishing improvements. Although they had not yet reached king-level strength, the gap between them and the king level was minimal. Chung Xiaoyu also did not dare to be careless. He left several thousand shadow soldiers stationed on the Serbian island. These shadow soldiers concealed themselves in the darkness, constantly alert to their surroundings to prevent enemies from taking the opportunity to attack their headquarters. At the same time, the information about Minos and Chung Xiaoyu leaving the Serbian island quickly reached the eyes of various major forces through the infiltration of those spies. Minos and Chung Xiaoyu looked down on these spies completely. They want to boldly declare that they are going to challenge various forces, instilling fear in their opponents and making them wait anxiously for the impending storm. In the vast and splendid office in Mary Geos, several members of the Gorosei are gathered around a table, holding the intelligence they just received, each face filled with contemplation. The middle-aged Gorosei, holding a sword, furrows his brow, worry evident in his eyes, and speaks in a low voice. What are Minos and the Shadow King up to this time? It's only been 3 years, and they can't contain their impatience. Are they going to stir up trouble in this world again? The middle-aged Gorosei, with a mustache, narrows his gaze, carefully analyzing the information, and slowly says, it's very likely. Look, Minos and the Shadow King left together. This is no coincidence. They must have significant actions planned, and their target is probably not small. The middle-aged Gorosei, leaning on a cane, gently sighs, glancing at the others with a hint of concern in his tone. I wonder who they are targeting this time. I hope it's not the Navy or the world government. If they turn their sights on us, that would be troublesome. At this moment, the short-haired, middle-aged Gorosei smiles lightly, seemingly confident. Don't worry about Minos targeting us or the Navy. According to the powerful intelligence network of CP, they've discovered that Minos's ship is heading towards Wano. Upon hearing this, the Gorosei are initially stunned, then expressions of delight appear on their faces. The long-bearded, middle-aged Gorosei smiles slightly, a glint of calculation in his eyes. In that case, let them fight among themselves. Kaido's pirate alliance will undoubtedly have a fierce battle with Minos and the Shadow King. We just need to watch the changes and reap the benefits. The other Gorosei nod in agreement. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the atmosphere in the Admiral's office is tense. Sengoku sits at his desk, tightly gripping the intelligence, his expression grim. Minus and the Shadow King are up to something again. Sengoku murmurs to himself. Every time these two appear, they create earth-shattering events in the pirate world, making him remain highly vigilant. However, when he sees that the intelligence records that Minus and the Shadow King are heading towards Wano, Sengoku breathes a sigh of relief. At least for now, this matter does not have a direct connection to the Navy. Moreover, after these years of development, the Navy's strength has vastly improved. Not only have Garp and Zephyr regained their peak powers, but the overall strength of the Navy has also greatly expanded. At this moment, the Marine headquarters has 5 admirals. With the addition of Fujitora and Green Bull to the original 3 admirals, the Navy's high-end combat power has reached a new level. Amid the nationwide training frenzy, the strength of the Navy's vice admirals and rear admirals has also significantly improved, and their numbers have increased considerably. The overall strength of the Navy has reached an unprecedented height. Thinking of this, Sengoku can't help but sigh. I hope Minus and the Shadow King won't involve the Navy this time. The pirate world is already chaotic enough. It can't withstand more upheaval. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters, Dragon stands quietly by the window, holding the same intelligence. Sweat drips down his face, revealing deep concern in his eyes. Kaido, huh? Dragon murmurs to himself, fully aware that an unprecedented upheaval is about to hit the seas. The actions of Minus and the Shadow King are likely to disrupt the existing pirate landscape, triggering a series of chain reactions. After a long silence, Dragon slowly speaks, his voice low and resigned. I hope you can survive. Regardless of the outcome of this great battle, the pirate world will face tremendous changes, and we, the Revolutionary Army, must be prepared for various situations. In the mysterious and vast seas of the New World, there is an island called Racuna. This island is usually peaceful and serene, but today, in a large conference room on the island, the atmosphere is as tense as before a storm. Several powerful figures gather here, each emanating a unique and powerful aura, all of whom are well-known figures in these seas. At this moment, their faces are filled with seriousness, and their eyes reveal deep concern. They are acutely aware of the terrifying strength of Minus and the Shadow King, and they understand what it means for these two to act simultaneously, signaling an impending storm. The silence in the conference room stretches for a long time until it is first broken by the middle-aged Rayleigh. He furrows his brow and speaks in a low, somewhat emotional tone. It seems Kaido and the others are inescapably doomed this time. The strength of Minus and the Shadow King is too overwhelming. Once they take action, Kaido's side will likely struggle to resist. From Rayleigh's heavy sigh, one can imagine the formidable image Minus and the Shadow King hold in everyone's hearts. Standing nearby, Roger wears a relaxed smile. Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, he bursts into hearty laughter and says, Rayleigh, are Minus and the Shadow King really that powerful? Why do I see you all looking so serious, as if the sky is about to fall? After saying this, Roger's sharp gaze sweeps over Whitebeard, Shanks, Kazuki Oden, and the others. However, what he sees is the seriousness and gravity on their faces, devoid of any hint of jest. Whitebeard glances helplessly at the oblivious Roger, sighs lightly, and slowly says, Roger, we all died because of Minus and the Shadow King. Do you think they're not strong? Their power exceeds our previous understanding, and their methods are unpredictable. We suffered a crushing defeat at their hands. Beside him, red-haired Shanks nods gravely and slowly adds, Captain Roger, Whitebeard is right. Minus and the Shadow King are too powerful. Their strength is unfathomable, capable of stirring up great waves with a single gesture. Moreover, they have a shadow army, and each of those shadow soldiers possesses remarkable strength, acting with a ghostly elusiveness. Besides that, they have some unknown powerful allies whose strength is also not to be underestimated. This is bad. Suddenly, Kazuki Oden can't help but exclaim, his face filled with anxiety. If that's the case, Wano is doomed. It will surely be completely destroyed. Originally, Oden was eager to return to Wano to take revenge on Kaido, but after witnessing Kaido's current strength, He knows he is no match and reluctantly abandons this dangerous idea. Later, with sincere invitations from Whitebeard and Roger, he joined the Pirate Alliance. Seeing Odin in a state of agitation, like an ant on a hot pot, Roger quickly comforts him. Don't worry, Odin. Minos and the Shadow King should only be causing trouble for Kaido and the others. Their target is most likely Kaido's faction, and they probably won't make things difficult for Wano. After all, Wano may not have direct conflicts of interest with them. Immediately afterward, Roger's expression sharpens as he scans the crowd, speaking in a deep voice. However, the world is unpredictable. If things go awry, we must head to Wano to investigate. If they end up in a mutual destruction, it might be a rare opportunity for us to deal with Minos and the Shadow King, two looming threats. After Roger finished speaking, Whitebeard, Shanks, and others nodded in agreement. They had long harbored a deep-seated hatred for Minos and the Shadow King, always yearning for an opportunity to exact revenge. Now, it seemed that this was indeed an excellent opportunity. A flicker of hopeful flames ignited in everyone's eyes, as if they could see the dawn of victory over these two formidable foes. In the vast expanse of the New World, Wano country stood out like a mysterious and unique pearl, exuding an ancient and enchanting aura. On Onigashima, the enormous island rising in the waters of Wano, a powerful new pirate alliance was emerging. This alliance was formed by the former Golden Lion pirates, the former Beast pirates, and the Big Mom pirates joining forces, with various factions gathering together, which should have been a grand and ambitious sight. However, within a magnificent and colossal palace on Onigashima, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense and oppressive. The palace's dome soared high, with walls adorned with paintings depicting glorious battle scenes from pirates past, and enormous crystal chandeliers casting a dim yellow light that failed to dissipate the tension hanging in the air. Several tall figures stood in the center of the palace, gripping intelligence reports tightly, their faces filled with solemnity. Among them, Kaido of the 100 Beasts leaned slightly forward, his thick brows furrowed tightly, resembling two dark mountain ranges, and his expression was extremely complex, reflecting both worry about the impending crisis and the gravity of the unknown challenges ahead. That guy has already arrived. Kaido's voice was deep and hoarse, as if emerging from a deep valley, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. He knew well that the guy mentioned, Minos, along with the Shadow King who came with him, made this impending storm full of unknowns and dangers. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy, almost suffocating, a bright yet somewhat unruly laughter broke the silence. Could it be that Minos and the Shadow King are really that powerful? Are you two really this serious? The speaker was a middle-aged man with golden hair and twin swords in hand, none other than the legendary pirate, Golden Lion. He slightly raised his chin, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain. In his view, the supposed power of Minos and the Shadow King was merely exaggerated rumors, blown out of proportion by the masses. Moreover, Golden Lion had long since regained his peak state and believed he was not much weaker than the two. Kaido slowly raised his head, his deep gaze first glancing at Golden Lion, holding a hint of helplessness and warning, before turning his attention to Big Mom. He sighed softly and spoke in a low voice, Lin, I never expected this day would come. It really caught me off guard. At this moment, Kaido had reverted to his middle-aged appearance, losing some of his former arrogance and gaining a sense of calm through hardships. The now middle-aged Big Mom was graceful and stunning, gently brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Noticing Kaido's complex expression, she chuckled lightly, her voice as clear as silver bells yet with a hint of charm. Kaido, you seem to have become a bit sentimental after reverting to your middle age. However, her smile flashed by quickly, returning to seriousness as she continued, but you are right. This day has finally arrived. Kaido gazed at the now shapely and beautiful Charlotte Lin, a complex expression flashing in his eyes as he spoke again in a low voice. I just didn't expect that guy, Minos and the Shadow King, after 3 years of seclusion, would be preparing to strike at us. It truly caught me off guard. Scenes of his past meeting with Minos flooded his mind, recalling the ambition exuding from that guy, like a surging tide, sending chills down his spine. Suddenly, Charlotte Lin looked at Kaido, her eyes charming, and smiled seductively, a smile that seemed to captivate the soul. Kaido, are you scared? That is a bit disappointing. Her words carried a hint of provocation, attempting to stir Kaido's fighting spirit. The now middle-aged Kaido, gazing at the enchanting Charlotte Linlin, felt a surge of heat in his heart, ready to respond, but was abruptly interrupted by a furious voice. Kaido, you brat. Charlotte Linlin is now a formidable enemy, and you two are here flirting. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Golden Lion's face flushed, shouting at them in anger. Unable to tolerate Kaido and Big Mom's nonchalance at such a critical moment, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin looked up to see Golden Lion's eyes wide open, like an enraged lion. Before Kaido could say anything, Charlotte Linlin provocatively smiled at Golden Lion, her lips curling slightly, her eyes filled with disdain. Old man Golden Lion, I see you are envious of us. She paused, her tone becoming sharper. Of course, someone like you, hiding in a filthy gutter, wouldn't understand this. Golden Lion was already furious at Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's seemingly relaxed demeanor in the face of danger, and now, with Charlotte Linlin's merciless provocation, his anger boiled over. His gaze sharpened, like two razor-sharp blades, fixating on Charlotte Linlin as he coldly stated, "If you two want to die, I can fulfill that for you." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere around Golden Lion suddenly changed, a powerful conqueror's haki erupting from him like a surging volcanic eruption. In an instant, red and black lightning swirled around him like furious dragons, raging and distorting the surrounding air. Charlotte Linlin's eyes flashed with anger upon seeing this. She equally refused to back down, angrily smiling. "Old man, do you still think this era belongs to you?" With that, her gaze sharpened, and her terrifying conqueror's haki erupted from her body in a tidal wave. In an instant, red and black lightning surrounded her as well, these bolts swirling and expanding, forming a stark confrontation with Golden Lion's haki. The two torrents of red and black lightning collided violently, resembling two furious dragons entangled in the sky, clashing with each other, each impact producing a deafening roar, as if to tear the entire palace apart. Wherever the lightning struck, the air was instantly ionized, emitting a pungent odor. Suddenly, Kaido bellowed, "Stop! Do you want to make a fool of yourselves?" His voice boomed like a bell throughout the palace. After speaking, Kaido's gaze flashed, and his powerful conqueror's haki surged like a tsunami toward Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin's haki. For a moment, it felt as though three red and black lightning dragons were violently clashing and battling within the vast palace. The sound of lightning striking the ground was incessant. The floor charred black, releasing a pungent burnt smell. Fortunately, Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido paused their confrontation after a brief standoff. Although the three withdrew their haki, the atmosphere in the massive palace grew even more serious. At this moment, it wasn't just the heavy tension from the imminent threat of Minos and the Shadow King, but also the special tension of the alliance between Kaido and the others seemingly on the verge of fracturing, like dark clouds hanging over everyone's heart. Ultimately, Kaido took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. He first glanced at the Golden Lion with a hint of sincerity and determination in his eyes, then shifted his gaze to Charlotte Linlin and slowly spoke. "Now that a great enemy is upon us, we should not have any infighting. Otherwise, we will undoubtedly perish." His voice, though low, carried an undeniable resolve. At this point, Kaido's gaze sharpened, and his expression grew even more serious as he continued. "I have met that guy Minos, and know well that his ambitions are vast. This time, he and the Shadow King are both making their moves, which must mean something significant is afoot." He slightly furrowed his brow, seemingly pondering the other party's conspiracy. "And their goal is quite clear. They are coming to our land of Wano. What they want may be the resources of Wano, its unique geographical location, or perhaps other unspeakable secrets. Regardless, our land of Wano is facing a tremendous crisis. Therefore, we must cooperate well to create a chance. In fact, Minos just wants you in Yamato." Upon hearing Kaido's words, both Charlotte Linlin and the Golden Lion couldn't help but nod in agreement. They understood that at this critical moment of life and death, infighting would undoubtedly be self-destructive. Only by uniting and jointly resisting external enemies could they have a glimmer of hope. Looking at the now calm Charlotte Linlin and Golden Lion, Kaido spoke in a deep voice. Let's gather everyone for a major meeting. We need to discuss a countermeasure. And everyone must be clear about the situation we face and their respective tasks. Hearing Kaido's words, the Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin nodded. Indeed, at this critical juncture, holding a meeting to consolidate various forces and formulate a detailed battle plan was imperative. Subsequently, the three began to get busy, each sending people to notify the various factions within the alliance to attend the meeting. During the waiting period, they continuously pondered the upcoming battle and how to survive this crisis while protecting their power and dignity in the land of Wano. Time flew by like a fleeting horse, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In this seemingly calm, yet turbulent half-month, the landscape of the pirate world was quietly undergoing earth-shattering changes. Minus and Chang Xiaoyu, two legendary figures in the pirate world, after 3 years of silence, embarked once again on a journey full of unknowns and challenges, and their destination this time was the mysterious and ancient land of Wano. During these 3 years, the pirate world had not been peaceful. Kaido, Big Mom, and the Golden Lion formed a powerful new pirate force, stirring up waves across the vast sea, attracting the attention of all factions. Meanwhile, Minus and Chang Xiaoyu, two unfathomable powerhouses, had always been like blades hidden in the darkness, elusive yet awe-inspiring. Now, their actions after 3 years undoubtedly felt like throwing a boulder into a calm lake, instantly creating a tense atmosphere in the pirate world, almost freezing the air, filled with a sense of impending doom. It seemed to foreshadow an unprecedented storm about to arrive. Almost the entire sea's gaze was focused on Minus, Chang Xiaoyu, and the land of Wano. People speculated about the intentions of these two powerhouses and what the intense confrontation in Wano would look like. However, Minus and Chang Xiaoyu remained extremely calm and composed, striding boldly toward the land of Wano, seemingly unfazed that their actions had become the center of attention and unconcerned about the numerous challenges they would soon face. The land of Wano, known for its unique culture and powerful warriors, became tense upon receiving news of Minus and Chang Xiaoyu's impending arrival. The atmosphere in the streets was filled with a sense of oppression, reminiscent of the calm before a storm, creating an invisible pressure. Every person in Wano understood that a massive crisis was quietly descending, a heavy feeling like dark clouds pressing down, making it hard to breathe. Finally, amid the public's gaze, the day arrived. Minus and Chang Xiaoyu stepped onto the land of Wano. Minus was dressed in a black suit, draped in a black justice cloak that billowed in the wind, showcasing his free-spiritedness. He slightly raised his head, curiosity and disdain flickering in his deep eyes as he surveyed the surrounding architecture filled with Eastern style, a slight smile playing on his lips as he said, "This should be the land of Wano, right? The country said to have ninjas?" His voice was deep and magnetic, echoing in the air as if carrying an innate authority. Chang Xiaoyu was similarly dressed in black, his cold face resembling ice that had not melted for a millennium. His gaze was sharp, quickly scanning the surroundings. His keen insight allowed him to realize that they were indeed in the place called Kuri from the original work. However, the land of Wano before him was far larger than described in the original work, easily more than 10 times its size. This vast land was filled with magnificent mountains and rushing rivers, hiding countless secrets and dangers. Fortunately, he and Minus had advanced navigation guidance, which allowed them to land smoothly on this land of Kuri. Chang Xiaoyu's gaze fell on a nearby village, his brow furrowing slightly as he softly remarked, "We have indeed arrived in the land of Wano, but the ninjas here are quite useless, not as powerful as those in the ninja world." His tone carried a hint of disdain, seemingly regarding the ninjas of Wano with contempt. Minus nodded slightly, his gaze also falling on that village, and with a faint smile, he replied, "The ninja world is primarily dominated by chakra, naturally possessing strong combat power. The land of Wano, being primarily samurai, is naturally inferior in terms of power structure." Once he finished speaking, Minos' expression suddenly turned cold and cruel, a sinister smile slowly appearing on his lips, as if the smile came from a demon from hell, sending chills down one's spine. He then slowly raised his right hand, palm facing up, and a dark energy began to gather in his hand. In an instant, a black energy ball appeared at the center of his right hand, resembling a black hole, continuously absorbing the surrounding light and exuding a terrifying aura. The moment the black energy ball appeared, the surrounding space seemed unable to withstand this powerful force, beginning to twist and explode violently, with cracks in space spreading like a spiderweb. Following that, a fierce wind arose, sand and stones flew, and the entire world was shrouded in this dark power. This was the terrifying wave caused by the powerful dark magic in Minos' hand, its immense power making one feel a sense of dread. Chung Xiaoyu looked at the dark magic appearing in Minos' hand, a curious smile appearing on his face, and he lightly said, "Is it about to begin?" His voice carried a hint of anticipation, as if he could not wait to see the bloody scene that would follow. Minos did not respond to Chung Xiaoyu's words, but instead coldly stared at the village ahead, gently waving his right hand toward the direction of the village. In an instant, that dark magic energy ball containing endless dark power shot toward the village like a meteor at high speed. The speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to react. When the dark magic energy ball made contact with the village, a devastating disaster erupted. All that could be heard was a series of deafening explosions, the bang 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 sounds echoing like thunder in the air, as the entire village was instantly engulfed in flames and thick smoke. The powerful shockwave of the explosions flattened the surrounding houses and trees in an instant, dust swirling throughout the space, blurring visibility. As the dust gradually settled, the scene before one's eyes was shocking. The village ahead had ceased to exist, replaced by a massive pit. The pit was over 100 meters long and 10 meters deep, with the residual heat from the explosion still lingering at the bottom, emitting a pungent odor. The surrounding land was scorched and desolate, as if it had just experienced a cataclysm akin to the end of the world. Meanwhile, the system's notification sounds continuously rang in Minos's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining points of kill value. These notifications seemed like a reward for the bloody slaughter, but at that moment, Minos paid no attention to them. His gaze remained cold as he looked at Chung Xiaoyu beside him and said with a soft laugh, "Let us start the slaughter from this Wano country. With our strengths combined with the Shadow Legion, there's no one left for us to fear." His voice was filled with confidence and arrogance, as if the entire pirate world was under his control. At this point, Minos's gaze suddenly turned cold, like frost in winter, and he said coldly, "Kill anyone we encounter. Regardless of who they are, there's no need to show mercy." After he finished speaking, he waved his right hand lightly, and a mysterious power radiated from his hand. In an instant, 5 figures appeared around him. These 5 figures were dressed in white robes, their expressions stern, exuding a powerful aura. They were the former puppet generals. Now, after 3 years of training and growth, experience purchased, they had reached mid-general strength, each possessing combat power capable of stirring up waves in the pirate world. Minos fixed his gaze on these 5 puppet generals, his eyes revealing an undeniable authority, and said in a deep voice, "Exterminate everyone who appears in Wano country. Whether they are pirates, samurai, or civilians, kill them directly upon encounter, leaving not a single one alive." Upon hearing Minos's command, the 5 puppet generals knelt on one knee in unison, saluted, and then flashed away, racing towards various directions in Wano country. Their speed was incredibly fast, like 5 bolts of black lightning, disappearing from view in an instant. Chung Xiaoyu, watching this scene, revealed a satisfied smile. He slightly raised his hands, murmuring incantations, and then, with a gentle wave of the Shadow King, a surge of dark power erupted from his body, and countless shadows poured out, dense and seemingly endless. These shadows were his Shadow Legion, each shadow soldier exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Among this multitude of shadow soldiers, one particularly special figure holding a sword stood out. This figure was tall and imposing, radiating a powerful aura. It was General Flying Dragon. As Chung Xiaoyu broke through to mid-king strength, General Flying Dragon's power also rose, reaching the level of initial king strength. At this moment, General Flying Dragon's eyes revealed a hint of excitement, but also a trace of complexity. Chung Xiaoyu looked at the imposing Shadow Legion before him, a cruel smile appearing on his face as he softly said, "You will also kill anyone you see. Leave no one in Wano country alive. Wash the entire Wano country in blood, turning this land into a sea of blood." After receiving Chung Xiaoyu's order, the Shadow Legion responded in unison, "We obey the king's command." Their voices resonated like rolling thunder, echoing in the air, filled with endless killing intent. Subsequently, General Flying Dragon wielded his sharp blade, leading the Shadow Legion in a swift assault towards different directions across Wano country. Wherever they went, there would be a scene of blood and carnage, and the shadows of death and destruction would engulf the entire Wano country. Minos watched the imposing Shadow Legion depart with a satisfied smile, casually saying, "Soon, the Dragon Emperor and Sharp Teeth will descend. By then, we will truly be invincible. Even if him intervenes, he will simply be killed by us." Minos's voice was filled with confidence and arrogance, as if the entire world lay beneath his feet. Chung Xiaoyu also smiled in agreement, nodding slightly. "It's a pity that our strengths have not yet reached their peak. Otherwise, we could also be invincible in the world. However, we are already enough to stir up a storm in this pirate world." His eyes sparkled with excitement, full of anticipation for the upcoming battle. Minos looked at the confident Chung Xiaoyu and chuckled. "Don't worry, we will soon reach our peak, and it's even possible to advance further. With our current growth rate, the entire pirate world will be under our feet. But first, let us deal with that Kaido fellow. Allowing the Dragon Emperor to descend is the most important thing. Only by eliminating Kaido can we move towards higher goals." After saying this, Minos's gaze became determined and sharp as he looked towards the direction of Onigashima, as if he could already see Kaido being defeated before him. After saying this, Minos walked towards Onigashima, with Chung Xiaoyu closely following his steps. The two moved slowly but with a murderous intent towards the direction of Onigashima. 9 miles from Onigashima wasn't too far. After a while, Minos and Chung Xiaoyu finally arrived at Onigashima. It is worth mentioning that along the way, they passed through villages filled with a spirit of resistance. The villagers, armed with rudimentary weapons, were filled with anger and defiance against the invaders. However, facing the Shadow Army and puppet generals brought by Minos, this resistance seemed utterly insignificant. The Shadow Army surged like a black tide, enveloping everything in darkness wherever they went. The puppet generals, though massive in stature, moved with remarkable agility. Every swing of their weapons was accompanied by the villagers' screams and splattering blood. In this brutal slaughter, strong figures from the original story, such as Kikunajo, Sake Tenmaru, and General Orochi, stood up one after another. Kikunajo, agile and with a long knife in hand, attempted to block the puppet general's attack amid the flashing blade light. Sake Tenmaru roared, exuding a heroic aura. His weapon carried immense power, and every strike was infused with rage against the enemy. General Orochi, despite being treacherous, also displayed the dignity of a strong man at this moment, casting bizarre spells to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the puppet general. However, the gap in strength ultimately proved insurmountable. Under the puppet general's powerful attacks, Kikunajo gradually exhausted her strength, suffering multiple injuries, blood staining her clothes. Sake Tenmaru's attacks were easily neutralized by the puppet general, and he was ultimately heavily struck, falling to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Although General Orochi's spells were strange, they were futile against absolute power, and he was struck in a vital spot by the puppet general, resulting in his demise. Minos coldly observed all of this, his face devoid of any compassion. In his view, to become a king in this cruel world, one must abandon all unnecessary things. Chung Xiaoyu smiled lightly beside him, as if everything was within his expectations. Just as Minos was still lost in thought, Chung Xiaoyu suddenly spoke up. "It seems there are some guys on Ghost Island waiting for us." Upon hearing this, Minos slightly furrowed his brows and shifted his gaze towards Ghost Island. His observation haki swept across the area like invisible tentacles, instantly perceiving the situation on the island. He saw that Ghost Island was densely packed with people, with powerful figures like Kaido, Big Mom, and the Golden Lion already on high alert, each radiating a formidable aura. Minus withdrew his observation haki, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly into a disdainful smile as he spoke. It seems Kaido and the others are eager to meet their end. Since that's the case, let's go in and see them. It's just in time to let that guy, Kaido, log off early. With that, Minus strode towards the entrance of Ghost Island without hesitation. Chung Xiaoyu watched Minus enter, smiled lightly, and then followed him in at a leisurely pace. As they stepped onto Ghost Island, Minus and Chung Xiaoyu witnessed the scene of Kaido and the others gathered together. Minus's gaze casually swept over everyone, finally lingering slightly on Kaido, Big Mom, and the Golden Lion. Big Mom had regained her stunning figure. Her exquisite face and graceful posture were striking. The Golden Lion appeared unscathed, with flowing long hair and an overwhelming presence, as if time had left no marks on him. The appearances of these two made Minus unable to help but glance at them a few more times. Just as Minus was still observing, Kaido's domineering voice slowly rang out. "Hey, Minus, it's been 3 years, yet you haven't changed much, have you?" Upon hearing Kaido's words, Minus looked up and happened to catch the complex expression on Kaido's face. Kaido's eyes held both wariness towards Minus and a hint of sentimentality. Back then, he had tried to invite Minus to join his pirate crew, but was met with rejection. In contrast to Kaido's complexity, Minus was surprisingly calm. After a moment of silence, he looked at Kaido ahead and sighed. "Yes, Kaido, it's been 3 years. You seem to have gotten a bit younger. It seems the world will back then has brought you great benefits." After saying this, Minus's expression became even more tranquil, as if all past events had turned into mere, fleeting memories. Seeing Minus's calm demeanor, Kaido understood that today's matter was likely to end poorly. With this thought in mind, Kaido's expression stiffened, his gaze turned cold, and he fixedly stared at Minus, coldly speaking. "So, are you here to wipe out our new pirate alliance today? Aren't you a bit too arrogant?" Kaido's voice was filled with anger and provocation, and the pirates behind him cracked their knuckles, the atmosphere instantly becoming tense. Yet Minus remained indifferent, looking at Kaido and calmly stating, "In fact, our main targets today are you, Kaido, Yamato, and your former Beast Pirates. As for the Golden Lion and Big Mom, they're just collateral damage." Without waiting for Kaido and the others to respond, Minus continued nonchalantly. "Kaido, you should be thankful to still be alive after 3 years. If it weren't for the original Whitebeard pirates and the original red-haired pirates seeking death back then, you have been dead long ago." As soon as Minus finished speaking, the entire Ghost Island fell into silence. Everyone was shocked by his words, especially Charlotte Lin, the Golden Lion, and Kaido, their faces filled with confusion. Did Minus mean that 3 years ago, the Whitebeard and red-haired pirates had thwarted his attack? Minus glanced over the new Pirate Alliance members and then at Kaido and the others, noticing their puzzled expressions. He then calmly stated, "Kaido, you haven't forgotten the Battle of the Serbian Islands 3 years ago, have you?" Upon hearing Minus's words, Kaido's gaze sharpened, and a hint of fear appeared on his face, as if he recalled something. Seeing Kaido's fearful expression, Minus chuckled lightly and said, "Looks like you remember. Initially, we planned to target your beast pirates first, but it seems you had good luck. Just as we were about to deal with you, the original Whitebeard pirates and the original red-haired pirates sought to challenge us. So we had to abandon you and choose to deal with them instead." Minus's words plunged the entire Ghost Island into dead silence. It turned out there was such an unknown past. Kaido's survival to this day was unexpectedly due to the intervention of the Whitebeard and red-haired pirates. At this moment, Kaido's expression became grave, for he heard Minus explicitly mention wanting him and Yamato. This filled him with confusion and anger, as Yamato was his daughter. Although she had always disobeyed him, she was still his blood. Minus's actions undoubtedly touched his sore spot. With this thought, Kaido's expression grew serious as he spoke. "Minus, what exactly do you mean? Also, how do you know about Yamato? What are your intentions?" After saying this, Kaido suddenly unleashed a powerful aura. An overwhelming conqueror's haki surged forth, igniting the surrounding air and creating crackling sounds. His muscles tensed, ready to engage in a fierce battle with Minus at any moment. Just as Minos was about to continue arguing with Kaido, the Golden Lion's furious voice suddenly rang out on the battlefield. What are you two preparing to do? This is a battlefield, not a place for you to chat. If you're going to fight, then fight. I've long wanted to see how powerful the infamous Minos of the New World really is. Excitement flickered in the Golden Lion's eyes, and the dual swords in his hands trembled slightly, as if yearning for an intense battle. With the Golden Lion's words, the atmosphere on Ghost Island became even tenser and more oppressive. A grand battle was about to erupt, with Minos and Chang Xiaoyu on one side, and Kaido Big Mom, and the Golden Lion leading the new pirate alliance on the other, both sides bristling with tension, gathering strength for the impending brutal fight. In this tense atmosphere, Big Mom slowly stepped forward, exuding a strange aura. Her once beautiful face now appeared somewhat sinister, and she coldly stared at Minos, saying, "Minos, do you think you can easily succeed today? Don't think we're afraid of you." Behind Big Mom, her children also stepped forward, each with determined eyes, ready to fight for their family and alliance. At this moment, Kaido took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He knew he couldn't act impulsively. Minos' strength was not to be underestimated. He glanced at the members of the Beast Pirates behind him and shouted loudly, "Brothers, today is our battle of life and death. For our glory, for our future, let us fight." The pirates responded enthusiastically, letting out thunderous roars, their morale soaring. On the eerie and vast land of Ghost Island, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it could be wrung out. Minos stood on the ground, watching the restless Kaido, Golden Lion, and Charlotte Linlin with an expression of disdain, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile, as if mocking the overestimation of these so-called strong ones before him. "Since you all are so eager to seek death, then I shall fulfill your wish." His voice was not loud, yet it resonated in everyone's ears like a bell, clear amidst the impending explosion of battle. As the words fell, Minos slowly raised his hands and elegantly waved them, exuding an endless majesty. In an instant, the space around him twisted, and puppets 1, 2, and 3 appeared out of thin air. The moment these 3 puppets emerged, they radiated a chilling aura, powerful enough to reach the peak level of the 4 emperors, like 3 insurmountable mountains, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Minos' gaze was icy, like the biting wind of winter, sweeping over these 3 powerful puppets as he coldly stated, "Clear out the trash on Ghost Island." His tone was flat but carried an undeniable commanding tone. Upon hearing this, the 3 puppets uniformly bowed to Minos, their movements mechanical, yet filled with a sense of power. Then, they each picked up long swords that emitted a cold, ghostly light and swiftly dashed towards Kaido and his subordinates like phantoms. Meanwhile, Chang Xiaoyu, standing to the side, slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a confident smile. Immediately, his aura erupted, powerful energy overflowing like a surging tide. A black-purple halo appeared beneath his feet, resembling a magic circle, swirling with mysterious and dangerous light. As the light intensified, countless shadow soldiers surged out from that black-purple halo. These shadow soldiers had an ethereal form but exuded tangible strength, with a few of their presences terrifyingly reaching the initial level of kingship. These figures were the shadow soldiers summoned by Chang Xiaoyu when Whitebeard died. Now, with Chang Xiaoyu breaking through to the intermediate level of kingship, the shadow soldiers also saw a significant boost in strength. Chang Xiaoyu looked at the tens of thousands of shadow soldiers, resembling a black tide, and let out a satisfied chuckle, saying, "Kill all the enemies." His voice was deep yet filled with authority, as if it came from the depths of hell. The shadow soldiers responded in unison, "We obey the king's orders." Their synchronized voices echoed across the battlefield like rolling thunder. Having said that, these fierce shadow soldiers, brimming with an endless killing intent, surged forward like a black torrent, launching a fierce attack on Kaido and his subordinates. Seeing this, Kaido simply waved his hand lightly, and the 500,000 pirates under him charged toward the shadow army like hungry wolves. In an instant, the sounds of battle cries and roars intertwined, and the grand battle between tens of thousands of shadow soldiers and 500,000 pirates officially began. The battlefield was filled with flashes of blades, splashes of blood, and continuous screams descending into chaos. At this moment, only Minus, Chung Xiaoyu, Kaido, and Big Mom remained yet to join the fight. The Golden Lion had already rushed onto the battlefield the moment the Shadow Army attacked. However, his luck was quite poor. As soon as he entered the battlefield, he encountered the former Whitebeard's Shadow, now the initial level king, Whitebeard. Although the Golden Lion had returned to his peak state, he had still not broken through to the level of kingship. At this moment, after only a few exchanges with Whitebeard, he profoundly felt the strength of the Shadow soldiers. Each collision left his arms numb, and he was secretly astonished. However, the most crucial battles on the battlefield were undoubtedly between Kaido and Minus, as well as Charlotte Linlin and Chung Xiaoyu. Kaido tightly gripped the massive kanabo in his hands and swung it forcefully. At the same time, his conqueror's haki appeared on the kanabo like a lively flame, instantly enveloping it in a layer of flowing red energy resembling a burning fire dragon. Kaido laughed heartily, his voice booming. Minus brat, prepare to take my move. Thunderclap, 8 trigrams. With his roar, Kaido raised the kanabo high and, using all his strength, swung it down towards Minus. In an instant, the kanabo, carrying overwhelming force, surged forward like a roaring thunder dragon, fiercely attacking Minus. Wherever it passed, the air was violently compressed, emitting sharp whistling sounds, and the ground trembled slightly. However, Minus looked at the kanabo rushing towards him like a thunder dragon, and instead of showing any fear, a more disdainful smile appeared on his face. He slowly extended his right hand, and purple energy instantly appeared on it. This purple energy was different from before, its color deeper, resembling a mysterious black hole in the universe, as if containing endless power. Simultaneously, this purple energy had a special ability in battle. It could envelop his entire body, transforming into a flowing deep purple armor. This was the characteristic of Minus's armament haki reaching the top level. However, at this moment, Minus did not let the top-level armament haki envelop his entire body, but merely allowed a layer of deep purple, flowing energy armor to appear on his hand. This layer of armor shimmered with mysterious light under the sun, as if proclaiming its strength. Thus, while Kaido madly attacked Minus with a kanabo that resembled a thunder dragon, Minus calmly extended his right hand, unhurriedly colliding with the kanabo. In that instant, bang 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 sounds echoed in the air like dense drumbeats. The moment their hands met the kanabo, an extremely powerful shockwave erupted. The shockwave spread around them like surging tides. The ground, under the influence of the shockwave, kicked up clouds of dust, with the originally hard surface only showing fine cracks. This ground had been reinforced by the will of the world, and only a king-level powerhouse could completely change its shape. At this moment, Kaido had no time to worry about these things. He looked at Minus, who could single-handedly resist his Thunderclap 8 trigrams with just armament haki, his expression grave and filled with shock. The gap was indeed too great. He had easily withstood my attack, Kaido thought to himself, and looking at Minus's extremely calm face, it seemed as if Minus had not even used his full strength. However, just as Kaido was lost in thought, Minus spoke first. Kaido, do you still not understand? My strength has undergone earth-shattering changes. You are not even in my league. Minus's voice was cold and filled with mockery, like a sharp blade piercing into Kaido's heart. After speaking, Minus slightly increased his strength, and that already powerful force surged instantly. In an instant, the massive kanabo was forcefully suppressed by Minus, slowly pressing towards Kaido's side. Kaido felt an irresistible force coming in, and he tried with all his might to resist, only to find that his strength was as small as an ant in front of Minus. Until the kanabo was firmly pressed to Kaido's side, Minus looked at Kaido, whose face was pale with horror, and the corner of his mouth slightly curled up, revealing a victorious smile. Then, under Kaido's incredulous gaze, Minus suddenly exerted force, sending Kaido along with the kanabo flying far away. Kaido flew through the air like a cannonball, tracing an arc before crashing heavily into the distance. However, Minus did not give Kaido any chance to react. He flickered and, like a phantom, took a step and disappeared from his original position, instantly reappearing behind Kaido. His right fist was tightly wrapped around the deep purple, flowing cherry aura, which burned like a flame, exuding intense power. Minos did not hesitate to throw a powerful punch, striking Kaido hard on the back. In an instant, Kaido felt an overwhelming force surge into his body, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body sent flying dozens of meters away like a kite with a broken string. Moreover, at the moment of landing, due to the immense power, he rolled continuously on the ground. Each roll left a deep mark on the ground, creating deep pits. Dust spread across the battlefield with his rolling, shrouding the area in a hazy atmosphere. Meanwhile, the battlefield between Charlotte Linlin and Chung Xiaoyu was equally intense. Charlotte Linlin held Napoleon in hand, stepping on Prometheus, exuding a terrifying aura. She let out a roar and charged at Chung Xiaoyu, the Napoleon sword flashing with cold light as if to chop everything into pieces. Chung Xiaoyu appeared calm, gently waving his hands as shadow energy gathered around him. When Charlotte Linlin's sword came slashing down, Chung Xiaoyu sidestepped and simultaneously unleashed a wave of shadow energy that collided with Charlotte Linlin's attack. A loud boom erupted as the energy exploded, sending nearby pirates and shadow soldiers flying. In another part of the battlefield, the battle between the Golden Lion and the junior king-level buggy also reached a fever pitch. The Golden Lion unleashed his signature move, sending a storm of flying blades towards Buggy. Buggy, however, remained unfazed, waving his hands to summon shadow barriers in front of him, blocking the Golden Lion's attacks one by one. Then, Buggy's figure flashed, charging at the Golden Lion like black lightning, throwing a punch. The Golden Lion hurriedly swung his sword to defend, but the powerful force still numbed his arm, forcing him to step back repeatedly. In an instant, the entire Onigashima was engulfed in this fierce battle, the shouts of killing, roaring, and the sounds of energy collisions intertwining. On that grand battlefield filled with the chaos of war, the sounds of killing and weapon clashes formed a disordered symphony. After casually glancing at the situations on other battlefields, Minos's gaze slowly returned to Kaido, who was lying on the ground. At this moment, the dust in the battlefield gradually dissipated, and the real situation became clearer to everyone. They saw Kaido struggling to stand up, his expression grave like the dark sky before a storm, with blood still flowing from the corner of his mouth. The crimson blood dripped down his resolute face, falling onto the dusty ground, making him look quite miserable. The once imposing and invincible beast Kaido now appeared so downcast. To this, Minos merely smiled lightly, a hint of disdain and mockery in his smile, as if this outcome had long been anticipated. In his eyes, Kaido's defeat was merely a matter of time. Soon after, Minos observed Kaido walking toward him step by step, each step heavy as if he were crushing the ground beneath him. The dull footfalls echoed like a hammer on Kaido's own heart, resonating in Minos's eardrums. When he was not far from Minos, Kaido gradually stopped. At this moment, Kaido's grave and slightly hoarse voice slowly echoed on the somewhat quiet battlefield. Minos, it seems you've already reached that level. His voice held both surprise at Minos's power increase and a hint of unwillingness. Minos looked at Kaido's serious expression not far away, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he chuckled lightly. Kaido, I easily reached king-level strength. His tone was filled with arrogance and pride. Unlike you all, so useless, even the former world didn't bring you closer to another step. These words pierced Kaido's heart like sharp arrows, hurting his pride. Upon hearing Minos's brazen words, Kaido's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. He clenched his teeth, the muscles on his face twitching slightly with anger. Minos's words undoubtedly mocked their weak strength, rendering them powerless. Minos observed Kaido's grim expression, who was struggling to hold back his words, and smiled indifferently, his tone filled with contempt. But don't worry, I will make good use of your corpse. After saying that, Minos's body suddenly erupted with the immense aura of a mid-level king. A torrent of surging power burst forth from him, like a raging sea, as if it would swallow everything around him. He walked toward Kaido step by step, with each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. The powerful aura made Kaido feel like a lone boat, drifting alone on this vast sea, at any moment ready to be submerged by the endless waves. Just the aura released by Minos brought Kaido immense pressure, as if his soul was about to be crushed by this overwhelming force. Minos noticed Kaido involuntarily taking a few steps back under this aura, his face displaying a look of shock. Clearly, Kaido was stunned by Minos's suffocating strength. However, Minos paid no attention to this. In his heart, Kaido's death was already a certainty, and it was merely a matter of time. Suddenly, Minos shot forward like an arrow, disappearing from his original position in an instant. The next moment, he appeared right in front of Kaido, his speed so fast that Kaido had no time to react. Minos raised his fist and struck Kaido with great force, his fist carrying an unstoppable momentum, as if he aimed to completely crush Kaido. Caught off guard, Kaido stared wide-eyed at the suddenly appearing Minos, filled with terror. He wanted to defend, but found his body unable to make a timely move. Minos's punch landed heavily on Kaido's chest. In an instant, Kaido's body was sent flying like a cannonball, propelled by the tremendous force. He traced a long arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground not far away, kicking up a cloud of dust. Minos was relentless, taking advantage of Kaido still being in the air to quickly appear behind him again. He raised his leg high and kicked hard at Kaido. This kick contained Minos's immense power, and Kaido immediately spat out blood, his body sent flying into the air like a kite with a broken string. Even with Kaido's powerful observation haki, he couldn't catch Minos's figure amidst such rapid attacks. Minos's observation haki had reached the top level. Combined with his breakthrough to mid-level king strength, Kaido appeared as a lamb to be slaughtered before him, completely at his mercy, unable to fight back at all. Watching Kaido kicked into the sky, Minos's lips curled slightly, revealing a cruel smile. He then swiftly raised both hands, and in an instant, a white energy appeared on his fists. However, under the wrapping of the deep purple, flowing cherry energy, the white energy was quickly absorbed and transformed into deep purple energy. The deep purple energy swirled around Minos's fist, exuding a heart-pounding aura. Minos looked at Kaido, who had begun to fall from the sky, and coldly spoke, flowing Sakura shattered rock fist. As his words fell, countless deep purple fist shadows surged toward Kaido like a tidal wave. The moment those deep purple fists appeared, the surrounding space seemed unable to withstand this immense power, warping and distorting. At the same time, a fierce wind howled, sending sand and stones flying everywhere. Caught off guard, Kaido was struck hard by the powerful deep purple fists. In an instant, the sound of thuds echoed continuously. The sound of Kaido's body being hit by countless deep purple fist shadows, each punch landing with force. Each fist contained Minos's formidable strength, inflicting immense pain on Kaido. Minos's assault continued for a while, before gradually coming to a halt. At this moment, the battlefield was shrouded in dust, obscuring the situation within. After enduring so many attacks, Kaido collapsed into the dust, and for a moment, no one knew his exact condition. In response, Minos provocatively shouted, "Kaido, you aren't dead yet, are you? If so, that would be quite pathetic." After saying this, Minos fixed his gaze on the dust on the battlefield, his eyes filled with anticipation and disdain. Minos believed that with Kaido's abilities, he wouldn't die so easily. Sure enough, not long after, Minos's gaze sharpened as he saw the dust being blown away by a powerful gust. At that moment, Kaido emerged from the dust, wielding his kanabo and forcefully dispersing the remnants. However, Kaido was no longer in his previous form, but had transformed into his dragon-human form. At this moment, a massive blue dragon tail had sprouted from behind him, gently swaying in the air, as if containing boundless power. His body was enveloped in blue dragon scales, shimmering with a cold luster, appearing somewhat fierce. A pair of sharp blue horns also appeared on his head, standing out prominently in the sunlight. Most importantly, the aura emanating from Kaido had significantly increased compared to before, though it still did not reach the level of a king. Minos looked at Kaido in his animal form, a contemptuous smile resurfacing on his face as he lightly chuckled. "Kaido, you don't think this will allow you to defeat me, do you?" His tone was filled with mockery. It was truly laughable. After saying this, Minos's expression turned extremely cold, looking at Kaido as if he were an insignificant ant, filled with disdain and disregard. However, Kaido did not become angry due to Minus's provocation. At this moment, the intense pain coursing through his body kept him alert. He understood that in such a situation, acting impulsively would only lead him into a more dangerous predicament, potentially costing him his life. But now he had no way out. He had to severely injure Minus for a chance at survival. Seeing Kaido remain silent, Minus was unconcerned. In his mind, Kaido was merely a desperate loser. And once he defeated Kaido, the battle would be over. With this thought, Minus began to walk toward Kaido, each step filled with confidence and determination, preparing to personally end Kaido's fate. However, under Minus's gaze, Kaido was suddenly enveloped in purple lightning. The lightning danced around him like agile serpents, crackling with energy. Kaido leaped lightly into the air, simultaneously spinning and swinging his kanabo. As the kanabo swung, the powerful flowing Sakura haki intertwined with the purple lightning, forming a potent force atop the kanabo. Watching Kaido unleash his ultimate move, Minus showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he continued to advance. His eyes were filled with determination and fearlessness, as if no attack could threaten him. Meanwhile, Kaido in the sky, his expression firm, revealed a hint of resolve. He then shouted, "Lower 3 worlds guide to the abyss." His voice echoed across the battlefield, carrying a sense of desperation. After shouting this, Kaido raised his kanabo, filled with flowing Sakura haki and purple lightning, and leaped down from the sky with thunderous force, aiming directly at Minus. The kanabo, imbued with tremendous strength, seemed poised to crush everything below. Minus, seeing Kaido leaping down, smirked confidently. He then lightly waved his right hand, instantly enveloped in deep purple, flowing Sakura haki, as if cloaked in a mysterious and powerful force. He shouted at Kaido, "Flowing Sakura, ordinary fist." In an instant, a massive, deep purple fist appeared in front of Minus, exuding a chilling aura and charging toward Kaido's kanabo with unstoppable momentum. This punch seemed ordinary but contained Minus's powerful mid-level king strength and the precise foresight of top-level observation haki. When a huge, deep purple fist shadow collided with Kaido's kanabo, a powerful energy wave erupted from the point of impact, spreading outward. The energy wave resembled an invisible shockwave, vibrating the surrounding air and cracking the ground, sending fragments flying. A blinding light burst from the collision point, stinging the eyes and making it almost impossible to look directly. Within the light, deep purple haki and purple lightning intertwined and clashed, resembling 2 giant dragons battling fiercely, neither willing to yield. Minus's cold gaze remained fixed on Kaido, a sinister smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth, filled with mockery and disdain. Kaido struggled to resist, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, soaking his captain's coat, each breath feeling heavy, as if the air had turned into a burdensome weight. At this moment, the haki energy within Minus erupted like a raging tide. This powerful energy rampaged around him, distorting the surrounding air. Deep purple light emanated from within his body, illuminating his wicked face. This haki energy surged into his massive, deep purple fist. The flowing Sakura haki fist, now infused with haki energy, seemed to be injected with endless power. It began to swell continuously, growing larger, with the surface's deep purple light swirling endlessly, as if containing world-destroying power. This fist, carrying unstoppable momentum, pressed down toward Kaido, compressing the air with a sharp whistling sound as it passed. Kaido's eyes widened in disbelief. Faced with this suddenly strengthened, deep purple haki fist, he felt unprecedented pressure. He gritted his teeth, tensing his muscles, pouring all his strength into resistance. He raised his arms high, attempting to use his strong body to block this lethal blow. However, the overwhelming force surged like a tidal wave, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. As time passed, Kaido gradually felt his strength waning. Despite giving it his all, the pressure from the deep purple energy of the flowing cherry blossom fist grew increasingly overwhelming. Finally, with a heart-stopping roar, that massive fist struck Kaido hard. At the moment the giant, deep purple flowing cherry blossom fist hit Kaido, a fierce explosion erupted. The powerful energy spread outward from the point of impact like an atomic bomb, devastating everything in its path. The shock wave from the explosion surged like a relentless tsunami, mercilessly battering everything around. The ground, under the force of this shock wave, seemed to become as fragile as glass. Cracks and fissures spread rapidly like a spiderweb, turning the once flat ground into a patchwork of destruction. Huge boulders were thrown high into the air before crashing down heavily, kicking up clouds of dust. The powerful shock wave continued to expand outward, leaving everything it touched utterly unrecognizable. It only began to dissipate after traveling 100 meters. Everywhere it passed, massive trenches and cracks appeared. The entire battlefield seemed to be ravaged by an invisible giant hand, leaving it in disarray. At this moment, the battlefield was filled with dust, obscuring the view and making it impossible to see what had transpired. The intense clash between Minos and Kaido naturally drew the attention of others. However, they had no time to worry about Kaido's fate, as they were engulfed in their own deep despair. It was a despair crushed by overwhelming power, akin to a lamb waiting for slaughter, feeling like a chicken being butchered. In the central battlefield, a more brutal battle raged on. Jin, Katakuri, Yamato, Queen, Jack, and Smoker were all working together to attack the king-level shadow soldier formed from Mihawk's corpse. These powerful warriors, each a force to be reckoned with in their own right, felt unprecedented helplessness in the face of this king-level shadow soldier. With a true pitch-black long sword in hand, Mihawk wielded it with a cold glint in the sunlight, as if it were telling tales of endless killing intent. He lightly waved towards Jin and the others, a seemingly casual motion that contained boundless power. Instantly, a powerful black sword aura shot towards Jin and the others like dark lightning. As this sword aura passed, the air was instantaneously torn apart, leaving behind a black trace. Seeing this, Jin and the others' expressions changed dramatically. They understood the power of this sword aura and dared not be careless. They quickly unleashed their ultimate moves, attempting to withstand this deadly strike. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with flickering lights and powerful energy fluctuations. There were Katakuri's soft yet powerful machi-like punches, Jin's blazing flames that seemed to turn everything to ash, and several sharp sword auras unleashed by the swordmasters. However, their attacks vanished without a trace upon encountering the black sword aura, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, instantly disintegrated. The desperate group realized the situation was dire and hurriedly tried to evade. However, Jack's massive body made it impossible for him to swiftly execute an effective evasive maneuver. The black sword aura, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, lightly touched his body and instantly sliced him in half. Blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering onto the battlefield and dyeing the ground crimson. Yet, the black sword aura did not dissipate after hitting Jack. It continued toward the pirates behind him with residual force. Those pirates, already pale from the tense atmosphere of the battlefield, were now terrified and panicked as this horrifying sword aura approached. In a state of panic, they fled in all directions, trying to escape this fatal strike. However, this sword aura, unleashed by a king-level beginner, was beyond their ability to evade. In an instant, the black sword aura ruthlessly harvested their lives like cutting chives. The cries of the pirates rose and fell in succession, and before this powerful sword aura, they had no means to fight back, collapsing into pools of blood. After the powerful black sword aura fell, the battlefield fell into a dead silence. Soon after, various voices of despair and cries filled the battlefield like a tide, echoing with fear, pain, and helplessness that sent chills down one's spine. However, Mihawk paid no heed to the pirates' screams and despair. He once again lifted the pitch-black long sword high and swung it forcefully. Instantly, another black sword aura shot towards the pirates. This sword aura was even more fierce and terrifying than the previous one. Facing this sword aura unleashed by a king-level powerhouse, even royal-level powerhouses did not dare to clash head-on, let alone these pirates who had yet to reach the level of quasi-admiral wherever the black sword aura passed. Only cold corpses were left behind, and the entire battlefield was permeated with the scent of death. The blood of the pirates gathered into small streams, flowing across the ground as if recounting the brutality of this battle. Meanwhile, the situation for the Golden Lion was also extremely dire. His body was covered in various wounds, blood flowing from his injuries and staining his clothes red. His eyes revealed endless fatigue and unwillingness. Yet, he still gritted his teeth and persisted with unyielding will. Looking at the black and white bearded figure holding the pitch-black blade before him, the Golden Lion felt a surge of rage and sorrow. He looked up at the sky and shouted with all his might, "I am unwilling. Why give me hope only to bring despair?" This roar was filled with his unwillingness towards fate and his anger at this battle. At the same time, with this roar from the Golden Lion, red-black lightning appeared around him. The lightning flickered around his body, appearing somewhat desolate, as if mourning for this once legendary figure. The red-black lightning illuminated his weathered face, reflecting the pain and helplessness in his heart at this moment. After his roar, a glimmer of determination flashed in the Golden Lion's eyes. Carrying a heart full of unwillingness, he charged towards the bearded figure once again, engaging him in a life-or-death struggle. The sword auras of the two intertwined and flew wildly across the battlefield. Sometimes they clashed fiercely on the ground, each collision causing tremors beneath them. At other times, they battled in the sky, stirring the clouds and winds. However, facing the king-level powerhouse, especially the immortal bearded figure, the Golden Lion gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Each swing of his sword aura was accompanied by blood falling from the sky, the blood from the Golden Lion being struck hard by the beard sword aura. Despite giving it his all, the gap in strength made his situation increasingly perilous. Meanwhile, Cheng Xiaoyu's battle with Charlotte Linlin was also in full swing. Cheng Xiaoyu was not like Minos, approaching his opponent with a playful mindset. From the very beginning, he had gone all out, engaging Charlotte Linlin in an intense life-and-death contest. Initially, when Cheng Xiaoyu wielded the powerful mid-level king-level strength, Charlotte Linlin was utterly helpless, directly doubting her own existence. Even when she used her powerful skill, Overlord's Binding, she still couldn't withstand Cheng Xiaoyu's attacks and was easily defeated. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin had long lost her former grandeur. Her hair was disheveled, and her once beautiful face had been utterly ruined by Cheng Xiaoyu, leaving only a blurred visage. She lay on the ground, her breath weak, as if she could die at any moment. Cheng Xiaoyu looked coldly at the fallen Charlotte Linlin and spoke with indifference. From the very beginning, your fate was already sealed. His voice was like the cold wind of winter, devoid of any emotion. That fate was nothing but death. After saying this, he brandished a demonic dagger and walked step by step towards Charlotte Linlin, each step firm, as if declaring her destiny. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Minos and Kaido, the dust gradually settled. Minos looked down from above at the fallen Kaido, a faint smile appearing on his face. His smile was filled with the pride of a victor and mockery towards Kaido. "Kaido, how do you like my attack?" Minos continued to look down at Kaido, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny, as if admiring a carefully crafted piece of art. "It seems that even without using my Conqueror's Haki, you couldn't withstand it. Could you?" His voice echoed across the empty battlefield, brimming with undeniable confidence. Minos fixed his gaze on the fallen Kaido, not believing for a moment that Kaido would die so easily. Kaido was renowned as the Beast, possessing an incredibly tenacious vitality and terrifying defensive power. In Minos's view, Kaido must have sustained severe injuries, which was why he had not yet risen. Kaido lay on the ground, his body trembling slightly. His body was covered in wounds, blood continuously oozing out, dyeing the surrounding earth a deep red. His breathing was rapid and heavy, each inhalation accompanied by intense pain. Despite this, his eyes still revealed an indomitable light, a persistence for battle and a thirst for victory. "Oomph. Don't celebrate too soon." Kaido forced out these words through clenched teeth. Although his voice was weak, it was filled with determination. He slowly lifted his head, locking eyes with Minos, with anger burning in his gaze. "I haven't lost yet." Minos raised an eyebrow, his smile widening. "Oh, Not lost yet. Do you think you still have a chance? Kaido, just look at yourself now. What right do you have to say such things? Minus's tone was filled with disdain. Not expecting Kaido to be so tenacious, Kaido did not respond to Minus's taunts. He took a deep breath, trying to summon the power within him. However, that heavy blow had caused significant damage to his body, and the energy within him was in disarray. Every time he attempted to draw upon even a sliver of power, it brought excruciating pain. But Kaido did not give up. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, gradually gathering his strength. A faint blue light began to emanate around his body, signaling the slow revival of his haki. Although this haki was much weaker than before, Kaido still struggled to stand up with his power. Ha, good, very good. Kaido, now that's more like you. Minus couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing this. His laughter was filled with excitement and anticipation, as if he were about to witness a more spectacular battle. Then let me see how many more of my attacks you can withstand. Saying this, Minus once again gathered his haki. A powerful aura surged around his body, and deep purple haki rolled like a turbulent tide. He raised his right fist high, the light of haki on his fist becoming increasingly dazzling, resembling a purple star about to explode. Kaido stared intently at Minus, showing no sign of fear. He knew that the next blow would be even more ferocious, but he was prepared. In an instant, his feet firmly planted on the ground, his hands clenched into fists, every muscle in his body tensed, raising his defenses to the utmost. Minus shouted, swinging his right fist with force. This punch contained all his strength, charging towards Kaido with an unstoppable momentum. The wind from the punch howled, compressing the air in its wake, forming a visible shockwave. Kaido faced this powerful force without retreating. He unleashed all his strength, meeting Minus's punch head-on. Bring it on, he roared, his voice echoing across the battlefield, filled with fearless courage. The two fists collided, producing a thunderous sound that shook the heavens. A powerful wave of energy radiated from the point of impact, spreading outward. The ground trembled violently again, cracks spreading like a spiderweb. Surrounding trees were uprooted by the immense force, flying through the air. This clash impacted both Kaido and Minus significantly. Kaido was sent flying backward for dozens of meters, crashing heavily to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. Yet he still stood up resiliently, determination shining in his eyes. Minus looked at the tenacious Kaido, his expression turning cold. To be honest, he hadn't expected Kaido to stand up after sustaining such serious injuries. This was truly amusing. However, Kaido's indomitable appearance also prompted Minus to prepare to use his true power. He decided to use Conqueror's Haki to finally deal with Kaido. Minus, a powerful figure radiating a mysterious aura and immense strength, exuded a chilling sense of oppression. At this moment, his cold gaze shot towards Kaido like a blade, as if it could pierce through the soul. Suddenly, a captivating red light flashed in his eyes. In an instant, a strange and powerful force erupted from within Minus. Red-black lightning surged like an enraged dragon, rampaging around him. These lightning bolts seemed alive, swirling around him, roaring with deep growls, truly resembling a red-black lightning dragon raging over his body. The red-black light cast an eerie and sinister glow over the surrounding space. The ground scorched instantly by the terrifying lightning, emitting a pungent, burnt smell with patches of land carbonized, as if narrating the horror of this power. Minus advanced steadily and resolutely, each step towards Kaido amplifying the pressure emanating from him. The red-black lightning dragon grew increasingly violent, as if accumulating endless power for the impending battle. His gaze remained locked on Kaido, who, under this immense pressure, showed a hint of panic. Minus slowly raised his right hand. The gesture appeared gentle, but contained boundless authority. In an instant, the red-black lightning that resembled an enraged dragon converged onto his fist. Minus first glanced at the red-black lightning on his right hand, filled with confidence and disdain. Then he turned his gaze back to Kaido, a faint smile on his lips, his voice cold and filled with murderous intent. Kaido, your fate has long been sealed today. Prepare to meet your end. With that, a thunderous roar echoed. Conqueror's Haki, ordinary punch. Minos raised his right hand, enveloped in red and black lightning, and it rapidly expanded in front of him, transforming into a gigantic fist that obscured the sky, carrying a destructive momentum as it smashed down towards Kaido. The massive fist roared and rolled like boiling magma, seemingly intent on annihilating everything in existence. The surrounding space twisted and deformed under this immense power, as if an overloaded piece of paper was being crumpled at will. The sky was stirred into a frenzy by this terrifying force, with howling winds rising like sharp blades, cutting painfully against faces. Even the sky briefly turned a deep red and black, as if it feared this power and had to momentarily evade its sharpness. On the other side, Kaido faced this world-destroying attack with a grave expression. Beads of sweat the size of peas rolled down his forehead, but his eyes revealed an indomitable determination. He knew that this strike would determine the outcome of the battle. However, giving up was never the style of 100 Beast Kaido. Taking a deep breath, Kaido's powerful aura surged within him. A flash of red light appeared in his eyes as a torrent of colossal power erupted from his body, and a wave of red and black lightning energy appeared behind him. These lightning bolts danced like agile spirits around him, boiling and illuminating his figure as if a demon god had descended. The iconic Kanabo in his hand was also surrounded by red and black lightning, with the lightning jumping and rampaging over it, seemingly endowing the weapon with even greater power. Watching the approaching gigantic red and black conqueror's haki fist, Kaido roared, his voice shaking the heavens. Conqueror's haki, Thunder Bagua. In an instant, Kaido gripped the Kanabo tightly and exerted all his strength to swing it towards the enormous red and black lightning fist in front of him. The Kanabo created a howling wind as it collided with Minos's Conqueror's haki fist from a distance. In that moment, an incredibly powerful shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact. The red and black lightning from both sides intertwined and devoured each other in midair, as if two ferocious beasts were vying for territory, refusing to yield. The resulting shockwave slammed against the ground like a surging tide, instantly lifting massive chunks of debris and causing cracks and chasms to spread like a spider's web. It felt as if the earth itself was trembling in agony under this force. Minos looked at Kaido, who was gritting his teeth and struggling to resist his Conqueror's haki attack, and a slight smirk appeared on his lips, his eyes filled with mockery as he said, "Kaido, you can actually withstand my Conqueror's haki attack for a moment. That's quite impressive, isn't it?" His voice echoed in the howling wind, laced with disdain and contempt. Immediately afterward, Kaido shouted at Minos, "You little brat, don't underestimate me. I am 100 Beast Kaido." As his words fell, an even more powerful Conqueror's haki energy erupted from Kaido's body, flooding into the Kanabo like a torrential river. With this influx of Conqueror's haki energy, the power of the Kanabo instantly increased a level, and the red and black lightning on it became more agitated and surging, as if it could explode at any moment. Minos felt the immense Conqueror's haki energy emanating from the Kanabo and sneered coldly, saying, "Since you're so stubborn, Kaido, then I guess I have to personally send you to hell." After saying that, Minos let out a roar as his entire body exploded with power. In an instant, he was completely enveloped by a more violent red and black lightning, and the energy contained within it surged into the gigantic red and black lightning fist. With this powerful Conqueror's haki energy, the fist instantly grew larger than before, and the red and black lightning became even more tumultuous and frenzied, like a red and black evil dragon breaking free from its restraints, roaring fiercely as it unleashed boundless power. Thus, Minos's even larger red and black lightning fist came crashing down towards Kaido's Kanabo once more. This collision was even more intense and shocking than the last. With the impact, the situation was no longer evenly matched. Kaido's Kanabo began to retreat under Minos's overwhelming attack, gradually being pushed back towards him. It was clear that Kaido was slowly losing ground against Minos's formidable assault. Both Minos and Kaido sensed this change, and Minos's lips curled into a confident smile. His eyes filled with certainty of victory. He thought to himself that with his mid-tier king-level strength exerted to the fullest, How could Kaido possibly withstand it? As time passed, Minus's red and black conqueror's hockey lightning fist finally approached Kaido completely. Just as it was about to make contact, a fierce explosion erupted. With a loud bang, it felt as if the entire world trembled. The powerful energy shockwave erupted on the battlefield like a nuclear explosion, forcibly demolishing the ground under this terrifying force. The already formed debris and cracks were completely shattered like dust before this even more powerful shockwave, turning into a cloud of ash. The powerful shockwave did not stop there. Instead, it spread wildly in all directions like surging waves. Wherever it went, everything was flattened to the ground. This force continued to spread for thousands of meters before gradually dissipating, leaving behind a massive pit thousands of meters long and 100 meters deep where the ground had been impacted, under the full force attack of mid-tier king-level strength. This land was no longer simply showing cracks and debris, but was completely destroyed, leaving only the shocking massive pit, as if telling the world of the brutality of this battle. Apart from the explosive scenes on the ground, the spectacle in the sky was even more astonishing. At this moment, the sky seemed to have been split into two by an unparalleled powerhouse wielding a razor-sharp sword, with red and black lightning boiling and dancing at the fissures, while fierce winds rampaged across the sky. The biting cold wind felt like sharp blades cutting into the skin. The entire sky was thrown into chaos by this powerful force, as if the apocalypse was imminent. Thus, the astonishing battle between Minus and Kaido finally came to an end. The battlefield fell silent, with only the massive pit and the still raging red and black lightning and winds in the sky witnessing the brutality and shock of this peak confrontation. As the dust slowly settled and the swirling debris gradually dissipated, the devastated scene on the battlefield was revealed. Minus stood tall in place, the red and black lightning around him gradually fading. However, the powerful aura he exuded still inspired awe. He exhaled lightly, and his eyes shone with the light of victory, affirming his strength and his calmness in overcoming Kaido. After all, if a mid-tier king-level strength could not defeat Kaido, that would be truly pathetic, right? Meanwhile, Kaido lay in a massive pit, his kanabo thrown aside. One could only sense his weak breath, indicating that he was still alive. But if he did not receive treatment soon, he would undoubtedly perish. On that battlefield filled with blood and gunpowder, Minus walked with steady steps. His posture as upright as a pine tree, slowly approaching Kaido's side. His gaze was calm and deep, as if nothing in the world could stir the waves within him. At this moment, Kaido had reverted from his imposing beast form back to his human form. His face was blurred and indistinct, as if shrouded in a layer of mist. His body was covered in countless wounds, blood gushing out like a fountain, staining the ground beneath him a deep crimson. The scene was shocking, resembling a tragic painting. Kaido's right hand, which had once wielded a kanabo, was now completely destroyed by a terrifying surge of explosive energy. The severed arm a mangled mess with shattered bone fragments scattered everywhere, the air thick with a nauseating scent of blood. Minus looked down at the gravely injured and dying Kaido, his expression still calm as water. To him, all of this seemed like a predetermined fate from the very beginning. Nothing surprising at all. Before his nearly invincible royal-level mid-tier power, everything before him was merely fleeting, insignificant. However, what stirred a ripple in Minus's heart was Kaido's identity as a mythical Zoan user. Even after suffering such severe injuries, he still stubbornly retained a trace of elusive vitality. This made Minus furrow his brow slightly, softly murmuring, "Indeed, the vitality of a mythical Zoan is formidable." Though his voice was soft, it was clearly audible on this silent battlefield. Just as Minus was lost in thought, Kaido's originally tightly shut eyes slowly opened. However, those eyes were filled with darkness and despair, as if they had lost all their light, resembling a stagnant pool of water. He seemed to already know that he was about to face the fate of falling, yet he was unwilling to accept it. Watching Kaido awaken, Minus's lips curled slightly, revealing a somewhat mocking smile before he spoke. "Kaido, I didn't expect you to wake up. It's truly a bit incredible, isn't it?" His tone carried a hint of jest, as if he were enjoying a farce that was about to come to an end. At that moment, although Kaido had managed to awaken with great difficulty. Blood continued to pour from his mouth like a breach dam. His throat was choked with blood, each breath accompanied by violent coughs and painful gasps, clearly unable to articulate complete words. Yet, even in such dire straits, a sense of determination and persistence still shone in Kaido's eyes. After a moment of long and torturous waiting, just as Minos began to show signs of impatience, a hint of annoyance in his gaze, Kaido finally mustered all his strength and squeezed out a profoundly humble plea from his bloodied mouth. "Minos, can you spare Yamato? She's just a child." The voice was weak, like a candle flickering in the wind. It was filled with a father's deep love and concern for his daughter. Hearing Kaido plead for Yamato, even at the brink of death, a wave of surprise surged in Minos's heart. In his memory, Yamato seemed to have always opposed Kaido, ignoring his orders. Even when Luffy fought against Kaido, Yamato had unhesitatingly joined the battle against him. Minos could not comprehend why Kaido, at this final moment of his life, was so persistently pleading for Yamato. But Minos understood that both Yamato and Kaido had to die, because only their powers could summon the legendary Destruction King, the Dragon Emperor, and the Fong King into the world. This was a chess game concerning the fate of the entire world, and Kaido and Yamato were merely two pawns within it. With this thought, Minos's gaze instantly turned extremely cold, as if he could freeze the air around him. He spoke indifferently. "Kaido, I can't grant you this request." After a pause, Minos continued slowly. "However, you need not worry, because the entire world will accompany you in death, so you won't feel lonely." His words were filled with endless coldness and resolution, as if the entire world was nothing more than ants in his eyes. After Minos finished speaking, he keenly noticed Kaido's pupils suddenly constricting, the originally dull eyes widening in shock, as if deeply pierced by Minos's words. Kaido seemed utterly crushed by this cruel reality, his body shaking violently. This surge of emotion completely drained his last trace of vitality, his eyes slowly closing, his head drooping to one side, and he fell into unconsciousness. Minos glanced at Kaido with indifference, his expression still calm, unmoved, as if the one who had died before him was merely an inconsequential stranger. Just then, Chung Xiaoyu approached Minos with a light step. His clothes were neat and pristine, without a wrinkle, as if he had just experienced not an intense battle, but a leisurely stroll. Minos looked at the well-dressed Chung Xiaoyu, a faint smile appearing on his face as he spoke. "It seems the battle on your end was resolved quite easily." His tone carried a hint of teasing, seemingly full of confidence in Chung Xiaoyu's strength. Chung Xiaoyu first glanced at Kaido lying beside Minos, his eyes filled with disdain and indifference. Then, he turned his gaze to Minos and calmly replied, "I've been using my full strength from the beginning. Charlotte Linlin naturally couldn't withstand my attacks." His tone was filled with confidence and pride, as if defeating Charlotte Linlin was a trivial matter. After just a brief battle, she was dealt with, he added, his tone nonchalant, as if recounting an utterly mundane event. Before Minos could respond, Chung Xiaoyu continued indifferently. "Moreover, the other battlefields are nearing their conclusion." His gaze turned to the distant battlefield still shrouded in smoke, his eyes revealing a hint of satisfaction and contentment. Upon hearing Chung Xiaoyu's words, Minos's face broke into a satisfied smile, lightly chuckling. With several royal-level powers and peak imperial-level strength, victory is inevitable. Minos slightly raised his head, looking up at the sky as if overlooking the entire world. Although the will of the pirate world had ushered in an era of universal cultivation, it had not resolved the fundamental issues. Minos's tone carried a hint of sarcasm and disdain, as if mocking the world's powerlessness and struggles. Meanwhile, Kaido's side merely had a few quasi-vice admiral level powers and some mid-admiral level powers, which were naturally useless. Minos paused before coldly stating, "Their only destiny is death." Chung Xiaoyu nodded in agreement upon hearing Minos's words. Indeed, although Kaido's subordinates were numerous, surging forth on the battlefield like a tide, their strengths were uneven. Under the assault of several royal-level shadow soldiers and a few peak imperial-level puppets, they were utterly overwhelmed. Furthermore, with the ghostly shadow army rampaging across the battlefield. Those pirates appeared as insignificant as ants, their lives easily reaped. Just then, Puppet One approached Minus and Chung Xiaoyu with heavy steps, dragging a figure alongside him. Minus and Chung Xiaoyu's gazes simultaneously fell upon the figure in Puppet One's grasp. In an instant, both their lips curled up slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. For the figure held by Puppet One was none other than Kaido's daughter, Yamato. At that moment, Yamato's face was as pale as paper, her breath so weak it was almost imperceptible, barely hanging on in Puppet One's grasp, as if a gentle breeze could extinguish her. Now, the most important vessels for the Dragon Emperor and the Sharp Tooth have been prepared, and the next step depends on you. Chung Xiaoyu smiled gently at Minus, his expression filled with anticipation and excitement. Minus looked at Puppet Number One, who was in a precarious state, and calmly replied, "Let's wait until we completely eliminate everyone. Then we can return to the Serbian islands and deal with it." His gaze turned towards the distant Wano country, where the flames of war raged, revealing a hint of caution in his eyes. After all, Wano country is currently gathering a lot of attention. If they are discovered, the consequences would be dire. Seeing that Minus already had a plan, Chung Xiaoyu chose not to say more and instead shifted his focus to the rest of the battlefield. At this moment, the battlefield was dead silent, filled with mountains of corpses, permeating a suffocating scent of blood. Various fires still burned fiercely, and the smoke filled the sky, turning the originally blue sky into a gloomy gray. The Shadow Army, led by the Royal Shadow soldiers, surged across the battlefield like a pack of hungry wolves, ruthlessly eliminating the remaining pirates. The shouts of killing, screams of pain, and howls of despair intertwined, resembling a tragic song from hell. Time slowly passed on this brutal battlefield, with every minute and second feeling painfully long. 3 days passed, and the battle with Kaido and others finally came to a complete end. In fact, rather than a battle, it was more like a wanton slaughter by Minus and his companions against all of Wano country. The former prosperity and clamor of Wano had been utterly destroyed, reduced to ruins. The once lively towns were now left with only crumbling walls. The streets that once echoed with laughter were now stained with blood and filled with corpses. The entire Wano country was engulfed in endless darkness and despair. Standing atop the ruins, Minus and his companions looked at the devastation before them, feeling no pity or guilt. In their eyes, all of this was merely a necessary means to achieve their goals. Their gaze turned towards the distance, as if they could already see the world after the arrival of the Destruction King, the Dragon Emperor, and the Sharp-Tooth King, a world ruled by them, filled with fear and despair. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had quietly passed. After successfully resolving the Wano country incident, Minus and Chung Xiaoyu set off for the Serbian islands with the bodies of Kaido and Yamato. Everything that happened in Wano was like a sudden storm. Even though they acted low-key, they could not escape the keen eyes of the newsbirds. The newsbirds flitted through every corner of Wano like ghosts, secretly recording all of Minus and Chung Xiaoyu's actions. Subsequently, under the frenzied operation of Morgans, the media genius, these materials were meticulously crafted into newspapers, quickly spreading to every corner of the world as the newsbirds soared high. In an instant, the actions of Minus and Chung Xiaoyu in Wano triggered an unprecedented wave of panic across the globe. The power they displayed was beyond imagination. Kaido, known as the Beast and a maritime overlord, and Charlotte Linlin, the fearsome Big Mom, were both powerful figures in their own right. However, before Minus and Chung Xiaoyu, they were like ants, easily dispatched. Moreover, the formidable combat power exhibited by several shadows in the Shadow Legion left the world dumbfounded. Every strike they made seemed to carry the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, changing the weather wherever they went. What terrified the world the most was the rumor of Minus and the Shadow King slaughtering an entire country. This news was like a heavy bomb, stirring up waves in people's hearts, with everyone fearing they would be the next target of Minus's massacre, as a cloud of fear enveloped the entire world. In the Holy Land, Mary Geos, in an enormous and magnificent office, the atmosphere was exceptionally heavy and oppressive. The walls of the office were adorned with exquisite murals, each like a silent history book, quietly recording the grand historical events of the past. In the center of the office stood 7 uniquely shaped chairs made of mysterious materials, all occupied by figures of immense importance, each possessing the power to make the world tremble. These figures were the 5 elders, Fleet Admiral Steelbone and the Supreme Commander of the Knights of God Garinku. Unlike before, at this moment, Steelbone and Garinku sat in the central positions, as if the focus of the entire world converged on them, with them as the leaders. However, at this time, their expressions were as serious as the sky before a storm, each face marked with complex emotions, their gazes fixed on the newspapers in their hands. The newspapers in their hands had front-page headlines detailing Minus and Chung Xiaoyu's various actions in Wano. The headlines were as enticing as ever, like sharp hooks that instantly captured people's attention. Shocking. After 3 years, Minus and the Shadow King aim at Wano. A storm is about to strike. Shocking. Wano undergoes a sudden change. Where will the new pirate alliance go? Shocking. Minus and the Shadow King actually slaughter an entire Wano. Are they really this cold-blooded? Looking at the shocking words and images on the newspapers, the faces of the elders, Steelbone, and even Garinka grew increasingly grave, as if shrouded in a heavy cloud. This was simply unbelievable. Within just a few days, a Wano that once held significant status in the New World had been completely taken down. It sounded like a tale from a fantasy. Minus and the Shadow King were simply too powerful. The elder with the curled mustache finally couldn't help but put down the newspaper, letting out a heavy sigh. Breaking the silence first, his voice was filled with awe and concern, as they had wiped out Kaido, the Golden Lion, Big Mom, and almost slaughtered the entire population of Wano in just a few days. This power was beyond imagination. At this moment, the elder with the long mustache also slowly put down his newspaper and replied helplessly, "Indeed, the strength of Minus and the Shadow King has exceeded our expectations. They defeated Kaido and Big Mom so easily. In my opinion, their strength has probably surpassed the royal level." After saying this, the elder with the long mustache gradually turned his gaze towards Steelbone. In the entire world government system, aside from the mysterious and rarely seen Sama, Steelbone was undoubtedly the representative of royal-level power. Even the 5 elders who held high positions, and the extraordinary Garinku were still a crucial step away from breaking into the royal level. Therefore, the elder with the long mustache hoped that Steelbone, as a royal-level powerhouse, could analyze the true strength of Minus and Chung Xiaoyu with his experience and insight. Hearing this, the others also put down their newspapers and looked intently at Steelbone, their eyes filled with anticipation and tension. At this moment, Steelbone's face was equally filled with surprise and shock. The battle process between Minus and the Shadow King, as described in the newspaper, was far too relaxed and pleasant. With his initial king-level strength, if he were to face Kaido and others, even if he could eventually win, it would undoubtedly require an arduous and extraordinary struggle. It can never be so easy. This can only indicate one fact. The combat power of Minus and the Shadow King is far beyond his own, and they likely have already reached the intermediate king level or even higher realms. With this thought, Steelbone Kong's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he clearly felt his breathing become rapid. Minus and the Shadow King emerged like 2 suddenly rising new stars, fully grown and exuding an unstoppable, powerful aura, which filled him with an unprecedented sense of crisis. Feeling the eager and expectant gazes of the 5 elders and Saint Garling, Steelbone Kong helplessly forced a smile and slowly began to speak. "Your perception is indeed correct. Minus and the Shadow King have definitely reached the king level." At this point, Steelbone Kong paused for a moment, seriously scanning the crowd with his gaze, and slowly said, "However, based on my analysis of this information, their strength has surpassed the initial king level and reached the intermediate king level. Furthermore, if their growth rate continues at such an astonishing pace, they may have already reached even higher realms." As Steelbone Kong's words fell, the entire office instantly fell into a dead silence, the only sound being the accelerated heartbeat of the stunned crowd. Clearly, the 5 elders and Saint Garling were completely shocked by Steelbone Kong's statement. They had originally held a glimmer of hope, believing that Minos and the Shadow King had at most only broken through to the initial king level. But now, hearing Steelbone Kong say they had reached the intermediate king level or even higher was simply hard to accept. It felt as if the entire order of the world had been overturned at that moment. Watching the incredulous expressions on everyone's faces, Steelbone Kong helplessly shook his head and explained with a wry smile. From the ease and speed of combat that Minos and the Shadow King displayed when dealing with Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, it is evident that their strength has far surpassed that of ordinary initial king-level powerhouses, reaching a level we can hardly imagine. As Steelbone Kong's reaffirming words echoed, the five elders and St. Garling couldn't help but simultaneously gasp in shock. Minos and the Shadow King were only in their 20s, yet they had already achieved such powerful king-level strength, while they themselves, despite appearing to have returned to middle age, were actually quite old. They had barely reached the peak of the royal level, just touching the threshold of the king level. This stark contrast inevitably stirred a deep sense of defeat in their hearts. It truly was a case of people surpassing people, angering others. In the spacious and solemn office of the world government, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. The soft light fell on the polished floor, but could not dispel the heavy air. St. Garling sat upright in his chair, his posture straight, his gaze slowly sweeping over the five elders and Steelbone Kong, revealing a hint of undetectable worry and determination. After a moment of silence, St. Garling first slightly furrowed his brow, glanced at the five elders and Steelbone Kong, his gaze suddenly turning cold, and spoke in a low, powerful voice. Everyone, although Minos and the Shadow King have displayed unimaginable strength, they are ultimately not a force that our world government can control. They exist outside our system, like two ticking time bombs that could trigger a great disaster at any moment. Allowing such individuals to act recklessly in the world is far too dangerous. Their existence poses an unprecedented threat to the authority of our world government and to the entire order of the world. We must do everything we can to sanction them and must not allow them to continue to develop unchecked. St. Garling's words were like a heavy bomb, stirring up waves of shock in the large office. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd instantly revealed disbelief, and they turned their gazes towards St. Garling, their eyes seemingly asking, "Are you serious? Minos and the Shadow King are so powerful. Do we really have the ability to sanction them?" St. Garling looked at the shocked expressions of the five elders and Steelbone Kong. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. And he spoke again. "Everyone, have you forgotten that guy Rox? He once roamed the seas with terrifying strength, and in that era, almost no one could compete with him. But in the end, he still died, didn't he? No matter how powerful the enemy is, as long as we find the right approach and unite various forces, they are not invincible." After saying this, St. Garling cast another disdainful glance at the five elders and Steelbone Kong, feeling that they were too conservative. In the face of such a significant crisis, they were still so hesitant and indecisive, which made it hard to achieve great things. The five elders and Steelbone Kong did not mind St. Garling's disdainful gaze. Their thoughts were completely immersed in what he had said, because they knew all too well how Rox had fallen. They had not only personally witnessed that thrilling battle, but were also one of the important participants. The office fell into silence, with only the clock on the wall ticking away. It seemed to mercilessly urge everyone to make a decision. After pondering for a long time, the middle-aged five elder with a mustache slightly raised his head, his gaze revealing a hint of caution, and spoke in a low voice. "St. Garling, are you suggesting we once again choose to cooperate with Roger and others? But that's easier said than done. Roger and his crew have never been bound by our world government, and they have their own ideals and goals. They may not easily agree to join forces with us." The short-haired, middle-aged five elder next to him immediately took over the conversation, his face filled with worry. "Yes, Roger and his crew may not agree to our proposal. There have always been many contradictions and differences between them and our world government. Convincing them may not be a simple task." Steelbone Kong also interjected at this time. Kapu and others might take action from the standpoint of maintaining justice and order, but it's hard to say for Roger and his crew. They are adrift at sea, pursuing freedom and the unknown adventure. They're likely to be cautious about our world government's request. Upon hearing the words of the five elders and Steelbone Kong, a hint of impatience flashed in St. Garling's eyes. He first shot them a disdainful glance, then slowly stood up, hands behind his back, pacing back and forth in the office while saying, "It seems you have truly forgotten the threat that Minos and the Shadow King pose. Their power has grown strong enough to threaten the very existence of the world. If we do not take action soon, by the time they are fully fledged, we may not even have the chance to resist." As he spoke, St. Garling suddenly stopped, his eyes flashing, a sinister smile appearing on his face, and he lowered his voice, taking advantage of this opportunity. "We just need to widely spread the intention of Minos and the Shadow King to destroy the world across the seas. With our world government's vast intelligence network and propaganda channels, we can quickly spread this news to every corner of the world. At that time, people all over the world would fall into fear and panic, becoming vigilant against Minos and the Shadow King. The pirates, navy, and revolutionary army, forces that are usually at odds with each other, might set aside their conflicts and grievances to join hands against such a powerful common enemy. Once they unite and form a strong force, then even Minos and the Shadow King, no matter how powerful they are, would not be able to withstand the siege from all sides. In this way, everything would be resolved easily." After saying this, Garinko Saint threw his head back and laughed heartily in the large office, his laughter echoing in the empty room, tinged with a hint of pride and madness. "Ha ha!" The other five elders and Steelbone Kong, upon hearing Garinko Saint's sinister scheme, first showed a hint of surprise in their eyes, which gradually brightened. They had to admit that although this plan was somewhat unscrupulous, it was indeed an effective way to deal with the current crisis. Once the laughter subsided, Garinko Saint's gaze flickered sharply as he looked at everyone and said lightly, "So, do you all agree with my plan?" After he finished speaking, the five elders and Steelbone Kong nodded in agreement, fully aware that under the current circumstances, this might be the only way out. Thus, the world government carefully set up a massive conspiracy against Minos and the Shadow King. They began to utilize various resources and channels to spread rumors across the seas about Minos and the Shadow King intending to destroy the world. And a storm targeting these two powerful figures was quietly brewing. Meanwhile, in the spacious conference room of the Navy headquarters at Marineford, the atmosphere was equally tense and oppressive. The walls of the conference room were adorned with various nautical charts and naval honor medals, and the enormous conference table was surrounded by high-ranking officers from the Navy. In addition to the five admirals, there were also the recently recovered Zephyr and the renowned Garp, along with several vice admirals and rear admirals. Sengoku, now restored to his middle-aged appearance, sat at the head of the table, his eyes revealing a hint of fatigue and worry. At this moment, he was looking at the newspaper in his hand, the prominent headline and detailed reports about Minos and the destruction of Wano country, causing his brow to furrow tightly. The Wano incident had indeed shocked the world. The powerful strength displayed by Minos and the destruction brought by him made the entire world feel a deep sense of fear. Sengoku knew that the Navy must take action, so he had to organize people and convened this important Navy meeting to discuss strategies to respond to the aggressive Minos and Chang Xiaoyu. Sengoku lightly coughed, slowly scanning the room, taking in the expressions of everyone present, and then spoke. "So, the meeting regarding the Wano incident is officially underway. I believe everyone is already aware of the current situation. The actions of Minos and Chang Xiaoyu have seriously threatened the peace and stability of the world. As the important force maintaining world order, we in the Navy cannot sit idly by. Now, please share your opinions on how we should respond to this crisis." With Sengoku's words, the Navy's meeting to address Minos and Chang Xiaoyu officially began. The conference room was immediately filled with a buzzing discussion, with various high-ranking Navy officials expressing their views and suggestions. On the other side, at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, there was a secret base hidden in a mysterious location. Dragon was still sitting by the window, as usual, sunlight pouring over him but failing to dispel the gloom in his heart. He held a newspaper in his hand, the powerful combat strength of Minos and Chang Xiaoyu, as well as the devastating momentum of the Shadow Legion, making his heart tremble. There was a serious look in Dragon's eyes, He knew that Minos and the Shadow King had an unstoppable aura about them. Their power was too great, and if not stopped, the world would fall into an irretrievable abyss. After a long silence, Dragon spoke softly. Minos and the Shadow King, you two are too crazy. Such reckless behavior will eventually lead to the destruction of the world, and you must be stopped. After saying this to himself, Dragon's gaze suddenly became deep and resolute. He slowly stood up, looking out at the vast sky, and said lightly, "It seems we can only find some people to cooperate with. Relying solely on the strength of our revolutionary army to fight against Minos and the Shadow King would undoubtedly be like hitting a stone with an egg. We need to unite with other forces to form a powerful alliance to have a chance to contend with them." In the center of the New World, there's an island called Racuna. On this island, there is a magnificent palace, and at this moment, Whitebeard, Roger, and others are gathering inside the palace. The walls of the palace are embedded with various precious gems, and the dazzling lights reflect on the serious faces of everyone present. Whitebeard, Roger, and others are now looking at the newspaper in their hands with grave expressions, their eyes filled with shock and worry. Even though they had long known about Minos's strength, they never expected that in just 3 years he could become so powerful. The reports of Minos and the Shadow King easily defeating Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, along with vivid battle scenes, made their hearts tremble. The overwhelming power was like an adult beating a child, almost impossible to counter. Silence spread through the palace, as everyone understood the severity of the situation. That powerful strength was no longer something a single pirate crew could handle alone. After a long time, a sorrowful voice echoed in the magnificent palace. "Minos, Shadow King, how could you be so cruel? This is the life of an entire nation. You have killed them all. You will face retribution." Everyone knew without looking that this voice came from Kazuki Oden. Sure enough, when Whitebeard and Roger looked up, they saw Kazuki Oden looking at the newspaper with a face full of grief and anger, tears welling in his eyes. The Wano country meant a lot to Oden. It was his hometown, carrying countless memories and emotions. Now hearing that Wano had encountered such a calamity, how could he not be filled with profound sorrow? Roger looked at Oden with an apologetic expression and slowly said, "I'm sorry, Oden, we didn't manage to support Wano in time, which led to such a tragic incident. However, rest assured, we will definitely help Wano seek justice. No matter the cost, we will not let Minos and the Shadow King go." There was a firm determination in Roger's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly, as if he was already prepared for battle. Beside him, Shanks also wore a serious expression and comforted him. "Oden Senpai, don't worry. We will do everything we can to help Wano seek justice. The disaster of Wano is also our shame. We cannot allow such atrocities to be easily overlooked." Immediately after, Shanks' gaze sharpened, and he looked around at the elders present, speaking in a low yet powerful voice. "Elders, we have reached a critical moment of life and death. The ambitions of Minos and the Shadow King are by no means limited to Wano. Their goal is likely the entire world. If we do not find a way to change the current situation, we might become their next target and be ruthlessly destroyed by Minos. Therefore, it is time to seek cooperation with others. Only by uniting with other forces and gathering everyone's strength do we have a chance of defeating them. The era of fighting alone is over. In the face of such a powerful enemy, we must come together." The words of red-haired Shanks struck everyone like a heavy hammer. After saying this, the vast palace fell silent, and no one spoke. Everyone was contemplating Shanks' proposal. After all, cooperation means letting go of past grievances and interests, and joining hands with former opponents is not an easy task. However, after a moment of silence, Roger looked at the serious red-haired Shanks and smiled with trust, slowly saying, "Shanks, go ahead. We fully support you. At this critical moment, we need someone to step up and lead us in the fight against the enemy. You have the courage to propose this idea. We believe you also have the ability to realize it." Rayleigh, who was beside them, also smiled, patted Shanks on the shoulder, and said, "Shanks, go for it. We all support you. Don't have any concerns. Try boldly, and no matter what difficulties you encounter, we will be behind you." With Rayleigh's words, the others nodded in agreement, encouraging red-haired Shanks to proceed. They all knew that at this moment of life and death, unity was the only way out. Red-haired Shanks looked at Roger and the others who fully supported him, feeling deeply moved. His eyes reddened slightly as he firmly said, "Don't worry, seniors. I will not let you down. I will do my utmost to find suitable partners and form a powerful alliance to jointly fight against Minos and the Shadow King." After saying this, red-haired Shanks turned and left the magnificent palace, heading towards the red Earth continent. His steps were firm and strong, and his figure appeared particularly tall under the sunlight. Roger and the others watched Shanks departing back, silently praying. Whitebeard quietly said, "I hope Shanks can succeed. He has extraordinary courage and determination. Perhaps he can really lead us through this difficult time." "Yes, now we can only place our hopes on him." Roger sighed slightly, looking into the distance, as if he could already see the fierce battles approaching. Following that, Roger spoke in a very low voice. "The world government. It seems we haven't cooperated for many years." In the vast, mysterious sea of the New World, the island of Serbia stood like a brilliant pearl, quietly embedded in the Azure Ocean. In the center of the island, a massive, splendid black-purple castle rose into the sky, resembling an insurmountable fortress, emanating an awe-inspiring aura. Inside the castle's hall, the decor was luxurious and solemn, with exquisite murals hanging on the walls and a huge crystal chandelier casting soft and bright light, illuminating the entire hall as if it were daytime. At this moment, Minos, a 22-year-old rising power in the sea, sat in a huge chair wrapped in rare sea beast leather in the hall. He leaned slightly forward, his eyes fixed intently on the floating system panel in front of him, revealing a hint of focus and surprise. The system panel emitted a ghostly blue light, with data continuously flickering. It showed host, Minos age, 22 skills, top-level armament hockey, top-level observation hockey, top-level conquerors hockey, flowing rock-breaking fist, ordinary punch. Continuous ordinary punch, sword techniques, red snake style, purple snake style, navigator skills, helmsman skills. Physique, intermediate king-level physique, mature phase, items, 50 great knives dark soul kill value, 22, 527, 650 points realm. Intermediate king level, black dragon form. Intermediate king level evaluation. You have now reached intermediate king level, and even against peak king level powers, you can exchange a few blows. But still be cautious of encountering god level powers. Otherwise, you could be easily killed by them in an instant. Minos' gaze was tightly locked on the kill value of over 20 million, a wave of uncontrollable excitement surging in his heart. He rubbed his eyes, seemingly unable to believe the numbers before him. Is this really over 20 million kill value? Am I seeing things? Minos murmured to himself, his voice trembling slightly. Immediately, he took a deep breath, trying to suppress his excitement, and said to the system panel in front of him, "Hey system, if I'm not mistaken, this kill value is over 20 million, right?" Although he tried to keep his voice calm, the slightly trembling tone betrayed his inner unrest. After a moment, the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in the hall. "Ding, host, you are not mistaken. It is indeed over 20 million kill value." Hearing the system's confirmation, Minos' heart began to race uncontrollably. This feeling of sudden wealth left him somewhat bewildered, filled with surprise, yet mixed with a hint of uncertainty. He straightened up in his chair, unconsciously gripping the armrest tightly, and after a long while he slowly spoke. "Hey system, this kill value is just too much. It makes me feel a bit uneasy, like I'm lost." "Ding, host, please rest assured, as the kill value is too easy to obtain, this system has long since raised the prices within the system." The system's voice remained flat, showing no emotional fluctuations. Upon hearing this, Minos' eyes widened in disbelief. "What? You actually changed the prices without permission? Do you know this is against the rules?" He was so angry that he stood up from his chair, loudly yelling at the system panel, his voice echoing in the empty hall, filled with endless fury. However, the system remained indifferent to Minos' outburst, maintaining its silence. This made Minos feel as if he were punching cotton, powerful yet ineffective, his anger growing even stronger. You're going too far?" Minos' face turned red with anger. His hands clenched in a fist, his body trembling slightly. After a long time, Minos, exhausted from shouting, saw that the system still showed no response and sighed helplessly, sitting back down in his chair, weakly saying, "System, what are you trying to do?" His eyes revealed a hint of fatigue and helplessness. The face that was once filled with fighting spirit now looked somewhat haggard. Just when Minos thought the system would no longer respond to him, the system's voice slowly echoed, "Ding, host, please do not panic. In fact, the increase is not significant. As long as the host engages in killing, that kill value can still be easily obtained." Upon hearing the system's nonchalant words, Minos' anger reignited. "Easily obtained? You make it sound so easy. Every act of killing involves life and death battles. It's not as simple as you say." He retorted angrily, but soon realized that arguing with the system was futile. So he helplessly shook his head, no longer wanting to argue with the system. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, then said, "So, system, can you check if Kaido's mythical Zoan Azure Dragon Fruit and Yamato's White Wolf Fruit are suitable for the arrival of the Destruction King and the Sharp Fawn King?" A hint of anticipation flickered in Minos' eyes. This was his 3-year-long plan, crucial for his future status and strength in this sea. "Ding, it should be possible. Let me check first." The system's voice sounded, then fell into silence. Minos heard the system's words and quickly spoke up, "System, hurry up and check. I can't wait any longer." He sat restlessly in his chair, his eyes filled with anxiety and eagerness, occasionally looking up at the system panel, hoping for a response. Finally, after a long wait, the system's voice slowly emerged. "Ding, according to the host's request, I have found it in the system mall. However, the price is a bit steep." Minos frowned, already sensing that the price wouldn't be cheap. But at this moment, he had made up his mind to complete this plan at all costs. "System, just give me the price," he said firmly. "Ding, to exchange the Illusion Beast Seed Qinglong Fruit for the Destruction Monarch Dragon Emperor Inheritance. It requires 6 million kill points. Ding, to exchange the Illusion Beast Seed Big Mouth True God Fruit for the Sharp Tooth Monarch Inheritance. It only requires 4 million kill points." Hearing this, Minos couldn't help but gasp, his face revealing surprise. This is indeed not ordinary expensive," he murmured, recalling that when he summoned Chang Xiaoyu back then, it only cost a few thousand kill points. Now it actually costs millions of kill points to exchange for a monarch. The difference is too great. Minos pondered silently, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. But soon, he gritted his teeth and spoke decisively. "System, is this monarch in peak condition? If not, that would be too unfair." Minos' eyes were filled with vigilance. He didn't want to be deceived by the system, as this was a plan he had paid a huge price for. "Ding, please rest assured, this system is honest and trustworthy. You can relax. They will definitely be in peak condition and will never deceive the host." The system's voice, though still cold, gave Minos a bit of reassurance. Upon hearing this, Minos felt some of his worries ease. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Then system, go ahead and help me purchase the Destruction Monarch Inheritance and the Sharp Tooth Monarch Inheritance." His eyes revealed a hint of determination. Having made the decision, he would no longer hesitate. "Ding, this system is processing the purchase. Additionally, 2 Hashirama clones will be sent to the host." The system's voice sounded, and then Minos saw a burst of black energy erupt on the system panel, like 2 black dragons rushing towards Kaido and Yamato. The mysterious black energy circled around Kaido and Yamato, as if absorbing something. Under the cover of the black energy, Kaido and Yamato's bodies began to change. Their life force seemingly being gradually drained, their bodies becoming increasingly shriveled, eventually turning into 2 mummified corpses. Minos looked at the now mummified Kaido and Yamato, his expression trembling, and a chill surged in his heart. "This dog system is too ruthless," he murmured, revealing a hint of fear and helplessness in his eyes. Just then, the system's voice sounded again. "Ding, the Destruction Monarch Inheritance and the Sharp Tooth Monarch Inheritance, along with the Hashirama clones, have been successfully purchased. Please use them immediately." Minos felt a slight joy in his heart upon hearing this, as the Dragon Emperor and Sharp Tooth were finally about to descend. This was the moment he had waited for 3 years. He had put in too much effort and sacrifice for this day. Use them immediately. However, filling out the information is too much trouble. You can write it for me. Minos lazily leaned back in his chair and spoke to the system. System. You just need to fill in Sharp-Tooth height as 400 centimeters and Dragon Emperor's height as 300 centimeters. As for the rest, just follow the original work and don't change anything. After speaking, Minos quietly waited for the system's reply, his eyes revealing a hint of expectation. However, this time the system did not respond immediately, as if it had entered a frozen state. After waiting for a long time, Minos began to feel anxious. System? System. Don't pretend you can't see me. Just when Minos thought the system wouldn't agree to his request, the familiar voice finally slowly emerged. Ding. Host, you are really lazy. However, I will agree to this small request this time. Hearing this, Minos's tense nerves finally relaxed, and a triumphant smile appeared on his face. Haha, I knew you would agree. I don't want to experience the days of filling out information again. Let the system handle it. Minos sat back down in his chair, crossed his legs, and appeared relaxed. The system did not respond to him again, but began silently creating the Destruction Monarch and Sharp-Tooth Monarch. Minos patiently waited by the side, his mind constantly conjuring images of the Dragon Emperor and Sharp-Tooth Monarch descending, his heart filled with anticipation. Time passed slowly, and Minos felt each second was incredibly long. Finally, when he grew somewhat impatient, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! The Destruction Monarch, Dragon Emperor, and Sharp-Tooth Monarch are ready. Please check them, host. Upon hearing this, Minos immediately stood up from his chair, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He couldn't wait to exit the system panel, his gaze fixed ahead. Suddenly, two dazzling golden lights appeared before Minos, so intense that he had to squint his eyes. Within the golden light, two enormous figures slowly emerged, and powerful waves of energy emanated from the light, causing the entire castle hall to tremble slightly. As the light gradually dissipated, two imposing figures radiating powerful auras appeared before Minos. These two figures were none other than the Destruction Monarch Dragon Emperor and the Sharp-Tooth Monarch. Minos's gaze was first drawn to the Sharp-Tooth Monarch. He saw that the Sharp-Tooth Monarch was a robust man, standing a full 4 meters tall, with thick, long black hair cascading down his broad shoulders like a black waterfall. His face was not traditionally handsome, but rather exuded a sense of determination and ruggedness, as if carved from the hardest rock. His eyes were a deep yellow, like burning flames, radiating a mysterious and dangerous aura that made it hard to look directly at him. His sharp teeth were faintly visible, glinting coldly under the light, as if capable of easily tearing apart any enemy. His muscles were bulging, each one filled with a sense of power, as if containing endless energy ready to explode at any moment. Next, he shifted his gaze to the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor had a slender body, resembling an elegant divine dragon. His long, flowing red hair danced gently in the wind, and even his beard was a vibrant red, like burning flames, showcasing his extraordinary nature. His eyes were a light yellow, like a deep lake, calm yet revealing an awe-inspiring majesty. The Dragon Emperor's face was resolute and cold, as if nothing in the world could move him. His body was covered in a layer of gray-white armor, inscribed with mysterious runes, emanating an ancient and powerful aura. The red tail skirt on the Dragon Emperor's lower body fluttered gently in the breeze, adding an extra layer of mystery to him. At this moment, the Fangtooth King was the first to speak. His voice was deep and resonant, as if it came from an ancient roar. "Oh, the entity. You seem quite pleased to see our arrival." As he spoke, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a confident smile, and his gaze held a hint of curiosity and scrutiny towards Minos. Following that, the cold voice of the Dragon Emperor echoed, "Entity, are you the king?" Though his voice was not loud, it was filled with an undeniable authority, as if everything before him had to obey his judgment. Minos first smiled gently at the aloof Dragon Emperor, his eyes brimming with confidence. "I am a king, and you are a king too. No distinction between us." Then, Minos turned his gaze to the Fangtooth King's face, smiled faintly, and said, "We have been waiting for you for a long time. Naturally, you are welcome." Upon hearing this, the Fangtooth King burst into loud laughter, his voice echoing throughout the hall, causing the murals on the walls to tremble slightly. "Ha, good. In that case, we will fight alongside the entity and carve out a territory of our own in this new world. He clenched his fists, his muscles tensed again, and a powerful aura surged forth. The Dragon Emperor nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over everything around him, coldly stating, "This sea area will change because of our arrival." His voice, though calm, revealed a strong determination and confidence. Minos looked at the two kings before him, a surge of unprecedented ambition swelling in his heart. He knew that from this moment on, the pirate world would enter a brand new phase. With the addition of the Destruction King Dragon Emperor and the Fangtooth King, he would possess even greater power to face the unknown dangers and enemies in this new world full of challenges and opportunities. For example, the ninja world. In a vast new world, beneath the calm surface, there were always undercurrents surging. Days ago, a chilling rumor spread rapidly like a tidal wave, claiming that Minos and the Shadow King were conspiring a world-destroying plot. This rumor was like a giant stone thrown into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up thousands of waves across the entire sea, plunging every corner into deep fear and unease. The first to be impacted were the small forces struggling to survive on the sea, who were like startled birds. Faced with this unknown massive threat, they had no power to resist and made their own choices. Some small forces chose to disband in fear, with members fleeing in all directions, trying to find a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. Others hurriedly joined the Pirate Alliance, hoping to find stability under the protection of a strong force. There were also some who turned to the Navy, eager to use its strength to resist the impending disaster. The terrifying achievements of Minos and the Shadow King in Wano country loomed over everyone like the sword of Damocles, making no one dare to be careless. They easily defeated Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, two once dominant pirates, showcasing their astonishing strength and reinforcing the belief in the impending crisis. Meanwhile, in the heavily guarded and mysterious large conference room of the world government, an unbelievable scene was unfolding. Several figures who should not have appeared here were openly present. Among them was the infamous red-haired Shanks from the Pirate Alliance, his iconic red hair standing out vividly under the dim lights, exuding a calmness and dominance forged through years of hardship. There was also Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, his gaze deep like the twinkling stars in the night sky, radiating determination and wisdom. At this moment, both were dressed in black robes and stood quietly in the conference room. Even more astonishingly, the five elders and Saint Garling were interacting with them in an unusually harmonious manner. There was no tense standoff, nor intense arguments. If an outsider were to accidentally stumble upon this scene, they would surely be astonished and filled with confusion. Why could these opposing forces coexist so peacefully in this room? In this somewhat strange atmosphere, the sword-headed elder raised his head slightly, first casting a sharp glance at Dragon, then fixing his gaze on red-haired Shanks. His eyes held a complex mix of surprise and dissatisfaction. "I didn't expect you to come back to us after all." His voice was deep and slow, as if each word carried the weight of time. "I thought you were completely dead, but I didn't expect the will of the world to resurrect you and even heal your arm." As he spoke, his gaze intentionally fell on Shank's left arm, revealing a hint of disdain. It was clear that this sword-headed elder was extremely displeased with red-haired Shank's actions. In his view, being a celestial dragon but choosing to become a pirate was utterly heretical, a blatant insult to the celestial dragons, something that was absolutely intolerable. Saint Garling also slightly furrowed his brow, his face filled with complex emotions. He slowly turned his head to look at red-haired Shanks, his gaze carrying both the scrutiny of an elder toward the junior and a sense of unspoken sentiment. After all, red-haired Shanks was still part of his lineage. From a bloodline perspective, Shanks should call him uncle or patriarch. However, the current red-haired Shanks had taken a path entirely different from theirs, leaving him with mixed feelings. Faced with the scrutinizing gazes of everyone, red-haired Shanks appeared unperturbed and calm. He raised his head slightly, his eyes firmly scanning each person present, and spoke steadily and powerfully. "I have come to seek cooperation for the peace of sea. The current situation of the sea, I believe you're all well aware of. The ambitions of Minos and the Shadow King are evident, and their strength is undeniable. If we do not join hands and cooperate now, we will surely be picked off one by one. At that time, the entire sea will fall into an abyss of no return, and none of us will be able to escape." I see you are at your wits' end, and have come to seek our cooperation. One of them scoffed. You have already left our world government. How can you know our foundation? As long as Minos dares to come and offend our world government, we have enough power to make him lie down and leave. Yes, and now various opinions are already emerging in the sea. Minos and the others will surely not withstand the pressure. Red-haired Shanks quietly listened to their mockery, his face still maintaining that calm expression, as if their words had no effect on him. When they gradually stopped mocking, he slowly continued. 3 years ago, I personally fought against Minos and the Shadow King, and I know their strength all too well. Moreover, 3 years have passed, and judging from their effortless defeat of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin and Wano, it is evident that they have already reached the king level. If we allow such powerful beings to go unchecked, they will surely swallow the entire sea. By then, all our forces will become their prey, and there will be no opportunity to resist. Red-haired Shank's words struck like a hammer, hitting every person's heart hard. The large office instantly fell into silence, and everyone's expressions turned exceptionally grave. They naturally knew the strength of Minos and the Shadow King, and understood that what red-haired Shanks said was not an exaggeration. However, they couldn't shake off their unease about red-haired Shanks being a celestial dragon, yet choosing to become a pirate. In this silent atmosphere, Dragon slowly glanced around the room. He keenly sensed that the atmosphere had reached a stalemate. If this awkward situation wasn't broken, their cooperation might come to nothing. With no other choice, Dragon furrowed his brows slightly and said in a deep, powerful voice, "Everyone, I believe what red-haired Shank said makes a lot of sense. Minos and the Shadow King are indeed too insane, and their actions have severely threatened the peace and stability of the seas. If we don't stop them in time, the entire ocean will surely fall into endless madness and chaos. Although the revolutionary army's stance differs from yours, our goal in this matter is the same, to maintain peace and order in the seas." However, as soon as Dragon finished speaking, it was as if a bomb had been dropped into a calm lake, instantly igniting the anger of the 5 elders. What are you revolutionaries? If it weren't for our lack of time to deal with you, you wouldn't even be alive now. That's right, Dragon, you're the biggest scum. You were doing well in the Navy, yet you had to go and establish some ridiculous revolutionary army. It's laughable. If you weren't Carp's son, we would have executed you a long time ago. The 5 elders each took turns venting their anger towards Dragon. Dragon didn't expect that just by saying a single sentence, he would be targeted so fiercely by the 5 elders, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness and frustration. In reality, he had just happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. The 5 elders were still angry at red-haired Shanks, and now, with Dragon stirring the pot, he naturally became their best outlet for frustration. Looking at the relentless 5 elders, a glimmer of imperceptible light flashed in Dragon's eyes. He took a deep breath and spoke in a low, whisper-like tone. "It seems that I have to speak with strength, which is the most correct way." As soon as he finished speaking, Dragon's gaze suddenly sharpened, and an immense aura erupted from his body. This aura surged like a roaring wave, or like a volcanic eruption, carrying boundless power that instantly engulfed the entire large office. It was a powerful aura at the initial level of a king, seemingly capable of crushing everything around it. The 5 elders felt an invisible pressure bearing down on them, making it difficult for them to breathe. Their faces instantly turned pale with shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. They never expected that Dragon's strength had actually broken through to the level of a king. Watching the terrified expressions of the 5 elders, Dragon let out a slight sigh in his heart and slowly retracted his aura. His gaze swept over everyone again, and he spoke in a deep and powerful voice. "Everyone, I believe I should now qualify to cooperate with you, right?" However, after Dragon finished this sentence, the large office fell silent. Everyone was stunned by the strength Dragon had just displayed, and for a moment, no one could respond to him. Finally, after a long silence, Galen Gushing slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed on Dragon, filled with shock and admiration. "I didn't expect you to break through to the level of a king. That's truly incredible." His voice trembled slightly, clearly shaken by Dragon's breakthrough. Smiling, Dragon shook his head lightly and said calmly, "It was just luck. But now let's discuss cooperation." His words, though light, carried an undeniable firmness. Galangushan looked at the serious dragon and nodded. He knew that no matter how many questions and misunderstandings he had in his heart, now was not the time to pursue them. The urgent task was to unite all possible forces to kill Minos and the Shadow King. In the mysterious and vast new world, there was a quiet island called Serbia, standing amidst a turbulent sea. This island resembled a pearl isolated from the world, yet exuded an undeniable aura of mystery. In the center of the island, a massive, magnificent black and purple castle rose up. Every stone in the castle seemed to have been washed by the tide of history, emanating an ancient and powerful aura. At this moment, in the spacious and eerie hall of the castle, four domineering figures were seated. They were Minos, Chung Xiaoyu, and the newly arrived Fangya King and Dragon Emperor. Each of these four possessed power capable of shaking the world, their existence akin to four towering mountains in the darkness. Evoking awe, the expressions on their faces were extremely calm, as if the external pressures from the turbulent waves of public opinion had no effect on them at all. Minos slightly raised his head, a cold light flashing in his deep eyes as he slowly surveyed the crowd, and spoke in a low, steady voice. Recently, there have been rumors in the seas that we intend to destroy the world. What do you think about this? Chung Xiaoyu and the others were momentarily surprised upon hearing Minos's words. After all, the rumors were not baseless. They were indeed planning a terrifying operation that could plunge the entire ocean into irreversible catastrophe, slaughtering the entire sea. However, they did not expect that this secret plan would be accidentally guessed, which was somewhat beyond their expectations. Yet they found it quite amusing, seeing their indifferent expressions. Minos sighed lightly, shaking his head helplessly, and spoke again. Since people in the sea like to think this way, why don't we just go along with their thoughts and turn this rumor into reality? After finishing his sentence, Minos's gaze suddenly turned icy, like a blade of ice in winter, exuding endless coldness, and he said word by word, "Next, I have decided to completely destroy the seas. Now that the Dragon Emperor and Fangya's strength has reached its peak, we no longer need to hide our power." Minos paused slightly, scanning everyone before continuing. "I have already formulated 4 plans. First, Dragon Emperor, you will take the Destruction Legion, purchased with 1 million points of kill value, to Elbaf, with the goal of hunting Loki and the Giant Clan. You must know that they are crucial vessels for the founding king, and absolutely cannot afford any mistakes. Elbaf, that mysterious and powerful land of giants. Loki is a key part of it. Your mission is arduous and important. Second, Fangya, you will take your Beast Legion to the Navy headquarters to forcibly bring back Akiji. Akiji is a necessary vessel for the arrival of the cold winter, and is equally vital to our plan. The Navy headquarters is the symbol of justice in the entire sea, heavily guarded, with experts everywhere. However, with your peak strength and the ferocity of the Beast Legion, you can easily take Akiji. You can even deplete the Navy headquarters of its experts. Third, Chung Xiaoyu. You will summon the Shadow Army and directly stir up a bloody slaughter feast on the seas. In the process, continuously expand the scale of the Shadow Army. Remember, anyone you encounter, whether they are pirates, merchants, fishmen, or sea kings, must be killed without any mercy or hesitation. Let the entire sea be immersed in fear and bloodshed, so that everyone knows our might. Finally, I will lead the Puppet Legion to the Pirate Alliance to bring Ace back. Ace is an important vessel for the King of Flames and plays an indispensable role for us. The Pirate Alliance gathers numerous powerful pirate forces, and it will not be easy to bring Ace back from there, but I am confident in completing this mission. After saying this, Minos looked at Chung Xiaoyu and the others again, a faint smile appearing on his face, revealing a sense of certainty and anticipation for the future. Then, I wish you all a victorious start. Let us step into that true divine realm together, traverse the heavens, and realize the dream of eternal life. After Minos finished this sentence, the castle fell into a deep silence. After a moment, everyone began to speak. Yes, we must become god-level powerhouses. Wandering through the heavens is the most important thing. Only by becoming gods can we break free from the shackles of this world and control our own destiny. To become gods, we're even willing to sacrifice the entire pirate world. Before the gods, everything seems so small and insignificant. God-level power? It seems unattainable, but in reality, it is within reach. We just haven't reached that realm yet. But as long as we work together, we will surely achieve this goal. Looking at the excited expressions of the crowd, Minos smiled faintly and spoke again. Then, the plan to become gods officially begins. Thus, a storm capable of changing the entire landscape of the pirate world quietly began. The world, including red-haired Shanks and Dragon, decided to unite and resist this evil force upon learning of Minos and the others' crazy plan. Meanwhile, Minos and Chang Xiaoyu and the others did not hesitate to start their bloody and destructive plan to become gods. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month later, the entire new world was plunged into bloody slaughter. Chang Xiaoyu led hundreds of thousands of shadow troops, like a black torrent, leaving the islands of Serbia. They rampaged across the sea, leaving devastation in their wake. One peaceful and serene island after another was instantly shrouded in the shadow of death. The island's residents, whether ordinary people or powerful pirates, had no power to fight back against the attacks of the Shadow Army. Pirate ships were sunk, merchants' goods were plundered, fishermen struggled in pain, and sea kings perished in this disaster. In this bloody slaughter, the islands were shattered, with huge rocks plunging into the sea, creating towering waves. The sea was completely dyed red with blood, the rich smell of blood mingling with the scent of the sea, permeating every corner of the ocean, chilling to the bone. Meanwhile, thrilling killings erupted in various places. At the Navy headquarters, Marine Ford, this fortress symbolizing the justice of the sea, was facing an unprecedented crisis. At this moment, the Jaw King arrived alone at the square of the Navy headquarters. He was incredibly tall, like a moving mountain, exuding a chilling aura. The surrounding Navy personnel pointed at him, unsure of when such a terrifying figure had appeared. The Jaw King looked at the grand building before him, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. It's time to start this slaughter. With that, he slowly raised his massive claw, and instantly, a dark red magic power surged around him like a raging tide. This magic power seemed to possess a life of its own, rolling and churning, emanating a spine-chilling aura. The dark red magic power instantly lifted huge boulders, hurling them towards the Navy troops like cannonballs. The weak Navy soldiers had no time to dodge and were crushed by the boulders, emitting screams. Blood flowed continuously from under the boulders, forming streams that stained the square's ground. Compared to those Navy soldiers who were already terrified, the Jaw King opened his mouth full of sharp teeth and let out a mad, hearty laugh. "Ants, you are truly a group of easily crushed ants. Why don't you let Akiji come out to die?" With that, the Jaw King raised his right claw again and waved it lightly. The dark red magic power erupted once more, lifting even larger stones to smash down on the already paralyzed Navy personnel. With a loud bang, those Navy soldiers were instantly killed under the fierce attack of the boulders. Blood splattered out like a fountain, staining everything around. However, at this moment, two figures rushed towards the Jaw King at incredible speed. One of them roared, loudly declaring, "Where did this villain come from? Daring to run wild in front of our Navy? Truly unaware of the consequences. Great fire!" Before the words fell, the person's arm instantly transformed into a gigantic magma fist, bringing rolling heat waves as it struck fiercely towards the Jaw King. As the magma fist passed, the air ignited with a sizzling sound. However, looking at the incoming magma fist, the Jaw King showed a disdainful smile. The dark red magic power on him surged instantly, enveloping him like a sturdy armor. In the disbelief of the attacker, the Jaw King actually took the magma fist head-on with his body. At the moment the fist made contact with the Jaw King's body, a powerful force erupted, creating waves of scalding steam. The steam spread like white smoke, rapidly filling the battlefield due to the high temperature. Meanwhile, Akiji stood nearby, his face filled with shock, because under his powerful observation haki, he clearly saw that this mysterious powerhouse had actually taken Sakazuki's powerful magma fist with his body. Just then, the spreading steam was violently shattered by a powerful aura. As the steam dissipated, the Jaw King stood unscathed in the square, not a single injury on him. The Jaw King looked at the astonished Sakazuki, grinning to reveal his sharp teeth. Your punch is too weak. It didn't even scratch my fur. With that, the Jaw King clenched his fist tightly, the dark red magic power continuously condensing on his fist, becoming even denser. Then, he swung a powerful punch toward Sakazuki. With a crack, Sakazuki was sent flying like a cannonball. His body traced an arc in the air, while blood continuously spurted from his mouth, crashing heavily to the ground. Then rolling on the ground, the hard ground was scratched by his body, kicking up a cloud of dust. It wasn't until he rolled for dozens of meters that his body gradually came to a stop. The Jaw King didn't even glance at Sakazuki, instead turning his gaze to Aokiji. He grinned, his smile filled with greed and desire. "I've finally found you." And so, the Jaw King unleashed slaughter at the Navy headquarters. The Jaw King battled the entire Navy headquarters. In the vast new world, there exists a mysterious and unique area where a remarkable kingdom, Elbaf, is located. This is the homeland of the giant race, and with the innate strength and unique military system of the giants, Elbaf stands proudly, revered as the world's strongest nation. The giants possess astonishing physiques and powerful giant abilities. Adult giants stand at least 12 meters tall, and their strength is enough to shatter mountains and make all things tremble. This immense power serves as a solid defense for Elbaf, deterring any pirates with ill intentions from easily stepping into this sacred territory. In the core of Elbaf's power, a shocking event once occurred. The giant prince Loki committed patricide in pursuit of greater power. He killed the former king of the giants and consumed a mysterious and unpredictable devil fruit. The power of this devil fruit might be beyond imagination, but Loki's actions sparked widespread anger. Ultimately, he was defeated by a united front of all giants and imprisoned in a heavily guarded prison, seemingly restoring peace to Elbaf. However, beneath this calm surface often lies a hidden crisis. On this day, Elbaf welcomed an uninvited guest, the King of Destruction, the Dragon Emperor. As the Dragon Emperor stepped onto Elbaf's land, a peculiar and spectacular sight greeted his eyes. A gigantic treasure tree stood in the center of the island, seemingly a bridge connecting heaven and earth. Its thick trunk pierced the clouds, and its lush branches cascaded down like a waterfall, exuding a mysterious and ancient aura. Surrounding the treasure tree were scattered houses, quietly nestled beside it, like loyal guardians protecting this life tree that symbolizes Elbaf. On a cliff of the island, a massive longsword was deeply embedded in the ground, its blade glimmering coldly, as if recounting the former glory and honor of the giants. The Dragon Emperor looked at everything before him. A slight smirk of disdain appeared on his face, and he murmured, "Is this Elbaf, the so-called world's strongest nation? It does have some peculiarities." With a shift in tone, his gaze turned cold and ruthless. "However, from today onward, Elbaf shall cease to exist, and Loki will become history. This land will be the new territory of the great ancestor king and his giant legion." After saying this, the Dragon Emperor raised his right hand high and arrogantly shouted, "Come forth, Destruction Legion." At his command, the sky instantly changed, and a massive white energy portal appeared out of thin air. From within the portal, various hoarse roars and powerful magical fluctuations emanated, as if countless demons were about to surge forth from hell. Then, two enormous dragon claws slowly emerged from the portal. Following that, a large, fierce black western dragon appeared before everyone. It spread its massive, sharp wings, creating a gust of wind with each flap. Its sturdy dragon legs and feet firmly planted on the ground, capable of crushing the earth, and its thick tail swung like a giant iron rod, possessing immense power. Most astonishingly, it exuded a kingly aura that sent chills down the spine. This dragon was none other than the commander-in-chief of the Destruction Legion, Skuya Dragon. After Skuya Dragon appeared, countless dragons of various shapes surged out from the white energy portal. Some were massive, while others were agile and nimble, but all exuded a powerful magical presence. In no time, the sky was filled with the figures of dragons, blocking out the sun. It wasn't until about 100,000 flying dragons had emerged from the portal that the gigantic white energy portal slowly vanished. The Dragon Emperor, with his hands behind his back, hovered slowly in midair, his cold gaze sweeping over Elbaf below, issuing a ruthless command. Destruction Legion, destroy everything here and capture all giants. If there is resistance, kill them without mercy. At the Dragon Emperor's command, the dragons let out a series of hoarse roars, like a black torrent sweeping in all directions toward Elbaf. The giants of Elbaf quickly noticed the abnormal situation in the sky. They dropped their work and gathered beneath the Dragon Emperor, with one giant angrily shouting, "Who are you? Why are you attacking our nation for no reason?" The Dragon Emperor looked down at the giants with an air of arrogance and coldly replied, "I am here to annihilate your giant race. By the way, I'm looking for a guy named Loki. Do you know where he is?" Upon hearing the Dragon Emperor's arrogant words, the giants were enraged and furious. In their hearts, Elbaf was an inviolable sanctuary, and the giant race was an immensely powerful existence. The audacity of the Dragon Emperor to claim he would destroy their entire race was a tremendous insult. One giant roared, "To dare invade our world's strongest nation. You are simply seeking death." With that, he produced a massive spear from somewhere and hurled it with all his might toward the Dragon Emperor in the sky. The spear whistled through the air like a bolt of black lightning, speeding toward the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor looked at the rapidly approaching spear with an expression of extreme disdain. He slowly extended his right hand and lightly tapped the spear. In an instant, a powerful magical force surged from his fingertips, enveloping the spear. Under the influence of the magic, the spear instantly turned to ash and vanished without a trace. The Dragon Emperor looked down at the giants once more, speaking with arrogant disdain. "You dare to resist? Then you shall all die." With that, the Dragon Emperor gently waved his sleeve toward the giants below, and an overwhelming magical force surged toward them like a raging tide. Just the approach of this magical force made the giants feel an unbearable heat. Where the magic passed, the air seemed ignited, and the bodies of the giants were quickly melted under the magic's erosion, resulting in agonizing cries as they fell one after another to their deaths. Meanwhile, the Dragon Emperor remained expressionless, coldly observing the fierce battle between the Destruction Legion and the giants, as if everything happening before him was merely an inconsequential game. Thus, Elbaf was plunged into a sea of blood. The dragons of the Destruction Legion, using their immense power, launched a frenzied attack on every corner of Elbaf. Although the giants fought back valiantly, they gradually fell into a predicament against such a powerful enemy. Houses collapsed in the flames of war, and the treasure tree shook violently under the impact of the magic, as if it could fall at any moment. The entire Elbaf was shrouded in a shadow of despair. Meanwhile, on the island of Rakuna in the New World, a tense standoff was unfolding. This island was an important stronghold for pirates. At this moment, a tense atmosphere enveloped the area, as if a storm was about to break, and a great battle was imminent. Rayleigh, Roger, Whitebeard, Beckman, Myhawk, and other legendary figures of the pirate world looked gravely at the unexpected visitor, Minos. They could not understand why Minos dared to come alone to their stronghold. Behind Roger and the others, hundreds of thousands of pirates stood ready, their faces filled with vigilance and panic. After all, Minos's reputation echoed throughout the world. Although no one knows exactly what he did, his notorious image is enough to instill fear in these pirates. Minos stood there with a calm expression, his gaze faintly fixed on Whitebeard, Roger, and the others in front of him. The reason he dared to come alone so boldly was naturally due to his confidence. Previously, after summoning the Dragon Emperor and Sharptooth, he had accumulated a considerable amount of kill points. He immediately used these kill points to purchase 15 puppet generals and upgraded his original puppets, numbered 1 to 5 to the initial level of king rank. Now, his puppet army had significantly increased in strength, possessing 5 at the initial king rank and 20 high-level general puppets. With such powerful backing, how could he fear the people before him? Even if Whitebeard and the others had hundreds of thousands of troops, they were nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. In a vast and mysterious sea area, turbulent waves crashed against an island that appeared calm but hid great turmoil beneath. This island was the joint headquarters of the Whitebeard pirates and the Roger pirates. Usually, it was a joyful harbor for pirates, filled with the spirit of freedom and blood. However, On this day, the atmosphere was particularly oppressive, as if it were the calm before a storm, making it hard to breathe. Minos, this mysterious and powerful figure, stepped onto this land with a chilling aura. He was tall, adorned in a black justice cloak that fluttered in the wind, with a teasing smile on his face, as if everything in the world was under his control. His eyes were deep and cold, like a blade in the cold night, easily penetrating the human heart. Minos saw the serious expressions of Roger and Whitebeard, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he let out a low, mocking laugh. "So, are you here to welcome me?" His voice was not loud, yet it echoed like a bell in the silent space, carrying a hint of sarcasm and disdain. "If that's the case, it would truly be my honor." Minos continued, his tone filled with ridicule. He walked forward leisurely, each step steady, as if this land were his territory. After finishing this sentence, Minos keenly sensed that the expressions of Whitebeard and the others were growing increasingly grim. Their eyes were filled with anger and vigilance, like beasts whose territory had been invaded. Whitebeard's brows were tightly furrowed, resembling two mountains about to collide. His originally kind face now turned extremely stern, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Meanwhile, Roger's eyes flickered with a determined light, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles white from the pressure, ready to face the forthcoming challenge. Seeing this scene, Minos did not retreat, but instead became even more arrogant, provocatively saying, "You all seem a bit unwelcoming. However, that doesn't matter to you." His voice carried a hint of undeniable dominance, as if declaring his absolute authority. "Hand over a guy named Ace. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly die." Minos's gaze swept over the crowd, finally landing on Whitebeard and Roger, revealing a trace of ferocity. Upon hearing Minos's words, the anger in Whitebeard and the others ignited instantly. Their faces displayed a deep fury, a reaction to being openly provoked, a steadfast protection for their companion. Arrogance, it was simply too arrogant. This guy Minos not only intruded into their territory, but also demanded they hand over one of their own. This was simply intolerable. Just as Minos was becoming impatient and preparing to urge them again, Roger's solemn voice rang out. His voice was steady and powerful, as if carrying a reassuring strength. "Minos, meeting you for the first time, you come here to take our people. Don't you think you're being excessive?" Roger looked directly into Minos's eyes, showing no fear, only a commitment to justice and a dedication to protecting his companions. Hearing this, Minos raised his head slightly, glancing at him with a contemptuous smile. "So you're Roger. Indeed, it's our first meeting, but I don't believe you have the qualifications to lecture me." He tilted his head slightly, his gaze filled with arrogance, as if Roger were merely an insignificant character in his eyes. "And your so-called Pirate King status is nothing but garbage to me." Minos mercilessly belittled Roger, viewing him as a hypocrite, claiming that the title of Pirate King was merely a hollow name unworthy of mention. Roger remained unfazed by Minos's words, his gaze still steadfast and calm. He continued, "Minos, I've heard you are sharp-tongued. Now that I see you, it's indeed not an exaggeration." Roger's words carried a hint of light sarcasm, responding to Minos's provocation in a calm manner, demonstrating the magnanimity and composure of a pirate king. Beside Roger, Whitebeard also took up the conversation, his voice deep and resonant like distant thunder. "Minos, enough small talk. What exactly are you doing at our headquarters?" Whitebeard gripped his sword, the blade glinting coldly under the sunlight, as if expressing his owner's current anger. "If it's the demand we hand over Ace, that is absolutely impossible." The determination in Whitebeard's eyes was unyielding, his words leaving no room for negotiation. Ace was not merely a member of the Whitebeard pirates. He was family, someone they were willing to protect with their lives. Minos first glanced at Roger with a hint of disdain, then shifted his gaze to Whitebeard's face. At that moment, Whitebeard had seemingly returned to his middle-aged self, his iconic beard now transformed into a golden hue. The golden beard shone in the sunlight, symbolizing Whitebeard's past glory and strength. Looking at the serious Whitebeard, Minos calmly said, "So it's Whitebeard. Long time no see. You've returned to your youth. What good fortune. However, it seems you have forgotten the pain I once gave you." Minos's eyes turned cold as he stated, "There's no point in talking. I'm here to take Ace today. But since you want to seek death, I'll just have to send you to hell." After saying this, Minos waved his right hand lightly. In an instant, 25 figures appeared beside him. These figures varied in shape, some tall and powerful, others agile, but all exuded a powerful aura. Among them, 20 figures radiated the aura of high-level generals. They seemed to be shrouded in an invisible pressure, making it difficult for anyone to look directly at them. The other 5 figures emitted the aura of initial king rank. These 5 figures were even more mysterious, their eyes revealing a wisdom and power beyond the ordinary. In an instant, Whitebeard, Roger, and the others turned pale, staring in horror at the scene before them. They never expected Minos to summon such formidable combat power. The overwhelming auras surged towards them like tangible waves, making it hard for them to breathe. The weaker pirates were even more overwhelmed, terrified into silence. Their legs weakened, almost unable to stand, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Minos looked at the horrified Whitebeard and the others, a hint of disdain flashing across his face. He reveled in the feeling of controlling everything, as if he were the master of this sea. Then, with a gentle wave of his right hand, the puppet army surged forward to attack Roger and the others. The puppets rushed at the pirates like a raging tide, filled with an unstoppable momentum. Seeing the fierce puppet legion, Roger and Whitebeard finally snapped out of their shock. They knew that there was no turning back now, and they could only fight with all their might. Roger shouted, "Everyone, it's time to give it our all." His voice was filled with passion and fighting spirit, as if injecting a powerful energy into everyone present. Whitebeard followed suit, roaring, "For our families, for our freedom, let's fight." He raised the Songyun Chia high, the blade reflecting sunlight that illuminated the entire battlefield, as if bringing a glimmer of hope to the pirates. Thus, a thrilling war erupted. The sounds of battle cries, clashing swords, and roaring voices intertwined, echoing across the entire island. The pirates picked up their weapons and charged towards the puppet army, their eyes filled with determination and fearlessness. Even if there were mountains of knives and seas of fire ahead, they did not flinch. As Minos stepped onto the battlefield, he looked ahead and saw 2 figures waiting for him. Those 2 figures were Whitebeard and Roger. They stood side by side, their eyes filled with conviction and determination, as if declaring their challenge to Minos. "Minos, as long as we kill you, all our problems will be solved," Roger said, raising the supreme great blade, Ace, and pointing it at Minos. The supreme great blade, Ace, shimmered in the sunlight, as if containing boundless power. This sword was a symbol of Roger, as well as his belief. Although Whitebeard did not speak, he pointed at Songyun Chia at Minos. The blade of Songyun Chia emitted a chilling aura, as if longing for a clash with the enemy. Whitebeard's eyes revealed a calm and resolute demeanor. He knew that this battle would be incredibly difficult, but he would never back down. Seeing Roger and Whitebeard's actions, Minos couldn't help but smile. He did not expect that Whitebeard and Roger were actually preparing to join forces against him. In his view, although these 2 were powerful, it was simply a pipe dream to think they could defeat him. "Just the 2 of you?" Minos scoffed. "You seem to underestimate me too much." His eyes were filled with disdain, as if he had already seen the outcome of Roger and Whitebeard's defeat. Thinking of this, Minos's gaze turned cold, and he whispered, "In that case, let's take care of Roger and Whitebeard first." With that, Minos stepped forward, walking towards Roger and Whitebeard. His steps were steady and powerful, and with each step, the ground seemed to tremble slightly. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from his body, like surging ocean waves that grew stronger with each step. Until Minos's momentum reached the intermediate level of king class, it gradually stopped. That powerful aura was like an invisible mountain, pressing down on the surrounding air, causing everyone present to feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. Seeing Roger and Whitebeard shocked by his aura, Minos smiled lightly, his expression filled with arrogance and confidence. "Since you won't make a move, then I'll take the first strike." As soon as he finished speaking, Minos moved like lightning, disappearing from his original position in an instant. His speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch, leaving only a blurred shadow behind. In the blink of an eye, Minos had ghosted behind Roger. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he raised his right hand, gathering all his strength, and struck hard at Roger's back. This punch contained Minos's immense power, and the air howled sharply under the force of his fist, as if it were being torn apart. With a loud bang, like a thunderclap, Roger was sent flying by Minus's sudden punch, his body crashing to the ground like a cannonball, rolling continuously. The ground was marked with deep scars from Roger's body, kicking up a cloud of dust. On the side, Whitebeard's face showed extreme horror as he saw Minus suddenly appear beside him. However, being a legendary figure who had experienced countless battles, he instinctively reacted even in such a critical situation. Whitebeard gripped the Songyun Chia tightly, unleashing all his strength to strike at Minus. This slash contained the years of accumulated dominance and power, with a rich aura of haki swirling around the blade as if to shatter everything in front of him. Facing the descending Songyun Chia, Minus's mouth curled into a dismissive smile. In an instant, deep purple flowing cherry haki appeared in his hand. The flowing cherry haki flickered and flowed like a living entity in his hand, emanating a mysterious and powerful aura. Minus firmly intercepted Whitebeard's powerful strike with his hand wrapped in flowing cherry haki. A metallic clang echoed across the battlefield as the powerful shockwave created visible ripples in the air around them, spreading outward. Following that, Minus forcefully pushed back, sending a torrent of power surging back down the blade of Songyun Chia. Whitebeard felt an overwhelming force rush toward him. His feet carved two deep grooves in the ground as he was pushed back several steps. Minus, unrelenting, seized the opportunity while Whitebeard was off balance, instantly arriving in front of him. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he raised his right fist high and then struck hard at Whitebeard's chest. This punch was incredibly fast and powerful, as if it aimed to pierce through Whitebeard's chest. With another loud bang, Whitebeard was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling continuously. The dust kicked up enveloped Whitebeard's figure, obscuring his condition. In a vast and mysterious sea, the wind howled and the waves surged like raging beasts. A mysterious island stood quietly amidst the tumultuous waters, shrouded in an ancient and enigmatic aura. At this moment, as the dust from the fierce battle gradually settled, the two legendary figures, Roger and Whitebeard, lying on the ground, finally came into view. One was the former ruler of the seas, known as the Pirate King, Roger. The other was the leader of the Whitebeard pirates, hailed as the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. They usually exuded an imposing aura, but at this moment, despite struggling to stand up, their faces were filled with grave expressions, and the blood slowly spilling from their mouths indicated that they had just endured an extremely brutal battle and were severely injured. Just then, a figure slowly approached them. It was Minus. His steps were steady, each one seemingly carrying an endless sense of oppression. Minus smiled lightly, a hint of disdain and arrogance in his smile. Next, I will personally send you both to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, a torrent of deep purple, flowing cherry haki surged from his body, quickly enveloping him. The deep purple flowing cherry blossom aura seemed to possess life as it quickly coalesced into a layer of energy armor radiating an eerie glow, making Minus appear like a demonic god from hell, exuding a chilling aura. On the other side, Whitebeard and Roger exchanged glances, observing Minus's nearly terrifying might. In their eyes, there was trust in each other and vigilance towards the formidable foe before them. Then, they spoke in unison. It seems we have to use our full strength, otherwise we will surely die at Minus's hands today. With that, both Roger and Whitebeard let out a roar, their voices reverberating like thunder, unleashing an overwhelming, suffocating aura. This aura seemed capable of breaking through the sky, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Minus watched the aura emanating from Whitebeard and Roger, a smirk of disdain forming at the corner of his mouth. He took a step towards them, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Although he appeared calm and composed on the surface, his eyes remained fixed on Roger and Whitebeard. Suddenly, red-black lightning energy appeared around Roger and Whitebeard. The lightning danced around them like agile dragons, entwining with the swords in their hands. Roger's supreme great knife, Ace, glowed with a mysterious and dangerous light under the wrapping of the red-black lightning energy, seemingly possessing a soul of its own, emitting a low, resonant hum. becoming sharper and more powerful. Whitebeard's Songyun cut was no different. The red-black lightning jumped on the blade, enhancing the fierce aura of this renowned sword. As Roger and Whitebeard's momentum grew stronger, Minus's smile widened. He raised his right hand, clad in the deep purple flowing cherry blossom aura energy armor, and calmly stated, "Flowing cherry blossom, continuous normal punch." In an instant, an unimaginable powerful aura surged into the sky. Following that, countless enormous deep purple flowing cherry blossom aura fists rained down upon Whitebeard and Roger. Each deep purple fist resembled an enraged dragon, filled with majesty and destructive power, charging towards Whitebeard and Roger with unstoppable momentum. At that moment, Whitebeard and Roger had already prepared their moves. They simultaneously raised their supreme great knife, Ace, and Songyun cut, striking fiercely against the countless incoming deep purple giant fists. At the same time, they called out in low voices, "Divine Avoidance," "Dominant Slash." Although their voices were low, they contained boundless power and determination. When the attacks of the three collided, it seemed as if time stood still, and the entire world was enveloped by a terrifyingly powerful force. Countless deep purple flowing cherry blossom giant fists clashed violently with Whitebeard and Roger's attacks, tearing, colliding, and entangling in a frenzy. The powerful energy fluctuations surged like a tsunami, expanding wildly from the point of collision among the three. In an instant, the tremendous impact generated by the collision raised massive boulders from the ground, and fragments flew around like cannonballs. Dust rose, blocking out the sun, resembling a massive sandstorm mercilessly ravaging the land. Surrounding trees were uprooted, shredded into pieces by the overwhelming energy in the air. The waves were also stirred up, creating gigantic swells dozens of meters high, rolling away into the distance. Minus looked at Whitebeard and Roger as they struggled to withstand his attacks, a dismissive smile on his face. He thought to himself, do they really think the top-tier flowing cherry blossom aura is nothing? That the power of the king class is fake? If that were the case, it would be too unrealistic. It's better to hold back and let the show begin. Immediately, Minus focused his gaze, once again unleashing a powerful deep purple flowing cherry blossom aura energy. This energy surged like a raging river, continuously flowing towards the countless deep purple flowing cherry blossom aura fists. The aura energy gradually entered the massive deep purple flowing cherry blossom aura fists. With the energy replenishment, the enormous deep purple flowing cherry blossom aura fists instantly doubled in size. The space around the fists twisted and deformed under the influence of this immense power, as if unable to bear the terrifying force. These suddenly strengthened, giant, deep purple, flowing cherry blossom aura fists, like rampaging beasts, fiercely suppressed Whitebeard and Roger's attacks. At this moment, Whitebeard and Roger's faces were contorted, gritting their teeth as they desperately resisted the suddenly surging power. Sweat beads the size of soybeans rolled down their foreheads, their eyes revealing determination and tenacity. However, facing such a powerful attack, they gradually felt overwhelmed. They anxiously watched as Songyun cut and Ace were pushed back against their chests by the overwhelming energy. With each step backward, they left deep footprints in the ground. Whitebeard and Roger did not show the slightest sign of retreat against this immense force. They immediately unleashed powerful aura energy from their bodies, continuously feeding it into Songyun cut and Supreme Great Knife, Ace. With the energy replenishment, Songyun cut and Supreme Great Knife, Ace, radiated dazzling light, becoming even more powerful. In an instant, they matched the numerous deep purple, flowing cherry blossom aura fists, both sides locked in a stalemate. However, as time passed, Whitebeard and Roger gradually felt their stamina waning. Their breathing became rapid, and their arms began to tremble slightly. Ultimately, their hands weakened, unable to withstand the surging attacks any longer. With a loud bang, countless deep purple, flowing cherry blossom aura fists exploded upon contact with Roger and Whitebeard. The explosive energy resembled a small nuclear bomb detonating, releasing an incredibly scorching light and powerful shockwave. Whitebeard and Roger, caught in the center of the explosion, were instantly engulfed by the searing blast energy. The shockwave generated by the explosion continued to spread outward, devastating everything in its path. The powerful force flattened everything on the ground, like a ferocious beast. It wasn't until it spread several kilometers away that the shockwave gradually ceased. Everywhere the shockwave passed, the ground was destroyed, creating a massive pit. The fragments and cracks, under the powerful energy impact, turned to dust, scattering in the air. The most tragic victims of this immense energy shock were the weaker pirates. They had already been overwhelmed by the grand sword energy from the great swordsman's puppets. In the chaos of battle, they fled in all directions, battered and bruised, filled with despair and hopelessness, only able to numbingly resist. The sudden eruption of powerful shockwaves was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The weaker pirates were directly killed by the shockwave. Their bodies instantly turned to dust under the immense energy impact. The remaining pirates were thrown into disarray, collapsing to the ground, unsure of their fate. Some groaned in pain, while others had already fallen into unconsciousness. The puppet generals, facing this sudden powerful force, had already leaped into the air to evade it, thus remaining unaffected. They looked down coldly at everything happening below, their eyes devoid of any compassion. After the aftermath, the puppet generals watched the fallen pirates below with expressionless faces. Holding their long swords, they charged down like the reapers of death, beginning to mercilessly harvest the lives of the pirates. Each of these puppet generals was a great swordsman. The sword energy they casually unleashed sliced through the sky like lightning, carrying a cold, murderous intent, ruthlessly claiming the lives of these people. Can you imagine how spectacular it was when over 10 puppet generals unleashed their sword energy together, especially with a king-level puppet great swordsman among them? His sword energy was incredibly powerful, and wherever it struck, pirates fell one after another. Naturally, these pirates became the sacrifices of this war. At this moment, Racuna Island had turned into a hell on earth, the battlefield a scene of devastation, with broken walls and corpses sprawled across every inch of land. Bright red blood surged like a tidal wave, continuously pouring from the wounds of the corpses, converging into rivers of blood that flowed freely on the ground. Exuding a nauseating stench of blood, Minos, a tall man with a stern face, dressed in a black suit and a black justice cloak that flapped in the wind, stepped onto this brutal battlefield with steady strides. His gaze merely swept across the battlefield casually, showing no sign of compassion or fluctuation in his eyes, as if the bloody scene before him was just an ordinary sight. Compared to this gruesome battlefield, Minos was more concerned about the two legendary figures, Whitebeard Edward Newgate and Pirate King Joel D. Roger. He was most interested in whether they had survived the powerful attacks they had faced in this battle. Although Minos did not unleash the world-destroying hockey or dragon slayer magic, the strength he had just displayed was enough to instill fear in any opponent. He unleashed top-tier armament hockey, which manifested as tangible black lightning, raging through the air. Combined with continuous ordinary punches, each punch contained terrifying power, the wind howling as it tore through the air. With his king-level intermediate strength, almost no one on this battlefield could contend with him. Minos firmly believed that under his fierce assault, Whitebeard and Roger should have lost all their fighting capability by now. After all, who could withstand the full force of a king-level power? Indeed, when Minos' gaze fell upon Whitebeard and Roger, a smug smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. In a deep pit on the battlefield, Roger and Whitebeard lay covered in wounds, their clothes stained with blood. They lay there quietly, unaware of whether they were alive or dead. Their once tall and sturdy bodies now appeared incredibly weak and disheveled. However, to ensure that Whitebeard and Roger were truly dead, Minos felt he needed to confirm it personally. Immediately, a red light flashed in his eyes, and his powerful observation hockey spread towards Whitebeard and Roger like invisible tentacles. In an instant, Minos clearly perceived everything about their condition. Indeed, they were not dead yet, but their bodies were nearly paralyzed, their breaths weak like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. Upon realizing this, Minos smiled lightly, his expression filled with mockery and disdain, and he slowly spoke, Since you Haven T died after such a powerful attack, I'll personally send you on your way." Before his words fell, Minus' figure vanished like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived beside Roger and Whitebeard. Looking down at the injured Roger and Whitebeard, a faint smile reappeared on his face as he coldly said, "This is the consequence of provoking me, Minus. Death is your final destination." However, at that moment, as if Roger and Whitebeard had heard Minus' mocking voice, they both slowly opened their eyes almost simultaneously. But what eyes they had, filled with murkiness and endless despair. The ravages of time and the pains of battle had left deep marks in their eyes. Seeing this scene, Minus was momentarily taken aback, showing a hint of surprise, then slowly smiled. "I didn't expect you to awaken at this moment. How interesting." Immediately after, Minus' tone shifted, his gaze turning extremely cold, like a biting winter wind, as he calmly said, "However, being able to witness your own death is indeed a rare occurrence." With that, Minus slowly raised his right foot, which seemed to carry an endless aura of death. His gaze was locked onto Whitebeard's head. Once he stepped down, Whitebeard would surely die on the spot. Just at this critical moment, a figure appeared beside Minus like a ghost. It was a puppet general, and in the puppet general's hand was a young boy, Ace. He was the main vessel of the Fire King and Minus' primary target in this operation. Ace was now covered in wounds, his breath weak, clearly having suffered serious injuries. Minus looked at the severely injured Ace in the puppet general's grasp. His lips curled into a satisfied smile. Because Ace had been found, it meant that his purpose had been fulfilled. Thinking of this, Minus felt even more murderous intent. Without hesitation, he forcefully stomped his foot down on Whitebeard's head. Immediately, a dull bang echoed, as if the Grim Reaper had rung the death knell. Whitebeard's head was crushed like a ripe watermelon, blood gushing out like a fountain, flooding the ground. The pale brain matter appeared particularly glaring against the blood, making it difficult to look at. Ace, who had been barely alive in the puppet general's grasp, saw Whitebeard's head explode and let out heart-wrenching screams. "Ah, ah, ah." Tears streamed down his cheeks like a bursting dam. Soon, Ace broke down into a sobbing mess. His heart was filled with pain and anger. To him, Whitebeard was not just an elder on the pirate ship, but a father figure. After doing all this, Minus turned to look at the grief-stricken Ace, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. He pondered silently. Was the relationship between this version of Ace and Whitebeard really that good? In the original story, he could understand Ace's respect for Whitebeard, but now the world had changed significantly. Roger had already been resurrected. Did Ace still recognize Whitebeard as his father? Thinking of this, a wicked smile appeared on Minus' lips. He slowly walked in front of Roger, squatted down, and fixed his gaze intently on Roger's weakened face. Then, he raised his right foot slowly, aiming for Roger's head, pretending to stomp down. Then, he turned to look at Ace, grinning widely. His smile devilishly sinister. "Roger seems to be your real father. It's just one less Whitebeard. Why cry so heartbreakingly?" Immediately, Minus's gaze turned cold, sharp as an ice blade, and he slowly spoke. "If I were to step on Roger's head, would it not shatter like Whitebeard's?" At this moment, Ace's eyes were filled with horror. He looked at Minus's mocking words and suddenly understood that Minus was preparing to play him. Moreover, the most critical point was that Minus actually knew he was Roger's son. How could this be? In his understanding, his background had always been a secret. How could Minus know? Seeing Ace's shocked expression, Minus's devilish voice echoed in Ace's ears again. "It seems you didn't hear what I just said. Should I do it again for you to realize?" With that, Minus's killing intent surged, and he forcefully stepped down onto Roger's head. The familiar sound echoed once more, as Roger's head was crushed like Whitebeard's. Blood splattered everywhere, falling like a rain of blood. Even Ace's face was splattered with dark red stains. Witnessing Roger's death before his eyes, Ace let out a desperate scream before finally succumbing to the immense blow and fainting. Minus looked at the unconscious Ace, shook his head helplessly, and muttered to himself, "Ace's mindset isn't quite right. He still needs practice." Meanwhile, on other battlefields of Raccoona Island, the fighting gradually approached its conclusion. Rayleigh, the legendary vice captain who once sailed the seas with Roger, showcased his superb swordsmanship and rich experience. However, under the full-on assault of the king-level puppet. He struggled to resist and gradually felt overwhelmed. Each attack from the puppet carried immense power, and Rayleigh's wounds multiplied, his clothes stained with blood. Ultimately, under the puppet's fatal strike, Rayleigh fell into a pool of blood. Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman, maintained a steadfast gaze, his black blade Yuru glimmering with a cold light. Yet, facing the motionless and tireless attacks of the king-level puppet, he too gradually fell into a predicament. The puppet's strikes came like a violent storm, and Hawkeye's defenses were eventually breached. In the end, a sharp attack struck Hawkeye, causing his body to crash heavily to the ground, no longer moving. Ben Beckman, the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates, was wise and formidable. However, in this battle of overwhelming strength, he found it difficult to withstand the puppet's assault. The puppet's fists hammered down on him repeatedly. Though Beckman resisted fiercely, he was still hit in a vital spot. His body slowly fell, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Odin, the boisterous samurai, once shared profound friendships with Whitebeard and Roger. He wielded his twin swords, trying to carve a bloody path through the puppet's attacks. However, the puppet's power was too great, and Odin's strikes inflicted minimal damage. In the end, Odin also fell under the puppet's feet, concluding his legendary life. As for Marco, the 1st Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, he possessed the powerful Phoenix Fruit ability. In the early stages of the battle, he repeatedly withstood the puppet general's attacks, thanks to his fruit's regeneration capability. His body was battered and torn, yet he recovered time and again. However, the puppet general's assaults grew fiercer, and Marco gradually felt overwhelmed. Although his regeneration ability was powerful, it also had its limits. Under the continuous powerful strikes from the puppet general, Marco's recovery speed could no longer keep up with the rate of his injuries. Eventually, he was struck in a fatal area by the puppet general, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. Under the puppet general's merciless slaughter, the pirates of the Great Pirate Alliance fell one by one, including all pirates such as Jesus Burgess and Blackbeard. Even though they were numerous, in the face of absolute strength, all resistance seemed so powerless. Their blood dyed the land of Raccoona Island an even deeper red. Thus, the battle on Raccoona Island concluded amidst overwhelming disparities in strength. Except for the absent Shanks, all the pirates of the Great Pirate Alliance were completely slaughtered by Minos. The once mighty Great Pirate Alliance was utterly shattered at this moment. The sea breeze gently blew, carrying a bloody scent, sweeping across this silent battlefield. Minos stood in the center of the battlefield, observing everything before him, his heart not stirred in the slightest. For him, this was merely a process to achieve his goal. On the turbulent Grand Line, at the Marine Headquarters Marineford, a once solid fortress symbolizing justice and peace was now shrouded in the clouds of war. The solemn buildings of the past had turned into ruins, the rubble silently witnessing the brutality of this fierce battle amidst the smoke. Lava gushed forth like a raging tide from the cracks in the earth, flowing recklessly over the shattered stone paths, exuding a suffocating heat wherever it went. Ice, in a stark and cold form, crystallized into giant blocks in certain corners, contrasting sharply and eerily with the scorching lava. The suddenly appearing forest, ravaged by the flames of war, had some trees charred black while others still struggled valiantly. Their branches trembled in the wind, as if recounting the ruthlessness of war. The once spacious plaza, capable of accommodating countless Marines for training and gatherings, was now riddled with holes. Broken stones were scattered chaotically, blood seeping through the gaps. Many Marine corpses lay strewn across the plaza. Some clutched their weapons tightly until death, their faces still bearing the determination and resolve from battle, showcasing their commitment to fighting for justice. However, this brutal battle was not yet over. Amidst the ruins, a group of tenacious figures battled against a fearsome enemy, the Fong King. Transformed into a half-beast spirit, the Fong King resembled a demon emerging from the dark abyss. His head was a massive white wolf's head, with two upright, white ears like sensitive signal receivers, constantly alert to the slightest movement around. The fur on his ears trembled gently in the breeze, as if each hair contained boundless power. His eyes burned with blood-red flames, exuding a chilling ferocity, resembling a frenzied beast filled with endless killing intent towards everything before him. While his body still retained the outline of a human form, it was tightly enveloped in a thick layer of white fur that sparkled with an eerie glow in the sunlight, resembling a natural armor, providing him with additional protection. His two massive arms had transformed into white claws, each sharp nail resembling iron claws forged from fine steel, gleaming with a cold metallic luster. These claws were not only incredibly sharp, but also exceptionally hard. Once they touched a target, they could easily pierce through an enemy's chest and tear apart their body. His legs had also transformed into strong white wolf legs, the muscle lines subtly visible beneath the fur, filled with explosive power. Every step he took left deep footprints on the ground, as if announcing his dominion over the earth. The nails on his feet were equally sharp, like daggers, capable of delivering fatal blows to enemies during battle. What is even more peculiar is that a white wolf tail has appeared behind him at this moment, swaying flexibly with his movements. This not only enhances his sense of balance, but also inadvertently reveals a wild and unrestrained nature. At this moment, the half-beast spirit-formed king of Fangs stands tall at the top of a ruin, looking down condescendingly at the struggling and already injured Sengoku, Carp, Zifa, Akiji, and Kizu. A hoarse laughter emanates from his enormous wolf mouth, echoing like a roar from hell above the ruins, chilling to the bone. "So, are you still going to resist?" he taunts. "As long as you hand over Akiji, there won't be any problems." His voice is deep and full of menace, with each word striking like a heavy hammer on everyone's hearts. Moreover, if it weren't for your futile resistance, the guy named Sakazuki and that guy named Green Bull wouldn't be gravely injured and on the brink of death. The King of Fang's words stab directly into the hearts of Carp and the others like a sharp blade. Sakazuki and Green Bull, both admirals of the Navy, are known for their bravery and fearlessness. In this battle, they took the initiative to stand at the forefront, attacking the King of Fangs with fearless courage, driven by their dedication to justice and loyalty to the Navy. However, in the face of the King of Fang's unimaginably powerful combat abilities, their resistance seems utterly powerless. The King of Fangs attacks with a beastly frenzy, first breaking their arms and legs with astonishing speed and strength, rendering them immobile. Then, without mercy, he destroys their spines and internal organs, inflicting severe injuries upon them. At this moment, Sakazuki and Green Bull lie gravely wounded, quietly on the ruins, their life force fading away. It's not that Sengoku and the others don't want to save them, but the King of Fangs, like a specter, clings to them tightly, constantly toying and playing with them, leaving them no time to rescue their companions. Carp's expression is as serious as the sky before a storm, his gaze fixed tightly on the half-beast spirit-formed King of Fangs, his eyes burning with anger and confusion. Finally, he speaks in a deep voice. "Who exactly are you? Why are you trying to capture Akiji?" Although Carp's voice is low, it is filled with power, clearly resonating across the chaotic battlefield. His question causes the others to fix their gazes intently on the King of Fangs, as it is precisely what they most want to know at this moment. In their understanding, even if they gathered the 7 Admiral-level forces, they should be able to handle any crisis. However, in the face of this mysterious and powerful King of Fangs, they have suffered an unprecedented defeat, being ruthlessly toyed with. Ultimately, Sakazuki and Green Bull have been dealt almost fatal injuries. This is truly hard to believe. Carp dares to assert that even the legendary Rocks, who once shook the seas and instilled fear in countless people, was absolutely not as powerful as the King of Fangs before them. Back then, even though Rocks was extraordinary and faced numerous strong opponents, he still sustained injuries. But now, they have exerted all their strength and haven't even managed to break a single hair of the King of Fangs. This is an absolute gap in strength. The power of the person before them has definitely reached the peak of intermediate-level kings. Otherwise, it would be impossible to control the battlefield so easily. Facing the serious Carp, the half-beast spirit-formed King of Fangs first cast a disdainful glance at the others, filled with contempt and mockery, as if they were merely insignificant ants. Then, he slowly shifts his gaze to Carp's face, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth, revealing a teasing smile. "You don't need to know. because today you will all die." With that, the half-beast spirit-formed king of fangs vanishes like a specter in an instant. The others only feel a flash of white light before he has already appeared behind Akiji. Akiji, the Navy admiral known for his freezing fruit abilities, is currently focused on dealing with the surrounding dangers, completely unaware of the impending threat behind him. The half-beast spirit-formed king of fangs looks at the oblivious Akiji, a glint of greed and ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, and hisses, "Since you are so obstinate, I'll have to take you down first." With that, he raises his thick and sharp right hand high and strikes fiercely at Akiji's back with a claw. The sharp claw cuts through the air, emitting a piercing whistle as if it intends to tear apart everything in front of it. However, just as that sharp right claw is about to pierce Akiji's back, the King of Fangs suddenly realizes that his claw has pierced into flowing ice. It turns out that at this critical moment, Akiji instinctively activated his freezing fruit ability, forming a thick barrier of ice behind him. However, the half-beast spirit-formed King of Fangs merely scoffs at this. It seems that this layer of ice is nothing but a fade to him. Immediately, dark red magic energy appears on his right claw, surging like a torrent, exuding an evil aura. As this dark red-black magic enters Akiji's flowing ice, Akiji's expression changes dramatically. He clearly feels that powerful force invading his body like a surging tide, attempting to break through his defenses and take control of him. That magic carries a cold and sinister aura, filling Akiji's heart with fear. However, before Akiji could react, the half-beast spirit-formed King of Fangs grins, revealing his sharp fangs. And with a forceful tear of his massive white right claw, a loud crack resounds as the flowing ice is instantly shattered, countless ice shards flying out. Akiji's body is also pierced by this immense force, blood spraying from the wound and staining the surrounding ice. The King of Fangs' giant white right claw churns inside Akiji's body, seemingly torturing him mercilessly. Akiji's body trembles violently, his face contorted in pain. Then, before the incredulous gazes of the others, the half-beast spirit-formed King of Fangs withdraws his bloodied claw from Akiji's body, throwing him to the ground like a rag. He grins at Carp and the others, loudly declaring, "Akiji, capture successful." As Carp and the others look at Akiji lying on the ground, gradually losing consciousness and continuously coughing up blood, their hearts are filled with sorrow and anger. They shout loudly, "Akiji! Akiji!" Each call resonates with concern and reluctance for their companion, echoing heartbreakingly across the bloody battlefield. Carp can no longer bear the fact that his disciple is about to die before him. His eyes instantly turn bloodshot, as if ablaze with fire, and with a roar that shakes the battlefield like thunder, powerful red-black lightning appears around him like a raging dragon. These lightning bolts intertwine and coil, releasing a chilling energy wave that makes Carp appear like a war god descending. Filled with rage and sorrow, Carp charges directly at the half-beast spirit-formed King of Fangs. His figure, surrounded by lightning, transforms into a blurred shadow, moving with such speed that it is almost impossible to capture. Every step on the shattered stone slabs triggered a violent tremor, as if the earth itself was shaking in response to his anger. Watching the impulsive Carp, Sengoku's face was filled with worry. He understood Carp's feelings at this moment, but he also knew that facing such a powerful enemy, impulsiveness would only bring greater danger. However, the current situation left him no time to think, and in order to protect his comrades and uphold the Navy's dignity, he unleashed a tremendous aura. Countless golden lights erupted from his body, shining like brilliant stars and illuminating the entire battlefield. In just a few breaths, Sengoku underwent an astonishing transformation enveloped in that golden light. His body continuously expanded, gradually turning into a gigantic golden Buddha. The Buddha stood several dozen meters tall, radiating a sacred and solemn aura, with a compassionate face that revealed unwavering determination. The transformed Sengoku rushed towards the beast-like king of sharp fangs with incredible speed. Each of his steps was steady and powerful, turning the ruins beneath his feet into dust. His gigantic palm was raised high, bringing with it the force of a landslide as it struck down towards the king of sharp fangs, as if to completely suppress the evil before him. Zephyr, watching Sengoku and Carp charge forward, also had a serious expression on his face. He knew well the difficulty and danger of this battle. But as a legendary figure of the Navy, he had never shown any intention of retreating. At this moment, his gaze sharpened, revealing a resolute look, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. The red flowing cherry haki surged like a raging flame, instantly enveloping him. The flowing cherry haki flickered and danced around him, releasing a strong sense of oppression. Zephyr charged towards the beast-like king of Sharp Fangs with lightning speed, his figure transforming into a streak of red light, filled with determination to engage the enemy in a life-and-death struggle. Meanwhile, Kizaru, watching the few senior figures rush forward, felt quite helpless. He knew how incredibly powerful the enemy was and that the odds of victory in this battle were slim. But as a member of the Navy, he could not retreat. Immediately, he focused his gaze, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. His body was enveloped in golden light, gradually transforming into countless light particles. These light particles swiftly flowed through the air, gathering to form a dazzling beam of light that charged towards the beast-like king of Sharp Fangs. Kizaru's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he crossed dozens of meters, appearing right in front of the king of Sharp Fangs. The beast-like king of Sharp Fangs looked at the charging figures with no hint of fear on his face. Instead, he revealed a disdainful smile. He leisurely swung his gigantic claws to meet the incoming attacks. Carp's red and black lightning struck the king of Sharp Fangs first, and a powerful current instantly coursed through his body. However, the king of Sharp Fangs merely trembled slightly, as the white fur seemed to have an incredibly strong resistance to the electric current, dissipating most of it. He extended his gigantic claws to fiercely swipe at Carp, who quickly dodged to the side. Yet he was still grazed by the claws, leaving a deep blood mark on his arm. Sengoku's golden giant palm followed closely, but the beast-like king of Sharp Fangs did not dodge. He took it head-on with his body. There was a tremendous crash as the golden light collided with the white magical power, creating a wave of intense energy. The powerful shockwave lifted the surrounding ruins again, creating a massive cloud of dust. The beast-like king of Sharp Fangs was pushed back a step by this blow, but he quickly steadied himself, throwing his head back to let out a furious roar, his eyes filled with even greater ferocity. He didn't expect that the power of these golden Buddhas could actually move him back a step. How satisfying it was. Following that, Zephyr's flowing cherry haki charged towards the king of Sharp Fangs with an unstoppable momentum. The king of Sharp Fangs sensed the power contained in this overwhelming haki. He swung his claws, colliding with Zephyr's haki. In an instant, the red haki and the white magical power intertwined, producing a series of piercing sounds. However, Zephyr's attack did not inflict any substantial harm on him. Kizaru, transformed into light particles, also arrived beside the king of Sharp Fangs in an instant, condensing a light sword and stabbing towards him. The king of Sharp Fangs sharply sensed the attack from behind, quickly turned around, and caught the light sword with his claws. The light sword and claws produced dazzling sparks as Kizaru forcefully pulled back the sword, launching another attack, engaging in a fierce clash with the king of Sharp Fangs. The battle intensified, with both sides exchanging blows without yielding. The battlefield was filled with overflowing energy, flickering lights, and the mingling of shouts and roars, as if the entire world had fallen into chaos. However, the strength of the king of Sharp Fangs was simply too overwhelming. Despite Sengoku, Carp, Zephyr, and Kizaru exerting their full power, they gradually found themselves in a predicament as time went on. The damage dealt by their attacks to the king of Sharp Fangs was minimal, while every counterattack from the beast-like king of Sharp Fangs put immense pressure on them. Thus, the battle at the Navy headquarters was nearing its end in the face of the beast-like king of Sharp Fangs' overwhelming power. In the vast and boundless new world, the kingdom of Elbaf stood like a towering giant peak, dominating this sea filled with fantasy and danger. It is the land of the giant race, long revered as the strongest nation in the world due to the innate strength and resilience of its people. At the center of the Elbaf kingdom stood a towering treasure tree. This treasure tree was not just an ordinary tree. It was a symbol of the giant race's faith. the source of their power, and a testament to the nation's prosperity. The massive branches of the treasure tree stretched outwards, as if serving as powerful arms protecting this land. Its lush foliage shaded the sky, bringing vitality and peace to the kingdom. Surrounding the treasure tree were towns and villages where the giant race had lived for generations. Gigantic houses were scattered throughout, showcasing the unique architectural style and lifestyle of the giants. However, at this moment, the kingdom of Elbaf had fallen into unprecedented chaos and despair. The treasure tree, which symbolized the glory of the giant race, had been severed by a powerful and evil force. The massive, broken branches fell from the sky like colossal pillars, ruthlessly crashing to the ground. Houses turned to ruins under the impact of the branches, kicking up clouds of dust. Once bustling streets were now filled with debris, permeated with the scent of death and destruction. Giant warriors lay scattered across the shattered land, their bodies covered in wounds. Though their forms remained massive, they appeared incredibly weak at this moment. Blood flowed from their wounds, staining the ground beneath them. Their eyes were filled with pain, unwillingness, and despair. Yet, even as life slipped away, their hearts burned with love for their homeland and anger towards the invaders. Above this chaotic battlefield, the Dragon Emperor floated in the air with his hands behind his back, resembling a demonic god. Dressed in a magnificent and mysterious red long coat that billowed in the wind like flames. His stern and proud face revealed endless disdain and contempt as he looked down upon the struggling giants and a figure wielding dual axes below. The Dragon Emperor slightly raised his chin, his voice booming across the battlefield like a tolling bell. "Ants, why do you still resist for no reason?" His voice was filled with an arrogant superiority, as if in his eyes, these giants were nothing more than insignificant bugs. With just a slight move, I have already reached your limit. How can you block my steps? Damn it, this guy in front of us is simply too strong. With just a casual wave, he easily defeated us. A giant warrior gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. His body was covered in wounds, blood continuously gushing out. But he still tightly gripped the weapon in his hand, his eyes revealing an indomitable will. Do we really need to let that guy come out to have a chance of winning? Jabba spoke with a face full of despair. This was a man who had once followed the Roger pirates across the seas, having seen countless storms. At this moment, the giants fell one after another under the Dragon Emperor's attack, and his heart was filled with pain and helplessness. Several giants beside Jabba also raised their heads, looking at the proud Dragon Emperor above, their faces filled with despair. They knew well the power of the Dragon Emperor, a force that filled them with immense fear. Even if Loki were to act, it might not be enough to defeat that powerful guy, a giant whispered. Loki is one of the strongest figures in Elbaf, possessing astonishing strength. However, facing such a powerful Dragon Emperor, they had little hope of victory. They had never seen anyone so strong. The unknown energy casually unleashed by the Dragon Emperor was like the scythe of death, injuring anyone who touched it, and if luck were bad, it could take a life in an instant. If it weren't for the Dragon Emperor wanting to play and slowly torment these giants, they would have likely been completely annihilated by now. After a long silence, Jabba slowly shook his head and said helplessly, "Perhaps Loki is about to come out, because the dragons in the sky seem to be searching for something, most likely looking for the fruit." His gaze turned to the sky, where the massive black dragons weaved through the clouds, emitting deep roars as if searching for something important. But Loki had already eaten that mysterious devil fruit, which meant it was essentially gone, another giant said. That mysterious devil fruit had once bestowed Loki with great power, but it also brought countless troubles. "I wonder if they are looking for the devil fruit or for Loki," Jabba murmured. His heart was filled with confusion and worry, not knowing what the Dragon Emperor and his subordinates truly aimed for. Just then, a loud roar suddenly echoed through the sky. Where did this damned guy come from? Daring to invade my country? The voice thundered across the battlefield, filled with anger and authority. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a giant with golden hair, wearing iron horns on his head, handsome and tall, leaped from not far away. Each of his steps shook the ground, as if the entire Elbaf trembled at his arrival. Loki, the pride and center of Elbaf, had finally appeared. His gaze was like a torch, staring intently at the Dragon Emperor in the sky, his eyes burning with flames of anger, as if he was intensely interested in the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor, suspended in midair, looked at the now appearing Loki, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. The target has appeared. It's time to take action. His voice was filled with confidence and decisiveness, as if everything was under his control. By the way, let them know what true power is. With that, the Dragon Emperor erupted with a powerful crimson magic, like a surging volcanic eruption, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. This magic carried a scorching temperature and a breath of destruction. Wherever it went, the air ignited, the ground scorched, and everything trembled before this immense force. Immediately after, the Dragon Emperor opened his mouth, and a dark red energy flame slowly shot towards Loki and the others below. That dark red energy flame was like a massive fire dragon, darting down with lightning speed. Wherever the flame passed, the space seemed to distort, emitting piercing sounds that sent chills down one's spine. Jabba and the others looked at the sudden appearance of the energy flame pillar, their hearts filled with shock and despair. That world-destroying energy was simply too powerful, as if it could turn the entire world to ashes. Just a touch, and death was certain. Even the arrogant Loki dared not be careless in the face of this powerful energy flame. His body was continuously sounding alarms, telling him he must escape immediately. In a flash, he leapt far away, his speed so fast that it was almost impossible to see his figure. Boom! When the flame energy pillar hit the ground, it produced a deafening roar. The ground was instantly shattered by the immense force. Huge rocks were blasted away, and the kicked-up dust blotted out the sky. A massive pit appeared on the ground, and the surrounding land melted under high temperatures, turning into a patch of blackened magma. However, Jabba and the others managed to leap to safety at the last critical moment, narrowly escaping this calamity. They watched the terrifying scene before them, their hearts filled with fear and relief. However, the Dragon Emperor did not intend to let them go. After the energy pillar hit the ground, it seemed to have a life of its own, once again darting towards them at lightning speed. This time, its speed was even faster, its power stronger, wherever it passed. The ground was obliterated to dust, as if wiped away by an invisible giant hand. Faced with the incoming flame energy pillar once more, Jabba and the others were already mentally exhausted. They knew that this time, they probably wouldn't be so lucky. Despite their best efforts to evade, the flame energy pillar seemed to have locked onto them, relentlessly pursuing them. No, Jabba let out a desperate roar. In the end, they were directly struck by the flame energy pillar. In an instant, under the overwhelming force, Jabba and the others were evaporated, leaving not even a trace behind. When everything stopped, what appeared on the Elbaf battlefield was a massive pit a kilometer wide and a kilometer deep. The once prosperous towns and villages had vanished, leaving only desolation and silence. Just as Loki was still in a daze, staring at the massive pit destroyed by the flames below, the Dragon Emperor had silently approached him from behind. A cold voice came from behind him. "Ant, you made it easy for me to find you. Are you ready to die?" Loki was startled by the indifferent voice from behind and quickly turned to retreat. Turning around, he found the Dragon Emperor had appeared behind him without him noticing, staring at him with an extremely indifferent gaze. Most importantly, the Dragon Emperor had not attacked him while he was in a daze. What does this mean? Loki pondered inwardly. It was obvious this was the Dragon Emperor's humiliation and disdain towards him, as if to say he didn't even bother to sneak attack, wanting him to feel despair instead. Realizing this, Loki's expression grew serious as he said, "Sir, who exactly are you? I have never seen such a peak powerhouse on the seas. My giant race has never provoked you. What exactly do you want?" His voice was filled with anger and confusion. He could not understand why this suddenly appearing Dragon Emperor would launch such a cruel attack against their giant race. The Dragon Emperor raised his eyebrows slightly, a disdainful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "You don't need to know who I am. Just know that from this moment on, your life no longer belongs to you." His tone was filled with absolute control and dominance, as if Loki's life and death were merely trivial matters in his eyes. "Arrogant. Even if you're powerful, you must be underestimating me." Loki felt an endless rage surging within him at the sight of the Dragon Emperor's high-handed declaration of control over his life. He would never allow himself to be so easily manipulated. As the Prince of Elbaf, he had his own pride and dignity. Following this, Loki let out a furious roar, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. A blazing fire quickly enveloped him, and in just a moment, Loki transformed into a massive fire giant. Flames blazed fiercely from his body, as if they could incinerate anything that stood in his way. The fire illuminated the entire battlefield, dispelling the surrounding darkness and igniting Loki's fighting spirit. The fire giant then launched a fierce attack towards the Dragon Emperor, shouting, "How dare you underestimate me? Today, I will make you die here." Loki's voice, highlighted by the flames, sounded even more passionate and resolute. He took heavy, powerful steps, each one shaking the ground as he charged toward the Dragon Emperor. However, the Dragon Emperor showed no sign of fear in the face of the rapidly approaching fire giant. He slightly raised the corner of his mouth and lifted his right hand toward the fire giant, giving a gentle wave. In an instant, a shockwave formed from crimson magic surged forward like a torrential flood, heading straight for the fire giant. This shockwave carried immense power and a sense of destruction, ripping apart the air with a sharp howling sound. With a loud bang, the fire giant was violently sent flying by the crimson magic shockwave. His massive body traced a curve in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, rolling over and over. The ground was scratched deep by his body, kicking up large clouds of dust. As the fire giant rolled, the flames on him flickered wildly due to the violent motion. Yet he stubbornly struggled, trying to stand back up. It wasn't until he had rolled nearly 100 times that the fire giant gradually came to a stop. However, the Dragon Emperor was relentless. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he waved his right hand again. Suddenly, a dark red, menacing long sword appeared in the air. The sword was enveloped in magic, flowing with power and shining with an eerie glow. The surrounding space seemed to twist under the strong force of the sword, stirring up fierce winds, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The howling winds and the lightning flashing through the clouds illuminated the dark battlefield, adding a terrifying atmosphere to the intense fight. This dark red long sword shot down like a bolt of lightning towards the struggling fire giant below. The sword cut through the air with a sharp whooshing sound, as if it were the call of death. With a crack, the dark red long sword pierced directly into the fire giant's body. The sword penetrated through the fire giant's chest, and powerful magic surged into him, causing immense damage. The struck fire giant trembled violently, seemingly terrified of the magic-infused sword. He struggled to escape, his limbs clawing frantically at the ground. But he was firmly pinned down by the dark red sword, and soon became immobile. At the same time, the crimson magic on the sword continuously corroded the flames on the fire giant. The magic acted like a corrosive liquid, slowly eating away at the flames, which gradually diminished and weakened. In just a moment, the flames were completely eroded, and the fire giant had vanished, leaving only Loki lying on the ground with his body pierced. Blood continuously flowed from his wound, staining the surrounding earth. It was evident that he was hanging by a thread. The Dragon Emperor looked down at Loki, who was now unaware of life or death, and arrogantly declared, "Loki's capture is complete." His voice was filled with indifference and disdain for Loki. In his eyes, Loki, once a renowned peak power among the 4 emperors in the New World, was now merely a failure before him. This was the Dragon Emperor, whose supreme and powerful combat strength allowed him to easily defeat Loki, a peak power of the 4 emperors. His arrival was like a terrifying nightmare descending upon the Elbaf kingdom. On the battlefield of Elbaf, the Dragon Emperor successfully captured Loki. The other giants gradually lost their resistance under the overwhelming strength of the Destructive Legion brought by the Dragon Emperor. The Destructive Legion surged like a tide, well-trained and coordinated, their dragon claws continuously tearing apart their enemies. The breath from their mouths annihilated the giants of the tribe, who, despite their brave resistance, found their efforts increasingly futile in the face of the Dragon Emperor and the Destructive Legion's immense power. Time flowed like a rushing river, and before one realized it, a month had quietly passed. In this seemingly short month, the world had undergone an unprecedented transformation, with 4 earth-shattering events that could rewrite history occurring in succession. Like surging waves, they ruthlessly impacted the original structure of the world, dragging it into an endless abyss of darkness. First, in the vast seas of the New World, a chilling disaster quietly descended. The Shadow King, a nightmare-like existence, led his overwhelming shadow army, unleashing a horrific, indiscriminate massacre upon this land. Wherever the Shadow Army went, there was silence and despair. Whether it was the pirates roaming the seas, the Navy on a righteous mission, the merchants struggling to make a living, or the unarmed civilians, none could escape this bloody fate. They trembled like ants under the butcher's knife of the Shadow King, their lives shattering like fragile bubbles in an instant. This terrifying slaughter swept across a full 100 islands, each one turning into a hell on earth. Nearly 20 million lives perished in the Shadow King's frenzied rampage, disappearing into the annals of history. On the islands, blood gathered like a flood, slowly flowing into the sea, turning the originally azure waters into a shocking blood red. The thick smell of blood permeated the air, like a heavy haze, enveloping the entire New World. The once clear blue sky, reflected by the blood-red sea, also became eerie and sinister, as if the gates to hell had already opened. This dark scene was deeply etched into the hearts of the New World's residents, becoming an indelible nightmare for them. Second, Racuna Island had now become a bloody battlefield. Minos, a powerful figure of unfathomable strength, descended upon this place with over 20 terrifying general-level warriors, like demons. Their arrival was akin to the pronouncement of death, bringing catastrophe to the island's inhabitants. Roger and Whitebeard, 2 legendary figures renowned in the pirate world, along with their hundreds of thousands of pirates, all fell to the ruthless assaults of Minos and those puppet generals. The intensity of the battle was beyond imagination, with cries of killing and screams intertwining, echoing in every corner of the island. Blood stained the land, and corpses piled up like mountains. Roger and Whitebeard, despite their immeasurable strength, appeared so small and powerless in the face of Minos's overwhelming power. When the news spread, the entire world was shocked. Over 20 Admiral-level fighters. What a terrifying lineup. The name Minos thundered through the pirate world like a blast of thunder, and his power had reached an unbelievable level. The once majestic top powers of the pirate world suffered a heavy blow again, and Minos's invincible name echoed throughout the world once more with this bloody massacre. Thirdly, the Navy headquarters, a symbol of justice and strength, had always been a solid fortress on the sea, a beacon of hope in people's hearts. However, this time, it suffered an unprecedented, devastating invasion. Marineford, the once imposing Navy headquarters, gradually crumbled under the enemy's fierce attacks. Admiral Kizaru tragically fell in the fierce battle, his once shining brilliance extinguished forever in this war. Akiji mysteriously disappeared, his life unknown, seemingly swallowed by the dark abyss. Green Bull also perished in this calamity, sacrificing his precious life to protect the Navy headquarters. Heroes Garp and Fleet Admiral Sengoku, 2 legendary figures of the Navy, also fell heroically in battle. They had fought their whole lives to maintain peace and justice on the sea, only to ultimately fall on this land they loved so dearly. Zephyr and Sakazuki were severely wounded, struggling on the brink of death. Nearly 1 million Navy soldiers lost their lives in this brutal war, penning a tragic hymn with their lives. Admiral Fujitora narrowly escaped due to guarding the New World. However, his heart was filled with sorrow for his comrades and worries for the future. Sakazuki and Zephyr were rescued with all efforts by Steelbone Kong, who came to their aid. Yet, Steelbone Kong was also severely injured in the fierce battle with the Beast King, who had transformed into a hybrid form. The Beast King's power was extremely terrifying, slaughtering lives on the battlefield as if it were a no-man's land. Steelbone Kong used his last ounce of strength to bring Sakazuki and Zephyr out of this death zone. After indulging his desire for slaughter, the Beast King seemed to lose interest in the bloody scene before him and let them go. The destruction of the Navy headquarters was like a massive storm sweeping across the world. Once a dominant force on the seas, it was now nearly completely wiped out. Although the navies of the Four Seas and the New World still existed, the core strength of the Navy headquarters had vanished. This news hit like a thunderbolt, leaving everyone in disbelief and utter despair. Fourthly, the world's strongest nation, Elbaf, renowned for its powerful giant race, had always been an important pillar of the world. However, the wheel of fate turned mercilessly toward the dark side. Elbaf encountered a catastrophic disaster, with powerful enemies appearing from nowhere, stealthily invading the country and initiating a brutal massacre. The giants fought valiantly, but against this mysterious and powerful force, they gradually found themselves unable to cope. The flames of battle quickly spread, engulfing all of Elbaf in a sea of fire. Houses were destroyed, cities turned to ruins, sacred trees were ravaged, and countless giant lives perished in this disaster. Once prosperous Elbaf was completely destroyed overnight, becoming a silent wasteland. The fall of Elbaf was like a heavy bomb, stirring up tremendous waves in the world. Although its overall strength might not match that of the Navy headquarters, as a superpower, its existence was crucial to the balance of the world. Now, its disappearance had caused a massive change in the world structure, filling people's hearts with fear and unease. These four major events occurred consecutively, like a terrifying nightmare, plunging the entire world into chaotic madness. Surviving factions and allies from the New World fled like startled birds, seeking refuge along the Grand Line and the Four Seas. Once bustling cities now lay in ruins, filled with endless desolation and sorrow. Countless people were displaced, leaving their homes and embarking on a path of escape filled with uncertainty and danger. Many placed their hopes on the world government, flocking to it for shelter. However, the world government showed a cold and ruthless side. They scoffed at these refugees and even demanded exorbitant fees for them to enter Mariewa. This harsh requirement left many refugees feeling utterly despairing. Some discontented refugees protested in front of the world government, trying to voice their demands, but were met with merciless suppression by the world government soldiers. The world government demonstrated its so-called authority in this cruel manner. In a huge and magnificent office in Mariewa, the five elders, Revolutionary Army leader Dragon, red-haired Shanks, and Gorisei Galinko engaged in a heated debate. I believe we should organize these refugees to collectively resist Minos and the Shadow King. Although their strength is limited, at least they can buy us time. If we have enough numbers, we have a chance to wear down Minos, Dragon calmly suggested, his eyes revealing firm determination and hope for the future. These lowly people are not worth our protection. The world government absolutely cannot allow them to enter the Holy Land. But now, only we can protect them. The Navy headquarters is nearly annihilated, and aside from red-haired Shanks, the entire pirate alliance has been wiped out by Minos. If we do not unite all possible forces, the world will fall into complete darkness. But these refugees will only bring us trouble. Their existence will only weaken our power. Regardless, we must win the hearts of the people. Only by standing united can we confront the threats from Minos and the Shadow King. While the five elders were arguing, two uninvited guests arrived at the Black-Purple Castle on the island of Serbia. Orochimaru and Kabuto, two strong figures who had left 3 years ago, reappeared. 3 years seemed to have left no trace on them. Their appearances remained unchanged. Orochimaru and Kabuto's gazes swept over Dragon Emperor, Beast King, Frost King, Flame King, and the founding Ancestor King, revealing shock and fear on their faces. The figures before them held unfathomable power, especially the Dragon Emperor clad in crimson, exuding a strong aura that made Orochimaru and Kabuto feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. Orochimaru and Kabuto exchanged glances, seeing the shock and fear in each other's eyes. This crimson figure's strength had undoubtedly reached. Minos and Chung Xiaoyu wore amused expressions, watching Orochimaru and Kabuto with great interest. The two were experiencing a complex emotional change, from initial indifference to gradual shock, followed by deep-seated fear. Originally, Orochimaru and Kabuto had invested countless efforts, and after a long period of research and experimentation, they finally succeeded in creating a red energy transfer portal. This portal was not simple. It had the powerful function of being able to transfer Ultra Shadow level, King level, strong individuals. The two exchange a glance, their eyes flashing with determination. They immediately decided to embark on another journey to the pirate world. They harbored two purposes in their hearts. First, to wash away the humiliation they suffered 3 years ago on this land at the hands of Minos and Chang Xiaoyu. Second, and more importantly, something significant had happened in the ninja world that could change the landscape, and they needed to find Minos to collaborate. Thus, after some twists and turns, the two arrived at the Serbian island through the red energy transfer portal. However, as they set foot on this land and felt the aura emanating from Minos and Chang Xiaoyu, they were instantly frozen in place, speechless. Chang Xiaoyu and Minos exuded a powerful aura at the mid-level of the king class. That overwhelming force surged toward them like a tidal wave, leaving Orochimaru and Kabuto momentarily at a loss. Reflecting back 3 years, they were at the peak of shadow-level strength. But now, merely 3 years later, Minos and Chang Xiaoyu had already reached the mid-level of Ultra Shadow class. This seemed unreasonable, right? During these 3 years, although they had occasionally trained, their progress had been minimal, remaining at the initial stage of Ultra Shadow with almost no significant changes. The enormous gap left Orochimaru and Kabuto with mixed feelings. Various complex emotions surged in their hearts. However, to their surprise, Minos did not make things difficult for them. Instead, he wore a faint smile and invited them into the castle again. Orochimaru and Kabuto exchanged a glance. Although they were filled with doubts, they still steeled themselves and followed him. Stepping into the castle, the interior was luxuriously and mysteriously decorated, with various strange paintings hanging on the walls, shimmering with mysterious light. However, at this moment, Orochimaru and Kabuto had no heart to appreciate these. Their hearts were filled with unease. Just then, a shocking and terrifying scene unfolded before them. In the castle's hall, the atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. If, in their understanding, the peak strength of figures like the Lord of Flames and the Lord of Fangs was at the king level, Ultra Shadow, peak, then the Destruction King, Dragon Emperor, who appeared before them, had actually reached the divine level. That breathtakingly powerful aura made Orochimaru and Kabuto feel as if they were instantly plunged into an endless dark abyss, fear shadowing them. They felt as if they had just walked through the gates of hell. That sense of being on the brink of life and death made their hearts tremble. This was how Orochimaru and Kabuto looked at the Dragon Emperor with shock and fear in their expressions. Looking at the silent, pale-faced Orochimaru and Kabuto, a hint of mockery flashed in Minos' eyes as he broke the silence. It seems you two are a bit surprised at our changes after 3 years. Minos' voice echoed in the empty hall, carrying a teasing tone. Orochimaru slowly extended his long tongue and spoke in a deep voice. Minos, I didn't expect such a huge surprise after just 3 years. You are indeed mysterious. A hint of reluctance and envy flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Haha, Orochimaru, you flatter me. We've just gotten a little stronger. It's not that simple to just get stronger, right? If I remember correctly, back then, it was only you and the Shadow King, right? Orochimaru frowned slightly, his gaze scrutinizing. Now, several powerful figures had emerged, and one of them was at the Six Paths level. Minos, you really kept this from me well. After saying this, Orochimaru's gaze first gravitated toward the Dragon Emperor with a serious expression filled with awe, then shifted to Minos, whose expression was teasing. Minos was completely unmoved by Orochimaru's act of playing the victim. He secretly sneered in his heart. He knew that Orochimaru was like a hidden venomous snake, always plotting against others. If Orochimaru thought that playing the emotional card would grant him information about the Dragon Emperor and the others, that would be wishful thinking. With this in mind, Minos' gaze sharpened, and he coldly spoke. Orochimaru, let's put other matters aside for now. I just want to know why you two suddenly returned to the ninja world. What exactly are your intentions? Minos, you're really anxious. I just arrived here, haven't even had a sip of hot tea, and you want me to confess honestly. You're really heartless. Orochimaru attempted to change the subject, but a hint of panic flickered in his eyes. However, after he said this, he carefully observed Minos' face, only to find Minos unmoved, showing no signs of being swayed. This left Orochimaru feeling a wave of disappointment. realizing that further delay would be meaningless. Eventually, he had no choice but to speak. Minus, of course, something significant has happened. Otherwise, how could I come to such a frightening place? Upon hearing this, Minus felt a surge of surprise. He pondered inwardly. The significant matter Orochimaru mentioned should be something that happened in the ninja world. But Orochimaru had previously said that the ninja world had undergone a major change. What could possibly be happening now? With this in mind, Minus looked at Orochimaru's expression, which did not appear to be fabricated, and calmly spoke. Orochimaru, just tell me what significant event happened in the ninja world. Otherwise, I won't believe that you came to the pirate world for no reason. Orochimaru smiled deeply, a hint of subtle cunning flashing in his eyes. Minus, you really know me well. He deliberately paused, tantalizing Minus. In fact, your pirate world has already been exposed, and now the ninja army is preparing to attack your pirate world. After saying this, he fixed his gaze on Minus, wanting to catch any change in his expression to see how he would respond. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Minus' heart immediately surged with shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. If he hadn't misheard, Orochimaru was saying their pirate world had been exposed, and now the ninja army was preparing to attack the pirate world. This sudden news left Minus momentarily at a loss. Confusion and disbelief etched on his face as he could not comprehend how it could have been exposed so suddenly. Suddenly, Minus noticed Orochimaru, who was smiling, and his heart instantly understood. This matter was undoubtedly related to Orochimaru and Kabuto. With this thought, Minus' gaze sharpened, revealing a hint of coldness as he stared intently at Orochimaru, speaking in a deep voice. Orochimaru, this matter should be closely related to you too, right? After saying this, Minus' gaze lingered on Orochimaru for a moment, as if trying to see through him, before slowly shifting to Kabuto. The meaning was very clear. These two were definitely up to something. Orochimaru smiled mysteriously at Minus' words, but did not reply. However, Kabuto, who was beside Orochimaru, adjusted his glasses, trying to appear more composed, and calmly spoke. Lord Minus, you've misunderstood us this time. It really wasn't us who leaked the information. Orochimaru frowned slightly, seemingly recalling the situation at that time. When we returned to the ninja world, no one expected the energy fluctuations to be so powerful. Immediately, we were detected by those six-path level powerhouses. His voice carried a hint of helplessness and regret. Therefore, we were captured and interrogated by them. Although Uchiha Bito made a strong effort to block them, it was still futile. Orochimaru continued, a touch of bitterness appearing on his face. Thus, everything was exposed. Both I and Lord Orochimaru, along with Uchiha Bito, almost faced scrutiny from several other six-path powerhouses. If it weren't for Uchiha Madara and Indra being very interested in the pirate world, Orochimaru paused, a flicker of relief in his eyes. Then perhaps, apart from Uchiha Bito, both I and Lord Orochimaru would have been sanctioned. Minus listened to Orochimaru's explanation with a mix of skepticism. He knew well that both Orochimaru and Orochimaru were cunning and hard to trust completely. However, the current situation left him no room for doubt. The pirate world was facing an invasion from the ninja world's army, which was no small matter. Most importantly, the strong figures in the pirate world had been dealt with almost a month ago. Now, facing the ninja world's army, the pirate world simply couldn't hold out. Moreover, with so many six-path level powerhouses in the ninja world, what could the pirate world use to defend itself? Was he, Minus, supposed to become the savior of the pirate world? Was the opportunity to legitimize his identity right at this moment? Sitting in his chair, a cold smile slowly appeared at the corner of Minus's mouth, filled with endless disdain and determination. Savior? Minus pondered inwardly. No, Minus absolutely cannot save the pirate world. It would be merciful enough not to take the opportunity to harvest the people of the pirate world. The prejudices in people's hearts, to him, were like the towering mountains. No matter how hard you try to climb or struggle, it is difficult to shake them even slightly. Even if he exerted all his strength to save the people of the pirate world, in that brief moment, they might be grateful, their eyes filled with appreciation. But time is the most ruthless thing. Once enough time passes, that so-called gratitude will dissipate like smoke, and his name will return to being the world's #1 villain. Minos did not want to be a hero, let alone a savior. Therefore, both the pirate world and the ninja world would be his enemies. Minos clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with greedy light. They were all nutrients for his growth. Only by becoming incredibly strong could he survive in this cruel world. He did not trust anyone. In his world, only he was the most trustworthy. With this thought, Minos's gaze suddenly flashed. An involuntary powerful aura erupted from him. That aura surged like roaring waves, like an erupting volcano, instantly sweeping across the entire Serbian island. The surrounding air seemed to solidify under this aura, producing a buzzing sound. Since the ninja army wanted to come, then let them come, Minos roared in his heart, just as the strong figures of the pirate world had been nearly wiped out. The strong figures of the ninja world were excellent nourishment for me and several kings to attain divinity. Minos's sudden aura caught the attention of Orochimaru and the others nearby, who turned to look. Orochimaru frowned slightly, confusion filling his eyes, not understanding why Minos would suddenly unleash such a powerful aura. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was astonished, his mouth slightly agape, as if wanting to say something but hesitating. However, Minos's aura only lasted for a moment before quickly receding like the tide. He retracted his aura, looking intently at Orochimaru and Orochimaru, his voice deep and filled with authority as he asked, "How long until the ninja army descends upon the pirate world?" After a pause, he added, "Will the six-path level powerhouses come?" Orochimaru slowly stuck out his tongue, emitting a hoarse laugh that sounded particularly eerie on the silent island. "Minos, it seems you are quite concerned about those six-path level powerhouses from the ninja world," Orochimaru teased. Then, he changed his tone to a more serious one and continued. "According to the intelligence we have, the ninja world's invasion of the pirate world is divided into 2 phases. The first phase will be in about 3 months, and the second phase will be in 6 months. Orochimaru squinted slightly, seemingly recalling something, then continued. The first phase mainly involves a king-level or shadow-level powerhouse from various villages or factions in the ninja world leading a well-trained team to the pirate world for reconnaissance. Their purpose is merely to understand the specific situation of the pirate world and see if the resources here are worth further action. As for the second phase, Orochimaru's voice grew even lower. If the resources of the pirate world meet the expectations of those strong figures from the ninja world, then all the strong figures will descend. At that time, the pirate world will face an unprecedented crisis. Having said that, Orochimaru paused for a moment, closely observing Minos's expression. As for the six-path level powerhouses, they cannot descend at this moment, Orochimaru said slowly, because the energy portal we created can currently only allow those below the super shadow and shadow level to enter the pirate world. Minos, you can rest assured, those six-path level powerhouses from the ninja world should find it very difficult to come here at present. After speaking, Orochimaru's gaze fell back on Minos's face, carrying a hint of mockery. After hearing Orochimaru's words, the pressure in Minos's heart eased significantly. To him, as long as the six-path level powerhouses did not come, with their current strength, they would be invincible in the pirate world. After all, they had the Dragon Emperor, a six-path level powerhouse stationed, so they naturally did not fear any enemies. But if all the six-path level powerhouses from the ninja world mobilized, even the Dragon Emperor would have to kneel. Minos smiled faintly and said, "Then Orochimaru, I already know about the ninja army's invasion you mentioned. Do you have anything else to discuss?" Minos did not believe that Orochimaru and Orochimaru would be so kind as to share intelligence with him without reservation. After all, these two were notorious for not acting without profit. How could they easily reveal detailed information about the ninja army? Sure enough, after saying this, Minos keenly noticed a moment of unnatural expression flash across Orochimaru and Orochimaru's faces, as if there was something unspeakable. Minos inwardly scoffed. Sure enough, these two guys were still harboring ulterior motives and must have some hidden plans. Minos fixed his gaze tightly on Orochimaru and Orochimaru, his eyes filled with scrutiny and suspicion. Under his aggressive gaze, Orochimaru first sighed helplessly, then looked steadily at Minos, speaking in a low voice. In fact, the energy portal that Lord Orochimaru and I created did not meet Uchiha Bito's requirements, so he thinks we have failed. Orochimaru frowned slightly, a hint of bitterness on his face as he continued. Uchiha Bito did not provide us with the materials we needed. He just came to the pirate world with a sense of luck. Orochimaru raised his head and looked at Minos with piercing eyes, sincerely saying, "Please forgive me and Lord Orochimaru for our rudeness. When we saw that you have 6 paths, level strong fighters, we realized that you are qualified to cooperate with us. Therefore, we are prepared to disclose information about the ninja world to you, as long as we can work together. We hope to obtain what we need through this method. It can be considered mutually beneficial." Orochimaru gazed intently at Minos, who was in deep thought, and smiled faintly. "In this way, Your Excellency Minos should believe us both. After all, we only need to study the power of the 6 paths. And the information you will receive is extremely valuable, so we can call it even." After hearing Orochimaru's words, Minos's eyes flickered. If what Orochimaru said was true, then it could be said to explain the intentions of both Orochimaru and Orochimaru. He fell silent for a moment, constantly pondering the pros and cons in his mind. "All right, I believe you," Minos finally spoke, his voice calm, but carrying an undeniable authority. "As long as you two do not deceive me, then in the future, we will give you what you deserve." Minos's gaze fixed firmly on Orochimaru and Orochimaru as he spoke slowly. "But the premise is that you two must not deceive me. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead." As the words fell, Minos's cold gaze seemed like 2 sharp blades, piercing directly into the hearts of Orochimaru and Orochimaru. Both Orochimaru and Orochimaru felt a tremor in their hearts upon seeing Minos's icy eyes. They knew that Minos, who stood before them, would definitely keep his word. If they dared to deceive him, the consequences would be unimaginable. The two exchanged glances again and silently decided that it would be best not to provoke Minos for now. After all, in this crisis-filled world, having one more powerful enemy was certainly not a wise move. Thus, Minos, Orochimaru, and Orochimaru reached a deal. One side would provide information about the ninja world, while the other would supply the desired materials. This deal was like throwing a giant stone into a calm sea, bound to trigger a series of chain reactions and make the situation of both the pirate world and the ninja world more intricate. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During these seemingly calm 3 days, Orochimaru and Orochimaru unreservedly revealed the distribution of various forces in the ninja world. This detailed information was like a huge and complex puzzle, gradually piecing together in front of Minos, giving him a whole new understanding of the unfamiliar and mysterious ninja world. What surprised Minos the most was that this ninja world before him was worlds apart from the one in his memory, with almost no similarities to be found. This sudden difference stirred ripples in Minos's heart. 2 days later, Orochimaru and Orochimaru bid farewell to the pirate world and embarked on their journey back to the ninja world. Minos and Chung Xiaoyu sat together in chairs, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Each person's face was filled with contemplation, as if pondering the upcoming challenges. After a long while, Chung Xiaoyu broke the silence, his voice low and firm. "Currently, we are only missing your and my strength to return to our peak. Facing the powerful, approaching ninja world, we need to restore our strength in advance. Otherwise, when we face those peak strong fighters, there will be a significant gap, making it difficult to act." Chung Xiaoyu's words struck Minos's heart like a heavy hammer. He knew that everything Chung Xiaoyu said was reasonable. They were currently only at the mid-level of king strength. And in a world full of strong fighters, this level of strength was indeed inadequate to deal with many unknown dangers. A slight misstep could lead to a point of no return. Minos fell into deep thought, and, after a moment, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile, but with a hint of determination. "It seems that I can only use extraordinary means now. From now on, aside from Chung Xiaoyu, everyone else just needs to stabilize the new world and quietly wait for the arrival of the ninja army. I will personally lead the puppet generals to create slaughter on the sea. By then, with the gained killing value, we should be able to quickly restore ourselves to peak strength. And Chung Xiaoyu only needs to summon shadow soldiers using dark power." Chung Xiaoyu nodded slightly. He understood that in this urgent situation, This might be the only feasible method, although in time, their strength would naturally return to peak state. The few six paths, level strong fighters in the ninja world had long been watching them closely, and time was pressing, leaving no room for them to wait methodically. The other kings also secretly nodded in agreement upon hearing Minus's decision. In their hearts, the restoration of both Minus and Chang Xiaoyu to their peak was key to dealing with the future crisis. The next day, Minus's yacht once again appeared on the vast sea of the New World. The yacht sailed smoothly, leaving a long white wake on the surface of the sea. However, days passed, and the sea was eerily silent, with no ships or figures in sight. It seemed as if all the people in the New World were deliberately avoiding Minus, either hiding or simply leaving the area. This left Minus feeling helpless. Fortunately, the yacht was equipped with an advanced navigation system. Under the precise search of the navigation system, Minus and Chang Xiaoyu finally discovered some traces, with the target pointing to a mysterious island called Sias Island. This island was hidden in the vast sea, surrounded by dense coral reefs and turbulent undercurrents. If it weren't for the guidance of the navigation system, it would indeed be difficult to find. When Minus and his group set foot on this island, he immediately felt the tranquil and peaceful atmosphere, a true paradise suitable for seclusion. But at this moment, Minus's heart was filled only with the firm determination to restore his strength. He waved his hands, and instantly, 25 figures appeared beside him, consisting of 20 puppet generals and 5 special king-level puppets. These puppets were tall, exuding a cold metallic sheen, as if they were reapers from hell. Minus coldly gazed at the beautiful island before him and said coldly, "You can either clear the people on the island or directly destroy the entire island." Upon receiving the command, all the puppets moved like machines that had received orders, swiftly rushing towards all directions of the island. In an instant, the puppet generals and king-level puppets arrived at the town below the island. They raised their long swords in unison, their blades shimmering coldly, as if telling of the impending doom. With a single command, all the puppets swung their swords with force, and 20 streams of general-level sword energy and 5 streams of king-level sword energy surged towards the town below like a tidal wave. The fierce sword energy moved through the air like deadly snakes, traveling at incredible speed and emitting sharp whistling sounds. With a loud boom, the town was instantly engulfed by the sword energy, and the sturdy houses collapsed under the impact, turning into ruins. The mountains were not spared either, easily sliced apart by the sword energy, with debris raining down like raindrops. Trees were uprooted in the onslaught of the sword energy, igniting into raging flames. As time passed, the entire island fell into a sea of fire and ruins under the powerful sword energy attack. The people on the island had no power to fight back against this sudden disaster, collapsing in pools of blood. Meanwhile, the system's notification sound continuously rang in Minus's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 points of killing value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 30 points of killing value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining points of killing value. Minus listened to the system's notification sound. A slight smile of satisfaction appeared at the corner of his mouth. In his view, this method was simply perfect. He didn't need to take action himself. Yet he could easily gain killing value, bringing him one step closer to restoring his peak power. Becoming a god is not a dream. A few days later, with the help of a navigation system, Minus and his group discovered another hidden island with people. Minus employed the same trick again, waving his right hand gently, and more than 20 puppet generals instantly appeared before him. Then, a sword aura surged like a wild wind towards the island, shattering towns, destroying mountains, and within a short time, the island was completely obliterated. The people on the island again became Minus's source of killing value for enhancing his power. In the following 2 months, relying on the precise positioning of the navigation system, Minus continuously commanded his puppets to carry out ruthless massacres on various hidden islands with people. His series of actions were like dropping a huge stone into a calm lake, instantly causing a huge uproar in the entire world. People speculated whether Minus was preparing to turn the entire new world into a sea of blood, and fear and unease spread in their hearts. However, despite Minus's actions inciting public outrage, no one dared to stand up to stop him. After all, the strength Minos displayed was too powerful, and the terrifying attacks of those puppets made people tremble in fear. Although Dragon and red-haired Shanks were deeply angered by Minos's atrocities, they could only secretly look for opportunities to attempt to deliver a fatal blow to Minos, making him pay for his actions. Thus, just a few days before the 3-month deadline, Minos and Chung Xiaoyu arrived at the Alabasta Kingdom. At this time, the Alabasta Kingdom was suffering from unprecedented turmoil. 3 years ago, Crocodile was defeated in a confrontation with Minos and was ruthlessly exterminated by him. However, under the mysterious intervention of the world's will, Crocodile miraculously revived. After his resurrection, his ambition remained undiminished, still aiming at the Alabasta Kingdom, attempting to find the legendary ancient weapon Pluton here to fulfill his ambitions. To achieve his goal, he meticulously planned, inciting the rebel army to betray the country, trying to drag the entire Alabasta Kingdom into endless chaos. Upon learning of Crocodile's dangerous plan, Princess Vivi resolutely chose to flee the Alabasta Kingdom. She understood the severity of the situation and decided to gather intelligence everywhere to find a way to stop Crocodile. At the Twin Cape, the gears of fate began to turn, and Princess Vivi encountered the Straw Hat crew. The Straw Hat crew still maintained their fervor and justice, just like in the original work, without hesitation choosing to help Princess Vivi. They faced numerous difficulties, crossed barren deserts, and defeated countless powerful enemies, finally arriving at the Alabasta Kingdom, where they were engaged in a thrilling battle with Crocodile. However, the Straw Hat crew now seemed somewhat different from before. Their eyes revealed an unprecedented maturity and determination, as if bearing a heavy mission or harboring deep-seated grudges against someone. In the vast square of the capital of the Alabasta Kingdom, the scorching sun poured down without reserve, baking the entire area to a blistering heat. The air was filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere, as a thrilling and intense battle unfolded here. Crocodile, the warlord of the sea, stood in the center of the square, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for breath. A hint of fatigue was evident in his signature gaze, but more so was his disdain and contempt for the opponents before him. You little brats who don't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth actually think you can defeat me? Truly hopeless. His voice was deep and hoarse, as if it came from the depths of hell, filled with endless mockery. Take this desert sword. With a furious shout, countless sands suddenly surged up from the originally calm ground, as if endowed with life, quickly gathering and coalescing into a massive desert sword aura in the blink of an eye. This sword aura emanated a chilling aura, its blade shimmering with an eerie light, as if it could tear apart everything in the world. The enormous sword aura lunged fiercely toward Luffy and the others, tearing through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Seeing the approaching desert sword aura, Sanji's expression instantly darkened, and the usually confident look on his face now revealed a serious demeanor. Hey, this seems pretty powerful? He frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on the incoming sword aura, unconsciously adjusting his stance, ready to respond at any moment. Zoro gripped his two swords tightly, looking forward at the desert sword aura with a serious expression as well. His eyes revealed determination and resolve, despite knowing how immensely powerful the opponent before him was. He showed no sign of retreat. The wind gently blew, stirring his hair, emanating an aura of fearless combat. Luffy, standing in front of everyone, remained silent. He slowly pressed down on his iconic straw hat, the brim obscuring his face, making it impossible to see his current expression. In the shadow of the hat, Luffy's gaze was deep and calm, as if he was contemplating something. Time seemed to stand still at that moment, the surrounding noise gradually fading away, and Luffy immersed himself in his own world. Soon, he gently pushed up his straw hat, revealing his expression without reservation. It was an extraordinary calmness and steadiness, and the white light flashing in his eyes grew increasingly bright, his gaze becoming colder, as if it came from the depths of a distant iceberg, devoid of warmth. At this moment, he seemed no longer the lively Luffy who usually laughed and joked. Yet, he still felt like the captain who charged forward without hesitation. Just as Sanji and Zoro prepared to exert their full strength against the desert sword aura, they suddenly discovered a shocking scene. Luffy had quietly appeared right in front of the Desert Sword aura, standing there motionless, as if he were a statue. He stood there quietly, seemingly isolated from everything around him, allowing the powerful sword aura to approach him. This sudden scene made Sanji and Zoro anxious. They couldn't help but shout urgently, "Luffy, be careful! Luffy, what are you doing?" Their voices were filled with worry and urgency, wishing they could rush over and pull Luffy back immediately. However, it seemed that Luffy completely didn't hear Sanji and Zoro's shouts. He continued to stand quietly in front of the Desert Sword aura, like a sculpture, showing no reaction whatsoever. As the sword aura drew closer, the surrounding air seemed to be compressed to the extreme, making it difficult to breathe. Sanji and Zoro grew increasingly anxious, sweat beading on their foreheads, their hands tightly clenched into fists, yet they felt powerless. Just when they were almost in despair, Luffy's figure finally moved. No, rather than moving, it would be more accurate to say he slowly raised his right hand to face the incoming Desert Sword aura. Luffy's action stunned both Crocodile and Sanji, as well as the others. They had no idea what Luffy was about to do. In their eyes, Luffy's actions were simply unbelievable. Faced with such a powerful attack, he actually chose to respond with just one hand. However, what Luffy did next completely shocked the Straw Hat crew and Crocodile. Luffy's right hand, which he had raised, was suddenly enveloped in a layer of mysterious black energy. The black energy flowed like liquid, emitting powerful waves of force, as if it could devour everything. At the moment when the Desert Sword energy arrived, Luffy's black right hand collided with the massive Desert Sword energy. With a loud bang, it sounded like a bell ringing, shaking the entire square slightly. The sound was dull and powerful, like sand striking against steel. Immediately after, Luffy, with a cold gaze, exerted even more energy. His eyes revealed determination and resolution, as if he wanted to completely crush all obstacles in front of him. In an instant, the powerful Desert Sword energy was violently shattered beneath Luffy's punch. Countless grains of sand splashed out like fireworks bursting, falling to the ground and turning into scattered sand. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and the entire square fell into a dead silence. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Luffy's proud figure, as if he were the only one in the world at that moment. Sunlight fell upon him, outlining his resolute silhouette. He looked like an invincible war god, standing on this battlefield, accepting the attention of all. Sanji looked at Luffy in front of him, momentarily at a loss for words. He slowly took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep breath, trying to calm his shock and excitement. In fact, during these past few months of being with Luffy, they had already noticed that Luffy was different. Sometimes, Luffy was like an innocent child, silly and laughing, only knowing how to eat. He was always full of energy, curious about everything around him, as if there were no troubles that could bother him. His laughter was like sunshine, warming the hearts of every crew member. However, sometimes, Luffy seemed to become a different person, turning cold and ruthless. Especially recently, when he learned from a newspaper about the deaths of the entire Pirate Alliance and the Navy headquarters suffering a devastating attack. Luffy's emotions underwent huge fluctuations. From the initial sadness upon hearing the news, to later uncontrollable crying, and finally turning extremely cold. At that time, Luffy's icy demeanor made the other crew members feel very uncomfortable. His eyes were filled with pain and anger, as if the whole world were against him. Fortunately, after a day, Luffy returned to that silly, smiling fool. However, beneath his disguised smile, he could not hide the deep sorrow and pain on his face. And now, Luffy seemed even colder, and his strength had grown even stronger. The scene of him shattering Crocodile's Desert Sword energy with this punch was the best proof. Compared to Sanji's complex feelings, Crocodile's face was as dark as it could be. The moment Luffy shattered his Desert Sword energy made him involuntarily recall the scene from back then. There was also someone who had effortlessly shattered his proud Desert Sword energy. That person not only humiliated him, but also forced him into a desperate situation, nearly taking his life. For the past 3 years, Crocodile had been tormented by that painful memory. He often woke up from nightmares, with that cold-eyed person staring at him, filling him with immense fear. As for revenge, He had fantasized about it countless times in his mind. But thinking of that person's current strength made him feel utterly hopeless. That person's power had long been invincible in the new world. The so-called pirates now had no way out in front of him, as if the path ahead had been completely cut off. Thinking of this, Crocodile's gaze swept over the other members of the Straw Hat crew. He saw their shocked expressions, but he didn't care. Then he shifted his gaze to Luffy's cold demeanor and said in a low voice, "Straw Hat Kid, your cold and lofty demeanor reminds me of someone from back then." His voice was filled with resentment and unwillingness, just like that other person, also high and cold-hearted. After saying this, Crocodile's face became extremely angry, and he suddenly shouted, "But why do you think you're strong enough to show me that kind of face?" His eyes bulged, burning with flames of anger, as if he wanted to devour Luffy. Crocodile's words made all the Straw Hat crew members, except Robin, look at each other in confusion. They completely did not understand why Crocodile suddenly became angry. To them, Luffy's performance just now was only to protect everyone, and there was nothing wrong with it. On the side, Robin appeared to be deep in thought, slightly frowning and murmuring. Crocodile must be talking about Minos. A hint of complex emotion flickered in her eyes. "I have already joined the Straw Hat crew, as you requested. But can you really still remember this nameless little character? Am I really going to betray the Straw Hat crew?" However, no one noticed Robin's words. Their attention was focused on the battlefield, on the main characters, Luffy and Crocodile. The atmosphere in the square remained tense to the extreme, as an even fiercer battle seemed about to break out, with everyone holding their breath, waiting for the next moment. Luffy, with a gaze as cold as frost, looked at Crocodile without a hint of warmth. At this moment, Luffy seemed like a completely different person from his usual lively, cheerful self. Crocodile's words were like a warm wind blowing past his ears, stirring no ripples in Luffy's heart. Seeing Luffy's indifferent expression, Crocodile's anger swelled like a lit powder keg. His face grew increasingly angry, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes wide as saucers. Finally, he could no longer tolerate Luffy's cold violence of disregard and roared across the sandy battlefield, "Straw Hat Kid, you're too arrogant. Today, I will not let you go. You will stay here forever." After saying this, Crocodile quickly waved his hands and shouted, "Sandstorm." In an instant, a small sandstorm tornado appeared out of nowhere in his hands. Although this sandstorm was initially small, it contained immense energy, emitting a low howling sound, as if it were a ferocious beast about to awaken. With a swing of Crocodile's arm, the small sandstorm tornado shot toward Luffy like an arrow. As it flew, the small sandstorm tornado continuously absorbed the surrounding sand, rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, it formed a massive sandstorm tornado on the ground, blocking out the sun and bringing with it a terrifying momentum that was dark and oppressive, like a rampaging beast charging madly at Luffy. Wherever the sandstorm passed, the ground's sand and stones were swept up, and the surrounding air was thrown into chaos, producing sharp howling sounds. Faced with such a ferocious sandstorm tornado, Luffy showed no sign of retreat. He remained calm, slowly raising his fist, while at the same time, the black energy surged like a tidal wave, quickly enveloping his fist. The domineering aura shimmered with a mysterious and powerful light, as if bestowing endless strength upon Luffy's fist. A deep, indifferent voice slowly emerged from Luffy's mouth. "Rubber pistol." In an instant, Luffy's arms stretched out like a spring, the fist becoming long and fast, striking towards the massive sandstorm tornado. As the speed of the punch increased, Luffy's figure flickered in the dust, his fist resembling streaks of black lightning, leaving many black fist phantoms in the air. When the numerous black fists collided with the enormous sandstorm tornado, a deafening bang echoed, the iron fist clashing solidly with the sandstorm, unleashing a powerful energy. This energy surged like a tidal wave, spreading outwards, causing countless fragments of stone to be lifted from the ground. Tiny cracks appeared on the ground, spreading like a spider web, yet fortunately, the ground did not shatter. After a moment of intense attacks, both fighters exhausted their strength and dissipated. For a time, dust filled the air, obscuring visibility and making everything unclear. The surrounding air seemed to be shaken by the fierce collision, unable to calm for a long time. After a while, as the dust gradually settled, Luffy and Crocodile's figures slowly appeared before Sanji, Zoro, Nami, and other members of the Straw Hat Pirates, as well as Princess Vivi, Robin, and others. Overall, in this fierce confrontation, neither was injured, and it could be said that they were evenly matched. Luffy still wore a cold expression, as if the battle had been a trivial matter for him. In contrast, Crocodile's face darkened, filled with shock and unwillingness. He never expected that this unknown kid would actually be able to use Haki. It's important to note that Haki has a significant restraining effect on him as a Logia-type Devil Fruit user, which disrupted his originally confident plans. Thus, Crocodile and Luffy fell into a brief stalemate. The wind and sand ruthlessly blew past them, making a howling noise, intensifying the heavy and oppressive atmosphere of the battlefield, as if the air were about to solidify. Just as Crocodile grew increasingly impatient and prepared to launch another attack, a voice that was both familiar and terrifying to him slowly echoed like a ghost. It was hard to believe that the mighty warlord Crocodile was being beaten by an unknown kid in this small country. "Old Sand, you've fallen a bit. Haven to you?" With this sudden voice, everyone's attention was instantly drawn. They all turned to the source of the voice, filled with curiosity and confusion about who dared to speak ill of the warlord. Two tall, handsome youths slowly approached from a distance. Their steps were steady, each step seeming to tread on the hearts of the onlookers. The sunlight shone upon them, yet could not dispel the cold and dangerous aura they exuded. These two were none other than Minus and Chung Xiaoyu, who had come from the New World to the Grand Line. Minus wore his black suit and black justice cloak, flowing in the wind, his gaze deep and cold, as if he could see through people's hearts. Chung Xiaoyu was similarly dressed in a long black coat, his expression stern, with a hint of a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. The moment Crocodile turned to see Minus, his face instantly turned as pale as paper. Filled with fear, his body trembled uncontrollably, and he involuntarily stepped back several times, stuttering. "Why you? How did you get here?" Crocodile's voice was filled with despair and fear, as if he had witnessed the apocalypse. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat Pirates, upon seeing Minus and Chung Xiaoyu, were also filled with fear and shock. Nami's face turned pale, her hands instinctively covering her face, and she whispered tremulously, "Is he the black-clothed guy that no Kigo mentioned? He looks very different from what was reported in the newspapers. It's hard to believe he is the world's worst villain." Usopp trembled like a leaf, his hands tightly covering his face, trying to avoid Minus's gaze. His voice was shaky, filled with terror. "What should we do? How did we encounter this calamity again? We're definitely going to be killed by him." Zoro, on the other hand, had a fiery gaze, staring intently at Minus, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He murmured, "Is this the world's strongest, the new world's greatest swordsman? Truly impressive." Zoro always felt a desire for challenge against powerful swordsmen, even if the person before him was so dangerous. Sanji, who was smoking nearby, didn't he even notice when his cigarette burned out. It wasn't he until he felt a sharp pain from a burn on his finger that he came to his senses. However, fear was written all over Sanji's face. Unlike others, he was always tuned into global intelligence and knew very well how powerful and terrifying Minus and the Shadow King were in the New World. Just 2 months ago, they had destroyed the 4 emperors of the New World together, and they had also wiped out the New Pirate Alliance and the Grand Pirate Alliance, killing countless people in the New World. Now, these 2 fearsome villains had suddenly arrived here. What could they possibly want? Sanji's heart was filled with worry. Chopper was also trembling, looking at Minus and Chung Xiaoyu with terrified eyes. He had heard how powerful Minus and the Shadow King were, and that they could kill without blinking. If they were slightly angered, they would kill without mercy. Chopper curled up, as if that could reduce his fear. Princess Vivi was equally shocked, staring at Minus and the Shadow King. 3 years ago, Minus had visited the Alabasta Kingdom, where Crocodile had been killed by him. However, the news had not spread at that time, and the citizens of Alabasta had privately cursed Minus, considering him a cruel villain who had killed their guardian. However, as Minus's strength grew, the citizens gradually stopped cursing him. Now, seeing Minus reappear in Alabasta, Princess Vivi felt a complex mix of emotions, both recalling the past and worrying about the current situation. Besides Princess Vivi, Robin's expression was similarly complicated. Her eyes revealed a hint of helplessness and disappointment. Upon seeing Minus again, she deeply realized that she no longer had the qualifications to approach him. Once, she might have had some confidence. But in the face of Minus's overwhelming presence, she felt so small. When Minus appeared, Luffy's expression changed instantly. The coldness was replaced by rage, and for a moment, the contrasting emotions of coldness and anger flickered across his face. In moments of calm, he seemed like an outsider observing the situation. But in moments of anger, he exuded a powerful aura, as if he wanted to completely annihilate all enemies before him. Minus and Chang Xiaoyu seemed to be oblivious to the severity of the battlefield as they slowly walked in front of everyone. Minus's gaze swept over the crowd. Spotting Nami, the little thief from the original work, the coward Usopp, the excited, directionally challenged Zoro, and curly brow Sanji, along with Tony Kun, Princess Weiwei, and Blackleg Robin. Finally, his eyes landed on the furious Luffy. A slight smile crept onto Minus's lips, revealing a meaningful grin. Straw Hat Kid, I didn't expect to see you here. Today's show is quite interesting. Luffy stood on the ground, his eyes bloodshot, staring intently at Minus, who wore a smile at the corner of his mouth. With anger bubbling inside him like a volcano about to erupt, Luffy clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the force, his body trembling slightly, a manifestation of his extreme rage. You despicable bastard! Luffy roared like a fierce tiger, his voice carried far by the sea breeze. Before his words faded, he shot out like an arrow, throwing a powerful punch at Minus, infused with his endless anger and the intent to protect his friends. Minus looked at the fist that was about to strike him, yet maintained a disdainful smile. Isn't that rude? But since your whole family are criminals, I can understand. He stood his ground, unguarded, as if Luffy's attack was mere child's play to him. Bang! Luffy's fist landed heavily on Minus's body, producing a dull sound. Immediately after, a heart-wrenching crack echoed, as Luffy's knuckles broke from the impact. Luffy's body swayed slightly, but there was no trace of retreat on his face. Instead, his anger intensified. Ah! Luffy yelled, disregarding his injury. He pushed off the ground with his feet, leaping high into the air, flipping over and aiming a powerful kick at Minus's head. His eyes were filled with determination. Even knowing the difficulties ahead, he would not back down. Minus watched Luffy jumping around like a clown, his eyes filled with disdain. He casually reached out with his right hand, seemingly indifferent, yet precisely caught Luffy's foot. When Luffy saw his right foot was caught, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately lifted his left foot and kicked at Minus's head again, his onslaught like a storm, giving no chance for Minus to breathe. Minus' expression turned cold, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. This Luffy was truly bothersome. He snorted coldly, and a deep purple flow of Conqueror's haki appeared in his right hand, wrapping around it like a solid entity. With a strong grip, crack, Luffy's delicate foot bones were crushed in his hand. Simultaneously, Luffy's heart-wrenching scream sliced through the silent air, echoing across the battlefield. Ah! Luffy's cries were filled with pain, but even more with defiance. Minus smirked disdainfully, lifting Luffy's body with his right hand, then forcefully smashed it down onto the ground. Bang! Luffy's body crashed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Blood poured from his mouth, staining the ground red. Minus looked down at Luffy from above, his eyes filled with mockery. You think you can attack me? What a joke. He slightly raised his head, his tone filled with arrogance. Even that old geezer carp is like an ant before me. Not to mention you, a clueless little brat. The battle between Minus and Luffy came so suddenly that no one had reacted before it reached a fever pitch. However, this battle clearly showed Luffy being overwhelmingly beaten. At that moment, two cold lights flashed, two long swords shot towards Minus like lightning. At the same time, a foot, accompanied by a sharp wind, kicked towards Minus's back. It was Zoro and Sanji striking. With Minus's powerful observation haki, he clearly saw the attacks coming at him. Minus's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a hint of disdain. He quickly turned around, his body moving with ghostly agility, then kicked forcefully. At the moment of collision between his foot and the two swords, a tremendous shock wave erupted. The swords were violently shattered, fragments scattering everywhere. Zoro, holding the swords, felt his arms break under the immense force. His body was sent flying like a kite with a severed string, crashing to the ground and screaming in pain. On the other side, Sanji was not spared either. He was kicked away by Minus's foot, tumbling several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. His bones were broken, and his face was filled with agony. Minus looked at the pain-stricken Zoro and Sanji on the ground, showing no sympathy on his face. "I didn't expect you two to seek death so eagerly. I'll just have to accommodate you," he said, stepping steadily towards Sanji, who was on the ground, clutching his broken foot and crying out in pain. With each step he took, the ground seemed to tremble slightly, as if mourning the impending tragedy. His figure appeared particularly tall under the sunlight, but was filled with an evil aura. Each step seemed to provoke the hearts of the Straw Hat crew. Nami, Usopp, Chopper, Robin, Princess Weiwei, and the others were already paralyzed in fear at Minus's ruthless display. They stood frozen, their eyes filled with terror and helplessness, unsure of what to do. Even the once invincible crocodile was stunned, despair filling his heart as he realized he was about to die at Minus's hands once more. Minus approached Sanji, looking down at him with a contemptuous smile. "This is the consequence of your overestimation," he said coldly, his voice like the chilling winter wind, piercing and icy. As he spoke, Minus lifted his right foot and slowly began to step on Sanji's other foot. Crack! Sanji's other foot was also crushed underfoot, and his piercing scream grew even louder, as if to vent all his endless pain. Sanji's cries echoed in the sea breeze, sending chills down one's spine. Blood flowed continuously from Sanji's foot, quickly staining the ground red. The bright red blood, like blooming red spider lilies, appeared particularly striking on this brutal battlefield. Minus felt no pity for Sanji's plight. In his eyes, even the main characters could not escape his punishment. He lifted his foot towards Sanji's head, his cold voice slowly ringing out. "Do you have any last words?" Sanji, beneath Minus's foot, was already in so much pain that he couldn't speak. However, upon hearing Minus's words, he used his last bit of strength to lift his resentful eyes, glaring fiercely at Minus. His gaze seemed to say, "Even if you kill me, so what? I, Sanji, will never beg for mercy." Minus's cold gaze and Sanji's resentful glare locked onto each other. After a moment of staring, Sanji's eyes remained filled with hatred, showing no sign of retreat. Minus understood Sanji's words through the hateful gaze he cast. "Then you can die." Minus grinned, his smile filled with cruelty. With that, he forcefully stomped on Sanji's head. In an instant, Sanji's head shattered like a smashed watermelon, red blood and white brain matter spilling onto the ground. This bloody scene felt like hell had descended, making one feel extremely uncomfortable. After doing all this, Minus showed no change in expression. He lifted his foot and was about to walk towards Zoro to continue his rampage. At that moment, Nami's piercing, crying voice slowly echoed behind Minus. At the same time, Minus felt his black justice cloak being tightly gripped by someone. "Stop it! Minus, can you please stop killing the innocent?" Nami cried, tears streaming down her face, her voice filled with desperation. "Please spare us." Minus turned around and saw Nami kneeling behind him, her beautiful face now distorted by tears. Her hands clutched his black justice cloak as if trying to prevent him from leaving. Minus looked at the scene of Nami and felt a hint of puzzlement in his mind. He realized he hadn't seen Nami since entering the pirate world. Why was she calling him Minus brother? This moment truly left him a bit confused. Thinking of this, Minus fixed his gaze on Nami, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. "I remember not knowing you. You're calling me Minus brother is puzzling. Speak. How do you want to die?" Minus's voice remained cold, devoid of any emotion. Nami lifted her head, her eyes filled with fear and pleading, her body slightly trembling. "Minus, we are all innocent. Luffy and the others just want to protect their friends and the peace of the sea. Please spare us." Nami cried, tears continuously sliding down her cheeks. Minus's tone was dismissive. "Peace? In this world of the survival of the fittest, without strength, there's no talk of peace. You people are just a bunch of ants. But we have dreams and people we want to protect." Nami exclaimed loudly, a hint of determination in her eyes. Luffy has always been working hard to become the Pirate King, so that everyone can sail freely on this sea. Each of us is fighting for our dreams. Is that wrong? Minos stood silently in the center of this chaotic battlefield, surrounded by the smell of smoke and blood, his gaze fixed on Nami across from him. After hearing Nami's passionate words about dreams, Minos fell into silence. He was not moved by her words. On the contrary, her naivety stirred an indescribable speechlessness within him. In this cruel pirate world, the so-called dreams, in Minos's view, were nothing but illusory bubbles. Countless dreamers were easily crushed like ants in the face of harsh reality. Only absolute strength was the fundamental basis for survival in this world and the key factor that determined everything. Thinking of this, Minos's gaze towards Nami gradually turned cold, as if covered by a thick layer of frost. In his eyes, the Straw Hat Crew was undoubtedly a group of hopeless people. They naively believed that sea adventures were a journey full of fun and dreams, completely unaware of the dangers of the pirate world, and even less understanding the complexity and darkness of human nature. They were like a group of ignorant children. Whatever others said, they believed, completely oblivious to the cruel truths of this world. They did not understand that on this sea, the Navy was not always the embodiment of justice. And there were instances of the Navy oppressing civilians and engaging in corrupt acts. Those nobles wielding their power trampled on the dignity of others, oppressing families and pushing countless households into the depths of suffering. Once, Minos, like the Straw Hat Crew, believed the world was composed of clear black and white, and that justice would triumph over evil. But after experiencing countless harsh realities, he deeply realized that the world was not so simple. It was a chaotic gray area. The lines between black and white had long been blurred. What was black could be disguised as white, and white could also hide endless darkness. Only those who had never experienced gray despair would naively cling to the childish notion of a world that was either black or white, blinded by their own naivety, prejudice, and arrogance, seeing only the false appearances before them and mistaking them for the truth of the entire world. And the Straw Hat Crew was undoubtedly such a naive group of people. Their innocence and prejudice, in Minos's view, were so laughable and tragic. After a moment of silence, Minos slowly raised his right hand and gently placed it on Nami's head, his fingers softly stroking her orange hair. That hair under the sunlight should have been vibrant, but at that moment it appeared somewhat glaring. "Nami, you are too naive." Minos's voice was cold and calm, as if it were a judgment from the depths of hell. "However, you have no chance now. In this world, only death is the final destination for you naive ones." Minos's icy words pierced Nami's heart like a sharp blade, causing her to tremble uncontrollably, her face turning pale as paper, terror evident on her face. Feeling Minos's increasingly forceful right hand, endless fear surged within Nami. But she still held on, quickly shouting, "Minos, you saved the village of Kokoyashi back then. If it weren't for your help, the villagers would have already fallen victim to a cruel fate. We truly thank you from the bottom of our hearts." Upon hearing Nami's words, Minos couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise. He never expected that a casual act of kindness from him back then would make Nami feel such deep gratitude towards him, even calling him Minos' brother. However, unfortunately, Minos did not care for this so-called gratitude and emotional bond, at least while he was still a strong figure in this world, standing at the pinnacle. He had no need for such things. This book is about slaughter. Thus, Minos's gaze turned cold once again, and the right hand that had rested on Nami's head suddenly exerted force. In an instant, a powerful force erupted, and Nami's head was crushed effortlessly in his hand like a fragile eggshell. Blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering onto the ground and dyeing the land a shocking red. The white brain matter spread across the blood-red ground, appearing particularly glaring, as if it were a silent accusation against this cruel world. Minos glanced at Nami's headless corpse without a shred of pity or emotion, then turned and walked step by step towards Zoro. His steps were slow and steady, each footfall seemingly stepping on the hearts of the crowd, the sound like a death knell, continuously stimulating Zoro's nerves. Arriving beside Zoro, Minos looked down at him lying on the ground. At that moment, Zoro had already lost both hands, blood gushing from his wounds, soaking the ground beneath him. His face was filled with pain, but his eyes still revealed a strong and unyielding light. Minos slightly curled his lips, showing a hint of mocking smile. Pirate Hunter, Zoro, right? You really are quite resilient. But your head seems a bit off, unable to recognize the gap in strength, following a foolish captain. Zoro coughed hard, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, and he said, "To be praised by the world's strongest is truly an honor. However, I must refute you on one point. Our captain, while sometimes his way of doing things is hard to grasp and seems foolish, is kind-hearted and sincere to his companions. He's really a great person. I don't think my choice was wrong. It's just that our luck this time was really bad, and we unfortunately ran into the world's strongest you." After saying this, Zoro laughed heartily on the blood-stained and dusty ground. In that laughter, there was both helplessness towards fate and a firm adherence to his beliefs, as if he didn't know he was about to face death. When Zoro's laughter gradually stopped, Minos quietly looked at him, his gaze extremely calm, unaffected by Zoro's boisterous laughter. In Minos's eyes, Zoro's struggles and resistance were merely futile death throes. After a moment, Minos's cold voice slowly rang out again. "Finish talking? Then you can go die." As soon as the words fell, Minos raised his right hand, and instantly a black dark magic gathered and took shape in his hand. The dark magic seemed to have a life of its own, emanating an eerie aura, as if it had received an order, swiftly crawling towards Zoro's body. At the moment the dark magic approached Zoro, there was a loud bang, and a powerful energy erupted. Zoro's body was instantly blown to ashes under the impact of this powerful dark magic, leaving only a charred piece of land as evidence of his past existence. Immediately after, Minos turned around and cast his gaze towards Usopp and Chopper, who were trembling in fear not far away. His cold gaze seemed like two solidified arrows, shooting straight at them, making Usopp and Chopper's faces pale as paper, their bodies uncontrollably shaking. They wanted to move to escape, but their feet felt as if they were filled with lead, weighing them down, making it impossible to budge an inch. They could only watch helplessly as Minos walked towards them step by step, their hearts filled with despair and fear. At that moment, they wanted to shout for mercy, but in extreme fear, they had long forgotten how to make sound. Their throats felt as if something were choking them, only able to emit weak whimpering sounds. Minos glanced indifferently at Usopp and Chopper, without any unnecessary words. In his right hand, a black dark magic sphere appeared again. The dark magic sphere spun in his hand, emitting a chilling aura. Minos lightly threw it, and in an instant, the dark magic sphere split into two, like two deadly meteors, rapidly shooting towards Usopp and Chopper. When the dark magic energy balls hit Usopp and Chopper, they exploded instantly. Another loud bang rang out, flames shot into the sky, and smoke spread. Usopp and Chopper fell into a pool of blood, dying at Minos's hands. Minos's relaxed demeanor was as if he casually stepped on ants by the roadside. To him, these two vibrant lives were nothing but insignificant existences. After doing all this, Minos glanced indifferently at the battlefield, except for Luffy, who lay unconscious on the ground. The rest of the Straw Hat crew members looked terrified, their eyes looking at Minos as if they were staring at a devil from hell. Their bodies trembled in fear, their hearts filled with despair and helplessness. After a moment of silence, Minos said lazily and coldly, "How boring. You might as well all go die." As soon as he finished speaking, Minos raised his right hand and gently waved it, and in an instant, more than 20 puppets appeared on the battlefield again. These puppets held long swords, exuding a powerful aura. They seemed to have already understood their master's orders, rapidly heading towards all directions of the Alabasta Kingdom. The puppet army in Alabasta raised their long swords and gently waved them. The sword energy surged, sweeping through the Alabasta Kingdom. The citizens of Alabasta had no power to resist against such powerful sword energy. They were harvested easily like chives, and the prosperous streets and magnificent cities were destroyed under this powerful sword energy. Collapsed houses stirred up clouds of dust on the ground. Minos looked at the ruined city before him, his expression indifferent and unmoved. Turning his head, he caught a glimpse of Robin, Princess Weiwei, and Crocodile, who seemed to still be alive. With a gentle leap, Minos arrived in front of Robin and Princess Weiwei, looking down at them. Minus's sudden appearance and his cold gaze filled Robin and Princess Weiwei's faces with fear, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. Minus smiled silently. I almost forgot about you two just now. Truly rude of me. But it's not too late now. Robin, don't you think? Minus's emotionless smile made Princess Weiwei and Robin's faces turn pale. Robin gritted her teeth, her gaze carrying a hint of timidity as she spoke. Minus, you once asked me to join a crew with a straw hat. Now I have joined. But why do you still want to kill them? What is the reason? Minus frowned, looking at Robin in surprise. Did he ever say such a thing? Maybe he did. Maybe he didn't, but that doesn't matter. Breaking through strength and becoming a god-level powerhouse is the most important thing now. After a moment of silence, Minus's gaze turned cold. Robin, I've long forgotten what happened back then. I have deep enmity with the Straw Hats and must kill them. Of course you, Robin, are the same. Even the whole world is the same. Everyone must die. Minus's cold words deeply pierced Robin's heart, which held a glimmer of hope. She felt sorrowful inside. So he had long forgotten, and those words back then were just something he said casually, and I took it seriously. For the past 3 years, I have been searching for a person with a straw hat, enduring countless hardships, and finally found one. But it was all just a lie. How foolish was she? Minus looked at the despairing Robin, unmoved, and raised his hand to prepare to personally extinguish her. The dark magic energy ball appeared in Minus's hand, and the powerful energy seemed to destroy everything. The black energy shadow reflected on Minus's face, making him look particularly evil, like a cold, heartless, abyssal demon. Minus raised the magic energy ball in his hand, smiling lightly as he said, Robin, do you have any last words? Perhaps I will help you fulfill them. Minus's words caused Robin's eyes to flicker, but soon they dimmed again. Minus was talking about last words, not letting her go. After thinking for a moment, Robin's face was filled with bitterness. In the end, wasn't she still going to die? In her youth, she sought help from others, and now she still sought help from others. How ironic. She, Robin, truly was a calamity. Every time she joined someone, misfortune would befall them. Seeing Robin silent, looking somewhat dazed, Minus frowned. His patience had been exhausted by Robin, and the dark magic energy ball in his hand pulsed, ready to fly towards Robin. However, at that moment, Robin suddenly raised her head and fixed her gaze on Minus. Minus noticed this sudden change in Robin, smiled slightly, and said, Interesting. Go ahead and say your last words. I will fulfill your wish. Robin's eyes widened, and she spoke each word clearly. I want the deaths of all those who destroyed O'Hara. Huh? Robin's words surprised Minus a bit. He didn't expect her last words to be about the death of those who destroyed her hometown. In other words, the annihilation of the Navy and the world government. Thinking of this, Minus nodded. All right, I agree to what you said. With that, Minus gently tossed the dark magic energy ball, which split into two in mid-air, then flew towards Robin and the already stunned Princess Weiwei. Robin looked at the dark magic energy ball in front of her without fear. Instead, a smile of joy appeared on her face. She had no regrets about dying. It was a release from life. Perhaps she should have died long ago. When the dark magic energy ball struck Robin and Princess Weiwei, there was a loud bang. The energy ball engulfed their bodies and exploded. Under the powerful shockwave, the two were obliterated, leaving not even ashes behind. Only 2 massive craters remained on the ground. Minus looked at the craters before him, still unmoved. Destroying the Navy and the world government was precisely what he intended to do, so reluctantly agreeing to Robin's wish was nothing significant. Just then, while Minus was contemplating the craters, a figure was thrown in front of him. Hearing the sound of something hitting the ground, Minus turned his head to look. He saw that the figure that had fallen in front of him was Crocodile. But at that moment, Crocodile was battered, with broken limbs and blood pouring from his mouth. It seemed he had been severely punished. Chung Xiaoyu walked up to Minus and said lightly, This guy actually tried to escape while you were talking to Robin. I caught him and taught him a lesson. Minus smiled slightly. This old sand was indeed unaware. He still thought he could escape from their eyes, truly overestimating himself. Minus chuckled. Old sand, it's been 3 years, and you didn't even say hello before trying to leave. That's quite inappropriate, don't you think? How about I send you on your way? As he finished speaking, Minus's tone turned cold. Lying on the ground in pain, Old Sand's eyes were filled with hatred upon hearing Minus's words. Yu. 3 years ago, Minus had already killed him. Now, 3 years later, Minus was still going to kill him. Truly pitiful and hateful. Unfortunately, Crocodile's injuries were severe. He could only utter a few words before he was unable to speak. Each word cost him a great deal of effort, and every time he spoke, blood flowed from his mouth. He could only glare at his enemy, who was mocking him without restraint. Minus looked at Old Sand's resentful gaze and sneered. If hatred were useful, if cursing were effective, then he, Minus, would have died countless times already. He could only blame Old Sand for being weak. Minus raised his right hand, and a black dark magic energy ball appeared in his palm. The black energy ball pulsed violently in Minus's hand, as if it could fall off at any moment. As this sentence fell, the dark magic energy ball in Minus's hand flew towards Old Sand. When the black energy ball made contact with Old Sand's body, it was a loud bang. The black energy ball exploded. Old Sand died once again at Minus's hands, leaving only a massive pit to mark where he had lain. Seeing that Old Sand was dead, Chung Xiaoyu spoke. It seems the matter of the Alabasta Kingdom has been resolved. Shall we return to the New World to increase our strength? We just need to wait for the arrival of the Ninja World. Minus nodded, about to speak. However, not far from them, a powerful aura suddenly erupted. The sky darkened, lightning flashed across, and strong winds picked up with the appearance of the lightning. In an instant, this sudden change made Minus and Chung Xiaoyu exchange glances. As for being frightened by this power, that was impossible. They were just a bit surprised. After all, the Alabasta Kingdom actually possessed such powerful strength. It was quite unbelievable. At that moment, a rhythmic sound of drums and heartbeats echoed in the already ruined Alabasta Kingdom. The drum and heartbeat sounds grew louder over time, becoming more rhythmic. Minus and Chung Xiaoyu exchanged looks, both sensing surprise in each other's eyes, because it seemed that Luffy, that guy, the sun god, had awakened. The two turned their attention towards the source of the sound, only to see Luffy lying on the ground. Minus had initially thought that letting Luffy fend for himself would be the best outcome. However, unexpectedly, this led to Luffy's awakening. In their sight, Luffy, lying on the ground and on the verge of death, suddenly underwent a transformation. White smoke appeared on his body, shooting up into the sky and forming white clouds. After the white smoke cleared, Luffy's body began to pulse. As his body pulsed, his injuries gradually healed. At the same time, red and black lightning surged around him. And at some point, Luffy's hair, eyebrows, and eyes changed. His hair and eyebrows turned into white cloud shapes, while his eyes became white but filled with coldness. Luffy was no longer just Joy Boy. Joy Boy slowly stood up, his cold gaze sweeping around, and he spoke in a low voice. "Where is this? Who am I?" Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Joy Boy's head, and he instinctively covered his head with both hands. "Ah!" he cried out in pain. However, it was just a moment. Joy Boy soon lowered his hand from his head. Once again, he opened his eyes. Although his gaze was still white, there was a depth and weariness in those white eyes. He remembered everything. His name was Joy Boy, the hero who would save the world. Joy Boy lightly kicked his right foot on the ground, and instantly, red and black lightning surrounded him. The red and black lightning seemed to obey his command. Wherever he kicked, red and black lightning followed. After playing enough, Joy Boy turned around, his gaze fixed intently on the direction behind him. That direction was where Minus and Chung Xiaoyu were located. At that moment, the two were watching Joy Boy's antics with great interest. Noticing Joy Boy's gaze, Minus's lips curled slightly. This made things even more interesting. He had thought that Luffy, the destined child, would simply die like this. But it seems that he has awakened now. However, I don't know if the current Luffy is still that foolish Luffy. At this moment, Minus noticed that Luffy was charging towards them with sparks and lightning. The ground was kicked up with clouds of dust, and red-black lightning was tightly wrapped around him, making him look quite impressive. As the dust settled, Joy Boy had already arrived right in front of Minus and Chung Xiaoyu. At this moment, Luffy had a semicircular white smoke halo appearing above his head. This semicircular white smoke halo floated above his head and around his arms like a white ribbon. Minus and Chung Xiaoyu examined him, and Joy Boy was also sizing up Minus and Chung Xiaoyu. After looking, the expressions of the two sides were different. Minus and Chung Xiaoyu still wore faint smiles, as if Joy Boy's power was insignificant in front of them. Meanwhile, Joy Boy's expression was serious. The combat strength of these two was very strong. He couldn't win against either of them. If a battle broke out at this moment, he would undoubtedly die. A strange atmosphere spread across the ruins, carrying a hint of murderous intent. It felt like a battle could break out at any moment. After a moment of silence, seeing that Minus and Chang Xiaoyu were not speaking, Joy Boy took the initiative to speak. I didn't expect that after just recovering a bit. I would encounter two such strong individuals. It truly feels like the world has changed dramatically. Minus and Chang Xiaoyu exchanged glances, seemingly deciding whether to deal with this guy in front of them now. With just a moment of eye contact, Minus suddenly had an idea. Although he could easily eliminate this guy, the Ninja World army was about to arrive, so why not let him test the waters? However, they still needed to confirm his identity first. With this in mind, Minus's gaze flashed as he fixedly stared at Joy Boy and spoke. Now, let's talk about who you are. If you don't satisfy us, then you will die here. Minus's strong words made Joy Boy frown, wanting to retort. But seeing Minus's cold gaze, he chose to hold back. He had just revived and didn't understand the situation, so it was better not to act recklessly. Joy Boy's gaze flickered as if he was recalling something. Minus and Chang Xiaoyu did not disturb him and pretended to be ready to listen to a story. After a moment of silence, Joy Boy's voice, filled with memories and a heavy tone, slowly began. 800 years ago, a beautiful woman dressed in white with white horns appeared in the world at some unknown time. Although she was beautiful, her thoughts were sinister, and she planned to destroy the world. At that time, a dignified voice appeared in my mind. It said it would grant me power to stop that beautiful woman. I was weak back then, and upon hearing that dignified voice, I agreed. So, I fought against that beautiful woman with some people. I liberated the suffering people and nearly liberated the world. But in the end, I was still defeated, just as I was about to perish. That dignified voice echoed in my mind once again. It said to let my soul attach to a fruit. If there was a chance, I would be resurrected and save the world first. It granted me a loud name, known as Joy Boy. After finishing, Joy Boy seemed to still be immersed in his past failure, seemingly unaware that Minus and Chang Xiaoyu in front of him were devils who would eat him without spitting out his bones. Fortunately, Minus was already prepared to let him live. Otherwise, Minus would have long sent him down to meet his great-grandmother with a simple punch. After hearing Joy Boy's words, Minus was a bit surprised. The voice Joy Boy mentioned in his mind should be the will of the pirate world. That beautiful woman in white should refer to him. No, more accurately, she should be Otsutsuki M. In any case, what Joy Boy said was not far from his speculation. After a moment of silence, Minus spoke in a calm tone. So now you're Joy Boy and not Luffy, right? Will you turn back into Luffy? After speaking, Minus's gaze fixed firmly on Joy Boy. He needed to ensure whether Luffy was truly dead. If Luffy wasn't dead, then Joy Boy seemed to feel no danger, thought for a moment, and looked directly at Minus without any courtesy. I am Joy Boy. When I awakened, that foolish boy soul was already devoured by me. From now on, there is only the newly born Joy Boy, not that foolish Luffy. The wind and sand blew past, and the two remained unfazed, their gazes locked. Minus withdrew his gaze and smiled. Then, how much memory do you still have? For example, do you remember Carp and the others? Joy Boy shook his head and replied bluntly. Who is Carp? Is he strong? Minus looked at Joy Boy, unsure how to respond. Should he say that Carp is his grandfather? But strangely, even though Joy Boy had devoured Luffy's soul, why did he not have any memory of Luffy? Thinking of this, Minus's gaze flashed. Carp is Luffy's grandfather. It seems you really don't know. Just an outsider. It doesn't matter. I am Joy Boy and absolutely do not acknowledge a suddenly emerged grandfather. Moreover, he is not worthy. Joy Boy's expression was dismissive with a smile. So arrogant, huh? However, that doesn't concern me much. Minus chuckled and then changed the subject. In a few days, there will be a great change. I hope you can survive. After speaking, Minus no longer paid attention to Joy Boy, his eyes flashing red as he used observation haki to sweep over the Alabasta Kingdom. He saw that the Alabasta Kingdom was completely ruthlessly destroyed by the puppet army, and the citizens were easily slaughtered like ants. A smile involuntarily appeared on Minus's lips as he beckoned Cheng Xiaoyu to walk towards the port. Minus and Cheng Xiaoyu's sudden departure made Joy Boy feel a sense of relief in his heart. From the brief encounter just now, as well as the shattered country and battlefield, Joy Boy could tell that Minus and Cheng Xiaoyu were definitely not good people. If it weren't for his cleverness in deceiving the two of them, he might have already been dead. After Minus and Cheng Xiaoyu walked far away, Joy Boy's face suddenly changed to a hideous expression. For a moment, he looked silly and crying, and then he turned cold and struggled. At the same time, Joy Boy's body kept trembling, as if he were experiencing something terrifying. Feeling the constant changes in his body, Joy Boy roared, "Luffy, you foolish boy. If you don't want revenge, then calm down. Just now, if it weren't for my cleverness, we would have both died long ago. Have you forgotten the promise you made to me?" With Joy Boy's words, his face regained calmness, and his body stopped trembling. But the struggle he had just experienced left him very exhausted, nearly causing him to collapse. He was also almost overtaken by Luffy and lost control. Indeed, the claim that Joy Boy had devoured Luffy's soul was false. He was currently only attached to the Nika fruit and did not have the ability to devour Luffy's soul. At that moment, when Luffy was about to die, he had no choice but to cooperate with Luffy. Once Luffy dies, he doesn't know how long he will have to wait to be resurrected. Thus, Luffy and Joy Boy reached a cooperation. However, at the moment, it seems that Joy Boy is in control of Luffy's body. Joy Boy stands up and looks coldly in the direction where Minus and Cheng Xiaoyu left. After a moment, Joy Boy says in a deep voice, "Minus, I will definitely take revenge for today's humiliation." After saying this, Joy Boy turns and walks in the opposite direction of Minus and Cheng Xiaoyu. At this moment, Minus and Cheng Xiaoyu have already left the capital and are on their way to the port. Cheng Xiaoyu, walking beside Minus, slightly turns and glances at Minus, his cold voice ringing out, "Do you really trust Joy Boy, who occupies Luffy's body?" Upon hearing this, Minus stops in his tracks. He looks at the equally halted Cheng Xiaoyu and chuckles lightly, saying, "It doesn't matter whether what he says is true or not. Our goal is to destroy the entire pirate world and gain enough power to become gods. Don't even mention Joy Boy, this loser. Even if it's I'm this woman, we don't need to care about her right now. The Dragon Emperor with god-level combat power is our best trump card. Once you recover to your peak, you will also have god-level combat power. At that time, we will have 2 god-level powerhouses, let alone him, an unknown powerhouse. Even if 2 6-paths-level beings from the ninja world come, we can confront them head-on. Once I slaughter the entire pirate world, the resources will be enough for me to become a god. At the same time, the upcoming ninja army will also yield a substantial amount of killing value. It may not be enough to enhance the other kings, but once we hunt down the 6-paths-level powerhouses from the ninja world, everything will be fine. By then, we will counterattack the ninja world, slaughter it, and strengthen ourselves. When we become even stronger, wouldn't it be great to roam the heavens?" Minos' words made Cheng Xiaoyu's heart race. It was incredibly enticing. If becoming a god-level powerhouse was their obsession, then roaming the heavens was their dream. After all, who among those who have traveled through worlds doesn't want to roam the heavens? After a long while, Cheng Xiaoyu suppressed his excitement and looked at the delighted Minos. "Joking. If you were still on Blue Star, you would definitely be a master of pyramid schemes or a high-level executive who paints big dreams. Your ability to paint dreams is simply too impressive. Even I, as your avatar, have been persuaded by you." Minos looked at Cheng Xiaoyu's serious expression and was quite speechless. He was talking about the future, not painting dreams. After a moment of silence, Minos chuckled, "You're really interesting to guess so accurately. However, let's not talk about this for now. Once we destroy Fishman Island and return to the New World, we should enhance our combat power." Minos spoke seriously, filled with a desire for power enhancement. Cheng Xiaoyu nodded. "Indeed, we must become stronger." Thus, the Alabasta incident concluded. 2 days later, Minos and Cheng Xiaoyu quickly arrived above Fishman Island. Sounds of swishing occasionally came from the sea, indicating whether fish or sea kings were thrashing in the ocean. A strong, salty taste lingered in their nostrils, mixed with a faint smell of blood. Minos was well aware that this was likely due to the slaughter he had caused not long ago, with blood flowing into the sea around Fishman Island. It could also be a result of sea kings fighting over territory. Cheng Xiaoyu stood on the yacht, sensing the bloody smell from the sea, frowning slightly. It seemed that the slaughter we caused not long ago was quite significant. Minos chuckled lightly, looking at the sea, and said calmly, "The road to becoming a god will inevitably be paved with slaughter." The sea churned with waves, and the sea breeze brushed against their faces, causing their hair to flutter back. The black justice capes and long black coats billowed in response to the killing intent in the wind. Minos' face was stern as he planted his feet on the deck. The wind ceased. He swung his right arm, and a dark red, long sword shot through the air like a venomous snake, slicing through space as it swung toward the sea. A blood-red sword energy, resembling a venomous snake, cut across the water surface. In an instant, the sea surged violently, and a tremendous roar echoed. The sea was cleaved in two by the dark red sword energy, forming a vast chasm. The waters on either side flowed back into the enormous, deep ravine in the middle. On the yacht, Minos and Cheng Xiaoyu quietly watched as the water flowed back, creating a beautiful waterfall that cascaded down like 1,000 feet. Cheng Xiaoyu stretched his limbs and smiled. "Why don't we both strike together and shatter Fishman Island?" Minos sheathed the long sword and said calmly, "No need. Let the puppet army handle it. We can just relax and enjoy ourselves. Consider a vacation." Cheng Xiaoyu stroked his chin with his right hand, agreeing. "All right, let's take the opportunity to relax a bit. In a few days, a great battle will occur." Minos' expression remained stern, a smile creeping at the corner of his mouth as he waved his right hand lightly. Suddenly, more than 20 figures, all with serious expressions and holding long swords, appeared on the originally empty yacht. These figures were, of course, the puppet army. Without looking back, Minos said indifferently, "Destroy Fishman Island." Upon receiving the command, the puppet army first bowed to Minos and then erupted with a powerful aura, a gust of wind swirling around them. Each of them stepped onto the air currents, leaping into the sky. As all the puppets jumped into the air, the sound of their footsteps striking the air echoed sharply. Although the sound was piercing, it was a technique from a Navy's 6 styles called moonwalk, which allowed one to stay suspended in the air. But it required constant stepping on the air to maintain that position. The puppet army simultaneously raised their long swords, and in an instant the wind stopped, and the splashes of the sea became still. This scene looked ordinary, but beneath the calm surface, it was fraught with turbulence. With a whoosh, more than 20 members of the puppet army simultaneously swung their swords down toward the sea. The previously calm sea suddenly transformed. Waves of blue and red sword energy emerged, causing the once white sky to be engulfed in strong winds and lightning. The surrounding space visibly warped. As the sword energies struck the sea, the waters on the surface instantly boiled and surged, as if angering the sea god. At a depth of 1,000 meters in Fishman Island, the impact was severe. The sword energies seemed to cut through the ocean without resistance, targeting Fishman Island. The Dragon Palace and Fishman Street within Fishman Island faced the fierce onslaught of the powerful sword energies. Palaces shattered, and the cries of despair from the fish people echoed throughout Fishman Island. The seabed of Fishman Street, along with its houses, was effortlessly destroyed. In a relatively special house, one fish person seemed to be quite lucky, having avoided the sword energy's attack. This house belonged to Madame Shirahoshi, the prophecy reader of Fishman Island. Madame Shirahoshi heard the tragic cries of her kin and the sounds of destruction caused by the sword energies. Lady Shaylee was hiding under the wall, her face pale with panic. The underwater currents kept blowing into the house through the window, making it difficult for her to move. What on earth was happening? Lady Shaylee collapsed to the ground. As the underwater currents grew stronger, she gradually found it hard to withstand them. Her face hardened, and a glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes as she took out her crystal ball. Even if it meant death, today she would find out what was going on. Lady Shaylee tightly held the crystal ball in her hands, her eyes closed as if sensing something. A blue light appeared in the crystal ball, and her tightly shut eyes struggled continuously. At the same time, her body trembled, as if she had seen something terrifying. With a crack, the blue crystal ball shattered in Lady Shaylee's hands, and the shards pierced her palms, blood flowing continuously. The once blue crystal ball was now left with only black fragments. Lady Shaylee slowly opened her eyes, filled with despair and daze, allowing her bloodied hands to bleed freely. Upon seeing the scene in the crystal ball, she encountered a horrifying vision. Despair and helplessness filled her fragile heart. The underwater currents grew stronger, and her house began to crumble under the powerful force. Gradually unable to withstand it, Lady Shaylee still lay on the ground against the wall, her gaze vacant, waiting for death. As a massive stone from the roof began to crack and then fall, that green stone heavily smashed down on Lady Shaylee's head and body. In the moment she was struck, she spat out blood, her eyes still dazed. Until her last breath before death, she whispered, "It's over. Everything is over. This is all Minos's doing. He wants to destroy the world." With Lady Shaylee's words, which no one knew, the prophecy of Lady Shaylee ended in this catastrophe on Fishman Island. Not only did Lady Shaylee die, but all the fishmen in Fishman Street and those preparing to rebel also perished in this operation. Even though the fishmen had the advantage of being in the sea, they were left with nothing but death in the face of the powerful sword energy. Meanwhile, in a certain space on Fishman Island, the princess underwent a shocking transformation. Her brother, servants, jinbei, and citizens died before her eyes. Stimulated, Princess Shirahoshi cried out loudly, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, the previously roaring currents calmed down under her cries, as if time had stopped. The Sea King awakened, in the deepest, unfathomable depths of the ocean. In a corner seemingly forgotten by the world, endless darkness like thick ink enveloped everything. Unlike Fishman Island, the deep sea seemed to tell a story from another world. The fluctuations of the currents could not reach this profound place, making it appear as a still pool of dead water. In this dead silence, a gigantic blue fish, larger than one could imagine, glided through like a mysterious ghost. It measured a staggering 1,000 meters in length and 100 meters in width. Its colossal body resembling a moving blue mountain. Its massive jaws opened and closed, sharp teeth glimmering with a cold light, as if it could easily tear apart any object in its path. Although its body seemed somewhat bulky, it swam with astonishing speed, its streamlined form slicing through the water without causing much disturbance, leaving behind faint traces that quickly vanished into the darkness. This blue giant fish roamed freely in the dim ocean, as if this deep sea were its exclusive territory. Its heavy and powerful mental force spread like invisible tentacles in the dark ocean. I seem to hear the call of the Sea King. "Everyone, are you not awakening?" As the majestic and mysterious mental will of the blue fish slowly descended, it felt like a stone dropped into a tranquil lake. The originally dark sea was instantly disturbed, and a surge of waves erupted. The sea water seemed to come alive, rolling and surging wildly, gathering from all directions to form a massive whirlpool, as if an invisible force was driving them. Amidst the turbulent waters, something powerful and unknown seemed to be rushing from afar. The turmoil of the sea intensified, and enormous columns of water shot up into the sky, as if the ocean was roaring in shock. Finally, as the surging currents gradually ceased, for sea kings, each also reaching a length of 1,000 meters, appeared before the blue fish like moving underwater peaks. They varied in shape, each exuding a chilling aura. One sea king, resembling a sea serpent, was long and sinuous, moving through the water like a black giant python. Its icy blue scales shimmered with ghostly light, each scale seemingly containing boundless power. Its forked tongue flicked in and out, producing hissing sounds that made one dare not look directly. Another sea king, resembling an octopus, had a massive body like a floating island. Its 8 powerful tentacles were covered in numerous suckers, each sucker resembling a small vortex, seemingly able to tightly adhere to any object that came close. Its enormous eyes shone like bright lanterns, flickering with wisdom in the dark deep sea, constantly turning to observe everything around. The shark-like sea king was large and agile, its streamlined body moving through the water with almost no resistance. It was covered in a layer of hard scales, like a coat of iron armor. When it opened its massive jaws, rows of razor-sharp teeth were revealed, each tooth like a sharp blade, emanating a chilling light that made the already terrifying beast appear even more daunting. Most notably, there was a whale with sharp horns on its head. Its body was immense, resembling a moving iceberg. The sharp horn protruded from its head, like a blade capable of piercing the heavens. It swung its massive body, causing slight ripples in the water with each movement, as if the entire ocean trembled with its actions. These 5 deep-sea giants each radiated an aura powerful enough to stir the entire ocean, causing the sea to change color. They regarded each other, their eyes shimmering with complex glimmers and a hint of tacit understanding. Just then, the vast and majestic mental will of the Shark King echoed through the deep sea like rolling thunder. Everyone, it seems Fishman Island has received a dangerous signal. I clearly heard the call of the Sea King. Shark King, did you hear it too? I thought I was hearing things. The horned whale swayed its massive body, creating huge ripples in the surrounding water. The Octopus King's enormous eyes kept turning, seemingly in thought. It waved its 8 massive tentacles, each tracing huge arcs in the water. It seems everyone has heard the Sea King's call, so what are we waiting for? Let's head straight to Fishman Island. If we delay, and something unexpected happens, it will be too late. Then let's set off immediately. The Sea Serpent King spat out its snake head, its gaze cold and resolute as it looked towards Fishman Island. The azure fish tail swung powerfully, instantly stirring up raging waves and currents, spreading out like cannonballs in all directions. Everyone, let us set off. We have guarded the Sea King for many years. Surely, something must have happened to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be calling for us. After this vast spiritual will of the azure fish descended, it was the first to move its body, creating powerful currents as if it were a blue lightning bolt, swiftly swimming towards Fishman Island in the dark deep sea. The other deep-sea giants also began to move their massive bodies, following in the footsteps of the azure fish as they raced towards Fishman Island. In an instant, the 5 deep-sea giants stirred up a tumultuous uproar in the depths of the ocean, causing the waters to churn violently. Where they passed, enormous water channels formed. At this moment, Princess Shirahoshi on Fishman Island was undergoing an unprecedented, astonishing transformation. The originally delicate princess, having experienced some intense stimulus, began to emanate strange blue light around her body. These lights danced like lively spirits, joyfully leaping and weaving around her, their frequency increasing and the brightness becoming more dazzling. Soon, these lights converged into a massive deep blue energy sphere, tightly enveloping Princess Shirahoshi. Although she was closely guarded by this energy sphere, powerful energy continuously surged from its surroundings, spreading out in all directions like a raging tide. Each strand of escaping energy seemed to carry a mysterious and ancient power, causing the entire underwater world to tremble. Meanwhile, in the vast underwater world, the enormous and ferocious Sea Kings were arriving. Some were as massive as small mountains. Others had sharp tusks, and some dragged long tentacles. Normally, these Sea Kings roamed the underwater world with impunity, instilling fear in other creatures. Within just half an hour, thousands of various Sea Kings had gathered around the deep blue energy sphere. They circled the sphere, seemingly drawn by an invisible force. At this moment, they appear to be endowed with wisdom, their eyes revealing a vigilant gleam as they scanned their surroundings, as if guarding an incredibly important existence from potential enemies. Just then, an abnormal change occurred in the underwater world. The surrounding underwater currents began to uncontrollably surge, and the once calm waters instantly transformed into towering waves. The tumultuous water, bearing the momentum of a landslide, formed powerful currents sweeping towards the Sea Kings. Faced with this overwhelming force, the relatively weaker Sea Kings were unable to resist and were easily blown away by the powerful water pressure, helplessly tumbling in the waves. However, the remaining Sea Kings showed no signs of retreat in the face of this sudden change. They quickly reacted, tightly grouping together, using their massive bodies to form an indestructible wall. These walls made of Sea Kings' bodies exuded a chilling aura, silently challenging the surging water currents. The water currents, fierce and tumultuous, charged towards the wall formed by the Sea Kings like a frenzied beast. As a fierce collision was about to erupt, the entire underwater world seemed enveloped in a tense atmosphere. However, just as the raging water currents were about to crash into the wall of Sea Kings, a vast, cold voice resonated throughout the ocean like a mighty bell. This voice seemed to come from the endless deep sea, carrying an undeniable majesty and mystery. Disperse. As this cold voice fell, the originally rampaging water currents seemed to sense some supreme power and instantly calmed down. The water that had just been as wild as a runaway horse now behaved like a child being scolded, obediently stopping its tumult and returning to calm. This sudden scene left the weaker Sea Kings, who had been blown away, feeling perplexed and confused. They widened their eyes, staring blankly at what was happening before them, unable to understand why the surging water currents had suddenly stopped. Yet, the deep blue energy shield behind them did not cease its transformation due to the calm waters. On the contrary, the energy shield grew brighter, and the momentum contained within it became increasingly strong, as if a powerful force was surging and accumulating within, like a chick eager to break free from its shell and showcase its strength. With a crisp and loud sound, the deep blue energy shield finally showed signs of breaking. A massive crack appeared on the shield. Immediately, a powerful momentum erupted from the energy shield like a volcanic eruption, instantly spreading throughout the ocean. The originally dark and deep waters were suddenly pierced by sunlight. The golden sunlight, like a sharp sword, penetrated layer upon layer of water, illuminating this mysterious underwater world. In an instant, the entire ocean trembled. The waters boiled and churned, and the surrounding Sea Kings excitedly roared continuously. Their roars echoed through the water, as if celebrating the magnificent transformation of their beloved princess Shirahoshi. When the blue energy shield completely shattered, a figure slowly emerged in the ocean. She stood in the middle of the sea, the sunlight reflecting off her deep blue hair, which was held up by two deep blue hairpins on either side. The beams of light could not penetrate her dense, deep blue eyelashes. Her eyebrows slightly drooped, enhancing her cold and noble aura. Her snow-white skin framed a pair of deep blue eyes filled with coldness and nobility. Below her delicate nose were thin, half-closed lips, and her body was tightly wrapped in an ice blue-gray dress, her long, beautiful legs subtly visible. She was a stunningly cold beauty. The new Sea King had emerged. On the yacht, Minos, preparing to wrap up, sensed the piercing and powerful force emanating from the ocean that made the waters roll. The sea breeze brushed against Minos's cheek, and his eyes were filled with indifference. Chung Xiaoyu furrowed his brows, realizing something astonishing was happening in the sea. That power had already reached the initial level of a king. Minos fixed his gaze on the raging sea, lost in thought, then said indifferently, "We don't have much time left here. Let us hurry back. After becoming divine, we will dominate the world and roam the heavens." Chung Xiaoyu frowned, seemingly realizing something, then smiled lightly. "So that is how it is. He really is quite irresponsible. Ha! Perhaps he suddenly decided, due to some major event. But even if he leaves, our journey isn't over." A smile appeared on Minos's lips as he spoke. Sigh. Chung Xiaoyu looked at the relieved Minos and sighed. "Yes, our path hasn't stopped. Then let us meet again by fate." Just as Minos and Chung Xiaoyu were about to leave, a cold, blue-clad woman appeared on the sea, accompanied by 5 massive beasts nearly a kilometer long, protecting her from below the surface. She questioned Minos about the slaughter of her kin. Minos and Chung Xiaoyu couldn't be bothered to respond, both unleashing their king-level aura to intimidate the new Sea King. Then, Minos and Chung Xiaoyu ignored the new Sea King and turned to leave Fishman Island. Thus, Fishman Island met its demise. But the new Sea King was resurrected to rule the underwater world. 5 days later, in the pirate world sky, 20 white energy portals and 10 red energy portals appeared. This sudden change threw the entire 4 seas into a panic. As for the new world, Minos had wiped out all the strong opponents, leaving none. Simultaneously, this sudden appearance reminded the people of the pirate world of the outside invasion mentioned years ago by the will of the pirate world. In the East Sea, Joy Boy had gathered many subordinates. First, under Joy Boy's persuasion, the King of the Peach, Momonosuk, became his subordinate. Furthermore, it was unknown what means Joy Boy used to restore Momonosuk to his peak. Besides the king, there were also powerful figures like Red Count, Barrett, Empress, and Doflamingo, all gathered around Joy Boy. Above them, the white and red energy portals stood tall. Soon, changes occurred in the white energy portal, from which emerged two middle-aged men in green vests, wearing ninja headbands with a lifelike leaf design on them. The first two to emerge were Captain Yamato and Asuma Sarutobi. Following them were over 20 figures, all the younger generations from the various clans of the new Konoha, curious about what other worlds were like. There were Hinata Niji from the Hyuga clan and Konohamaru from the Sarutobi clan, essentially the original 12 young heroes, plus Konohamaru and other direct descendants of various clans. Of course, with the exception of Naruto and Sasuke Uchiha. As for why they felt at ease letting the direct descendants take action, it was due to confidence. Firstly, Captain Yamato and Asuma Sarutobi had reached the pinnacle of shadow-level strength after years of hard training, just a step away from super shadow-level strength. The others were not simple either. Aside from the talented individuals like Konohamaru, the rest of the original 12 young heroes had all broken through to become shadow-level strong. Among them, Hinata Niji's Byakugan received a slight enhancement, but not to the Rinnegan, reaching the peak of shadow-level strength, while Shikamaru, although only a mid-level shadow, became the core figure of this small team due to his high intelligence. Most importantly, there was a special individual, Senju Tobarama, who had also trained hard after the chakra changes in the ninja world and had now reached high super shadow-level strength. It should be noted that he was also a genius, one of the geniuses of the Warring States period, so breaking through was naturally a simple matter. When the red energy portal revealed Senju Tobarama, all the strong figures in the East Sea fell silent. Senju Tobarama's proud and cold gaze seemed to convey that they were not worth mentioning at all. Thus, Joy Boy led strong figures like the Red Count, while Senju Tobarama led the new Konoha into battle. Ninja techniques versus devil fruit abilities officially began. Meanwhile, the Navy of the Grand Line, having experienced a significant defeat, had begun to recover its vitality. Zephyr, Akainu, and Steelbone Kong successfully recovered under the world government's assistance. Among them, Akainu served as admiral, Steelbone Kong as chief strategist, and Zephyr and Fujitora as admirals. However, above the Navy headquarters, there were also white and red energy portals. Following the white energy portal, a muscular man in a red vest and a long-legged beauty emerged. These two were Lus and Kuratsuchi, the leaders of the new Iwagakure in the ninja world. Lus and Kuratsuchi had both broken through to high shadow level. Behind them were more than 10 figures, mostly elite jonin. From the red energy portal emerged a figure resembling a mummy. It was none other than the original second Tsuchikage Mu, who had brought Iwagakure to the pirate world. Thus, a fierce battle broke out between the Navy headquarters and the ninja world strong. Meanwhile, the world government and the Revolutionary Army also faced invasions. Among them, the former Second Reikage, EI, led strong figures like Karabi, Darui, Omoi, and Samui, with short hair and a large chest, to descend upon the world government. For a moment, the dominant force of the pirate world, the world government, took action. The Knights of God made their appearance, notably including red-haired Shanks among them. The Revolutionary Army encountered attacks from strong figures from Sunagakure, led by the second Kazekage, Kinkaro, engaging in fierce battles with the Revolutionary Army. In the New World, Fishman Island was embroiled in battle led by the New Sea King, along with the Deep Sea Tribe and strong figures from Kirigakure. This included strong figures like the second Mizukage, Zabuza, Haku, and other shadow-level fighters battling the New Sea King. Water-style techniques and the ocean clashed violently. Meanwhile, on the island of Selvia in the New World, no battles were occurring. Instead, the Dragon Emperor was forcibly covering the area with a special energy using his god-level strength. This was primarily because Minus and Chang Xiaoyu were preparing to break through to god level, and the Dragon Emperor chose to protect them with his god-level strength to avoid disturbances, making it deadly for non-god level strong individuals to tread upon it. However, outside the island of Selvia, there was a special individual closely observing the situation. He was eager to step onto the island, but but a peculiar feeling in his mind warned him that if he entered, something dangerous would surely happen. This individual was the leader of the Hatake clan, Hatake Kakashi, possessing purple lightning and being nearly on par with the Six Paths level of strength. He found himself at an impasse at Selvia Island. After a long silence, Hatake Kakashi ultimately chose to leave Selvia Island. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of crimson eyes within the island were watching him, as if to say that should he dare to enter, he would surely face a full-force attack. Half a month later, the first war of the ninja world invading the pirate world concluded. This battle severely injured the vitality of the entire pirate world and indirectly highlighted the gap between the pirate world and the ninja world. First, in the East Sea, the battle saw Senju Tobarama overwhelmingly pushing back Joy Boy and the Red Count. Under Senju Tobarama's powerful water-style techniques and flying Thunder God, even Joy Boy and the Red Count, using Conqueror's Haki, could only barely reach Senju Tobarama. However, the pirate world had a significant advantage over the ninja world. The physical quality of the pirates was excellent, giving them a considerable edge in physical combat. The ninja world had high attack power but slightly fragile bodies, while the pirate world had high physical quality. In reality, their attack power was also high. However, the medical capabilities of the ninja world were particularly formidable, not to mention easily healing broken hands and feet, even if an eyeball were plucked out. With a gentle press from a green glowing hand, a pair of high-definition eyeballs would instantly be restored, and they would be particularly bright. Good luck. Maybe it will still be in the shape of a Magatama. Just like that, Senju Tobarama defeated Joy Boy and the Red Count with absolute strength. The Empress, Doflamingo, and other powerful figures all died at the hands of the new Konoha warriors led by Senju Tobarama. Meanwhile, Joy Boy and the Red Count escaped under the leadership of Kinemon, who had transformed into the mythical beast, the Pink Dragon. Thus, the new Konoha led by Senju Tobarama achieved an absolute victory. Similarly, the Marine headquarters suffered another major defeat under the fierce attack from IWA Shinobi Village. With the deaths of Fujitora and Zifa, Sakazuki was heavily injured and carried away by the similarly injured Frankie. Even Frankie, with his king-level strength, could not contend against the second Tsuchikage of IWA Shinobi Village. The second Tsuchikage, using mid-level shadow techniques and dust release, caused Frankie to shout in distress. Furthermore, Frankie's right arm was destroyed in this battle. The newly formed Marine was completely annihilated by IWA Shinobi Village. Meanwhile, the Revolutionary Army faced its greatest crisis in history. The Revolutionary Army headquarters was destroyed and all 4 army commanders were killed. Only Dragon, who was slightly injured, managed to escape with Sabo, hiding somewhere unknown. The world government, being the dominant force of the seas for hundreds of years, had 5 elders at the peak of the 4 emperors, all possessing mythical beast abilities. Coupled with the strength of Saint Garling and several generals from the Knights of God, they fought fiercely against the strong figures from Kimobikure. However, with the personal intervention of the Second Reikage, the tide of battle was instantly turned. The 5 elders, under the full protection of the Knights of God, only suffered slight injuries. The Knights of God and the red-haired Shanks were completely defeated by the Second Reikage. In this moment of despair, Otsutsuki Ishiki emerged forcefully. In an instant, her godlike combat power made the entire space tremble. According to insiders, the sky above the world government was filled with changing winds and thunder, as if some creature were appearing. Otsutsuki Ishiki stood on the void, surrounded by bolts of lightning that illuminated the ends of her snow-white hair. With 2 pairs of small white horns on her head, her snow-white eyebrows complemented her exquisite face, giving her a somewhat cold demeanor. Her snow-white eyes seemed cold, with a hint of confusion, as she had a small mouth beneath her delicate nose. She wore a white robe that tightly wrapped around her slender body, making her look like a fairy descending from the heavens. Otsutsuki Ishiki must have a close-up, and her milky white snow is indeed quite large. With a slight gesture, Otsutsuki Ishiki directly swept away the Second Reikage and others, sensing that familiar chakra. After some inquiries, she discovered what had happened in the world of pirates. It turned out that the world of the young lady from the Otsutsuki branch family had invaded the pirate world, No wonder the chakra energy of the second Reikage felt so familiar to her. Once everything was handled, a black rod appeared in Otsutsuki Ishiki's hand, which she inserted into the second Reikage and others. Immediately, she prepared to personally annihilate the second Reikage and the others. At that moment, Kakashi Hitaki transformed into a purple lightning bolt and timely intervened. For a moment, Kakashi and Otsutsuki Ishiki faced off against each other. Kakashi's expression was serious. After all, he had fought against Kagaya. The moment he saw Otsutsuki Ishiki, he suddenly realized how much she resembled Otsutsuki Kagaya. No, if it weren't for the fact that Ishiki had an additional Rinnegan with 9 Magatama on her forehead, he would definitely believe that he was facing Otsutsuki Kagaya in the flesh. Otsutsuki Ishiki looked at Kakashi with great importance because the chakra energy emanating from him was indeed very similar to that of the Otsutsuki. After a brief standoff, the two began to battle. In an instant, various ultimate techniques were unleashed, causing the heavens to shatter and the earth to quake. As the entire Red Earth continent was shattered under their barely 6-path level, God-level combat power. Ultimately, the entire Red Earth continent was broken into 4 pieces, leading to a ceasefire. Both sides only suffered minor injuries and did not fight to the death. Kakashi successfully took away the second Reikage and others, and Otsutsuki Ishiki did not intervene. Kakashi was evenly matched with her in strength. In the end, Otsutsuki Ishiki briefly conversed with the 5 elders and headed towards the New World. As she passed by the island of Serbia, Otsutsuki Ishiki's expression grew serious, as she sensed something special about Serbia. However, this time she was not there to cause trouble for Minos and others, but was heading towards Raftel, because there lay her most important treasure, the Chakra Fruit Divine Tree, Devil Fruit Divine Tree. Once she successfully refined the Chakra Fruit Divine Tree, she would completely become a God-level being. Then, the pirate world would be within her grasp. At that time, she could also conveniently check on the ninja world to see what had happened. Thus, the War of the World Government came to an end. The battle between Kirigakure and the new Sea King was also exceptionally intense, with the new Sea King fighting the second Mizukage with absolute strength. For a moment, it was hard to tell who would win, and the clashes between their subordinates were equally spectacular. The several Deep Sea Kings created huge waves that held back the attacks of Zabuza and others. If it weren't for the powerful ice shield of Mizuki, they would have already been defeated. Although the new Sea King's strength had not yet returned to its peak, the super shadow-level powerhouses of Kirigakure had not all taken the field. Thus, the brief stalemate ended the short battle. In other parts of the Four Seas, they were also under attack from various powerful figures in the ninja world. However, against the formidable strength of the ninja world, even though there were more people from the pirate world, it was of no use. Various ninjutsu and sealing techniques easily subdued them. 3 months later, 2 powerful auras emanated from the island of Serbia, resonating throughout the world. Minos and Chung Xiaoyu officially broke through to God level, and their strength had undergone a tremendous transformation at that moment. The KillingSystem panel also experienced earth-shattering changes, revealing Host, Minos Age, 22 skills, Purple Divine Robe, See through the past and future, Overlord Destruction Attack, Destruction Dragon Strike, Fist God Technique, Sword God Technique. Physique, Super Divine Beast Physique Special Talent. All elements, such as space, time, fire, and ice cannot harm the body and can be absorbed. Items, Destruction Divine Sword Kill Value, 10 points Realm. Intermediate God Level, Super Divine Beast State. Advanced God Level. Tip, the host has become a god, able to traverse space at will. Physical quality has reached Divine Beast Level, and only second-tier God-level powerhouses can easily break it. Overall, the changes on Minos's system panel after becoming a god are significant. Among them, the top-level armed color hockey has transformed into Purple Divine Robe, which is easy to understand. It means that during battle, by silently practicing the Purple Divine Robe in his heart, a robe with purple patterns appears on his body. This Purple Divine Robe possesses absolute defense and even has a counterattack effect. Non-high gods cannot break it. The ability to see through the past and future is clearly a qualitative change produced when the top-level observation hockey evolves into a divine technique, meaning to see through the past and future. Overlord Destruction Attack is a qualitative change produced when the top-level Conqueror's Haki evolves into a divine technique, transforming from the original Overlord Entanglement into Overlord Destruction Attack. Absolute attack power and penetration power, containing space distortion, time stop, and acceleration. The Dragon Slayer's Godbreak is a transformation of the Dragon Slayer magic into a divine technique, featuring powerful attack capabilities that include devouring power. There isn't much to say about the others. The fist skills and sword techniques have merely turned into neurotic abilities. I want to elaborate on the rest. Following this, a significant change occurred in the pirate world the next day. Dozens of white energy portals and nearly 20 red energy portals appeared in the sky. This clearly indicated that the Ninja World army had officially launched an attack. All forces from a Ninja World, except for those at the Six Paths level, entered the pirate world. Among them, the most powerful Super Shadow level warrior, Senju Hashirama, had reached the pinnacle of Sage mode, with power so close to that of the Six Paths level that he could briefly go head-to-head with lower-tier Six Paths warriors. He even had the chance to seriously injure them. Kakashi Hatake had also achieved a qualitative change with his Purple Lightning, bringing his power close to the Six Paths level as well, but he could only fight lower-tier Six Paths warriors for a short time. If it went on too long, he would have to kneel. However, unlike before, this time Kakashi had the Six Paths powers of Obito Uchiha and Guy, so if Kakashi were threatened, those two powers would also manifest. Uchiha Izuna, under the various advantages provided by his brother Madara, had also reached a level close to that of the Six Paths warriors. Various Six Paths artifacts were given to him by his beloved older brother, and within him was a wisp of his brother's 6 souls. If danger arose, that soul would appear to protect Uchiha Izuna. Well, since these few are doing this, what could Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto do? They also provided their loved ones with the protection of Six Paths power. The Six Paths level power of the two was very simple for this. If other powerful ninjas from the ninja world knew about their cheat-like behavior, they would surely shout, "Referee, I want to report this. It's unfair. Someone is cheating." Similarly, there was another player with a cheat in the Ninja World army. Except for those few who were close to the Six Paths level, no one else knew. That was Tsutsuki SH-10, the incredibly lucky guy who was originally born without eyes. But he had a good ancestor. Under the interference of the Tsutsuki village, he randomly found a pair of Byakugan and had it implanted, gaining the power of the Tsutsuki and the Six Paths. Well, the Byakugan underwent a transformation and became a pair of brilliant Azure Rinnegan. As soon as the Rinnegan's chakra mode was activated, it could split the moon in half. Thus, Tsutsuki SH-10 achieved the most luxurious super cheat. His own power level had not yet reached the Six Paths level, but as soon as the Rinnegan chakra mode was activated, he became a mid-level Six Paths warrior. If he were to fully adapt to the Rinnegan, he would definitely be a high-level Six Paths warrior. So this was an extremely powerful cheat. Not to belittle the Byakugan, but the Rinnegan offers better cost-effectiveness. The lack of resources in the pirate world is not a big deal, nor is the thin chakra energy a problem. But they have Six Paths level warriors, right? As long as they take over the pirate world, they can extract energy from the heavens and convert it into chakra. Won't that work? At that time, the ninja world would have 2 worlds. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Thus, a fierce battle broke out between the pirate world and the ninja world army. Dozens of Super Shadow level warriors besieged the world government, while over 10 Super Shadow level warriors attacked Joy Boy and the new Sea King. The outer regions of the Serbia Islands were even more spectacular. Senju Hashirama, Kakashi, Tsutsuki SH-10, and Uchiha Izuna all arrived at the Serbia Islands. They looked serious as they gazed at the island before them, which resembled a giant beast with a gaping mouth inviting them in. For a moment, they exchanged glances. 3 months ago, when Kakashi returned to the ninja world, he had explained the situation to Naruto and the others at the Six Paths level. This piqued the interest of the Six Paths, so they sent these few warriors close to the Six Paths level to test the waters. As for the danger, that was not possible. They didn't believe that this broken world of pirates had Six Paths level warriors. Senju Hashirama's expression grew serious. Everyone, this feels a bit ominous. This aura is unsettling. There must be great terror inside. Uchiha Izuna tilted his head and disdainfully said, What are we afraid of? Well, no, once we go in, I don't believe there are 6 paths level warriors inside. Even if there are, do we need to be scared? Kakashi's gaze was fixed on the Serbia Islands ahead. I think we should still be cautious to avoid danger. Tsutsuki SH-10 nodded. Kakashi-senpai is right. It's better to be careful. Although he didn't think danger would occur, he still felt it was wise to be cautious. Just as Uchiha Azuna was about to express his impatience, a change occurred on the Serbia Islands. 7 figures emerged from within, with Minus, Chung Xiaoyu, and the Dragon Emperor slowly walking at the forefront. The King of Sharp Fangs, the King of Cold, the King of 100 Flames, and the King of Ancestors followed closely behind them. Among them, Minus and the other 3 had completely retracted their aura, revealing not a trace. In contrast, the King of Sharp Fangs and the others unreservedly released their king-level peak power. The difference between king-level peak and ordinary warriors close to the 6 paths level is that the former can firmly hold down the latter. A warrior close to the 6 paths can injure a king-level peak warrior, but cannot easily kill one. Except for Tsutsuki SH-10, when he activates the Rinnegan Chakra mode. He is at the mid-level of 6 paths. If he doesn't activate it, he is just close to the 6 paths. Kakashi and the others were first shocked by the overwhelming power of the King of Sharp Fangs and the others. And then they found it hard to believe the aura of the 3 in front of them, which was retracted to the extreme. The power they couldn't see through could only belong to true 6 paths level warriors. This meant there were 3 genuine 6 paths level warriors on the opposite side. Shocked, they wished this were not true. However, Minus did not pay attention to Kakashi and the others at the moment. Instead, he lightly waved his hands, and a puppet army appeared behind them. However, at this moment, the puppet army had also undergone a significant transformation. Their power had all reached king-level high. It turned out that Minus forcibly used divine power to change the puppets, raising their strength to king-level high. Minus intended to use the puppet army to gain the kill value of the Ninja World Warriors. Once the kill value was sufficient, he would allow the Dragon Emperor and the remaining kings to break through to divine level. Although the Dragon Emperor's power had long reached the pinnacle of the initial divine level, his realm and body had not truly broken through to divine level. Minus's calm voice rang out. The other kings would fully assist the puppet army in eliminating all enemies. The Shadow King would also have the Shadow Army assist the puppet army. All enemies just needed to be eliminated by the puppet army. Understood. Then we'll leave this to you. We will go and overpower the other strong opponents. With that, the puppet army and the King of Sharp Fangs and the others headed toward the direction with the most Ninja World troops. Chung Xiaoyu revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth and waved his right hand. A black energy halo appeared on the ground beneath his feet. A dark aura swept across the entire battlefield, and countless shadow armies emerged from the black halo. Once everything settled, about 50 million shadow soldiers appeared. Among them, the Flying Dragon General and other Legion commanders had reached the pinnacle of king-level combat power. Since Chung Xiaoyu had become a god, the strength of the Shadow Army had changed. There were hundreds of king-level shadows and thousands of emperor-level shadow warriors. Chung Xiaoyu looked at the Shadow Army with satisfaction and then said sternly, "Shadow Army, assist the puppet army with all your strength." "Understood, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Your Majesty." After the Shadow Army shouted, they surged towards the Ninja World Army like a swarm of locusts. Thus, the Flying Teeth King and others, with the Shadow Army supporting the Puppet Army, officially engaged in battle with the Ninja World Army. The reason for specifically allowing the Puppet Army to kill enemies was that the Puppet Army was composed of Minus's subordinates, set up by the system. Although Chung Xiaoyu, the Flying Teeth King, and other military kings were avatars of Minus, they were considered real beings. Therefore, the enemies they killed were not counted in Minus's slaughter system. Naturally, the slaughter value was invalid. Only when Minus personally took action or when the puppet army killed could they gain slaughter value. After everything ended, Minus turned his attention to Kakashi and the others. At this moment, Kakashi and the others were filled with shock and fear. The strength of Minus and others had already frightened them, and the appearance of the puppet army and shadow army made them even more terrified. This meant that they had 6-path level powerful strength and such a large number of powerful subordinates. If the 6-path level powerhouses were not as numerous as those in the ninja world, This would completely be a match for the ninja world. No, the six-path level powerhouses in their ninja world were even fewer than those in the pirate world. Just as they were still thinking and shocked, Minos spoke first. Since you have crossed over, you might as well stay here. With that, the battle between Minos, Chung Xiaoyu, the Dragon Emperor, and Kakashi and others officially began. At the same time, the battle between the Four Kings, the Puppet Army, the Shadow Army, and the ninja world officially commenced. This war lasted for about a month before gradually coming to a halt. The ninja world army suffered the most severe blow in this war. At first, they looked down on the powerful beings from the pirate world. But with the actions of the Flying Teeth King and others, all the king-level powerhouses from the ninja world were defeated. The new Konoha side saw the escape of Senju Tobirama, Uzumaki Mito, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and other original powerhouses, while the rest were all crippled and sent before the Puppet Army. The result was that they were mercilessly slaughtered by the Puppet Army. Other ninja villages and their powerful figures also saw some escape. In the new Sunagakure camp, Gaara, Sasori, Elder Chiyo, and the 4th Kazekage escaped, while the rest of the powerful figures perished in the pirate world. In the new Kumogakure camp, the 1st Raikage, 2nd Raikage, and 3rd Raikage managed to reach their full strength, allowing Killer Bee, 4th AI, and Darui to escape the pirate world just in time. The 3rd Raikage and these masters had fought in the ninja world for many years and naturally discovered that the pirates only captured, not killed. Seizing this flaw, they fought with all their might, allowing Killer Bee and others to escape. However, those who remained in the pirate world were ruthlessly harvested by the Puppet Army. The new Kirigakure suffered the worst, with nearly everyone dead. Only Kisame, Mangetsu, and the beautiful Mizukage Terumi may manage to escape, while the others were left in the pirate world. In the new Awagakure camp, Anoki, the 2nd Tsuchikage, Kuratsuchi, and Deidara escaped. Aside from these few, the rest were all exterminated by the Puppet Army. Besides the 5 great ninja villages, other forces in the ninja world also suffered the most severe blows. This was a war between two worlds, not something to be taken lightly. The Uchiha clan, except for Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shursui, and Uchiha Izumi, all perished at the hands of the Puppet Army. Wave Wind Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, Rock Lee, and Kakashi Hitaki also escaped the pirate world. When the Flying Teeth King and others attacked them, the power of the 6 paths within them protected them, allowing them to escape while the Flying Teeth King and others could only watch. Similarly, the pirate world also faced a tragic fate, with the new Sea Kings and their entire race perishing in battle. The beautiful Sea King died in the ocean, surrounded by countless Sea King corpses. Among them, Joy Boy and others also perished at sea, and Luffy, the destined child, was also considered dead. The sea was filled with corpses, and the water was thick with blood red. This hellish scene illustrated the brutality of this cross-world war. The world government could not escape destruction either. Even the 5 elders, despite putting forth their utmost effort, could not escape death. The celestial dragons, the knights of God, and high-ranking officials of the world all perished. Until the world government was completely annihilated, Otsutsuki Kagaya still chose not to intervene. It seems she was still refining the chakra fruit from the divine tree. The battlefield on the island of Serbia was the most intense. The entire Serbia was shattered, and the originally iconic castle was reduced to ruins. Although it was 3 against 4, Minos' side achieved significant results. Shinja Hashirama was personally torn apart by Minos and died on the spot. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izumi Kakashi and Otsutsuki Shurin were heavily injured by Minos, Chung Xiaoyu, and the Dragon Emperor. Originally, these battles should have been given a proper highlight, but time did not permit. So let it end like this. However, they were all extraordinary individuals, and despite their injuries, they managed to escape the pirate world. Only Hashirama, the unfortunate one without a backer, died on the island of Serbia. In this battle, Minos, Chung Xiaoyu, and the Dragon Emperor easily defeated Kakashi and the other 4 with their absolute combat power. In a certain space in the pirate world, there were 7 pillars. Atop these 7 pillars stood 7 figures. These were none other than Minos, Chung Xiaoyu, the Dragon Emperor, and the other kings. A smile appeared on Minos' calm face. Although the island of Serbia had been submerged, with the assistance of the Flying Teeth King and others, along with the support of the Shadow Army, the Puppet Army had gained significant rewards. Let everyone revel in it. We can all become gods. Haha. The Flying Teeth King laughed heartily. Hurry up, my true form. We can't wait any longer. The path to becoming gods is right in front of us. The proud and calm face of the Dragon Emperor also showed a hint of a smile. Finally, we are about to become gods. Ha! The Cold King laughed. It's the first time I've seen the Dragon Emperor show a smile and excitement. Truly rare. As the Cold King finished speaking, the other kings also laughed. Ha! The Dragon Emperor flashed a helpless expression. Becoming a god is quite exciting. Even I would be thrilled. Minos interrupted everyone and smiled lightly. Everyone, let us witness the moment of becoming gods together. System, consume slaughter value and let the Destruction King, Dragon Emperor, Flying Teeth King, Cold King, and Ancestor King become god level. Ding! The system has received the command and is currently executing. Ding! The remaining kings need about 3 months to break through to the divine level. Please be patient, host. As the words fell, the system exuded divine power, and golden light erupted from Minos's body. The golden light connected to the bodies of the Dragon Emperor and the others like a chain of light. In an instant, this space was swept by powerful energy. When the golden light stopped, Chung Xiaoyu's face revealed a smile. Once the Dragon Emperor and the others broke through to the divine level, they would truly be invincible. At that time, they could directly cross into the ninja world and deal with them. As long as they devoured Luffy and others, their strength would become even more powerful. Then they could roam the heavens. Minos frowned and stretched out his right hand, as if stroking the air. After a moment, he spoke seriously. Do not be too careless. Although the Dragon Emperor and the others are breaking through to the divine level, we are still at the intermediate divine level. And there is a high possibility that we cannot defeat the ninja world. You must know that they have peak 6 paths and high-level 6 paths experts, and we seem to have no advantage in battle against them. Of course, breaking through to the divine level requires not only slaughter value, but also depends on their background. When we have surplus slaughter value, we can use it for the 3 of us to break through. As for the other kings like the Sharp-Tooth King, they can break through after hunting down the 6 paths level. Chung Xiaoyu nodded after hearing Minos's analysis. Indeed, they should be cautious. They must ensure everything is foolproof. Minos nodded. Time passed quickly, and 3 months had surprisingly gone by. In a certain space, 5 figures erupted with a powerful aura. These were the Dragon Emperor, Sharp-Tooth King, and others. At this moment, they had successfully broken through to divine strength, just as Minos expected. Indeed, apart from the Dragon Emperor, the strength of the other kings had only reached the initial divine level. The Dragon Emperor's foundation was indeed stronger than the other kings, allowing him to break through to the intermediate divine level. Ha! Sharp-Tooth King laughed. We have finally broken through to the divine level, and we can finally roam the heavens. The Cold King raised both hands high in front of his chest, his eyes filled with coldness. It's time to annihilate the ninja world. Everyone, don't panic. Let me, Chung Xiaoyu, and the Dragon Emperor break through once more before we attack the ninja world. Minos said lightly, looking at the excited crowd. Sharp-Tooth King was taken aback. Wait, do we have to wait for you to break through again? Isn't that going to take too long? Chung Xiaoyu, with his hands in his pockets, chuckled and said, Sharp-Tooth, there's no need to rush. The experts in the ninja world are very strong. We should break through again before launching an attack. We absolutely cannot act rashly. Sharp-Tooth King excitedly said. Then you guys hurry up and break through. We will wait for you. At that time, we will annihilate the ninja world and roam the heavens. Minos nodded and then asked in his heart, System, can the current slaughter value allow me, the Dragon Emperor, and Chung Xiaoyu to break through once more? Ding. You can still allow the 3 of you to break through once. Please prepare and use it immediately. Use. In an instant, 3 golden lights flowed out from Minos's body, connecting to the Dragon Emperor and Chung Xiaoyu. Just like that, Minos, Chung Xiaoyu, and the Dragon Emperor closed themselves off once again to break through. Time passed, and 2 months later, Minos and the 3 had successfully broken through to the high divine level. Under their special talents, Even high divine experts of the same realm were no match for them. However, on this day, an astonishing change also came from Loguetown. A divine expert's aura emanated from there. This aura was not that of a recent breakthrough, but that of someone who had reached the intermediate divine level. This person was none other than King M. The astonishing aura from the pirate world was also sensed by Minos and the others. Chung Xiaoyu's gaze seemed to penetrate space. Directly looking towards the pirate world, it seemed that that guy had also broken through. Should they meet her? Minos also looked towards the pirate world outside the space and then chuckled. Then let's meet her. If she is sensible, let her join us in the cross-world battle. If she is not sensible, then I will kill her myself to allow the other kings to break through. After saying this, Minos waved his right hand lightly, and powerful divine power shattered the space. In an instant, they returned to the pirate world. Suddenly, the auras of 7 divine experts appeared on the sea. With another wave of Minos's right hand, a spatial entrance appeared in front of them. Minos and the others entered the spatial transfer portal without hesitation. In a palace at Loguetown, Otsutsuki had a complicated expression, gravely sensing the aura of divine experts appearing on the sea. The aura that had just appeared almost made her think that the Otsutsuki clan from the plateau had come. Soon after, a spatial transfer portal appeared in front of Otsutsuki. Minos and the others slowly walked out from that spatial transfer portal. In an instant, the gazes of 7 divine experts were fixed on her. Minos smiled. Finally we meet. You are indeed impressive. So, do you want to die, or do you want to cooperate with us? In the great world of the ninja realm, Minos, Chung Xiaoyu, the Dragon Emperor Otsutsuki, and others worked together to create a transfer portal and stepped into the ninja realm. Looking at the familiar yet strange world before him, Minos sighed. It seems we have arrived in the ninja realm, but no one is here to welcome us. This is a bit unreasonable. Since they are not coming out, we will go find them, Otsutsuki said coldly. Just then, several domineering voices resounded from all directions. Everyone, coming to our ninja realm is a bit inappropriate, isn't it? You have finally come to the ninja realm. If it weren't for the restrictions, I would have killed you myself long ago. You slaughter my clansmen. Today, you will die here. You have slaughtered so many of our ninja realm. It's time to give us an explanation. Let me see how strong you really are. As Kakashi said, stay here. In an instant, as Minos and the others had just stepped into the ninja realm, their auras were detected. Vortex Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, Indra, Ashura, Otsutsuki Yumura, Guy, and others all rushed over. As for Kakashi, Otsutsuki Shurin, and Uchiha Azuna, they were still recovering from their injuries and could not participate in the battle at present. In an instant, the experts from the pirate world and the ninja world faced each other. The ninja world side had 8 six-paths level experts, while the pirate world side also had 8 divine level experts. Minos's gaze swept across Naruto and the others, and he sighed inwardly. Indeed, they look exactly the same as when I saw them on Blue Star. However, at this moment, both sides were formidable enemies, and a life-and-death battle was inevitable. After saying this, Minos's mind stirred, and a powerful force erupted, causing a purple robe to appear on him. In an instant, Minos donned the purple divine robe, clearly preparing to go all out. Chung Xiaoyu and the others also entered their strongest states. The spiritual body transformation that could only be used by kings became divine body transformation after becoming divine. Chung Xiaoyu transformed into a gigantic monster with black-purple skin and black-purple double horns on his head, but the monster was surrounded by 7 colorful divine lights. Reaching the peak divine level in momentum, the 7 divine rays transformed the Shadow King into a more vivid and mysterious divine body. Meanwhile, the Dragon Emperor transformed into an enormous red dragon, and his aura reached the peak of divinity. With a massive dragon head, fiery red eyes, powerful wings, and strong dragon legs with sharp claws, he exuded an air of indifference. Well, let's wrap this up early. The Tooth King and the other kings also completed their divine transformation at that moment, turning into gigantic beings, their auras erupting once again, reaching the level of intermediate divine. Otsutsuki similarly radiated an aura, her indifferent white eyes fixed firmly on the strong figures of the ninja world. This sudden change caused the strong figures of the ninja world to look grave. Even Uchiha Madara's expression was serious, as two peak-level 6 paths, auras, surged towards him. Minus laughed heartily. Ninja world folks become our nourishment. Uchiha Sasuke stepped forward, disdainfully saying, "Don't be too arrogant." 6 paths, Susanoo. In an instant, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes flashed. Deep purple energy bone armor formed from chakra appeared on his body. However, the energy armor didn't stop there. It continued to change until it transformed into a warrior standing 100 meters tall, with wings on his back and a long sword in hand. The Susanoo was fully manifested. Ha! Uchiha Sasuke laughed wildly. It hasn't stopped yet. With that, Uchiha Sasuke made a single-hand seal, and the power of the 6 paths flowed into his Susanoo's complete form. White lightning power continuously altered the complete Susanoo. Soon, the complete Susanoo changed. The wings disappeared, replaced by white lightning on his back. Lightning wrapped around his head, and a bow and arrow formed from white lightning appeared in his hand. That was indeed the power of the 6 paths. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow. What an interesting kid. Subsequently, Naruto and others also unleashed powerful auras, each using their strongest forms. Let us finish this up quickly, so I won't write much more. Thus, the pirate world, led by Minus, clashed with the ninja world, led by Naruto. Boom! Various 6 paths, powers, and divine powers collided violently. For a moment, the heavens and earth trembled, the ground shattered, and the ninja world broke apart under the battle of 16 divine, 6 paths level beings. This war lasted for half a month before it came to an end. In Minus's form as the super divine beast Black Dragon King, the battlefield underwent changes. Various space traversals made it difficult for the ninja world's people. There were also disgusting techniques that allowed glimpses into the future, causing the ninja world to lose one 6 paths level expert. With his hands free, Minus supported others on the battlefield, and thus, after enduring a long battle, the ninja world was ambushed to death by the super divine beast Black Dragon King. After annihilating all the strong figures in the ninja world, Minus successfully upgraded himself and the other kings through the system. The system panel changed. This is the last time. Host, Divine Beast Minus Age, 23 skills, Purple Divine Garment. See through past and future. Overlord Destruction God Strike, Destruction Dragon Break, Fist God Technique, Sword God Technique. Physique, Super Divine Beast Physique Special Talent. All elements such as space, time, fire, and ice cannot harm him and can be absorbed. Items, Destruction God Blade Kill Value, 100 points Realm. Intermediate Subdivine, Super Divine Beast State. Advanced Subdivine. Reminder, congratulations to the host for successfully reaching Subdivine level, allowing him to traverse ordinary worlds. But be careful if you enter the Dragon Ball world. Please keep a low profile. Otherwise, besides Minus, the Dragon Emperor and Chang Xiaoyu also broke through to Subdivine level, while the other kings reached peak Divine level. Minus and the others arrived at the highest point of the ninja world, looking at the ninja world before them with emotion. After a moment, Minus spoke loudly. Everyone, our goal is the myriad worlds, the stars, and the sea. Let us move forward. Thus, Minus and his group advanced into the deep space. Otsutsuki Imu did not trouble her and let her leave on her own. In the end, Otsutsuki Imu and Otsutsuki Kagaya left the ninja world, heading toward the plateau. Minus wanted to observe Otsutsuki Kagaya's appearance. Now he has seen the faces of both Kagaya and Imu. Synopsis: Minus, who traversed into the pirate world, obtained a killing system, gained the super strength of the Black Dragon King and the ability of the Shadow King, rampaging through the pirate world, ultimately becoming a god.